What other secrets is my seemingly virtuous wife still hiding from me?
After going bankrupt, I became my wife's burden, yet she wore sexy lace and saw other men in a mansion under the pretense of medical treatment. I went to catch her in the act with a heart full of rage, but she turned me into the villain who hurt her by claiming it was to repay my debts.
I firmly believe that everything is just my own excessive suspicion.
However, as she was leaving, the look her best friend gave me felt like a sharp knife piercing my heart. That gaze held mockery and pity, as if I were the most laughable fool in this marriage. Until I saw that best friend at the driving school, revealing an identical secret smile.
My name is Zhang Yu.
Once a multi-millionaire, now just a driving school coach buried in debt.
Ugh, you're all sweaty.
Don't touch me, that's disgusting. Go take a shower first.
My wife Li Hui's impatient scolding instantly extinguished all my enthusiasm. Her indifferent attitude made my heart tighten.
Ever since I went bankrupt 3 months ago due to my partner's betrayal, her love seemed to fade away as well. I went silently to the balcony to smoke, trying hard to clear my mind of distracting thoughts. As I was getting ready to take a shower, I unexpectedly spotted a set of purple lingerie on the washing machine. This sheer lace had never appeared even at the peak of my career. Looking more closely, I noticed dried foreign stains on it.
I might have been cheated on.
Rage instantly flared up, and I instinctively wanted to grab a knife to confront her, but reason ultimately made me hold back. I can't jump to conclusions just because of a set of lingerie. I still have a daughter in elementary school.
I need proof.
In the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a nightmare. In the dream, Li Hui was wearing that lace set and sneaking around with another man. When I woke up with a start, the house was empty, the bed still warm, the wardrobe wide open, and the scent of perfume lingered in the air.
And that lace underwear was gone too.
All of this hinted that the dream might come true. I rushed out the door and had just reached the neighborhood entrance when I saw Li Hui smiling as she got into a luxury car. I couldn't see the person in the car clearly, but the sight stung me. I flagged down a taxi and urgently told the driver, "Follow that car. No matter how much it costs, we must keep up with that luxury car ahead." The pursuit led all the way to the outskirts of an upscale, luxurious villa district.
I was stopped by security and couldn't get in.
Unwilling to give up just like that, I found a tree leaning against the wall, climbed over it, and jumped into the residential area, leaving a few scrapes on my body.
I immediately called Li Hui. "Honey, where are you?"
"I'm at my best friend's place," she answered casually. I sneered inwardly. Which of her girlfriends could afford to live in a city's most exclusive villa district? At that very moment, I spotted the luxury car she had ridden in.
"Okay, have fun at your best friend's place." After hanging up the phone, I found a brick by the tree and hid it behind my back.
Suppressing my violent urges, I climbed up the drainpipe to the second-floor window and slipped into the villa. I carefully went downstairs and heard someone talking below. Soon, I witnessed a scene that filled me with extreme rage. Li Hui was crouching in front of a man, seemingly doing something.
"Damn cheaters, get the hell apart now!"
I roared, charging down with a brick in hand. Li Hui turned around in shock, while the man frantically pulled up his pants, repeatedly shouting it was a misunderstanding.
"Misunderstanding my ass."
I smashed the brick down, and the man let out a scream, his head bleeding. Li Hui desperately clung to my arm, trying to stop me from continuing.
"What are you doing? Stop hitting, what are you up to?"
A woman's figure blocked my way. It was Zhou Qiao, Li Hui's best friend. Her face was full of anger, leaving me momentarily confused.
Why was Zhou Qiao here? Li Hui snatched the brick and threw it far away.
Looking at the three people before me, I felt drained of strength. "Let's get divorced."
"Don't overthink it. There's nothing between us.
I was just helping him with his illness." Li Hui was the first to explain.
"Helping with his illness? Why not see a doctor at the hospital, but here instead?" I sneered.
The man covered his head and said aggrievedly, "It's true, I have issues in that area and don't want too many people to know." I called Dr. Li hoping she could keep it confidential.
Zhou Qiao looked at the man with heartache and angrily accused me. "It's all because of you. Don't you know how much money you owe?
If it weren't to help you pay off your debt, why shall we take the risk of treating people privately everywhere?"
I fell into bewilderment.
"No, you said you were at your best friend's house. Why did you lie to me?" I pointed at Li Hui and questioned.
"He is my brother. This is my brother's home, and it's also my home. Is there a problem?" Zhou Qiao roared.
I was left speechless, all my accusations overturned.
"Zhang Yu, you don't trust me anymore, do you?" Li Hui asked.
"No, but your recent actions have really made me doubt you," I answered sincerely. Thinking of how hard she's working just to pay off my debts fills my heart with guilt.
"I'm sorry, it's my fault for making you work so hard to earn money and pay off debts."
I stepped forward and hugged her, and she held me tightly in return.
The farce ended with an apology.
Before leaving, I caught Zhou Qiao casting a mocking and pitiful glance at me, which shook me to the core, but with Li Hui present,
I didn't dare to ask more.
On the way home, the atmosphere was eerie.
Li Hui asked in a cold voice, "Are you following me?"
"Yes, I followed you because I saw a lace I'd never seen before."
"I'll be blunt."
She sighed for a long time. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly betray you? That lingerie was a birthday gift for you. I thought you've been under too much stress lately." With that, she ducked into the kitchen.
I sat on the sofa overwhelmed with mixed emotions.
She was the virtuous wife and loving mother who stayed by my side even after I went bankrupt, paying off my debts and taking on side jobs for me. But she was also the one who was cold to me, rejected intimacy, left early and returned late, and even got into a luxury car. After finishing the meal, Li Hui came to my side wearing that alluring lace nightgown. Speaking softly, she recounted the trials we had endured together, proving the sincerity of her heart. I initially valued you because you were devoted and led a clean life. With all your secretaries being men, that was what reassured me the most.
You must believe in me too.
She kissed me deeply, pressing her body against mine, and the long-lost intimacy intoxicated me.
Come on.
She looked at me with deep affection in her eyes. Yet once again, Zhou Qiao's gaze flashed through my mind.
No, I'm a bit tired tonight. I rejected her and turned away.
Behind me came the faint sound of water droplets falling, her body trembling as if sobbing.
My heart was in turmoil. Was this due to the pain of being suspected by me, or repentance for the fact of infidelity?
With a heart full of doubt, I barely slept the entire night. When I woke the next day, Li Hui had already left for work. Dark circles under my eyes, I dragged myself to the driving school, my spirits low. I am now a driving school instructor with a low salary and plenty of free time, yet I haven't figured out a way to make a comeback in over a year. I listlessly listened to my colleagues chatting about gossip until my phone received the information about the trainees I was responsible for.
I just opened the data system. There, prominently displayed on the trainee list, was Zhou Qiao's name. Zhou Qiao is an absolute knockout with a smoking hot figure. I instinctively didn't want to deal with her, but this was work and couldn't be refused. I might as well ask her what yesterday's look meant. Arriving at the coaching vehicle, Zhou Qiao looked at me with slight surprise before smiling, her gaze rather strange. Because there were many people around, I didn't speak.
I waited until the other trainees finished their exams. Zhou Qiao was the last one. Seeing that everyone had left, she looked at me with a smile and pressed her chest together. I'm your wife's best friend, help me out, okay?
I didn't say anything, reminding myself to stay professional.
Everything was normal at first until, while going downhill, Zhou Qiao suddenly turned to look at me, her gaze exactly the same as yesterday in the villa,
causing me to lose focus for a moment.
In that brief lapse, the car hit a tree. The airbag in the coach car didn't deploy, and Zhou Qiao's sizable chest got stuck in the steering wheel.
Are you okay? I panicked. I'm fine, it's just that my chest hurts a bit,
Zhou Qiao said painfully.
Could you help me get it out first? What if the blood circulation gets cut off and it becomes necrotic? Zhou Qiao blushed and gritted her teeth, saying, do you want others to see me in this embarrassing state?
I suddenly woke up as if from a dream and reached out carefully to help her. Since she was stuck so tightly, I had to lie on her thigh and push upward with all my strength, creating a very ambiguous situation. Zhou Qiao gritted her teeth against the pain, her face flushed red. It took a great deal of effort to finally free her. I checked the car and found it had only minor damage.
Thank you so much.
Let me cover the cost of the car repairs, Zhou Qiao said with a bitter smile.
It's fine, I'll file a normal damage report with the school for this.
I warned her not to speak about the accident, but in my heart, I wondered who was really deceiving me, my marriage.
Just how many more secrets were there? Chapter 4, Concealing a Huge Secret.
I felt a pang of guilt. As an instructor, regardless of a student's skill level, I should always prioritize safety and keep a constant eye on the vehicle and road conditions.
It's fine.
It's getting late, and I failed the test today.
With everything that's happened, I'm in a bad mood and feel like having a drink. You're an acquaintance, so I feel comfortable with you. How about joining me for dinner? Zhou Qiao invited me with a smile.
Well, I was about to refuse without a second thought.
But just then, a WeChat message from my wife popped up on my phone. Honey, I won't be home for dinner tonight. Overtime.
Reading that message and recalling all the previous red flags, a vivid image suddenly flashed through my mind, my wife laughing and chatting with another man.
Alright, where should we eat? For some inexplicable reason, I found myself agreeing to Zhou Qiao's invitation. Ha, I know just the place.
As if reading my phone, Zhou Qiao didn't seem surprised by my sudden change in attitude.
She chuckled.
I drove her back to school in the training car. Halfway there, Zhou Qiao propped her face up with both hands and stared at me the entire journey, making me feel a bit uncomfortable.
What are you looking at? I asked with a smile.
Looking at you, of course. Zhou Qiao replied without hesitation. After we got out of the instructor car, Zhou Qiao hailed a taxi and took me to a nearby hotel.
Just grabbing a bite. No need for a hotel, right? I frowned inwardly, thinking I didn't have much cash on me.
Don't worry, I know your situation. I'm treating you today, you won't have to pay.
Zhou Qiao smiled. Alright, I guess I'm riding your coattails. I couldn't help but give a wry chuckle before agreeing.
The meal felt strange.
Zhou Qiao said nothing, just watched me drink and eat in silence.
My mind, however, was filled with worries.
Before I knew it, I'd drunk quite a bit. By the time we were both slightly tipsy, Zhou Qiao looked at me with hazy eyes and suddenly asked, what do you think about yesterday's incident? What do I think? My wife is the epitome of a devoted and loving spouse.
I was the one being petty, and I even accidentally hurt your brother. My heart skipped a beat, but outwardly I put on a confident air about my wife. Then keep believing her. You have no idea what a huge secret your wife's been hiding from you. Zhou Qiao sneered dismissively. She looked at me again with that same pitying expression. What do you mean? Isn't that how it is? I suppressed my unease and feigned casualness as I asked. Zhou Qiao shot me a mysterious glance before standing up. She leaned her head toward the center of the table and beckoned me over with a finger. I rose and leaned close to her lips. Her scent filled my nostrils, and my eyes drifted involuntarily toward her chest. Did your wife also tell you I'm a gold digger? Feeling the warmth of her breath as she spoke into my ear, my mind wandered. This is killing me. I covered my ears, staring at her in astonishment. Seeing my expression, she clearly understood the answer. Since that was the case, she wasn't exactly being fair. Zhou Qiao gave a flirtatious smile and said to me, I've liked you for a long time, Zhang Yu. If your wife hadn't moved faster than me back then, you'd be my husband now. I was utterly shocked. Zhou Qiao had liked me for so long? You look so adorable when you're surprised, she said. While we were eating, I already had someone book a room upstairs. You have so many questions and uncertainties, don't you? Zhou Qiao chuckled, loosening her clothes slightly to reveal a generous glimpse of skin. As she spoke, she stood up and deliberately lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful legs as she smiled. Let's go to the room. I'll tell you everything on the bed. What the hell is going on? I was at a loss. I'll wait for you in the room, 2633. If you have any questions, come find me. Zhou Qiao didn't answer. Instead, she turned her body one that could drive a man mad and swayed toward the staircase. Through the haze of my drunkenness, I watched Zhou Qiao's alluring figure disappear at the stairwell, my eyes slightly narrowed behind the rim of my red wine glass. I lightly licked the wine residue lingering at the corner of my mouth, swallowing it down along with the unease mixed with a few bites of food. Zhou Qiao's words to me earlier, laced with teasing flirtation, kept replaying in my mind. Her smile lingered before my eyes, refusing to fade. The more I thought about it, the deeper my doubts grew and the more I craved the answer. I exhaled deeply, suppressing the flutter in my chest, and braced myself against the table to rise. Clang! I wasn't sure if I truly had too much to drink, but my foot slipped and I tripped over the chair leg. If not for my 2 years in the military training my reflexes, I might have taken a nasty fall flat on my face. Never thought I'd see a drunk in such a fancy hotel, ha. Some people around me were laughing maliciously. I kept my head down, not thinking much of it, and pushed myself up with both hands. I couldn't wait to get to my room and ask Zhou Qiao for an explanation. Ignoring the surprised stares around me, I bent over and made my way toward the elevator. Perhaps the stumble earlier had sobered me up considerably. I strode confidently to the elevator door. The moment the doors opened, I collided head-on with someone stepping out. Thud. Splash. Ah. A woman's shrill scream rang in my ears. I'd been walking with my head down, so I didn't even need to look to know what I collided with. Having rescued Zhou Qiao at the driving school earlier that day, I recognized the sensation instantly. That softness jolted me awake, straightening my spine just in time to see the scene before me. The elevator doors swung wide open, revealing a young woman sitting cross-legged inside. She glared at me with disgust, her arms wrapped tightly around her chest. Her skirt had ridden up from the fall, revealing her beautiful legs completely exposed before me. Her full legs, paired with breasts just a size smaller than Zhou Qiao's, her alluring figure, and youthful face, anyone would find it hard to look away. I froze for a moment before noticing the figure of a man beside me. It instantly clicked what had happened, and I gave an apologetic smile. My apologies. I was in such a rush just now that I didn't notice you two coming out of the elevator. Just as I spoke, reaching out to help the young woman with the disgusted expression up. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed into me. My words died on my lips as my instincts kicked in, making me step back twice to dodge the fist hurtling toward my face. Who the hell are you, you blind bastard? You dare touch my woman. A thunderous roar erupted, and only then did I get a clear look at the man beside me. Chapter 5, Trying to climb up on me? A greasy-faced, unshaven middle-aged man, seemingly half a head taller than me. But my eyes were fixed on the suit he wore. Back when the company hadn't gone under yet, the suit I wore was far more impressive than this one. In that instant, I realized the stark difference between us now. Bro, I'm really sorry, I already explained it earlier. I'm truly sorry. Bull. I can tell you're just doing this on purpose with that poverty-stricken look on your face. Before I could finish, the greasy middle-aged man launched into another tirade, clearly unwilling to hear my explanation. Brother, how, this guy shoved me in the chest, it really hurt. You can't let him off easy. Seeing me berated, the woman instantly adopted a pitiful expression. She stood up, pressed her body against the middle-aged man, wrapped her arms around his thick arm, and gave him a seductive look. It dawned on me instantly this woman was probably Brother Hao's kept mistress. A young, beautiful girl being so intimate with a greasy middle-aged man, could this possibly be a legitimate relationship? For some reason, the image of my wife being intimate with Zhou Qiao's brother kept flashing through my mind, making me feel restless. Combined with the pent-up frustration I'd been holding in lately and Brother Hao's earlier insults, I simply couldn't hold back any longer.
Gritting my teeth, I snapped. I said it wasn't on purpose. I apologized. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to go back to the hospital for another checkup?
At the mention of the hospital, Brother Hao frowned and snorted coldly.
You poor bastard. Look at your shabby clothes. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you even know who I am?
If I told you, you'd your pants and run so fast you couldn't even pull up your trousers.
Exactly.
Besides that face, I honestly can't think of anything else you could possibly compare to Brother Hao. The woman chimed in with a sarcastic tone. As she spoke, she brushed her chest against Brother Hao's arm, as if trying to curry favor. It seems the lady of the house is fine after all.
That bump earlier probably didn't hurt her. I suppose I should be going now.
Seeing this, I suppressed my anger, spoke indifferently, and turned to head toward the stairs. The crowd was growing, and I didn't want to attract trouble. Besides, Zhou Qiao was probably getting impatient waiting in the room. Since the elevator was out of commission, I'd take the stairs. My physical condition was decent enough. The 26th floor shouldn't be a problem. The crowd thickened around me, most pointing and whispering. I recalled my glory days when hotels of this caliber didn't even register on my radar.
Women like that?
Every single one of them fawned over me, desperate to climb my social ladder.
When had I ever endured such humiliation? Smack!
A thick, heavy hand slammed onto my shoulder, pressing down hard to stop me from moving forward.
Did I say you could leave? You think you can just slip away before things are settled? This isn't your damn home. Where's my face supposed to go?
Brother Hao's furious voice boomed behind me, the force on my shoulder making me involuntarily frown.
Ouch. Hit someone and try to run? Look at you rushing off like you're here to be a gigolo or something? Ha! Ha!
As the crowd grew, the woman's boldness clearly increased, her taunts growing sharper. A cold smile spread across Brother Hao's greasy face. Since you bumped into someone, your apology should look like an apology.
I always mean what I say.
Just get down on your knees, kowtow 3 times, and apologize.
Then we'll call it even. How about that? Huff.
I exhaled deeply, turned to the woman, and said earnestly, I'm sorry.
Is that acceptable? If you still refuse, I can have her bump into you again. Let's just leave it at that, okay?
A pair of hands pressed down on my shoulders, causing considerable discomfort. The gradually increasing pressure made it clear that Brother Hao was clearly not accepting this.
Refusing to kneel, huh? I'll beat you until you do.
Brother Hao's voice suddenly boomed. He pressed down on my shoulders, took a step forward, and swung a fist as big as a sandbag. Whoosh! I ducked sharply, tilting my head to dodge the sudden punch aimed straight at my face. The wind whistled past my ear. I could feel the sheer force behind that punch. If it had connected with my face, I might have been knocked out cold instantly.
Ha!
He seemed taken aback. The hand gripping my shoulder tightened, attempting to use the other hand that had just whizzed past my ear to seize my throat.
A chokehold. I recognized it instantly.
Back in the army, I trained in close combat techniques, and chokeholds were the deadliest of them all. I never expected this portly middle-aged man to possess such skills. In that split second of shock, his right arm was already tightening around my neck, suffocation closing in.
Thud. My feet slammed into the ground, propelling my body upward.
Even though my physical condition had declined, my legs still hung around the middle-aged man's waist.
You! I'll kill you!
Hao struggled to his feet, ignoring the disarray of his suit jacket, and lunged forward again.
Ding dong! First floor. The elevator doors were opening. Lu Hao, I heard your voice from the elevator. What's going on?
Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the elevator reaching the first floor, a cold yet commanding voice with a dominant older woman's aura followed.
Lu Hao visibly froze, quickly straightening his jacket.
He trotted over with trepidation, fawning obsequiously.
Mr. Yang, what on earth brought you here today?
If I'd known, I would have greeted you much earlier. The more I listened to that voice, the more familiar it sounded. I felt like I'd heard it somewhere before. Following Lu Hao's gaze, his eyelid twitched.
No way? Could I really run into her here?
A woman standing at 5 feet 9 inches emerged from the elevator. She wore an impeccably tailored suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long hair was pulled back, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Her deep, icy gaze could pierce through anyone. A single glance would likely expose any hidden desires. That unique aura and irresistible figure had long been etched in my memory. I recall her name was Yang Wen. Back when I was at the peak of my career, I collaborated with numerous companies. Back then, Yang Wen had just taken over her family's company and caused quite a mess. Had I not casually lent her a hand on several occasions, her company would likely have been swallowed up long ago. Seeing her poise and attire now, I thought to myself, her company must be even bigger than the one I founded back then, right? I gave a wry smile and prepared to slip away before she spotted me. In business, you never know, those you helped might one day turn on you.
Wasn't my company's collapse caused by my assistant's betrayal? Chapter 6, Yang Wen's Invitation.
Seeing that Lu Hao was with Yang 1AI, I should have made my escape sooner.
Ah, it's him. Mr. Yang, he just bumped into Jing for no reason. I was trying to get an explanation, but he started attacking me. Seeing me try to escape, Lu Hao wasn't about to let me go. He rushed over and yanked me back. Oomph. With Boss Yang backing you, I'll see what tricks you can pull off today, you penniless brat. During the scuffle, I'd landed a karate chop on Lu Hao's neck, leaving a red mark.
Now he was grimacing in pain. Having failed to gain the upper hand, he naturally wanted Yang 1AI to step in and help him save face.
Yeah. Sister Yang, look what he did to me. It's all red. You have to help me.
Chen Jing pouted, looking utterly aggrieved.
You. It's you. Zhang Yu, Boss Shan. It's you, isn't it? Never thought I'd run into you here today. Yang 1AI paid no attention to the two men.
She walked straight toward me, her beautiful face radiating joy, as if she hadn't heard a word those two had just said.
Ha? You're Yang 1AI? I remember you. What a surprise to run into you here. What a coincidence. I scratched my head, feeling a bit awkward. I hadn't expected to be recognized right away. It had been at least several years since we last met. Now it was Lu Hao and Chen Jing who stood there dumbfounded. Seeing the usually imposing Yang 1AI acting like a little girl who'd just gotten candy, their eyes shifted to me with a mix of surprise and fear. Hey, no need for formalities. Haven't seen you in years, and you're still as handsome as ever. Ha, not bad, I guess. But no one compares to the youthful beauty of Boss Yang.
I chuckled awkwardly in response. Seeing Yang 1AI, who was like a completely different person from moments ago, I instinctively swallowed hard. Now face to face, the air thick with perfume made me hesitate to meet her gaze.
But seriously, Boss Shang, what are you doing dressed like this in this hotel? Seeming to notice my unease, Yang 1AI smiled. I instinctively pulled back a step and asked with interest. Well, the company's running into some trouble. I came here today to have dinner with a friend, but I never expected this to happen. When she asked about my company, my eyelid twitched. Just then, I spotted two people pacing restlessly nearby and casually changed the subject. Seeming to sense my reluctance to elaborate, Yang 1AI nodded with a smile. Then, as if switching to a different persona, she turned coldly toward the two men standing by the elevator door and warned them. Mr. Zhang here is my friend. Disrespecting him is disrespecting me. Today's incident is settled. If you have nothing else to do, you may leave. No sooner had the words left her mouth than two burly men, each over 6 feet tall, stepped out of the open elevator doors and positioned themselves behind Yang 1AI. Their dark sunglasses and imposing build spoke volumes. Yes. Lu Hao dared not linger a moment longer. Grabbing Chen Jing by the arm, he hurried out of the hotel without looking back. A soft voice drifted over. I wonder if you're free to grab dinner in a private room tonight. I've got a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Zhang about. This. My throat feels a bit dry and my words sound parched. Not quite appropriate, is it? To be honest, Yang 1AI's voice was like a feather, light and airy, tickling my heart and sending my thoughts drifting far away in an instant. Yet faintly, I seemed to see Zhou Chao half reclining against the headboard. Her alluring presence only deepened my thirst. What could Zhou Chao be doing at this very moment? What's inappropriate about it? If not for your loyalty back then, where would I, Yang 1AI, be today? Yang 1AI's words snapped me back to reality. Her candor made me realize my earlier sordid thoughts were unwarranted. At least not during our conversation. Nothing. Then let's go sit down. My confidence wavered slightly, my thoughts involuntarily drifting back to Zhou Chao. Her alluring, seductive figure seemed to linger before my eyes. I shook my head and pulled out my phone to send her a message. She didn't reply immediately, probably busy with something? I followed Yang 1AI to her suite. Surrounded by the lavish decor, I felt momentarily transported back to my days of youthful ambition. Mr. Zhang, please don't mention it. If not for your generous help back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Yang 1AI waved her hand generously, and the waiter promptly brought over the menu. Had I truly been like this before? A bitter taste rose in my mouth. I instinctively reached into my pocket for a cigarette, but the sight of my trousers made me flinch. Yang 1AI must have noticed my discomfort. Looks like you've moved on to being the big shot somewhere else, Mr. Zhang, he said jokingly. You didn't even want to acknowledge me earlier. Not at all. Didn't I just tell you? I'm bankrupt. How could I be switching places to be the boss? My heart felt bitter. I didn't want anyone fawning over me. The so-called friends who once hung around me scattered like chaff when I hit rock bottom. I never wanted that kind of flattery again. Here, take a look at the menu. We can't chat on empty stomachs, can we? She handed me the menu. I didn't hesitate and took it. But staring at row after row of pricey dishes, I dared only pick a few plain, ordinary ones before handing it back. Mr. Zhang is saving me money? Yang 1AI said with a smile. This meal is all about fate, and I take it very seriously. Saying this, she ordered several more dishes and requested a few bottles of premium red wine. I instinctively reached for my cigarettes. Noticing my movement, Yang 1AI quickly said, "Go ahead and smoke if you want. I'm used to the smell."
Her words made me feel awkward, so I absent-mindedly fiddled with the decorative items on the table.
"Never mind," I said. "I don't really have a craving. Just feeling a bit restless."
The kitchen worked swiftly, and the dishes arrived promptly.
Yang 1AI didn't cancel any of my orders, but added a few more dishes that looked delicious.
She poured a glass of red wine and handed it to me, her smile never leaving her lips, as if seeing me made her genuinely happy. I shook my head, finding the thought absurd. Taking the glass, I studied the young woman, a woman of undeniable charm, more closely. But at her age, standing before me, wasn't she still just a young girl? "I'm about to get married, and I never imagined I'd see you again. I'm truly fortunate." Yang 1AI's hearty laughter instantly swept away my gloom. Without a word, I clinked glasses with her and downed the drink. Before I knew it, we were discussing the reasons for my bankruptcy, my deepest sorrow. That man was utterly heartless. I never imagined he'd resort to such despicable tactics to frame me. And what's even more outrageous is that I was blind enough to trust that scumbag. Chapter 7, Fired. Before I knew it, my eyes were red. Something warm and wet fell onto my lap. I instinctively touched my cheek. The damp sensation made me realize I was crying. A real man should stand tall and strong, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. "It's all over now." Yang 1AI hadn't expected this reaction from me, and she comforted me softly. "If you want to make a comeback, I'll do everything I can to help you." I never imagined that after the incident, it would still be a woman willing to help me. None of my so-called good buddies showed as much heart as this young woman, and I couldn't help but feel even more despondent. Seeing my expression, she seemed at a loss, and suddenly pulled me into her arms. The soft touch of her face made me think of Zhou Qiao's ample bosom, that alluring figure that left me utterly captivated. My instinct was to wrap my arms around her, but I felt something unusual in my body. I fought to suppress the burning desire, telling myself not to act like a beast. Unaware of my struggle, she even reached out to pat my head. Her sweet scent filled my nostrils, and being enveloped in this warm body was both blissful and agonizing. I patted her shoulder, finally snapping out of it, and spoke plainly. "All right, it's not like the sky is falling. Didn't you say you'd help me if I wanted to make a comeback? Not just me, my future husband is also a major shareholder. When we join forces, we'll be your strongest backing." Yang 1AI still didn't let go, as if waiting for my emotions to settle. Closing my eyes to steady my thoughts, I slowly pulled away from her embrace. "I'm this old, do you really think I can't see things clearly?" I stepped back unobtrusively and continued. "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those so-called brothers didn't even lift a finger. To have a young woman like you speak up for me now, it truly moves me." Yang 1AI gracefully smoothed her clothes, yet her gaze lingered on me. "Mr. Zhang, you're quite the man. What happened back then was the work of a villain. My investment in you was for profit, wasn't it? Good." I slammed my hand on the table, but at the last moment, I changed my tune. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that once bitten, twice shy. I need more time to think about this partnership." "No problem. That's only natural," Yang 1AI said with a smile. Maybe it was the alcohol talking, but I couldn't shake the feeling her gaze was somehow sticky. I recall Mr. Zhang had plans with a lady, but I snatched her away. "I wonder if it's too late to go now." Before I could respond, she suddenly spoke up. I pulled out my phone to check no message from Zhou Qiao. Squinting at the time, I muttered, "What beautiful lady now? It's this late, are you going to meet a ghost? Better head home to hug your wife and sleep." Maybe spending too much time with colleagues had rubbed off on me, my words were getting a bit crude. Realizing this, I glanced at Yang 1AI guiltily. But she didn't seem the least bit upset. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "I've always believed our reunion at this moment is fate. I never imagined I'd meet you again before my wedding. I never knew how to repay you. See, this is the perfect chance." She continued chattering away, draping her arm over my shoulder. From my angle, I could faintly glimpse the alluring curves hidden beneath her clothes, stirring my restless thoughts. I kept telling myself to stay focused, but out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Yang 1AI's neckline growing wider. I forced myself to look away, but my heart was pounding like a drum. "Mr. Zhang. Truly. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today." A warmth washed over my ear as Yang 1AI's voice seemed tinged with something more than gratitude. I instinctively turned my head and saw her snow-white shoulder bathed in a soft glow under the light. Her hair had come loose at some point, adding a hint of allure. My mind went blank in an instant. I frantically looked away, only to catch a glimpse of lace peeking beneath her suit jacket. A man should have his limits. I dared not look. "We've talked a lot today, and it's getting late. You should rest first. We'll continue next time." "Mr. Zhang." I didn't catch what she said. I just shoved her away quickly, roughly straightened her clothes, and hurried off. I wonder if that counts as running away. After walking along the main road for quite some time, I finally came to my senses. Recalling what Zhou Qiao had mentioned earlier, I couldn't help but call her again, but there was no answer. Somehow, I felt a strange sense of relief. If she had answered, it would have been a huge hassle. As for what happened earlier, I'd wait until next time to ask. After getting home, I stood in front of the bedroom door for a long time before finally deciding to sleep on the couch. Something between us seemed to have changed, a fleeting sensation, gone before I could grasp it. The next day, I went to work as usual, only to be told I'd been fired. Why? I asked, but they didn't give me a straight answer. Even my usually jovial co-workers didn't say much to me, though I couldn't shake the feeling their gazes held something peculiar. I suspected Zhou Qiao was involved, but after searching everywhere, I couldn't find her. That woman had vanished since last night, leaving no trace whatsoever. I packed up my things and dragged my heavy feet home. My mind went blank, unsure how to explain this to my wife. Whether her feelings were genuine or not, she was still my wife. I couldn't bring myself to tell her about my dismissal. I wandered aimlessly, unsure where to go, but I knew I absolutely couldn't go home yet. Just then, I came upon a public bench and sat down. I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, but didn't feel like smoking. Through the swirling smoke, I squinted into the distance. An old man shuffled over, paused beside the trash can next to me, and began rummaging through it. At first, neither of us spoke. He rummaged while I watched. Only when the cigarette burned down to the filter, scalding my fingers, did I flinch in pain. The old man, who had long noticed me, seized the moment to strike up a conversation. "You young people," he said, "not only do you neglect your health, but you also waste your money. How will you manage when you're old? We'll see about that when the time comes." I sighed and offered him a cigarette, but he didn't take it. "I quit long ago," the old man waved his hand, then sat down beside me with his things. "Don't always look so bloomy. You're still young." I forced a bitter smile. "I can't even support a wife and kids now. Look, I just got fired." Only the incompetent sigh and lament. The old man muttered something and started to get up, but I pulled him back. "If I take these things home, my wife will find out I lost my job. If you can use them, take them," I said with a smile, handing him the items I'd gathered from the driving school. "Young people these days," the old man muttered, glancing at the items I'd handed him before finally taking them all. I stared at his receding figure for a long time, only rising when the sun grew unbearable. Chapter 8, Intimate Words. Then I found a tree and crouched beneath it. No matter what, I wanted to wait until dark before heading back. At the very least, I couldn't have my family worry. I still needed to find a job. Hunger gnawed at my heart, and I finally decided to go home. I'd just say my student had taken the day off. Back home, just as I'd imagined, there was no steaming hot meal waiting. I glanced at the clock past midnight. Too lazy to go out for food. After rummaging through all the pots and pans, I found only a leftover steamed bun from yesterday morning in the fridge. I sighed, poured a cup of hot water, and prepared to make do. After just 2 bites, the hard steamed bun made my teeth ache. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded at the door. My wife seemed to be chatting with someone, her tone practiced and slightly suggestive. My simmering anger flared up even more. I tossed the steamed bun into the trash, carried the hot water to the sofa, and pretended to browse my phone. I'd see what she was up to. "Oh dear, this is all part of a doctor's duty. You must take good care of yourself, okay? Bye, moi." We rarely spoke like this. In my memory, she was always dignified and composed. So I emerged with a dark expression. The moment she heard the noise and turned around, she saw me like this. Startled, she jumped back, and her phone slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. "Oh my, honey, why are you back so soon?" We hurriedly picked up the phone from the floor and patted her chest. I pretended not to notice and calmly said, "Oh, my student took a day off, so I came back early to rest. I was looking for something to eat and didn't hear you come back. See? If I hadn't had the day off, you would have gone hungry, wouldn't you?" Li batted her eyelashes, and only then did I notice the groceries in her hands. That was certainly true. My dear wife had worked her magic again. I smiled broadly, though a knot remained in my heart. As if sensing my unease, she casually remarked, "These days, to keep customers happy, I've gotten a lot sweeter with my words. All this dear and moi stuff. It's just to cater to the market." "I don't get what you mean." I pretended not to understand. "I made your favorite tomato scrambled eggs today. Happy?" she added. "I was even thinking of bringing them to your office." We kept chattering away, but I couldn't bring myself to listen anymore. Deep down, I was relieved I'd come home early. Otherwise, wouldn't the truth about my wife getting fired have come out immediately? But thinking back to yesterday's events, I was glad I kept my cool. One wrong move could have led to unimaginable consequences. That Zhou Qiao didn't seem like someone to be trifled with. As for the collaboration with Yang1 AI, it was indeed tempting, but with the precedent set, I needed to think it through carefully. Fearing my wife would discover my unemployment, I had to pretend to commute to work normally these past few days while secretly scouring the streets for a new job. But after days of searching, I still hadn't found a suitable job. If this keeps up, I'll starve to death. Emerging from another company interview, I slumped onto the nearby steps, sighing in utter exhaustion. Finding work is so tough right now. If I don't land a job soon, Li Hui will probably figure out I'm unemployed. Just as I was about to give up and head home, my phone rang. It was an unknown number, probably news from one of the companies I'd interviewed with.
Thinking this, I happily answered the call.
A clear, pleasant voice came through.
Hello, Boss Zhang, it's me. The moment she spoke, I recognized Yang Wenyan's voice. Oh, it's you. I just didn't know why Yang Wenyan would suddenly call me. Look up across the street. I instinctively looked up and saw Yang Wenyan waving at me from across the street, her phone in hand. Today she was dressed in a business suit, light gray stockings tightly hugging her legs, making them look long and slender. I could sense every man passing by her pausing to glance her way. What are you doing here?
I felt a bit embarrassed, realizing Yang Wenyan had seen me looking dazed twice earlier.
I heard you quit your job.
I came here today specifically to find you.
Yang Wenyan said cautiously, clearly mindful of my feelings.
As she spoke, she led me to a nearby coffee shop. As we walked side by side, I could feel her hand hovering near mine, almost as if she were hesitating. I glanced down at her delicate, white hands, still swaying slightly almost like a habit. I uncomfortably rubbed my nose, probably just imagining things.
You sure have your fingers in every pie.
She made it sound like I'd quit voluntarily to jump ship, when in reality I'd been fired. I took a sip of coffee, feeling Yang Wenyan's gaze fixed on me. When I looked up, she didn't avert her gaze. Instead, her eyes held a hint of something indefinable.
Mr. Zhang, how are we progressing with our partnership? I happen to have a newly launched company under my umbrella that needs a manager. Would you be interested? Her words carried genuine sincerity. It would be my honor if you join my company.
As she spoke, Yang Wenyan smiled a smile so dazzling it momentarily blinded me. Her smile blossomed like a peony in full bloom, making one want to touch her cheek. Caught by my direct gaze, Yang Wenyan flushed slightly.
Here are the car keys and my business card with the company address. Start work tomorrow at 8:30.
When Yang Wenyan handed me her business card, her hand brushed mine, making my heart race. Yet her expression remained utterly neutral, likely just my imagination running wild.
Looks like there's no need to overthink it. Accepting this olive branch is my only option for now.
I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head out now.
Remember not to be late for work tomorrow. As I was leaving, Yang Wenyan deliberately winked at me.
Early the next morning, I got up and took the time to groom myself properly, looking at least more alert.
Following the address on the business card, I first reported to the HR department before heading to the manager's office.
The work environment here is excellent, making me feel like I haven't gone bankrupt after all.
So you're the new manager?
While I was organizing documents, a woman in her 30s walked past, narrowing her eyes as she gave me an unfriendly once-over.
Yes, I am. What can I do for you?
I didn't take her hostility to heart, responding with a casual reply.
After hearing my words, she gave a cold snort and walked away.
Later, when I went to the restroom, I suddenly heard voices outside. No wonder Mr. Yang insisted on firing Manager Lee. He was planning to shove him in here.
Chapter 9, Stockings on the Shelf.
I frowned in suspicion, then heard another voice speak up beside me.
Manager Lee just left yesterday, and today this new manager arrives. Anyone with eyes can see what's going on. Under normal circumstances, would Manager Lee's minor mistakes warrant dismissal? It's clearly to make room for him. With connections, the road is smooth.
They exchanged a few more idle remarks before leaving the restroom.
And that's when it clicked why my coworkers had been treating me so badly.
Yang Wenyan had fired the previous manager.
Stepping out of the restroom, I started thinking about how to resolve this situation. A new manager?
No wonder Manager Lee left. It was all to pave the way for you to become manager. I stared in astonishment at the woman speaking ahead of me.
Her face was exquisite, dressed in a sapphire blue business suit with a plunging neckline that offered a glimpse of her ample curves. The skirt was short, paired with black stockings that sparked endless imagination. Her fox-like eyes were slightly upturned as she stood before me with an air of superiority.
From my angle, I could even catch glimpses beneath her skirt. I quickly averted my gaze and addressed the woman, who clearly meant business.
Hello, I'm the new manager. So this is the kind of person who's joined us.
Without another word, she walked straight past me, leaving me no chance to react. Only after she departed did the surrounding colleagues begin whispering among themselves, several pairs of hostile eyes fixed on me. A middle-aged man sat down next to my desk and said, "That Lin woman is our company's vice president and the boss's former mistress. Even though the boss is about to get married, he still has some complicated ties with this woman. She controls most of the company's power, so you'd better be careful." A male colleague whispered this warning to me, advising me to keep an eye on this Vice President Lin.
Thanks.
It seemed the relationships within this company were incredibly complicated. When Yang Wenyan came to see me yesterday, she made it clear this company is jointly owned by her and her fiancé.
The woman who dressed provocatively in front of me used to be Yang Wenyan's fiancé's secretary.
Even though Yang Wenyan and her fiancé are getting married now, behind the scenes, her fiancé probably hasn't cut ties with this woman yet.
That's why she acts so brazenly at the company. I feel somewhat helpless. Does Yang Wenyan really not know any of this? Or is it that she sees everything clearly but chooses not to show it?
The image of Yang Wenyan's flawlessly beautiful face flashed through my mind, and I couldn't help but recall a profoundly true saying.
If you've eaten at home, you can still pick at a few bites outside.
But if you eat out, you won't be able to swallow a single bite when you get home. He has such a perfect, charming person at home, yet he insists on pursuing these other things.
Even if this Vice President Lin couldn't hold a candle to Yang Wen AI in either figure or aura. The magic lies in that woman's fox-like eyes. Perhaps I now understand why King Zhou was utterly bewitched by Daji? Some women's gazes are the deadliest weapons. But now I've got an even bigger headache. It's clear that Vice President Lin doesn't think much of me.
My role is project manager, but since I've just reported for duty, I don't have any projects to speak of. Even the team members were left over from the previous manager, Lee. But it's obvious that Manager Lee knew how to handle people. Now everyone has some degree of resistance toward me. After enduring a grueling morning, lunchtime finally arrived only to find myself utterly lost without anyone to guide me.
I let out a long sigh. Is this really how a manager should be treated? Zhang Yu, why are you sitting here alone? I instinctively looked up and immediately spotted Yang Wen AI. At the company, Yang Wen AI dressed quite formally, wearing a business suit. The top was a gray tailored blazer, while the bottom was a pencil skirt. The magic was in that pencil skirt. It must have been custom made, perfectly hugging her curves. Like a plump, juicy peach, firm and full. But I felt something was different from before. But I didn't dwell on it, just gave a wry smile. Hey, Mr. Yang, I said, this isn't exactly a cushy job. Everyone's got an opinion.
Yang Wen AI chuckled at my remark, covering her mouth with a giggle that revealed her snow-white neck.
Did someone downstairs give you the cold shoulder?
Come to my office.
I just ordered lunch, let's grab a bite together.
I hadn't found a place to eat yet, and I had plenty of questions I wanted to ask her.
Naturally, I didn't refuse. Since Yang Wen AI's office had its own bathroom, I felt the urge to pee and headed straight for it.
A few seconds later, the sound of rushing water filled the air. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Phew. But when I casually looked up, my body trembled involuntarily. Directly above the toilet across from me, a pair of flesh-colored stockings lay haphazardly. My head buzzed. Now I finally understood what was different about this girl compared to this morning. This morning she wore stockings, but just now she was bare-legged. What was going on? I couldn't help myself. My hand reached out to the flesh-colored stocking as if possessed. The texture was nice, soft and smooth. In this situation, I could already picture her slipping them off. In a daze, a bold idea struck me. Even afterward, I felt slightly perverted about it. I slowly brought the stocking to my nose and immediately caught a whiff of that uniquely feminine scent.
Though my wife has it too. Yang Wen AI's scent was entirely different. Zhang Yu, are you ready? The food will get cold. Just as I was lost in my own world, a sharp sound came from outside the door. I jumped in fright, my hand trembled, and the stockings plummeted straight into the toilet. Even though I reached for them lightning fast, it was still a step too late. A small part had already gotten wet. Oh no, oh no. If that girl saw this, she'd think I was some kind of perverted creep. I was just curious, that's all. I quickly crumpled the stockings into a ball and placed them back on the shelf. I just hope that girl is careless enough not to notice. After I left, Yang Wen AI sat at her desk, smiling radiantly at me. Perhaps because she'd done something she knew was wrong, she seemed a little nervous. And I couldn't shake the feeling that this girl had somehow seen right through me. I tried my best to steer the conversation elsewhere. By the way, what was the real reason you fired that manager Lee? Why are so many people upset about it? The night before last, while entertaining a client, he accidentally made a snide remark about the company, so I let him go. I couldn't help but look utterly helpless. Seriously, are you kidding me? Complaining about the company is precisely how you align yourself with the client's perspective. Chapter 10, Lin Nimi's targeting. Actually, this tactic is quite normal. And I'm certain the points I criticized about the company were absolutely acceptable to the client. Having risen to the position of manager, she shouldn't be so impulsive. Don't forget what I used to do. I was once a successful entrepreneur myself. I understand these little schemes all too well. Yang Wen AI nodded, his expression indifferent. I know that. Then why did you have to fire him? Because his heart isn't with me. Yang Wen AI's simple statement clicked instantly. So you're saying Manager Lee is Deputy General Manager Lin's man? Yang Wen AI gave a faint smile. Smart. I didn't expect you to get the news so quickly, but it's a good thing at least we have a sense of crisis ahead of time. No sooner had she spoken than the girl rose slowly, circling around to stand behind me. Then she pressed her cheek against my ear. Her warm breath tickled my skin, sending a tingling sensation through me. Zhang Yu, you're the person I trust most in this company. I hope you can help me. I nodded without thinking. Understood. The meal passed in unease, and my thoughts began to race. If things kept going this way, this couple might end up tearing each other apart one day. I had just returned to my desk that afternoon, planning to take a quick break, when I looked down and saw a pair of beautiful legs encased in black stockings right before my eyes. Manager Zhang, are you settling in? I instinctively stood up. Oh no! The fox-eyed one's here to cause trouble. Hello, Vice President Lin. Slacking off on your first day? We're not a charity, we don't keep idle hands on the payroll.
And your department has a heavy workload. Even though you're currently a manager, if you don't perform well, I'll remove you at any time.
What can I do? When you're under someone's roof, you gotta bow your head.
Even though I'd love to point my finger at this sassy woman right in front of me and yell at her.
I quit.
But the thought of my nearly broken family made my lips twitch.
In the end, I held back. I understand, Deputy Director Lin.
My eyes drifted to her name tag, Lin Mimi. It really did sound like the kind of name a mistress would have.
Then Lin Mimi tossed a document folder in front of me.
Our company champions a wolf-like culture, the capable rise to the top.
This is the project assigned to you. Study it carefully, you can get started right away.
No sooner had she finished speaking. Lin Mimi sneered with contempt, then couldn't help but give me a once-over. Clearly, this woman already regarded me as a thorn in her side. Fail to deliver, and you're out.
I could only nod in agreement.
Watching Lin Mimi sway her hips as she walked away, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath.
Snap.
But just then, the middle-aged man who'd spoken to me earlier picked up the document folder and began examining it.
Oh boy, looks like Deputy Director Lin is serious about this. I froze for a moment. What did that mean?
This project fell through just 2 months ago. Not only did the collaboration fail, but the client also slapped Manager Li twice across the face.
Manager Zhang, you're on your own now.
No sooner had he spoken than he gave my shoulder a light pat.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
I casually picked up the documents and skimmed through them. It was a small resort project. It was only natural, really. But after all, it's a mountain village. While the scenery is breathtaking, the locals are fierce. If you don't handle them the right way, it'll backfire. Getting slapped a couple of times would be par for the course. That Manager Li must be a real pushover, otherwise, he'd probably end up buried in a pit dug by the villagers.
I basically slacked off all afternoon until quitting time.
But for the first time, the walk home felt incredibly long. The moment I reached the doorway and opened the gate, I sensed something off about the atmosphere inside. After a closer look, I realized my wife was sitting on the sofa with another woman.
That woman was Zhou Qiao.
My wife, Li Hui, was wearing a silk nightgown, but since she was at home, she wasn't wearing any undergarments.
Through the light, I could see the faint outline of her breasts.
Even though my wife often wore such attire before, now I felt an undeniable sense of repulsion. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiao sat with her arms crossed over her chest. Especially after applying a bit of pressure, the compression on her chest intensified, as if they might spill out at any moment.
Zhou Qiao's outfit was truly pitiful, it must have been suffocating her all day. Today, this woman wore a sky blue bodycon dress, its tight hem reaching the top of her thighs. She was seated directly across from me, legs crossed in a relaxed posture. I could still make out the faint purple hue peeking through. Seeing Zhou Qiao instantly brought back memories of that night. Her seduction of me. Yet she promptly turned around and cost me my job. And this woman's expression was utterly bizarre, as if she were observing a pet. That look made me feel uneasy. The atmosphere at home felt off, especially with Li Hui. Her eyes were slightly reddened. It looked like she'd been crying. I forced myself to stop thinking about that night with Zhou Qiao. What's wrong, honey? I asked instinctively. Li Hui didn't respond. What's wrong? Are you ignoring me?
Zhou Qiao looked at me and lightly licked her lips, a clearly seductive gesture.
I nodded awkwardly. Zhou Qiao was here too. The atmosphere in the room was unbearably awkward.
I sat on the other end of the sofa, waiting for Li Hui's judgment.
Are you unemployed? My heart skipped a beat. What's worse, it was Zhou Qiao who asked. I instinctively looked up and stared at her, finally understanding what it meant to cut someone to the bone. Am I unemployed? You're the one who should know best, you damn woman. My lips twitched. Yes, I quit. Li Hui finally couldn't hold back any longer.
She rose instinctively, hot tears welling up in the corners of her eyes.
Zhang Yu.
Every day I humble myself before others, acting like a lackey, just so we can have a better life.
Have you forgotten? Zhou Qiao is learning to drive with you, yet you haven't been to the driving school in days. If she hadn't told me today, how long did you plan to keep this from me?
Li Hui shouted these words. And she only grew more animated as she spoke. When I encounter those sleazy men, no matter how disgusting they are, I still swallow my pride and endure it all because I hope no one files a complaint so I can get my end-of-month bonus.
Who do you think I'm working so hard for? It's all for our family. Can't you think about me for once?
Li Hui cried as she spoke, her whole being radiating such profound grievance.
Chapter 11, Beating Up Second Donkey.
Watching Li Hui weep with such heartbreaking sorrow, I couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. She'd suffered enough following me around, but Zhou Qiao over there was nothing but a troublemaker.
Zhang Yu, don't you owe her an explanation? I took a deep breath.
Honey, I know you're doing this for our family, but I quit my job because I landed a better one.
A better job?
Li Hui instinctively looked up at me, her expression filled with confusion.
What do you mean by that?
I pulled the car keys straight out of my pocket. It's a manager position recommended by a former business partner of mine.
This is the company car they gave me. I'll bring the contract back tomorrow.
This time, it was Zhou Qiao who was utterly astonished.
Her entire body trembled.
Especially those proud curves on her chest, trembling along with her body. I couldn't help but recall that night the way this woman had seduced me, like a true mortal being. Perhaps sensing my gaze fixed on her chest, or perhaps frustrated by her unmet goal, Zhou Qiao shot me a fierce glare. But this exchange of glances was something only the two of us understood.
Hui, it seems I really misunderstood Zhang Yu.
Since there's no issue, I'll take my leave. Mainly, I'm worried you two might end up arguing.
Li Hui nodded. Thanks so much, bestie.
Zhou Qiao waved her hand dismissively, then turned and sashayed away, her ample rear swaying as she went. Watching Zhou Qiao's retreating figure, I suddenly fell deep in thought.
What exactly is this woman up to? I really couldn't figure it out. But one thing I'm certain of, this woman is extremely dangerous. I'm sorry, honey. I was wrong about you.
Li Hui pressed herself against me like a limp rag, her breasts brushing against my shoulder with a faint, almost imperceptible touch. Since she wasn't wearing a bra underneath, I felt a soft warmth against my arm. Plus, Li Hui must have just returned, as she still carried a faint scent of fragrant sweat.
I'm absolutely certain she could make any man fall head over heels for her.
Suddenly, Li Hui grabbed my arm and placed my hand on her thigh. Since she wore shorts beneath her nightgown, my palm caressed her snow-white thigh. Li Hui applied gentle pressure, causing my hand to slide down slightly, suddenly brushing against the lace trim. Though this was perfectly normal between spouses, and my wife was undeniably alluring, for some reason.
My hand jerked back as if electrocuted.
Li Hui froze in place.
What's wrong?
Zhang Yu, you've been acting strange lately.
I shook my head slightly. I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you've suffered so much.
I'll do everything I can to break free from this situation.
Li Hui sighed. I'll make you some dumplings. We're out of vinegar at home, could you go buy a bottle? I nodded softly. Not daring to linger another second, I turned and jogged away from the spot. But just as I stepped out the door, I felt a piercing gaze fixed on me. It was Li Hui staring after me. I couldn't tell what expression she wore, but I felt a stinging pain on my back. I headed to the convenience store at the bottom of the residential complex. The owner was a single guy in his 30s. My wife and I often bought small items from him, and over time we'd become quite familiar with each other. Back then, people still called me Mr. Zhang, but in just a few short months, I'd become this pathetic mess. This guy goes by Luzi. Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhang? Long time no see. Where have you been making your fortune lately?
His tone was downright flippant.
Back in the day, would he have dared talk to me like that? The answer is obviously no.
But since he dared to joke with me so casually, it meant he was already aware of my predicament. My lips twitched slightly, then I shook my head gently.
No fortune, I'm broke.
Luzi chuckled.
Oh my, looks like what they said was true after all, you really did go bankrupt.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he gave me a pitiful look.
I finally understood what they meant by good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Get me a bottle of vinegar.
Luzi chuckled, but showed no intention of fetching it for me. He leaned close to my ear, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Brother you, I said, you've looked out for my business all these years. Though I'm no big shot like you, I've managed to save up a bit from my small ventures.
Over 100,000 yuan.
I'll give you half to use now, no interest.
Just write me a note. I froze in place.
Deep down, I didn't believe someone like him would be so generous. But his offer of no interest did touch me a little.
After all, I'm desperately short on cash right now.
With this money to tide me over, life would be a bit easier.
Luzi, if you're willing to help me out, I won't forget you when I get back on my feet. And rest assured, I'll pay you back every month. After all, I've landed a decent job now. But just then,
Luzi quickly waved his hands.
Let's not talk about that.
It feels awkward between us, brothers.
Actually, I have something I need your help with too. I froze. Back in the day, this guy might have asked me for help. But now I'm broke as a joke, how could I possibly help him? Just spit it out.
Luzi rubbed his palms together with a sly grin.
How about you have Hui come over to see me tonight, you?
No strings attached, man.
We're all adults here. Having a couple drinks with me isn't exactly embarrassing. Money's the real deal.
And rest assured, I'd never spread word about this.
After all, we're... Before the guy could finish, I felt an uncontrollable rage welling up inside me. A weasel paying respects to a chicken.
I finally understood what this guy was after.
Bull.
I slammed my fist on the tabletop. Luzi, if you're a real man, say one more word to me.
Luzi looked annoyed.
I said, Zhang Yu, you're already a mess.
What are you pretending for? Do you think your wife is some kind of saint?
The way she dresses all day long is just to seduce men.
Let's be honest, she's just a Thai vixen. I'm giving you tens of thousands interest-free. What more do you want? Having your wife spend a night with me isn't a bad deal.
My head buzzed like a bee.
At that moment, who had time to think about all that?
She suddenly grabbed the storage box nearby and slammed it hard onto his head. A piercing scream echoed. Lucy collapsed instantly, a trickle of blood running down his forehead.
"You hit me. My shop has surveillance. You're not getting away tonight." My heart skipped a beat. How could I have forgotten about that? Chapter 12, The Key to Zhou Qiao's Home.
But just as I froze in shock, the guy started dialing his phone.
"You're not leaving without paying me 100 grand tonight." My store's cameras caught everything clearly. I glared at him.
Betrayed by my brother, scorned by my wife, even framed by her best friend.
I used to be the mighty Mr. Zhang. I endured all that.
But even a piece of trash like Lucy dares to and piss all over me.
This time, I couldn't hold back any longer.
I grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it hard onto the counter.
Clang! The bottle shattered instantly.
I picked up the broken shards and advanced toward him step by step. Now I could only feel my eyes burning red with rage, consumed by fury, wanting nothing more than to kill this bastard. Lucy sensed something was off with me and watched me warily.
"What are you doing?" "I'm telling you, Zhang Yu. Don't do anything stupid. You think you can push me around? Well, none of us will live to see tomorrow."
No sooner had the words left my mouth than Lucy's legs buckled and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. But at that critical moment, a pair of delicate, icy cold hands grabbed my arm. I froze for a moment, then a gentle voice spoke from behind me.
"Zhang Yu, don't be so impulsive. It's not worth it for someone like him. You go out first. I'll handle this."
That voice sounded incredibly familiar. I instinctively turned my head to find Zhou Qiao standing right behind me.
"What exactly are you trying to do?" Zhou Qiao smiled. "Now you're questioning me? I was just trying to help you out of a bind."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qiao gave his own impressive chest a little squeeze. He flicked his tongue at me, wearing a seductive expression.
"Wait for me outside." I have to admit, Zhou Qiao is a real vixen.
But I should thank her. If Zhou Qiao hadn't stopped me at that critical moment, tonight would have turned into a complete disaster. I turned and left the shop immediately. I didn't know what Zhou Qiao said to Lucy, but in less than 2 minutes, she came out. Spotting me sitting on the nearby steps, she tossed me a pack of Dahua cigarettes.
"Not sure what brand you usually smoke, but this should be good enough, right?" I gave a wry smile.
"A poor guy like me doesn't deserve to smoke these."
Zhou Qiao sighed. "You're a grown man, can't you think about the consequences of your actions?"
I didn't look up, but Zhou Qiao's 2 beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, kept swaying back and forth right in front of me. I'm not a leg man, but seeing Zhou Qiao's legs made my imagination run wild.
For a split second, I almost couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. She was simply a heavenly beauty.
Zhou Qiao chuckled softly.
"Staring at someone's legs like that, who knew you were such a closet pervert?"
I swallowed hard, forcing down every thought that had surged in my mind.
Then I looked up and in that instant, I couldn't see Zhou Qiao's face at all.
She was standing so close that all I could see was her chest, at least an E-cup. Especially the way they swayed, utterly captivating, completely stealing my gaze. And I wasn't kidding.
"Zhou Qiao, could you tell me? What exactly are you trying to do? My unemployment is thanks to you, right?"
Zhou Qiao smiled.
"Isn't this a blessing in disguise? Without me, where would you find such a great job now?" I frowned deeply. "So according to you, I should actually thank you?" "You can thank me."
I scratched my head hard.
"Zhou Qiao, tell me, did you come to my house today just to drive a wedge between my husband and me?"
Zhou Qiao gave an adorable little snap of her fingers and fluttered her eyelashes at me.
"You got it. Smart girl, that's exactly what I had in mind.
Once you two turn against each other and head toward divorce, I'll be able to swoop in and take advantage of the situation." No sooner had she spoken than Zhou Qiao pressed her entire body against mine. Her chest pressed against my shoulder and a strong scent of perfume hit me. Mixed with it was the unique scent of a woman's body. A flame instantly ignited within me, growing fiercer and fiercer, making my mind wander.
Zhou Qiao wrapped her soft arms around my neck. She breathed softly into my ear, and I felt my entire body tremble. This tingling sensation, unbearably pleasurable yet utterly addictive, left me utterly helpless. "Zhang Yu, haven't I told you already? I've liked you for a long time. It was Li Hui who stole you away. I, Zhou Qiao, believe I'm in no way inferior to her, so I'm openly seducing you. If Li Hui dares to divorce you, I'll sleep with you right in front of her. Just to piss her off." The words barely left her mouth before Zhou Qiao covered her own lips, giggling softly. "What the hell kind of predatory talk is this?" I shoved her away. But my palm accidentally brushed against the softness of Zhou Qiao's chest. "Whoa, getting impatient already?" I quickly pulled my hand back. "Zhou Qiao, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just using me as a guinea pig. Women like you, I can't handle, and I don't want to. Don't bother me anymore." Zhou Qiao shook her head. "I've already told you that high and mighty wife of yours? She's just good at hiding it. If you knew what kind of person Li Hui really is, you probably wouldn't have rejected me. Tonight I'll give you this advice: don't judge people by appearances alone. You've been successful before, you should understand this principle.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhou Chao reached out, taking my hand in hers. With her other hand, she placed a cold object into my palm. I stared at it. A key. What are you doing? This is the key to my home. It has the neighborhood and house number on it. I've moved to a new address. Your wife won't know about it. When you're ready, come find me. After midnight, I'll definitely be home. Don't not just walk right in. I believed any normal man would be unable to resist such words. What made it worse was that Zhou Chao, regardless of anything else, had a higher overall score than my wife in terms of looks and figure alone. My wife has an average figure, barely curvy, but her face is like a goddess's. But Zhou Chao before me was the complete opposite of Li Hui. Her fiery figure, especially those impressive curves, even made me drift off into daydreams. What on earth was inside those curves? It seemed to defy the laws of human anatomy. And Zhou Chao's face, it radiates an innate, seductive charm. This is the kind of woman who truly ignites a man's desire. Every smile, every glance, even the slightest gesture, she had men wrapped around her finger. Chapter 13, Are you sure? I watched Zhou Chao walk away. But right now, I have absolutely no other thoughts about Zhou Chao. Instead, I felt this woman was too calculating. I stumbled home in a daze, greeted by the scent of something delicious cooking. Sometimes, when I really think about it, Li Hui is actually quite a good wife. And look at the mess I'd become. She hadn't left me. That alone was something, wasn't it? Li Hui turned her head and glanced at me, offering a faint smile. At that moment, she actually looked like the picture of a devoted wife and mother. If only I hadn't accidentally spotted that sexy lingerie in the bathroom that day. Honey, you're back. Quick, pass me the vinegar. Dinner's almost ready. I nodded lightly. After a quick meal, I made to get up and brush my teeth. But Li Hui grabbed my arm and gave me a smile. Just leave it here for now. I'll tidy up early tomorrow. Come in, I've prepared a surprise for you. I froze for a moment. But somehow, I found myself following Li Hui inside. The room was dimly lit when we entered. Only the purple downlights were on. We never turned them on before. We'd always thought they'd be perfect for a little romantic mood setting. But after marriage, every time Li Hui and I got intimate, she insisted on turning off the lights, so this fixture never got a chance to shine. Why didn't you turn on the lights? I asked, feigning ignorance. Li Hui gave a faint smile, then grabbed my arm and pushed me straight onto the sofa. She straddled my thighs, and a rich fragrance enveloped me. Li Hui clung to me tightly, as if she wanted to merge me into her own body. What's gotten into you today? I could barely get the words out. Though we'd been married for several years, I'd never experienced this feeling before. Wasn't Li Hui supposed to be quite conservative? Why, after just a few short days, had such a drastic change occurred? Her body writhed like a water snake across my legs, her voice filled with soft moans. Don't you love this kind of atmosphere? Honey, I know you've been tired lately, so let's just relax tonight. Next, Li Hui wrapped her arms around my head and pressed it firmly against her chest. My face was completely buried in her chest, enveloped by softness. Tonight, I wanted to experience something different too. Even though my passion was already rising, my hands just couldn't wrap around her. Even I don't know why. Honey, there's a big problem with our relationship. Don't you even want to touch me anymore? Li Hui asked with a hint of hurt in her voice. I shook my head gently. You weren't like this before. The change feels too abrupt. Or has something happened? Li Hui had been writhing against me moments ago, but upon hearing my words, she instinctively pulled away. She turned and sat on the other side of the bed, quietly sobbing. To be honest, seeing Li Hui like this really hurt me inside. But I just couldn't bring myself to comfort her. Maybe even I don't understand why. I haven't changed, it's just that you think I have. I'm forcing myself to act this way because I'm scared. I'm scared that one day you'll leave me. I froze. What do you mean by that? Li Hui seemed unwilling to hide it any longer. She lifted her head and looked at me. Am I wrong? Every time you stare at Zhou Chao. I admit she's sexier than me, but that doesn't mean she's better. My head buzzed. What the hell are you talking about? What does this have to do with Zhou Chao? How is it not related? I'm not stupid. I can see it in your eyes, you like her a lot. So I just wanted to tell you that whatever Zhou Chao can do for you, you can feel the same way with me. After saying that, Li Hui smoothly slipped off her nightgown. I suddenly found it hard to breathe. Especially under this dim, gloomy light, all I could make out was a general outline. Yet that silhouette was so exquisitely graceful that a question mark formed in my mind. Could this really be my wife? Husband, from now on, whatever you desire, I'll do my utmost to fulfill it. If I held back now, I'd be a fool. Besides, Li Hui had made a valid point. At least for now, we were still a legitimate married couple. There was nothing wrong with what we were doing. I watched as Li Hui walked toward me step by step. I instinctively reached out my hands, and her soft body drew closer to mine. Her body was burning hot. Husband, you love me, don't you? I nodded gently. But just as I was about to lift her up, Li Hui whispered softly in my ear. Honey, I want to take a bath. Will you join me? Our bathtub hasn't been used in ages.
It's still early, and the night is long. I nodded gently.
I picked Li Hui up and headed straight for the bathroom. But as soon as I entered the bathroom, before I could even set Li Hui down, my gaze involuntarily drifted to the other side to that purple lace panty. This lace panty must have been just taken off, lying there in disarray.
But the moment I glanced up, my head buzzed. The reason was simple. Next to it lay one of Li Hui's black tops.
I panicked instantly, setting Li Hui down on the floor. While she looked utterly bewildered, I grabbed the black top.
There was something on it.
I'm a man, after all, and I'd already noticed this once before.
Now can you explain to me what this is? This isn't the first time I've seen this, Li Hui. Are you really trying to drive me to my death?
I could no longer contain the rage boiling deep within me. The interest I'd just managed to muster was now completely doused by a bucket of cold water.
Li Hui's expression changed. Let me explain, Zhang Yu. What kind of person do you think I am?
It's just milk. I spilled it on my clothes by accident while changing.
But Li Hui's voice grew fainter and fainter.
A sneer of contempt curled my lips.
Oof. You really think I'm an idiot? Do you seriously believe that? Li Hui's lips twitched. But I'm telling the truth. Honey, you have to believe me.
I shook my head gently.
I turned and walked away from the spot. Perhaps I should have known all along that things wouldn't go this smoothly. And now, Li Hui's becoming bolder by the day. Could she be hinting that she's already slept with another man? The more I thought about it, the more my mind spun.
I scratched my head hard and turned to leave the house. Before I closed the door, I could still hear Li Hui's shouts.
Chapter 14, The Twin-Tailed Girl at the Bar. My head felt like it was about to explode. Walking alone outside, I felt utterly lost. Now I truly had no home to return to. I truly didn't know how to face Li Hui. Or should I just face the facts? Get the divorce papers processed sooner rather than later. But just then, a text message pinged on my phone. Received payment, 28,000 yuan.
I froze for a moment, but just seconds later, a call came through.
It was Yang 1AI calling. Hey, Zhang Yu, did you get that text? Did you transfer this money? Why are you suddenly sending me money? My voice was weak and breathless.
It's the activity funding for your project. I hear you've already taken over a project. Do a good job. Bring back that old Zhang Zong spirit of yours.
I'm confident you'll absolutely nail it. I shook my head helplessly. Yang 1AI probably doesn't realize this project is a hot potato.
But there's no need for me to discuss this with her. After all, I can't keep relying on someone else's protection forever in this company.
The project is challenging, but it's not impossible to tackle. Then I'll thank President Yang in advance. Yang 1AI seemed to sense the awkwardness in my tone. What's wrong? Zhang Yu, did something happen? Why can I hear traffic noise? Why aren't you home yet so late? I sighed. Nothing. Just out grabbing something. See you tomorrow. Yang 1AI nodded, half convinced. Alright, see you tomorrow.
Before I knew it, I found myself at the entrance of a bar. The place was all neon lights and glitz, with two young girls at the entrance constantly flirtatiously swaying their hips. Both wore ultra-short skirts.
Standing below the platform, I glanced up and could already see the faint outline of white panties beneath. What was getting into me?
Thinking back to the scene with Li Hui at home, then recalling what Zhou Qiao had said to me, I found myself inexplicably drawn into the bar. The moment I pushed open the door, a deafening DJ beat blasted out, piercing my eardrums. Truth be told, this was my first time in a place like this. It was supposed to be paradise for us young people. But since I'm a rising star, I'd never choose a place like this for business meetings. Today was definitely an eye-opening experience. A burst of flashing strobe lights left me disoriented for several seconds before I could make out the bar's full layout. Directly ahead was a large dance floor where couples pressed against each other. They seemed to be practically squashed together. Right beside me, a couple or perhaps just acquaintances had embraced and started kissing passionately. Especially the guy, his neck was covered in bruises, looking downright scary. Steeling myself, I walked over to a booth and sat down. I ordered a few cocktails and began taking in the scene around me. In each corner of the dance floor stood a small circular platform, each topped with a pole. Several long-haired women dressed as bunny girls were constantly writhing around the poles. Their outfits were quite daring, true bikinis that showcased their impressive figures. Directly beneath them, layers upon layers of men surrounded the dancers, spraying them with drinks. Under the spotlight, they resembled goddesses emerging from a bath. I couldn't help but smack my lips. These young folks sure know how to party. But there I was, alone and bored, sipping my drink, when a powerful force slammed into me. Cocktails spilled all over me. Can't you watch where you're going? I realized my luck had hit rock bottom, just like the old saying goes. When you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. That's exactly how I felt. Especially around my groin, it was soaking wet. Then came a sudden cry of ouch. It was a woman's voice. I froze as she plopped down squarely on my thighs, thankfully avoiding any sensitive areas. The girl instinctively turned to glance at me. Judging by my years of experience, she couldn't have been more than 20-something. She was carrying a backpack with a stuffed monkey on the back, probably still in school. "Sir, please. Please help me." The girl seemed quite anxious, clasping her hands together and bowing repeatedly toward me. The next second, something completely unexpected happened. She actually stood up and forcefully pried my thighs apart. Though petite, she managed to wedge herself right between my legs. Her head buried between my legs. I was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was this woman crazy? But just then, several figures slowly approached me. They'd already started questioning the people at the next table. It suddenly dawned on me, so she was being chased after all. I wonder what she did to get into this mess. But from that brief encounter, I didn't think she was the type to be involved in that line of work. But just as I was pondering this, a burly man in black approached me. He tapped my shoulder lightly. "Hey, buddy, have you seen a woman?" I instinctively clamped my legs together. Since the space under the counter was cramped, the guy didn't notice what was happening below. "Ha, buddy, you're really funny. This place is packed with women. If there weren't any women here, why would I even be here?" The burly man in black seemed to see my point and quickly continued. "I'm talking about a little girl with a backpack and 2 pigtails. She looked kinda plain. She just ran this way. Did you notice her?" I shook my head. "It's so damn dark in here, you can't see a damn thing. Besides, she wasn't running around naked or anything. Why would I notice?" The man in black nodded. "Sorry to bother you." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and began searching deeper inside. The girl seemed to feel safe and instinctively tried to get up. But just as her head lifted, 2 more men in suits approached from behind. My reflexes kicked and I exerted force, slamming both hands down to pin her head back between my thighs. Only after watching those guys leave did I finally relax. Alright, they're gone now. Come out quickly." The girl lifted her head, looking utterly wronged. Though the light was dim, I could still make out her features. She was quite pretty, though she didn't know how to apply makeup well, and her clothes were indeed quite ordinary. How could such an unassuming girl have so many admirers? I pulled her up in one swift motion and handed her a cocktail. "You're so naughty. From now on, I'll call you Naughty Uncle. Why did you push my head toward you? You're crazy. If I suffocated, who would take responsibility?" Chapter 15, The Great Battle Against the Fox Spirit. I felt a wave of helplessness wash over me. I turned and stared straight at her. "If I hadn't pinned you down just now, those guys might have caught you. I saved you in my own way, yet here you are, ungrateful." The little girl pouted. "Alright, whatever. Thanks anyway. I owe you big time for saving my life. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay you." No sooner had she spoken than she turned and walked away. I couldn't help but recall her features, shaking my head with a hint of resignation. This world is just too chaotic. After spending several hours in the bar, it was already past 3 in the morning and I was utterly exhausted. I got up and headed straight for home. But standing at my own doorstep, I felt like a thief. Finally, I gathered my courage. Fortunately, Li Hui should be in the bedroom. I flopped onto the sofa and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I had no idea if Li Hui had gone to work. After a quick wash, I hurried off to the office. That Vice President Lin really wasn't a good person. He immediately turned his attention to me. She wasn't bad looking, but why did she have to be so unpleasant? Today was my second day back at work. If I was late again, I'd be in real trouble. Thankfully, after rushing like mad, I finally made it to the front desk just in time. But just as I was about to clock in, that sickening voice rang out again. "Manager Zhang, is this your attitude toward work?" That voice was all too familiar. I instinctively turned my head and saw those alluring fox eyes again. Today, Vice President Lin was dressed to make anyone's blood boil. She wore a yellow strapless top, and that impressive cleavage alone was enough to make many men drool. Especially that deep cleavage, brimming with endless imagination. But the real magic lay below the waist. Today, Vice President Lin wore a pair of skin-tight jeans. Most people struggle to pull off jeans, but on her? One word, flawless. And I had this feeling. These jeans didn't seem like she'd put them on, they looked like they were painted on. They fit her like a second skin. They perfectly accentuate a woman's most beautiful features. As for her feet, a pair of white patent leather high heels made her legs appear even longer. Lin Nini frowned. Probably thinking I was staring at her. "Manager Zhang, did you hear what I just said?" Only then did I snap back to reality. I quickly nodded awkwardly. "I heard that part, but isn't it still early?" Lin Nini frowned. "Manager Zhang, you're quite something. Office hours are set for employees, yet as a leader, you're the last one to arrive. Don't you think that sets a bad example for your team?" I took a deep breath. Getting chewed out by this little brat first thing in the morning, anyone would feel annoyed. But hey, we're just eating off his hand. My apologies. I was about to back down and apologize, but just then, a warm arm suddenly grabbed mine. Yang 1AI yanked me behind her, glaring straight at Lin Nini. True to her mistress mentality, Lin Nini's expression immediately turned awkward upon seeing the legitimate wife arrive. "Ms. Young, Lin Nini reluctantly lowered her head and addressed her respectfully. Yang 1AI across from her shot her a glance.
Secretary Lin, you really have quite the air of authority. Remember your place?
Yang 1AI pointed her finger at Lin Nini's nose.
Don't forget you're just a secretary.
Zhang Yu is the project manager.
What gives you the right to boss people around here?
Lin Nini kept her head bowed.
I'm sorry, Ms. Yang.
I just thought Manager Zhang was new here and might not be familiar with the rules, so I...
Oh? So you mean you were kindly reminding him? What rules? Was clocking in before work hours wrong? Exactly. If he's not at fault, what are you whining about here? Are you trying to tell everyone you can walk sideways through the company like a crab?
Though I'm standing behind Yang 1AI now, listening to her scold Lin Mimi, I can't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Seeing Lin Mimi suddenly turn into a timid little mouse right before my eyes, I just want to sing good fortune comes.
We common folk are truly happy today. I gave Yang 1AI a light pat on the arm. That's enough, Ms. Yang. My voice was soft.
Truthfully, I also wanted to remind Yang 1AI after all, so many people were watching.
This is a company, not some scheming harem.
Yang 1AI nodded, then crossed her arms tightly across her chest, perfectly accentuating the alluring curve of her cleavage. To be honest, this girl has quite the figure, though she can't compare to Zhou Qiao.
But that woman? She's absolutely one in a million, no contest. And seriously, this is a company. Do you think you're at your family's bathhouse? Showing up to work in your underwear? I was utterly dumbfounded. What underwear? Even I, a grown man, know that's called a bandeau top. As soon as Yang 1AI said that, several employees around us started snickering, and some even pointed and whispered.
Lin Nini instinctively covered her shoulders.
Got it, Mr. Yang.
If I ever catch you dressed like this again, corrupting the company's atmosphere, don't blame me for kicking you out.
With that, Yang 1AI turned and walked away.
Lin Nini's eyes turned red, clearly on the verge of tears.
I stretched lazily.
Just as I was about to leave, Lin Nini shot me a fierce glare. This woman finally hated me with every fiber of her being.
She probably thought everything was my fault, that I'd messed everything up. Damn, I'm so wronged.
This whole thing had nothing to do with me in the first place. She was the one who started picking on me.
I shook my head in resignation. Looks like things won't be peaceful from now on. I'm seriously fed up. All I wanted was to earn a simple paycheck, but now I'd become everyone's punching bag.
I trudged back to my desk, only to find my team all slumped over their desks.
Each one looked utterly drained of energy.
Seeing this scene, I felt puzzled and couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man who had spoken to me yesterday.
Hey, buddy.
This middle-aged guy had been pretty nice to me. After all, I was their new manager.
Manager Zhang, if you have something to say, just speak up. What's gotten into everyone? The guy gave an awkward chuckle. Looks like we're all going to get hit with big pay and bonus deductions next month. Chapter 16, join me for drinks. I'm a bit confused about the situation. What's going on, man? Manager Zhang, my name is Li Wei. Please stick to my full name from now on. I nodded slightly. Since you're a bit older than me, I'll start calling you Brother Wei. That's just how I roll.
But about what you mentioned earlier, everyone getting their wages and bonuses.
Wei shrugged helplessly. It's all because of that resort project. It was already dead in the water, but now Mr. Lin has split it up again just to target you. Brother Wei's expression darkened. After all, that's how our department works. Salaries are tied to performance. If this project fails, we'll inevitably have our base pay docked as accountability. I nodded in sudden understanding. Lin Nini really is ruthless. Looks like she's using these people to target me. I bet everyone in the department hates me now. Our department isn't large, and there are only a handful of women. I'd already taken note on my first day none of them were particularly attractive or well built. I stretched lazily. Don't worry, success depends on people. I'll review these relevant materials first, then formulate a plan. At my words, Wei beside me shook his head helplessly. It's useless, Manager Zhang. The previous manager already got slapped. I think we'd be better off just accepting the punishment quietly, to avoid getting frustrated again later. I patted Wei Gu on the shoulder. But I held back the rest of what I wanted to say. I've been a force in the business world for years. If I can't handle a small project like this, what the hell am I even doing? I immediately buried myself in research. The entire day. Even lunch was brought to me by Wei Gu. As the workday drew to a close and everyone was packing up to leave, I quickly called everyone over. I'd like to hold a quick meeting, just a few minutes of your time. Head over to the conference table now.
No sooner had I finished speaking than someone started complaining.
What a pain. We're about to clock out and you pull this stunt? Exactly. Now I'll miss the bus. Why didn't you say something earlier? This is so annoying. I have a car loan to pay next month. This guy is such a pain. Now our whole department is under Mr. Lin's scrutiny. I doubt things will get any easier from here on out. Yeah. I'm only sticking around another month. If I still don't see any hope, I'm ready to jump ship. Everyone chimed in one after another.
And I heard every single word. But when it comes to winning people over, I'm pretty confident. Even though everyone seemed reluctant, I'm still the manager in name, so no one dared to say much. One by one, they took their notebooks and gathered around the table.
I took the seat of honor. First, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to join this team. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yu.
But before I could finish, one of the female employees raised her hand.
Manager Zhang, let's skip the pleasantries. Get straight to the point.
We're all tired after a long day and want to head home.
I offered an awkward yet polite smile. Damn it. I'm a department manager now, for crying out loud. To be looked down upon by my own employees? Is there any justice left in this world? I waved my hands hurriedly. Alright. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. I've taken a preliminary look at this resort project assigned to us by headquarters. Then I took a deep breath. Earlier, during negotiations with the village chief, misunderstandings and disputes arose, leading to this mess. But I have a way to salvage the situation. As soon as I said this, the people around me exchanged glances.
Manager Zhang, don't joke with us. This project was a joint effort from the start, and that village chief is truly impossible to communicate with.
Exactly. His name is Lu Dabiao, a hot-tempered brute. You simply can't reason with someone so uncivilized.
A confident smile touched my lips.
Before we've even begun, they're already backing down. This won't do.
The designer and copywriter will accompany me tomorrow, along with Wei.
I looked across at the group. I know you all look down on me.
But as you said, this position belongs to the capable.
I believe it won't be long before you all see me in a new light.
I delivered each word deliberately. But the employees across from me seemed utterly unconcerned with my words. They still slumped their shoulders and walked away.
I shook my head in resignation. How can we win battles in this state? But after tomorrow's visit, I'm confident everything will come to light.
Just as I was about to leave, a graceful figure stood outside the door.
The business suit she wore gave Yang Wenai an undeniably alluring charm.
Her arms crossed over her chest. The pressure from her arms made those two peaks in front of her stand out even more.
Zhang Yu, are you done with your work? Let's grab a bite to eat. I shook my head.
At work, I could ignore these troublesome matters, but I still hadn't figured out how to face Li Hui. Right now, I certainly don't have the energy to deal with Yang Wenai.
Forget it, Ms. Yang.
I'm a bit tired, and I still need to prepare materials for tomorrow.
But Yang Wenai shook her head. I'm not ordering you, I'm speaking as a close friend. My heart aches. I want to go drink. Will you join me? My lips twitched. Though I wasn't particularly eager to go, judging by her attitude, she seemed determined to drink. A pretty young woman like her going to a bar, what if she ran into some creep? That could be dangerous, couldn't it? Alright then, but don't drink too much.
Yang Wenai's face lit up with a radiant smile as she flashed me an OK sign.
No problem. I can hold my liquor just fine. Let's go. I've already booked a private room.
No sooner had she spoken than Yang Wenai grabbed my arm and yanked me outside.
We climbed into Yang Wenai's car. About an hour later, we pulled up outside a shopping mall.
I looked up at the mall, utterly bewildered.
Mr. Yang, are you kidding me? I've never heard of drinking in a mall before. Yang Wenai gave a faint smile. Just follow me, Zhang Yu. Looks like your mind is getting old. This is a place young people often come to.
I felt my face flush instantly.
Mr. Yang, lead the way. Let me see how you young folks have fun. Yang Wenai didn't hesitate, grabbing my arm and pulling me along.
I felt a bit helpless.
You're engaged now. If anyone sees this, it'll be major news. Chapter 17, Yang Wenai's seduction. Yang Wenai shot me a glare.
If you're scared, just leave.
I'll drink alone if I have to.
I quickly threw up my hands in surrender.
Fine, you win. I'd thought this girl was just messing with me. After all, what kind of mall has a bar? We couldn't very well sit on the rest benches drinking, could we? But as it turned out, I was being way too naive.
Or as Yang Wenai once said, people like me really are a bit out of touch.
It was my first time hearing about a standalone cinema.
It's basically a soundproof booth with a massive screen right in front, and 2 massage chairs directly opposite it. There's also a bed for resting and fitness equipment in the back. But Yang Wenai must have reserved this room in advance.
After we entered, the fridge in the back was packed full of alcohol. My head started spinning. Are you planning to get me drunk? You're not trying to get me wasted, are you? Yang Wenai gave a faint smile.
With just the 2 of us in the private room now, she'd shed all pretense.
I'm just feeling really frustrated and want you to drink with me.
But don't worry, I won't force myself to keep drinking later.
I nodded lightly. The 2 of us drank in the private room while watching the movie.
But after a few rounds of drinks, I felt a wave of heat rising within me.
The dim lighting here played a big part, and Yang Wenai's worldly demeanor when she drank, bathed in that soft glow, made her look undeniably alluring.
I swiftly shed my jacket. Yang 1AI followed suit, shedding her own suit jacket. Beneath it was a white shirt. She unbuttoned her shirt and I assumed she just wanted to feel more comfortable. But who knew she'd just pulled his shirt off entirely? Today, Yang 1AI was wearing a small spaghetti strap top underneath. While it wasn't exactly revealing, and some daring girls might even wear something like that on the street. But the crucial point was that we were the only two people here. Watching her toss her hair back, I felt my breath catch in my throat.
What's wrong? You know exactly what's wrong. I'm a man, for heaven's sake. Could you show me some respect? Do you seriously think any normal guy seeing you dressed like this wouldn't have other thoughts? I uttered those words with utter resignation. As soon as I finished speaking, Yang 1AI burst out laughing.
But she must have had a bit too much to drink, because she slowly stood up.
She swayed unsteadily over to me.
Then Yang 1AI's cheek came very close to mine.
Zhang Yu, you're not as innocent as you seem. Don't you have a clue about what you've done? I froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? You can't just accuse someone without evidence.
Yang 1AI chuckled, then pressed her lips close to my ear and whispered softly. The stockings on the bathroom shelf, you must have touched them. You're the only one who's been in my bathroom.
As she spoke, Yang 1AI exhaled warm breath, sending a tingling sensation through my ears.
They had water stains on them, probably fell into the toilet by accident.
But I have my own way of arranging my clothes.
Those stockings were clearly messed with.
You still want to deny it?
My lips twitched slightly. Though the theater lights were dim, I could still feel my face flush.
Fortunately, in this dim setting, she probably wouldn't notice my embarrassment. Truthfully, I'd long since forgotten about the stockings incident. Who knew the girl had figured it out so early on?
Just thinking about it made me feel like I'd embarrassed myself all the way back to my hometown.
After a moment of silence, I awkwardly rubbed the tip of my nose. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not some pervert. I just wanted to pick them up and take a quick look. At first, I really did want to explain. But I realized the more I talked, the sleazier I sounded. So in the end, I just fell silent. Yang 1AI across from me burst out laughing, patting my neck as he chuckled.
Brother Zhang, you're such a character.
Interested in someone else's stockings? Don't you know those are intimate items?
I rubbed the tip of my nose.
Well, they're not exactly intimate. Yang 1AI suddenly threw herself on top of me. And I swear, there was absolutely no warning whatsoever. 1 second we were joking around, and the next who knew? This girl just lunged straight at me.
And Yang 1AI's mouth was so close to mine.
I instinctively took a deep breath.
A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted from her breath, mingled with the scent of alcohol.
Even though it was faint, it was utterly intoxicating. What's gotten into you? You haven't had too much to drink, have you? I thought Yang 1AI was trying to seduce me.
After all, she deliberately called me to this private room, and now she was so close to me. She even ended up leaning directly against me.
Every single detail proves it, doesn't it? But the next second, Yang 1AI across from me had tears welling in her eyes. That's right. The girl started crying outright.
And her sobs grew more heartbroken by the moment. Even without a sound, I could see it all clearly. Those crystal clear tears slowly slid down her cheeks.
My expression changed instantly. Hey, what's going on? What happened? Why did you suddenly start crying? I felt a sudden panic. After all, I dreaded seeing a woman cry more than anything. Yang 1AI seemed to realize her own emotional outburst.
Wiping away her tears, she shook her head softly.
I didn't mean to. And I never intended to ruin your mood. Let's drink.
No sooner had she spoken. Yang 1AI immediately grabbed a bottle of beer and downed it in one gulp. I snatched the beer away from her. With your drinking tolerance, if you keep going like this, you'll end up in the hospital after just a few bottles.
Yang 1AI shook his head. It's fine. Don't you still want to tell me why? Or is it that you don't trust me? Yang 1AI gave a bitter smile. What is there that I wouldn't tell you? I just want to ask you one thing, did you just feel your heart flutter? Hearing the girl's words, my body felt like it had been electrocuted. For a moment, I had no idea how to respond. Or rather, from start to finish, I never imagined Yang 1AI would ask such a blunt question. No, what do you mean by that? Don't dodge it, answer me. Yang 1AI's expression was utterly serious, even though the girl was drunk and completely tipsy. Her eyes, however, were crystal clear. I knew I couldn't dodge this, so I had to tell the truth. I nodded slightly. You're right. After all, a beauty like you taking the initiative would make any man's heart flutter. Chapter 18, Black Valley Scenic Area. What I said was indeed the truth. And just now, I truly felt my heart pounding wildly. But Yang 1AI just laughed self-deprecatingly. Yeah, sometimes when I stand in front of the mirror in the bathroom and admire my figure, I think it's pretty perfect too. When this girl suddenly spouted such predatory words, I genuinely didn't know how to respond. But why would he brazenly keep a mistress? I just couldn't wrap my head around it. It all clicked into place for me in an instant. It all seemed to be because of that Lin Mimi. Though I've never met Yang Wen's fiancé, I've already despised him in my heart.
The guy is shameless and downright stupid.
Yang Wen AI is stunningly beautiful, truly goddess level, so why is he entangled with that Lin Mimi? Is this what they call the grass is always greener on the other side? I didn't know how to explain it. So I just stayed silent.
But not long after, I heard Yang Wen AI's soft snoring from within my embrace.
I froze for a moment.
Only then did I realize the girl had fallen asleep in my arms and in such an incredibly suggestive position.
I shook my head.
I gently lifted Yang Wen AI and placed her directly onto the bed behind us.
Sleep well, I murmured to myself. Everything will be fine when you wake up. I murmured to myself. And what about me? Who would have thought Yang Wen AI and I would end up sharing the same fate?
The night passed without incident. Though I shared a room with this girl, no matter how lecherous I might be, I wouldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. Besides, deep down, I actually felt a sense of gratitude toward Yang Wen AI.
After all, no matter how you look at it, she was the one who introduced me to this well-paying job. And after staying out all night, Li Hui didn't even call once.
It seemed our relationship had truly ended.
Early the next morning, Yang Wen AI stretched lazily like a kitten, utterly adorable.
But the moment this girl opened her sleepy eyes, she saw me.
The room fell silent for a few seconds. Yang Wen AI, like a startled fawn, let out a shriek. Ah! You, what on earth is going on?
I shrugged helplessly.
Get up and freshen up quickly. I have important business to attend to. Today will determine the project's success.
And don't drink so much in the future.
With that, I walked straight out of the private room. I figured Yang Wen AI would probably check herself over and decide she was fine. A dozen minutes later, Yang Wen AI finally emerged from the private room.
But she'd already removed her makeup. She certainly didn't look as stunning as she did with makeup, but she possessed a natural beauty. She really had good natural features.
I'm really sorry, Brother Zhang. I didn't mean to. Did you even get any sleep last night? I waved my hand dismissively. Do I even need to ask? Just look at these dark circles under my eyes. No worries, I'll head out now, got important business at the office. Yang Wen AI insisted on seeing me off and I couldn't refuse.
But once I got in the car, I realized it wasn't just Li Hui who ignored me yesterday.
Yang Wen AI's phone hadn't rung once either. Seems her fiancé isn't exactly doting on her either.
But just as we reached the company building, a twin cab Maybach pulled up. It radiated the owner's opulent elegance. The driver hurriedly stepped out to open the door, and a man in his late 20s or early 30s emerged.
He was about my age.
He had a good build, though his looks fell short of mine.
That was more than compensated for by his aura of immense wealth and influence. The man walked straight toward me and Yang Wen AI. Yang Wen AI frowned and whispered to me. He's my fiancé. And today is the first time I've met this legendary figure. Wen AI, why do you look so pale? Yang Wen AI merely gave a perfunctory reply. Nothing much, just didn't sleep well last night.
He nodded and casually slipped his arm around Yang Wen AI's waist as they walked toward the company.
Not once did he spare me a glance during the entire walk. And to this day, I still don't know what this guy's name is.
Just as I was lost in thought, Wei Gu tapped my shoulder from behind.
Hey, manager, what are you daydreaming about all alone? I shook my head quickly. Nothing.
Just need to organize the files.
We're getting ready to head out. I said it in a flat tone, and Wei Gu gave me an okay sign. The two of us packed up our things, took 2 employees with us, and left the company. I have to say, this resort was really far out. Taking turns driving, it took us over 3 hours to finally arrive at a scenic area. The scenic area was called Black Valley.
Wei pointed to a row of small houses above the scenic area. Manager, that's the place.
Black Valley is a project developed by our company, but it doesn't attract many visitors. At a glance, I spotted the problem.
It lacks distinctive features, and scenic spots like this are generally pretty much the same.
Plus, its location is so remote that low visitor numbers are to be expected. Wei Gu looked at me with admiration.
Seems the manager didn't just get in through back channels.
I couldn't help but cringe inwardly. Was the plan to expropriate those houses up there and turn this canyon into a hiking trail or aerial tramway? Wei Gu nodded. Exactly.
After all, this location has unparalleled geographical advantages, and the views up there are much better. It's definitely a major selling point. But then he changed the subject.
But that village chief, Lu Debao. What an ungrateful bastard.
We've never been able to reach an agreement with him, and those few villagers are hot-tempered too.
I chuckled. I think it's not just about compensation, they probably don't want to move either. Of course. After all, the scenic area is built right here. It's like a free source of visitors for them.
Even if they just run a small business, they could live out their days comfortably.
I shook my head gently. It's more than that. I think you haven't won them over emotionally. I delivered that line with a touch of pretentiousness. Way across from me froze for a moment. Manager, what exactly do you mean by that?
Fortunately, Yang Wen AI had given me a substantial sum earlier, and now it came in handy. I pulled out a small stack of bills roughly 2 or 3,000 yuan. Use it all to buy liquor. Go find out what kind of liquor the locals usually drink. Wei Go across from me froze in shock. Manager, you're not planning to bring back souvenirs, are you? Can we focus on the main task first? I shot him a glance. I told you to go, so go. This is for the client. Wei Go waved his hands hastily. Manager, it's really not necessary. That Lu Debao is completely unmoved. We've given him even more valuable gifts before. Chapter 19, Lu Yeye. I smiled at him. What did you send him? A jade Buddha amulet, premium bird's nest, and... I cut him off immediately. Just trust me. Why all the nonsense? If you send him these things, he won't even look at them. Wei Go looked at me skeptically. But in the end, he still went out and bought over 10 bottles of baijiu. I nodded in satisfaction. Charged straight in. The others looked completely bewildered. We'd barely reached the village entrance when several villagers blocked our path. What's going on? These villagers were downright hostile. But thinking about it, it made sense they probably disliked us. I plastered on a smile. Good day, everyone. I'm here to see Village Chief Lu. Oh my, didn't you get beaten enough last time? Want another round? Get lost. Get lost. Don't ever come back. I pulled out another small stack of bills from my pocket. Damn it. This rotten world, you have to pay for every damn thing. I shoved the money into their pockets. Sure enough, their attitude changed instantly. It's not that we won't take you, but since we already messed up last time, there's no point in coming back, right? I clasped my hands together. Please, just give me a chance to introduce myself. Whether it succeeds or fails, I won't blame you guys. I still want to try. They nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll take you to meet our village chief. But we're not guaranteeing anything. I instinctively made an okay gesture. A few minutes later, I finally met this legendary man. He sported a thick stubble beard, looked completely unkempt, and wore clothes that screamed country bumpkin, yet he had a de Zhanghua cigarette dangling from his lips. He radiated the aura of a coal baron. Damn it! How did you get these damn things in here again? Didn't I tell you? Not for all the money in the world. The guys behind Wei Go were clearly startled, probably because they'd witnessed his fiery temper before. I chuckled. Dealing with this sort of person is actually simple, just give them what they crave. Share their interests, and you've already won the first battle. I didn't shake his hand or exchange pleasantries, all that superficial nonsense. Instead, I stood directly before him. Village Chief Lu, I believe we can still talk. If you have any demands, just say the word. Lu Debao sneered contemptuously. Ha, so you're one of those fearless types. I've got nothing to discuss with you civilized folks. Can't deal with you lot. As soon as Lu Debao spoke these words, a faint smile touched my lips. Then I snapped my fingers. Wei, go unload the stuff from the car. Wei Go across from me nodded. When a dozen bottles of baijiu were laid out before us, even Lu Debao was stunned. What's this all about, buddy? Village Chief Lu, as I just said, we can discuss things slowly. And regarding the benefits our company offers, I can still negotiate for more. With that, I popped open a bottle of liquor. Then I tilted my head back and gulped down several mouthfuls. The fiery sting hit my taste buds, and I couldn't hold it back. A small spurt shot out. Lu Debao seemed to take a bit of interest in me, crossing his arms over his chest. Huh, what's he up to now? I wiped the tears from my eyes. Just to prove to you that I'm here with sincerity. Lu Debao clapped his hands. Come in and sit down. I'll treat you as a guest from the village. No sooner had he spoken than the guy turned and went inside. Wei Gu and the others behind me rushed over to steady me. Holy, boss. You're so manly. Chugging it all in one go. I retched violently a few times. Don't say anything once we go inside. I'll handle him. Just as I'd expected, Lu Debao loosened up after a few drinks and started chatting away. But we kept chatting about everyday stuff. I actually kept him pretty entertained. Ha, I said, bro, you and I get along well. We could be friends, but this project? Let's not discuss it for now. I furrowed my brow slightly. What did Village Chief Lu mean by that? This land is a prime opportunity. While the resort you built has boosted our local economy, it's not the only one eyeing this plot now. It suddenly clicked for me. So all this time, other companies had already made their moves. If another company takes it, we'll suffer double the loss. After all, our company invested heavily in building the resort. If this prime location gets developed by someone else, wouldn't that just be helping someone else succeed? And we'd have provided them with free marketing. If the project gets to this stage, I might as well quit as manager and pack my things to leave. Have you already agreed to it? I shifted my lips slightly, asking tentatively. Lu Debao across from me waved his hand dismissively. It's not finalized yet, but we're in the final stages. Don't make this difficult for me. Blame it on that Li manager. Seems Yang 1 AI had every reason to replace him. But what should we do now? Is there really no chance at all? I couldn't quite accept that. Before Lu Debeo could speak, a sharp voice pierced my eardrums.
Dad, why are you drinking again? Your blood pressure is so high, can't you listen to me?
I couldn't tell why. That voice sounded familiar. I instinctively turned my head and saw a girl with wheat-colored skin slowly approaching. Perhaps because she'd grown up in this mountain village, she possessed a rustic beauty, especially in her healthy, sun-kissed skin. Her features were truly delicate, and she wore 2 twin ponytails. She didn't look very old, but those 2 impressive curves on her chest were quite eye-catching.
Her frame was slightly broader, though not fat after all. Can obesity and fullness ever be the same thing?
In the village elder's words, a figure like hers was guaranteed to bear sons.
Lu Debeo chuckled heartily. Yeah, you're back. Dad was just discussing business with someone. Don't worry about it, go rest. Yeah pouted. But in that moment, my brain finally flipped. My head buzzed. I've seen this woman before. She was at the nightclub that day. Do you remember who I am? I blurted out suddenly. Lu Debeo and Yaya across from me froze in place. The girl scrutinized me closely. You look kinda familiar, but I don't know you. Where have we met? I cleared my throat slightly. Ahem. Remember that night at the bar? I was the one who saved you from trouble. Yaya fell silent for a few seconds, then her face lit up with realization. Pointing at me, she jumped up excitedly. Ah. So it was you, uncle. The lighting was too dim that night, I couldn't see you clearly. Wow. Never expected to run into you here. Chapter 20, A Stormy Night. Lu Yaya across from me was utterly thrilled. She didn't even care about the people around her, even though her own dad was standing right beside her. This little girl didn't know how to avoid suspicion at all. She threw her arms wide and pulled me right into her embrace. The softness pressed against my chest and cheeks left me momentarily speechless. But the girl clearly wasn't thinking much of it. No matter how well developed she was, in my eyes she was still just a little kid. Across from us, Lu Debeo froze. His eyes widened, his expression filled with utter bewilderment. Do you two know each other? Lu Yaya nodded. Dad, remember that guy who saved me at the bar that night? Lu Debeo finally caught on. So it was you, brother. Ha, isn't this just fate? I scratched my head awkwardly. But honestly, I still don't know what that was all about that night. Lu Yaya puffed out her little lips, looking rather aggrieved. You're telling me. I was supposed to go out with my roommates, but those guys got drunk and insisted I drink with them. Lu Yaya chuckled. Of course I wasn't having it, so I kicked that guy. You know what happened after that. I gave Lu Yaya a thumbs up right there. You're really brave for a girl. You should avoid places like that in the future, it's too dangerous. Lu Yaya playfully stuck her tongue out at me. Beside us, Lu Debeo downed a large glass of baijiu in one gulp. Bro. No need for thanks, I've spoiled this girl rotten all along. But thank goodness you saved her. If anything had happened to my girl, how could I have lived with myself? I nodded vigorously. At the same time, Lu Debeo patted his chest with great bravado. Enough talk. How about we discuss the project you mentioned tomorrow? Lu Debeo suddenly blurted out. I was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Does that mean? Lu Debeo nodded with a smile. Tonight we'll just drink our fill, and we'll discuss the details of our partnership first thing tomorrow morning. I was instantly fired up. Drinking was no half measure, we just kept pouring until we were down. After all, this opportunity was crucial for me. I thought I'd have to do some serious talking, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Lu Yaya joined the fray too. Don't let her young age fool you, she's definitely inherited Lu Debeo's temperament. She was a real heavy drinker. And Lu Debeo didn't even try to stop her. After the drinking session, Lu Debeo's head was already slumped on the table. He waved at us with a slurred voice. Daughter, you take care of them. Your old man's heading back to bed. With that, Lu Debeo staggered to his feet and wobbled away. Lu Yaya's cheeks were flushed too. She helped me up and ushered us all toward the lounge area. Wei and the others had drunk less than me, but since they rarely socialized, they couldn't hold their liquor well. After settling them in, Lu Yaya then guided me to another building. The moment I stepped inside, a wave of fragrance hit me, and I couldn't help but widen my eyes in surprise. The entire room was decorated in shades of pink, utterly bursting with girlish charm. I couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Yaya. Miss Lu, what's the deal here? Your guest room design is so youthful. Lu Yaya across from me burst out laughing. Having had a drink, her reaction was a bit more exaggerated. What? This is my room. We're running out of space at home, so you'll be squeezing in here tonight. Her breath tickled my nostrils. A strong smell of alcohol, mixed with a faint fragrance. I'll take the bedroom, you can make do on the couch tonight. I nodded slightly. At that moment, my whole body felt dizzy and lightheaded. Who had time to care about such details? I felt like I could fall asleep instantly even if I lay on the floor. Lu Yaya helped me onto the sofa. The moment I lay down, the world spun violently. The girl went back to her room too. I had thought this would be a silent night, passing in utter tranquility. But I wasn't exactly sleeping soundly. The little brat seemed to be taking a shower. The bathroom was right off the living room, so I heard the faint trickle of water. But I was drunk as a skunk, so naturally I paid no attention. Soon after, I heard the door open. But just my luck. The next second, thunder roared a deafening boom. Even I jumped in surprise. But as the thunder faded, a piercing scream echoed out. Oh my! My mind cleared instantly. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and instinctively turned to look around. Since it was pitch black here, I couldn't see a thing. But the very next second, another clap of thunder roared, and a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the entire room. Through the light, I finally made out the room's condition. Someone was sitting on the floor. To be precise, it was a woman. And since there were only two people in the room, me and Lu Yeye, it was obvious who it was. And Lu Yeye was wrapped only in a thin bath towel, screaming in agony. Even though she tried to keep her voice low, I could hear every word clearly. Ouch, ouch. It hurt so much. I jumped up and asked tentatively, though anxiously. What's wrong, Miss Lu? But asking only made Lu Yeye jump like a startled bird. Ah. Did I wake you? It's nothing, nothing. I just tripped and fell. Go back to sleep. What do you mean, it's nothing? Where's the light? Lu Yeye suddenly grew flustered. Don't turn on the light. Just go back to sleep. I'm really fine. No sooner had she spoken. The girl gritted her teeth and tried to get up. But halfway up, she crashed back down with a thud. Ouch. I couldn't delay any longer. I scrambled to my feet and rushed toward Lu Yeye. After a brief rest, I felt slightly more alert. I crouched down in front of Lu Yeye. Quick, let me help you back inside. Just as Lu Yeye was about to refuse, I scooped her up in my arms. But the moment I lifted her up, it finally clicked. Why she wouldn't let me turn on the light, and why she wouldn't let me touch her. Because this nightgown were soft and smooth, with an incredibly pleasant texture. And with my head spinning, I lost my footing and stumbled. Lu Yeye instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around my neck, pulling my head down forcefully. But I was struggling to stand up. So our lips ended up pressed together. A fragrance mingled with alcohol drifted into my mouth. My other hand accidentally slid down onto this girl's leg. With a gentle squeeze, that warm sensation spread across my entire palm. Oh my. Lu Yeye in my arms let out a soft, instinctive moan. Her body writhed like a water snake. But this only made my heart race faster. We locked eyes. Our hot breath mingled in each other's nostrils. Gazing at the lovely girl before me, fueled by the alcohol, I slowly leaned in toward Lu Yeye's cheek. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Our lips drew closer and closer. Chapter 21, Reaching an Understanding. But just then, a thunderclap echoed across the sky. A crackling sound echoed. Lu Yeye instinctively widened her eyes, and my own mind cleared considerably. Put me down. I shook my head gently. At first, Lu Yeye tried to resist. But in the end, she seemed to resign herself to it. But the girl was incredibly shy after all. In this situation, we'd shared such intimate contact. In the end, she buried her face directly into my chest. I pretended not to notice, but the burning heat within me refused to be extinguished. I gently laid Lu Yeye on the bed. Like a little water snake, she rolled over and burrowed straight into the covers. I chuckled and shook my head, turning to leave. But Lu Yeye spoke softly. Thanks, uncle. I waved my hand dismissively. Get some rest. You'll need to be more careful from now on. I hadn't thought much of it at first, but after our brief exchange, I actually sensed a hint of warmth in the atmosphere. But just then, thunder roared in. A crack of lightning. Even I couldn't help but flinch. Lu Yeye behind me instinctively cried out, and I immediately realized. Seems this girl must be afraid of thunder. Miss Lu, you're not scared, are you? Lu Yeye buried her head under the covers and nodded softly. Yeah, I'm scared. I've been afraid of thunder since I was little. But back then, my dad would always tell me stories beside me. It seems like after I hit my teens, I was all alone. Now I felt awkward about leaving. So I sat down on the other side of the bed. Fortunately, Lu Yeye's bed was quite spacious. You go ahead and sleep. I'll leave after you've fallen asleep. Consider it my way of thanking you. Why thank me? If it weren't for you, the project with your dad wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lu Yeye playfully stuck her tongue out at me. Uncle, actually, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I'd planned to sit for a while, waiting until this little girl fell asleep before leaving. But who knew the alcohol would kick in? Before I knew it, I dozed off too. I slept straight through until dawn. The sunlight woke me up. I couldn't help but stretch. But just then, I realized I was lying flat on Lu Yeye's bed. Even covered with a blanket. I instinctively turned my head to look, but Lu Yeye was nowhere to be seen. My head felt like it was buzzing. If Lu DeBayo found out I'd slept in his daughter's bed all night, would he hack me to death? The thought sent a cold sweat running down my back. I couldn't care less about anything else. I just got up and straightened my clothes. But as soon as I stepped into the living room, a sweet fragrance hit me. Wake up, uncle. Your toiletries are ready. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. I never expected this. That this little girl would be so thoughtful? A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of fragrant vermicelli noodles was brought in. After drinking so much last night, nothing beats a bowl of soft noodles in the morning. I used to make these for Dad all the time. I kept nodding in approval as I ate. This is really good. Your cooking skills are no joke. Lu Yaya chuckled softly. Of course. I'm not kidding you, this skill runs in my family. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Lu Yaya and I went to find Lu Dabao. But Wei and the others were already there drinking tea with Lu Dabiao. Hey, buddy. You've got some serious stamina. You really knocked me out last night, still feeling a bit rough today. I waved awkwardly. Village Chief Lu, you're too kind. You're the one with the real stamina. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, we naturally got down to business. Lu Dabiao beckoned me over with a flick of his finger. Did you bring the contract? Brother, let's save you another trip, just sign it and we're done. I was taken aback. I hadn't expected Lu Dabiao to be so straightforward. Lu Dabiao across from me seemed a bit dumbfounded too. What's the matter? Did you come here to discuss a partnership without even bringing a contract? Otherwise, I can draft one for you right here, I've got a printer. I quickly shook my head. No, I brought the contract. I just didn't expect Village Chief Lu to be so straightforward. You've completely thrown me off balance. Lu Dabao laughed heartily. What's the big deal? That's just how I am. I can't stand beating around the bush, that's exactly why I welcomed you so warmly yesterday. Lu Dabao spread his hands. I simply see you as an honest man. Add in the matter with my daughter, brother. I trust you completely. I nodded lightly. Then I pulled out the contract. Lu Dabao didn't even glance at it, just scribbled his signature across the page in bold strokes. Village Chief Lu, you sure do trust me. Not even a glance. Lu Dabao burst out laughing. No big deal. This place is a tourist spot after all. You guys should stick around a couple more days. We'll take my car out for a spin at noon, I've got a rugged SUV that runs like a champ. I quickly shook my head. I'm truly sorry, Village Chief Lu, but I must get back to the company right away. We still need to coordinate the initial stages of our project. Just as Lu Dabao was about to speak, I gave him a faint smile. Anyway, since we've already established a partnership, I'll definitely keep coming back regularly. We'll have a proper drink together then. Lu Dabao nodded. Since you put it that way, I won't insist, he said. I'll see you both out shortly. In the end, I couldn't refuse Lu Dabao's persistence and ended up having lunch with him. We then hurried back to the company. By the time we stepped into the office, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. I had planned to rest at my desk first, but before I could even reach our section, someone called out to me. Zhang Yu. You're becoming more and more arrogant. Do you even know your place? I froze for a moment. That voice sounded so familiar. I instinctively turned around, only to see the person approaching, and instantly felt my face flush with embarrassment. Lin Nini had changed into another outfit today, at least it was far more subdued than yesterday's strapless top. Seems Yang Wen's words did have an effect after all. Today she wore a professional suit, her hair clearly straightened, lying perfectly smooth over her shoulders. I have to admit it. Lin Nini truly had the allure of a seductive fox. Especially those fox-like eyes no man could resist taking a second look. Wei Gu beside her was flushed red. He whispered beside me. This girl's something else even when she's angry, she's a sight to behold. I'd gladly take her daily scoldings. I stared at Wei Gu in disbelief. You really are a shameless bastard. Chapter 22, Lin Nini's Apology. But my remark clearly reached Lin Nini's ears. Lin Nini frowned. This woman had it out for me from the start, and now she had even more reason to be angry. What are you muttering about? Are you cursing me? I chuckled. Although this woman is quite attractive, she's been so disgusting to me all along that I now have absolutely no fondness for her whatsoever. Mr. Lin, why do you always take things personally? Besides, I wasn't talking to you. Lin Nini's lips curled into a cold sneer. She then picked up a document from her hand and flung it straight at my chest. I instinctively caught the papers. But after just one glance, I couldn't help but freeze in shock. This damn thing was a termination notice. What the hell is going on, Vice President Lin? I asked, feeling a bit bewildered. Lin Nini across from me chuckled softly, then crossed her arms over her chest, standing tall and proud like a duck strutting its stuff. Her impressive cleavage was perfectly on display, though. Are you blind? You've been fired from our company. The finance department will settle your wages for the past few days. Now go pack your things and get the hell out of here within half an hour. After delivering this, Lin Nini gave me a smirk. But that smile was dripping with contempt. I wanted to know the reason firing an employee without cause seemed rather inappropriate, didn't it? Ha! You have the nerve to ask why. Not only did he want to know, but I did too. Before Lin Nini could continue, Yang Wenai's voice cut in from the side. I instinctively slapped my forehead. How did these two women end up together again?
This is like Mars colliding with Earth. They barely sparked yesterday, and today they're at it again.
And both incidents were entirely because of me.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm some kind of jinx. Lin Nini's gaze shifted away slightly when she saw Yang Wen AI. After all, rank has its privileges. Add to that her reputation as the other woman with the legitimate wife right here, she dared not overstep. Mr. Yang, I was merely conveying the general manager's instructions. The document bears his signature, it was simply a notification.
Yang Wen AI chuckled. Don't try to intimidate me with his name. I just want to ask you what gives you the right to fire him. Besides, Zhang Yu was hired by me. If you want to let him go, you should at least give me a heads up first.
Lin Nini across from him quickly shook her head.
Mr. Yang, you're overthinking this. This is the general manager's order.
It's not that we're deliberately making things difficult for him, he himself violated company regulations. Lin Nini picked up the rules again and began explaining.
Yang Wen AI chuckled across the table. Fine, tell me first, which rule did he violate? Unauthorized absence.
From yesterday morning until now, he hasn't been seen at all, nor have any other team members. We've already investigated the situation. He claimed he was meeting with a client, but there's no evidence to support it. Furthermore, there's been zero progress on the matter so far. Therefore, we have every reason to suspect he's simply skipping work without cause.
Yang Wen AI frowned. Does he not even have time to meet with clients?
If that's the case, I suggest we handle all future interactions online. Lin Nini gave a faint smile.
Of course, that's not what I meant.
He can absolutely meet with clients, but the key issue is that there's been zero progress. If our company's salary is that easy to earn, he could easily spend his days loafing around under the pretense of meeting clients while still collecting our company's hefty paycheck. As soon as Lin Nini said this,
I finally couldn't hold back. Hey, could you at least ask me first?
Why are you so sure there's been no progress?
Lin Nini's lips twitched slightly.
I know exactly what you're going to say because the project you assigned me was already completely rejected, and that guy even slapped managerly.
If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly how it went. I said this with a smile.
Lin Nini was momentarily speechless.
You assigned this project to me just to deliberately make things difficult for me.
You were even acting all high and mighty earlier because you knew there was no way I could close this deal.
Lin Nini's expression darkened. None of that matters. The bottom line is it's completely ineffective, right?
So the general manager has already decided to permanently dismiss you, the useless one. As for Mr. Yang, if you feel this is unfair, you're welcome to discuss it with the general manager.
Yang Wen AI nodded firmly. I'll go see him right now. Ask him what the hell he means by this. With that, Yang Wen AI turned to leave, his face twisted with fury. But I grabbed Yang Wen AI's arm. Hold on, Mr. Yang.
Wei, pull out the contract and show it to her so Vice President Lin doesn't misunderstand us again.
Wei Go promptly made an okay gesture. He promptly pulled the signed contract from his briefcase beside him. And this time, he wasn't in a good mood toward Lin Nini either. Because Wei Go could clearly see that Lin Nini was deliberately making things difficult for me. Deputy Director Lin, please do us the honor of taking a good look. Make sure to open your eyes wide. This is a black and white contract. It matches the company's previous expectations exactly.
Lin Nini's face darkened considerably. Especially Lu Debao's signature at the bottom of the contract. This kind of thing absolutely couldn't be forged. How could this be? Wasn't the resort project already completely finished? This woman really is all looks and no brains. She could have erased the past entirely, but instead, she just handed herself over.
Yang Wen AI's face turned icy. What more do you have to say? Do you even know what this is called?
Deliberately undermining company efficiency. Your actions are utterly despicable.
Lin Nini visibly panicked. Mr. Yang, that's not what I meant.
I just wanted to see how Manager Zhang handled things. I didn't expect him to be so capable.
This is entirely my fault.
No sooner had she spoken than Lin Nini swiftly turned her head and gave me a slight bow. Though I could sense her underlying resentment, she was showing me respect now. I'm truly sorry, Manager Zhang. This was my oversight for not clarifying the situation beforehand. Please forgive me. No sooner had she spoken. Lin Nini deepened her bow, then instinctively lifted her head to look at me. And that's when I caught sight of something truly astonishing. Her blouse, which hadn't been buttoned at the collar to begin with, now revealed her snow-white chest completely before my eyes with that deep bow. I was completely dumbfounded. Nice shape. That was the only thought racing through my mind. I almost blurted it out. But in the nick of time, I managed to hold back. Chapter 23, just this one blunder. It's fine, Deputy Director Lin. It was just a misunderstanding. Director Yang, let's just drop this matter. Yang Wen AI nodded. This is my final warning, Lin Nini. If you dare to be the company's troublemaker again, don't blame me for kicking you out without mercy. With that, Yang Wen AI turned and walked away. I thought Lin Nini might thank me after all. If I hadn't intervened, Yang would likely have given her a hard time again.
But who knew?
After standing up, Lin Mimi merely smoothed her suit before storming out in a rage. Before she even left, she pointed her finger at me.
You got lucky this time. But you better not get caught by me again.
With that, the woman stomped away in her high heels.
I watched her retreating figure helplessly. Then I turned to Wei Ge beside me. How pitiful am I? What does this have to do with me? Wei Ge gave an awkward chuckle. Though I'm not sure what happened afterward. But Yang Wan-ai definitely stormed into the general manager's office and had a huge fight with her fiancé. The reason was simple. We had been back at our desks for just over an hour when Yang Wan-ai slowly approached. Then she beckoned me with a flick of her finger. Zhang Yu, come out here right now. I have something important to tell you. I walked out, completely baffled. Mr. Yang, what's going on? Yang Wan-ai smiled and handed me a sealed paper bag. What the heck is this? I instinctively took the bag. It was surprisingly heavy. Why not open it and see? I opened the bag and froze in shock. It was completely filled with cash. Did you just rob a bank? I asked, utterly disbelieving. Yang Wan-ai shot me a look of contempt. There's 100,000 yuan here, the bonus for closing your project deal. But we don't need that much. Plus, there's compensation for your emotional distress. We nearly lost such a valuable asset as you. Don't you deserve some mental consolation? I gave an awkward chuckle. We really don't need that much. Distribute the remainder among your team members. You'll be working together for a long time. I nodded helplessly. Well then, looks like I'm going to raid the coffers today. Yang Wan-ai flashed an OK sign. You go ahead and get back to work. But man, this really felt good. That little vixen Lin Mimi, I'll be damned if I can't handle her. I let out a long breath. Still, you should really consider your fiancé's feelings. Constantly targeting Lin Mimi at work won't do you any favors. Yang Wan-ai shook her head. If they can pull off such shameless stunts, what's stopping me? I've made up my mind. If it comes down to it, I'll tear down the facade. Let no one profit. With that, Yang Wan-ai turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, my lips twitched slightly. It felt bittersweet. Truthfully, Yang Wan-ai was much younger than me, yet she bore such immense pressure. She was still just a girl. Where there's a company, there's gossip. No doubt people were whispering about her and her fiancé behind closed doors. After a moment of silence, I shook my head faintly, then turned and walked back to my workstation. I clapped my hands sharply. Everyone, pause your work for a moment. We're heading over for a quick meeting. But the outcome was predictable. Another wave of complaints from the crowd. What's the point of this? Meetings all day long, it's driving us nuts. What good are meetings anyway? We're probably just scraping by this month. But Wei and the other two tech guys were grinning from ear to ear. Because I told them earlier not to spread the news yet. I plan to use this contract to make a big move. At the very least, solidifying this team was the absolute top priority. To win the battle, we need to build a team with a killer instinct. A few minutes later, everyone sat around the table, staring at me with blank expressions. I smiled faintly. Then I pulled out the carry bag. I emptied out every last bill. 10,000 yuan was no small sum, and the stack towering before them certainly made an impression. Every pair of eyes was glued to the bills. They couldn't tear their eyes away. This project was saved by me, and the contract has already been signed. This is the bonus our department received from the company. I said this with a smile. After I finished speaking, everyone froze in place. One by one, they couldn't believe it. Many even thought it was nonsense. Just yesterday, they doubted my capabilities. But who knew it would suddenly close today? Just thinking about it is damn thrilling. Now comes the part you all love, the money sharing segment. I've given it some thought. At this point, I glanced at the crowd across from me. I pulled out 10,000 yuan from the pile of cash. After all, this is my first time leading the team to victory since joining the department. Honestly, even as I said it, I felt like I was being a total show-off. It wasn't about leading the team. I did it all by myself. But I can't take all the credit for this. Tonight, we're taking this 10,000 yuan out for team building. Spend freely, and if it's not enough, I'll cover the rest. As for the rest of the money, we'll split it evenly among all of us. Though each person will only get a few thousand, I believe it'll only grow from here. I hope none of you feel it's too little. I said this calmly, and when I finished, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Their expressions were filled with confusion. Or rather, up until this moment, no one understood my method of dividing the money. Wei Ge was the first to speak up. Manager, I think your distribution is problematic. This project only succeeded because of your efforts alone. Even those of us who worked alongside you didn't contribute anything. You should take the lion's share. Exactly. Why split it evenly with us? The surrounding crowd chimed in with their own opinions. I smiled and waved my hand dismissively. I think you all might have misunderstood something. As the leader of this entire team, this is how it should be done. I took a deep breath. Whether these people would follow me from now on depended entirely on the heartfelt words I was about to share. Whether you accept me or not, I'm your manager for now, and I should be working for your benefit.
And I've always lived by one principle: we share the profits together, and we shoulder the burdens together. Everyone's expressions were rather peculiar, or rather, distinctly unnatural.
Chapter 24. Zhou Qiao's home after sobering up.
I offered a faint smile, my gaze fixed squarely on the group across from me. Deep down, I understood because of Manager Li's departure, you all harbored some resistance toward me.
Everyone inevitably lowered their heads.
Because deep down, they knew what I just said held no fault. But then again, since I've now become the leader of this team, I have the responsibility and obligation.
I believe we'll continue working together in the future.
Everyone has their struggles, and that's precisely why I'm doing this, to let you know.
I took a deep breath. This isn't just about this one time.
Our team has always upheld the ideal of sharing profits together.
If you're willing to welcome me back and work with me, I'd be truly grateful. If you're not, I can request temporary leave from the company.
I delivered these words deliberately, enunciating each syllable. And I can guarantee that every word comes straight from my heart. Everyone turned to look at each other.
You looked at me, I looked at you. Each face wore an expression that was anything but pleasant.
Or rather, it was more self-reproach. Manager Zhang's work ethic is beyond reproach. You've all seen it with your own eyes.
Regardless of how you decide, I'll be standing firmly behind Manager Zhang.
Wei was the first to speak up.
After all, he was practically my man now. I feel the same way. I'm also willing to follow Manager Zhang.
Everyone stood up, and a faint smile touched my lips.
Alright. Since you've all given me such face, I won't let you down. Tonight, we're doing a team-building event. Everyone cheered in unison.
Once the barriers between us are completely broken down, everything else will fall into place. I still hadn't called Li Hui, and she never initiated contact with me either. It was as if I could vanish from her life entirely. With the alcohol from tonight, we didn't leave until past 2 in the morning. We'd planned to find a hotel and crash, but after much deliberation, my head buzzed. As if compelled by some unseen force, I pulled out the address Zhou Qiao had left me.
I could feel my heart pounding relentlessly. After deep contemplation,
I finally made up my mind, clutching the note tightly in my hand, and hailed a taxi.
"Driver, take me to this place." The driver nodded and replied, "All right. Hold on tight."
No sooner had he spoken than he slammed his foot on the gas pedal.
The car roared to life and sped off.
About half an hour later, I finally arrived at the building where Zhou Qiao lived. After paying the fare, still reeling from the alcohol, I stumbled and crawled my way to Zhou Qiao's door.
After double-checking the address, I began knocking on the door. After pounding on it for a full 2 minutes, the door finally cracked open. Who is it? In the middle of the night? But the moment Zhou Qiao saw me sitting on the ground, his expression changed instantly. "Zhang Yu? What are you doing here?
And you're so drunk." I shook my head indifferently. But just as I was about to speak, seeing Zhou Qiao's appearance, I swallowed the words right back. Zhou Qiao was wearing a floral nightgown, and underneath it was a skirt, a very, very short one.
Since I was sitting on the floor, my gaze naturally followed an upward trajectory. I could even see the top of her thighs. I instinctively swallowed hard. Though the nightgown was somewhat loose, it still clung to Zhou Qiao's curvaceous figure, revealing every perfect contour.
Especially those 2 large peaks at her chest. Did they seem larger than before, or was my vision blurred from too much alcohol? Zhou Qiao naturally noticed my burning gaze. Shaking her head helplessly, she slowly helped me into the room.
Is this what they call liquor giving the timid courage? You wouldn't dare come after all that drinking, would you? How pathetic.
Though Zhou Qiao said this, there was absolutely no trace of blame in her words.
"Zhou Qiao, our company team building event is tonight. I don't want to go back. Could I crash at your place tonight?" Zhou Qiao shot me a glance.
"Don't think I don't know your company's miles away from here. Even for a team building event, you wouldn't come all the way out here.
Just say what you want. I'm not going to throw you out." With that, Zhou Qiao turned and walked away. Within minutes, he returned with milk and a hangover remedy. "Drink up." I nodded slightly, my head spinning dizzyingly at that moment. I couldn't care less about anything else.
After downing the milk and hangover remedy, I collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Half asleep, I felt Zhou Qiao slipping off my pants and shoes.
"Drunk as a skunk." After tossing out that line, he turned and walked away.
That sleep was incredibly restful, and I had a long dream, though I can't recall what it was about. When I opened my eyes again, the sky was already turning pale.
I grabbed my phone. It wasn't even 6 a.m. But now, I felt completely awake. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, it suddenly dawned on me. Had I actually mustered the courage to come to Zhou Qiao's place last night? Still, there were no missed calls from Li Hui on my phone. It seemed our marriage was nothing but a name now. I shook my head. Though it still throbbed like it was about to explode, at least I felt more awake. With nothing else to do, I began examining the layout of Zhou Qiao's place. This must be a typical bachelor pad. I lay on the living room sofa. There was only one bedroom, but the layout felt surprisingly cozy. There was also a distinct scent in the room, exactly the same as the one Zhou Qiao always carried. I stood up, only to realize she had already taken off my pants and shoes.
I had no idea what had happened, but it must have been pretty embarrassing. I walked past the living room.
Zhou Chao's bedroom door was open. Through the crack, I could see the woman lying on the bed, snoring away.
And she was lying flat on her back. My lips twitched slightly as an inexplicable urge surged deep within me.
Yes. I wanted to go into the room. I kept thinking, what exactly should I do? In the end, I sat back down on the sofa. I have to admit, I was feeling a bit intimidated.
And Zhou Chao, that woman was impossible to figure out. Even though she's been flirting with me all along, if Zhou Chao hadn't messed things up before, how could I have lost my job? And then she went and tattled to Li Hui, clearly trying to destroy my family.
Chapter 25, The Feeling of Catching Them in the Act. Right now, my mind felt like a whirlwind. After what felt like an eternity, a voice suddenly came from inside. Can you stop sneaking around like a thief? I'm not going to eat you. I've been waiting all night, hurry up and come in. That was unmistakably Zhou Chao's voice.
Hearing that voice, my expression changed instantly. I was at a loss for words. After a long silence, my lips twitched slightly.
Finally, I gathered my courage and stepped inside. As soon as I entered, Zhou Chao switched on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow glow instantly transformed the room's atmosphere into something peculiar. Zhou Chao sat up, but the neckline of her nightgown gaped wide open. Not only did she not pull it up, but she even instinctively pushed her chest forward. Her cleavage was undeniably alluring, something I'd witnessed before. Zhou Chao covered her mouth and giggled softly. What are you doing? I didn't mean anything by it. You don't think I was trying to seduce you, do you? All signs point to you meaning exactly that. Or am I overthinking this? Zhou Chao took a deep breath. Since you came to my place tonight, it means you've come to terms with it. Li Hui doesn't care about you at all. But I don't mind that you're divorced. As long as you're willing to divorce Li Hui, the two of us can live together anytime. I frowned. Is this too abrupt? Do you know something about Li Hui? Can you tell me the truth? Zhou Chao shook his head. This is such a nice moment, can we not talk about Li Hui? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something important. We should have a trial run before marriage. Zhou Chao blurted out unexpectedly. After Zhou Chao finished speaking, I froze in place, unable to react for a long while. What the hell did you just say? What do you mean by a premarital trial sleep? Zhou Chao didn't elaborate, instead pulling back his blanket. Hurry up and get in.
A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and dawn is approaching.
In that instant, my body moved involuntarily. I must admit, Zhou Chao had me utterly spellbound. Or rather, such a captivating beauty, no man could resist her charm. But just as I rose, the phone rang abruptly. And it was my ringtone. The atmosphere instantly soured. I instinctively pulled out my phone, but when I saw the caller ID, I froze. It was none other than my wife, Li Hui, calling me. I glanced at Zhou Chao, then back at the phone. Hello? Honey, did you not come home last night? Li Hui's voice sounded lazy on the other end, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. Yeah, I was at a company team building event last night. We just closed a project, and I had a few too many, so I ended up sleeping at the hotel. I realized my ability to spin lies had improved, it was practically second nature now. Oh, I see. I'm going on a business trip today, so I wanted to let you know ahead of time that I won't be home for dinner tonight. Oh, and the spare ribs I stewed for you last night are in the fridge. Just heat them up and eat them whenever you like tonight. After saying that, before I could say anything else, Li Hui on the other end slammed the phone down. Especially that last line, it completely shattered my defenses. I thought Li Hui didn't care about me at all, but who knew she'd even stewed ribs for me? Whoa, you seem a bit off. Was that Li Hui calling you? Zhou Chao suddenly blurted out from the other end. After she finished speaking, I gave a slight nod. You're right, it was Li Hui calling. Calling you at this hour? Guilty conscience, huh? Never mind, no point overthinking it. Just come on up already. After saying that, Zhou Chao grabbed my arm and yanked me toward him. I lost my balance and crashed into Zhou Chao, pinning her beneath me. Zhou Chao's body was burning hot and her skin was incredibly smooth. As I lay on top of her, she stuck her tongue out at me playfully. Come on, hurry up. My primal instincts were fully aroused. At that moment, nothing else mattered. I suddenly wrapped my arms around Zhou Chao and buried my face into her. So delicious. And it was that familiar scent. But just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. The heat burning within us both seemed to be instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. We went limp instantly. My eyes widened in shock. Who could be coming to your place at this hour? Zhou Chao looked just as bewildered, completely clueless about what was happening. I have no idea. No one ever comes to my place. What the hell is going on? But moments later, the knocking vanished again. Don't overthink it. Probably just some drunk who got the wrong door. Apartments like ours, where single girls live, are easy targets for people to fixate on. I nodded, half convinced. Though I still couldn't quite believe it, this nearly perfect woman was lying right before my eyes. And she was half naked. What the hell was there to think about at a time like this? I hesitated barely at all before lunging forward again. But Zhou Qiao's phone rang again. I felt like I was about to snap. This damn back and forth, who could take it? But there it was, Zhou Qiao's name displayed as best friend. My eyes widened. Is it Li Hui? Zhou Qiao gave a slight nod. Then he picked up the phone with a lazy voice. Oh my, what's up? Calling me this early in the morning? I'm not even awake yet. I'm right outside your place. Can you let me in? After Li Hui finished speaking, both Zhou Qiao and I stared wide-eyed. Ha! Zhou Qiao's tone was filled with astonishment. You're at my door? What's going on? What are you doing hanging around my place in the middle of the night? It's a long story. Just open the door first. I've got something important to do later. With that, the other party abruptly hung up. I'm still on top of Zhou Qiao, but my wife is right at the front door. This is ing perfect for catching someone in the act. Could Li Hui have found out I'm here? The words slipped out before I could stop him. But Zhou Qiao just shook his head. Don't panic. Li Hui definitely doesn't know. I'm not crazy, why would I tell her any of this? Chapter 26, The Adults Party. But the crucial point is Li Hui is right at the door. What's going on here? Can you explain this to me? Zhou Qiao shook his head hastily. Don't bring that up. I'm not entirely sure either. Hold on a moment, I'll go check what's happening. No way. Is there anywhere to hide in here? Let me hide first. Then hide in the wardrobe. Whatever you do, don't make a sound. I'll try my best to get Li Hui out. I flung open the wardrobe door, only to find it pitch black inside. I instinctively turned on my flashlight. But right then, the first thing that caught my eye inside the closet were all those little panties. What are you standing there for? Get in there. I nodded instinctively. But once inside the wardrobe, I couldn't help but start looking around. What puzzled me most was why there was a rope. It was indeed a pair of panties, but the bottom edge was made of string. Didn't she find it uncomfortable? And what kind of effect would wearing such underwear create? I quickly stopped myself from thinking about it. But just seconds later, Li Hui and Zhou Qiao's voices came from outside. What are you doing so early in the morning? Where did you go last night? How did you end up like this? Hearing Zhou Qiao speak, I cautiously opened the door a crack but dared not open it too wide. If Li Hui caught me, our marriage would be completely over. At that moment, Li Hui shook her head, her hair disheveled. I went to that party last night and ran into a creep. I was too scared to come home, but luckily my husband wasn't there last night. Hearing Li Hui's words, my heart skipped a beat. A party? And now she's in this state? I admit, in that moment, my thoughts turned rather sickening. The ideas lurking in the depths of my mind were utterly repulsive. But could it be possible? The answer remains unknown. Because right now, I don't trust Li Hui at all. Zhou Qiao across from me widened her eyes. Are you out of your mind? You actually went to that party? You've got some nerve. If your husband finds out, your marriage is over. Li Hui shook her head. I have to go out of town for something. I might not be back for 2 days. Over these 2 days, whether you have business or not, try to sound out my husband. Li Hui's expression clearly betrayed her panic. Just make sure he doesn't get suspicious. Zhou Qiao looked troubled. Besides, Zhou Qiao's wardrobe isn't soundproof, so this woman knows I've heard everything clearly. Oh, I see. Well, I guess I understand now. But keeping this from your husband forever isn't right. How about? No way. Are you even my best friend? You have to help me this once, lend me your car. Zhou Qiao sighed deeply. He walked into the inner room. But at that very moment, Li Hui turned her head to look at the cabinet, then began walking toward me step by step. In that instant, my head felt like it was about to explode. And Li Hui was getting closer and closer to the cabinet. Here's your key. What are you doing? Zhou Qiao instinctively shouted, then sprinted over to the cabinet. Li Hui looked utterly bewildered. What are you doing? I can't possibly wear this outfit anymore. Let me change clothes quickly anyway, your clothes will fit me. Zhou Qiao shook his head frantically. There are only underwear hanging in here. What are you looking at? What's the big deal? It's not like I've never seen one before. Why are you pushing me around? It's just opening a closet. Zhou Qiao shook his head frantically. You've got to be kidding me. I just bought a new outfit yesterday afternoon. Can you see if it fits? After saying this, Zhou Qiao pointed to the bag in the living room. Li Hui smiled. But she gave the wardrobe a meaningful look. Although I'm now completely certain that Li Hui couldn't possibly have spotted me through such a tiny crack. But why did she just give me that look? Li Hui immediately turned and walked away. Zhou Qiao couldn't help but exhale deeply, patting his chest. The scene that had just unfolded had clearly startled Zhou Qiao as well. She began walking slowly toward the door, but just then, the woman stopped. She gave a slight wiggle of her hips in my direction. Without a second thought, I knew Zhou Qiao was doing it for me. My heart was filled with mixed emotions, and I had no idea how to make sense of this situation. The reason was simple. Li Hui had clearly deceived me, that much was undeniable. And to this day, I still had no clue what this woman was really up to. But upon reflection, what exactly was I doing? Wasn't everything I was doing a form of betrayal? After this realization, I forced myself to calm down. I had thought coming to find Zhou Qiao would go smoothly. But who could have predicted this situation? And both Li Hui and I have been hiding things from each other. Can I really blame only one person? The answer is clearly wrong. I scratched my head in frustration. Soon after, I heard the door slam shut. Then Zhou Qiao flung open the cabinet door, looking thrilled. Were you scared just now? I guess so. Zhang Yu, what do you think would happen if Li Hui found you in my house? Zhou Qiao had been grinning and joking around. But when she saw my state, she instantly dropped the playful mood. She stared at me intently. What happened to you? I lifted my head to look at Zhou Qiao. Nothing's wrong. I just feel helpless. Right now, I really feel like a failure. What do you mean by that? Why are you suddenly talking like this? I stared straight at Zhou Qiao. What exactly did Li Hui mean by that party she just mentioned? And where is she going now? I hope you won't lie to me. Can you explain it to me? Zhou Qiao's lips twitched. Suddenly, I really didn't know what to say. After a long silence, Zhou Qiao shook his head. I'm truly sorry, but I really don't know about that. As for that so-called party, it might be something for adults. My heart skipped a beat. But the very next second, just as Zhou Qiao was about to hug me again, I suddenly pulled away. What do you mean by that? Nothing. I'm just exhausted and want to go home to rest. Thank you so much for letting me stay last night. I gently pushed Zhou Qiao away and started walking toward the door. Chapter 27, The Creepy Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao behind me suddenly panicked, lunging forward with 2 long strides and grabbing me in an embrace. Those 2 soft peaks pressed tightly against my back. I have to admit, the sensation sent a wave of heat coursing through me. Zhang Yu, don't you trust me? I've already explained everything clearly. Li Hui has been hiding so much from you. Why won't you believe me? I shook my head gently. Because there are still many things I haven't figured out, Zhou Qiao. Even now, I still don't know whether we're friends or enemies. Zhou Qiao's entire body jerked as if she'd been electrocuted. You don't trust me, do you? I shook my head gently. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that things have reached this point and I feel like I'm about to break down. Zhou Qiao nodded across from me, then immediately blocked the doorway. The next second, she pulled off her nightgown. Watching Zhou Qiao strip off her nightgown, my features twisted in disbelief. What are you doing? At that moment, a flawlessly white, utterly mesmerizing body appeared before me. Combined with Zhou Qiao's intensely seductive face, I was certain no man could possibly maintain his composure in such a critical moment like I did. Yet at this very moment, Zhou Qiao was drawing ever closer to me. She was already right in front of me. At the same time, Zhou Qiao wrapped her arms around me. Our bodies touched in multiple places, and I could feel myself trembling slightly. And an incredibly alluring fragrance wafted directly toward me. This sensation was almost enough to make me lose my mind. I know you've been holding back so long. Whether you believe me or not, tonight I'll prove it. I love you. I'd been ready for this all along, prepared to give myself to you at any moment. I shook my head violently, feeling my eyes fill with bloodshot veins. In that split second when I lost control, I finally burst through the door. Behind me, Zhou Qiao's sobs echoed. But for some reason, even as I reached for the elevator button, my body froze in place, utterly paralyzed. If you leave tonight, I'll depart this heartbreaking place and never return. Zhou Qiao played her final trump card. I shook my head gently. Don't push me. Please come in. I truly love you. I clenched my jaw. But just as I steeled myself to leave, Zhou Qiao suddenly spoke. I know you're guarded against me now and probably hate me. Nothing I say matters anyway, but please just hear me out. After saying that, Zhou Qiao took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Stay for a drink with me. After this glass, if you wish to leave, I won't stop you. Though I truly intended to leave, Zhou Qiao's sudden words made it hard for me to refuse. She must be a pitiful woman after all. And if everything Zhou Qiao said was true, this girl really had waited for me for many years. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to be heartless. I turned and went back to my room. Zhou Qiao was still unclothed, and the sight of her stirred an uncontrollable warmth within me. After waiting about half a minute, Zhou Qiao emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 glasses of red wine. Zhou Qiao swirled his wine glass. Have one last drink with me. I nodded gently. We clinked glasses, and I downed mine in one gulp. But now I felt a bit queasy. I'd already had too much earlier, and I tried to clear my head. But the alcohol hit me hard and too fast. I found myself involuntarily leaning to one side. I looked across at Zhou Qiao. I had to leave. Zhou Qiao suddenly burst out laughing, then swiftly slammed the door shut and even locked it from the inside. You'd better stay put right now, he said. Otherwise, you might end up collapsing in the middle of the street and getting hit by a car. Before I could react, my eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Oh no! My heart sank.
The last shred of clarity told me this wine must be laced. Zhou Qiao, why would you do this? I instinctively lifted my head, my face etched with disbelief as I uttered those words. If this wine was tampered with, then Zhou Qiao must have done it deliberately because she herself was completely fine. Zhou Qiao smiled. Yet now, she was a completely different person from the pitifully vulnerable girl moments ago. At this moment, she resembled an evil yet noble queen. Zhou Qiao drew closer and closer to me. She even kept breathing softly into my ear. Sleep well, she murmured. When you wake up, you'll know exactly what I want. I felt myself gradually losing consciousness. After a few more seconds, everything went black and I passed out. I have no idea how long it was. All I knew was that I slept deeply. And I slept like a log. When I woke up, everything around me was pitch black. But through the sliver of light filtering through the curtains on the other side, I knew it wasn't night, it must still be daytime. I instinctively tried to move. But my hands and feet were completely bound. And this was clearly Zhou Qiao's room. I was lying in Zhou Qiao's bed. My eyes widened. Where is he? Where is he? I blurted out the question without thinking. But moments later, a voice came through. I wasn't mistaken about you. I didn't expect you to wake up after just a few hours. But your phone kept ringing earlier, it must have been someone from your company. The caller ID showed it was Vice President Lin. I answered it, but it was a young woman's voice. I looked at Zhou Qiao across from me. Zhou Qiao gave a faint smile. Don't worry, she said. I didn't say much, so the girl doesn't know I answered the call. What exactly do you want? Why did you tie me up here? Zhou Qiao chuckled. Why don't you ever believe a word I say? I've made it perfectly clear I really like you, so I want you now. Cut the crap. Just tell me what your goal is. Zhou Qiao shook his head. He simply activated his phone's camera, turned on the flash, and positioned it directly opposite us. Then this woman slowly walked towards me, gently pushing aside my clothes. The thing I'd been longing for could finally happen. This was my reward. Chapter 28, Lin Nini's Transformation. My eyes widened instantly. Are you out of your mind? If you're really craving affection, I could easily hook you up with a few people. You don't need to do this. Zhou Qiao shook her head. You're really something. I don't like anyone else. What good would it do to introduce me to others? I've already told you the person I like is you. You're a lunatic. Zhou Qiao didn't care. She just threw herself at me. Since my hands were completely immobilized, I could only watch helplessly as she did all sorts of things to me. Over half an hour passed before Zhou Qiao collapsed onto me, panting heavily. I kept replaying everything that had just happened in my mind. Even now, I still wanted to believe it was all a dream. Though everything I just experienced offered a freshness I'd never felt with Li Hui in the bedroom. And this woman was truly formidable, utterly enchanting, like a fairy. But right now, I couldn't feel the slightest bit of affection for Zhou Qiao. After catching his breath, Zhou Qiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to his phone. He began examining it intently. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Yu, this is proof of our mutual affection. You can't escape this now, can you? Besides, you seem to enjoy it just now. I stared at Zhou Qiao in disbelief. You crazy woman. What the hell are you doing? Why did you have to record it on your phone? Don't you think that's obvious? If the time comes, this footage might end up in Li Hui's hands. No matter how much that woman loves you, do you really think the two of you could still be together? My body felt like it had been electrocuted. Especially that last sentence Zhou Qiao just uttered. Could this crazy woman really be planning to tell Li Hui everything that just happened? Are you out of your mind? Our marriage was already falling apart, and now you have to act like this. Are you doing this on purpose? Why are you trying to ruin me? Zhou Qiao wore an expression of utter innocence. When did I ever harm you? Zhang Yu, did you really suffer a loss just now? You look pretty comfortable to me. Don't give me that nonsense. And I know you don't trust me anymore. After saying this, Zhou Qiao suddenly burst into a self-mocking laugh. But it's okay. You'll understand my good intentions eventually. And as long as you play along, I can keep these secrets hidden. Zhou Qiao then looked at me with a sly smile. But you'd better be obedient. I'm waiting for you to divorce Li Hui anytime. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Zhou Qiao untied my ropes. The instant that woman untied the ropes, I sprang free like a wild horse breaking its reins. The very next second, without a moment's hesitation, I suddenly grabbed Zhou Qiao by the throat. Instantly, I saw Zhou Qiao's face turn from pale to purple. In that moment, my head buzzed like a swarm of bees. And a thought emerged, a terrifying thought. That I actually wanted to strangle the woman standing before me. But Zhou Qiao, though her face had turned ashen, kept smiling at me, and her smile grew wider and more joyful. I instantly wilted. Slowly, I loosened my grip. I thought you might actually strangle me, she said. If you had, all this evidence would have immediately fallen on Li Hui. This woman clearly had me cornered. Zhou Qiao then laid down on the other side. If you feel like you didn't get enough just now, you can come anytime.
Otherwise, you can leave. I'm getting tired anyway. But if you want, I can still play along. I instinctively stood up. I just find you disgusting. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I dressed and turned to leave. The moment I stepped outside the room, especially when I saw the sunlight, I instantly felt my soul lift. I glanced at my phone. It was indeed Lin Nini calling me, and she'd already called 5 or 6 times that morning. But Li Hui hadn't responded to me. And to this day, I still don't know what exactly that adult party Li Hui and Zhou Qiao mentioned was. And where the hell had she gone? But finding Li Hui's hiding place now was practically impossible. I scratched my head hard. Just then, the phone rang again. It was Lin Nini calling. I was genuinely reluctant to answer this woman's call, and the reason was simple. Lin Nini calling never meant anything good. She probably just wanted to yell at me. After all, I hadn't gone to work again this morning. But not answering wasn't an option either. As soon as I picked up, Lin Nini's voice came through. Zhang Yu, can you even hear me? I can hear you. What's up? Why did a woman answer when I called this morning? She said she doesn't know you. What the hell are you playing at? Are you deliberately tricking me? Lin Nini blurted out unexpectedly. My mind raced. Nothing. I just accidentally lost my phone last night and spent all morning looking for it. I thought Lin Nini would yell at me again, calling me useless. But instead of getting angry, the woman spoke softly to me. Once you're done with your business, could you come by the office? I have something to tell you. I don't know why. I just felt that Lin Nini's tone today seemed a bit off, suddenly much calmer than usual. This woman treats me so poorly normally, why would she suddenly change her ways? I don't believe it. I'd rather believe in ghosts than trust a woman's words. Still, I agreed. No problem, Vice President Lin. I'll hail a cab to the office right now. I'll be there in half an hour at most. But Lin Nini spoke again. No need. Just send me your location. I'll come find you. We can talk just as well outside. After saying that, Lin Nini abruptly hung up the phone. I promptly sent my location. Within a dozen minutes, a BMW Z4 convertible pulled up beside me. Get in. I couldn't help but rub my nose. Seems the chairman really treats this woman well, even arranging a BMW Z4 for her. After getting in, even though it was a convertible, I could still smell a strong scent of perfume. And today, Lin Nini was clearly dressed up on purpose. Especially those black stockings, they were downright provocative. But since I'd just been humiliated by Zhou Qiao, this woman's outfit didn't register with me at all. Lin Nini seemed to find it odd too, since I hadn't been eyeing her up at all today. Chapter 29, Lin Nini's Request. Manager Zhang, you seem a bit distracted today? I gave an awkward chuckle. Nothing much. Vice President Lin, do you have any tasks for me? Whatever you need done, just say the word. No need to be polite. Lin Nini nodded. Actually, there is something I need to handle with you. I was slightly taken aback. Lin Nini was the person I disliked the most in the company. Why would she suddenly want to collaborate with me? I rubbed the tip of my nose. Vice President Lin, aren't you the chairman's personal secretary? Why would you need to collaborate with me? Besides, sales isn't even within your purview, is it? I asked, my face full of confusion. Lin Nini across from me nodded. But her face flushed slightly. It's actually a bit complicated, and I can't explain it all right now. That's why I thought I'd come talk to you. Let's find a place to sit down. I gave a slight nod. About 10 minutes later, Lin Nini pulled up outside a quaint-looking tea house. We reserved a private room and sat down together a few minutes later. But throughout this time, Lin Nini hadn't spoken up. Finally, I couldn't sit still any longer. Ms. Lin, I said, sitting here in silence feels really awkward. If you have something to say, just say it. I promise. I won't let a word slip out. Lin Nini nodded. She instinctively looked up at me. Do you hate me? I shook my head. There's nothing to hate. I just think you're a bit of a pain in the neck. After all, ever since my first day at the company, you've been targeting me. Lin Nini laughed. I didn't expect you to be so honest. What else could I say? That I adore you? Worship you? You probably wouldn't even believe it yourself. Lin Nini thought for a moment. You do have a point. And honestly, this actually makes me more inclined to trust you. Manager Zhang, I'll be completely upfront with you, there really is a problem right now. At her words, I furrowed my brow slightly. Go ahead and speak your mind. The chairman has a childhood friend who wields considerable influence in business circles and is also one of our company's clients. Because of their existing familiarity, the chairman assigned this task to me, and I've been handling all communications with him throughout the initial stages. Lin Nini began to tell the story. But this guy clearly had other intentions toward me, constantly testing the waters both openly and subtly. I couldn't help but glance at Lin Nini across from me. Apparently, the general public shares my opinion. Though I detested this woman, if she was willing to throw herself at me, I'd gladly accept. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel a little contempt for myself. Go on. The project is about to resume, but the chairman's childhood friend sent me a text yesterday.
No sooner had she spoken than Lin Mimi opened her text message screen and handed her phone directly to me.
There was no sender name, just a string of unfamiliar phone numbers. The message itself, however, was quite explicit. Tonight at the Imperial Hotel's presidential suite. I'll be waiting. Bring the contract if you come. Clearly, this was an attempt to pressure Lin Mimi into compromising herself. I looked up at her. Now that we have evidence, what are you afraid of? Just show this text to the chairman. Let him handle it.
But Lin Mimi kept shaking her head. It's precisely because I can't bring myself to tell the chairman about this that I'm in such a bind.
Ha! The more I listened, the more confused I got. What on earth does that mean?
He's done so much for this company, not just with his childhood friend, but with others too. If these two fall out, the company will suffer massive indirect losses. I used to think Lin Mimi was just a pretty face, but I never imagined this woman would actually consider the company's interests.
So what exactly are you implying now? Even if this contract falls through, we absolutely cannot let the chairman know about his childhood friend's character.
And it's precisely because his childhood friend exploited this very fact that he's become so brazen.
I shook my head gently. What exactly do you want me to do for you? Lin Mimi's lips twitched slightly. I know this is unethical, but I have an idea. Tonight, you come with me and pretend to be my fiancé. That way, all the problems would be solved. Even if he breaks the contract, it would be between the two of them and wouldn't drag me into it. I have to admit, Lin Mimi was pretty clever. After she finished speaking, even I couldn't help but agree. It really was a good plan. Even if you're right, why did you have to come find me? There are so many people in the company, and haven't you always disliked me? Lin Mimi gave a helpless laugh.
Looking around the entire company, there really isn't a single man who stands out.
If an ordinary person went, I'm afraid they'd be intimidated by that guy's presence.
After saying this, Lin Mimi's tearful expression was genuinely heartbreaking.
If this gets exposed, it'll be even more trouble.
Though we have our differences, you're the most distinguished and well-connected person in the entire company. I couldn't deny that Lin Mimi was telling the truth.
Still, something felt off. Could this woman be deliberately trying to set me up? In other words,
this woman was trying to lower my guard while plotting to take me down.
After all, she's the chairman's favorite.
Who knows, maybe they've even shared the same bed these past 2 nights. If she lures me in with her body and traps me,
wouldn't that be the end of me? By then, the chairman would probably want to skin me alive. How could I possibly keep my job then? The answer is obviously no. It was precisely because I thought of this that I sat there for ages, unable to make up my mind.
Lin Mimi across from me was getting impatient.
Don't you trust me? Or are you worried about something? Zhang Yu. I'm being sincere. I gave an awkward chuckle. I can't help you with this.
You shouldn't harbor malicious intent, but you must guard against others. Even as an outsider, I can see what kind of relationship you have with the chairman.
At this point, I took a deep breath. Besides, ever since I pushed out Manhwarecap, you've seen me as a thorn in your side. It's hard to guarantee you'll treat me with courtesy this time.
No sooner had I spoken than I stood up to leave. But Lin Mimi urgently called out to me.
Wait. Chapter 30, Stupid Woman.
I forced myself to swallow my irritation.
Deputy Director Lin, I'm truly sorry, but I really can't help you with this matter.
Lin Mimi walked step by step toward me, looking utterly aggrieved. Manager Zhang, you're the newest hire at our company, but I know you're a smart person.
Taking you along is the only way to avoid giving ourselves away. I can't tell the chairman about this.
Help me out, and I'll be eternally grateful.
I promise I won't target you again. My head was spinning. Deputy Director Lin, you've misunderstood me.
But Lin Mimi shook her head.
We could sign a private contract between just the two of us, okay? I can absolutely guarantee I won't deliberately harm you. I considered it. Signing a contract with Lin Mimi wasn't entirely unacceptable. But the crucial question was, if I help Lin Mimi, what about Yang 1 AI? Yang 1 AI already despised Lin Mimi to the core. If I helped Lin Mimi under these circumstances and she found out, wouldn't I be completely screwed? After all, she was the one who personally recommended me to this company. They say you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. Doing this would be a bit ungrateful.
But then Lin Mimi added something else. Within this company, our positions are uniquely special. You should understand, without me spelling it out, I can assist you when it matters most. Lin Mimi delivered each word deliberately.
My lips twitched.
Though I still didn't trust this woman deep down, it seemed I had no other choice now.
I can help you this once, but you must tell no one. If you agree, this is the only time.
Lin Mimi's mood brightened considerably. And now, facing me, she no longer carried that noble swan-like demeanor. Instead, she looked like a pitiful little girl.
I made an agreement with Lin Mimi I'd accompany her that evening.
And I was also quite curious to meet this so-called childhood friend just to see what it was all about. Originally, I'd planned to calm my frazzled nerves at the office. The reason was simple, everything that happened with Zhou Qiao last night was still vividly etched in my mind. Though Zhou Qiao was like a devil incarnate, I had to admit one thing. I shamelessly loved that feeling, the wild rush of being with Zhou Qiao. That's the real problem. And there's no guarantee Zhou Qiao won't send the evidence to Li Hui. Could it be that our marriage is destined to never reach its destination? The thought made me shake my head violently, feeling increasingly irritated. It was almost quitting time. Just as I was packing up to leave, Lin Mimi approached in high heels and black stockings. I looked at Lin Mimi. Had this woman changed her outfit in the chairman's office again? Her stockings were now the lettered Balenciaga brand, while the heels she wore were the Pharaohs of Temptation Valentino. An internet meme that's been circulating for ages. Valentino may not understand women, but he certainly understands men. I suddenly felt like I had a headache. What was this supposed to mean? Haven't I already made it clear? I need to dissuade the chairman's childhood friend from any ideas. But wearing this outfit now, isn't this practically asking for trouble? What man could resist seeing this outfit in a hotel? But just as I was pondering this, Lin Mimi appeared before me and spoke softly. Let's get going. After Lin Mimi said that, several team members around us stared at me with looks of utter disbelief. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. If not the entire company, at least our team members knew about the hostile relationship between Lin Mimi and me. So why had the atmosphere suddenly turned so ambiguous? I gave an awkward chuckle and nodded at Lin Mimi. Alright, I'm all set. Let's head out now. But at this point, I couldn't suppress the confusion bubbling up inside me. I pulled Lin Mimi aside to a quiet corner. Ms. Lin, what's with this outfit? I asked. Isn't this practically begging to be noticed? Of course, I meant no offense, just that she really didn't need to change into this particular ensemble. But after I said that, Lin Mimi looked at me with a hint of hurt. I didn't want to look like this either. The problem is, that pervert demanded it. He even insisted that if I didn't dress according to his specifications, he wouldn't let me meet him. I shook my head helplessly. If you're already planning to reject him, you shouldn't have dressed like this. Vice President Lin, you've taken things this far yourself, how am I supposed to manage this? After I said that, Lin Mimi shook her head. But don't worry. The meeting place has changed, it's at a nightclub. At least there'll be people around. He probably won't try anything. I sighed deeply. Fine. Since it's already been changed, just go already. Truthfully, there was something else I hadn't said. Anyway, I might as well take a look myself, consider it a treat for the eyes. But just as the two of us were about to leave, Yang Wan AI suddenly blocked our path. I wonder why. I can't shake the feeling that Yang Wan AI is acting a bit off today. Especially when looking at both of us, his expression seemed filled with seriousness and an inexplicable anger. Manager Zhang, I never expected that after being with the company for such a short time, you'd already become so close with the employees. I knew exactly what Yang Wan AI was about to say. Lin Mimi quickly shook her head. Though this woman was usually arrogant and domineering, she was still just the mistress. It's only natural she can't hold her head up high in front of the legitimate wife. Besides, when Lin Mimi spoke to me earlier, her meaning was already quite clear. She knew the relationship between Yang Wan AI and me was a bit unusual. True, we were close, but our relationship was nothing like she imagined. Because the bond between us remained entirely pure. Mr. Yang, I just had some questions for Manager Zhang. Nothing like what you're thinking. I suddenly slapped my forehead. How could this woman be so dim-witted? There was nothing to begin with, and she might even twist the truth to make black look white. But with Lin Mimi's explanation, everything was ruined. Just as expected. Upon hearing those words, Yang Wan AI across from her let a sneer of contempt curl her lips. The legitimate wife's aura surged instantly. The epitome of a powerful career woman. What did you mean by that? I didn't think much of it. Even if the two of you slept together, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Chapter 31, Yang Wan AI gets jealous. Only after Yang Wan AI spoke did Lin Mimi snap out of it, instinctively covering her mouth. No. Yang Wan AI glanced at me. Zhang Yu, are you coming with me or him? Yang Wan AI delivered this line coldly, his expression as stern as could be. I paused to think. I'll just say one last thing to Lin Mimi. Yang Wan AI clearly grew angry, her puffed out lips trembling as fury consumed her face. But in the end, she nodded. Alright. You two have a good chat. No sooner had she spoken than the girl turned and left, waiting for me around another corner. I looked at Lin Mimi helplessly. Are you trying to sabotage me on purpose? Lin Mimi looked pretty awkward too. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. Can you still come with me now? As Lin Mimi spoke, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and her breathing grew noticeably faster. I watched her cherry-red lips as she exhaled softly. To be honest, my heart skipped a beat at that moment. I quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry. I promised you, and I won't go back on my word. But go ahead by yourself first. Once you arrive, send me your location. After I explain things to Mr. Yang, I'll definitely come find you. But Lin Mimi clearly looked worried.
I gently patted her shoulder. In a way, this woman was truly despicable.
She ruins other people's marriages and willingly degrades herself by being the other woman.
The most crucial thing? I'd never seen a mistress act so brazenly before. But upon reflection, she's just another woman.
The only reason I helped her out was to ensure this woman wouldn't mindlessly target me at work anymore.
I just want some peace and quiet. After this, we'll be even. Rest assured, though we've clashed before, now that I've made you a promise, I'll honor it like any man should.
Lin Nini was finally moved by my words and gave a slight nod. But she still stared at me with worry etched on her face.
You absolutely have to come, then don't you dare lie to me. I don't know how long I can hold out. I instinctively gave her an okay sign. Immediately after, Lin Nini turned and left the spot.
As she passed by Yang Wan AI, she gave him a slight bow. It really is true that rank has its privileges, especially in a company like this.
When you need to play the underdog, you play the underdog. I walked over to Yang Wan AI with a sigh.
Now that it was just the two of us, his attitude toward me had clearly shifted.
You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Lin Nini really is quite attractive. No wonder all you guys like her. The remark dripped with jealousy.
I hastily waved my hands.
Ms. Yang, you're such a sharp woman, could you really make such a rookie mistake with me? Yang Wan AI paused, slightly taken aback. What do you mean by that?
I leaned closer to her, and Yang Wan AI's breathing instantly grew heavy. She must have been thinking about what happened in that private cinema room again.
What are you doing?
I haven't settled the score with you yet. You know perfectly well I have a beef with that seductive vixen, and you actually went out of your way to cozy up to her.
Was that on purpose? I shook my head hastily. Ms. Yang, if that's truly how you perceive me, I'm deeply wronged.
And if you just engage your brain for a moment, you'd understand everything. I exhaled deeply, then proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Yang Wan AI, leaving out not a single detail.
After hearing my explanation, Yang Wan AI nodded thoughtfully. Who'd have thought that Sly Fox would run into something like this? Good for her. Why did you have to help her? I tapped my forehead. Are you sure you call that helping her? I just wanted to make sure that woman wouldn't bother me again. And the most crucial point. At this point, I fixed my gaze directly on Yang Wan AI. Right now, I have no way to infiltrate their inner circle, so I can't grasp the full situation. I'm definitely going to help you. After I said that, Yang Wan AI's mouth twitched slightly as he stared straight at me. You're just lying. Don't think I don't know you're only helping her because she's pretty. I chuckled. Mr. Yang, I said, if I were truly that kind of sycophant, do you really think I'd have let things get so tense with Lin Nini before? My words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Yang Wan AI nodded thoughtfully. So what's your next move? I paused to consider. Of course, I'll handle this matter first before deciding anything else. Yang Wan AI nodded again in agreement. Since you put it that way, I won't stop you from going. But you can't just go like that. At the very least, we need to make that seductive vixen suffer a little. I looked at her, utterly baffled. What do you mean? Wait here. If it's really like you said, Lin Nini will definitely be taken advantage of. What a perfect opportunity. Since this woman is too shy to act, I'll lend her a hand. Once the timing is right, you can step in then. A chill instantly gripped my heart. Women really are venomous creatures. And the prettier they are, the more terrifying. I used to think that was nonsense, but now I realize it's nothing compared to this. The description is spot on. I spent over an hour with Yang Wan AI, while someone across from me kept texting me. And they didn't even say a word, just sent some special symbols. Hey, Mr. Yang, I said, if we keep drinking tea together like this, Lin Nini might just get thoroughly taken care of tonight. Yang Wan AI was clearly still sulking. What a great turn of events. I shook my head helplessly, then stood up. This time, Yang Wan AI didn't stop me. Even she knew the timing was perfect. Now there was no room for delay. Just as I was about to leave, Yang Wan AI handed me her car keys. Step on it. If you don't, your dream lover might get beaten to a pulp by someone else. By then, it'll be too late for regrets. I gave a helpless chuckle. Even though Yang Wan AI was joking with me, I could tell he was clearly upset inside. I casually flashed an okay sign. Relax, I'll drive slow, no more than 20 miles per hour the whole way. Whatever happens, it's not my problem. Think of it as letting off steam for you. Yang Wan AI ignored me completely. After I got in the car, I floored it. Chapter 32, The Sleazy Joe Tian. Fortunately, the nightclub wasn't far from here. I immediately grabbed my phone and sent a text message. In just over 10 seconds, they sent me a location and the exact private room number. I floored it the entire way, arriving at the nightclub in under 10 minutes. I parked the car and sprinted straight upstairs. Even at this hour, the nightclub was still packed. And downstairs, it was mostly card rooms. The private rooms were upstairs, so I began searching through them one by one. Since the private rooms in this nightclub weren't completely secluded. In other words, they functioned more like quieter sections of a large hall. They just had better privacy features. I sat directly at the entrance of the private room, an extremely awkward spot. A glass panel in the middle allowed me to see everything happening inside.
At that moment, Lin Mimi was fidgeting like a cat on hot bricks, her hips shifting restlessly. Beside her sat a man who didn't appear particularly old, at most around 30.
Moreover, his hand was constantly making tentative movements. From outside, I could only see the situation, I couldn't hear a thing.
With that thought, I crouched by the side entrance of the private room, hoping someone would come out soon. But after several minutes, there was still no movement. I slowly opened the private room door.
Fortunately, it wasn't locked from the inside.
With a swift, stealthy step, I slipped straight into the room. Inside the private room sat 3 or 4 men. But these guys were all staring at the karaoke screen beside them, as if the 2 people sitting behind them had nothing to do with them at all. The man grinned at Lin Nini. "I have to compliment you on those high heels, they're absolutely stunning.
You really suit this style. You can stir up my animal instincts anytime."
After he said that, I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Luckily, the music was loud enough to drown out my laughter. How does this guy describe himself?
Why is he so sleazy?
Damn it, for a woman, he's willing to abandon even the most basic sense of decency.
Lin Nini across from him looked utterly disgusted.
"Mr. Zhou, I think we should focus on the project first.
Our chairman has already discussed it with you.
I'm here today just to get your signature." "Lin Nini, how have I, Zhou Tian, treated you all this time?"
I admit, when he said that, I laughed shamelessly once more. This guy must be popular with office workers after all. Spending time with him means Zhou Tian is always around.
Why not call him Sunday?
"Mr. Zhou, you've always been kind to me, I've seen it all. But as the chairman's secretary, I naturally can't get too close to clients."
Zhou Tian across from me waved his hand dismissively. No problem, no problem.
Your chairman and I are childhood buddies, we've been playing together since we were little kids." Lin Nini could only nod awkwardly. "Mr. Zhou, I've done as you requested, and since we're practically friends now, I really do have other commitments today."
Zhou Tian chuckled. What could possibly be more important than this?
After saying this, the guy reached out his lecherous hand and casually started stroking Lin Nini's leg.
Lin Nini was startled out of her wits.
She nearly jumped out of her skin.
"Mr. Lin, please control yourself.
I know you've had a few drinks, but I really need to leave now." No sooner had she spoken than she stood up to leave. To be honest, at that moment, Lin Nini didn't strike me as the type of woman who would stop at nothing for power.
Logically speaking, if it were truly about money, she wouldn't have made such a big fuss.
Besides, as the chairman's childhood friend, and judging by the aura of the man before her, he was clearly no ordinary figure.
If she hooked up with a man like this, would she ever have to worry about money again? So why was she still clinging to the chairman? The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. I couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. But I knew I had to step in. If this went on, Lin Nini would be completely exposed. Across from me, Zhou Tian clearly looked displeased. It was clear this guy had a temper too. He stared straight at Lin Nini. "Miss Lin," I said, "you should understand who I am, Zhou Tian. And what my standing is. If I take an interest in you, consider yourself fortunate." Lin Nini nodded. "You're right, it would be my good fortune. But so what?
The thing is, I already have a boyfriend, so we're not compatible."
Zhou Tian burst into loud laughter. "Don't think I haven't spoken with your chairman. You're still single, where's this boyfriend you claim? This seems deliberate."
Just as Lin Nini was about to explain, I slowly stood up and stretched. "Mr. Zhou," I said, "you're a grown man. Why are you fixating on this young lady?" I must admit, my sudden outburst froze everyone in their tracks. Especially Zhou Tian. The guy suddenly blurted out, "Where the hell did you come from?" I shook my head. "Where I came in doesn't matter. What matters is that Lin Nini is my girlfriend. So you'd better talk about work. If you really have nothing to discuss, I'll just take my girlfriend home." No sooner had I finished speaking than I walked step by step to Lin Nini's side and grabbed her hand. Though we'd already decided to collaborate, even pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. This was actually the first time I'd ever touched Lin Nini. Her palm was soft and smooth, utterly captivating. It felt even better than Yangwen AI's. Lin Nini now seemed like a docile little bride. I led the way ahead, with her trailing behind me. We were almost at the door of the private room. But just then, several men blocked the doorway. They were the same dead-faced guys from earlier. Zhou Tian behind them clearly looked displeased. "I'm really impressed. You come out to discuss business with me and bring your boyfriend along? I see you have absolutely no sincerity." At Zhou Tian's words, I turned to face him. "Yeah, you're sincere, spending all this time scheming how to take advantage of my girlfriend. Let me tell you something. As a man, you'd be wise to avoid doing things that cheapen yourself." Admittedly, my words were pretty disrespectful. But compared to that, I found his methods even more disgusting. Chapter 33, The Bed with Zhou Tian. Sure enough, when Zhou Tian heard my words, it was as if he'd been struck to the core. He pointed at me angrily. "Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to mess with my plans? Lin Nini, aren't you afraid I'll cancel this contract?" Lin Nini shook her head.
Mr. Zhou, whether to cancel is your decision. As for how to explain it to the chairman, I believe you know exactly what to do. After all, I'm just a secretary delivering messages. At her words, Zhou Tian across from her glared and nodded fiercely. Fine, you're a woman, I won't stoop to your level. If you've got the guts, have your boyfriend tell me his name? What crew he's with? I straightened my collar. My humble name is Zhang Yu. Whatever you want to do to me, just say the word. I'll gladly go along with it. I delivered each word deliberately. Zhou Tian across from me nodded. Fine. Even if you're a man, if you can walk straight out of this office today, I'll admit you're a real hero. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Tian crossed his arms over his chest. So? We'll see if you're any match for my boys. As soon as Zhou Tian spoke, Lin Nini protested from the side. What are you doing, Mr. Zhou? With so many people here, this is blatant bullying. Zhou Tian chuckled. What's the matter? Starting to feel sorry for your boyfriend already? Fine by me. Tell him to get lost tonight. You can stay here just one night. I'll still sign the contract. Lin Nini frowned deeply. You're insane. Zhang Yu, let's go. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Nini yanked my arm. Her delicate palm felt icy cold, whether from the bitter chill or sheer terror, I couldn't tell. But those guys were blocking the door like huge obstacles, there was no way to open it. Mr. Zhou. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Zhou Tian shook his head. Fine. I haven't done anything tonight anyway. But if you dare to do this, I'll be at your group tomorrow. Deliberately damaging my reputation, let's see if your chairman can keep you around. Lin Nini clenched her pink fists. Her lips puffed out in fury. She clearly despised Zhou Tian before her. Yet she couldn't do anything about it. It had to be said, this feeling was the most despairing of all. I witnessed the entire scene clearly. Immediately afterward, I shook my head helplessly. I reached out and grabbed Lin Nini's arm. Lin Nini froze for a moment, turning to look at me with a puzzled expression. What's up, Zhang Yu? I gave Lin Nini a smile. Since Mr. Zhou insists on playing this game, I might as well join in. After all, I'm not at a disadvantage. And what better opportunity to get a free pass to fight without responsibility? Heh, why not? I said this with a smirk. After I finished speaking, Lin Nini's expression changed. Are you out of your mind? Those guys. You're no match for them. They're all big and burly. I won't allow it. What if something happens? I suddenly froze in place. It was kind of ironic, really. This girl had always treated me like a thorn in her side, yet now she was suddenly showing concern for me. I gently patted Lin Nini's shoulder, then pulled her closer to me. Our distance closed instantly. Even the sweet scent from her breath tickled my nostrils. It was actually quite pleasant. Forget about this woman's values. One thing's for sure, a beautiful woman smells good no matter where you go. Lin Nini's face flushed instantly, the blush spreading all the way to her neck. What are you doing? I pulled her close with a domineering grip, my lips brushing against her ear. You didn't know, did you? I used to do kickboxing. As long as these guys aren't professional fighters, they're nothing to me. I said this with a smirk. Lin Nini was momentarily stunned. But my little move had just managed to provoke Zhou Tian across from us. He clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted with rage as he glared at me. You despicable bastard. How dare you flirt with girls right in front of me? This clearly shows you don't give a damn about me. Zhou Tian snarled the words. I'm furious right now. Lin Nini, have you made up your mind? Are you staying here tonight and kicking this loser out, or are you going to stand by and watch me beat him into a lifelong cripple? After yelling this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but add. But if he doesn't want to try anymore, then he can just sit back and let me beat the crap out of him. I'll support him for life, paying him a hefty salary every month. How's that? Zhou Tian delivered each word with deliberate emphasis. And it was clear this guy was absolutely furious. After he finished speaking, Lin Nini's lips twitched slightly. But before she could speak, I cut in immediately. Mr. Zhou, no need to make my girlfriend choose. I'll take it, just these worthless losers? Bring them on. Oh, and... At this point, I pointed my finger right at his nose. You're in on this too. If you accidentally get hit later, don't you dare complain. Zhou Tian burst out laughing. Clearly stunned by my boldness, he probably thought I was a complete fool. No problem. With your skinny frame, just handling my guys is impressive enough. Bring it on, bring it on. Zhou Tian was clearly brimming with confidence. After he finished speaking, the henchmen behind him cracked their necks and clenched their fists, slowly advancing toward me. I turned to look at Lin Nini behind me. I have to admit, this woman looks pretty damn good when she's worried about me. It's okay, just stay back. I'll handle this. Truth be told, I was pretty confident in myself. After all, when I was chairman, the company ran smoothly. So to kill time and more importantly, to live a little longer, I hit the gym regularly. There, I met quite a few friends and naturally started learning Sanda.
Even though I haven't practiced my old skills in ages, every move and technique is still deeply ingrained in my mind. Though Lin Nini looked worried, she finally managed a slight smile and obediently stood on the other side. Because Lin Nini knew. There was absolutely no way she could interfere at a time like this. You'd better be careful. Chapter 34, The Underhanded Zhou Tian. Lin Nini looked at me with a worried expression. I instinctively gave her an okay sign. Don't worry, leave this to me. By the time I finished speaking, those guys had already closed in on me. Each of them was itching for a fight. Given the significant size difference between us, it was only natural they looked down on me. At that moment, they clenched their fists and swung hard at me. But my real target wasn't them. I sidestepped the big guys in one swift leap, kicking one of them squarely in the rear as I moved. The guy lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a thud. Immediately, I swung my gun around and charged straight at Zhou Tian. Just moments ago, Zhou Tian had been sitting back on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking utterly relaxed. But the moment he saw me, his expression changed instantly. Hey, what are you doing? Your opponents are my guys. Zhou Tian uttered these words with a hint of fear. I gave him a faint smile. No, Mr. Zhou. We already discussed this earlier, you're included in my opponents. And since this is the trial phase, we can't go back on our word. At my words, Zhou Tian instantly grew frantic. What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and protect me. But it was clearly too late. As those burly men prepared to move, I took 2 long strides forward and instantly closed the distance to this guy. A vicious punch slammed into Zhou Tian's cheek. A thud echoed through the air. Zhou Tian let out a piercing scream. Ah! Damn it! The guy scrambled to his feet in a fluster, ready to flee. How could I possibly let him get away with it? I kicked him hard in the side, sending Zhou Tian crashing back to the ground. I straddled him, pounding his head with punch after punch. No mercy was needed for scum like this. Within mere seconds, those big guys were already swarming over me. I'll give them this much. These guys were seriously strong, and I was actually starting to struggle. I scrambled back several steps, but the hulks closed in on me. I blocked their attacks while trading blows with them. Just as I'd expected, these brutes relied purely on brute force. They had no grasp of fighting techniques whatsoever. After a few rounds of trading blows, I only took 2 accidental punches. Even so, my nose started bleeding. Zhang Yu, be careful. Lin Nini called out anxiously from the sidelines. Probably because she felt embarrassed. After all, we had a history of animosity. This time, not only did I boldly accept her challenge, but now I was taking blows for her sake. So to some extent, this girl probably felt a bit guilty. But these big guys were getting pretty badly hurt too, and I landed a few more punches. Finally, I took one down. The remaining 2 clutched their sides, glaring at me with grim expressions, no longer charging forward. They sensed I wasn't an ordinary person, maybe even a martial artist. Behind me, Zhou Tian clutched his already swollen cheek and bellowed. What the hell are you all waiting for? Charge already! Did I call you over here to be useless freeloaders? Take him down today, and I'll reward each of you with 100 grand. Rich folks, huh? Throwing around hundreds of thousands for a fight like it's nothing. The moment these henchmen heard about the money, they got fired up. One by one, they used their massive bodies to bear down on me again. Money really does make the devil grind the millstone. If someone offered me 100,000 yuan, I'd fight like hell too. But these guys weren't even close to being my match. Now I see the benefits of training in Sanda. But now they were all clinging to me like fat catfish, pinning me down so I couldn't move. And I took several punches to the body in the process. Luckily, after this onslaught, none of them could get back up. They're all clutching their stomachs, writhing in pain on the ground. I was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Finally, it was settled. But just then, Zhou Tian's vicious voice rang out from behind me. Bunch of useless jerks. I have to do it myself. Immediately after, Lin Nini shouted. What are you doing? Zhang Yu, be careful. My head suddenly felt like it was buzzing. Right. There's Zhou Tian outside. How could I have forgotten? I instinctively turned my head, but the sight before me made my body go numb as if I'd been electrocuted. The guy picked up a vase nearby and swung it hard at me. What the hell kind of joke is this? If that hits me, my head will split open. My reflexes kicked in, and I raised my arm to block it. But the next second, the vase smashed right into my arm. A searing, gut-wrenching pain shot through me. Luckily, he didn't hit that hard, so hopefully my bones are okay. The vase smashed onto the floor with a loud crack. The guy was about to charge at me again, but he didn't expect me to get back up. Seizing the moment, I slammed my palm against his throat. His face instantly drained of color. With my grip on his throat, he could barely breathe. I'll finish you off right here. I was completely enraged now, not caring who he was. I slammed his head down onto the desk with one hand while grabbing a vase with the other. Zhou Tian was so terrified his entire body started shaking uncontrollably. Within seconds, I caught the distinct stench of urine. I frowned slightly, glancing down to see the inside of his pants completely soaked through. Who'd have thought he'd piss himself in fright?
A man like that isn't even worth a dog's. Zhou Tian's voice trembled even as he spoke. Guys, I'm sorry. You're the real deal. I admit defeat.
After saying that, he stared at me with sheer terror.
To be honest,
Seeing the look in his eyes, I instantly lost all desire to continue dealing with him.
it felt completely unnecessary. But I had to seize this chance to get what I wanted.
With that thought, I quickly rubbed my nose.
Mr. Zhou, I said, you're a man of status and standing. Surely you wouldn't speak nonsense, right? At that moment, Zhou Tian was too flustered to think straight. He just nodded emphatically. You're absolutely right. I'll keep my word, buddy. You can ask me to do anything, I'll agree to everything. Name your price. Chapter 35, Alone Together in One Room.
Honestly, given the current situation, even if I asked him to wire me $1 million, this guy wouldn't bat an eyelid.
But that would create complications later on, and besides, that wasn't my real objective.
I stared straight at him, enunciating each word deliberately.
We made a bet earlier. If I lose, I'm crippled for life.
If I win, you sign the papers and stay away from my girlfriend.
Got it?
Only after I finished speaking did Zhou Tian snap out of it.
He nodded vigorously. No problem, I'll sign right now.
The guy frantically searched for the contract while grabbing a pen, his hand trembling as he signed his name.
Triplicate copies.
After finishing all this, I tossed one copy of the contract beside him and looked at Lin Nini.
Let's go.
Lin Nini had clearly been startled earlier and only snapped out of it when I spoke. She hurried over to us and immediately helped me to my feet. But now my arm was already covered in bruises.
Seeing this, Lin Nini couldn't help but start crying.
I quickly leaned close to her ear and whispered.
Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. This ing hurts too much.
If those guys snap out of it soon, we won't be able to get out of here. Lin Nini finally wiped the tears from her eyes. Once we got downstairs, I jumped straight into Lin Nini's car, finally feeling a bit safer.
I exhaled deeply.
Lin Nini looked at me with fear etched on her face, probably worried something had happened to me.
What are we going to do?
Your arm is in such bad shape.
I'll take you to the hospital. I shook my head quickly. No need for the hospital. Besides, it didn't break any bones. Even if we went, the doctor would just give me ice packs, nothing better. I had originally intended for Lin Nini to drive me home.
But the thought of the situation at home made me feel somewhat resistant.
After considering this, I finally shook my head. Forget it. Just take me to the hotel. As long as the room has a fridge for ice packs, that'll do.
No sooner had I finished speaking than Lin Nini paused to think.
If you don't mind, I can take you to my place. I'm all alone there anyway.
Lin Nini's words left me somewhat stunned.
Huh? Did I hear that right? This woman actually invited me to her place. That's a bit ridiculous. But Lin Nini really did say it. This feels a bit inappropriate, a man and a woman alone together in the middle of the night. But Lin Nini insisted. What time is it now? Who cares about that? Besides, you're just helping me out. It's fine. Let's go already.
No sooner had she spoken than she slammed her foot on the gas pedal.
The car roared to life and sped away.
About half an hour later, the two of us arrived at the entrance of an apartment complex.
This must be one of those studio apartments. Upon entering, we discovered the girls' room was indeed a bit messy. The space wasn't large, just a standard 2-bedroom apartment.
And it seemed like Lin Nini's place rarely had visitors. Her socks and some clothes were all strewn haphazardly across the sofa. This was clearly the everyday scene of a girl living alone. Still, overall it was fairly tidy. Lin Nini seemed a bit embarrassed and quickly gathered all the clothes and socks off the sofa.
Sorry about that, I'm a bit lazy usually. Don't mind it. Rest here for a moment, I'll get some ice right away.
After she said that, I gave a slight nod and sat down on the sofa.
Lin Nini headed to the kitchen to start preparing.
A faint fragrance filled the room, something like lilies. Li Hui used to love this scent too, but after we got married, the home's aroma changed. Now it was more of a heavier fragrance.
I began to look around the room. I must admit, the slightly messy feel actually added a touch of warmth and liveliness to the space.
Within just a few minutes, Lin Nini came over to me.
She was holding an ice pack. Wow, your place is really well equipped, huh? Lin Nini chuckled. Most girls have these things at home. We use ice packs like this for facials, though you guys wouldn't know. Good thing it came in handy. I nodded slightly. By now, my arm had swollen up high and was starting to turn slightly blue.
Thank goodness it's just bruising. If it were purple, that would mean at least a minor bone fracture.
This feels really bad. Maybe we should go to the hospital after all. What if it's damaged the bone?
Lin Nini said this with a serious expression. After she finished, I smiled and shook my head.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
After saying that, I took the ice pack from Lin Nini's hands and began applying it gently. But the moment the ice pack touched my arm, an excruciating, bone-piercing pain shot through me. While the ice did provide some relief, that initial contact still felt like a heart-wrenching agony. My eyes widened and my cheeks flushed bright red. Lin Mimi across from me clearly noticed my expression, her face turning grim.
Zhang Yu, does it hurt that much? What should we do? Is there anything I can do for you right now? Lin Mimi asked anxiously.
I shook my head instinctively. I always thought of myself as a pretty tough guy, but I never imagined this pain would break me.
Tears streamed down my face, uncontrollably. I could swear I really didn't mean to. But to Lin Mimi watching this scene unfold, it clearly didn't look that way. Zhang Yu, how are you? Does it hurt a lot?
After saying that, Lin Mimi took the ice pack away and pressed her lips close to my arm, gently blowing warm breath onto the spot.
Does that feel better?
Since Lin Mimi was already wearing a low-cut top, and this action clearly involved her leaning toward me, I could clearly see the impressive cleavage beneath her snow-white neck. Especially that expanse of pure white.
I couldn't help but twitch my lips. At that moment, where was the pain in my head?
My soul had long been stolen by Lin Mimi's cleavage.
Zhang Yu, why aren't you saying anything?
Poor Lin Mimi instinctively lifted her head, thinking I was too pained to even utter a word.
Chapter 36, The Pink Towel.
But the moment Lin Mimi lifted her head and saw me, her body seemed to freeze in place. And this girl even tried to follow my gaze downward. But what she saw was the prominent cleavage on her own chest.
Lin Mimi instantly turned crimson with embarrassment and sat up straight.
I snapped out of it then too, awkwardly scratching my head.
Sorry about that, it's just a guy's nature. Not something I can control on a whim.
Lin Mimi's face flushed all the way to her ears.
What time is it now, and you still don't know the status of your arm? You're not even keeping a straight face. Aren't you scared at all? I shook my head. Nothing to be scared of. Plus, after icing it just now, it feels much better already. Thanks a lot, Vice President Lin. Lin Mimi shook her head. I should be thanking you. And you were quite the man tonight. Looks like I really did misunderstand you before. But since there's still blood on me and it feels all sticky. Of course, this blood wasn't mine, it was Zhou Tian's. I'd just given that guy a thorough beating. The blood from his lip when I punched him accidentally splattered onto my clothes. Besides, my arm is just swollen, no bleeding means I don't have to worry about water. Mr. Lin, I really should head to the hotel. Staying at your place feels a bit awkward. Lin Mimi's expression changed. You're in this state, I doubt you can even undress easily. At least here, I can help you. Just stay put.
No, it's mainly because I want to take a shower.
Lin Mimi showed almost no hesitation. I have a bathtub at my place. Just don't soak that arm in the water. I'll run the bath for you now.
Before I could refuse, Lin Mimi scampered off to the bathroom and began filling the tub. I felt a bit awkward. After all, I was using such an intimate item in a girl's home. But then I thought about it. I'm a grown man, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, tonight's mess was entirely because of Lin Mimi.
Using her bathtub shouldn't be too much to ask, right? A few minutes later, Lin Mimi helped me to my feet. All right. Let me help you inside. I waved her off with a smile. Relax. I'm a grown man, just a few bruises on my arms. I'm not as fragile as you think. I can handle it myself. No sooner had I spoken than I walked straight in, effectively locking Lin Mimi out behind me. But the bathroom was filled with women's products, and many of them had English labels. I couldn't make heads or tails of them. I was even afraid I might mistake toilet cleaner for shampoo. So in the end, I decided a hot bath would suffice. I soaked for over half an hour, feeling more and more relaxed. But the thought of that girl still waiting outside made me feel too guilty to linger any longer. But when I stood up, I suddenly found myself in a quandary. The reason was simple. Lin Mimi's towel rack held only 3 towels. And they were all different colors. I really didn't know which one to pick. I sniffed all 3 towels, damn it, every single one smelled amazing. I couldn't just put on clothes while still wet, could I? Screw it. Worst case, I'll just toss it after use. I grabbed the nearest one, a pink one. I started wiping my head. It must have been a girl's towel, it smelled absolutely amazing. But it wasn't the scent of shampoo or body wash, it was this incredibly fresh fragrance. I should know. Because that's how girls usually are. There are several towels, some specifically for drying hair, others for wiping the body. My wife does the same thing, and Li Hui never lets me use hers without permission. I personally don't really care either way, maybe girls just tend to be more particular about these things. But I didn't think much of it and just dried myself off. When I opened the door, Lin Mimi had already changed into her pajamas. That loose, homey nightgown really gave her a unique charm. And my wife has that same charm too. Absolutely, unmistakably the aura of a married woman. I was still holding that pink towel in my hand. When Lin Mimi saw the towel in my hand, she immediately looked at me awkwardly. What are you doing with that towel? I smiled. Well, I didn't have anything to dry myself with, so I used yours. But you shouldn't use this towel anymore, just throw it away. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. I felt like Lin Mimi was overreacting a bit. After all, it's just a towel. No, that's not the reason. The thing is, this towel isn't meant for bathing. Then what else could it be used for?
But after I said that, Lin Nini just shook her head helplessly. Then she took a deep breath. "This is my foot towel. Why didn't you ask me first? Can't you smell it at all?" The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. I have to admit, this situation was incredibly awkward. After a moment of silence, I awkwardly shook my head. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally used it." Lin Nini's face flushed with embarrassment. She snatched the towel right out of my hands. "It's okay. No problem. But I'd just run the water and the bathroom floor was completely soaked." Lin Nini let out a shriek and with a loud ah she stumbled and fell flat on the floor. I panicked instantly. "Can't you slow down?" After yelling that, I rushed over to Lin Nini. Her face contorted in pain from the fall. Good heavens, that must have hurt like hell. This bathroom floor is rock hard. When I can afford it, I'm getting it replaced with carpet. I gave an awkward chuckle. Tonight's events were definitely making my mind wander. All right. I'll carry you to bed. No need to wash anymore." I braced myself to lift her, but my other arm was so swollen it couldn't muster any strength. Gritting my teeth, I hurried into the room. Both Lin Nini and I crashed onto the bed, and now I was lying on top of this girl. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. You're on top of me." Several seconds passed before Lin Nini blurted out that sentence. I scrambled to my feet and straightened my clothes. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, I'm injured, and I really didn't mean to." Lin Nini buried her head in the covers, only responding with a soft "I'm going to sleep elsewhere." Chapter 37, Li Hui's text. Lin Nini gave another soft I felt utterly embarrassed, so I went straight back to the living room and lay down on the sofa. But the night dragged on unbearably slowly. I tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. I couldn't tell if it was because of what had just happened or because my arm was killing me. Early the next morning, as I drifted in and out of sleep, I heard the sizzling sound coming from the kitchen beside me. When I opened my eyes, my taste buds instantly came alive. I looked up in disbelief. There stood Lin Nini. This girl was actually making breakfast in the kitchen. I couldn't even imagine it. Shouldn't a mistress be the delicate, pampered type? Why would she cook breakfast herself? Could it be that I truly misunderstood her? But just as I was puzzling over it, Lin Nini suddenly turned her head to look at me and gave me a faint smile. "You're awake? I just went downstairs to buy you a new toothbrush. Hurry up and freshen up, breakfast's ready." I nodded softly. After washing up, Lin Nini's breakfast was ready, a standard Chinese breakfast of soy milk and steamed buns. It felt genuinely comforting to eat. The swelling on my arm hadn't completely gone down yet, but it looked much better than last night. Did that mean I really didn't need to go back to the hospital after all? I waved my hand with a smile. "Don't worry. It's really fine." After breakfast, I rode to work in Lin Nini's car, but spent the entire day goofing off. After all, I'd wrapped up the last project successfully, and with yesterday's incident, it was almost like a blessing in disguise. At least Lin Nini didn't bother me all day today. Instead, she even ordered takeout for me at lunchtime. This left my team members completely stunned. The others held a certain amount of respect for me. We were still getting used to working together and weren't very familiar yet. But Wei Gu? That guy was just shameless. Being the ultimate gossip monger he is, he immediately latched onto me. He grinned at me with that smug look. Just seeing his grin made me feel something was off about him. I stared at him warily. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something to upset you?" I asked, puzzled. After I finished speaking, Wei Gu across from me shook his head. "Hey, Manager Zhang, how's your charity lunch going?" I froze. I realized you were hinting at something. Wei Gu chuckled. "I mean, no offense, but I'm a bit confused. Aren't you and Deputy General Manager Lin always at odds? How come this woman suddenly came to her senses today? Actually bringing you lunch herself?" I chuckled. "You didn't know that, did you? You should think about why I'm so irresistible. I had you wrapped around my finger in just a few days. Pretty impressive, huh?" Wei Gu curled his lip. "Though I don't know what happened between the two of you, it definitely wasn't as easy as you make it sound. And Manager Zhang." At this point, the guy pointed straight at my arm. "You didn't happen to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress last night, did you?" I thought for a moment. "You're right, if not for me, Lin Nini probably would have been in a car accident last night." Wei Ji's eyes widened. I actually guessed right. I couldn't be bothered with this guy anymore. But this afternoon, Li Hui sent me a text. She asked me to pick her up at the station at 9 p.m. Even though our relationship had hit a major snag, I naturally couldn't refuse such a request. But I didn't have my car yesterday. After much deliberation, I went to see Yang Wan AI and told her everything that happened last night. I made sure not to mention a single word about what happened at Lin Nini's place. I merely brushed it off, saying I'd fallen asleep at the hotel last night. If Yang Wan AI found out I'd spent the night at Lin Nini's place, I doubt she'd ever speak to me again. I think I know her pretty well. Sure enough, Yang Wan AI still spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Oh, so you played the hero saving the damsel in distress? Good for you.
Now that Vixen Lin Mimi will probably come seducing you next. I gave an awkward chuckle. Could you stop calling her a vixen? Even though Lin Mimi has a connection with your fiancé, I still feel like there's more to this story that I don't know. Yang Wen AI paused, taken aback. Seriously? Just one night passes, and you're already defending that woman? Zhang Yu, are you really going to side with her? I felt utterly helpless. No. I really don't mean it that way. But if you're willing to trust me, I think I can help you figure out what's really going on. No sooner had the words left my mouth. I gave a sly grin. Can I borrow your car? Yang Wen AI sighed. I must have owed you from a past life. Didn't the company already provide you with a company car? I can't exactly go home and get mine again. I'll drive it over first thing tomorrow morning. Besides, I never use the company car anyway, the thing's so finicky. You always fill it with 98 octane, and honestly, I can't afford that kind of gas. Yang Wen AI shot me a look. Take this one instead. With that, the girl tossed me the keys to an Audi. Oh, and this too. Yang Wen AI then handed me a gas card. It's for the gas station next to the company. There should be over 2,000 yuan left on it. Take it and use it for now, it'll last you at least a month or so. I chuckled. Thanks a lot, boss. No, I can't be your boss. Just one night, and that vixen already stole your heart. Give it a few more days, and who knows, you two might end up sleeping together. I burst out laughing. Don't worry, you can always trust me. Then, shamelessly, I grabbed the car keys and gas card and walked straight out of the company. Though it was still early, just past 7, I could easily grab a bite before heading out. But after mulling it over, we were still husband and wife. If we kept this standoff going, it wouldn't end well for either of us. Besides, why not just muddle through? One day at a time. But I believe you can't hide the truth forever. If Li Hui really is concealing some earth-shattering secret, I trust the truth will come out eventually. Still, tonight I genuinely wanted to have a proper meal with Li Hui. After all, it had been ages since we truly sat down together. With that thought, I drove straight to the station. It was barely past 8 when I arrived. I played with my phone while quietly waiting. Chapter 38, The Intimacy of Two. If I had a choice, I'd rather come after 9 o'clock. Around 8:30, Li Hui emerged from the station. I had intended to get off the bus to greet her, and sure enough, it was just Li Hui alone. But the moment I stepped off the bus, our eyes locked. Li Hui froze slightly. And I could clearly see with my own eyes that a fleeting, unmistakable look of panic flashed in her eyes. Though it lasted only a few seconds, I caught it nonetheless. I instinctively furrowed my brow. Something felt off. But seconds later, just as Li Hui regained her composure, a middle-aged man walked up behind us. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and you could tell at a glance he wasn't any good. Tall and lanky, his small eyes looked increasingly sleazy the longer I stared. He reached out and hooked his arm around Li Hui's shoulder, the kind of intimate physical contact that clearly signaled they weren't just casual acquaintances. It wasn't that I was overthinking it, it was just that what I saw was utterly unacceptable. Sure enough. Li Hui recoiled like a startled lamb. The guy with the gold-rimmed glasses chuckled. What's the matter? You scared me. What are you standing there for? Li Hui blurted out. Nothing. Please behave yourself. My husband is coming. I don't want him to misunderstand. Li Hui's words were loud. Though they seemed like a declaration of loyalty to me, they sounded utterly disgusting to my ears. Could it be she's covering something up? Exactly. If she had nothing to hide, she wouldn't have reacted with such shock. Sure enough. The guy in the gold-rimmed glasses froze for a second, then gave an awkward laugh and quickly rubbed his head. Then he began scanning the crowd for my figure. When he spotted me, he even greeted me enthusiastically. So this must be your husband. I've seen his photo before, he's even more handsome in person. But Li Hui's expression turned grim, forcing a smile at me. I walked step by step toward the two of them. The guy with the gold-rimmed glasses even extended his hand toward me. Hello, I'm Li Hui's supervisor. We're both here on this business trip. I gave a slight nod, but instead of shaking his hand, I looked at Li Hui. Why are you still standing there? Are you ever going to come home? The guy in the gold-rimmed glasses must have sensed the awkward tension in the air. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to put his arm around my shoulder. I sidestepped him instantly, frowning as I stared at him. What are you doing? The guy in glasses chuckled. Buddy, you've got the wrong idea. I'm usually pretty easygoing, so that was just an instinctive move. I nodded slightly. I see. So you two are usually this close, right? That's why you couldn't break the habit right away. The smile vanished instantly from the guy in glasses' face. Hey, man, you're being way too suspicious. My wife and I are just co-workers, okay? Don't read into it. We're just close because we work together every day. I thought about it. You're right, I was overthinking it. How about this, call your wife now, and I'll give her a hug. Is that okay? The expression on the bespectacled man's face changed instantly. This is beyond reason, Li Hui. I'm out of here. Looks like I can't meddle in your family affairs.
My apologies, but I really shouldn't have stuck my nose in today. After saying this, the guy left with a sour look on his face.
Li Hui's expression also turned slightly displeased. What are you doing? Could you at least not act so angry in front of outsiders?
Who knows what he'll spread around the office tomorrow.
I was instantly furious.
I never expected this woman to still be defending that man at a time like this.
I crossed my arms over my chest and smiled sweetly at Li Hui.
Though I was forcing the smile.
So that's how it is.
Well, then go explain yourself to him. No sooner had I spoken than I turned and headed toward the car. This time, however, Li Hui didn't sulk or argue further. Instead, as soon as I opened the door, she hopped into the passenger seat.
I haven't eaten yet. Let me treat you to dinner.
Perhaps sensing the car's atmosphere had grown too cold, Li Hui suddenly asked.
I've already eaten. I'm stuffed. If you want to eat, get out and buy something yourself. I said coldly. But just then, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I didn't think much of it and answered right away. Though I hadn't turned on speakerphone, the car was dead silent. Plus, Li Hui was keeping a close eye on me the whole time. Good evening, sir.
You have a reservation at our restaurant.
I see your booking is for 9:30 p.m. May I confirm if you'll be arriving on time? Li Hui immediately caught on.
Clearly, I had already made the reservation.
I'm sorry, I won't be coming. Please just cancel it. Certainly, sir. We hope to welcome you back if you ever need us again.
I slammed the phone down.
Li Hui looked at me from the passenger seat. Are you angry? I gave a self-deprecating chuckle. What's there to be angry about? But you're right, you told me to pick you up at 9. If anyone's to blame, it's me for arriving too early. My apologies for interrupting your private moment. I enunciated each word deliberately. Perhaps it was because I was genuinely furious. But Li Hui was acting strangely tonight. No matter how sarcastic or passive-aggressive my tone was, she didn't say a single extra word. Zhang Yu, why won't you trust me just once?
I really have nothing to do with that man, he's just a regular co-worker.
You probably haven't eaten either, right? Let me take you out to dinner, okay? And whose car is this? I've never seen it before. I know Li Hui was trying to strike up a conversation. But I was so damn furious right now, I couldn't eat a damn thing. With that thought, I slammed the gearshift into S mode and floored the accelerator. The car roared away with a deep hum. This startled Li Hui in the passenger seat. What the hell are you doing? Can you stop driving like you're trying to make a point? What if something happens? I just chuckled. An accident would be perfect. I've wanted to die for ages anyway. What's the point of dragging myself through each day?
Li Hui fell silent, gripping the side handlebar tightly. What should have been at least a half-hour drive, I forced to just over 10 minutes before pulling up to the building. I got out and walked away immediately. I didn't even look back at Li Hui. Chapter 39, A Night of Madness. Li Hui was clearly still standing there, because I couldn't hear her footsteps at all. But I was in a terrible mood right now. Who had time for this nonsense? I headed straight back home, knowing myself well enough to flop onto the couch. But once I was on the couch, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. And I admit, I was still a little worried about Li Hui. After all, she's a woman out late at night. What if something happened? Just as my mind was racing, the front door suddenly swung open. I pretended to be asleep again. Then the light switched on, and I heard something being placed on the table. Though I wanted to open my eyes and look, I managed to suppress the urge. I lost track of time. I felt myself drifting into sleep when suddenly, a pair of warm palms touched me. They immediately began caressing my cheek. I furrowed my brow slightly and instinctively opened my eyes, only to see Li Hui staring at me with tears streaming down her face. I instinctively pulled away. What are you doing? Li Hui pointed to the dining table beside us. You haven't eaten yet. I bought you something. Let's have a bite together before going to sleep, okay? I really wanted to say I wasn't hungry. But Li Hui is still my wife, no matter what. Even if she'd made a mistake, seeing her look at me with that hurt expression now. I shamelessly softened my heart. All right. We exchanged a glance across the table before starting to eat. But every bite felt like chewing wax. My mouth was devoid of any flavor as I kept mulling over the situation. After the meal, I was about to get up to go to bed when Li Hui grabbed my arm. Could we sleep in the same room? We haven't shared a bed in so long. I laughed contemptuously. Yeah, you haven't slept in the same bed with me in a long time. So what? Can't other men give you warmth? Li Hui's expression darkened. At a time like this, don't you still trust me? Do you really think I have some special relationship with that man? I waved my hands hurriedly. Don't talk to me about this now. I really don't want to hear it. I spat out the words, clearly annoyed. But just as I was about to leave, a sudden crack echoed behind me. The room fell instantly silent. I instinctively turned around. That's when I realized Li Hui had just slapped herself. I was instantly furious. Are you out of your mind? But Li Hui ignored me completely, raising her hand and slapping her own cheek hard. No matter how much I despised her, no matter how much I struggled to get over that mental hurdle, my heart still softened. After all, she was my wife and now she was slapping herself right in front of me. I doubt any man could bear to watch that. I grabbed Li Hui's arm tightly. What the hell are you doing? Li Hui lifted her head to look at me, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you're deeply disappointed in me for so many things, but I never once intended to betray you. Please give me one more chance? I truly didn't cheat. After Li Hui said that, I almost blurted out. Because I wanted to ask Li Hui why she had to lie to me? That morning at Zhou Qiao's place. And that adult party Zhou Qiao mentioned. But when the words were on the tip of my tongue, I held back after all. The reason was simple. Because I didn't have the courage to ask it out loud. Zhang Yu. My feelings for you are as clear as day. If you're willing to trust me just once, I promise I won't let you down. I looked into Li Hui's sincere eyes. Yes. It seemed like all along, I'd only been listening to Zhou Qiao's side of the story. But I had no idea what had actually happened to Li Hui. Could it be that I'd rather believe a woman trying to destroy our family than trust my own wife? Sometimes, the line between good and evil is drawn in an instant. But clearly, in this final moment, I did choose to believe Li Hui. But this is truly the last time. And deep down, I silently vowed that if I ever encountered a similar situation again, I would lay everything bare. And during this time, I must find proof. After sorting through these thoughts, I instinctively pulled Li Hui into my arms. Li Hui pressed herself tightly against my chest. Can you trust me just this once? I promise, I swear I haven't cheated. I haven't done anything to betray you. I nodded gently. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Let's get some rest. Li Hui instinctively lifted her head to look into my eyes. As if asking a question? Then, could you sleep with me in the bedroom tonight? I nodded gently. It's my room anyway. Why wouldn't I sleep there? Li Hui's tears instantly turned to laughter. Great. I quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. But today, Li Hui still had that purple mood light on. Barely half an hour later, the bathroom door swung open. Li Hui emerged from the bathroom, looking absolutely like a lotus blossom emerging from the water. The reason was simple. Li Hui wore a sheer nightgown and it was purple. The main issue was that the nightgown was incredibly sheer, allowing glimpses of what lay beneath. Even after all these years of marriage, I've always been utterly captivated by Li Hui's body. Because my wife was simply too perfect. Li Hui naturally sensed my burning gaze, then slowly climbed onto me step by step. She pressed herself directly against me. Whether it was because of my wild encounter with Zhou Qiao or because I'd decided to give Li Hui another chance, the barrier in my heart finally broke. I lifted my head to look at Li Hui, then flipped her over with a swift motion, pinning her beneath me. Li Hui gazed at me with a look of pure temptation. She even lightly licked her own lips. Come on, baby. Who could resist this? I plunged onto Li Hui, and we clung to each other tightly, as if trying to merge our bodies together. We didn't close our eyes all night. As the sky began to glow with the first light of dawn, Li Hui and I lay disheveled on the bed, finally drifting into a deep sleep. I was jolted awake by the ringing of a phone. It was Yang Wen AI calling me. I grabbed the phone without hesitation. Whoa, you finally picked up, big shot. You have no idea how worried I was. I rubbed my head, feeling utterly drained and clearly not having slept enough. My head ached terribly. Chapter 40, The Chairman's Commendation. I instinctively stretched. What's up, Mr. Yang? What happened? You have the nerve to ask me? Look at the time. You drove off alone last night. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? I glanced at Li Hui, still fast asleep beside me. I tiptoed out of the room. Only when I reached the living room did I realize it was already noon. Damn it, sorry, I overslept. Yang Wen AI across from me looked utterly exasperated. I'm truly amazed by you. Can you still make it to the office today? But whether you can or not, you have to come in. The chairman wants to personally commend you. I froze for a moment. Weren't we already rewarded for that project? And you gave me so much bonus money, does our company even have secondary rewards? After I asked that, Yang Wen AI's tone on the other end of the line clearly turned a bit sour. No, it has nothing to do with that. You saved the damsel in distress, didn't you? And it was the chairman's mistress you rescued. Think about it, how could he not personally thank you? I was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Yang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. When did I save a damsel in distress? And you know everything I've done before, right? Anyway, Lin Mimi must have put in a good word for you with the chairman. Hurry over. He'll be back in 2 hours. Don't let him catch you skipping work without permission. After saying that, Yang Wen AI seemed to lose all interest in continuing this nonsense. He slammed the phone down with a loud click. Listening to the busy tone, I sighed helplessly. That girl really is something. But thankfully, Yang Wen AI gave me a heads up. 2 hours should definitely be enough time. I took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and was just about to leave. A figure suddenly pounced on me, clinging tightly to my back. Lately, Li Hui has been acting rather strange. Our marriage had been remarkably uneventful all these years. But now, just as cracks began to appear in our relationship, Li Hui suddenly clung to me like a mermaid stuck to me like glue, impossible to shake off. Though I must admit, I've been enjoying this feeling. I just don't know if this is turning into a vicious cycle. Is something up at work? Do you have to leave right now? I was planning to cook you a meal. My lips twitched slightly as I gently stroked Li Hui's cheek. I won't be eating dinner. They've been calling me non-stop. You can make something for yourself later. Li Hui nodded obediently. Then come back tonight. I'll run a bath for you. Soak in a nice hot tub tonight. I gave a slight nod. But I have to say something. Last night was just too wild. Now that I'm out the door, my legs feel like jelly. Not only that, but I barely have the strength to press the gas pedal you can imagine. And my eyes are completely glazed over. I really overdid it last night. When I arrived at the office, especially my team members, they all stared at me. I instinctively touched my cheek. What's going on? Why are they all staring at me like that? The others just gave awkward smiles and went back to their own work. Only Wei Gu patted my shoulder. Hey, Manager Zhang, he said, you're still young, but you really need to take better care of yourself. Look at you, how are you supposed to keep this up? Those dark circles under your eyes, you must have been up all night working out, huh? He asked with a smirk. Only then did I snap out of it. I turned and glared at him. Cut the crap. Alright, enough about that. Our team's been buzzing today. President Yang dropped by several times, and Vice President Lin too. We team members really hit the jackpot today. Wei Gu said this with a smile. I couldn't be bothered to respond. I just laid my head down on my desk and fell asleep. I don't know how long passed before Wei Gu woke me up. Manager Zhang, wake up. The chairman is here. Hearing Wei Ji's words, I quickly rubbed my cheeks and saw several people approaching from a short distance away. Leading the group was none other than Yang Wenai's fiancé. I'd seen him briefly at the entrance that morning. He certainly looked sharp. Yang Wenai was on his left, Lin Mimi on his right, a vision of beauty flanking him on both sides. Who wouldn't love that kind of life? I quickly adjusted my collar. Damn it! They just noticed me, and I'd been sound asleep. How awkward is that? But just as I was about to speak up, the chairman suddenly glanced at my arm. My arm was still badly swollen, though it wouldn't have been noticeable unless someone looked closely. But the chairman clearly knew beforehand that my arm was injured. He walked step by step toward me, studying my injured arm. His lips twitched slightly. Then he gave my shoulder a light pat. Manager Zhang, this is our first time speaking. I hadn't noticed you before, but recently, General Manager Yang and Secretary Lin have often mentioned you to me. Hearing him say that, I was momentarily stunned. I hadn't expected those two ladies to be talking about me, but since it came from the chairman's mouth, it must have been something positive. Not bad, not bad. And you're still coming to work despite your injury. I've heard about what happened earlier. Don't take things personally with drunk people. Though I have no idea how Lin Mimi explained things to the chairman, at times like this, it's best to play dumb. Better not stir up any unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, with years in the workplace, handling minor issues like this was no problem for me. I quickly waved my hands awkwardly. You flatter me, Chairman. This is simply my duty. And to be able to alleviate your burdens and those of our company is truly an honor for me. But after I said that, both Yang Wenai and Lin Mimi gave me a look of utter contempt, as if they thought I was being totally fake. I chuckled and scratched my head. After all, isn't it just common sense to speak appropriately to different people? Sure enough. The chairman burst into hearty laughter and gave my shoulder a light pat. Well done. You handled this matter perfectly. And coming to work injured, the chairman, had no idea. That was truly my failure. Caring for my employees is part of my job. After saying this, the chairman snapped his fingers, and Lin Mimi handed over a bank card. This card has several thousand yuan. It's not much, but it's mainly for your medical expenses. Spend what you need to, don't be stingy. If there are any additional costs, the company will definitely reimburse you. Chapter 41, The Madness of Zhou Qiao. I was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It was just a swollen arm from being hit, right? And now they're handing me tens of thousands in compensation? This money comes way too easy. But of course, I wouldn't say something that stupid at a time like this. I just smiled as I tucked the card away and quickly spoke up. Chairman, thank you so much. But honestly, my injury isn't that serious. Please don't worry too much about it. I said this with a smile. The chairman across from me nodded. But come to think of it, I still don't know his name. But what the hell does that matter to me? I couldn't care less either way. Oh, and your injury needs rest. I'm giving you a week off. When you return, I'll assign your team a new project. This project is challenging, so you'll need to figure out how to tackle it. The chairman said this with a smile. With several months left before the spring festival, you'll focus solely on this project during that time.
If you succeed, I guarantee each of you will receive a generous year-end bonus.
After the chairman finished speaking, my team members couldn't help but get excited.
And free time off is never wasted. No problem, we'll get it done.
The chairman waved his hand with a smile.
Alright then, get back to work.
This afternoon, you can go to HR to fill out the paperwork.
Make sure all the necessary procedures are followed. I nodded lightly.
After the chairman left, my team members all started buzzing with excitement. After a moment's thought, I sent each of them a 2,000 yuan red envelope in our internal group chat.
Though I'm broke right now. And I desperately needed that money.
I knew we needed to build rapport, and I absolutely couldn't keep it all to myself. Truthfully, I could have easily justified not giving them anything, and no one would have felt uncomfortable about it.
But if I gave it to them, that would be different.
This counts as a work-related injury for me, though not a serious one.
Plus, I'll get to take a week off.
Since you'll likely handle the initial project research, this is compensation for your efforts.
Only this time, no one stepped forward to accept it. Everyone's expressions were awkward. Manager, we can't accept this money. It's compensation for your work injury, how could any of us possibly take it? I waved it off with a smile. You have to learn to share. Anyway, stop refusing. I'm your manager, you listen to what I say. Under my insistence, they finally accepted the money.
And I felt incredibly comfortable the entire afternoon. Now some team members have started sharing snacks with me and buying me bubble tea. I see this as a good sign.
Wei looked at me. Manager, you have a week off this time. What are your plans? I thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet.
Maybe I'll just go home for a couple of days, there's nowhere else to go anyway. Finally, after enduring the workday, I went to HR to get my pass and prepared to head home. But just as I reached the bottom of the company building, a white Mercedes honked at me. I looked over and realized it was Zhou Qiao sitting inside. I frowned. Even though I really didn't want to deal with this woman, to be honest, deep down I was still a little afraid. The reason was simple. I'd gotten a glimpse of Zhou Qiao's edge lately. Setting other things aside, this woman just struck me as extreme. So I had no idea what might happen. Step by step, I walked up to Zhou Qiao. Get in the car. What are you standing there for? After I got in, Zhou Qiao slammed her foot on the gas pedal. We pulled into a parking spot not far away. Don't go back tonight. Come to my place. No way. My wife's home tonight. I have to go back. Ha, you weren't like this before. And didn't you hate your wife? Why are you suddenly playing the good husband now? You're not just avoiding me, are you? I shook my head. Even if my wife has some secret, I need proof before I'll believe it. Though I didn't state it explicitly, I made my meaning clear. Zhou Qiao thought for a moment. Aren't you afraid I'll send the evidence to your wife? I frowned. Then I turned to look at her. But Zhou Qiao just wore a look of utter indifference. I know you're really pissed at me right now, and you probably want to strangle me right here, but you'd better think this through. I shook my head. Even though you have something on me, that doesn't mean you can boss me around. If my wife weren't here, or if I had more time, I might go with you. But threats only come in two forms, 0 times or countless times. If you intend to disrupt my life, then do whatever you want. Whatever the consequences, I'll accept them. Zhou Qiao's lips twitched. Alright, since you really can't go tonight, just lend me an hour of your time. I froze, momentarily confused by Zhou Qiao's meaning. But the woman didn't give me a chance to ask. She started the car again. About 20 minutes later, we arrived at a riverside bridge. Since it was still rush hour, the place was completely deserted. First, it was too hot. Second, everyone had things to do. Commuters were rushing home, seniors were picking up grandchildren from school. This spot was meant for evening cooling off, so at this hour, not a soul was in sight, not even a ghost. Zhou Qiao parked the car under the shade of a nearby tree. Before I could react, she slid her seat forward. This car is pretty spacious. She pointed to the back seat. I want to show you something. Move to the back seat. At this point, I still had no idea what Zhou Qiao wanted me to see. But if I had known, I absolutely wouldn't have listened to her. As soon as I got out and moved to the back seat, Zhou Qiao locked the car doors. Then, a long, slender leg swung over. Since Zhou Qiao was wearing a white bodycon skirt, from my vantage point, I could see everything that was exposed. White. Then Zhou Qiao lunged straight at me, pinning me down instantly. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? My eyes widened. I uttered these words in utter disbelief. But Zhou Qiao just gave me a faint smile, then pressed herself against me. A strong perfume scent filled my nostrils. Since you can't accompany me tonight, let's do it in the car. It's all the same anyway. Are you out of your mind? I shouted. Don't worry. My tinted windows are dark and there's no one around at this hour. No one will notice. Chapter 42, My Dazed and Confused State. I shoved Zhou Qiao hard, sending her head crashing into the passenger seat headrest. A thud echoed through the car. But I swear, I really didn't mean to do it. Zhou Qiao suddenly furrowed her brows.
You hurt me. I gasped. Can you stop pulling these crazy stunts? What exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to get me killed? What if someone filmed this? Zhou Qiao chuckled. Think you're some big celebrity? Worried about being filmed? Relax, I specifically had extra thick window tint installed.
While Zhou Qiao was technically right, I was genuinely scared inside the car. After all, things with Li Hui had only just started to improve slightly.
If something like this happened again, our marriage would be completely over. I shook my head. No way. Don't even think about it. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. It was Li Hui calling.
But this call truly saved my life. I placed the phone right in front of Zhou Qiao.
See? I wasn't lying. Li Hui really is home today. I have to go back. Can you just stop messing with me? I promise, I'll come see you in a few days.
I said this with a serious expression. Zhou Qiao on the other end thought for a moment, then smacked his lips.
What a drag. Fine, fine. Since you insist, I'll let you off the hook. Go answer the call. I gave a slight nod. Then I grabbed the phone. Honey, why aren't you home yet? I could hear the sound of chopping vegetables in the background.
Clearly, Li Hui was cooking for me.
I thought for a moment. The company just assigned a new project. We had a quick handover meeting and I'll be heading back soon. Li Hui quickly spoke up. Don't forget to bring up a bottle of vinegar later.
We haven't cooked at home in ages and we're all out.
Sure thing.
Then I slammed the phone down.
Zhou Qiao.
I know you've got me by the short hairs, but please help me with this. I really need to get home ASAP.
Zhou Qiao thought for a moment. Fine, I'll let you off today. Take the passenger seat.
Though I was a bit reluctant, I immediately got into the passenger seat to prevent this woman from pulling any more stunts. But Zhou Qiao didn't start the car.
What are you doing?
Zhou Qiao chuckled. Since you won't be able to come to my place tonight and you resisted so much earlier, shouldn't you pay a little interest first?
I was a bit confused. What do you mean by that?
Zhou Qiao grabbed my hand and placed it directly on her thigh. Keep in mind Zhou Qiao was wearing a bodycon skirt, so her snow-white skin was exposed.
Don't you dare move your hand. I frowned. You really don't want to live, do you? Do you realize you're driving? This is dangerous. I instinctively pulled my hand back.
Zhou Qiao across from me seemed a bit displeased, but when it comes to safety, I couldn't care less about whether this woman was happy or not. About half an hour later, we arrived at the front gate. Fortunately, it was past rush hour, so there was no traffic. After getting out, I turned to head into the compound, but Zhou Qiao in the car gave a little smile. Zhang Yu, I'll be honest with you, Li Hui has been hiding a lot from you.
Believe it or not, I'm just telling you this.
You need to keep your guard up around that woman. Hearing Zhou Qiao's words felt like 1,000 needles piercing my heart. My lips twitched slightly. I forced a smile at Zhou Qiao.
You're absolutely right. Rest assured, I'll definitely keep my guard up around my wife. Is there anything else you need to tell me? I blurted out unexpectedly. After I asked that, Zhou Qiao thought for a moment and gave me a strange smile. Zhang Yu, it seems you still don't trust me, he chuckled. But I'm not in a hurry. Because I know deep down, you'll come back to me someday. I furrowed my brow.
Zhou Qiao stretched her long, slender legs toward me. Even though I was now outside the car, gazing at those snow-white, long legs still made my mouth go dry. Even though I despised this woman, her body left me utterly captivated. That's the tricky part. Because I don't just love you, I can also make you crave my body. We've got plenty of time. Any challenging moves can be unlocked slowly. After saying this, Zhou Qiao couldn't help but lick her lips, gazing at me with an alluring expression. I quickly shook my head and turned to leave immediately. Zhou Qiao watched my retreating figure, giggling coquettishly all the while. The more I thought about it, the more sickened I felt, yet I found myself inexplicably drawn to this woman. Perhaps that was the most helpless thing of all. After parting ways with Zhou Qiao, I stumbled home in a daze. Li Hui opened the door, smiling warmly at me. In that moment, I truly felt the warmth of home. I couldn't understand why. Back when my company was thriving, Li Hui had been so cold toward me. But now I was truly bankrupt. Sure, I had a few tens of thousands left, but what was that to a family? The crucial thing was that Li Hui had transformed into a devoted wife and mother. The contrast between her past and present behavior felt utterly jarring. And that's precisely why I feel so perplexed. As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. I've wondered more than once if Li Hui might have undergone a gender transition. But Zhou Qiao's words, combined with Li Hui's peculiar behavior, leave me no choice but to speculate. But Li Hui instinctively glanced at my hands, both empty, not even a single hair. Li Hui paused, slightly taken aback. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to bring vinegar? How come you didn't buy the wrong thing? That's when it hit me. I'd been completely out of it earlier, so naturally I hadn't thought about it. I'm so sorry, I completely forgot. I'll go buy some now. Li Hui grabbed my arm. Alright. You hardly ever eat vinegar anyway.
If we wait any longer, the food will get cold. Let's just eat.
At the dinner table, the two of us chatted and laughed, feeling just like a real married couple as if there were no cracks whatsoever.
After the meal, I looked across the table at Li Hui. I'm planning to visit my hometown for a few days. The company gave me some time off to prepare for the next big project. It might take up the rest of the year. Li Hui gave a slight nod. Sure, but I won't be able to accompany you. Chapter 43, Big Tiger's Wife. I know that, of course. You have to work, right? I'll just go back by myself. Li Hui nodded. No problem. Give my regards to Mom and Dad when you get back. Without delay, I packed my things and left right after eating. The company provided me with a car, and it wasn't a low-end model either, a 300,000 or 400,000 yuan vehicle that could be considered a semi-luxury car. I drove straight home. My family lived in a county town attached to the city, and by the time I arrived home, over 3 hours had passed. But the house was completely empty. I called my mom and learned they'd gone to a friend's son's wedding and wouldn't be back for a couple of days. I felt a wave of helplessness wash over me. To make matters worse, the power was out at home. When I asked about it, my mom just gave an awkward laugh. Your dad and I thought we'd be gone for several days, so we planned to recharge the card when we got back. If you're free tomorrow, you can handle it then. I hung up the phone, my face a picture of resignation. But just then, a voice rang out. Is that you? I froze for a moment, instinctively turning my head, only to see the resident from the floor above us. This guy goes by Big Tiger. He used to work in underground debt collection, not exactly a saint. What's more, he's actually a bit older than me, yet for some reason, he always calls me Yugu whenever we meet. In the end, I had to insist we each use our own names. Big Tiger, why are you back so early? Hu chuckled from across the way. Hey, come on over. Grab a couple of drinks at my place. I've been missing you like crazy, but who knew you'd be so busy you wouldn't even come home? I awkwardly scratched my head. Since my place was out of power anyway, I went along with him. To be honest, Big Tiger was quite an interesting guy. He was a real boozer with a temper to match. But he's always been pretty nice to me. It was all because I'd done him a small favor before. This guy had hit a cash crunch, suddenly finding himself completely paralyzed. And with his notorious reputation, no one around him was willing to lend him money. But at the time, I was the chairman and I had some funds on hand, so I lent him a portion. He repaid me shortly thereafter. Ever since then, he's treated me with genuine respect. He'd visited my company and knew my financial standing, though he was unaware I'd since gone bankrupt. Speaking of which, he had a stunningly beautiful wife. She wasn't young, probably around 30, but women of that age have a certain charm. And I've always had a thing for mature women. His wife always wore her hair in an updo and wore light makeup at home. She absolutely embodies the image of a married woman. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches with curves in all the right places, she embodies every fantasy I have about women. Though she wasn't as pretty as Li Hui, the key point was that she had an amazing figure. And she's a completely different type from Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao is the kind of woman who stirs a man's desires just one glance and you know she's got that allure. But this woman was different. She carried this hazy aura, like a million ants gnawing away at your core. After locking the front door, I headed straight back with this guy. After Big Tiger entered, his wife Wang Wan slowly rose to her feet. Oh, brother Yu. What a rare guest. Come in quickly and sit down. Seeing Wang Wan again, this woman was beyond my expectations. Today she wore a tight purple dress with slits up the outer sides of both thighs, somewhat reminiscent of a qipao. Just as I'd imagined, her hair was neatly pinned up, and she was wearing makeup. All in all, she looked incredibly polished. Especially in that form-fitting dress, it really got my imagination running wild. Zhang Wan's skin wasn't particularly fair, but it had a healthy glow that was very pleasing to the eye. For a moment, I found myself staring blankly. But only for a mere 2 seconds. Sis-in-law, you're looking more and more stunning. I came so suddenly, I didn't even have time to bring you guys a gift. Hu burst out laughing. Hey you, when did you get so polite, he teased. Wife, whip up a couple more dishes. You and I are gonna have to drink a few extra glasses later. Wang Wan gave a faint smile. No problem. But as Wang Wan turned away, I caught a glimpse of a faint red mark beneath her neck. Though faint and fleeting, I recognized it clearly, though I couldn't fathom what it meant. Could it be that they enjoy some kind of thrill in their daily life? But such thoughts were best kept to myself. I wasn't foolish enough to voice them aloud. A few minutes later, we sat down at the dinner table. Hu and I kept drinking and chatting about this and that. Wang Wan sat quietly to the side, barely touching her food. Oh, right, how's your company been lately, you? I could only smile and dodge the question. Same old, same old. Business is getting tougher and tougher these days. I don't think it'll be long before I go under. When that happens, I'll have to rely on brother Hu again. Hu across from me quickly waved his hands. I couldn't tell if the guy was genuinely loyal or just thought I was being modest. Don't worry, you. I know my place. Back when my reputation hit rock bottom, nobody gave me the time of day. But you reached out and pulled me up when I needed it most. I'll never forget that favor. Whenever you need me, just give me a call, I'll be there in a flash. My connections are yours to use anytime.
These words I'm saying today, fueled by this drink, will always hold true.
I nodded, deeply moved. Thanks, brother Hu. I wonder if Big Tiger will kick me out now that I've admitted I'm bankrupt?
After each of us downed half a pound of liquor, I started to feel a bit lightheaded myself.
Big Tiger kept bragging nonstop about his business. And since he was in the entertainment and money-making business, he naturally carried a certain aggressive aura. Alright, you, I never got to ask what were you doing hanging around your doorstep all day?
I shook my head helplessly. Well, I was hoping to surprise my parents by coming back, but turns out they weren't home at all. The electricity card ran out too, so I guess I'll just have to make do with sleeping here tonight.
Big Tiger chuckled. Easy fix. I'll hook you up with a bathhouse, you can crash there tonight. I waved my hands quickly. No need, no need. I can sleep at home. Besides, I'm pretty tired after driving for hours, I'm too worn out to go anywhere. I'll treat you next time. Dahu chuckled. Alright, no need for all that formalities between us.
But just as he said that, his phone suddenly rang.
Hello? What's up? Chapter 44, Wang Wan's Invitation.
Big Tiger answered the call, talking for about a minute or so before letting out a long sigh.
He turned to me, his face full of apology. I'm really sorry, Yuge. Something came up at my shop. I have to go into the city today. It's been scheduled for a long time, and I just can't get out of it.
After saying this, Daho scratched his head.
I probably won't be back until tomorrow afternoon.
I was really looking forward to drinking with you tonight until we were both wasted, but one thing led to another.
Dahu said this with a helpless look on his face.
When he finished, I quickly shook my head.
Brother Hu, you're being too formal. What kind of relationship do we have?
Dahu chuckled.
You're right.
No need for all that formalities between brothers.
I'll be back soon. Stay a while. No sooner had he spoken than Big Tiger stood up and started to leave. Brother Hu, that's probably not a good idea. You've just had some drinks, it's too dangerous.
Dahu chuckled and patted his chest.
Don't worry. Someone's coming to pick me up. I know better than to drive after drinking. I've got at least that much common sense. With that, Big Tiger turned and walked away. I naturally felt awkward lingering any longer.
Rising, I spoke softly to Wang Wan beside me.
Sis, since brother Hu has to leave first, I'll be heading back too. You'll have to take care of clearing the table, okay? Under normal circumstances, she would have let me leave.
But Wang Wan across from me was being kind.
You, this place is like home to you. Don't be so polite.
Since your place has no power, just stay a while.
Watch some TV or something to pass the time.
Her voice was soft and gentle.
It made me feel a bit flustered.
But just as I was about to refuse, something important suddenly occurred to me. I slapped my forehead in frustration.
Oh man, my phone's dead. Look at my memory. Guess I really am stuck here for a while. Wang Wan gave a faint smile. No problem. You're being so polite, if you keep it up, I'll get annoyed. I could only force a smile.
Then Wang Wan started clearing the table. Sitting there alone was beyond awkward.
After all, a man and a woman alone in the same room, what if word got out?
But Wang Wan seemed perfectly unconcerned, even washing the post-dinner fruit for me.
As the hour grew late, I knew it was time for me to leave. I instinctively stood up. Sis, I should be going. Thank you so much for having me today. I'll treat you and brother Hu to dinner in a couple of days. After saying this, I turned to leave.
But just then, Wang Wan suddenly grabbed my arm. There we stood, the two of us, in the middle of her living room.
I froze in place. What was this woman up to?
I instinctively turned my head and saw Wang Wan give me a faint smile before unconsciously releasing my arm.
Hey you, isn't your place having a power outage? I bet you don't have hot water either. Why don't you take a hot shower at my place? I waved my hands in refusal. How could that be? It's so inconvenient.
If brother Hu were home, it might be okay, but the thing is, he's not here either.
It really isn't appropriate.
But Wang Wan was quite insistent.
Don't overthink it, you. I know about you and my brother Dahu.
Since we're already so close, don't worry about these things. You can use the shared bathroom. Just bring your own pajamas, at least that'll be more comfortable.
Though I really wanted to refuse. But Wang Wan did have a point. Besides, it was the peak of summer.
After driving for several more hours, I really did feel a bit uncomfortable all over.
Plus, after eating and drinking, I felt like I had a lingering odor.
But taking a cold shower this late at night could easily give you a cold.
Plus, the temperature difference between day and night is pretty extreme around here.
Taking a cold shower at night could easily be deadly.
After considering this, I nodded thoughtfully.
Alright, since my sister-in-law was being so kind, I'd gladly accept her invitation.
After all, I did feel a bit queasy from the wine. No sooner had I spoken than I went downstairs, grabbed my pajamas and toiletries, and headed back upstairs. But for some reason,
as I climbed the stairs, I couldn't shake this feeling of guilt, like I was doing something wrong. Even I couldn't figure out why. Finally arriving at Wang Wan's place, she enthusiastically opened the door, and I dashed inside in a flash.
Seeing my actions, Wang Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing.
She covered her mouth as she laughed. I have to admit, this woman looked genuinely beautiful when she smiled.
Hey you, what are you doing? I asked. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was hiding someone in my house.
I quickly waved my hands.
Exactly. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were hiding someone from Brother Who.
Why else would I rush in like this?
Wang Wan across from me gave a faint smile.
Alright, go take a shower.
I've already run you a hot bath.
Even though Wang Wan kept saying I was Big Tiger's friend, this whole situation felt a bit awkward.
The reason was simple.
Because Wang Wan's feelings for me seemed to go beyond mere friendship.
But at times like this, I naturally didn't dwell on it.
If it turned out to be just wishful thinking on my part, I wouldn't be able to face this family again.
I might even get a beating from Dahu.
Thinking of that guy Daho, I shook my head helplessly.
Forget it, forget it.
I'll just keep quiet. I went in and took a quick shower, but for some reason, after the hot shower, I felt increasingly dizzy and lightheaded.
It was really uncomfortable. I even felt like I might throw up. I quickly dried off, changed clothes, and headed out.
But just then, Wang Wan grabbed my arm.
I got you some ice-cold milk.
Drink it up, it's great for hangovers and will make you feel much better. Since I was genuinely feeling nauseous, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the milk from the table and downed it in one gulp.
But I have to say, after drinking that milk, I really did feel incredibly smooth. I quickly gave Wang Wan a thumbs-up gesture. Sis-in-law! I exclaimed. That was absolutely incredible. Just now I felt like I was about to throw up, but now I feel so much better. I blurted out excitedly.
But Wang Wan across from me covered her mouth and giggled softly.
Of course.
Every time Big Tiger came home drunk, I'd make him a glass of ice-cold milk. And after drinking, taking a hot shower really does make you feel queasy.
Chapter 45, Domestic Violence. Hearing Wang Wan say that, I let out a sigh of relief. Let's be honest, I think Big Tiger is truly lucky to have found a wife like you.
I wish I hadn't said that.
The moment I said it,
Wang Wan's expression changed abruptly across from me. She instinctively lifted her head to look at me. But after one glance at me, her eyes immediately darted away. I furrowed my brow slightly, instinctively sensing something was off.
Sis, what's wrong? Can you talk to me about it? We're family here. Wang Wan sighed and shook her head gently. Nothing. Maybe you're right.
I feel like I've been good to him all these years since we got married, but I have no idea how he really sees me.
Wang Wan blurted out unexpectedly.
After she finished speaking, fear welled up inside me, and my face was filled with confusion.
What do you mean by that? Wang Wan looked at me, and then tears began to flow uncontrollably.
My head felt like it was buzzing. No, sister-in-law, let's talk this through calmly.
Please don't get so upset. Wang Wan sighed deeply. Nothing. I just had a little too much to drink tonight, so I'm feeling a bit melancholy. Some troublesome thoughts came to mind, but I'm fine. Watching Wang Wan across from me, I sensed something was seriously off. Sis. What's really going on? Tell me clearly. You've been like this, has something happened?
If you're facing difficulties, tell me. I call you sis, after all.
I won't just ignore it. I enunciated each word deliberately. After I finished, Wang Wan across from me shook her head. This is a family matter. I really can't tell you, or rather, I don't even know where to begin. I paused to think, then looked at Wang Wan across from me with a serious expression. Sis, I don't know what's going on with you, but if you're willing to tell me, I'll help you. I spoke these words deliberately, one syllable at a time. But the moment I finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly nodded. How did this woman come to her decision? At the same time, Wang Wan took 2 steps back, positioning herself directly opposite me. Just as I stood there dumbfounded, Wang Wan did something utterly beyond my wildest imagination.
She suddenly pulled open the neckline of her tight-fitting dress, and my eyes widened.
Hey, what are you doing? Sister-in-law. I instinctively closed my eyes, unable to bear even a single glance. What the hell is going on?
But just then, Wang Wan spoke softly.
Open your eyes and you'll see. You'll understand why I've become this way. Hearing Wang Wan's words, I furrowed my brow slightly and instinctively opened my eyes.
But the moment my eyes opened, a sharp buzzing sensation instantly filled my head. Wang Wan now faced me. Her purple tight dress had been transformed into a strapless top. Her fair shoulders and both arms were completely exposed to the air. At that moment, staring at Wang Wan's exposed upper body, my eyes widened in disbelief. Because her chest was covered in purple bruises, clear evidence of domestic violence inflicted by Big Tiger.
My mouth twitched. To be honest, I truly hadn't expected it to be like this. I instinctively looked up at Wang Wan. She nodded at me and gave a self-deprecating smile. Now you know, don't you? To me, this home is a nightmare.
You have no idea, he drinks every day, and when he comes home drunk, he beats me. After saying this, Wang Wan's lips twitched slightly. I truly don't know what hope I have left in this life.
I'm basically beaten every single day, and it's always with a belt.
Wang Wan uttered these words with a look of utter despair, and tears began streaming down her face uncontrollably. Honestly, at that moment, I felt a deep pity for the woman before me.
My heart softened involuntarily. Sis, I never imagined things would be like this. Don't be too hard on yourself. What exactly happened? Could you tell me the whole story? I genuinely want to understand what's really going on here. Wang Wan across from me paused to think, then sighed. Things were fine a few years ago. But after that incident, he became incredibly volatile. I often suspected he had mental health issues. It was like he constantly felt someone was out to get him. Every night when he came home, talking to him was no good, and not talking wasn't any better. He always found a reason to hit me.
At this point, Wang Wan broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, my heart ached terribly.
If that's really the case, what's the point of living like this?
All she faces day in and day out are fists and insults. I paused to consider, looking at Wang Wan across from me.
Haven't you ever thought about calling the police or divorcing him? At this point, if things keep going like this, how many lives do you think you have left? Wang Wan shook her head. I've asked him for a divorce before, but he threatened to kill me. To be honest, I'm really scared of him, so I just stay home and endure it. Hearing Wang Wan's words, my heart ached terribly. Why had things suddenly turned out this way?
After a long silence, I approached Wang Wan and gently patted her shoulder.
Wang Wan lifted her head and glanced at me. Thank you. But I guess I said a bit too much just now. I shook my head.
That said, Wang Wan's shoulders really were smooth, though the bruises on them made my heart ache just looking at them. But now wasn't the time for such feelings. I took off my coat and draped it over Wang Wan's shoulders.
Sis, don't dwell on it. I know what kind of person you are. When I see him later, I'll talk to him. This can't go on like this anymore.
But when Wang Wan heard my words, she reacted as if she'd heard nonsense. She shook her head frantically.
No. Brother Zhang, just listen to me this once. Don't tell him about this. Otherwise, I'll get beaten again. I shook my head. Though I really wanted to get involved, this was their family's business. I really shouldn't say much more. Sis, it's getting late. I should head back.
For some reason, after saying that, I couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Wan across from me seemed a bit off.
Chapter 46, Bringing Her Home. It was as if her gaze was silently urging me to stay. But Wang Wan ultimately said nothing more. She gave a slight nod and watched me leave. After returning home, the more I thought about it, the more disgusted I felt. I never imagined Big Tiger could be this kind of person. The thing I despise most in this life is a man who hits women. And with a wife as beautiful as hers, why wouldn't he cherish her? What a fool. But as Wang Wan said, it was their family affair, so I couldn't really say much. Since the power was out at my place, I went to bed early. For convenience, I just slept in the living room. But my place has a different layout than most. There's a small window near the stairwell. It was meant for storing keys or such, more convenient that way, and the window's location was quite hidden. But tonight, the window was open, so I could hear everything outside clearly. Just as I was drifting in and out of sleep, a sudden torrent of curses erupted from upstairs. Do you know how exhausted I am every single day? You got off easy being my wife. Then came a series of slapping sounds. I was jolted awake. I instinctively opened the front door. The noise was coming from upstairs. I furrowed my brow slightly, instinctively sensing something was off. Could it be? The thought made me panic, and I rushed upstairs. Sure enough, I'd barely reached the corner of the hallway when I saw Dahui dragging Wang Wan by one arm. Wang Wan was already in her nightgown, a loose-fitting one at that, completely ruined by the tugging. With his other hand, he slapped Wang Wan hard across the side of her face. I wanted to charge in, but Big Tiger was ruthless. His blows were so hard they tore her clothes to shreds. Even some areas that shouldn't have been exposed were now visible. If I had intervened at that moment, it would have been somewhat disrespectful. Perhaps Wang Wan didn't want me to come over now either. Besides, Big Tiger had stopped hitting her. Now both of them were standing by the doorway, though Big Tiger could barely keep his balance. He pointed a finger at Wang Wan and snarled at her. You damn woman. What the hell good are you? You can't even take off my shoes without dragging your feet. What use are you to me if I marry you? Wang Wan covered her cheek with one hand and her lower abdomen with the other, her expression surprisingly calm. It seemed she had grown accustomed to this life. Now I finally understand why my business never takes off. With a jinx like you for a wife, it'd be a miracle if I ever succeeded. After shouting this, Dahu abruptly slammed the door shut. That bastard actually locked Wang Wan out. Hearing the door slam, Wang Wan slowly sank to the floor and began to sob softly. Honestly, anyone witnessing this scene probably couldn't just laugh it off. My lips twitched as I stared intently at Wang Wan, then stepped toward her one step at a time. When I reached her, I took off my pajamas and draped them over her. Now I was the one without clothes, standing bare-chested. Fortunately, I prioritized fitness over the years, so my upper body remained well-toned and proportionate. Wang Wan froze for a moment, instinctively lifting her head.
But the moment she saw me, her sobs grew even louder. She clamped her hand over her mouth, desperately trying to stifle her cries.
My lips twitched.
I never expected to walk into this mess on my first day back. This definitely wasn't a coincidence. It seemed that Big Tiger had been abusing Wang Wan all along.
After a moment of silence, I sighed deeply.
My face softened with sympathy as I fixed my gaze on Wang Wan and spoke softly.
Sis, won't he open the door anymore? Wang Wan nodded.
Normally, after drinking this much tonight, he'll sleep straight through until noon or afternoon tomorrow.
Only then will he open the door. I'm used to it by now. I took a deep breath. So when this happens, where do you stay? Wang Wan thought for a moment. I'd stay at that little hotel downstairs. Most times I'd walk in disheveled, and they knew why. So they'd let me charge it, and I'd pay them back the next day. After saying that, Wang Wan stood up and started heading downstairs. I grew anxious. Sis, where are you going? It's the middle of the night. Why head to a hotel? Why not just crash at my place? Sure, there's no power, but you can still sleep in the room just fine. I found it a bit awkward to say. After all, it was the middle of the night, and inviting her to rest in my room felt somewhat inappropriate. But seeing Wang Wan like this, I truly felt uneasy inside. Wang Wan glanced at me and gave a slight nod. Alright, I'll rest at your place. I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. I promise I won't be a bother. Knocking on people's doors in the middle of the night is always awkward for me too. I quickly shook my head. It's fine. You can stay as long as you like. No sooner had I spoken than Wang Wan started walking ahead, though I noticed she seemed a bit unsteady on her feet. I quickly supported her, and the two of us made our way back to my place. I turned on my flashlight and offered her my own room. But Wang Wan insisted on sleeping on the sofa outside. Still, she couldn't resist me. Alright. You can sleep right here. After saying that, I turned around and went back to sleep on the couch. Truthfully, I had already fallen asleep. And tonight, even with Wang Wan in my home, I had absolutely no other thoughts. The reason was simple. After all, Wang Wan had become like this. If I still harbored any other thoughts, wouldn't that make me worse than an animal? So I fell asleep pretty quickly. But at some point, I heard a piercing scream. Ah! The scream was already quite loud. I instinctively opened my eyes and quickly turned on my flashlight. Only then did I see Wang Wan collapsed on the floor near the bathroom door. She was clutching her thigh, looking in agony. Sis-in-law, what happened? I rolled over and hurried over to her. Wang Wan stroked her thigh awkwardly as she spoke to me. I kinda needed to use the bathroom, but since there was no light in your place, I accidentally. Chapter 47, Invited by Wang Wan. Wang Wan said this with obvious embarrassment. I sighed helplessly. Since you can't see the path and aren't familiar with my house layout, you should have let me help you. How do you feel now? I couldn't help but ask. Wang Wan shook her head across from me. It's fine now. I feel much better. Don't worry about it. You should go rest. Go to the bathroom first. I'll take you back to your room afterward. Though Wang Wan seemed embarrassed, she finally listened to me. She entered the bathroom and closed the door behind her. Within half a minute, I heard the faint sound of running water from inside. Needless to say, she was relieving herself. I wonder why. Listening to that sound, I felt a strange tingling sensation in my heart. As for why it tingled, even I couldn't explain it. Soon after, she flung open the bathroom door. Wang Wan looked at me with an awkward expression. I'm so sorry for the trouble. I didn't expect you'd just get back today and end up like this. We're neighbors living right next door, and now I've caused you all this trouble. I really feel terrible. Hearing this, I quickly shook my head. Enough with the apologies. I know exactly how you feel, and this isn't your fault at all. It's all Dahu's problem. That guy isn't even a real man. I spat out the words with venom. After I finished speaking, Wang Wan's mouth twitched slightly. Alright. Enough of this. Get some rest. This has kept you up all night. The rest of the night passed without further words. Early the next morning, Wang Wan left my place. I slept straight through until noon. But just as I opened the door to go downstairs for something to eat, I bumped right into Big Tiger. Dahu seemed much more normal now. Looks like he'd sobered up. Upon seeing me, he broke into an excited smile. Oh my, you. What a coincidence. When I first saw Big Tiger, I really wanted to punch him in the face. But after thinking it over for a long time, I managed to hold back. This is absolutely not the time to act recklessly. I took a deep breath and spoke softly to Big Tiger. Hey, brother who, didn't you say you had something to do yesterday? That you wouldn't be back until today? This early? Dahu quickly waved his hands. That thing yesterday got wrapped up faster than expected. They wanted me to stay out drinking, but what's more comfortable than cuddling with my wife? So I came back. Daha chuckled as he said this. But I just stared at him with utter contempt. He couldn't even bother to practice his lies beforehand. And he has the nerve to talk about sleeping with his wife? Wasn't it this guy who personally kicked Wang Wan out of the house last night? Now he actually has the nerve to say something like that? If it weren't for the terrible impression it would make, I swear I could spit right in his face. He's got absolutely no shame. But Big Tiger clearly didn't notice the change in my expression. He quickly waved his hand at me. Alright, you good, I've got some stuff to take care of today. If I make it back tonight, we absolutely gotta knock back a few more drinks. Last night just wasn't enough. With that, Daho waved goodbye and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, I clenched my fists tightly. And I swear to God, it was only the rule of law that saved him tonight. Otherwise, I would have made him taste what it feels like to get a dunk right on his head. I shook my head helplessly. I was about to close the door and head downstairs for dinner. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared around the corner of the hallway. None other than Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at me. Brother, you just woke up, right? I gave a slight nod. Yeah, I'm just lazy like that, prefer to sleep in. After saying that, I couldn't help but scratch my head awkwardly. But when I finished speaking, Wang Wan across from me just smiled. I've already cooked dinner. I was planning to have him join us, but he had to leave suddenly. If you don't mind, why not eat here with me? I felt a bit awkward. After all, Daho wasn't home, and last night I had no choice but to bring Wang Wan over. But today, if I went back again, it would seem a bit tactless. No, I'll just grab a quick bite downstairs. No need to trouble yourself. Besides, I've got a recharge card ready. Wang Wan smiled. You haven't been home in so long, and you probably don't handle these household matters anyway. Do you even know where the recharge card is? That was a soul-searching question. Because I honestly have no idea where to get a recharge card. No worries, I'll just ask the security guard. Alright, I'm heading over there later to pick up a package. I'll top yours up while I'm at it. Just hand me your card. Plus, my family cooked a huge feast. If I eat it all alone, it'll just go to waste. Bro, you, just do me a favor. Help me deal with these leftovers, I can't be bothered to throw them out. I felt awkward going, but since he'd already asked, refusing would be a bit rude. After thinking it over, I finally nodded. Alright. I'll humbly accept your kind invitation. Wang Wan looked quite pleased. She was already wearing the kitchen's special cleaning uniform, oil resistant, reaching just below the knees. Her bare legs were covered only by a pair of house slippers. I followed behind Wang Wan. But as we prepared to enter the house, I still felt a twinge of unease and glanced under the stairs. What if that brood Daho suddenly made a surprise return? How would I explain that? But Wang Wan must have sensed my unease, because she shook her head gently at me. Brother, you, relax. I saw someone waiting for him downstairs earlier, and now the car's gone, he's definitely left. He never liked eating home-cooked meals. He always thought food outside tasted better. I wonder why. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about what Wang Wan just said seemed off. I immediately looked up at her. Was she hinting at something with that mention of eating? I gave my hands a quick wash, but I have to say Wang Wan's cooking skills are truly impressive. 6 dishes and a soup, the standard of living is pretty impressive. After just one bite, I couldn't help but nod in approval. Damn, sis-in-law. Your cooking is amazing, so delicious. It tastes even better than restaurant food. Chapter 48, Wang Wan's Divorce. Wang Wan responded to my praise with only a faint smile. Alright, you, eat more. Anything left over will just get thrown out. Of course, I wasn't about to worry about that. I dove right in and started wolfing it down. The meal was utterly satisfying. Wang Wan started washing the dishes again. Watching her busy figure, I shook my head helplessly. Truth be told, this woman has had a pretty tough life. Sis, as an outsider, I really don't know what to say. But if it ever comes down to it, I hope you'll stand up for yourself. I said earnestly. Also, once you leave this place, you'll see the whole world. What you'll see then won't be the same as what you see now. At least you two don't have children yet. Think it over yourself. I felt I'd said all I needed to say. Wang Wan across from me pondered for a moment, then nodded at me. I understand. Thank you, you goo. I'll give it serious thought. I gave a slight nod. I'd only meant to voice my own thoughts, but I never imagined that those words would alter the course of Wang Wan's entire life. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. That evening, my parents returned home. They weren't aware of my current situation, and I didn't want to burden the elderly with too much. So we just chatted briefly. For 2 whole days, I stayed home, and thankfully, I didn't hear any more shouting or scolding from upstairs. I couldn't tell if it was because Big Tiger hadn't been home lately, or if there was some other reason. Day after day passed before my eyes. My vacation came to an end. Dad, Mom, I really have to go. There's a project at the company that requires my personal attention. Though my parents were reluctant to see me go, they didn't say much. They just nodded gently. Alright, go ahead. Remember to come back and visit us more often when you have time. Truthfully, I felt a bit reluctant to leave. But I'd only just started my job, so I needed to focus on building my skills. After weathering some storms, I made up my mind.
When the time comes, I'll definitely bring mom and dad to live with me. I had just reached the car when a figure suddenly darted out beside me, nearly scaring the life out of me. I stumbled backward several steps, staring at the person in utter shock.
But I never expected it to be Wan Wan. Wan Wan stared straight at me and spoke softly.
You good? Did I scare you just now? I patted my chest, calming myself down.
You didn't exactly scare me, but what were you doing by my car?
If you needed something, sis-in-law, you could have just called me directly.
Today, Wan Wan's outfit was different from usual, a white tracksuit that made her look both innocent and alluring. But Wan Wan just gave a faint smile. Don't call me sister-in-law anymore. I'm not your sister-in-law. I froze for a moment. What do you mean by that?
Truthfully, I hadn't fully processed it in that moment.
But Wan Wan's smile grew exceptionally bright. Nothing much. We finalized our divorce yesterday without any objections.
But since he's been the one earning money all these years, I agreed to leave with nothing.
Wan Wan blurted this out unexpectedly.
After she said that, my head felt like it was buzzing.
No, wait, this is way too fast. You really divorced him? Wang Wan gave a wry smile. She pulled the divorce certificate right out of her pocket. Staring at those 3 characters, it felt like a dagger to the heart. Truthfully, I'd considered it before.
My words were meant to tell Wang Wan that this marriage was better off ended.
But I never imagined Wang Wan would move this fast. Why did you suddenly decide to get divorced? This is a bit too fast. I felt like I was in a dream. Wang Wan let out a soft chuckle.
Then she let out a long sigh, her expression looking strangely at ease.
Nothing. Actually, after we talked a couple days ago, I made up my mind.
Continuing with a man like that is worse than being alone. I feel at ease now, like a huge weight has been lifted.
You good? Don't worry, I'm not here to borrow money. I'm capable and can earn my own living.
As she spoke, a hint of calmness flickered in Wang Wan's eyes.
I came specifically to thank you. If you hadn't talked some sense into me, I might still be struggling in that bottomless pit.
We only live once, why should we shortchange ourselves?
Wang Wan delivered each word deliberately, while I couldn't help but laugh helplessly. As I laughed, I gave Wang Wan a thumbs-up gesture. I truly didn't expect you to be so resolute. But this is definitely a good thing. Since you've made up your mind, I'll support you all the way. Wang Wan nodded firmly. Get in the car first. Since you've left with nothing, haven't you even eaten yet? Wang Wan nodded again, pecking like a little chick. I won't stand on ceremony.
I took Wang Wan out for a meal, though her current situation was pretty dire. Though she was an adult, I knew exactly what it meant to be left with nothing.
Does that mean she doesn't even have a place to stay? Wang Wan let out a long sigh. It's okay, I can handle it myself. I've already contacted my best friend. I'll start working at the factory in a few days, save up for a few months, and then move out. Wang Wan said this matter-of-factly. I let out a long sigh.
Though I thought my own situation was bad enough, seeing Wang Wan's circumstances, she seemed to be worse off than me.
Let's go. Wang Wan looked puzzled, unsure what I meant.
I took Wang Wan straight to a chain hotel. I chose this place because it was affordable, just over 100 yuan a night, yet surprisingly clean inside. I booked a room for Wang Wan for an entire month. After paying, I carried her last few belongings upstairs. I checked my wallet, only a little over 2,000 yuan left. Take this money. It's just a drop in the bucket, but you need it for your daily expenses too. Don't be polite. Just moments ago, Wang Wan seemed perfectly normal. But after I booked her the room and gave her this money, she seemed deeply moved. She suddenly knelt down and burst into tears. Wah! Seeing Wang Wan like this, my expression darkened. I gently crouched beside her and patted her shoulder. Alright, Sister Wan, don't be so upset. I know things are tough for you now, but life must go on. At least a brand new tomorrow awaits you. Chapter 49, A Frenzied Night. Hearing my words, Wang Wan's expression shifted completely. She turned her head and stared straight at me. The next second, she nodded firmly. You're right. At least I won't have to face him anymore. That really is a blessing for me. Yuga, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. I waved my hand with a smile. Don't make it sound like such a big deal. Helping you actually makes me happy too. Don't overthink it. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Though I'm going through my own struggles now, small favors like this are nothing to me. I spoke casually, pretending not to care. Wang Wan nodded. Enough, that's enough. I can support myself just fine. Hearing Wang Wan say that, I felt somewhat relieved. Then I turned to leave. Sis Wan, just rest here today. Don't even think about looking for work these next couple of days. Take some time to adjust your mindset, get a good night's sleep for a couple of days, and then figure out your next steps. But just then, Wang Wan suddenly grabbed my arm. I froze for a moment, instinctively turning to stare at her in confusion. Sis Wan, what's wrong? Wang Wan shook her head. And from the look on her face, it seemed like she was struggling to speak. I quickly spoke up. Sis Wan, just say what's on your mind. I've already been so clear with you, there's no need for formalities between us, and nothing to worry about.
Wang Wan let out a long sigh.
You've done so much for me.
I really don't know how to thank you.
Once I have the money, I'll pay you back the very first chance I get.
I was just about to refuse. But right then, Wang Wan did something that left me completely dumbfounded. She yanked open the zipper of her sweatshirt.
She simply took off her jacket.
Beneath it was a form-fitting tank top.
I've always thought women in tight tank tops, especially those with great figures and good looks, are absolutely irresistible. Seeing Wang Wan like this, I froze in place, completely dumbfounded. Several seconds passed before I finally stammered out in a whisper.
"WH, what are you doing?" I admit I was getting a little nervous. What the hell was Wang Wan up to?
But Wang Wan instinctively lowered her head and spoke softly to me.
I have nothing to repay you with, especially now. Take me.
I know you might not think much of me, but this is truly my heartfelt wish.
My head buzzed like a bee. Did I just hear that right?
After a long silence, I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly parched.
A fire seemed to be raging inside me. What the hell kind of joke is this? This woman has really gone too far.
Though my heart was racing, I kept staring straight at Wang Wan.
Sis Wan, don't look at me like that. I swear I don't feel that way about you. And how could I possibly take advantage of someone in this state?
I know you're doing this to repay me, but you really don't have to go this far. The moment those words left my mouth,
I already regretted it completely. Damn it. What the hell was I afraid of? She practically offered herself to me. What the hell was I afraid of? But what good does regret do now? I can't exactly backtrack and say everything I just said was bull. Come on, bring it on. Wang Wan across from me shook her head. You misunderstand me. I'm not doing this just to thank you. I've always thought you were a great person and I really like you.
Though I know it's impossible for us to be together, at least having had it is enough.
I was instantly caught in a dilemma. I genuinely didn't know what to do. My eyes kept drifting toward the mysterious valley between Wang Wan's breasts, yet I lacked the courage to speak up. But Wang Wan had always been the proactive one.
Seeing my hesitation, she pressed herself against me, burying her whole body in my arms, panting heavily.
Take me. If you leave tonight like this, I'll truly break down. Damn it. She'd already laid it all out there. As a man, if I didn't even have the guts for this, what the hell was I living for? With that thought, I hesitated barely at all. The string labeled reason snapped instantly in my mind. The next second, I suddenly scooped Wang Wan up in my arms. Wang Wan was more than willing to play along. Her legs wrapped tightly around my waist. Holding her close, I felt the curves of her body as her warm lips pressed directly against mine. Minutes later, panting heavily, I tossed Wang Wan onto the bed and pounced on her like a starving wolf. Soon, the room filled with suggestive sounds. We barely paused during the entire encounter, which lasted a full 4 or 5 hours. Wang Wan and I lay curled up together on the bed. The entire room was now a complete mess. Traces of our passion were scattered in every corner. Wang Wan lay in my arms, clinging to me like a little bird. Truthfully, my expectations weren't high. I just wanted a man who would cherish me. But Dahu couldn't do that, and now that I'm divorcing him, I feel quite satisfied. I reached out and stroked Wang Wan's cheek. Truthfully, I'm seriously considering taking Wang Wan with me. But if I were still the boss like before, I wouldn't have to think twice. But that's impossible now. The reason is simple. I'm just a lowly manager, and the whole group is like a damn harem vying for favor. If I brought Wang Wan to the company, wouldn't that cause an uproar? Thinking about it, I finally kept my mouth shut. I believe you'll meet a man who'll cherish you like a precious treasure someday, Sister Wan. I have to be at the office by this afternoon at the latest, so I have to go now. The moment I said that, Wang Wan across from me suddenly burst into tears. But Wang Wan didn't say a word, only gave a slight nod. I tucked the blanket around her, tidied up, and left the hotel. My heart was filled with mixed emotions, and I still didn't know if what I'd done was right or wrong. Nevertheless, I rushed to the office at full speed. After all, a major project was about to kick off, and there was no time to dwell on other matters. I drove to the office, but the moment I entered, several colleagues I'd only met once before greeted me. And I could sense that their attitude toward me seemed much friendlier than before. With a bewildered look on my face, I returned to my own workstation. What the hell was going on? Had my time off somehow earned me some kind of merit, making everyone suddenly so attentive? Chapter 50, Lin Nini cooperates with me. Everyone under me started cozying up to me, and their attitudes toward me were all quite positive. Manager, you're back. This week off was amazing. I waved my hand with a smile. It seemed like after taking a vacation, my standing in the company had suddenly risen. Just then, Wei Guo approached me. I looked at him, completely baffled. Hey, Wei, what's going on? I feel like everyone's attitude toward me has improved since I got back. Wei Guo gave a sly grin. Right after your 2-day leave, we had that staff meeting where the chairman personally praised you. Everyone's definitely trying to cozy up to you now. And let's not forget about General Manager Yang and Vice President Lin, who doesn't know about your relationship with them.
At this point, Weiga let out a long sigh.
Man, it's like people are just here to make others miserable.
Talk about the grass being greener on the other side, that's us for sure. He delivered these words with a sarcastic edge.
I shot him a glance. Cut the nonsense. What's the status on this project? Weiga immediately handed me a huge stack of documents.
I carefully read through them from start to finish, taking over 2 hours to finally grasp what kind of project this was.
Still in the development zone? Wei nodded. But this development zone is way tougher than that resort project before. The scale is probably over 20 times bigger. It's a real tough nut to crack.
I doubt our company has the strength to pull it off,
Weiga said in a flat tone.
To be fair, our company is already quite substantial. But judging by the scale of the development zone outlined in the plan, it does seem like we might be a bit out of our league.
I pondered for a moment. This project is going to be tough. Wei chuckled, though his smile was tinged with resignation.
Manager, you've got to have some confidence.
It's not just a bit difficult, it's downright impossible. Truly beyond challenging.
I gave Wei Go a light pat on the shoulder. As the saying goes, nothing is impossible for those who are determined.
Trust me, we'll find a way to break through.
While my words sounded confident, deep down, I still harbored some doubts. After all, the scale of this project was simply too massive.
Not long after, Yang Wen AI appeared before me.
She was still dressed in a business suit after all, she was at the office, and her attire was always proper and formal.
But today, Yang Wen AI wore heavy makeup. She rarely went all out like this. What on earth was going on?
Whoa, those dark circles under your eyes scared me.
I teased Yang Wen AI. Yang Wen AI glared at me from across the table. I've been into this makeup style lately. Is that a problem? I said.
You're so ungrateful.
You took a whole week off, and you didn't even bring us any snacks when you came back?
I quickly pressed my palms together in apology.
My fault, my fault. Mr. Yang, have you heard about this project? Yang Wen AI nodded. Of course I do. I came here today specifically to find you. Since you're out, I wanted to have a word with you. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Wen AI looked a bit uncomfortable. Still, I followed her out as she directed. What's going on here?
Ms. Yang, I said, the chairman really thinks highly of me, assigning me to lead this project.
But first off, our company's qualifications are a bit lacking for this. Plus, I'm practically a novice in this field.
I vented my frustrations directly. It's not that I don't want to take on the project, but I just don't feel fully confident.
Yang Wen AI gave me a knowing look. I understand that, and I've already discussed this with him.
But he's determined to make it happen.
It's just about maintaining your team. If we can crack this tough nut, the company's profits will at least triple. I sighed. It's not that simple, is it? Mr. Yang, I recall you used to work in this field. Why don't you partner with me on this project? I'm not entirely confident tackling it alone. Yang Wen AI gave a wry smile. That's exactly what I meant. But I'm tied up with my current projects. He's having Lin Nini assist you. My eyes widened.
But the moment Yang Wen AI mentioned Lin Nini, I couldn't help but recall what happened at her place that night.
Damn it!
Using her foot towel was just too damn embarrassing. And the image of Lin Nini in stockings and high heels kept popping into my head. It felt like it was burned into my brain.
Sure enough.
When Yang Wen AI saw my expression, he frowned slightly.
What the hell are you thinking about?
It suddenly dawned on me, and I quickly waved my hands.
Nothing at all.
I was just saying, Mr. Yang, having Lin Nini work with me, you really know how to pick people.
She's just a secretary. I just found out Lin Nini used to work in that industry too. I'm here to warn you, don't get too close to that woman. Work-related cooperation is unavoidable, but you know how much I despise her.
Yang Wen AI's words seemed to carry a hint of staking a claim. I immediately raised my hands in surrender.
No problem, absolutely no problem. You dislike Lin Nini?
I promise you, I won't have any excessive interactions with that woman.
You can rest assured on that point. Yang Wen AI finally seemed more at ease. That's more like it. I just came to tell you that. Nothing else. You can go back to work now. I nodded awkwardly and turned to leave.
But barely had I returned to my desk when Lin Nini appeared. She still wore stockings and high heels, topped with a cropped blazer. Her fashion sense was impeccable, giving off a sharp, confident vibe. Today, Lin Nini wore her long hair down over her shoulders, giving her an innocent look. Yet those seductive, fox-like eyes couldn't help but stir one's emotions. She walked straight up to me and casually sat down on my desk. But she only perched her hips on the edge. Her short skirt rode up significantly with the movement, instantly revealing the lace trim of her black stockings. Moreover, Lin Nini was so close that I caught a faint whiff of her perfume. I quickly closed my eyes. Don't look where you shouldn't. Don't look where you shouldn't. Lin Nini gave my arm a little nudge. What's the big deal? I always dress like this, and all the female employees in the group wear similar outfits. Why single me out? You look the most elegant in it, okay? Lin Nini clearly perked up at my words. By the way, I wanted to let you know I'll be handling this project with you. For the next while, I'm setting aside all my secretarial duties to focus entirely on this project.
I already knew that. Thank you, Vice President Lin. Chapter 51, What if I get pregnant?
Though what I said was true, I actually harbored doubts about working with Lin Nini going forward. Even though Yang 1 AI had assured me Lin Nini was an expert in this area, I still felt a bit uneasy. After all, this woman was a bit unreliable. And she was the chairman's personal assistant. If anything happened to her while she was out with me, the chairman would skin me alive. Having Lin Nini assist me was an utterly foolish decision.
Because Yang 1 AI was still holding a grudge. So every move I made now felt like I was under everyone's watchful eye. Truthfully, I have no clue about the project's design blueprints or its overall scope. But my team could pull it off flawlessly. I've put Wei Gu in charge of handling this personally. The bottom line is this. We absolutely must satisfy the client.
Only then can we attract investors.
Frankly, this resort project we're undertaking is essentially pulling a fast one. We've already secured the land.
The main goal is to attract investors to fund the project, we handle the construction, and then we get a certain percentage of the shares. It's that simple. I used to enjoy doing this kind of thing myself.
If only my most trusted assistant hadn't betrayed me, I'd probably be thriving right now.
Thinking about it, I sighed helplessly, unsure what to say.
After a day of coasting through work, I headed home. Sure enough, the moment I opened the door, a delicious aroma hit me.
From the kitchen, Li Hui peeked her head out and smiled at me. In that moment, Li Hui truly looked like the perfect wife and mother. If I could just forget everything that had happened before, maybe I wouldn't feel the slightest bit of distance toward her.
Honey, you're back. Go wash your hands and come eat. I nodded gently.
At the dinner table, Li Hui had prepared several dishes, all my favorites.
Honey, eat more. Aren't you working overtime today?
If I worked overtime every day, I'd be exhausted. You're telling me these past few days I feel like I've even gotten crow's feet? I looked at Li Hui's still refined features and shook my head softly.
No way. You've always been beautiful.
Li Hui smiled contentedly.
By the way, how's work going for you lately? I heard they're giving you a big project. Is it going to be tough?
I brushed it off with a few casual words. Seeing I had no intention of continuing the conversation, Li Hui could only nod awkwardly.
Alright then, that's all. Just give it your all, okay? I'll be home cooking for you these days. I gave a slight nod.
After we finished eating, Li Hui suddenly spoke up.
Why don't we have a baby?
Her words made my eyes widen in shock. Thank goodness we just finished eating, otherwise, I probably would have spit out my food.
Why did you suddenly decide we should have a child? Li Hui smiled. Honestly, when I really think about it, I'm not getting any younger. If we wait a few more years, who knows if we'll even be able to have a child?
Her words made my mouth twitch.
It's not that I don't want children.
When our circumstances were better, I wanted to stabilize my career first. But now we're penniless, with only a few thousand yuan in savings.
Can we really afford to raise a child? Li Hui took a deep breath. I'm just saying, what if I accidentally get pregnant? I waved my hands hastily. We've been using protection all along. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? Li Hui's expression seemed off. I couldn't shake the feeling she was hiding something. After a moment of deep thought, I spoke softly to Li Hui. You're not joking, are you? Is something wrong? Li Hui shook her head.
No, I saw online that even with sterilization, there's a tiny percentage chance. I'm telling you, honey, those probabilities are calculated, sure, but that means it's definitely not foolproof. Even if the odds are slim, it could still happen. Besides, neither of us has had tubal ligation.
Honestly, I'm still a little worried. What if I do get pregnant? I gave a faint smile. If it really happens, we'll have the baby.
The moment I said that, Li Hui across from me suddenly lifted her head, her face lighting up with excitement as she looked at me.
Are you serious? If we accidentally get pregnant, we'll have the baby. I nodded firmly. How could I lie about something like this?
Don't worry, I'll be there for you through it all.
Li Hui gave a soft nod. And it was clear she seemed genuinely happy now. Thank you so much, honey. I casually flashed an okay sign.
While Li Hui went to wash the dishes, I decided to take out the trash as well. I carried 2 trash cans downstairs. But something sharp down there punctured the trash bag and a few scraps of paper fell to the ground. I picked them up without thinking. But just as I was about to toss them into the trash bin, the bag completely ripped apart. All the trash scattered everywhere. Staring at the contents of the trash bin, I fell deep into thought.
The next second,
I forced myself to ignore the nausea and pulled out one of the red half-face masks. You have to understand, in all the years we've been married, we don't have children, so we'd never have toys like this. And I'd never seen Li Hui with anything like this before. It was a mask covering only the upper half of the cheeks, leaving the eyes exposed, with some feathers already broken off at the sides. Even as an upright person, I couldn't help but have seen such things on certain websites. At that moment, Zhou Qiao's earlier words came flooding back to me. My head suddenly felt like it was buzzing, and I felt like I was about to break down. I instinctively rubbed my cheeks.
What the hell was this thing? Could it really be what I suspected? An adult masquerade ball? If that were the case, how could Li Hui possibly face me? With a heavy heart, I walked step by step back home. But I still kept that mask tucked in my pocket. I didn't know whether to speak up directly. But one thing was clear in my heart. Something was definitely off with Li Hui. And perhaps the questions she asked me at the dinner table weren't just offhand remarks. We've always taken precautions. If she brought this up, could it be she's afraid she's pregnant? So she wants me to be the fall guy. The thought sent a buzzing sensation through my entire head. Chapter 52, Li Hui in the dead of night. My heart was pounding like crazy. This feeling was utterly unsettling. Could something like this really have happened? I dared not even think about it. After a long silence, I finally shook my head violently. This is all fake. I'm just fooling myself, deceiving myself. When I got home, Li Hui was sitting on the sofa directly across from me. But now she was completely different from before. She was clearly wearing makeup, had changed into black stockings, and was wearing high heels at home. She wore only a strapless top underneath, with a sheer purple gauze over it that made her figure faintly visible. Li Hui stared straight at me, offering a faint smile. Crossing one leg over the other, she spoke softly to me. "Honey, come here." The half-mask flashed back to me, and suddenly, a wave of disgust washed over me. The next second, I dashed straight into the bathroom. Half a minute later, Li Hui's anxious voice came from outside. "Honey, what's going on? What's wrong with you?" I shook my head quickly. "Nothing. Probably just too much stress these past couple days. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine in a bit. Should I take you to the hospital?" "No." By the time I said this, I was already growing impatient. Li Hui outside the door must have sensed my tone, because she just stood there blankly. I kept gasping for breath in big, ragged gulps. After what felt like an eternity, I finally began to feel a little better. I turned and left the bathroom. At that moment, Li Hui walked straight up to me. "Honey, are you okay?" She was holding a cup of hot tea. "Have a sip of tea and rest." "What happened?" I sighed. "Li Hui, I had a dream last night. It seemed like you were dancing with some people. It must have been a dance party. My intuition is usually pretty sharp, so I wanted to ask, are you hiding something from me?" I stared straight at Li Hui across from me. I'd hoped to catch a flicker of unease in her eyes. But I was overthinking it. Li Hui across from me remained perfectly composed, as if she had no idea what I was talking about. "Honey, are you losing your mind today? What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a single word." Li Hui suddenly blurted out. After she finished speaking, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. But no matter how I looked at her, Li Hui showed absolutely no sign of being unsettled. Could it be that I was overthinking this? After pondering for a long while, I nodded slightly. "I'm really sorry, you were hoping to get intimate with me, but I'm feeling a bit under the weather today." Li Hui smiled. "It's okay. We'll have plenty of time later. Don't blame yourself. Besides, I just saw you under so much pressure and wanted to help. But I couldn't find a good opportunity, so I had to tempt you a little." I couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Li Hui's warm lips pressed against mine. Sometimes I really despise myself. I could tell this woman was hiding something from me. And if it was what I suspected, she'd be utterly despicable. But I couldn't resist the physical response. After Li Hui kissed me a few times, the beast within me was instantly aroused. I grabbed her and carried her straight to the sofa. That night, I slept lightly. Even I couldn't explain why, but I had this feeling something was about to happen. Li Hui slept beside me the entire time. Around 3 in the morning, Li Hui quietly got up. I was certain she'd been watching me for a long time. But I kept pretending nothing was happening, keeping my eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, Li Hui finally tiptoed out of the bedroom. I furrowed my brow. Could it be that her true colors were finally showing? If that was the case, it would be downright terrifying. After all, we'd just been intimate today. What on earth was this woman up to in the middle of the night? Not long after, the sound of the door closing echoed outside. I sprang up, threw on some clothes, and raced downstairs. Li Hui was still waiting by the roadside. She was still wearing the same pair of stockings we'd shared earlier. The night air was quite chilly, and Li Hui couldn't help but rub her arms. Soon after, a black BMW pulled up to the curb. Li Hui exchanged a few words with the driver before getting in. I frowned deeply. I had considered taking the company car, but after much deliberation, I ultimately decided against it. Li Hui recognized the company car assigned to me. Plus, the streets were practically empty at night. If I'd driven my own car, she probably would have recognized it. Regardless, tonight I was determined to get a good look. I wanted to see what Li Hui was up to. I hailed a taxi on the spot and followed the BMW ahead. After about half an hour, the car finally pulled up outside a luxury hotel. After paying the fare, I tiptoed toward the hotel. Li Hui emerged with a man, a pot-bellied fellow who looked to be around 50. They showed no signs of intimacy on the street, just walking side by side. I clenched my fists, snapping a photo just in case. Then I walked over step by step.
They had just entered the hotel. I wondered if the front door had such good soundproofing. I called out several times from outside, but no one answered. As I pushed open the hotel door, the front desk clerk immediately gave me a faint smile.
"Good evening, sir. Are you here to check in? Which room is the couple who just came in staying in?" I asked directly. The young woman at the front desk gave an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, sir, we're not authorized to discuss guest information, and I don't know who you're referring to." This was clearly covering for them. I took a deep breath. "I'm that woman's husband. Do I have to pull out my marriage certificate for you to see?"
"Mark my words, if you don't tell me now, I'm calling the police right this instant."
"You bet I will."
The young woman at the front desk smiled.
"Go ahead and call the police if you want. Our hotel has nothing to hide. We can't disclose guest information, it's our policy."
At that moment, I felt my face flush with rage.
Without another word, I turned and strode toward the elevator. The elevator display read 5th floor.
But just as I was about to step in, the front desk girl and 2 men in white shirts blocked my way.
"What do you think you're doing?" I asked warily. Chapter 53, another mix-up?
The front desk girl flashed me another professional smile.
"Sir,
let me clarify one more thing, it's our hotel policy not to disclose guest information. If you're staying here, please come to the front desk to complete the check-in process.
If you're not staying, we kindly ask you to leave."
Though the front desk girl's expression was polite, her attitude clearly meant to annoy me.
I glared at her. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" The young woman at the front desk shook her head.
"This is our hotel policy, sir.
We kindly ask you to comply, otherwise it makes things difficult for all of us." I nodded slightly.
At the same time, I headed straight for the stairs. The man in the shirt blocked my path. I shoved him aside and pulled several hundred-yuan bills from my pocket.
"Get it done now. Bring it up later."
No sooner had the words left my mouth than I sprinted toward the 5th floor.
Several people started chasing after me.
But I was in a mad rush, so naturally I outpaced them, leaving them trailing behind. When I reached the 5th floor, their shouts echoed from the hallway behind me.
"If you keep this up, we'll drag you out for real."
I reached the hallway and began pounding on the door frantically.
There were about 7 or 8 rooms on the floor.
I slammed my fist against the door with all my might, and a loud thud echoed through the hallway.
Within mere seconds, several doors swung open, revealing guests staring at me in utter bewilderment.
These were all hotel guests. Meanwhile, the man and woman had also rushed up, both panting heavily.
"Get him. You won't get away with this today." Just then, a shout rang out from behind me. "Honey, what are you doing here?" I instinctively turned my head. Sure enough, it was Li Hui.
Li Hui stared at me wide-eyed, her expression filled with disbelief.
"Aren't you supposed to be at home? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?"
A cold snort escaped my lips.
"You're really something. You ask me what I'm doing here? What were you and that guy doing here just now? Sneaking out in the middle of the night to get a hotel room behind my back, and you have the nerve to ask me?" Li Hui's expression changed.
At that moment, the head of the obese middle-aged man emerged. He glanced at me first, then turned his gaze fixedly on Li Hui beside him.
"This is your husband, right? Did you come here tonight without telling him?" At that moment, I felt my blood boil. "Tell me?
Ask her if she dares tell me."
"I haven't even asked you what the hell are you doing bringing my wife here in the middle of the night?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Bro, you're definitely overthinking this. We came here with me just to ask for some advice."
I used to be her teacher, so I agreed to tutor her here late at night. A cold snort escaped my lips.
"You really think I'm an idiot? The two of you seeking guidance in a hotel in the middle of the night? What kind of guidance? Do you seriously think I'm mentally ill? Do you really believe I'd buy your bull?"
By now, quite a few people were pointing and whispering in our direction. But the middle-aged fat man remained completely unfazed.
Li Hui's expression darkened considerably. She turned to glance at me, then abruptly grabbed my arm. I yanked my arm free. "Don't touch me right now.
I'm telling you, if you can't explain this to me tonight, we're getting divorced first thing tomorrow morning."
"Completely divorced?" Li Hui burst into tears. "It's not what you think. You've misunderstood me, honey.
I came here just to consult my teacher about something. I want to compete for the position of director in our department."
I frowned. "What do you mean by that?"
The man handed me a business card directly.
All right. Come inside and talk. Don't disturb the others." He then turned to the female receptionist and another attendant.
"I'm terribly sorry for causing you all this trouble."
The female receptionist glanced at me.
She didn't say much, just returned my money and ID.
I followed the two of them into the room.
Immediately, a faint, fishy stench hit my nose. When I turned to look, I saw several white mice. Probably their droppings were what gave the entire room a slight odor.
Moreover, the bed had been cleared to make room for various equipment. What on earth was going on?
Truthfully, I'd sensed something was off the moment I entered.
If it really was just the two of them having an affair, how could they have prepared all this stuff in advance? Could it be that Li Hui already knew I was coming? I don't think that's possible. I actually played it pretty convincingly just now. I shouldn't have given myself away. So Li Hui probably doesn't know I'm awake. See? This is the assignment I'm giving Hui Hui. She's capable in every area except one: anatomy. To become director, she needs rock-solid skills. As her teacher and as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, I agreed to help her. Besides, Hui's a great kid. Li Hui nodded. Why won't you just trust me? Honey, I already explained it clearly at home. I don't want any outside factors affecting us. I feel like I'm about to lose my mind. Outside factors? If it's nothing to be ashamed of, why can't you just tell me? Li Hui, how do you explain this? The middle-aged man waved his hands hurriedly. No need to explain. I'm the one who asked for this. I froze. What do you mean by that? I'm a distinguished professor at a medical university, after all. Do you think I'm not afraid of trouble? If word got out that I was getting too close to my own female student, how do you think people would gossip? I don't want to live like a thief. But it's precisely to avoid being discovered that I'm risking my entire reputation. Fortunately, Hui is quite receptive. I estimate it will only take 3 or 4 sessions. I still find it hard to believe. After all of this seems so far-fetched. Li Hui promptly pulled out her phone. It contained her chat history with her teacher, and from the messages, both seemed perfectly normal. At first, the chubby guy had been reluctant, afraid of what people might say. It was Li Hui who kept insisting. Finally, they settled on 2,000 yuan per session. She'd already sent one payment. See? Honey, just trust me, he's my teacher. I didn't tell anyone because I promised him. I was gasping for breath. Could it be that I misunderstood her again? This isn't the first time. But I just can't find a shred of evidence. Chapter 54, Zhou Chao's photo. I could only swallow my pride and keep it to myself. Then I won't bother you any longer. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I turned and headed down the hotel stairs. But before I could take 2 steps, a figure with an incredibly graceful figure pressed against my back. Without even looking, I knew it was Li Hui. That scent on her body was unmistakably hers. Aren't you studying anatomy? Li Hui smiled. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, a truly lovely sight. It's okay, even if I don't become the director, it doesn't matter. But I can't let you be upset. I'll walk you home. I was in a daze the whole way home. Once home, I collapsed into bed. When I woke up the next morning, the bedside was empty. Li Hui must have gone to work. I quickly washed up, but as soon as I reached the bottom of the building, a white beetle started honking its horn incessantly at me. I was already irritated enough, and this clearly pushed me over the edge. I strode over to the car. The tinted windows were so dark I couldn't make out who was inside. Open the door! I yelled. The window rolled down. It was Zhou Chao. Today she wore a tight, pure white short-sleeve top, and her belly button was exposed below. Especially those impressive curves up front, they were practically pressing against the steering wheel. I wonder if that counts as a safety hazard. Zhou Chao gave me a half smile, half glare. You've been getting more and more temperamental lately. Get in the car, I'll drive you to the office. My lips twitched. But I got in anyway. Zhou Chao was wearing denim shorts underneath, but they were way too short. They barely covered anything, and those long, beautiful legs looked like they were drawn on. Heh, is she really that pretty? Her face was lightly made up, clearly a deliberate effort. I looked at Zhou Chao. You seem a bit off. Zhou Chao paused slightly. What's wrong? As far as I know, you're not exactly rolling in cash either, not some rich kid's offspring. But every time we meet, you're driving a different car. Can you tell me why? Zhou Chao laughed. Do you think I'm pretty? I was instantly speechless. This woman is crazy. Always bringing up this nonsense. Then Zhou Chao gave a faint smile. For a woman, especially a pretty one, if she wants to, she can drive any car she likes. There's no shortage of men willing to pay in this world. I laughed. But even I could sense that my smile was tinged with a hint of contempt. Zhou Chao quickly shook her head. You don't need to look at me like that. I was just using an analogy, I'm not saying I'm that kind of person. I nodded slightly. You're right. Maybe I misunderstood you. The company has a big project lately, and it's been assigned to me. I've been swamped. I feared this woman might make more unreasonable demands, so I decided to shut her up early. Zhou Chao nodded. No problem. But would you like to see something? I froze. What is it? The woman pulled several photos out from behind her back. I picked up the photos and my eyes widened instantly, my expression filled with disbelief. The photos showed a man and a woman. And it was the same man with different women, photos of them entering hotels. And that man was the guy who claimed to be a professor yesterday. But none of the photos included Li Hui. All the women were young and beautiful, and in some photos, he was even arm in arm with them, looking decidedly intimate. What do you mean by this? I looked up and glared at Zhou Chao.
She seemed unconcerned, shrugging her shoulders.
The evidence is right here. Do you really think Li Hui was telling the truth about you training her? Don't be foolish.
I don't know if this man is a professor, but it's impossible for so many women to be competing for the same director position at the same time.
My head felt like it was buzzing. So all this time, this woman knew everything. Who exactly are you? Zhou Chao gave a faint smile. We're almost at your company building.
Rest assured, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation for all this.
But tonight, you have to come find me.
Then Zhou Chao licked her lips, looking incredibly seductive. After getting out of the car, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me.
Could it be that everything last night was fake? It shouldn't be. When I entered, the bed was already covered in equipment. Or had they prepared their story in advance, just in case? They even went so far as to bring in equipment. I doubt it.
And you can't take everything that woman Zhou Chao says at face value. But the real issue is this old guy hanging out with so many women in different hotels.
These photos couldn't possibly be photoshopped, could they? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Sitting at my desk, I couldn't calm down for ages. After what felt like an eternity, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. My fists clenched and I slammed them down on my desk. How annoying. But I did lose my composure just now. When I finally snapped back to reality, I realized everyone was staring at me. They stared at me like I was some kind of monster. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Just now I was. I instinctively stood up, expecting it to be someone from my team, but it turned out to be Lin Nini. Lin Nini looked especially stunning today, and she was clearly wearing heavy makeup, making her even more alluring than before. Especially those fox-like eyes, paired with those long false lashes, she looked absolutely divine. If she were in ancient times, Daji wouldn't even be in the picture. At that moment, Lin Nini was clearly startled, her face filled with shock. She was still holding her breakfast. Are you out of your mind? You scared the hell out of me. I struggled to steady my nerves. Sorry. I really didn't mean to. I was deep in thought just now, and my train of thought got interrupted, so that's why. Lin Nini stroked her impressive curves. You scared the life out of me. Don't do that again. I brought you breakfast, eat something quick. Look at you, all listless. I nodded repeatedly. Oh, right, we've got a meeting with the project manager today. If we can win him over, we'll be halfway there with this project. Hearing Lin Nini say that, I froze in my tracks. How did you know about this? I used to be in this line of work, though I haven't done it in ages. Didn't I tell you already? I pulled every string I had to find this venture capital boss. Rumor has it this guy's worth hundreds of millions. If he buys into our project and commits first, it'll likely attract a wave of follow-on investors. I nodded thoughtfully. In that case, there's no time to waste. I'll prepare the project materials right away. We have to seal the deal today. Chapter 55, Specialization in One's Field. I worked non-stop all morning. Finally, I finished organizing the materials and immediately set out with Lin Nini, Wei Go, and another girl from the team. This girl wasn't much to look at, flat as a pancake, in fact, but she more than made up for it with her exceptional expertise. She was undoubtedly our team's top technical expert. Naturally, she had to come along. When we arrived at the venture capital firm, we discovered their entire floor occupied the first level of the building. You have to admit, that's pretty impressive. At the very least, they certainly put on a show. And they were already waiting for us in the conference room. After we entered, the spacious conference room contained only one man and one woman. Both were roughly the same age. The man wore a suit and looked quite distinguished. The woman on the other side, however, was instantly recognizable as a wealthy lady. She had a few freckles on her face and was rather plain-looking, though she was well-groomed. The woman scanned us all, but her gaze lingered on Lin Nini for 2 seconds, a hint of displeasure flitting across her face. My heart skipped a beat. This is bad. I instinctively turned to look at Lin Nini. Honestly, her outfit wasn't much different from usual, except today's skirt was a bit shorter. And those black stockings were incredibly eye-catching. But the real issue was that Lin Nini just had that kind of aura. Just standing there, especially with those fox-like eyes, she radiated a certain allure. I quickly nudged the girl with glasses beside me. Hurry up and introduce the project. The girl in glasses nodded repeatedly. Then I grabbed Lin Nini's arm. Before she could react, I shook my head at her. It was obvious Lin Nini had no idea what was going on. The girl with glasses was a smooth talker, but after a few minutes, the middle-aged woman shook her head. All right. Your project is a classic case of trying to get something for nothing. We're not interested. Lin Nini grew impatient. Ma'am, our project is well-founded. The land approval is already secured. If Mr. Luo is willing to invest, we'll definitely allocate him a satisfactory shareholding percentage. I slapped my forehead. With Lin Nini stepping in, this deal was already half dead. Sure enough. Because Lin Nini had been slightly flustered, she leaned forward slightly while speaking to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman immediately noticed the cleavage visible beneath her collar, her brow furrowing deeply. I already said I'm not interested. Old Luo, get them out of here fast, just seeing these people makes me sick. Mr. Luo didn't say much, just waved his hand. Alright, you can go now. I'll take another look at this project. Lin Mimi was about to speak again when I couldn't sit still any longer and quickly grabbed her arm. Smiling apologetically at Mr. Luo and the middle-aged woman, we turned and left the office. Outside, Brother Wei and the girl with glasses hung their heads in disappointment. We didn't expect to get kicked out before even finishing the presentation. Wei muttered under his breath. Lin Mimi looked at me with utter confusion. Why did you pull me away? I was trying to give it one last shot. Losing like this would be too embarrassing. I shook my head helplessly. Ms. Lin, haven't you noticed? The real decision maker isn't Mr. Luo, it's that middle-aged woman beside him. Lin Mimi's expression changed. How could that be? She's just a secretary. I laughed helplessly. Are you sure she's just a secretary? Maybe she has another role. That woman is definitely President Luo's wife. Lin Mimi froze for a moment. So what if she is his wife? I pointed at her. Just standing there like that, what woman wouldn't feel threatened? Or are you so dense you can't even grasp basic female jealousy and fear? Lin Mimi's body jerked as if she'd been electrocuted. But I waved my hands hurriedly. Enough with the buts. I'll figure out a fix. Wei Gu, go buy 2 gifts for me. I promptly gave him instructions. About an hour later, Wei Gu returned carrying 2 jars of premium bird's nest. Lin Mimi also brought me a card. The project's all set. Cost me tens of thousands. Honestly. I chuckled. Don't worry. This money won't go to waste. I glanced at Sister Eyes beside me. You come upstairs with me. Vice President Lin and Brother Wei will stay downstairs. Once again, I went upstairs with the girl with glasses. But we just happened to run into Mr. Luo's wife. The woman frowned slightly. Didn't I already say? I'm not interested in your project. Mr. Luo has already decided against it. You should leave immediately. I immediately put on an apologetic smile. Madam, please don't be upset. Even if this project doesn't work out, we can still be friends in the future. The middle-aged woman paused, taken aback. Don't go calling me that. Don't you know spouses don't work together? I'm just a little secretary. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. You might fool others, but do you really think you can fool me? Madam, your aura speaks for itself. I consider myself a man with discerning taste. That's why I'm certain you must be Mr. Luo's wife. The middle-aged woman gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Don't think a few sweet words will change my mind. Let me tell you, it won't work. Besides, I'm past my prime. Save your tricks for deceiving young girls. No sooner had she spoken than she pressed the elevator button. Watching the elevator descend floor by floor, I knew all too well that my time was running out. Why is it that some people you know instantly are the mistress, while others you know instantly are the wife? The woman paused, slightly taken aback. What do you mean by that? I just bought 2 boxes of premium bird's nest. It's great for beauty and nourishment. I hope you'll accept them. The woman burst out laughing. 2 boxes worth barely 10,000 yuan. Do you really think I'd care for such things? I shook my head gently. You're quite right. But it's like a common cold. A 2 yuan cold remedy can cure it, while spending 20,000 on an MRI might not even help. Sometimes expensive doesn't mean better. What suits you is what matters most. Then I handed her a card. Madam, after 1 course of treatment, I guarantee your skin will be more radiant than that young lady's. Heh, this is a place she frequents, affordable yet remarkably effective. A ding sounded. The elevator had arrived. The doors slowly slid open. The lady glanced at me, then at the elevator doors. She snatched the card from my hand. Come in and talk, she said. But one thing, if that woman ever dares to dirty my eyes again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Chapter 56, Lin Mimi's Confession. I nodded repeatedly. Several hours passed. After I finished speaking, General Manager Luo looked at the middle-aged woman. What do you think? Though his tone was icy cold, anyone could tell that woman was calling the shots. Mrs. Luo first glanced at Mr. Luo, then turned her gaze to me. I think this young man is quite sincere. Consider investing a little. If this project takes off, the returns down the line will be substantial. Mr. Luo burst into laughter. He then slammed his hand on the desk. Very well. It's settled then. But let me be clear up front, I can only invest up to 10 million in this project. I immediately stood up, clasping Mr. Luo's hand with excitement. 10 is more than enough. And with Mr. Luo's 10 million, we'll surely attract more investors. This means we've already secured the project's qualification. I dragged my weary body out the door. It was already late afternoon. Lin Mimi and Wei Gu had been waiting at the door the whole time. Seeing me come out, they rushed over immediately. How did it go? I gave them an okay sign. Need I say more? Mission accomplished. We secured the 10 million investment. Lin Mimi let out a shriek, jumping up and down with excitement. She even spread her arms wide and gave me a huge bear hug. Her impressive curves pressed against my chest.
Though soft and yielding, I still felt a bit breathless.
Alright.
The big trouble is finally solved, but we still need to be careful. After all, this project can't afford a single mistake.
Lin Nini nodded.
We returned to the company, intending to file the project report. But just then, Lin Nini suddenly blocked my path.
What's up, sis? It's already past 8 in the evening, I need to go home. As soon as I said that, Lin Nini shook her head quickly. I need to ask you something. I hope you'll answer honestly, okay? I nodded lightly. No problem, just say what you need to say. Lin Nini thought for a moment. About what happened today, do you also think I'm a bad woman? Didn't you just say it yourself? That woman rejected me because she thought I was too promiscuous.
She was afraid I'd seduce her man.
Good thing no one's left in the group now. Otherwise, if Lin Nini said something like that, wouldn't it spread throughout the entire company by tomorrow? If that happened, I probably wouldn't need to come back tomorrow. Getting fired by the boss would be a blessing in disguise. Damn it, Lin Nini is the boss's personal secretary, I know my place. I quickly raised a finger to my lips, making a shushing gesture. Hey, lady, you can't just blurt that out. The cameras record audio too. If the boss hears anything, my job's gone.
I looked at her with pleading eyes, but Lin Nini just shook her head.
I just wanted to know what you think.
When Lin Nini said that, I froze in place.
How am I supposed to answer that?
I swear, I never judge people by their looks.
As for you, I just think you're beautiful.
I thought my silver tongue might cheer Lin Nini up a little.
But who knew this girl would look at me so seriously? Zhang Yu. Don't lie to me. Deep down, you think I'm the chairman's mistress too, that I'm some promiscuous. Right? And everyone in the company is gossiping that I'll do anything to climb the ladder. That's how I ended up as the boss's personal secretary. At that point,
Lin Nini suddenly burst out laughing. You know how everyone in the company has this catchphrase now: when there's work, the secretary does it; when there's no work, the secretary gets done. I felt utterly helpless.
Ms. Lin, I said, I genuinely think highly of you. And if you want to change how the company sees you, there's only one way. That is for us to work together to make this project a success. I enunciated each word deliberately. Lin Nini nodded in agreement. Yes.
Actually, this project was originally assigned to President Yang, but I insisted on taking it myself just to show everyone that I'm not just a pretty face.
That sounded pretty bossy. I paused to think. Actually, I had intended to ask one thing. Is Lin Nini really having an affair with the chairman? Because this isn't just about my curiosity, it also concerns Yang 1AI.
After all, I promised Yang 1AI I'd keep a close eye on Lin Nini and report any suspicious activity immediately. But the words were on the tip of my tongue, and I just couldn't get them out.
I let out a deep sigh. Deputy Director Lin. I trust you, their collaboration will definitely be fine. Lin Nini smiled too.
Then the two of us headed downstairs together.
But as soon as we reached the bottom, I spotted a car. It was a car belonging to someone I knew. Sure enough,
Yang 1AI sat inside, staring straight at the two of us.
I was suddenly at a loss for what to do. I glanced at Lin Nini. The girl clearly hadn't noticed anything was off. Ahem, well, how about you go ahead? I'll go pick up my wife. Lin Nini shot me a look. A grown man with zero gentlemanly manners. I'm a young lady, and you expect me to hail a cab home myself? With that, she pouted and turned to leave.
I watched Lin Nini get into the taxi, then hurried over to Yang 1AI's car.
But the moment I slid into the passenger seat, Yang 1AI handed me a bucket of late-night snacks.
Her tone was dripping with sarcasm.
Oh my, looks like you two have been getting pretty cozy lately, sharing a deep, lingering gaze before parting? As soon as Yang 1AI said that, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're not jealous, are you? What on earth would I be jealous of? I have a fiancé now anyway. I just can't stand that.
Yang 1AI spat out the words, her expression utterly displeased.
I let out a long sigh. Mr. Yang, I know exactly how you feel. You've never approved of Lin Nini, and I understand all of that.
At this point, I paused to reflect. Though I still don't know if this woman has any strange connection with the chairman, trust me, I absolutely won't let you down.
I delivered each word deliberately. Yang 1AI froze. What do you mean by that? I already know she's the mistress.
You don't need to make excuses for her.
Or are you two already in cahoots? Yang 1AI visibly tensed up. I quickly shook my head. That's not what I meant at all. Chapter 57, A Tough Nut to Crack. Yang 1AI's expression changed. I knew it. You've been won over by that Lin Nini after all. I knew it that. You men just can't resist, right? With that, Yang 1AI slumped face first onto the steering wheel. Watching this girl made my heart ache terribly. Why won't you believe me?
After getting to know her better, I realized Lin Nini isn't that kind of person.
A cold snort flashed across Yang 1AI's lips.
She offered no explanation.
Right, once this project is completely finished, you'll all be family, right? My lips twitched. Trust me. Before long, I'll make sure she steps out of your relationship. Yang 1AI's expression darkened. You're spouting nonsense. Do you really think I'd believe you? I shook my head. You may not believe me, but I will do it. Then I got out of the car. Several days passed and the project progressed smoothly. And many people had already started investing. This meant our project was finally taking shape. Recently, I haven't noticed anything unusual about Li Hui, but Zhou Qiao has become increasingly obsessed. She'd call me almost every other day. I felt like my body was being drained dry. But I do enjoy being with Zhou Qiao. Plus, the employees in our team have grown increasingly devoted to me. During this period, the chairman distributed several bonuses, and I split every single one evenly among my team members. It genuinely moved them. That afternoon, I stretched lazily. The capital ratio has reached 33%, but it's still a bit weak. I muttered this with a hint of resignation. As soon as I said it, Wei and the others beside me nodded in agreement. But supervisor, at this stage, this figure is already exceptionally high. We previously estimated a 21% capital ratio. At this point we've surpassed that by a full 12 percentage points. That's right, boss. It's all thanks to you. I'm so impressed with you right now. I chuckled. I was quite satisfied myself. But we absolutely must secure over 50% of the funding to avoid any issues. The remainder can be gradually supplemented by bringing in smaller investors. But just as I finished speaking, a graceful figure glided toward me. Especially those high heels and black stockings, the way she swayed her hips like a cat, utterly breathtaking. Truly, a woman with such exquisite curves is the most captivating creature on earth. I looked up. Only then did I recognize her. Yang 1AI. Come to think of it, we hadn't spoken in ages, not since that night. Yang 1AI approached me coldly. She tossed the document folder she was holding directly onto my desk. If we can land this client, we'll get at least a 30% stake. No sooner had he spoken than Yang 1AI wiggled his massive behind and waddled away from the spot. I was completely dumbfounded. But when I snapped back to reality, I noticed Wei Gu beside me grinning like an idiot, staring right at her rear. She was already far away. I gave Wei Gu a pat on the head. What are you thinking about? Is that even yours? Wei Gu chuckled, his expression growing more lecherous the longer I looked. Manager, she's not yours either, she's the chairman's fiancée. I glared at him. Shut your trap. Though my expression remained unchanged, Wei Ge's words still stung my heart. Even I didn't know why. I shook my head. No more dwelling on this nonsense. Instead, I turned my attention to the client information Yang 1AI had given me. This was a client from an investment firm, already in his 50s. There was bound to be a generational gap between us. One thing I could be certain of. Clients like this usually have little interest in new tourism ventures, they're far more drawn to real estate. I scratched my head. Wei Gu suddenly chimed in from the side. Not to be rude, boss, but this client is a tough nut to crack. I shot him a disdainful look. Nothing's impossible. But he immediately added, as long as you're willing to give up. Cut the crap. Just like Mr. Yang said earlier, a 30% stake in the first round requires tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in investment. I'll grind my teeth to dust before I let this bone slip away. I spat out the words with venom. Then I slammed the documents onto the desk. Don't embarrass me. Hearing my words, everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone sprang into action. For days on end, our project team tackled this challenge relentlessly. Once everything was ready, I led Wei Gu and Lin Mimi, along with a few others, straight into the company. Lin Nini explained as we walked. The company's chairman was Han Jinlong, though he had a daughter born late in life, probably in her 20s. I looked at Lin Mimi. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Lin Nini chuckled. One of my sisters runs a bar, and this girl has been hanging around there, getting involved with all sorts of men. Her personal life is pretty messy. Then one time, Han Jinlong went to the bar looking for his daughter and slapped her across the face right there. My sister filmed it to show me for a laugh, and I never would have guessed it was him. He's over 50 now, so dealing with a girl like that must be a real headache. But as I heard this, a strange smile involuntarily curved my lips. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Han Jinlong's temples were already streaked with gray, but he still looked quite spry. His attire was casual. Just ordinary casual clothes, with a pair of old cloth shoes on his feet. If you saw someone dressed like this on the street, who would guess he was a billionaire tycoon? Throughout the meeting, Han Jinlong maintained a courteous demeanor toward us. Over an hour had passed since the proposal presentation concluded. I looked across at Han Jinlong. Mr. Han, what are your thoughts on this project? Han Jinlong smiled faintly. I'm not really up for these kinds of things you young folks get into. I think wealth management funds are more reliable, and I've been looking at other projects lately. Though he didn't say it outright. I knew he wasn't impressed with our project. While your cash flow is slow, resorts thrive on unique concepts. Too many factors impact success, including pre- and post-launch marketing. It's not that I don't trust you, but I have some reservations about your company. Strength determines destiny, I hope you understand. Lin Nini and Wei Ji's expressions darkened noticeably. To be honest,
He didn't even say he'd consider it. That alone means it's already over.
Chapter 58, The Sisters' Bar. But just as they were getting up to leave, I spoke softly to Han Jinlong. Mr. Han, I'd like to take up a few more minutes of your time.
Even if the project doesn't work out, we can still become friends. But Han Jinlong clearly wasn't interested.
Manager Zhang, you're a formidable talent. If you ever consider switching jobs, you're always welcome at my company. The compensation will be no less than what you're getting now. I was utterly dumbfounded.
This old guy's way of turning people down is just too blunt.
I waved to Lin Nini and the others.
They were quick to pick up on the vibe and promptly left the area.
Manager Zhang, don't waste your breath. I'm a straight shooter, don't try to sway me. Just as Han Jinlong was about to leave, I suddenly spoke up. I can find a way to get your daughter back on the right track. Just those simple words.
Han Jinlong's but had already left the seat, but after a brief 2 seconds, he sat back down.
Now Han Jinlong looked at me with genuine interest.
I didn't expect you'd done your homework so thoroughly. You even know my daughter.
I smiled faintly. I didn't go out of my way to find out. I just happened to see the video of you arguing with your daughter at the bar that day.
At my words, Han Jinlong exhaled a long breath, his expression turning grim.
Sigh. Manager Zhang, look at me, I run a huge company.
I may not rake in hundreds of millions every year, but I'm not far off. Never imagined I'd end up with such an ungrateful daughter.
It's enough to drive me mad.
If you can get my daughter back on the right path, forget about investing in your project, I'll buy it outright.
A confident smile touched my lips. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'll need you to provide some basic information about your daughter.
But Han Jinlong just laughed. Truth be told, you're not the first to volunteer to change my daughter.
But none of the others succeeded.
So be prepared for failure. I shook my head gently. I'll stake everything on this, give me a month at most.
Han Jinlong burst into laughter. I love your blind confidence. Fine. I'll give you a month. During that time, I'll cover all your expenses. I flashed an OK sign.
You can keep track of these expenses and combine them with your investment in our company.
Han Jinlong gave me a thumbs up. Not bad. I'm actually starting to look forward to this.
Han Jinlong snapped his fingers. A tall, leggy secretary approached, though her appearance was admittedly a bit unconventional.
Maybe that's just the aesthetic for her age group. This is my secretary. She'll handle sharing my daughter's personal details with you.
I talked with the secretary in the conference room for over 2 hours, and basically got all the personal information I needed about Han Jinlong's daughter. Her name was Han Lily, a bit of an old-fashioned name, but she was indeed very good-looking.
I looked at Han Lily's photo.
Though her style leaned toward a rebellious young woman, she radiated a fresh, youthful charm. After I left the office, Lin Nini and the others immediately gathered around.
How'd it go? I gave them an OK sign. Relax, everything's totally fine. It's all going according to plan.
Hearing this, they all burst into laughter.
Supervisor, we knew you'd handle it perfectly.
I sent the others back to the office, but Lin Nini insisted on coming with me. I thought about it. Since I knew my way around there anyway, having her along might make things a bit easier. The two of us headed straight to the bar owned by Lin Nini's best friend. It was called First Love.
Honestly, it was quite charming.
Pink lights flickered outside the entrance, effectively stirring up the hidden hormones in men.
Staring at the bar sign, I couldn't help but turn to Lin Mimi and ask one more question. Ms. Lin, this bar your friend runs, is it legit?
I swear I meant no harm, but Lin Mimi glared at me across the table.
What are you talking about? Where does your mind wander these days? Is that really all men think about?
I shook my head hastily.
I even held up a few fingers.
I swear to heaven, I really didn't mean anything by it.
I was just asking a simple question. Honestly, this entrance is just a bit suggestive. Lin Mimi shook her head.
Let me tell you, my sister might be generous, but you better not say any dirty stuff.
She's got a temper. I nodded repeatedly. I silently vowed to keep my mouth shut from now on.
Once we stepped inside, we found ourselves in a dance floor area already packed with people wildly bouncing around. Men and women were letting loose, releasing all their pent-up stress.
Add to that the pulsing DJ beats. I couldn't help but start swaying along. Lin Mimi turned her head and gave me a glance. You seem like you've never seen the world before. Have you never been to a place like this? I nodded awkwardly. My biggest hobby before was just sipping tea and reading books in the office. Where would I find the time to come to a place like this?
Lin Mimi gave a resigned laugh.
That's what they say about living life to the fullest, right? Come on, my sister's waiting over there.
The two of us headed straight for the bar. By now, quite a few men were already eyeing Lin Mimi. Seated behind the bar, a woman held a glass of liquor in one hand and a cigarette in the other, looking utterly glamorous. Heavily made up, she was undeniably pretty, though it was hard to tell what she looked like without the makeup. Lin Mimi greeted her cheerfully.
Let me introduce you. This is Ahua, and this is our company manager, Zhang Yu.
Ah Hua swept me with a seductive glance, her eyes slightly hazy, likely from having had a few drinks. But that's precisely what made her so captivating.
You're quite the handsome guy. Care to dance with me?
I looked at Ah Hua across from me. Since half her body was inside the bar, I couldn't help but lean in to get a better look. Holy crap! This woman was wearing only a strapless top, her entire belly button exposed. In the dim lighting, I could even make out the faint outline of her abs. Especially those long legs, they could easily rival Lian Nini's. Guess birds of a feather really do flock together.
Oh my, looks like your friend here's a bit of a pervert.
Why are you staring at her like that?
Don't you know that's rude?
Though she said that. But that tone of yours doesn't sound the least bit angry.
Chapter 59, Bar Brawl.
I waved my hand with a smile.
If admiring a beauty is a crime, then I'll gladly serve a life sentence. Ah Hua burst out laughing.
Your friend sure has a sweet tongue.
Lin Nini chuckled.
You bet.
He's a total player, flirting with everyone he meets. You'd better watch out. Don't fall for his tricks. Ah Hua wasn't about to be outdone. She couldn't help but give her ample chest a little push. No problem. Who knows who'll end up conquering whom? I sense this woman has a wild streak.
She's nothing like what Lin Nini just described.
Alright. Enough joking around. We're here for Han Jinlong's daughter. Is she here? Ah Hua nodded.
She's in the private room inside. 3 men and 2 women, they went in already drunk and are all hugging and groping each other.
Ugh, I wonder why this young lady doesn't know how to keep herself pure. Lin Nini frowned. Can you get that girl out here? Ah Hua waved her hand. You guys go ahead.
I'll have the guests avoid that area later.
Just make sure nothing too loud happens over there.
Ah Hua's meaning was clear enough.
I nodded slightly.
I also wanted to see just how chaotic Han Lily's private life was, that it could cause Han Jinlong such headaches. I told Lin Mimi to stay at the bar, mainly because I feared that if any unexpected situations arose later, I might not be able to look after the girl.
I headed alone to the private room entrance, guided by a server.
The waiter was still holding a bottle of liquor.
It was for this private room. I gave a slight nod. I'll handle it.
Then I pushed open the private room door. But when I saw the scene inside, I froze in my tracks. 2 men and 1 woman were dancing, while in the corner, a woman lay slumped on the sofa, clearly unconscious. A man was sprawled on top of her, his mouth moving restlessly along her neck, his hands wandering, one already slipped beneath her clothes. I glanced at the woman dancing. She was clearly not Han Lily.
So then, the woman in the corner must be the real one.
I shook my head helplessly. The others saw the bottle of liquor in my hand and mistook me for a waiter.
Just put it on the table.
The man, still dancing, gestured to me with a command.
I nodded slightly.
Then I walked step by step toward the corner.
Though the lighting was dim, I recognized Han Lily at a glance. The girl was indeed quite attractive.
The man sprawled on top of her, however, was a bit of an eyesore, especially that bald head, and the knife scar running down the back of it.
I tapped the man's shoulder lightly.
He turned his head instinctively.
This guy had a face full of fleshy bulges and looked at least a decade older than me. I really have no idea what Han Lily's taste is like, going out drinking with someone like this? The guy glared at me with obvious displeasure. What's up? I pointed at Han Lily. What the hell are you doing? Who the hell do you think you are telling me what to do? She's my girlfriend, I can do whatever I want with her. Who the hell do you think you are? The guy's tone was extremely annoyed. The next second, he shoved me hard. What the hell business is it of yours? Get the hell out of here. I was instantly boiling with rage. You're taking advantage of the situation and still have the nerve to argue? I stepped around him and grabbed Han Lily's arm. But the moment I pulled her up, her body went limp and she collapsed back onto the ground with a thud. She was clearly blacked out from drinking. I gave her another tug, pulling Han Lily right up against my chest. Her clothes were disheveled, but I couldn't care less about that now. I had to get her out of here first. If Han Jinlong saw this, he'd probably be so furious he'd end up in the coffin early. But just as I was about to leave, the bald man suddenly panicked. He yanked me by the collar. What the hell are you doing? Stealing people right off my head. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, watching a sure thing slip away like that would be hard for anyone to swallow. I frowned. You'd better let go of me. She's my sister. The bald man's expression darkened. Just because you say she's your sister makes her yours? Who the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you this, if you try to take my woman, I'll make sure you never leave this place alive. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The guy grabbed a liquor bottle. A sudden heat hit my forehead. I couldn't care less about anything else now. I yanked the bottle from his hand and smashed it hard against his bald head. Crack! The bottle shattered, and the bald man let out a piercing scream. Ah! The other man snapped out of it then, rolling up his sleeves as he jogged toward me. You dare cause trouble. Seizing the moment, I delivered a back kick straight to his chest. He instantly crashed to the ground, writhing like a centipede. The other 2 girls let out piercing screams. I hoisted Han Lily onto my shoulder and headed for the door.
But the moment I stepped outside, I was met head-on by Lin Mimi and her sister Xiao Hua. Several burly men in black followed behind them, likely the bar's security.
But just then,
Lin Mimi and Xiao Hua's expressions changed.
"Watch out." I froze for a moment. I instinctively turned my head. A wine bottle came hurtling straight at my head. Clang!
My forehead felt a bit dazed, and strangely, it didn't hurt much at first. It took a full 2 or 3 seconds before the pain finally hit. The bald guy clutched his head while glaring at me with pure malice. Blood was already streaming down his forehead.
"You dare hit me? Today I'll take your life."
Xiao Hua's face paled.
"Hold him back."
Several security guards immediately pinned the bald man to the ground.
"You guys go ahead. I'll handle this here. Are you okay?" I gave a slight nod. "Thanks a lot."
I carried Han Lily on my back as we walked ahead, while Lin Mimi followed behind, holding a piece of paper to my head.
"Are you okay?" Lin Mimi's voice was filled with concern. I shook my head quickly. "I'm fine. Let's get out of here first." Since it was already late at night, I naturally didn't dare take Han Lily to my place. After all, Li Hui was still at home.
"Zhang Yu, take her to my place," but... At this point, Lin Mimi shook her head.
"What's wrong? Is it inconvenient?"
"My mom's visiting these past couple days, but she must be asleep by now."
"We can just stay in the living room tonight." I thought for a moment. "Deputy Director Lin, you go ahead and head back.
I'll take her to find a place to stay for now."
Chapter 60, Han Lily's flushed cheeks. Lin Mimi considered it. "That's fine, but what about your injuries?"
"I'll bring you the first aid kit when I get home later."
I waved my hands hurriedly.
"Just minor scrapes, nothing to worry about, Vice President Lin."
"But I do need a small favor from you." Lin Mimi nodded eagerly. "Just say what you need. Why are you being so secretive with me?" I gave an awkward chuckle. "Well, I need you to book me a room, don't I? And ideally, help me get Han Lily up there. I'm a grown man, and carrying a drunk woman around in the middle of the night." I gave her a knowing look. Lin Mimi instantly got the picture. "No problem, piece of cake."
I helped Han Lily to the hotel entrance and handed her over to Lin Mimi. I waited at the entrance for over 10 minutes before Lin Mimi finally came downstairs and handed me the key.
"Hurry up and go upstairs. That girl looks completely passed out. But you should tend to your wound first." I gave her an okay sign. Then I turned and headed upstairs.
But when I opened the room door, I realized that Lin Mimi had booked me a double bedroom.
I felt like I was about to lose my mind. Does this woman have no sense of propriety whatsoever? At the very least, she could have booked a twin room.
Han Lily was sprawled out on the bed in a spread eagle position, and I have to admit, it looked pretty ridiculous.
I shook my head helplessly.
First, I went to the bathroom to tend to my wound, but thankfully it wasn't too serious.
My head was still buzzing, though. I figured I'd have to sleep on my stomach tonight. After dawdling for about 10 minutes, I finally made my way to the bedside. I was still pondering how I'd managed to sleep.
But who knew Han Lily had already taken off her clothes and pants in her sleep?
Probably because she was a bit warm.
I quickly turned on the air conditioner, but her perfect figure was now fully exposed before my eyes. Especially those long legs. Holy, I was seriously drooling. Though she wasn't flat-chested, she definitely didn't go beyond a B cup. Her figure was naturally petite and delicate. Now, looking at Han Lily's features with the room lights on, I could fully appreciate her delicate facial structure under the warm glow.
I have to admit one thing. Han Lily is genuinely beautiful.
She had a youthful, almost Lolita-like appearance, though her colorful hair gave her a slightly rebellious edge. Especially those slender arms and legs, now fully exposed before my eyes.
I quickly shook my head. Damn, thank God I didn't drink tonight, otherwise, I'd probably have gotten into trouble.
Then I sighed and quickly picked Han Lily up.
But I never expected this woman to be so forward. The moment I lifted her, Han Lily's arms immediately wrapped around my neck. If someone sold me out, I'd probably end up paying them back. That's why young girls shouldn't be out alone, drinking with shady characters like this. If it weren't for me tonight, who knows what would have happened.
I pulled the blanket over her, making sure she was covered, then laid down on the other side.
But the girl slept soundly the whole time.
I didn't dare take off my clothes or shower, mostly because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself. After all, Han Lily was now covered by only 2 pieces of fabric. I couldn't even bring myself to touch her skin. Especially when I picked her up just now, honestly. That unique youthful vitality of a young girl flooded my nostrils, sending my hormones into overdrive. If I hadn't kept repeating to myself that I was a decent man, I might have taken her right then and there. I pressed myself tightly against the edge of the bed, hoping Han Lily wouldn't disturb me. I felt myself drifting in and out of sleep, but just then, a warm thigh pressed directly against my lower abdomen. I was just about to enter the realm of my grandmother's homeland when this jolted me wide awake.
Since I'd left the entryway light on, the room wasn't completely dark. I instinctively turned my head.
But when I saw Han Lily's face clearly, I was startled. Her hands kept rubbing back and forth across her shoulders. Her mouth was slightly open, and she was panting heavily. Her face was flushed. I instinctively stood up. Han Lily, what's wrong with you? I called out several times before she slowly opened her eyes. But those sleepy, dazed eyes truly stirred something within me. Han Lily glanced at me and spoke softly. Who are you? Her voice was incredibly lazy, and being a young girl, it was very soft. I shook my head vigorously. Damn, now I finally understand the resolve Tang Sanzang must have mustered when passing through the kingdom of women. No wonder he persevered all the way to the western paradise for the scriptures. Han Lily. I'm your father's business partner. I only took care of you tonight because I saw you were drunk. But Han Lily just smiled. I feel so uncomfortable. My body is burning up. Could you carry me to take a cold shower? I instinctively swallowed hard. Don't get any ideas. You've just had too much to drink. Though what I said was true. I couldn't quite believe her. I've been to plenty of business dinners before, so I know exactly what someone who's had too much to drink looks like. Han Lily was sleeping peacefully just now. Why did she suddenly start acting all flirty? Where does it hurt? I feel like I'm being consumed by flames. Whoever you are, please help me, okay? No sooner had the words left her mouth. Han Lily burrowed straight into my arms. This damn thing didn't even give me a chance to react. Hey, what are you doing? Cut it out. I'm not your boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. I'm itching all over, scratch me. Before I could even speak, Han Lily flipped over and pinned me beneath her, wrapping her arms around my neck and starting to nibble on my lips. A terrifying possibility suddenly flashed through my mind. Could it be that the girl drank something tainted earlier? That possibility can't be ruled out. And those two men earlier? You could tell they weren't up to any good. If they were involved, then her ending up like this wouldn't be surprising. It's not that my mind is particularly dirty. It's just that I spent years hustling on the streets, so I know firsthand how dark the outside world can be. I watched Han Lily, but this woman had completely lost her mind. Her strength grew stronger, her movements more frenzied. What the hell have I been enduring day after day? At that thought, this counts as emergency rescue. Chapter 61, The Pungent Smell. I scooped Han Lily up in my arms. The two of us plunged into a frenzied struggle. It took over half an hour before the girl finally collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily while repeatedly rubbing her head. I slid down onto the nearby sofa. Not long after, Han Lily suddenly seemed to sober up a bit and hurriedly got up. Especially when she saw me, her expression changed instantly. She crossed her arms, covering her snow-white shoulders. How could I possibly be with you? Who are you? I shook my head gently. Then I told her the entire story from beginning to end. Han Lily thought it over carefully. This girl must have known what had just happened. Even if she couldn't recall it completely, she should have a general idea. So Han Lily didn't call for help. She just let out a long sigh. You took advantage of me. Fine, I'll let it slide. You're not bad looking, but let me tell you, if you're thinking of saying anything on my dad's behalf, you'd better keep your mouth shut. And another thing. At this point, Han Lily pointed her finger right at my nose. If you dare tell anyone about tonight, I swear, I won't let you off easy. I nodded slightly. You can rest assured on that front. I won't tell anyone. But then again, at this point, I looked at this girl. I'm not here on behalf of your father. It's just that I work with him. Truth is, I understand young people's perspectives pretty well. Han Lily waved her hand impatiently. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. I won't listen to you anyway, so you might as well save your breath. I chuckled. Why won't you trust me? How about this, I'll come pick you up tonight. I said it with a smile. Han Lily glared at me. Who the hell are you? Why should I wait for you? Let me tell you this, last night I blacked out, which is why you got your chance. And I'm a reasonable person, you got your way, but I had a good time too. We're even. Just treat it as a one-night stand. After saying that, Han Lily started getting dressed, and this girl didn't even bother to hide from me. She undressed right in front of me. My eyes widened instantly. Hey, young lady, isn't this a bit risky? I said. Good thing I'm a decent guy, otherwise, you'd be the one at a disadvantage. But Han Lily just gave me a look. Enough with the act. Who are you trying to fool? You call yourself a man of integrity? If you really were, would that have happened last night? I sighed helplessly and rubbed my head. It's all your fault. A young, vibrant girl like you right in front of me. If I didn't react, what kind of man would I be? Han Lily thought for a moment. She seemed to think I had a point. Alright, old man, I'm not wasting my breath on this. This conversation ends here. No sooner had the words left her mouth. Han Lily immediately turned to leave. I quickly spoke up. Like I told you before, I'll pick you up tonight. Meet me at the bar entrance at exactly 10 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. Han Lily paused. You're really getting on my nerves. Don't think I don't know you're an undercover agent sent by my dad. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for getting tough.
You think I won't tell my dad about last night?
I shook my head with a smile.
You'll regret it if you don't come. If you do, tonight I'll let you experience a different kind of life. Han Lily ignored me completely and turned to walk away.
I lay in bed, thinking about the wild night we'd shared, smiling until I drifted off to sleep.
And I'm absolutely certain
this woman would absolutely show up tonight as promised.
the reason was simple.
She was never the type to stay put. As they say, curiosity killed the cat.
I'd been hustling on the streets for years. If I couldn't even handle this little thing, I'd be a total loser. But just as I was sleeping soundly, I heard my phone ring. I instinctively rubbed my head before grabbing the phone. Hello? What's up?
Lin Nini's voice came through immediately.
Are you still at the hotel from last night? Yeah, I'm here. I'm just so exhausted I really can't make it to work today. Plus, I've got something important tonight. It's all for the project, hallelujah.
No sooner had I finished speaking than I was about to hang up.
But just then, Lin Nini suddenly spoke up. Open the door. I'm right outside the hotel. Hearing this, my expression changed instantly. My whole head felt like it was buzzing. This is bad news. The reason was simple. Last night, the two of us had gone wild in the room all night long, and now the entire battlefield was a complete mess. If Lin Nini saw this, wouldn't we be finished? Hey, don't worry, I'm sleeping in the room. Just sent that girl off. I know. Just open the door already.
Then Lin Nini hung up. Dragging my exhausted body, I scrambled to clean up the mess.
And within minutes, a knock came at the door. Clearly Lin Nini couldn't wait any longer.
I glanced around, satisfied that everything was in order, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief before slowly making my way to the door.
Truth be told, I was still feeling quite uneasy. Maybe even I couldn't quite figure it out myself. I mean, I'm not even dating Lin Nini. Even if something did happen last night, it's not like it's her problem, right?
But there was this primal fear.
Even I couldn't make sense of it. Then I mustered my courage and slowly opened the door.
Lin Nini stared at me with this weird look, like I'd committed some unforgivable crime.
What's going on?
You've been hiding in your room without a word.
I thought something happened to you. I quickly shook my head. Nothing happened, really. Hey, Vice President Lin, I said, did you know you interrupted my sweet dreams?
But Lin Nini paid me no mind.
Instead, she walked right past me and went inside.
But the moment she entered the room, her expression suddenly changed. She instinctively turned her head and fixed her gaze on me.
Her gaze made me feel uneasy. What are you doing? Is there a problem? Lin Nini shook her head. I think something's off with you. What's wrong with me?
There's a strange smell in the room.
Don't tell me you don't know what happened? This smell is really pungent. Chapter 62, Cleverly Avoiding Disaster. Seeing Lin Nini's serious expression, I suddenly didn't know what to say. What do you mean by that? I don't understand.
Lin Nini gave a dismissive chuckle before striding over to the nearby trash can.
Her hand plunged straight into the bin.
Watching her hand move, my expression changed, and I instinctively shouted.
Stop. Lin Nini paused slightly, turning to glance at me. What's the matter? Feeling guilty about something?
At that moment, Lin Nini was still holding the crumpled paper she'd retrieved from the trash can.
My head suddenly felt like it was buzzing. What are you doing with that thing? Isn't it dirty? Lin Nini smiled. But there was something distinctly off about that smile. What do you think is dirtier, this thing, or your heart?
Up until now, I still thought I could pull the wool over everyone's eyes.
Because deep down, I know exactly what's inside. No, can we talk this out calmly? Just throw this thing away first, it's disgusting. I couldn't help but urge her.
But the moment I finished speaking, Lin Nini shook her head.
This is crucial evidence. Do you really think I'd just toss it away? Zhang Yu, do you honestly take me for a fool? After saying that,
Lin Nini held the crumpled paper right up to her nose.
Just a light sniff. Heh, a man's scent. What else could you possibly say? Don't tell me someone else has been in this house? I was instantly overcome with embarrassment. Could you show me some respect? Lin Nini's expression turned serious. Zhang Yu, I want an explanation. Did you sleep with Han Lily?
I shook my head frantically.
Are you kidding me?
What happened last night is something only Han Lily and I know absolutely no one else can find out. Though I knew Lin Nini would never tell anyone about this, it was better to be cautious just in case.
Why won't you believe me? Absolutely not. Then what is this? How do you explain it? I rubbed my head. You really want me to spill it, huh? Fine, I can't hold it in anymore. So I took care of it myself. Happy now? I deliberately sounded furious. Like someone had caught me doing something disgusting. Sure enough.
The moment I said that, Lin Nini's expression suddenly changed.
You've got to be kidding me. I shook my head helplessly. I'd like to ask you something. Han Lily is still a young girl, after all. Last night, I was with her at the hotel the entire time and you were there too. I turned the tables and took the initiative.
I pointed my finger right at Lin Nini's nose. Are you deliberately trying to make me slip up? Lin Nini was completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? Oomph. Now it's my nonsense. Don't you know what you're doing? Why book a double bedroom? I thought it was a suite. At the very least, it should have been a standard room. You clearly wanted me to share a bed with that woman. Lin Nini was instantly speechless. I didn't mean to. Yeah, you weren't trying to, but do you think I'd have dared to check into a room yesterday looking like that? I'd have been reported for sure. Lin Nini exhaled deeply. No. No what? Don't you know how agonizing it was for me to share a bed with a young, beautiful woman? After finally getting rid of her, couldn't I just let myself have a little fun? Lin Nini shut up immediately. Fine, I won't say another word. This was indeed my oversight. I apologize. A cold snort escaped my lips. Enough already. Just don't tell anyone about this, or where would I hang my old face? I don't care, you're buying me dinner today. This time, Lin Nini was surprisingly agreeable. She patted her ample bosom. No problem. I'll make sure you eat your fill. But you're in one hell of a mood today. Alright, enough about that. Let's get going. I tidied myself up before heading out with Lin Nini. But even after stepping outside, my nerves hadn't fully settled. Damn, that was close. If it weren't for my quick thinking, I might have blown my cover. Who knows what would have happened then? I treated Lin Nini to a lavish meal. The meal cost nearly 1,000 yuan. But I know this woman's loaded. We didn't return to the office that afternoon because I had something very important to do that evening. During that time, Li Hui called me. She basically wanted me to come home for dinner. It wasn't that I didn't want to go home now. It was simply because this matter was burning at my eyebrows, so I had to get it settled first. After declining Li Hui's invitation, I headed straight to the bar owned by Lin Nini's best friend. Since it was still early, I parked the car and headed straight upstairs. Ah Hua was mixing drinks behind the bar. Spotting me, she waved excitedly. Oh my, handsome, you're back. I took in Ah Hua's impressive figure. This woman radiated a sultry charm just standing there. The outside world really is fascinating. I walked up to Ah Hua with a smile. Hey there, gorgeous. Mix me a drink, will ya? As soon as I said that, Ah Hua across the bar gave me an okay gesture. No problem. Let me show you my specialty. After some expert mixing, Ah Hua presented a blue cocktail. I took a sip and couldn't stop praising it. Not bad, not bad. This drink is really fragrant. Are you the only one coming today? Also, you shouldn't drink with a head injury. Was it bad last night? I chuckled. What are you talking about? You're a strapping young man with a body like an ox. Do you really think it was that bad? Ah Hua burst out laughing. You really are blunt. But why are you the only one here today? Where's Mimi? I came with other business, but it's still early, so I'll hang out here for a bit. Ah Hua nodded. But I'm really bored out of my mind. Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Does Lin Mimi have a boyfriend? The moment I said that, Ah Hua across from me froze in place. You two seem pretty close, don't you even know that? I shook my head. Honestly, I don't know. We're just work colleagues, heh. I was just trying to find out from you. Ah Hua shook her head. No. Seeing how firmly she denied it. Ah Hua, boss, do you two ever chat about these things normally? Of course we do. What do you call best friends? We talk about everything, naturally. Chapter 63, another one hooked. Suddenly, an idea struck me. But I still felt a bit uneasy. What if this woman told Lin Mimi? That would be the end of it. But Ah Hua just smiled warmly at me. She gently nudged my arm. Only then did I snap out of it. As I turned my head, I caught sight of Ah Hua's breasts, still trembling from the bump. I felt Ah Hua's figure was even better than Lin Nini's. Damn, that was too tempting. I couldn't help but lick my lips. Hey, what are you doing? What were you about to ask? I took a deep breath and nodded quickly. Yes. Do you know what kind of relationship Lin Mimi has with our company's boss? Ah Hua thought for a moment. Isn't she just your boss's personal secretary? Could there be something else going on? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ah Hua looked at me with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, I felt a bit uneasy about this woman. Could it be that Ah Hua was testing me now? Damn it, this is getting out of hand. I waved my hands frantically. I was just joking around. Don't take it seriously. Ah Hua tried to ask a few more questions, but I wasn't about to give her that chance. I just bolted. Damn it. If I accidentally let slip that I suspect Lin Mimi and our chairman are having an affair. Though it's an open secret throughout the entire company, if the gossip came out of my mouth, that would be a whole different story. It could ruin my relationship with Lin Mimi. I bolted like a scared rabbit. I ignored Ah Hua calling after me. After heading downstairs, I immediately sat in the car. It was still early anyway. Before long, I drifted off to sleep. When I woke up groggily, I instinctively checked my phone. My head buzzed with a start. Who would have thought I'd oversleep?
It was already 10:15. I scrambled out of the car and started searching the area for Han Lily. Damn it all to hell. What if this girl had just come by, but couldn't find me, and then left? Then my credibility in her eyes would be worth less than a fart. And since we hadn't exchanged contact info, if I couldn't find her now, it'd be tough to track her down later. But just as I was frantically searching, a voice called out from behind me. "You're late." I'm not happy. That voice sounded familiar. I instinctively turned around and saw Han Lily standing right behind me. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she was staring at me with a half smile, half frown. For some reason, seeing her expression made me feel a bit intimidated. But that wasn't the main thing. The way she was dressed today made her look like a little wildcat. She wore a short sleeve top with lace trim, revealing a cute bit of her belly button. Below was a pleated skirt, and damn, that skirt was way too short. If she were to jog even a little, wouldn't her butt be practically exposed? And those high heels on her feet? Especially paired with those long legs, she really does look like a sexy little wildcat. But the real showstopper was her flat chest. Though the feel was pretty good, tested and approved. I stared awkwardly at Han Lily. I wasn't late. I've been waiting here the whole time. I just accidentally dozed off, but luckily I woke up in time. Stop being so self-absorbed. I just got here too. Didn't you say you wanted to show me something? I'm ready. Don't let me down. I chuckled and gave her an okay sign. What was the deal with that guy yesterday? Han Lily frowned. Nothing. Don't ask about it. We were just friends to begin with. I shook my head. That's not the issue. He spiked your drink yesterday. Are you just going to swallow your pride and let it slide? Han Lily's expression darkened. Forget it. He's a street thug. It's not worth it. Don't drag yourself into trouble later. This ing undermines me as a man. I immediately frowned. You clearly don't trust my abilities. If you've got the guts, tell me where that man is. He drinks at that disco every night, usually leaving around 3 or 4 in the morning. And I told you I don't know him well. I snapped my fingers. Take me there. Han Lily clearly had no idea what I was up to, but as I mentioned earlier, this girl is the classic case of curiosity killing the cat. So under my verbal pressure, Han Lily couldn't resist much longer. Fine, I'll take you there. But if anything happens, it's not my problem. I chuckled. I patted the car. What are we waiting for? Hop in. We grabbed a late-night snack first, then headed straight to the disco club entrance to wait. This club is noisy as hell. I could hear everything clearly even with the car parked outside. Time ticked by, second by second. Around 2 a.m., a man and a woman walked straight out of the club. The guy was that bald-headed dude from yesterday. He was staggering all over the place, while the woman beside him was clearly unconscious. As for where these two were headed, well, that was obvious. I tapped Han Lily, who was asleep in the passenger seat. Stay put, okay? Make sure your mask and hat are on tight. Han Lily spotted the bald guy too. What the hell are you doing? Han Lily's expression was slightly anxious now, but I could tell from the look on her face. She was actually quite excited. She just couldn't bring herself to show it, saving face. Enough with the formalities. Didn't you say I was sent by your old man? Tonight I'll show you that I'm not cut from the same cloth as that blockhead of a father of yours. Han Lily nodded gently while wearing her mask. I actually agree with what you said. My dad really is a stubborn old stick in the mud. I put on my mask too. What if that guy finds out? That'd be terrible. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, sending the car hurtling straight toward the disco's entrance. But I stopped right beside that bald guy. Looking at his brutish face, I couldn't help but feel a bit sickened. Still, I rolled down the window and gave him a faint smile. Where's this going, buddy? The bald guy glanced at me, then looked at my car. You're not a ing taxi driver, so why do you care where I'm going? I chuckled. It's the middle of the night, finding a cab isn't easy. Just tell me where you're going, and I'll see if it's on my way. To Tianpin Hotel. Well, what a coincidence, I live on Guangming Road too. But about the fare. I grinned at him. I have to admit, this guy has pretty good taste. Chapter 64, The Helpful Citizen Zhang Yu. Both Han Lily and this curly-haired woman he's holding now are definitely okay. Especially this curly-haired woman. She looked to be around 27 or 28, yet possessed that unique charm of a young married woman. And those impressive curves up front? They absolutely outclassed Han Lily by a mile. Guess this guy was in a hurry. He just dumped 200 yuan bills into my hands from his pocket. That should be good enough, right? I chuckled. Get in the car. The guy practically carried the curly-haired woman into the car. She was wearing a skirt too. Through the rearview mirror, I saw him lift her skirt right up. Even without rear lights, I could clearly see what he was doing. His eyes were closed, his face etched with pure enjoyment. I turned the car around and within minutes, we arrived at a riverside spot. It was already cold enough at night, and now that I was here, there wasn't a soul in sight, not even a ghost. Big brother, we're here. Get out. The butler nodded eagerly and immediately reached for the door handle.
But as he opened the door, I unbuckled my seatbelt and headed straight for the trunk.
I pulled out a steel pipe from inside.
The bald guy froze in place, taking ages to snap out of it.
Holy! What the hell is this place?
The moment he shouted that, I was already standing right in front of him. I grabbed his collar and yanked him down hard, pulling him straight out of the car. The big pipe came crashing down on him, no mercy shown.
For scum like this, I'd never show any mercy.
The bald guy suddenly yelled out.
Whoa, what the hell are you doing? Stop hitting me. I couldn't care less.
I smacked him twice with the stick. He must have sensed something was off, because he jumped up and tried to run.
Like I'd let him get away now?
I took 2 big strides forward, leaped into the air, and kicked him straight to the ground.
He landed face first in the dirt.
After another round of punches and kicks, the bald guy gasped for breath, his face frozen in terror as he stared at me. He kept waving his hands at me.
Bro, I'm sorry.
Whatever beef you have, tell me slowly.
I'll pay you back. Paying you back should be fine, right?
Listening to this guy yell, he looked like he was about to cry. Blood dripped from his mouth and nose.
I shook my head. You think I'd just let you off that easily? What the hell do you want? Money or sex? I'm after your body? I want your life. I unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks.
The bald man collapsed to the ground, unable to even stand up. I pointed my finger right at his nose.
Cut back on your shady dealings, you bastard.
Stop preying on these young girls. Watch your back walking the streets at night, you might run into something worse than the dark. The bald guy was lying on the ground now, and I could tell he was exhaling more air than he was inhaling.
He just nodded at me. Big brother, I get it. I was wrong. I'll never do bad things again.
I'll be a model citizen, I'll even quit smoking.
I smacked him again.
Baldy looked utterly aggrieved.
Big bro, I promised you. Why are you still hitting me? Why the hell can't I smoke? If you quit smoking, how the hell are we supposed to build the nation's aircraft carriers?
The bald guy froze in place.
I couldn't be bothered with him now. I got up and walked to the passenger seat, tapping on the window. Only then did Han Lily roll down the window.
But instead of speaking to me, she just gave me a thumbs-up gesture.
Heh, how's that feel? Satisfied? Han Lily nodded. It felt absolutely amazing. Well then, let's get going.
I walked straight to the driver's seat, floored the gas pedal, and sped off, letting this guy get a good dose of the river breeze to sober him up.
So this was the surprise you mentioned today? Never would have guessed someone who looks so refined could actually pack a punch. You get a thumbs up from me. I waved my hands hurriedly. Alright, come drink with me later. I need to talk to you.
Han Lily pulled down one side of her top, revealing her snow-white skin. I nearly lost my grip on the steering wheel.
Holy crap, what kind of magic move is that? Han Lily gave me a seductive look. Asking me out for drinks? You just want to get something going with me, don't you? Fine, I'm in a good mood tonight. I'll play along. My jaw nearly hit the floor. How could this woman be so bold? Not that kind of thing. What the hell are you thinking about all day? Just come with me.
But just as I was focused on driving, a voice suddenly came from beside me. That voice was clearly dripping with unfulfilled desire, like a raging fire burning inside.
Manhwa.
That sound made my heart flutter.
What are you doing? Sitting there perfectly fine, why are you acting all flirty? Han Lily in the passenger seat looked utterly aggrieved. Why are you yelling at me? I didn't make a sound. It was that woman in the back seat, okay? I froze for a second. I instinctively turned my head. My heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I'd been so focused on punching that bald guy that I'd completely forgotten about this woman. When I dragged the bald guy out of the car, the woman was still reclining on my back seat. Just then, we passed under a row of streetlights. The faint glow from the lamps outside illuminated the curly-haired woman's face. Her mouth hung slightly open, drool already trickling from the corner of her lips. That look was nothing short of a rare treasure. I bet every guy would be dying to take a couple of deep drags. This is just too damn tempting. Han Lily looked at me with a puzzled expression. You like this kind of married woman? I shot her a glance. You're just a kid, mind your own business. Didn't you see? You were practically in the same state as her yesterday. I told you that booze was definitely messed up. Han Lily couldn't help but glance at the woman in the back seat again, then sighed. What a scumbag. But tonight, I finally got my revenge. I parked the car and walked straight to the back seat. Though it felt wrong, there was no way I was leaving this woman in my car. What if she woke up? What would I do then? I quickly bought a bottle of water from the store and hurriedly got into the back seat. First, I carefully lifted her head. Then a wave of intoxicating fragrance flooded my nostrils. Young married women really do smell good. But I'm not the type to take advantage of someone in distress. As for what happened with Han Lily last night, it was simply a moment of deep passion, nothing more. After a few breaths, the curly-haired woman finally stirred, frowning as she rubbed her head.
But the moment she woke up, especially when she saw me, her expression changed instantly.
Chapter 65, Drinking Contest.
She instinctively pushed me away, her eyes fixed on me with suspicion.
Who are you? What do you want? Her question left me dumbfounded.
I shrugged innocently.
I'm not here to do anything. I saved you.
But the curly-haired woman didn't believe a word I said. She stared at me sternly.
What are you talking about? How did I end up in your car? And what just happened? Why can't I remember anything?
After saying that, the curly-haired woman instinctively rubbed her head. It was clear she was in quite a bit of pain.
I quickly waved my hands. Don't try to scam me now. I'm not the only one here.
Lily, you explain it to her.
I'm seriously fed up. So doing a good deed is suddenly my fault? I muttered this with obvious irritation.
The curly-haired woman froze for a moment, then instinctively turned her head and immediately spotted Han Lily beside her. Being a pretty young girl, the curly-haired woman naturally trusted Han Lily more.
Listen, ma'am, I said, you're really accusing the wrong person here. Weren't you drinking inside with a bald guy today?
The curly-haired woman thought for a moment, then her face twisted with disgust. There was a bald guy who tried to join me for drinks earlier, but I found him annoying and sent him away.
What's going on? Couldn't something have happened in the meantime?
The curly-haired woman pondered. He accidentally knocked over my drink midway through, then kept apologizing profusely.
He even bought me a new bottle. His attitude seemed sincere enough, so I let it slide.
As soon as the curly-haired woman said this, Han Lily beside her snapped her fingers.
That bottle he gave you was rigged. I almost fell victim to him too. That's why I was lurking here today, planning to get back at him. Who knew he'd just walk out carrying you?
Han Lily said this with a sly smile. This curly-haired woman was actually quite attractive, and her intelligence seemed above average.
Hearing Han Lily's explanation, her expression instantly changed.
The next second, the curly-haired woman turned to look at me.
I'm terribly sorry for misunderstanding you.
But in that situation just now, I genuinely thought I'd encountered a bad person.
Please don't hold it against me.
After saying this, the curly-haired woman paused to think.
How about this?
I'll treat you both to a meal as a token of my gratitude. The curly-haired woman asked. If it weren't for the fact that I had something to do with Han Lily later, I would have gladly accepted.
After all, she was quite attractive, right up my alley. So I could only awkwardly reply.
I'm really sorry, but we have other things to do later. You should head back too. It's not safe out here alone this late at night.
Shall I walk you part of the way?
The curly-haired woman shook her head.
I won't bother you then. Maybe next time. Can I have your phone number?
After hurriedly exchanging numbers, I was about to ask her name when a taxi pulled up beside us. She seemed in a bit of a hurry, so she turned and left. After the curly-haired woman got into the cab, Han Lily smiled at me. I saw you staring at her just now, your eyes were practically glued to her.
Seriously, man, was that really necessary?
Hearing Han Lily say that, I let out a long sigh.
Don't you trust your uncle? Hurry up. We've got another round to go.
I have to say, this girl's got real energy. Though a few years back, I could easily pull an all-nighter with no problem. But these past 2 years, I've definitely felt my stamina waning. If I hadn't kept up with my workouts all this time, who knows what state I'd be in. I drove straight to the hotel lobby, having already booked the room in advance. The moment we stepped inside, Han Lily froze in her tracks.
Are you planning a beer binge? The lobby was stacked with several cases of beer, and even snacks were laid out. I chuckled, crossing my arms over my chest. Cut the nonsense. Just give me a straight answer, okay? Or are you scared? Han Lily shot me a glare.
But then again, if you just want a passionate one-night stand, there's no need for all this.
Tonight, I won't refuse you. Han Lily said this with a smile.
Then she leaned straight toward me. My body reacted instantly, but I gritted my teeth and pushed her away.
Because I knew exactly what tonight was all about. Han Lily's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean by that? I gave her a faint smile. Just trust me on this.
After tonight, I'm sure you'll see me in a whole new light. Han Lily curled her lip, clearly unimpressed.
Fine, bring it on. I've never been beaten at drinking. Just you wait, I'll carry you to the bathroom and make you do a double row with the toilet. I gave her an okay sign.
Then we both started drinking. I have to admit, this woman could really hold her liquor.
But I'm no slouch either.
I've been doing business dinners for ages, my stomach's built up a serious tolerance.
But that wasn't the main point.
You see, my previous social engagements mostly involved baijiu and red wine, so beer was practically child's play for me. An hour later, the two of us had already polished off 3 or 4 cases of beer. Han Lily across from me had a slightly dazed look in her eyes, and her face was flushed with a faint blush. I have to admit, a woman after a few drinks is like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, truly appetizing. I figured we were getting close, and my head still felt pretty clear. I lifted my gaze to meet Han Lily's eyes.
Now you can finally tell me, what exactly happened to you? Han Lily froze for a moment. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Uncle. I thought for a moment. How about this? Let's play a game of truth or dare. You can ask anything, no holds barred. Dare you? Han Lily perked up. What's there to be afraid of? Of course I'm in. I chuckled. Don't agree so readily just yet. Let's make a deal up front. Unless it's an exceptionally disgusting question, you must answer everything truthfully and without holding back. Han Lily nodded. Isn't that obvious? I held up one finger again.
And the most crucial point, no one can lose their temper.
If you agree, we start right now. Han Lily burst out laughing. Today I'm going to peel back your outer layer. See what brand you really are.
Chapter 66, The Test That Ended in Failure. This girl clearly fell for my trap. And our method of determining the winner was simple, just rock, paper, scissors. But today, luck wasn't on my side. I lost the first round.
I chuckled. Alright, ask whatever you want.
I'll tell you everything I know, no holds barred.
Han Lily across from me thought for a moment. You've been coming to see me so often, is it because of my father? I answered without hesitation. That's right.
But while it started because of your father, by now, some personal reasons have also come into play.
Han Lily seemed satisfied with my answer. Come on, keep going. Who the hell knew I'd lose again in the second round? Han Lily grinned mischievously at me. Next question, a guy like you must have plenty of women chasing after you, right? My face instantly flushed. Though Han Lily and I weren't actually dating, being asked that by this little brat left me at a loss for words. Well, currently there are 3 confirmed ones.
The little girl's eyes suddenly widened, her expression filled with disbelief.
What? You have 3 women? Holy crap, you're like a real-life chin shimmy. Doesn't that mean I got the short end of the stick yesterday? I shook my head. What do you mean, truth or dare? It's ask me a question, I answer, no cheating allowed. I'm setting the example here. Han Lily gave me a look of utter disdain. But thankfully, I finally won in the third round.
I breathed a sigh of relief, at least I'd evened the score.
Han Lily pouted in annoyance. Fine, ask away. I want to know why you've become this way. The delinquent girl everyone sees. Han Lily's expression darkened. What's there to ask? Everyone has their own way of living. Isn't that normal? I gave a faint smile.
But my smile was sharp and cutting. I advise you to think this through carefully before speaking.
Han Lily's lips twitched. Because of some jerk. Seems my hunch was spot on, she must have been heartbroken by her ex.
And I could tell that after bringing this up, Han Lily clearly didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Enough, let's drink. This was exactly the outcome I wanted. The 2 of us drank like crazy. By the end, every last drop was gone.
Han Lily's eyes were unfocused, she was clearly drunk.
2 more bottles. I shook my head.
As the saying goes, truth comes out when drunk.
Even if it's just drunken rambling, today I'll have a proper talk with this girl. With that thought, I took a deep breath. Lily, I know you're hurting inside. I may not know what you've been through, but I feel for you.
I spoke these words with sincere earnestness.
Han Lily's expression changed across from me. Why are you suddenly saying this? I shook my head. Truthfully, I know all this stems from you never moving on. You numb yourself with alcohol day after day, am I wrong? Han Lily suddenly burst into tears. Can we not talk about this anymore? No. Since it's already happened, why are you treating yourself so badly? Not just you, but your father too.
Han Lily's eyes flashed with disgust.
Can you please not bring up that old man? I'm really fed up with him right now. Do you even know how to have a conversation? If you don't want to talk properly, we can just call it quits. I sighed. See? You still can't get past that mental block.
I feel sorry for you.
Han Lily wailed uncontrollably.
And it was painfully obvious.
My last comment had hit a nerve with this girl.
But having a good cry like this is actually good for her. Han Lily collapsed right into my arms, but I didn't push her away.
The 2 of us sat in the hotel room in complete silence. I lost track of time.
Han Lily began to snore softly, and I felt incredibly sleepy myself.
Combined with all that alcohol, I drifted off too. The next morning, my head felt like it was about to explode. Probably from drinking too much last night. But when I woke up, Han Lily wasn't beside me.
The sound of running water came from the bathroom.
I let out a sigh of relief. I lit a cigarette. A few minutes later, the bathroom door swung open.
But the moment Han Lily stepped out and saw me staring at her, she let out a shriek.
Ah!
She instinctively covered her chest.
What the hell? You wake up and don't even tell me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. No big deal. I'd already seen it before anyway. Besides, I just woke up. How was I supposed to tell you? Who knew you'd be so jumpy? Han Lily looked at me with a pout. You're clearly picking on me on purpose. Just you wait, I'll have the police take you away. I quickly clasped my hands together. Fine, you're right about everything. I admit I was wrong. Just spare me this time. Han Lily chuckled. That's more like it.
After we tidied up a bit, Han Lily got ready to leave, but I grabbed her arm.
What are you doing? Han Lily shook her head. Of course I'm leaving. Seems like everything I told you last night went in one ear and out the other. Let me tell you, what you're doing isn't punishing me, it's punishing yourself. Han Lily frowned. Listen, don't try to scare me. We'll play this game another time. Then the girl grabbed my phone and typed in her number. After a quick flash call, she left the spot with a smile. I shook my head in resignation. I thought that having a drink together yesterday would settle this matter. But I never imagined this girl would be so deeply affected. But I think I know why. It might just be because of that slap the old man gave her back then. If that's the case, then this could get complicated. I'd been racking my brain over how to handle this.
After all, one misstep could spell trouble. If I can't win Han Lily over, then this project and I are done for. I headed back to the office first. Wei and the others were asking about progress, so I confidently patted my chest.
Everyone, get the project ready. We could launch the final push at any moment. Hearing this, everyone erupted in excited shouts. But deep down, I was still a little nervous. But how could I back down at a time like this? These days at work, I'm mostly coasting by. Anyway, the project's been assigned to me. Whether I can pull it off is what matters. Chapter 67, The Scandal Between My Boyfriend and My Best Friend. But there's no need to worry. I've been hustling on the streets for years, and I used to be a big shot myself. If I can't even handle this little girl, it'd be a disgrace to my reputation. As I sat there, drowsiness washed over me. I simply pushed 2 chairs together, draped my suit over them, and drifted off into a blissful nap. My team members didn't say much about it. Besides, everyone could see just how exhausted I was. Not only did no one blame me, but they actually felt sorry for me. Just as I was sleeping soundly, I felt someone pinch my cheek. I opened my eyes instinctively. 2 magnificent peaks stood right before my eyes, truly beautiful. But that figure was clearly Lin Nini's. I jolted awake, jumping up in a flash. Holy crap! Vice President Lin, how come you walk without making a sound? You scared the hell out of me.
Lin Nini shot me a look of utter contempt. Your shouting was loud enough to reach the restroom.
We're at work here, could you please be mindful of the impact? I awkwardly scratched my head. I'm just pouring my heart and soul into this project. It's unavoidable.
Immediately after, several team members rushed over and placed their packed lunches in front of me.
What are you guys doing?
They looked a bit sheepish. We didn't discuss it beforehand, so we ended up buying too much.
Boss, help yourself, take whichever one you like. Lin Nini clicked her tongue. Oh, look at you now, acting like a big shot at work. They even bring you lunch. Should I feed it to you myself? I shook my head quickly.
Ms. Lin, please don't speak to me like that, it's cutting.
Let me tell you, without exaggeration, my inspiration is flowing. I should be able to handle Han Jinlong in just a few more days. I said this with a smile.
After I finished speaking, Lin Nini froze in place. She stared at me in utter disbelief.
Are you serious?
The girl's eyes widened. I made an okay sign with my hand.
How could it be anything but?
I just had this really strange dream, maybe it was meant to guide me.
I rattled off my explanation.
It all boils down to one central idea.
Don't even think about ing with my money.
Lin Nini left looking half convinced, but I actually felt inspired. Before the workday ended, I bolted straight out of the office and headed straight for my hometown county. I had a cousin working at the county hospital. I wore him down with hours of pleading before he finally wrote me a report.
Only the name on it was Han Jinlong. Holding the report, I nodded with satisfaction. Truthfully, it only contained some incomprehensible imaging diagrams. All I needed was the single line at the bottom. Severe anxiety disorder. Requires active cooperation with treatment. Failure to do so may be life-threatening.
I dared not delay. After all, this was a major project. Besides, Han Jinlong's company was bound to attract other projects. If his investment were to go south, I'd be left with nothing. And with our deadline fast approaching, even though the old man hasn't pressed me, I'm anxious. This kind of person means what he says, so I had to get it done within the time I had.
That same evening, I met with Han Lily again.
The poor girl was exasperated. When she saw me, she scratched her head and glared at me with obvious annoyance.
And something about her seemed off. She might not have even sobered up from last night's drinking. What exactly are you trying to do, uncle? I feel like my body can't take it anymore. Why don't we postpone it for a couple of days? I shook my head. I looked at her with complete seriousness. Tonight isn't about drinking. I just want to know one thing, a very important thing. How exactly did your ex-boyfriend screw you over? Han Lily looked thoroughly annoyed. Didn't I already tell you? Let's just leave the past in the past. But you haven't gotten over it yet. Tonight, I'm not your father's business partner, I'm just your friend. So I hope you'll tell me the truth. Han Lily just chuckled. Even if I told you, what good would it do? Like you could take revenge for me? I snapped my fingers. Don't worry, I promise I won't lay a finger on him. But I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Want to bet on it? This piqued Han Lily's interest. Fine. Let's bet. If I lose, I'll be at your mercy. You can do whatever you want to me. Holy. Hearing that come out of a young girl's mouth, honestly, I couldn't quite believe it. Guess I'm just too old to keep up with the younger generation these days. But who's the coward now? Fine, but it's got to be a month. You're really addicted.
A few minutes later, the two of us arrived at a coffee shop, and Han Lily was clearly already in the zone. I was with my ex for 3 years, and our relationship was always great.
Honestly, it was my best friend who ruined it. Oh? You had a best friend? My interest was instantly piqued.
My bestie had a pretty wild personal life, kind of like me now, and she was always trying to hook up with rich guys. But at one point, she seemed to have gotten involved with some big-time gangster. My bestie was being chased relentlessly and had nowhere to go, so she thought she'd hide out at my place for a while. At this point, Han Lily rubbed her cheeks hard. My boyfriend is into literature, so he's always holed up at home. I have to work, which gave those two plenty of time alone together.
That damn. Stealing my man. Han Lily spat out the words with venom. Her face was twisted with rage. So what happened?
My boyfriend has some money and is pretty handsome, so that stole him away. In the end, I found out I knew all along that it was all a setup by that woman. Right after I left, my boyfriend's phone sent me a picture of the two of them sleeping together. I thought it was photoshopped, but as soon as I walked in, I saw them shamelessly lying on the couch together.
After saying this, Han Lily began gasping for breath. I can feel it. This girl is genuinely hurt. So what? Then I stepped aside and let those two dogs be together. I had nothing to say. I nodded with a smile. The moment Han Lily heard my laughter, her expression changed instantly. What do you mean by that? I knew it, even you look down on me, right? You think a woman like me deserves it. I shook my head quickly. Fine, I'll deal with that woman first. At that, Han Lily's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. You're going to beat her up? Chapter 68, Swapping out the outfit. I felt like pulling my hair out. I instinctively flicked her forehead. You silly girl. I exclaimed. What are you thinking about day in and day out? How could you just go hitting people? Han Lily pursed her lips. Then tell me, how can you help me get revenge? That's not your concern. Just tell me that woman's name and where she is. But first, we have to get past your ex-boyfriend. I promise you, I'll make both of them regret it. Han Lily nodded. Fine, I'll trust you this once. After we agreed, I drove straight home. But when I reached the door handle, my hand trembled involuntarily. I hadn't told Li Hui I was coming back, and I hadn't been home for 3 whole nights. Li Hui had only called me once on the first day. But I finally mustered the courage. Slowly, I opened the front door. Seeing no other shoes in the entryway, I finally let out a sigh of relief. Honey, what are you standing there staring at? A sweet voice called out. I instinctively looked up and immediately saw Li Hui. She wore a purple silk nightgown, her stunning figure faintly visible beneath the fabric. Only then did I put on a smile. Nothing, just a headache. This project has been giving me a real headache these past couple of days. Li Hui sighed deeply. Then she walked step by step toward me. She wrapped her arms around me. Honey, I know you're doing this for our family, but you can't push yourself this hard. What if your health gives out? What would I do then? I nodded quickly. Then I picked up Li Hui and carried her straight into the bedroom. 2 whole days passed without a single word from the girl. Even I was starting to get worried. But that afternoon, Han Lily suddenly called. So? Any news? I found that woman. She gets off work around 11 every night. Who knows what she's doing at the office? Probably seducing her male boss. I burst out laughing. Can you stop being so ridiculous? We'll stake her out tonight. No way. That idiot guy picks her up every day. I check the weather forecast. Talk about good things coming in pairs. Rain tonight. A chance encounter in the rain is perfect, just like the leads in a Korean drama. Here's the plan. Tonight, no matter what, you contact your boyfriend. Just set up a meeting with him. Han Lily's face turned pale. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're saying? Make me meet him? I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing him. I curled my lip. How clueless can you be? Just act coy on the phone to make your ex think he has a chance, then stand him up. Han Lily seemed to be wrestling with the idea. Is that even possible? Asking me to contact him first? You might as well tell me to jump into the river. Do you even want revenge anymore? No problem, leave it to me. This time, Han Lily was surprisingly decisive. I patted Wei Gu on the shoulder. Come on, let's head to the rental company. You'll drive one of their cars back later. Wei Gu didn't ask any further questions. Half an hour later, the two of us arrived at the rental agency. I tossed down 10 grand. This Ferrari, I'll take it for 3 days. In just half an hour, the car was rented. Wei Gu scratched his head. Hey, manager. What's the deal with this car? I waved my hand dismissively at him. You just don't get it. Just take the company car home, the rest isn't your concern. Then I stretched, slid into the sports car, and floored it. I tell you, driving $1 million sports car is pure bliss. The speed is absolutely insane. And this outfit definitely won't last. I headed straight to a trendy boutique, then stopped by a barbershop for a new hairstyle. Suddenly, I felt like I turned back the clock by several years. I stroked my cheek and said to myself with a smug grin. Looking at myself now, I could easily pass for a guy in his 20s. The barber chuckled beside me. Not bad. You look really sharp. I nodded with satisfaction. About 10 minutes later, I arrived at the spot we'd agreed upon. The moment I opened the Ferrari door and waved to Han Lily, the girl was completely stunned. Holy crap, uncle. You look way too cool. What's with this outfit? And this car is crazy expensive. I chuckled. Don't be silly. To get revenge on you, I had to get some decent gear first. Hurry up. Han Lily nodded excitedly. I could tell this girl had already started idolizing me. We arrived at the base of a towering building, its entire facade a commercial zone. That works right here. I handed Han Lily a walkie-talkie. She froze for a moment. What are you doing? In a bit, you'll sit in that cafe directly across the street. Once that woman comes out, snap a photo of her and let me know. Han Lily glanced at the rain outside the window. Are you sure you want to do this? I shrugged. Just tell me, are you planning to get back at that woman? Han Lily sighed in exasperation. Fine, fine. You really scare me. After getting out of the car, Han Lily sprinted toward the cafe, her swaying hips particularly amusing to watch. I called Wei directly. Bro, do me a favor, round up some friends and set up a gathering. Head straight to the VIP suite at Dynasty Hotel. I'll cover the room fee. We talked for several minutes. Wei on the other end of the line got really flustered. Manager. This probably won't work, will it? This is the only way to get the project done. Just trust me on this, stop all the nonsense. To be fair, Wei Go really came through when it mattered. The moment he sensed my urgency, he nodded emphatically. No problem. Leave this to me. I waited in the car the whole time, blasting heavy DJ beats. Outside, the rain grew heavier, pooling water along the roadside. Just after 11, I finally got Han Lily's call. That's out. I just called my ex-boyfriend, turns out he's a total dumbass who thinks with his lower half. I just sent him a few flirty messages, and he rushed straight to the hotel to find me. I burst out laughing. Proves you're still got it. Got it. Hurry up and send me that woman's photo. After hanging up, Han Lily sent me a somewhat blurry photo within seconds. I stared at the woman in the photo. Holy. That's gotta be at least a D cup. Carrying a lace-trimmed umbrella, looks like she's got a wild side too. Her figure was overall on the fuller side, comparable to Zhou Qiao. Chapter 69, Taking Shui Qian. Honestly, I'm a sucker for this kind of figure. Though I can't see her face yet, that black pencil skirt, especially that perfectly rounded, ample behind, has me daydreaming. Getting something for nothing while achieving your goal? Not doing it would make you a total jerk. I shuddered inwardly for a moment before arriving at the company building. I spotted that voluptuous woman immediately. While she had ample curves in all the right places, her legs were surprisingly long. And she was tall. I guess at least 5'7". She was indeed holding a lace-trimmed umbrella, and she also had a phone in her hand, probably talking on it. But right now, she seemed a bit flustered, constantly tapping her foot on the ground. I chuckled to myself. No need to guess, she was definitely calling her boyfriend, given the downpour. And that reserved guy was probably already on his way to the hotel. Who'd have thought he wouldn't even bother with an excuse, just straight up ignoring the call. I have to hand it to that guy. Let's be blunt. If I were that guy, I'd never go see Han Lily. Sure, she's not bad looking, but the real problem is she's flat as a pancake. I could see myself getting closer and closer to that woman. Now it was my turn to shine. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal. The car roared to life like a wild beast charging forward. Then I yanked the wheel hard, pulling straight to the curb. The water splashed from the puddle right onto her. A loud splash echoed. She stumbled back several steps. Who the hell is that? Is she crazy? Can't she see people here? I slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt. I quickly reversed back. Sure enough, the woman who had been seething with anger moments ago seemed to change her expression instantly upon seeing my fiery red Ferrari. She was still clearly annoyed, but nowhere near as furious as before. I quickly opened the door. Honestly, with my looks paired with this luxury car, I couldn't believe this woman wasn't at least a little impressed. The woman seemed to cool down a bit upon seeing me, though she still glared at me with obvious displeasure. What were you thinking? You need to drive more carefully. I immediately looked at her with an apologetic expression. Then I clasped my hands together. I'm truly sorry, this is entirely my fault. It's raining outside, and this clunker has such a low clearance, plus the visibility is terrible. I'll get it fixed tomorrow. I'm truly sorry, miss. The woman across from me suddenly lit up.
After all, though my earlier words were rather tactless, they did reveal one thing: I was loaded.
No big deal. The main thing is, I'm a mess now. How am I supposed to face anyone? I can't even go back home. The true hunter appears as the prey. Damn it, I finally get that saying now. What was this woman playing at? Let's be clear. You got my clothes wet, and now I can't go home. You're responsible for me. I quickly nodded with a smile. If you don't mind, I'll give you a ride. Sure enough, the woman barely hesitated before nodding eagerly. At least she has some sense. After we got in the car, I handed her a pack of tissues. Wipe yourself down first. I really shouldn't have gotten your clothes wet. How about this? I know a few stores open 24/7. Let's go buy you a new outfit. Consider it my way of making it up to you. She probably never imagined she'd get a whole new outfit. She nodded quickly, then couldn't help but look me up and down. I have to admit, the outfit I'm wearing today alone costs several thousand yuan. Who would dare dress like this? Add to that driving this luxury car, clearly not a rental. And I deliberately placed many personal items in the car beforehand, making it look messy, all to make this woman trust me more. Alright, seeing how sincere your apology is, I'll forgive you. We chatted sporadically along the way. I learned her name was Xue Qian. Truth be told, she had a great figure, fair skin, and a smooth complexion. Isn't there a saying that goes, fair skin hides all flaws? She really did look quite nice. Thinking about what was about to happen between Xue Qian and me, even if it was just a temporary fling, still gave me a little thrill. The two of us headed straight to a women's boutique. Though there were only 2 or 3 salespeople on duty that evening, they were entirely at our service. The moment Xue Qian stepped inside, her eyes widened, especially at the price tags on the clothes. Damn, it's not cheap. A single pair of black stockings cost 1,000 or 2. As for the quality? Honestly, it was just average. Still, Xue Qian seemed to be having a blast picking things out. She tried on 2 full outfits right away, head to toe. When she came out, she even spun around in front of me. How do I look? It felt like we were a couple. I gave Xue Qian a thumbs up right there. Nice, nice. She really looks great. The 2 waiters nearby were smooth talkers too, showering Xue Qian with compliments non-stop. Sir, your girlfriend is absolutely stunning. Exactly. Especially in these clothes, they really bring out her elegance. I waved my hand decisively. Alright, wrap up both sets. I could feel Xue Qian's admiring gaze fixed on me at that moment. And that was no joke. After we stepped outside, Xue Qian turned to glance at me just as her phone rang. I glanced at it instinctively. It read baby. It was clearly her boyfriend and Han Lily's ex-boyfriend. But the fact that this guy was calling at this hour clearly meant he'd been lured to the hotel by Han Lily. And finding no one there, he suddenly remembered this whole situation. I quickly asked, "What's wrong? Who called you? At this hour, it must be your boyfriend, right?" Xue Qian hung up immediately. Nothing. It was an unknown number starting with 86. Probably just a prank call. I nodded thoughtfully. By the way, are you in a hurry to get home? I bet that woman was just waiting for me to ask that. As soon as I said that, Xue Qian quickly replied, "No problem at all. I live alone anyway, and I'm used to staying up late. Is there something you need?" This woman was getting a bit too friendly with me now. I chuckled. Here's the thing. I've got a card game lined up tonight with some friends from the circle. How about it? Want to come check it out? Wins are yours, losses are mine. Chapter 70, Playing the Rich Guy. Xue Qian's eyes lit up instantly. Sure. I don't have anything else to do anyway. But how much do you guys usually play for? The reason Xue Qian cared about that was because of what I just said, the winnings were hers. I chuckled. We've been friends since childhood, no need to go all out. Just a friendly little game. Xue Qian hummed in acknowledgement. At worst, we'd lose 1 million or 2. We don't play often, just some buddy came back from abroad and insisted on playing a couple rounds with us. Said he was itching to play. Those idiots overseas just can't learn no matter how much you teach them, ha! I even let slip a curse word. The kind of behavior that would make any ordinary woman cringe, but right then, Xue Qian looked at me with pure admiration. Holy! You're betting this big and you're not even nervous? I knew this woman was testing me. Big deal, I'll just ask my dad for more allowance tomorrow. No big deal, no big deal. Get in the car already. Xue Qian didn't hesitate, she just slid right into the passenger seat. I chuckled softly and casually placed my hand on her thigh. That's the thing about those 1,000 yuan a pair black stockings, they feel amazing. Smooth and silky, not a single rough spot to be found. Xue Qian's body trembled slightly. I couldn't tell if she was startled by my touch or just playing innocent. But Xue Qian didn't resist. That was the most important thing. What are you doing? We've only just met. Do you have a lot of girlfriends? You seem pretty good at flirting. I chuckled. Not at all. Actually, I splashed mud on you on purpose. Otherwise, how would I have a chance to strike up a conversation with you? Ha! Xue Qian's expression changed.
Ah. You jerk. I knew you weren't careful driving.
And you splashed me on purpose. Xue Qian, be my girlfriend. I really like you.
And I'm the kind of person who loves the romance of love at first sight. Spend tonight with me, and tomorrow we'll go on a trip abroad. No sooner had the words left his mouth. I looked up at her, my eyes filled with adoration.
Hey, don't stare at me. Watch the road I'm driving.
My hand began to wander up her thigh.
So? Just quit your job. Whatever you earn, I'll pay you double. Xue Qian sure knows how to put on an act. After I said that, she actually spoke up. Brother Guan, it's not your money I'm after. If you paid me a salary, I'd never quit. I just like you and I believe in love at first sight. As for this so-called Brother Guan, that was the fake name I gave her, Guan Zhen. After all, when you're out in the world, you can't just use your real name. That would be so uncool, right? I pulled the car over to the side of the road. Before Xue Qian could react, I leaned in and kissed her passionately. Xue Qian responded with equal passion. We kissed deeply for several full minutes before slowly pulling apart. Both of us were gasping for breath. Xue Qian, let's go.
If I win tonight, I'll buy you a submariner tomorrow. A woman who loves to show off like that couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with these big brands.
Even a basic submariner costs over 100,000. Xue Qian was over the moon.
About half an hour later, the car pulled up at the Dynasty Hotel. As soon as we stepped out, several bellboys rushed over to greet us.
Are you kidding me?
Dynasty Hotel is the highest-rated luxury hotel around here.
Their service is second to none.
And Xue Qian clearly hadn't been to a place like this before.
She was a total fake socialite. We walked arm in arm into the hotel lobby. Sir, are you here for a room?
Already reserved your VIP suite.
Oh, I see.
Several gentlemen just made a reservation earlier.
That's the one.
We headed straight upstairs to the top floor of Dynasty Hotel. The moment we opened the door, it was pure understated luxury with real substance, a presidential suite.
Seriously? Right across from us was the river view. I have to say, the scenery here was absolutely breathtaking. At that moment, Wei Ge and the other two were engrossed in a video game. Though Wei Ge looked a bit older, the other two were quite young. Probably a bit younger than me.
And today, these guys had changed their style, each wearing a full set of designer pajamas. Especially with those big logos plastered on, they actually pulled it off. I'd thought about this before. If I'd just given them one designer outfit each, it wouldn't have had the same effect. They'd probably look stiff and awkward, and if that woman caught on, it'd be bad news. But giving them loose-fitting, branded pajamas? That's a whole different story. Now they look carefree and relaxed. Just seeing them in those pajamas and that lazy vibe, you can tell they're loaded. After all, spending thousands on clothes just to lounge around in at home, casually rubbing them against the sofa, any ordinary person would be heartbroken. But to be honest, Wei and the others felt a bit uneasy. After all, spending thousands on a single set of pajamas and then treating them so carelessly. They certainly felt embarrassed. But I'm the one footing the bill, and I've made it clear, no one better screw this up. So they went all out, even leaving scattered oil stains on the branded pajamas pretty damn messy. Next to them lay leftover fancy takeout, and even the damn takeout box was made of wood. Guys, you're being way too messy, I said. Wei burst out laughing. Holy, I had no idea you brought a girl. Didn't you say this was a guys-only night? I grabbed Xue Qian's hand. Let me properly introduce you to my girlfriend, Xue Qian. Everyone greeted Xue Qian warmly. What's up with you guys today? Why are you all wearing the same pajamas? Wei chuckled. He grabbed a luxury brand bag from the side. Got you a set too. It's the latest Hermes design, super comfy. Look at these two idiots I've got. Can you even wear this? One of the guys beside us, we call him Ah Chang, said. Holy, I thought these were disposable. What the hell is this? It feels stiff when I wear it. You bastard. I spent 8,800 on this outfit. And that's all you've got to say? Talk about taking kindness for granted. Ah Chang burst out laughing. It's nothing, nothing. Then Wei Ge turned to look at Xue Qian. My apologies, sister-in-law. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare a gift for you. Here. Chapter 71, The Bait Takes the Hook. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wei Ge beckoned to the two men beside him with a flick of his finger. Each pulled out a stack of cash from their bags. This was real money. Wei Ge himself contributed his share, and altogether, it easily added up to over 20,000 yuan. The next second, Wei Ge didn't hesitate for a moment. He directly handed the over 20,000 yuan to Xue Qian across from him. Xue Qian froze in place. She even seemed a bit flustered. Then, instinctively, Xue Qian turned her head to look at me. I gave her a faint smile. What's the matter? This is their welcome gift to you, it's only right you take it. Don't be so polite. These guys have money to burn anyway. They're willing to drop 10 grand on pajamas, so giving you a little red envelope isn't excessive. Honestly, I think they're being too stingy. I said this with a cheerful smile. Only after I finished speaking did Xueqian finally smile.
Well then, thank you, Wei, and both of you.
No sooner had she spoken than Xueqian reached out and took the money.
I waved my hand dismissively. Alright, let's get this game started. Xiao Guang just got back today. Brother Wei, Brother Chang, tonight we're gonna play our hearts out. But let's agree up front, keep the stakes low. No need to make things awkward between brothers. I said this with a smile. At that moment, Xiao Guang burst out laughing. He pointed at my nose while laughing. Hey, Aguan, I said, that doesn't sound quite right. What's that supposed to mean? Between brothers, why would we make things awkward? Are you afraid you'll win our money? What? Is win written on your forehead and lose on mine? I burst out laughing. Not exactly.
Mainly, I brought the god of wealth with me today.
Do you really think you lot stand a chance against me?
You're not even worth my attention.
After saying that, I couldn't help but grab Xueqian's arm and pull her straight into my embrace.
At that moment, Xueqian was as clingy as a little bird, showing no sign of resistance. Instead, she nestled obediently into my embrace.
Wei and the others exchanged glances, then all broke into wicked grins. Your girlfriend is really pretty. Could you introduce her to us guys too? Xueqian gave a faint smile. Of course, no problem. Though I wonder if any of you would even be interested in my sisters. What kind of joke is that? How could Xueqian possibly introduce such things to others? What if one of her sisters ended up doing better than her? To put it bluntly, Xueqian was counting on me to back her up in the future. Soon enough, the few of us started playing cards. The rules were actually pretty simple. Except each hand involved thousands of dollars. And everyone was using cash. As for the cash, I'd already arranged it with Yang 1 AI beforehand. Essentially, I'd borrowed it from the group. I borrowed over 300,000 yuan at once. We dared not use counterfeit money in this scheme, mainly because we feared that woman might investigate it. Besides, using counterfeit money is illegal. Fortunately, Yang 1 AI fully supported my work, and I had given him my personal guarantee beforehand. No matter what, I would handle this troublesome client. Though Yang 1 AI didn't know exactly what I was up to, she understood one thing clearly. I never fight a battle I can't win. That much is certain. And that's precisely why I managed to borrow such a large sum. The moment they pulled out the cash, Xueqian's eyes went wide. I couldn't help but add one more thing. Qian, you'd better keep a close eye on this, don't let these guys gang up and cheat me. If we lose, it's on me, if we win, it's yours. I said this with a smile. Xueqian across from me was overjoyed. She threw her arms around me and planted a kiss on my cheek. Thanks, honey. Wei and the others across the table all burst out laughing. Oh my. How about I kiss you too, call you honey, and if I lose, it's on you? I flipped him off with a very unseemly middle finger. Cut the crap. Who do you think you are? I'm definitely beating you tonight. Then the few of us started fighting. At first, I won quite a bit. In just over an hour, I'd racked up 70 or 80,000 yuan. Xueqian was over the moon. She kept hugging me and calling me husband, especially as my winnings kept growing. Just thinking about how all this money would soon be hers, you can imagine how overjoyed Xueqian was. But then my luck turned sour. Whether it was intentional or not, I couldn't say. Slowly, I lost all that money back. I pulled out another stack of cash, only to lose it all again. This time, Xueqian started to look a little worried. You've already lost over 100,000. Why don't we just call it quits? I quickly waved my hands. Relax. Then I pulled out a POS machine. If we run short tonight, we can swipe cards. Anyway, I only have this one card. If it gets maxed out, you guys are the real deal. Everyone burst out laughing. Hey, sis-in-law, don't worry about us. Last time, Brother Guan alone covered all of us and won over 2 million in one night. Tonight, we're going to win it back. At that, Xueqian fell silent. And this woman gradually faded into the background of our experience. We even started thinking tens of thousands was pocket change. But that was exactly the effect I wanted. My card kept swiping out one time after another. It really felt like a curse. I kept losing, though I did win a few hands here and there. But just then, the POS machine swiped my card again, and suddenly a series of beeps sounded. A few people looked over and burst out laughing. Hey, did you max out your card? Get lost. My dad should have sent me my allowance today. Cut the crap. You know how enthusiastic my dad is about sending me allowance. It's just the secretary handling it, like ING payroll. Look, it's already the 15th, isn't it? Wei, standing nearby, snorted with laughter. Look, buddy, today is the 15th, no doubt. But don't forget, it's still the middle of the night. Your old man usually transfers it around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Did you forget? I slapped my forehead in realization. Enough already. I just bought a car this month, cost me over 300 bucks. Damn it. Forget it, I'm not calling. No, I'll lend you the money. Wei Gu grinned mischievously at me. Same deal as always, 10% interest? What kind of deal is that?
Lend me 500,000 and I'll pay you back 600,000 straight up.
But after I lose this, I'm done gambling. Feels like I'm just not lucky today. Chapter 72, Caught in the Act.
I said this with a look of pure annoyance on my face.
After I finished speaking, Wei Gu across from me rolled his big eyes. Then he burst out laughing.
While laughing, he gave me a thumbs-up gesture.
You're the man, Guan. No problem, I'm not in a rush for the money. Whenever you've got it, whenever you can give it to me. But Xue Qian, standing nearby, wasn't having it. My boyfriend doesn't want your money.
Wei Gu froze for a moment, and the other two looked utterly bewildered.
What do you mean, sis? Xue Qian pulled out her wallet and took out a bank card.
Honey, even though there's not 500,000 in this card, only 350,000, take it.
But you have to promise me, if you lose this money, you'll stop gambling, okay?
I looked at Xue Qian with deep emotion.
Thank you. Why are you saying that? You're my boyfriend and soon to be my husband.
It's only right you use my money, especially since they're such crooks.
Xue Qian couldn't help but vent again. But Wei Gu quickly surrendered. Hey sis-in-law, you only saw his bad luck today.
This guy lent me money before and charged plenty of interest.
Xue Qian's protective instincts kicked in instantly. No way. You're not going to rip off my boyfriend.
Why not just rob someone for that 100,000 in interest? I looked at Xue Qian with genuine emotion. Honey, I never expected you'd be this sweet to me on our first official date.
Xiao Guang rolled his eyes. It's just a few 100,000. Is it really worth getting so worked up? I waved my hands hastily.
It's not about the money, this might be all of Qianqian's savings.
What matters is the gesture. You guys just don't get it. Everyone burst out laughing.
As for what happened afterward, well, that goes without saying. Though there were wins and losses, I ended up losing every last cent of that 300,000. The moment the money was completely gone,
I let out a deep sigh. Alright, that's enough for tonight. I wasn't even planning to play if it weren't for you coming back. With that, I waved my hand dismissively. We'll be heading out now. Wei Gu teased from behind. You borrowed 350,000 from them, how much do you plan to pay back?
I smiled at Xue Qian. At that moment, Xue Qian was the perfect little girl. She stayed close by my side the whole time.
It's okay, honey. My money is your money. I waved my hands hurriedly. Don't say that.
I borrowed 350,000 from you tomorrow, I'll pay you back 500,000. Wei and the others were still cursing me from behind.
What a shameless bastard. Exactly. I think we should compensate that girl $1 million. Xue Qian's smile bloomed like a flower.
Especially her mouth, she couldn't stop smiling. The two of us had just stepped out of the hotel room when Xue Qian started heading toward the elevator. I pulled out another room key and smoothly tapped it against the door of another presidential suite.
A beep sounded.
The door swung open. Before Xue Qian could react, I pulled her inside. Clearly, Xue Qian hadn't processed what was happening.
She stared at me blankly.
This. I pushed her against the wall and gave her a faint smile.
Since you're already my girlfriend, living together shouldn't be a big deal, right?
I booked this room for a month, and we should probably start doing what couples do. I said this with a playful grin. The moment I finished speaking, Xue Qian's expression changed instantly. She looked at me with a seductive gaze.
You're such a rascal.
She playfully slapped my chest.
Didn't you say you'd take me on a trip? Yeah. Then why did you book a room here for a whole month? Look at you talking like that. I'm not the same person I used to be. I have a girlfriend now.
From now on, forget about a month, this room is our standard suite. Xue Qian beamed with delight. She grabbed my shirt and pulled me toward her. Before I could react, she shoved me onto the bed beside us.
Next, Xue Qian straddled me in an incredibly seductive pose.
I couldn't help but laugh as my hands roamed over her thighs. I have to admit, she looked incredibly tempting in those stockings. And Xue Qian had climbed onto the bed wearing her high heels. Compared to Zhou Qiao, Xue Qian still lacked that woman's allure.
But they weren't even in the same league. Because every time I was with Zhou Qiao, I always felt like that woman was coercing me, I was the one being forced. But with Xue Qian, it was completely different. All I had to do was enjoy myself. Next, Xue Qian undid my buttons, continuously blowing warm breath into my ear with her mouth. Honey, do you like me like this? I nodded with a smile. Of course I do.
We were getting intimate in the room when suddenly, a knock sounded at the front door.
Xue Qian instinctively smoothed her clothes. Are those your friends? I frowned. That shouldn't be possible. Those guys shouldn't know I'm here, I booked this room secretly.
I opened the door, only to find a man standing outside, panting heavily. Though I'd never seen this guy before.
I could absolutely confirm he was Xue Qian's boyfriend. Oh, wait.
He was about to become her ex-boyfriend. The moment he saw me, he instinctively swung a punch at me. I spun around and dodged it. But just as he was about to strike again, Xue Qian suddenly yelled out.
Are you out of your mind? Zhang Changwan, do you have any idea what you're doing?
Xue Qian shouted this with a face full of anger. Zhang Chengwang turned to see Xue Qian and felt his blood boil.
Damn it, I knew you weren't answering your phone. Turns out you were out here getting a hotel room with this bastard. Do you even give a damn about me anymore? Xue Qian's expression hardened.
She raised her hand and delivered a hard slap to Zhang Chengwang's cheek. A sharp slap echoed through the room.
You lunatic! Go wherever you want. I have nothing to do with you anymore.
From this moment on, we're complete strangers. Xue Qian spat out the words viciously. Zhang Chengwang gasped for breath, his chest heaving. He was clearly furious.
The next second, the guy raised his hand, trembling all over while glaring with wide eyes.
He was clearly about to hit Xue Qian. You filthy bus! I'll teach you a lesson today. After yelling that, Zhang Chenggang swung his hand straight at Xue Qian.
Though I really wanted to just watch the show unfold. But at times like this, you have to step in. Chapter 73, A Night of Madness.
I grabbed Zhang Chengwang's arm to stop him. Zhang Chengwang froze for a moment. He instinctively turned to look at me.
You dare to stop me? You think I won't kill you?
I shook my head gently.
Listen, buddy, I said. She's just your girlfriend, not your wife. You can date whoever you want.
What the hell is your problem?
And as a man, hitting a woman like that? You've got some nerve. Zhang Chengwang was furious.
You despicable piece of trash.
Who do you think you are?
I chuckled. I casually wrapped my arm around Xue Qian's.
I'm Xue Qian's boyfriend now. You hit my girlfriend, you think I'm just gonna stand by and do nothing?
Zhang Chengwang glared at me, his face flushed with anger.
What does he have? You just ran off with him? Tell me, when did the two of you get together?
Just as Xue Qian was about to speak, I pressed my finger against her lips.
Silly girl, this is something men should handle. You should stay out of it. Xue Qian nodded quickly. I took a deep breath. I've got money.
A cold snort flashed across Zhang Chengwang's lips.
How rich are you? I make over 30 grand a month. What the hell are you? I burst out laughing. And I laughed louder and louder. Ha! You're hilarious. Did you just say you make 30 grand a month? Xue Qian behind us probably couldn't take it anymore. You're a total nutcase. Trying to act like a big shot in front of the official's son?
I pulled the Ferrari keys right out of my pocket. This car's worth 3 million.
Do the math, how many years would that last you?
Plus, my old man wires me some cash every month.
Not much, just a few $100,000. What do you have to compare with that? Zhang Chengwang clearly wasn't convinced.
He jabbed his finger at my nose while glaring fiercely at Xue Qian.
Let me tell you. Rich guys like him?
They've got zero skills. If it weren't for his dad, he wouldn't last a day out there. Xiao Chen, this guy never intended to treat you like a girlfriend, he just wants to toy with you.
You don't seriously believe he wants to marry you, do you? Xue Qian's expression changed instantly. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Get out of here.
I pointed straight toward the door.
Can you leave now? Don't disturb me and my girlfriend.
A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, heh. Then I shoved him hard and slammed the door shut. I turned to face Xue Qian, but this time, my expression had grown serious.
Shanqian, I need you to tell me the truth, no secrets. Is this guy your boyfriend? Xue Qian's face flushed bright red instantly.
She shook her head at me repeatedly.
Honey, you're overthinking it.
I just hung out with him before, but he's been pestering me non-stop.
Since I'm single, he keeps harassing me, it's driving me crazy.
He must have been following me, which is why he ambushed us at the hotel today.
I nodded thoughtfully. Well, in that case, I'm afraid I'll have to make him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I picked up my phone and casually dialed Wei Ji's number, though it was listed as DeLone. After a few rings, the call connected. Young Master Guan, what brings you suddenly calling me? Wei Gu deliberately constricted his throat, making his voice sound incredibly hoarse. It actually had a bit of a hitman vibe. I spoke with a stern expression. Take care of someone for me. I'll give you the details tomorrow. No need to go overboard, just take one of his legs. When young Master Guan speaks, I won't mess things up. 200 grand. I'll handle it perfectly. But that guy isn't some privileged rich kid, is he? Relax. Just an ordinary guy. I'll have his details to you tomorrow. If you screw this up, don't blame me for coming after you personally. Ha! Looks like you're genuinely pissed.
Calm down, young Master Guan. Leave this to me, no mistakes guaranteed. I slammed the phone down. But Xue Qian still had some humanity left.
She grabbed my arm. Honey, can you please stop messing with him? He's just a lunatic, why are you taking him seriously? I shook my head. It's not that I'm petty. This guy has been harassing you constantly, and with tonight's incident, if he's a psychopath, I'm worried for your safety. Xue Qian looked at me with deep emotion. Don't worry, I'm fine.
I've spent time with him, I know exactly what he's like.
Okay.
No sooner had she spoken than Xue Qian immediately took off her jacket. Beneath it was a tight-fitting white shirt. The top button, however, was either deliberately undone or simply couldn't stay fastened. Especially those peaks practically bursting out, sending shivers down my spine. Truly breathtaking. I adore this kind of natural scenery. Didn't you say it yourself? As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Don't let people like this ruin your mood. I gave a slight nod. If you put it that way, I'll let him off the hook. But let me make one thing clear. If that guy ever dares to bother you again, even if you beg for mercy, I won't budge. I have to prioritize your safety. Shui Qian chuckled softly. The next second, she pressed herself against me, and we kissed passionately in the room. Then I suddenly exerted force, and Shui Qian cooperated by wrapping her legs around my waist. I carried her straight to the table beside us. Her expression changed, probably feeling the sudden chill on her butt. You rascal! Why didn't we go to the bed? I chuckled. Of course we need to try something different. That night, we both went wild. And we didn't sleep a wink. Every corner of the room bore our footprints. Not even the windowsill was spared. And we pulled back the curtains. Now that's what I call real excitement. The first light of dawn was already creeping over the horizon. Shui Qian collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. Honey, I really can't go on. Can I sleep for a bit? I chuckled. Of course it's fine. I'll go buy breakfast for you. Wait here, and after we eat, we'll rest together. This afternoon we'll go to the bank. I'll give you back your money, then take you on a trip. I had everything planned down to the last detail. Sure enough. Shui Qian never even suggested coming with me. Thanks a lot, honey. I'll rest here for a bit. I flashed an OK sign. Chapter 74, I'll talk you to death. I walked straight up to the hotel front desk. I smoothly handed the room key to the staff. Then I executed a smooth turn, leaving no trace of my involvement. As for this room, I didn't book it myself. I'd already spoken with Han Jinlong last night. I had him register using the identity of one of his overseas employees. This way, even if that woman searched high and low, she'd never find it. Stepping outside, I hopped straight into the Ferrari and returned it to the rental company. With everything neatly resolved, I stopped at a breakfast stall. While eating, I called Han Lily. I was still reliving last night. Let's be honest, that woman was absolutely top tier. She was both sultry and playful, even surpassing Zhou Qiao in certain aspects. You can imagine how highly I rated that woman. About half an hour later, after finishing breakfast, I was fast asleep in the car. After all, I'd been at it all night. My legs were still shaking, and my head felt like it was spinning. But Han Lily got into the car. When the girl saw me like this, she stared at me with a very strange look on her face. What exactly did you two do last night? I froze for a moment. What did we do? Here. I handed her a bank card directly. Han Lily across from me froze for a moment. What are you doing? 35,000. Every penny is here. This is all Shui Qian has saved up over the years. I know it won't make up for much, but something is better than nothing. Consider it your breakup compensation. I said this with a smile. But Han Lily just shook her head. I don't want the money. That scumbag was nearly furious last night. I saw it all. So satisfying. As for this money, consider it your activity fund. You've helped me out a lot, and besides, Shui Qian got screwed over by you. I nodded lightly. Of course. After all, when it comes to getting revenge for you, I can't exactly be stingy. But just then, Han Lily suddenly stared straight at me. I didn't know why. I couldn't shake the feeling that her glare made me feel a little guilty. What the hell are you doing? Did you hook up with Shui Qian last night? My head buzzed. No way. I was playing cards all night. What family? You think this 100,000 is just a single hand's wager? Though Han Lily didn't believe me. At least the little brat has no proof. Alright, but this time I really had a blast. Thanks a lot, uncle. I shook my head hastily. Right then, my mood shifted gears completely. I'd been feeling pretty happy just a moment ago, but then something occurred to me, and suddenly I felt a lot more miserable. Han Lily froze for a moment. She clearly couldn't figure out what was going on with me. Uncle, what's wrong with you? You were perfectly fine just a moment ago. I sighed. Can I make one more request? Go back to your father. Please, I'm begging you. Give yourself a chance, and give your father a chance too. Han Lily had always disliked Han Jinlong intensely. Especially after hearing my words, her expression changed instantly. Uncle! Will you ever stop? Haven't I told you? My father and I are sworn enemies. And let me tell you, my father publicly beat me. He doesn't treat me like his daughter at all. We're locked in a bitter feud until one of us is dead. Han Lily's face was flushed with anger. I shook my head gently. You don't really understand your father at all. Alright, can we drop this? Han Lily immediately reached for the door handle. Quick as a flash, I locked the door. Let go of me. You think I won't call for help? I sighed. I just need you to hear me out for a few minutes. Give me 2 minutes.
If you still change your mind after 2 minutes, I promise I'll never show my face to you again. You're free. The moment I said that,
Han Lily's face instantly turned the color of liver. The little girl was clearly furious.
She kept nodding. Fine. I knew it. knew you were in cahoots with my dad. Since you want to get lost, then get the hell out of here. By the end,
Han Lily nearly screamed it out.
I sighed. Once I'm done talking, you'll understand my predicament.
I dug my fingers deep into my thigh, even replaying every single injustice and pain I'd endured since childhood. But not a single tear would fall. In the end, I could only cover my face with both hands and sob softly. This must have startled Han Lily as well. After all, a grown man suddenly bursting into tears was clearly a bit off.
What the hell are you doing? Can't you just talk it out?
I calmed myself down. Lily, there's something your father never wanted me to tell you. The truth is, he hates you because he knew deep down that if he didn't discipline you properly now, he'd never get another chance. Han Lily's lips curled into a cold sneer.
Honestly, this girl's got some serious lag time. I'd already laid it all out there, yet Han Lily's expression remained unchanged from before. There's no chance now. I sighed. Do you think your father's health is still the same as it was 2 years ago? Once I asked that question, everything changed instantly. Sure enough.
After I finished speaking, Han Lily's expression changed.
What the hell kind of joke is this? That girl's been out partying nonstop lately, probably hasn't even seen her old man. But that's just how people are. What do you mean by that?
Even though your dad told me never to tell you, as a friend, if I don't say it.
I'm afraid you'll hate me forever. Han Lily immediately grew anxious. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm telling you. Spit it out already. I guess this girl now senses that something seems a bit off. I nodded slightly. Your father's test results are right here.
I pulled out a piece of paper, the fake hospital report I'd arranged. This piece of paper cost me a hell of a lot of effort.
I handed the form directly to Han Lily.
Though it contained terms I couldn't make heads or tails of, all professional jargon.
To put it plainly,
it was just stuff that even normal people might be missing, but once it was on paper, it suddenly seemed different.
Upon reading the diagnostic recommendations below, Han Lily's expression changed instantly.
Her entire body felt hollowed out, and she slumped back into her seat with a thud.
This is impossible. Chapter 75, Shueqian's Diva Act.
Han Lily felt as if her entire being had been hollowed out, collapsing with a thud.
This has to be a lie, right?
After saying that, Han Lily turned around, tears streaming down her face, ready to get out of the car.
I panicked instantly,
grabbing her arm with all my strength. There was no way I could let her confront Han Jinlong right now, it would ruin everything. I couldn't very well tell Han Jinlong beforehand, I want to curse you to death. Han Lily let out a sharp scream.
Get lost. I'm going to find my dad and get to the bottom of this. I frowned. Hear me out first. I only have a few last words. Either listen or kill me right here. Here's a dagger. I thrust the dagger directly into Han Lily's hand. Han Lily grabbed the dagger and pressed it against my throat. I didn't move an inch.
Han Lily pressed the blade against my throat, but after a few seconds, she released the dagger and began crying helplessly.
Go ahead. Actually, I initially went with your father to discuss a business partnership. But since he wasn't interested in emerging industries, we ended up making a bet.
I really had no interest in this childish bet, but I accidentally saw the medical examination documents on your father's desk.
They say every family has its own troubles, and in the end, I decided to take it on. That's how things unfolded. I looked at Han Lily again.
Your father is a man who values his reputation. I doubt he'd want anyone seeing his medical reports after all, they're confidential business documents. If word got out that your father had health issues, do you think these people would just let it go? It's possible that former business partners would completely sever ties with the Han Group. That would trigger a chain reaction. Truthfully, all this is just nonsense. I'm just trying to figure out how to smooth things over.
Han Lily pondered for a moment. So what? I've already consulted a specialist hospital. Your father's condition stems from sudden anger overwhelming his heart, and the root cause lies with you. I also inquired about the approximate time of the medical emergency.
I can guarantee one thing, after your father took you home, you had no idea where he went.
In reality, he went to the hospital.
Han Lily lifted her head to look at me.
She seemed to be wondering, how could I be so certain?
But there was no need to overthink it. After all, Han Lily was still holding a grudge over the slap her father had given her. So I'm certain that girl paid her father no mind that night.
Moreover, I've consulted a professional friend about your father's condition.
It could be serious or minor. If he maintains a positive outlook going forward, he might pull through safely. But if things continue like this, his days may be numbered.
I enunciated each word deliberately. Han Lily's lips twitched. I'm such a jerk. You really are a bastard.
Though I didn't want to say it, I had to pour fuel on the fire at this moment.
First, to make it feel genuine. But more importantly, to help father and daughter finally put their differences behind them.
Your father got sick because he hit you that night, not because you cursed at him and upset him.
Han Lily's eyes were completely vacant.
To put it plainly, your father was consumed by excessive guilt over hitting you.
It's that simple. A heavy silence fell over the room.
Not a single sound could be heard in the car. It felt as though you could hear a pin drop.
It felt like an eternity. Han Lily lifted her head and glanced at me. I want to go home. I gave a faint smile. I've always believed in you.
You're truly a good girl. You just got led astray by a scumbag.
But now it's all right.
You've gotten back at that jerk, and that woman is now drowning in debt.
So you should be able to let it go.
Then I slammed the gear into D, stomped on the gas, and the car roared away. Meanwhile, Xue Qian. She massaged her aching head. After all, last night had been utterly wild for both of us. Even after waking up, the lingering scent of passion still filled her nostrils. But Xue Qian was puzzled.
He'd clearly gone out to buy her breakfast. She'd slept straight through until afternoon. Why wasn't he back yet?
But Xue Qian still hadn't realized what had happened. She smiled happily.
Oh my. What a sucker giving me so much money. He must have gone to withdraw cash, right? Ha! Xue Qian picked up her phone and dialed someone. Let me tell you.
I totally stumbled upon this rich, clueless fool.
He's been so nice to me. Young and loaded too. We're heading out on a trip tonight in a sports car worth over 3 million. I'm definitely going to marry him. No worries, he can do whatever he wants. If things don't work out later, we'll just get divorced. Half his fortune is mine anyway, ha!
Who knows, maybe I'll be a millionaire someday. From her words, it's clear this woman never intended to build a life with me.
She was only after my money.
But just as Xue Qian was on the phone, the front door suddenly swung open.
Xue Qian thought I had returned. Still half dressed, she got up to greet me. But what she saw was the cleaning lady tidying up the room. What the hell is wrong with you? There's someone inside. Who gave you permission to barge into my room? Xue Qian immediately started yelling at her.
The cleaning lady was also startled.
I'm so sorry.
The front desk said you'd already checked out.
I really didn't know. I don't care. This isn't up to you today. Get your manager over here right now.
A few minutes later, a woman in a white suit approached.
Upon entering the room, she frowned.
The smell was simply too overpowering. Nevertheless, she offered Xue Qian a professional smile.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How may I assist you? What do I need?
Your cleaning staff has no common sense whatsoever. They just barged in to clean while someone was still staying in the room.
They didn't even acknowledge my presence.
The manager shook his head hastily.
Ma'am, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. This room had already been vacated.
Our staff member acted appropriately. It was an unintentional oversight. If she inadvertently offended you, I apologize on her behalf.
Xue Qian paused, taken aback. What? How could that be? My husband booked the room last night.
And he booked it for a whole month.
Did you guys make a mistake?
The manager shook his head.
There's no mistake. Chapter 76, Father and Daughter Reconcile.
Xue Qian flew into a rage, pointing her finger right at the manager's nose.
Listen to me.
My boyfriend is loaded, and his family has even more clout.
You better talk to me nicely. If he gets angry, you'll be in big trouble. The manager frowned. Ma'am, this is the Dynasty Hotel.
I hope you'll mind your language and behavior.
We'll handle any issues professionally. My boyfriend's name is Guan Zhen. Go look him up for me.
The manager gave a faint smile.
If that's the case, then you might have the wrong person.
The guest who checked into this room last night was named Du Shuikang, and he already checked out this morning. Xue Qian felt her heart skip a beat.
The next second, she snapped out of it.
She grabbed her phone and frantically dialed my number. But I got a new SIM card yesterday and already crumpled up the old one, tossing it in the trash.
Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry.
The moment that message played, Xue Qian felt her entire body go limp. Then she collapsed onto the floor with a thud.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Lily and I had already arrived at the entrance of Han Group.
After getting out of the car, Han Lily seemed hesitant to go inside.
What's wrong? I asked patiently. But Han Lily just shook her head. Now, reflecting on my past actions, I truly feel like such a jerk. Can my father ever forgive me? I sighed. Why would you say that? After all, I'm the one who put my dad in this situation. He must be so disappointed in me. I smiled at Han Lily. You silly girl, I said. When your dad was with me, he was actually praising you. He just said you're going through a rebellious phase. All kids make mistakes. What matters most is admitting them and changing. Han Lily gathered her courage. I get it now. We both walked into the group headquarters. It was obvious everyone in the group recognized Han Lily, though their expressions were all rather peculiar. Guess Han Lily must have caused quite a stir around here before. We approached the chairman's office door, and I knocked lightly. The door was opened by the secretary. The secretary first saw me, then noticed Han Lily behind me. Her entire body froze in place as if she'd been electrocuted. I quickly patted the secretary on the shoulder. "What are you standing there for? Don't you ever call people in?" The secretary finally snapped out of it. "Miss Han, you're here. Please come inside. The chairman is here too." Han Lily nodded. After the two of us entered the room, we saw Han Jinlong processing documents at his desk. Han Jinlong was getting on in years, and seeing him wearing reading glasses was undeniably amusing. Especially with the sunlight streaming in from behind him, every strand of his white hair seemed to emphasize his age. Honestly, seeing him like this, if I said Han Jinlong only had days left, I bet people would believe me. Han Lily could no longer hold back. Tears streaming down her face, she walked toward Han Jinlong. "Dad." The voice was barely audible. It sounded as if it came from deep within her stomach. But perhaps it was because the room was too quiet. Or perhaps because father and daughter shared an unspoken bond. Han Jinlong's hand, which had been handling documents, suddenly trembled. He instinctively looked up. When Han Jinlong saw his daughter standing directly across from him, he could no longer remain composed. Trembling, he rose from his seat and slowly made his way toward Han Lily. "My daughter, you're back." Han Lily's tears flowed uncontrollably, like a bursting yellow river. Han Jinlong reached out his hand, wanting to touch the cheek he had struck, but hesitated for a long moment, unable to bring himself to do it. At that very moment, Han Lily could no longer contain herself. She grabbed Han Jinlong's arm and pressed his palm firmly against her cheek. "Dad. I know I was wrong. I never once considered your feelings before. I'm such an unfilial daughter." Han Lily screamed the words out loud. And the more she cried, the more heartbroken she felt. Han Jinlong kept shaking his head. "Yes, it was Dad's fault. I shouldn't have hit you back then. You must be in so much pain now, right?" Han Lily shook her head repeatedly. Father and daughter were putting on quite the tearjerker. Standing beside them, I couldn't have felt more awkward. I absent-mindedly rubbed my own nose. To be honest, I've never been able to handle scenes like this, but at least this matter is finally resolved. And with that, Han Lily's rebellious phase was finally over, right? Han Lily was promptly escorted away by the secretary. Because deep down, she knew I was about to discuss business matters with her father that outsiders shouldn't overhear. After Han Lily left, Han Jinlong suddenly burst into hearty laughter. It seemed as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he looked refreshed and energetic. He was practically a different person compared to before. The next second, Han Jinlong gave me a thumbs-up gesture. "You're incredible. I never imagined you could pull my daughter back from the brink and actually win her over." But my expression remained grim. Han Jinlong froze for a moment. "Brother Zhang Yu," I said, "why the strange look? Rest assured, you've brought my daughter back. I, Han Jinlong, will never forget your kindness. I won't be stingy with the investment for this project. And beyond that, I'll give you a personal reward." I shook my head. "Mr. Han, you should know I'm not after these things. I just feel a bit guilty." Han Jinlong froze for a moment. "Brother Zhang Yu, what you're saying now is getting more and more confusing. What exactly happened? Just tell me straight." Truth be told, bringing Han Lily back was half deception, and the methods were somewhat underhanded. But Han Jinlong is a man capable of great things. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand at me. It's fine. As they say, those who accomplish great things don't get bogged down by minor details. Don't dwell on these small matters as long as we achieve our goal." My eyes lit up instantly. I stared straight at him. "Mr. Han," I said. "A man's word is his bond. We can't go back on our promises." Han Jinlong was supremely confident. "If my daughter can appear before me safely and call me dad with warmth, then my life won't have been lived in vain." I gave Han Jinlong a thumbs up right there. Mr. Han is truly a man of his word. And that's only because I didn't tell him the truth. Otherwise, Han Jinlong wouldn't have been so generous. Chapter 77, The Gathering. I discussed the cooperation matters with Han Jinlong again. But now that the old man was in such a good mood, there wasn't much to discuss. He just closed his eyes, signed everything once, and that was the end of it. I stood up and extended my hand to Han Jinlong. "Let's raise a toast to our future collaboration." Han Jinlong nodded with a satisfied smile. "I still want to thank you properly. Compared to this huge corporation, my daughter is actually more important." I turned and walked out of the office. But as soon as I stepped outside, I saw a pair of long legs swaying right in front of me. None other than Han Lily, that girl. She was strutting back and forth with her hands behind her back, looking like a love-struck teenager. I looked at Han Lily. "What are you doing?" The moment Han Lily saw me step outside, she immediately ran toward me with an excited look on her face. "So, uncle? How did my dad react?" I chuckled, ready to tease this silly girl. "What do you mean, how'd it go?" "I mean, I finally came back, and my dad seemed pretty happy just now. I just don't know how he'll react after I leave." By now, Han Lily was practically babbling. I couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Your dad looks like he's turned back 20 years. Where are his symptoms now? Don't worry, I'll pretend I never heard a word.
We don't want to add to his stress. Han Lily thought for a moment.
You're right. I'll do as you say. I'll never upset him again.
I gave her an okay sign. This matter is settled. I need to get back to the office and report. You stay here and keep your dad company. Han Lily nodded. Maybe we'll meet again soon.
The girl said this with a strange look in her eyes. To this day, I still don't understand what Han Lily meant.
But I would find out soon enough. I didn't dare delay. After heading downstairs, I tossed the documents into the passenger seat and let out a furious roar. Ha ha. Are you kidding me?
Such a tough project.
Getting Han Jinlong on board meant we were already halfway to success. The rest of those smaller companies would surely jump on the bandwagon.
Though the whole thing had me on edge, and at any point missing even one step could have cost us this crucial client. Suddenly, I felt so proud of myself.
I drove straight back to the office. The moment I stepped inside, I shouted out loud. I'm back.
But there were people from other departments here, and everyone instinctively turned to look at me. But they all thought I was crazy.
I couldn't care less about their opinions.
I headed straight for my project team. When I reached the project team, I saw everyone working with serious expressions. But when they saw me, they all looked utterly bewildered.
After all, it was almost quitting time. Why had I suddenly returned?
Wei, that gossipy guy, grinned as he sidled up to me.
Hey, boss, something good must have happened today, I said. I glanced up at him. What do you mean? Wei Guo waved his hand at me with a smile. Don't try to hide it from me. You can't hide that happy look in your eyes. Wei Guo said this with a beaming smile. I chuckled back at him. Why don't you take a guess? What good news could it be? Wei Guo pondered for a moment.
If I'm not mistaken, it must be a breakthrough in Mr. Han's project.
Could this mean an opportunity is coming?
After Wei Guo finished speaking, everyone lifted their heads to look at me.
And everyone wore an expectant look. Manager, is there progress? I shook my head quickly. How could there be?
After I said that, everyone's expressions clearly soured.
Sigh, I knew it wouldn't be that simple.
No matter how capable the supervisor is, he's been working alone all this time.
How could there be any breakthrough progress in just a few days? Exactly.
But please don't overwork yourself, manager.
We all have complete faith in you. I'm perfectly comfortable now.
He tossed the documents onto the desk across from him.
Everyone, take a good look. Everyone looked utterly bewildered.
But they still tried to pick up the documents. Especially Wei Guo. After spotting the handwritten signature of Han Jinlong, he fell silent for 2 seconds before letting out a baboon-like shriek.
Oh!
The moment he let out that cry, everyone was stunned.
Wei Guo looked utterly thrilled, while those around him had no idea what was happening.
But just then, a pair of long legs stepped forward.
None other than Lin Mimi.
Especially with that powerful office lady vibe, it was simply overwhelming.
And today, Lin Mimi's outfit was different from usual.
Because this woman was actually wearing a pair of stockings with a hint of purple.
Holy crap!
And these stockings only went up to her thighs, proof that thigh highs are forever iconic. As Lin Mimi walked toward me, I felt my testosterone surge through my veins. But just as she approached, Wei Ge's shouts cut through the air.
Could you guys keep it down a little?
Wei Ge shut up awkwardly the moment he heard Lin Mimi's words. But the guy's expression remained just as excited. After a moment of silence, Lin Mimi looked at me with a helpless expression.
Could you tell me what kind of mischief you're up to now? First you were shouting when you just walked in, and now it's him. When did our company turn into a zoo? I laughed awkwardly. Ms. Lin, I said. I'm afraid you're not aware of this. Take a good look at the documents.
Lin Mimi curled her lip, giving me a dismissive look.
Whatever good news you have, you can't treat this company like a zoo. If word gets out, won't it damage the company's image? Let me see what good news you have. Did you win 5 million?
After saying this, Lin Mimi snatched the documents from Wei Ge's hands. After scanning it a few times, she suddenly let out a gasp.
Wow! Everyone was stunned.
Just moments ago, Lin Mimi had explicitly stated not to treat the company like a zoo.
Yet the very next second, she promptly ate her words.
Especially when that girl Lin Mimi let out a scream. Her voice was every bit as loud as Wei Ge's.
Oh my goodness, is this real or not? Don't lie to me, I'm not dreaming, am I?
Lin Mimi looked like a little girl who'd just gotten candy, her face full of disbelief as she spoke to me.
Chapter 78, The Realm of the Licking Dog. I nodded with a smile. This is Han Jinlong's own handwritten signature. Do you really think it could be fake? He's already agreed to invest in the project. This will definitely set off a significant chain reaction. Lin Mimi was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak. Ah! Her mouth hung open the entire time. I chuckled and patted Lin Mimi's shoulder. Alright, stop freaking out all the time. Go tell the chairman right away this is good news after all. Lin Mimi kept nodding. How could this be considered a good thing? For our company, this is absolutely a huge blessing. Lin Mimi exclaimed excitedly, then turned and left in a hurry. Watching her dash off, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, looks like everyone's year-end bonuses are sorted.
The team members grew more excited by the second.
Are you kidding? This isn't just talk.
I'd barely sat down at my desk, but not even warm yet, when I spotted a familiar figure approaching me.
None other than Yang Wen AI.
The girl seemed even prettier after just a few days apart, and today her makeup was noticeably heavier, giving her a slightly worldly look. But she was all the more captivating.
Yang Wen AI walked straight up to me and gave me a thumbs-up gesture. I didn't expect you to be so quick. I couldn't help but chuckle. Just got lucky. Nothing to brag about. How come even you're surprised? You're telling me? This is the biggest thing happening at our company right now. Of course I had to come show my support. Plus, something good happened today. Yang Wen AI said this with a hint of mystery. I chuckled. What is it? Could it be a promotion or raise? Don't worry about that. I said it's good news. Then the girl gave me a quick wave and hurried off.
She seemed in a bit of a hurry. I didn't think much of it, but within mere minutes, the entire team erupted in excited shouts.
Hey, have you guys seen the group chat? Holy crap! The supervisor. I opened my bleary eyes. What's the big deal? Everyone's freaking out. We need to keep our cool.
The chairman is personally calling a meeting later. This is a first for our company.
Clearly, the chairman is going to commend you personally. I couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Was that just a joke about Yang Wen AI, or could it actually be happening?
I grabbed my phone and checked the group chat. It was indeed a message from the chairman himself. Everyone, assemble in the conference room in half an hour. I have to say, that half-hour wait was the most agonizing. Finally, the time arrived, and I hurried toward the conference room with my team members.
By the time we arrived, the room was already packed with company employees. Representatives from every department were present.
Lin Nimi and Yang Wen AI were seated at the very front,
though the two women still seemed to be at odds.
Then a familiar figure walked over and took the main seat. I must say, our chairman truly is young and capable.
At least he was far more capable than I was back then.
The key difference is that he excels at management, with every rule and regulation meticulously laid out across the entire company.
That was my mistake back then.
Otherwise, the schemers wouldn't have succeeded, leading to the current state of affairs. The chairman seemed in a good mood.
Today I have some great news to share.
We've made breakthrough progress with Han Group, and they've agreed to take a stake in our new project within the top 30%. The moment the chairman spoke, everyone erupted in excited cheers.
Not just them. Even I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Perhaps I still couldn't quite believe it. What does a stake of 30% signify? Was it merely about the money? No.
This clearly demonstrates Han Jinlong's stance. He's telling us to go all out. No matter what funding gaps arise, he'll cover them. That's the real significance. In other words, with Han Jinlong's assurance, as long as Han Group doesn't collapse in the near term, our project can proceed normally. The chairman then raised his hand.
Everyone, please calm down. The greatest and only contributor to this entire endeavor is Zhang Yu. With that statement, everyone's gaze turned to me. After all, I hadn't been with the company long, so many people didn't recognize me. Especially those from other departments. Yet in this moment, everyone clapped for me non-stop. Zhang Yu, come up to the stage.
I couldn't stand events like this, but I knew the chairman was trying to boost the company's morale.
Precisely because of that, I was being extremely cooperative.
I slowly walked onto the stage as the chairman handed me the microphone.
Say a few words. I felt like I was about to die of embarrassment.
But in moments like this, you just have to bite the bullet. After all, there are hundreds of people in the company. Fortunately, I used to be a boss myself, so I'm no stranger to this kind of scene.
Just a bit rusty. I picked up the microphone and took a deep breath.
There was one thing the chairman said earlier that I couldn't quite agree with.
The moment I spoke, everyone froze in place.
Even the chairman beside me looked slightly awkward.
Even Yang Wen AI and Lin Nimi kept shooting me warning glances.
Clearly, this was not the time to openly defy the chairman.
Everyone needs to save face. If I was wrong, I could easily risk getting fired. But I'm already a seasoned bootlicker.
I wouldn't make such a mistake.
The chairman just said this was all my doing, but that's not true.
Many people worked behind the scenes. They're the real unsung heroes. I immediately pointed to our team members. They worked day and night refining the proposal, never complaining about the grind.
Then I looked over at Lin Nimi beside me. Moreover, Vice President Lin has been perfectly supporting me throughout this endeavor.
Of course, I believe the chairman deserves the greatest credit.
Are you kidding me?
The moment I buttered up the chairman, his face lit up with a radiant smile.
These are all minor matters. I quickly shook my head.
This project has been nothing short of a roller coaster ride, and the most critical step involved embezzling company funds.
Without a second thought, the chairman transferred the entire company's liquid assets into my account. What level of trust would it take to pull something like that off?
This move instantly shifted the entire company's attention toward the chairman.
He became the focal point of the entire company once more.
The chairman trusted me implicitly. He consistently cleared every hurdle for me, and it was precisely because of his flawless cooperation that we secured the entire project.
Chapter 79, Promotion to Manager. I composed myself and spoke again.
But now, the chairman has erased everything he did, not even a passing mention. That's why I feel so hurt and guilty. I spoke these words slowly, emphasizing each syllable. The chairman beside him was grinning from ear to ear.
You can't say that.
You're risking your life out there, so of course I have to handle the logistics.
Truth is, this guy never lifted a finger.
True, he did allocate public funds to me, but I put it right back in the account.
I just borrowed it to use while I was out.
And I didn't even use my own card, it was the company-issued one. But with my words, I just painted the chairman as a god, a lofty, all-powerful mastermind. Everyone's gaze now radiated nothing but reverence for the chairman.
I spoke again. Regarding this project, I'll just summarize one point.
What makes me happy isn't the project's success, but the growth I've achieved under the guidance of such a leader.
That might be my deepest takeaway.
Now, please give a round of applause to our unsung hero.
I shouted these words. I had successfully stirred up everyone's emotions.
Of course, only a handful knew the true nature of the situation.
Even the chairman understood it perfectly well.
But naturally, no one would speak up at times like this. Maintaining an unspoken understanding is key. And the chairman kept watching me with an approving gaze. Once the excitement subsided, the chairman promptly spoke up.
After careful consideration, I announced that Manager Zhang Yu will be promoted to department manager. Their department will now report directly to me. Does anyone have any objections? What the hell kind of joke is this? Who would object at a time like this? Everyone was practically waving their little fingers in approval. Seeing everyone's high spirits, the chairman waved his hand decisively. Tonight, I'm buying. Let's all have a great time, no one should hold back. The chairman is brilliant. The meeting concluded amidst my relentless sycophantic flattery.
But my promotion from supervisor to manager truly exceeded my expectations.
After all, who among the company's managers hadn't spent 5 or 8 years in their roles?
And every single one of them had achieved major breakthroughs for the company. While I did handle this matter quite well, it hardly warranted such an overnight transformation like trading a shotgun for a cannon.
Just as I was puzzling over this, a figure suddenly appeared before me. It was Yang 1AI. Only now do I realize I truly underestimated you, President Zhang. I didn't know why Yang 1AI used that old title. Don't mock me, what do you mean, Mr. Zhang?
The old Mr. Zhang is long gone, and I'm nothing but a failure anyway.
I've run this entire company into the ground. I uttered these words with utter resignation.
But Yang 1AI across from me just shook his head.
No. Do you know what his original decision was? I shook my head. How should I know?
Originally, he intended to give you some external subsidies like year-end bonuses and a special bonus for this project.
But honestly, I'm impressed by your gift of gab.
Clearly, landing this major deal was your achievement, yet now it's been credited directly to the chairman.
But you're even more impressive, promoted straight to manager. Your compensation package is way better now. That's a steady stream of benefits. Well done, well done. I chuckled. I chuckled and shook my head. I can only say it was sheer luck, and that's honestly how I feel. But this time, luck really was on my side. Yang 1AI nodded. You've become the company's rising star now. And I can tell they're definitely planning to groom you for big things. You'd better seize this chance. It's your ticket to a complete transformation.
After saying this, Yang 1AI turned around, swaying her sexy hips as she walked away step by step.
Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but smack my lips. Nice, she really has a great figure. Better than mine?
That sudden remark nearly stopped my heart. My head buzzed with a sudden rush of sound.
Then I instinctively turned my head. That's when I saw Lin Mimi standing behind me, watching me with a half smile. I felt like I was about to break down. Sis, could you please stop doing this? My heart can't take it. Every time I met Lin Mimi's gaze, that mix of innocence and desire, I could feel my heart racing. This feeling is simply too much to handle. Besides, Lin Mimi and Yang 1AI are two completely different types of beauties. While Yang 1AI is flawless in every way, her personality and status make it hard for me to fully relax around her. Lin Mimi, however, is different. Her looks are more alluring, and her personality is more down to earth. I feel like we really click when we talk. Sure, she gave me a hard time at first, but that's all water under the bridge now. Naturally, I don't sweat the small stuff anymore. That night, our entire company went out for a dinner party, and we ended up getting completely wasted. Since I was already the hero of the entire project, plus this sudden promotion, most people were deliberately trying to get close to me. Anyone from any department who had any clout basically came over to toast me. I couldn't very well refuse. So I ended up feeling completely dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, the alcohol at such entertainment venues is generally weaker, which is why I managed to last until the end. Wego steadied my arm. No matter how happy you are, you can't risk your life. The guy couldn't help but mutter under his breath. I rolled my eyes. You think I want this? It's just playing the part. Give me a break. My big boss, I bet there's more alcohol in your system than blood right now.
I nearly choked him with a mouthful of salty soda.
Hurry up and take me home. Like hell I would.
I'd have to be crazy to let you go home alone.
What if something happens? Would I ever hear the end of it?
Wei Gu muttered, his face twisted in displeasure. Leaning on his shoulder, we slowly made our way toward the nightclub entrance. But before Wei Gu could hail a cab, a beetle pulled up right in front of us.
The passenger window rolled down.
The moment Wei Gu saw Zhou Qiao, he froze in shock.
Was this a woman or a cow? Especially those ample breasts, practically brushing against the steering wheel. Combined with Zhou Qiao's exquisitely delicate features, Wei Gu felt completely drained of strength.
Zhou Qiao smiled.
Thanks, but no need to walk him out. Just leave him in my car.
I'll take him back later.
Wei Ji's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. Oh, got it. Chapter 80, The Madness in the Car.
Just as Zhou Qiao looked puzzled, Wei Gu chuckled.
You're the manager's wife, right? Manager? That promotion sure came fast.
Wei Gu plopped me right into the passenger seat, but Zhou Qiao just smiled. Don't you dare call me sister-in-law in front of others. I'm not his wife, though. Who knows what the future holds.
Zhou Qiao spoke these words calmly, and especially those fiery red lips left Wei Gu completely dumbfounded.
Zhou Qiao got into the car and floored it.
With a roar, the car sped off.
Wei Gu was left standing there alone, his face completely blank with confusion. He had no idea what to do next. After what felt like an eternity, Wei Gu finally swayed slightly.
Damn it! How come people are so different?
Just any random girl is this gorgeous, with a figure like that.
God, this is just not fair. Wei Gu couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Then he walked away, his face darkening with frustration. Meanwhile, I was sitting in the passenger seat next to Zhou Qiao.
But this woman drove like a maniac. Before long, I felt queasy. I opened the door and threw up. Ugh, look at the mess you made. If you can't handle your drink, don't drink. What's more important, your status or your life?
My mind had gone blank for a moment, so I hadn't even registered what was happening. But when I turned my head, my gaze was instantly drawn to Zhou Qiao's stunning figure. Especially those incredibly confident curves, they left me parched. As the old saying goes, when you're full and warm, you think of lust, and of course, there's also drunkenness clouds judgment. I snorted, but Zhou Qiao clearly hadn't noticed anything off about me yet. While driving, she handed me water and tissues. Better wipe it off quickly. Hope it didn't get on my clothes. I nodded slightly. It hadn't. I rinsed my mouth and began to study Zhou Qiao. Tonight, this woman was wearing only a miniskirt, especially sitting like this, it barely covered her underwear. It formed a perfect inverted triangle. My hand instinctively slid onto Zhou Qiao's smooth thigh. Zhou Qiao froze for a moment before shooting me a glance. You're still being so bold even now? I've never seen you this forward before. Zhou Qiao said this with a hint of jealousy, and my head felt like it was buzzing. Who had time to think about that now? Pull over. I still had some sense left. Zhou Qiao instinctively turned her head and glanced at me. Especially when she saw the fire in my eyes. Without hesitation, the woman yanked the steering wheel, slamming the car into a ditch by the roadside. After all, it was late at night and deserted, with only a few scattered cars around. After pulling over, Zhou Qiao looked at me with a smile. Her gaze was like a bewitching thread, impossible to resist. My eyes widened instantly, and like a starving wolf, I lunged straight at Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao responded passionately in kind. I pushed the seat back and landed on top of her. Damn, alcohol really is no good. After a full half hour, I finally lay on Zhou Qiao's pale chest, gasping for breath. Zhou Qiao stroked my hair. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so forward today? I thought you usually hated me. The recent events sobered me up considerably. I shook my head quickly. I drank too much earlier and ended up making such a mistake. Zhou Qiao suddenly burst into laughter. You think it was a mistake? I don't see it that way, Zhang Yu. Don't go back tonight, come to my place. You're always saying you're busy. It's been ages since you spent time with me. I clenched my jaw. Tonight won't work. Zhou Qiao's smile froze on her face. Why not again? Are you messing with me? Or deliberately avoiding me? Lately, every time I ask you out, you never come. If I hadn't gotten drunk tonight, you probably wouldn't have even touched me. I shook my head quickly. It has nothing to do with that, Zhou Qiao. You know I just got promoted. Li Hui knows all about it. She's waiting for me at home. I have to go back tonight. Besides, you promised me before whatever we do has to be within the limits of what's appropriate. After I finished speaking, Zhou Qiao nodded across from me. Fine, I'll give in. I'll drive you home right now. I gave a slight nod. We both got dressed and Zhou Qiao floored it. The car hummed and sped away. About half an hour later, the car pulled up beneath my apartment building. And looking through my window from here, the lights inside were indeed on. Even though it was already quite late. It seems Li Hui is still waiting for you.
Sometimes I feel sorry for myself. Why isn't the one waiting for you at home me? Zhou Chao turned abruptly, fixing me with a piercing stare. My lips twitched. Could we drop this? I'll head out now. Drive carefully. Honestly, I only said that offhand. I still felt I should remind you. After all, she was the one driving me home. But Zhou Chao just laughed. Is this your way of caring about me? I didn't respond to the woman's words. I just turned and walked away. I tiptoed to the door of the room. After all, Zhou Chao and I had just done those things. Truth be told, I was still a little scared. I quickly smoothed out my clothes before gently knocking on the door. When? Less than a minute later, the door swung open. Li Hui, dressed in loose pajamas, threw herself into my arms the moment she saw me. She spoke in a sweet, clinging voice. Husband. Though I harbored some resentment toward Li Hui, the moment she uttered those two words, I couldn't help but be moved. In that moment, my heart felt like it was melting. I gently stroked Li Hui's head. Didn't I mention the company gathering tonight? I originally planned to bring you along, but the company was pushing so hard that we even had to order dinner there. Li Hui shook her head. I know today is a happy occasion. After all, it's your promotion celebration. I prepared red wine and steak at home, but seeing you like this, wine is out of the question. At least have some meat. I didn't refuse. Even though I'd already eaten my fill out, I couldn't possibly waste Li Hui's thoughtful preparation. If she went to all that trouble and I didn't eat a single bite, that would be downright rude. Chapter 81, Passion with Li Hui. I nodded lightly. Soon after, Li Hui and I sat down at the dining table. To set the mood, Li Hui had even turned off the room lights and placed candles on both sides of the table. I chuckled. You just love all these Western-style things, don't you? At my remark, Li Hui across from me shot me a glance. Well, today is an important day, so of course we need a bit of ceremony. Let's eat. The meal itself was quite pleasant. Li Hui's cooking skills were truly impressive. Even when I was so successful before, I never felt this kind of warmth. But now that I'm in this state, not only has Li Hui not left me, she stepped up even more responsibly into the role of homemaker. Not only that, but she has her own career. Honestly, landing a wife like this, I must have burned incense to my ancestors for 8 lifetimes. But for some reason, because of those past misunderstandings, I still find it hard to face Li Hui to this day. It's not that there's anything else, really. It's just that seeing those items that easily spark wild thoughts makes it genuinely hard to get past this hurdle. After the meal, I stood up, but the alcohol had left me feeling lightheaded. Li Hui immediately leaned toward me and gently slipped off my jacket. I've already run you a hot bath. Go soak in it tonight. There's milk beside the tub, have some if you get thirsty later. Hearing her words, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. To be honest, at that moment, I was genuinely touched. Even newly dating couples probably wouldn't go this far. And here we were, practically an old married couple. I turned to face Li Hui and pulled her tightly into my arms. Thank you. Li Hui's body trembled involuntarily, and then she began to sob softly. I didn't know why Li Hui was crying. What's wrong? I asked, feeling a bit flustered. Her sudden tears left me at a loss. But Li Hui just shook her head. She shook her head while wiping away her tears. Nothing. It's just been so long since I've heard you speak so sincerely. I'm not quite used to it. I looked at her with utter helplessness. What on earth have you been overthinking day after day? Li Hui lifted her head to look at me. Actually, you don't need to say much. I understand it myself. Are you suspecting that I've wronged you? Li Hui blurted out this unexpected question. After she said that, I felt like I'd been electrocuted, frozen solid in place. What on earth are you talking about? Li Hui shook her head. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you one thing, my feelings for you are genuine. Go wash up now. I wanted to explain. But I really didn't know where to start, so I just immediately went to take a shower. I only turned on a warm tone light after all, I don't like overly harsh lighting. Then I sank into the bathtub. All the weariness washed away, and the feeling was incredibly soothing. I slowly closed my eyes, savoring this moment of peace and comfort. But not long after, the bathroom door creaked open. My heart skipped a beat. Even though I knew we were the only 2 people in the house, I was completely naked. Hearing the door open suddenly like that would startle anyone? I instinctively turned my head, but the scene before me froze me in place. The reason was simple. Before me was the silhouette of a woman. With the light fixture directly above the front door and the living room lights off. So I could only see Li Hui's shadow. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Especially in that light, her silhouette showed not an ounce of excess flesh. Her curvaceous figure still made my mouth water, even after several years of marriage. Next, Li Hui wrapped her arms around her shoulders, covering her proud breasts. Step by step, she walked toward me. Her face flushed crimson. Honestly, even after all these years of marriage, we'd never experienced anything like this. What are you doing? Suddenly, I felt like I'd asked the dumbest question ever. Sure enough, upon hearing my words, Li Hui shot me a look of feigned anger. Though she seemed a bit annoyed, she definitely wasn't blaming me.
Next, Li Hui walked step by step toward me, stepping directly into the bathtub. Our bodies pressed tightly together.
Li Hui wrapped her arms around my neck.
I was just about to take a bath myself, but I didn't want to wait, so I thought I'd come soak with you.
Is that okay? I nodded almost instinctively. Of course it's fine.
We embraced each other, but the main bath was a bit small.
It usually felt quite nice soaking in it alone. But with two people, it instantly felt cramped.
Because of that, our bodies pressed tightly together. And when that silky smooth body pressed against mine, I felt a wave of heat surge through me.
An unnamed flame surged straight up.
After what felt like an eternity, Li Hui suddenly whispered softly in my ear.
Don't you want it at all? I froze in place. Then I turned to look at her exquisite face. She'd already put it out there like that. If I didn't even have the guts for this, what the hell was I living for? The next second, without a moment's hesitation, I pulled Li Hui into my arms. We kissed passionately, both of us craving each other. Though Zhou Qiao and I had experienced it in the bathroom, I'd never done it with my own wife. It felt incredibly good, no doubt about it. After a full half hour, I carried Li Hui back to the bedroom. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, I took a deep breath. Suddenly, I felt quite fortunate. Then I gently wrapped my arms around Li Hui, and we both drifted into a deep sleep. Now that Han Jinlong's project had completely wrapped up, I'd become just another overworked employee. At a time like this, asking for time off would be a bit hard to justify. But I'm probably the oddball of the entire company. Even Yang 1AI can't just skip work whenever he wants, but I'm fine.
Even if I don't show up at the office, everyone assumes I'm swamped with work.
And all this time, the finance department hasn't docked me a single cent.
That part still makes me feel quite comfortable. But just as I'd arrived at the office, a young woman I didn't recognize approached me. I'd heard about this girl, she's the chairman's newly hired secretary.
Chapter 82, The Chairman's Dinner.
The young woman walked step by step toward me.
Manager Zhang, the chairman requests your presence. I gave a slight nod.
Then I followed right behind the young lady. A few minutes later, I arrived at the chairman's office. The chairman was busy at first, but upon seeing me, he immediately broke into a delighted smile.
After all, if this project succeeds, I will make an immense contribution to the company. Moreover, I had clearly become one of the chairman's most capable lieutenants. Zhang Yu, come in and take a seat.
The chairman was in a very good mood. After I sat down, he picked up 2 invitations from the side. Especially with their bright red covers, they looked so festive. The moment I saw the invitations, my heart skipped a beat. My mind went blank in that instant. Could it be that the chairman was marrying Yang 1AI? That's why he sent me an invitation. Right then, I felt my entire body stiffen up. Even I couldn't figure out why. Yang 1AI and the chairman were already engaged, so why does this feel like a thorn in my side? What's wrong? Zhang Yu, you seem a bit off. Did you drink too much last night? Only then did I snap out of it. I shook my head hastily. My apologies, chairman. I must be a bit tired, which is why I lost my composure just now. But he didn't seem to mind. He gave me a faint smile. It's fine. After all, you've been handling this massive project from start to finish single-handedly. Feeling exhausted is only natural. I was actually planning to give you a few days off, but I'd like you to attend this banquet first. The chairman's words left me frozen in place. What does that mean? Isn't this? This is a gala dinner. After all, this resort is a major project, and everyone in the industry knows that Mr. Han has invested over 30% of the shares in us. You know this is explosive news. It's already spread throughout the entire circle, so both friends and clients hope I can host it. And I was actually considering it myself. At this point, the chairman chuckled. After all, we still need some late-stage investment and maintenance, which will definitely require the company and team to handle. We can use this dinner party to invite some guests. Anyone with the means and genuine interest, we can invite them all. Then, during this dinner, we'll divide up every single share of the entire project. Hearing the chairman say this, I couldn't help but curl my lips. The guy's pretty clever. I've already cleared the major hurdles for him. The remaining minor investments are naturally his responsibility to secure. But now he doesn't even want to actively seek investments, he just wants to throw a dinner party, hoping investors will come on their own. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, indeed. And not a word out of his mouth is truthful. It was clearly his own idea to throw a dinner party, yet now he claims it was his friends and clients who pushed him into it. If he weren't my direct superior, I'd kick him right in the forehead. But I certainly wouldn't dare show what I'm really thinking. After all, I'm counting on this job to make a living. I gave the chairman a forced chuckle. Flattery is necessary, after all. Chairman, your vision is truly enlightened. This approach will attract numerous companies to invest voluntarily. It's absolutely beneficial for us. Not only that, but it's also a great opportunity to showcase our strength to the entire industry. After all, Han Group's investment isn't something just anyone can secure, and throughout history, ours should be the largest investment they've ever made. The chairman burst into laughter.
You're thinking exactly as I am. But this is a client dinner, having our own employees attend might not be quite appropriate. I nodded slightly. Bull. Of course it's inappropriate to send our own staff. This damn thing is meant to secure investments. Sending our own people would make it look like a zoo. But the chairman shifted gears. You've earned credit in this matter, and you'll undoubtedly become my right-hand person in the future. Naturally, I want to introduce you to some valuable connections. Interested? I have 2 invitations here. You can bring your team along. Think of it as running an errand and broadening your horizons. I gave a slight nod. Ever since my business failed, opportunities like this were exactly what I needed. After all, to make a comeback in the future, I'd need substantial resources. His idea was a huge help. Chairman. Rest assured, I'll be there without fail. The chairman nodded. All right. You look utterly exhausted. Go pick out your people, then get some rest. Holding the 2 invitations, I pondered briefly before handing one to Wei Gu. Wei held the invitation, unable to put it down. After all, he knew full well that attending this gala meant mingling with the elite. It was a rare opportunity indeed. The rest of the team just looked at Wei with envious expressions. Of course, no one got angry or sulked. Our entire team was still very united at this stage. Weiga clutched the invitation, his face aglow with excitement. Thanks so much, boss. I'll definitely make the most of this chance. I shook my head helplessly, looking at the others beside me. While this opportunity is precious, the chairman only allowed me to bring 1 team member. The way goes going this time, rest assured, everyone. I patted my chest. If another chance like this comes up, I promise everyone will get a turn. And for those who didn't make it this time, I'll give each of you a 500 yuan subsidy. Consider it compensation for your disappointment. I promise. There's absolutely no manager in this world as good as me. Everyone had been feeling a bit down earlier, but after I said that, everyone cheered with excitement. Long live the manager. Manager, you rock. I patted Wei Gu on the shoulder. Tonight's the big night. You don't have to work. Go to HR and take the day off. You need to get yourself together properly. Don't embarrass me, okay? Wei Gu chuckled. That guy had such a genuine smile. Don't worry, boss. I'll get the job done. I won't let you down. I waved him off. All right. Let's go. The 2 of us left the company immediately. When I got home, Li Hui must have already gone to work, so the place was empty. I picked up the high-end suit I used to wear regularly. After my downfall, I hadn't worn such an expensive suit again. That was because my circumstances had changed. I tidied my hair before slowly slipping into the suit. Chapter 83, The Banquet Venue. At that moment, I stared at my reflection in the mirror and found myself momentarily lost in thought. I was still as handsome as before, but my eyes no longer sparkled with the same vibrant energy. Deep down, I knew it was purely because I lacked the confidence I once possessed. After all, I had barely over 100,000 left to my name. The saying when you lose your money, you lose your backbone couldn't be more true. After staring blankly at the mirror for a while, I glanced at the time and realized it was almost ready. I hurried downstairs to get in the car. First, I met up with Wei, and then the 2 of us headed straight for the banquet venue. You have to hand it to the chairman, he sure knows how to do things in style. The banquet was set up in the grand hall of a star-rated hotel downtown. Wei and I stepped out of the car, both dressed in suits, a definite departure from our usual attire. Wei Gu glanced at me. The guy actually froze in place. I quickly held out my palm and waved it in front of him. What the hell are you doing? Acting all weird. Let me tell you, I don't have any special preferences, so you better not give me that strange look. Weiga shot me a glance. Even though I'd been promoted to manager, I still got along great with my team members. So when no one else is around, this guy likes to joke around with me too. Hey, big manager. You're really full of yourself. I'm not that into weird stuff. I just think you look handsome in that suit. Seriously. It's that kind of genuine, heartfelt handsome. Maybe I'm not describing it perfectly, but it's more like a king's confidence. With that suit on, I totally believed you're a big boss worth tens of millions. Since we'd been sitting in the car the whole time, he couldn't gauge my aura. But Wei Ge's comment really hit the nail on the head. After all, this suit was custom made for me back then, costing tens of thousands. They say clothes make the man, and expensive things are expensive for a reason. We walked slowly toward the venue together. No sooner had I reached the doorway than I spotted 2 familiar figures. It was Yang 1AI and Lin Mimi. Both girls were dressed in evening gowns today, one in white, the other in black. And each was more stunningly beautiful than the other. The low-cut necklines of their gowns, especially accentuating their impressive curves, drew the admiring glances of many passing men. That guy Wei Gu always got that lecherous glint in his eyes whenever he spotted a beauty. Damn! I gotta say, manager, I'm getting more and more jealous of you. Getting to hang around these 2 stunners every day, you're the real winner in life. I shot him a look. What's the point of being surrounded by them? They're not mine anyway. What's there to envy? Wei Gu shook his head. No.
The main point is visual pleasure.
Don't you even get that? I was completely baffled.
I stared at Wei-go like he was a lunatic, wondering where this guy pulled his twisted logic from day after day. Still, I walked in with grace and poise, greeting the two girls with a friendly hello. The moment Lin Mimi and Yang Wen-ai saw me, their expressions changed completely.
They couldn't help but scrutinize me.
I felt like a stripped-down product on display before them. Especially those strange looks, they made me feel uncomfortable all over.
Hey, what's with you two? The two girls finally withdrew their gaze and gave me a faint smile. You look really nice today.
Those words came from Yang Wen-ai, though Lin Mimi remained silent. The real reason I rushed over to them was because tonight's dinner was crucial. And these two women have always been at odds not just with me, but it's common knowledge throughout the entire company. Naturally, I feared they might start a fight right here.
But when I arrived, I realized I'd overthought it.
Lin Mimi was quite perceptive.
You two carry on chatting.
I'll go check with the chairman about the start time. Most people have arrived by now. After all, Lin Mimi was the chairman's secretary, so it made sense for her to handle these matters.
After Lin Mimi left,
I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Mr. Yang, it's a good thing you held back, I said.
Yang Wen-ai across from me looked at me with a puzzled expression.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about you.
When you and Lin Mimi were together, I could feel trouble brewing. It was like a spark in an earth drawing closer and closer, destined to collide someday. After saying that, I couldn't help but spread my palm wide, mimicking an explosion gesture.
Yang Wen-ai across from me couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhang Yu, you're hilarious. Collide? Do you really think someone my age doesn't have a clue about these things? Tonight's dinner is important. I know that well enough, no need for you to lecture me. I finally let out a long breath. All right. You really do have the big picture in mind, Mr. Yang.
As we chatted together, it wasn't long before the chairman stepped onto the stage.
By then, over 100 people had gathered below. And everyone was dressed impeccably, all the men in suits, and the women in evening gowns.
The scene exuded sophistication. The moment the chairman stepped onto the stage, every pair of eyes in the room turned to him.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for honoring me, Yu Tao, with your presence tonight. I am truly honored to have you here.
No sooner had he finished speaking,
Yu Tao bowed deeply to the entire audience.
Immediately, the audience below the stage began applauding.
Though I found the scene rather insincere, such formalities are necessary in networking.
And it was precisely at this moment that I learned the chairman's real name was Yu Tao.
That name is quite sophisticated. Yu Tao took a deep breath. I'll keep you in suspense for now. Everyone, enjoy your conversation.
In half an hour, I'll introduce our company's new project. I believe many of you here are already aware of it, some may have even invested already. At that moment, many people below the stage smiled and raised their glasses to Yu Tao.
The implication was clear. All right, everyone, keep chatting.
I've arranged drinks and desserts for you all. I hope you can eat and drink to your heart's content tonight.
Everyone began applauding.
I pursed my lips.
What is this chairman up to? Why not just announce the project? Yang Wen-ai chuckled. The usual tricks and tactics, didn't you know about them before?
I suddenly felt a bit awkward. Actually, Yang Wen-ai was right, I really hadn't known about this. Back when I started my company, to be blunt, I just buried my head in work.
I had absolutely no clue about the ways of the world. Chapter 84, A Couple of Scoundrels.
Yang Wen-ai and I stood together sipping red wine, the atmosphere still quite pleasant. But when I turned my head, I caught sight of an all too familiar figure standing by the door.
I'll never forget that shadow. This guy had pale skin, almost sickly pale. He wore a gray suit, his face radiating pure scoundrel-like arrogance.
That man, once my closest brother, betrayed me without so much as a flicker of remorse.
He directly placed my entire corporation under his control. He even persuaded my CFO to defect with him.
To this day, I can't forget the agony I felt when they delivered the news. I began gasping for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. That guy seemed to be waiting for someone at the door, pacing back and forth.
Yang Wen-ai must have noticed my expression was off too, following my gaze. You know him?
A flicker of contempt crossed my lips.
I'd recognize that guy even if he were turned to ashes. Yang Wen-ai pondered for a moment. A look of sudden realization spread across his face. So he's taken over your company now? Could it be he snatched it from you?
I thought he'd just absorbed it.
I shook my head slightly.
By now, my body had begun to tremble slightly.
This bastard is Lu Guangbei.
I'd been thinking about him day and night, and now I run into him here.
I'm not done with him. After saying that,
I began to walk toward him step by step. But Yang Wen-ai was quick as lightning, grabbing my arm in one swift motion.
What are you doing?
You were the one who said tonight was important. As they say, revenge is a dish best served cold. I began to force myself to calm down.
I kept telling myself, stay calm. I would deal with Lu Guangbei, but definitely not now.
This guy is now the chairman of my group, with the entire organization under his command. Compared to him, my current strength is like an egg hitting a rock. But I would never forgive him.
Just as I was suppressing my rage, Lu Guangbei suddenly broke into a sly grin.
Then, a familiar woman stepped inside, one step at a time.
The moment I saw that woman, I felt my features twist into a grimace.
It was as if the heavens had played a cruel joke on me.
That's right. It was none other than Li Hui.
Today, Li Hui was dressed beautifully. A black long dress perfectly accentuated her figure. Her bare shoulders added to the goddess-like aura. She walked up to Lu Guangbei with effortless grace, then actually reached out and hooked her arm through his. No matter how patient a man might be, seeing his wife mingling with his sworn enemy, who could possibly tolerate that? Let go of me. Though my voice was quiet, my tone was murderous.
Yang 1AI naturally noticed Lu Guangbei and Li Hui together.
Hear me out first, Zhang Yu.
We don't know what's going on yet. Can you please not be so hasty?
I shook my head gently. And I swear, in all my years, I've never been this calm before.
Let go of me. I just want to ask Li Hui why. Does someone like me deserve to be treated this way? I asked, enunciating each word deliberately. Yang 1AI's lips twitched. Can you just hold your horses for a second? I flung Yang 1AI's hand away. Then I took step after step toward the two of them.
Just moments ago, Li Hui and Lu Guangbei had been chatting and laughing, but when Lu Guangbei saw me, his brow suddenly furrowed.
Li Hui naturally spotted me too.
She instinctively let go of his hand.
Her face was filled with fear and panic. Zhang Yu, let me explain. It's not what you think. I forced a smile and stared straight at Li Hui. Why would you need to explain anything to me? Who am I to you? Li Hui froze. You have to hear me out. I really didn't mean it. Just give me one chance to explain properly, okay? I laughed. You'll soon be my ex-wife. We won't have any connection in the future, so you absolutely don't need to explain anything to me. After saying that, I looked across at Lu Guangbei. Mr. Lu, it seems your life is getting better and better. You're dressed in such opulent finery now, and you've got a beautiful woman by your side. Well, good things come in pairs, don't they? Lu Guangbei chuckled. Heh, Zhang Yu, it's been so long since that happened. Why do you still hold a grudge against me? There's no need for that. After all, in a way, I gave you a bloody lesson. Yeah. You could even be called my life mentor, though this lesson was awfully painful. Wonder if Mr. Lu enjoyed squandering my money and playing with my wife? I knew my words were sharp. But if I could face all this calmly right now, I wouldn't be a ING man. Li Hui's expression darkened. Zhang Yu. Don't talk like that. Nothing ever happened between us. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Just hearing Li Hui's voice made me sick. I slammed my fist hard against the pillar beside me. The pillar was solid to begin with, and this blow made a thunderous sound. My entire arm went numb. An excruciating pain seared through my mind. Can you just shut the hell up? I shouted this repeatedly. Though the venue was crowded, everyone was speaking in hushed tones. Hearing my loud shout, they all instinctively turned to look at me. Li Hui immediately wilted. Don't do this. I pointed my finger at Li Hui. I respect your choice. Anyway, I'm just a penniless nobody now. I'll grant your wish, we'll divorce tomorrow and have absolutely nothing to do with each other ever again. I shouted these words with venom. Li Hui across from me seemed to be struck by lightning. The next second, tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry, but that's not how it happened. I no longer cared about what he had to say. Instead, I stared straight at Lu Guangbei. Lu Guangbei seemed perfectly unconcerned. Brother Yu, people are just like this. As the saying goes, water flows downhill and people strive upward. Heaven gave me such a great opportunity, one couldn't just let it go to waste, right? I instinctively clenched my fists. I could barely contain myself. Of course, it wasn't just seeing Lu Guangbei, it was mostly seeing Li Hui beside him. To this day, I still can't fathom why Li Hui would ever get involved with him. Chapter 85, Yu Tao's Rant. What baffled me even more was that this man had caused me such misery, yet she could still walk arm in arm with him. They walked through this high-class banquet like a married couple. And now this woman has the nerve to tell me not to misunderstand them. Bull? Absolute bull. Especially seeing Lu Guangbei's smug, self-satisfied expression, I felt like I was about to lose my mind. The next second, I raised my fist. But at that critical moment, two warm hands grabbed my arms from behind. I froze for a moment. I instinctively turned my head and saw it was Yang 1AI and Lin Mimi. Zhang Yu, you must keep your composure. Don't do anything rash. Yang 1AI tried to calmly instruct me. As for Lin Mimi on the other side, she was panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. I had no idea why these two women had come together again. But at a time like this, I couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. Let me go. This has nothing to do with you. The two women shook their heads frantically. Zhang Yu. Listen to me, you absolutely can't act recklessly right now. Exactly. We can settle this later.
Lin Mimi said this with a stern expression, then shot a glare at Lu Guangbei directly across from her.
At that moment, Lu Guangbei's eyes were wide with astonishment.
After all, Lin Mimi sat to his left and Yang Wenai to his right. Both women were stunning beauties. They were every bit as gorgeous as Li Hui.
Damn! Zhang Yu, it looks like you're doing even better now than before.
Flanked by beauties on both sides, well, this is truly paradise on earth.
Yang Wenai stared coldly at Lu Guangbei. Mr. Lu, you know this is a formal banquet. Is it really necessary to say such things?
What we need are partners with integrity. Lin Mimi nodded in agreement.
You'd better watch your words. But Lu Guangbei burst out laughing. You two are quite amusing.
Mr. Yu personally invited me here today specifically to discuss plans for the resort project.
Shouldn't you be treating me, the guest, with a bit more courtesy? Lu Guangbei delivered this line with a smug expression. This guy had absolutely no shame left.
The two girls across from him immediately turned pale. By now, a crowd had gathered to watch. Just then, a voice called out from behind.
Whoa, it's so lively here. I could hear you all the way from the stage. What's going on? We all instinctively turned our heads.
That's when we saw Yu Tao emerge from the crowd. His face radiated confidence. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Tao must have been in the crowd for quite some time. But then again, I really hadn't figured it out. Emerging at this moment was actually more disadvantageous for Yu Tao.
The reason was simple.
On one side were the partners he was seeking, while on the other were his own company's employees. There's only one way to resolve this: publicly berate me in front of everyone. By giving Lu Guangbei ample face, he might stand a chance of reaching a cooperative agreement with him.
Sure enough.
The moment Lu Guangbei saw Yu Tao arrive, he immediately greeted him with a warm smile.
Oh, Mr. Yu. My apologies for being late today, something came up.
Yu Tao smiled faintly.
No problem, Mr. Lu. Your presence alone is a great honor. Lu Guangbei waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, it's not that I'm not giving you face. It's just that your people are so unruly. I'm a guest here, after all.
This is clearly bullying.
Yu Tao's eyes darted around. Oh? Why don't you point them out, Mr. Lu? I'll see exactly who it is. Rest assured. If it's my employee's fault, I'll deal with them severely.
The next moment, Lin Mimi and Yang Wenai both turned pale with alarm.
Mr. Yu Tao.
Both spoke almost simultaneously.
But Yu Tao turned and glared at them.
These two girls might strut around the office like they owned the place, but when push came to shove, Yu Tao still held some basic authority.
Sure enough. Both girls fell silent. Lu Guangbei's smile grew even broader.
On the other hand, Li Hui on the opposite side wished she could find a hole to crawl into, creating a stark contrast between the two.
Next, Lu Guangbei pointed his finger right at my nose. Of course it's him. He just unleashed a torrent of abuse at me. While I, Lu Guangbei, may not be the most refined person, getting berated like that left a sour taste in my mouth. Lu Guangbei said this with a beaming smile. At that moment, the guy looked like a smiling tiger. But Yu Tao just burst out laughing. He nodded repeatedly while laughing. I wondered what it could be. So that's what Mr. Lu was talking about. If that's the case, it's easy to fix. I took a deep breath. Truthfully, I was already prepared for Yu Tao to kick me out of the venue. I slowly closed my eyes. I'd already accepted that Yu Tao would deal with me. And to be honest, this whole thing was my fault to begin with. Yu Tao was acting in the best interests of the greater good. But just then, Yu Tao said something no one expected. You can just leave now and it'll be over. I nodded slightly, opened my eyes, and prepared to walk out. But as I passed by Yu Tao, he suddenly grabbed my arm. Where are you going? I froze. What do you mean by that? Yu Tao chuckled and playfully hooked his arm around mine. Wasn't I clear enough? Mr. Lu, this is a small place, it can't hold a big shot like you. The exit is right over there. If you don't know the way, I can show you out. Lu Guangbei's entire body seemed electrified, freezing stiff in place. He stood there for ages, unable to react. Finally, he pointed at his own nose. Were you just talking to me? Yu Tao burst into laughter. I've noticed you're not only mentally challenged, but your ears aren't working right either. If you don't have money for treatment, I can lend you some, but you'll have to pay me interest. Lu Guangbei's expression darkened. Are you messing with me? Yu Tao had been smiling just a moment ago, but the next second, he pointed his finger right at Lu Guangbei's nose. Don't you understand human speech? I told you to get the hell out of here. As far as you can run. Lu Guangbei, I'm calling you Mr. Lu out of respect, but you treat it like a doormat. Yu Tao spat out the words with venom. Lu Guangbei's mouth twitched. His entire face contorted. His expression was worse than if he'd eaten. What kind of joke was this? With so many influential figures gathered here, Yu Tao had launched into such a vicious tirade without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 86, No Home Left. If word of this got out, how the hell was he supposed to keep his head above water around here? This finally got Lu Guangbei's temper boiling. Yu Tao, what the hell do you mean by that? You invited me here yourself and now you're kicking me out? You better give me a damn explanation today.
A sneer of contempt curled Yu Tao's lips.
You're something else. Me give you an explanation? What the hell would I explain? Let me tell you this. Precisely because so many people are here, I'm letting you off today. But I'm putting it out there. At this point, Yu Tao took a deep breath and turned to face the crowd. I'm your sworn enemy, Lu Guangbei. I never knew before I thought you had some real talent. Turns out you climbed your way up by stabbing people in the back. I'll never respect a scumbag like you. Lu Guangbei stared at Yu Tao with a stern expression. What? You still want to test me? Or should I have security escort you out? And let me tell you this, Zhang Yu is my most trusted employee. And the most capable. If Zhang Yu ever says he's going after you, I'll bet my entire fortune to cripple you. You've got to admit, Yu Tao's speech just now was damn impressive. Several people nearby even gave Yu Tao a thumbs up. This Yu Tao sure knows how to protect his own. Honestly, this was a huge risk with so many people watching, it's going to look terrible. I don't see it that way. Frankly, I actually prefer Yu Tao's kind of personality. At least he tells it like it is. People like that aren't scheming, you can work with them. The crowd around them chattered back and forth. At that moment, Lu Guangbei was likely the only one feeling utterly awkward. A cold snort flashed across Lu Guangbei's lips. We've got a long road ahead of us. Just you wait. This isn't over. Yu Tao crossed his arms over his chest. At that moment, his entire being radiated an aura of dominance. No problem. I'll be waiting anytime. And you better watch your back, I won't let this slide. Lu Guangbei turned and walked away. The most awkward person left behind was undoubtedly Li Hui. Li Hui couldn't even bring herself to look at me. Only Yang Wan Ai seemed to know more about my family affairs. Yang Wan Ai suddenly stepped forward 2 paces, coming to stand before Li Hui. He grabbed her arm firmly. Sis-in-law, let's talk over there. Give Zhang Yu some time to cool down, he's not in the mood to listen right now. Whatever it is, just tell me. Li Hui nodded with a look of hurt on her face. In the end, she followed Yang Wan Ai away. After a long pause, Yu Tao finally patted my shoulder. How are you feeling, Zhang Yu? I looked at Yu Tao. Mr. Yu, why did you do that just now? It doesn't benefit you in the slightest. Yu Tao nodded. It doesn't benefit me at all, but so what? I couldn't care less. I never respected that kind of traitor who betrays his teacher and ancestors anyway. After saying that, Yu Tao grinned. Don't dwell on useless thoughts. I genuinely didn't know that guy was like that before, otherwise I wouldn't have invited him over. Just focus on doing a good job for me. I won't shortchange you, and I swear everything I just said comes straight from my heart. After saying this, Yu Tao lifted his head and looked at everyone present. He bowed deeply to them all with sincere reverence. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I didn't want to lose my temper like this, but that jerk really pushed my buttons. And people like him are the scourge of our industry. Climbing the ladder through underhanded means? I wouldn't dare partner with someone like that. Though I can't say what these people are thinking. Most people still supported Yu Tao's actions. Mr. Yu, the way you called him out just now was absolutely badass. Exactly. That jerk totally deserved it, no need to spare his feelings. Yu Tao gave a slight nod. Still, I need to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry. I went too far tonight. I hope you'll all give me the benefit of the doubt. Yu Tao would certainly have to handle the aftermath. Feeling a bit stifled on my own, I walked step by step to the entrance of the venue. I slowly sat down and lit a cigarette. Before long, the click-clack of high heels echoed nearby. I instinctively looked up. What met my eyes was a pair of black stockings. And those nearly perfect legs, I didn't even need to see her face to know who they belonged to. I'm fine. Lin Nini slowly crouched down, though the deliberate posture was undeniably alluring. Zhang Yu, in my eyes, you've always been a very talented person. And after everything that's happened, all of us see what you've done for the company. I let out a helpless laugh. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm now penniless, my wife ran off with another man, but that's not the point. The real issue is that man is the very reason I ended up like this. How could I just laugh it off? I felt myself growing more and more agitated as I spoke. I stood up instinctively, staring at Lin Nini across from me. Have you ever considered how much this hurts me? Lin Nini looked at me with a face full of pity, I could feel it. This girl truly couldn't bear to see me like this. Alright, Zhang Yu. I know you're going through a rough patch right now, but didn't Yu Tao's actions just prove it? All this will pass. I hope you can pull yourself together. I nodded slightly. I'm exhausted. Please let Mr. Yu know later that I probably won't be able to take the stage to speak. Lin Nini pulled out her phone, displaying the message Yu Tao had sent her. Mr. Yu just said to keep a close eye on you and make sure you don't do anything rash. He'll handle everything at the venue. I have to admit, Yu Tao really knows how to handle things. Though I used to feel sorry for Yang Wan Ai. After all, I knew about Yu Tao and Lin Nini's situation. But now, I feel absolutely no resentment toward either Lin Nini or Yu Tao. On the contrary, I'm actually quite grateful to both of them. I'll be heading out now. Lin Nini called out to me. What are you planning to do out here so late at night?
Don't tell me you're going home. I doubt that place feels familiar to you anymore. I have to admit, Lin Nini really knows me well.
I gave a helpless smile. Since I have no home, I'll make the world my home. Don't worry, I'm a grown man. I won't get lost. Chapter 87, Truth Speaks in Drunkenness.
But Lin Nini shook her head. I'll stay with you tonight. Mr. Yang has important matters to attend to after all. Someone needs to handle the aftermath there.
So this responsibility falls on me. Lin Nini smiled.
Even if the girl's smile was tinged with bitterness. I shook my head gently.
Don't worry about me. I'm a grown man, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Nini exhaled deeply. Then the phone rang. She answered and spoke for a moment. Alright, I've already booked the room. Let's go.
Free lodging is free lodging, I'll get you settled first. I looked at Lin Nini across from me. Especially those exquisitely refined features. To be blunt, I really didn't know how to refuse her. Besides, she meant well. With that thought, I gave a slight nod. Alright, I was definitely feeling a bit tired. Lin Nini and I arrived at the hotel lobby. While it wasn't a luxury establishment, it was quite decent. We picked up our room keys at the front desk, but she shoved hers into my hand. You go up first. This is as far as I can go. Lin Nini turned and walked away without another word. My mind was in turmoil. I couldn't think straight, and by tonight, I'd lost all interest in even noticing the black stockings Lin Nini was wearing. I turned and headed up to the hotel. The moment I entered the room, I doused my head with cold water, trying desperately to calm myself down. But for some reason, my heart only ached more and more. This pain wasn't ordinary. Tonight's blow had been too devastating. Just then, I faintly heard a knock at the door. I thought it might be the waitstaff or something, but when I opened the door, I found Lin Nini holding several bottles of red wine in one hand. In her other hand, she carried some simple snacks, mostly wine accompaniments like peanuts and shredded kelp. Could you at least pick me up? Don't you know how hard it is for a young woman like me? Only then did I snap out of it. I snatched the items from Lin Nini's hands. But then she stared at my head. Whoa, how did you suddenly turn into a drenched chicken? Hey, Zhang Yu, you're not having second thoughts, are you? Lin Nini blurted out unexpectedly. I furrowed my brow. I'm not as fragile as you imagine. That's when the girl burst out laughing. See? That's the spirit. Stop overthinking useless things. Life's too short to dwell on every little thing, don't you get tired of it? I nodded slightly. Maybe. Perhaps I really am exhausted. Though they say drowning sorrows only deepens them, I still feel this mood calls for a drink to ease the tension. Stop overthinking it. I never touch a drop normally, but today I'll make an exception for you. I looked at her, a bit puzzled. Can you handle it? Lin Nini instantly grew displeased, patting her ample chest with a look of confidence. What are you talking about? How dare you question my abilities? You deserve a spanking. After shouting that, Lin Nini opened the wine. She even took off her coat, revealing a work shirt underneath. Honestly, this kind of shirt was really uncomfortable to wear. But the hotel provided disposable bathrobes. Lin Nini didn't stand on ceremony with me either, grabbing a set of bathrobes. Since we're drinking, comfort is key. I'll change in the bathroom while you change outside. Give me a shout when you're ready. Don't accidentally catch a glimpse of something you shouldn't. I thought she had a point. This suit and dress shirt might look impressive, but damn, it's uncomfortable. Got it. Once I slipped into the disposable bathrobe, I finally felt like my whole body had been set free. Lin Nini emerged a few minutes later. The thing was, the bathrobe was a bit too big for her, and she looked kind of awkward in it. But the most crucial part. Lin Nini had actually taken off all her undergarments. Without any constraints, she looked even more astonishing. Noticing my strange expression, Lin Nini promptly slapped me. You really are a pervert, she exclaimed. At a time like this, you're still fixated on such strange details. Let me tell you, I'm not trying to seduce you. It's just more comfortable this way. I nodded repeatedly. You're right. Lin Nini really could hold her liquor. Though this was my first time seeing her drink. But she really surprised me. Are you kidding me? Even if it's red wine, you don't just chug glass after glass like that. After just a few glasses, a rosy flush appeared on Lin Nini's cheeks. She looked absolutely charming. And after a few drinks, the girl clearly loosened up. Hey, no fish keeping allowed. I chuckled helplessly. Is this what they call being both clueless and playful? What kind of drinking tolerance do you have? You dare say these things to me? Aren't you afraid that once you're drunk, I'll do something indecent to you? Remember, you're just a young girl and I'm a strapping young man. Lin Nini downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Trying to scare me? Give you the courage and you'd dare? Come on. It's no wonder they say Lin Nini is like two different people when she drinks. It's as if she's never touched a drop. The girl promptly lifted her long, slender leg. The bathrobe was short-sleeved and short-panted. Now, Lin Nini's snow white thigh was exposed right before my eyes. I froze in place. Those legs were truly something. Back in the day, we used to joke about which woman had the best legs, saying legs you could play with for a year. Meaning you could play with them for a whole year and never get tired of them. Now I wanted to give that title to Lin Nini. Go ahead and touch them. Like hell I'm touching them. I couldn't help but take another sip of wine to calm my nerves. Lin Nini burst out laughing. I knew you didn't have the guts. I wouldn't say this about others, but you're a proper brooding type, never taking the initiative, only going for women who come to you. Am I wrong? Hearing that, I immediately got flustered. What do you mean by that? Lin Nini sighed. I know perfectly well why you're upset tonight. Honestly, no one could handle something like this. That girl was acting all crazy just a moment ago. But now she's suddenly acting so serious, this really caught me off guard. My lips twitched slightly. I stared at Lin Nini with a puzzled expression. After a moment of careful thought, I finally reached a conclusion. This girl didn't come here today to drink with me at all. She came here to spill the beans after getting drunk. Many things were simply too hard to say sober, so she had to rely on the courage of alcohol to speak them. Realizing this, I looked at Lin Nini helplessly. You had to admit, this girl was genuinely interesting. Chapter 88, Making a Mistake. What do you want to say? Just say it directly. Why all the beating around the bush? Lin Nini's cheeks flushed red. I have to admit, she looked incredibly tempting right now. She even stuck out her tongue. That single gesture felt like it could kill me right then and there. I quickly clasped my hands together. In my mind, I must stay calm and focused. I absolutely cannot let my head get hot. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble later. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Nini lifted her head and looked at me. Do you feel like you're being treated unfairly? I nodded slightly. Don't you think so? Lin Nini shook her head. Well, Zhang Yu, there are some things I'm not sure if I should say or not. But since it's come to this, I'll just say it all. I think you have a problem. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean by that? Haven't you noticed how double standards are inherent in being a man? You saw your wife with another man with your own eyes, yet you still don't know the nature of their relationship. Even if you've guessed, what about you? Have you kept yourself pure? Lin Nini's words left me speechless. Let's not even bring up the Han Lily incident. I have no proof you two had anything, but we're all adults here, I get it. That woman who keeps showing up at our company entrance, the one driving the Beetle, her chest practically presses against the steering wheel. Honestly, what man could resist a woman that alluring? I'll admit she's got charm. You really think nothing's going on between you two? As soon as Nini finished speaking, my head suddenly felt like it was buzzing. I stared at her in utter disbelief. Because I truly couldn't imagine it. How on earth did Lin Nini find out? Every time I met Zhou Qiao, it was in secret. Don't doubt me, I didn't follow you on purpose. I just happened to see it that day. Zhang Yu, dare you swear on your life? You have nothing to do with that woman? My lips twitched. Yes. But it wasn't my choice. That woman has evidence on me. If I don't do what she says, I could be finished, my job and my life would be over. Lin Nini suddenly burst out laughing. But this time she laughed so hard, drool splattered onto my face. It carried a distinct scent of red wine. I knew it. When men get into trouble, they only think of ways to absolve themselves. Maybe your wife didn't mean it either, or it wasn't her choice? Lin Nini had a point. No one ever puts themselves in the other person's shoes. Not even me. Despite all the wrongs I've done to Li Hui, I feel no remorse whatsoever. But seeing Li Hui with that guy? It felt like my whole world was crumbling. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Nini walked step by step toward me. She crouched down. The cleavage in front of her chest was fully exposed to my view. This girl draped her arm over my shoulder. So you see, the adult world is inherently complicated, heh. I hope you're not upset, I didn't mean to bring this up. I nodded gently. I understand everything. You've had too much to drink tonight. Go to sleep. No sooner had I said this, Lin Nini slipped on her feet and fell flat on her face. Her head bumped right into my thigh. Hey, are you okay? I started to panic. Lin Nini had told me before that she never drinks outside, yet now she was drunk as a skunk. I exhaled deeply and shook my head helplessly. Then I reached out, scooped her up princess style, and laid her on the bed. I'd planned to sleep on the couch after all. Situations like this could easily lead to drunken indiscretions. Besides, this wasn't what the girl herself wanted. But just as I was about to get up, Lin Nini instinctively grabbed my collar. Don't rush off. Take off my clothes, I'm uncomfortable wearing them. Lin Nini murmured these words. My expression darkened. What the hell are you talking about? Take off what clothes? Aren't you wearing pajamas? But Lin Nini paid me no mind. One hand tugged at my arm while the other swiftly lifted her shirt. Her snow-white belly was exposed before my eyes. The visual impact was no joke. My body felt like it had frozen solid. Lin Nini? I blurted out instinctively. But just then, Lin Mimi wrapped her arms around my neck and pulled me down forcefully.
Our lips met instantly.
The scent of perfume mingled with the aroma of red wine.
I'm a normal guy, damn it. I'm so hot.
Lin Mimi pressed her mouth close to my ear and whispered these words softly. Her voice was weak and breathless as she spoke.
At a time like this, how could I possibly think straight? I just went for it. Lin Mimi and I locked lips in a passionate kiss.
Having had a few drinks myself, I collapsed onto her afterward and fell into a deep sleep.
I don't know how long it was. I felt something wriggling beneath me.
I instinctively opened my eyes and saw Lin Mimi writhing beneath me.
Don't crush me.
Seeing the mess before me, my head buzzed.
Deep down, only one thought remained. This is completely over. I rolled over to get out of the way and quickly pulled my bathrobe back on.
I slapped my head hard. I strained to recall what had happened last night. I was trying to figure out how to cover this up. But who knew Lin Mimi would suddenly open her eyes? I could tell this was scarier than any horror movie I'd ever seen in my life. What was even worse was the unbearable weight on my heart. I felt like a child who'd done something wrong.
But Lin Mimi just shook her head. I made a mistake last night. I nodded softly. What's done is done.
Regardless of the details or who was right or wrong, it was definitely my fault.
Lin Mimi seemed surprisingly calm.
Go clean yourself up first, then wait for me downstairs at the hotel.
Keep this matter quiet. The girl didn't even glance at me as she spoke. I nodded lightly. I did exactly as Lin Mimi instructed. After finishing everything, I finally left the hotel.
But I waited downstairs for a full half hour. Finally, a young woman in black stockings walked by. Even without seeing her face, I knew it had to be Lin Mimi. No one else possessed such flawless beauty.
After getting into the car, Lin Mimi's gaze remained calm. I'm getting hungry. Take me out to eat. Chapter 89, Yang Wanai's advice. How could I possibly refuse?
I floored the gas pedal and sped off.
We grabbed a quick breakfast before heading to the office together. But just as we arrived at the company building,
Lin Mimi turned and walked away from the car, heading toward the office on her own. Watching her retreating figure, I fell deep in thought.
What on earth was that about? Why wasn't she crying or making a scene? Her calmness actually made me a little uneasy. This wasn't the Lin Mimi I knew at all. But I didn't want to dwell on it now. I had something important to do.
No matter what Lin Mimi said yesterday, the rift between me and Li Hui is just too deep to bridge.
I shook my head. I started the car immediately and headed home.
Before leaving, I sent Yu Tao a message.
Boss, I've got personal business to attend to today. Within seconds, Yu Tao sent me an okay gesture. And he added a line afterward.
If you need anything from the company, just say the word. I acknowledged it and drove straight home.
My heart was pounding wildly. But as soon as I arrived downstairs, I spotted that familiar beetle and its recognizable license plate. Just as I was about to drive past, someone tapped on my car window from the side. I turned to look. Sure enough, it was Zhou Qiao. He was grinning at me. What's this all about? Saw my car and thought you could just slip away?
I shook my head slightly, then opened the passenger door.
After Zhou Qiao got in,
she squeezed her ample bosom. They're already big enough, any bigger would be a bit abnormal, so you don't need to rush to squeeze them.
Zhou Qiao shot me a glance. I already know what happened last night. If I'm not mistaken, you're heading back to divorce your wife, right?
For the first time, Zhou Qiao was really getting on my nerves. I turned my head, glaring at her with obvious irritation.
So can you tell me? What exactly are you trying to say? And what's your purpose? Zhou Qiao burst out laughing.
She shook her head while laughing. Nothing, she said.
What purpose could I possibly have? I came here today to cheer you on.
You and Li Hui are getting divorced, and tomorrow the two of us will go get our marriage certificate. I stared at Zhou Qiao across from me.
As if I were looking at a madwoman.
I think you've got a screw loose, and I'm not in the mood for this right now.
Zhou Qiao stopped herself. Zhou Qiao spread his hands helplessly. And his expression was surprisingly innocent. You can't say that. I've been waiting for you for ages, didn't you know? Alright, let's not talk about it. You better get back now. Good luck. After saying that, Zhou Qiao flashed me a flirtatious wink.
But just as I was about to leave, the woman suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and leaned in for a kiss.
I was already in an extremely irritable mood. And Zhou Qiao's earlier words had truly angered me. So I clenched my jaw tightly. Nearly 2 full minutes passed. Perhaps Zhou Qiao realized she couldn't pry my jaws open, so she gave up.
The woman turned her head to look at me, panting heavily. By now, her lipstick was completely smudged.
It's fine. I can wait for you. We have to get this done today. After saying that, Zhou Qiao turned and walked away.
She swayed her ample hips as she walked, glancing back at me every few steps.
It felt utterly disgusting.
After a moment of deep thought, I shook my head slightly and began walking step by step toward home. I arrived at my doorstep. My heart began pounding again. I could even hear the sound clearly myself. I knew what would happen once I opened that door. Li Hui and I would become strangers. I gasped for breath, taking deep, ragged breaths. Finally feeling somewhat calmer, I slowly opened the door. What I hadn't expected was that not only was Li Hui inside, but Yang Wan AI was also in my home. Li Hui was softly sobbing as she wiped away her tears. Especially when she saw me, she seemed to feel even more guilty, instinctively standing up. She looked like a child who had done something wrong. Yang Wan AI turned to glance at me before stepping forward, one step at a time, until she stood before me. You finally came back today. I stayed at your place all night last night and didn't even go to work today. The thought of what I'd done last night. My head started throbbing. After a moment of deep thought, I looked at Yang Wan AI across from me. What are you up to? Yang Wan AI let out a deep sigh. I have no ulterior motives. I came here solely to resolve the conflict between you two. I glanced at Li Hui across from me. This is my personal family matter. You shouldn't get involved. Since I'm back now, you should leave immediately. The company needs you. Yang Wan AI shook his head. I've thoroughly investigated the entire situation. Zhang Yu, will you hear me out? I took a deep breath. I came back today with no other intention. Let's just get the divorce papers finalized quickly. From now on, we'll be like strangers. After all, we never acted like a married couple anyway. I said it calmly. The moment the words left my mouth, the expression on Yang Wan AI's face shifted instantly. Behind us, Li Hui could no longer hold back. She broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Wan AI grabbed my arm. Sis, wait for us. Come with me for a moment. I certainly didn't want to go. After all, last night's incident will forever be a stumbling block in my heart. I simply couldn't get past it. But Yang Wan AI paid no heed, dragging me out forcefully. Once we were outside, Yang Wan AI sighed. I know you're still angry right now, but couldn't you just calm down first? I shook my head. You're wrong. I'm not angry. After a night of thinking it through, I've made up my mind. Under these circumstances, it's no longer appropriate for us to stay together. I spoke these words slowly, emphasizing each syllable. After I finished speaking, Yang Wan AI shook her head. I'm telling you, that's not how it happened at all. My sister-in-law has nothing to do with Lu Guangbei. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Yang Wan AI immediately held out his palm. I swear on my honor, there's absolutely no connection. Just trust me this once. Looking into that girl's eyes, I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. Then why don't you explain why she was hanging out with Lu Guangbei? Even though I'd made up my mind, I still wanted to hear her reasoning. Chapter 90, The Misunderstanding Cleared. Yang Wan AI exhaled deeply. That's more like it. No matter what happens, you always have to understand the situation first. Let me tell you, your sister-in-law has actually taken on a lot for you. My head buzzed. Are you kidding me? I came back intending to divorce her. It's because Yang Wan AI was hanging out with my enemy, laughing and joking away. She clearly thought I was a sucker. But now Yang Wan AI tells me Li Hui has been carrying the burden for me all along. How am I supposed to believe that? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Mr. Yang, don't treat me like an idiot. I said this with a stern expression. But after I finished speaking, Yang Wan AI across from me sighed. I understand your distrust. You could brush off such a situation with a laugh. But my sister-in-law didn't meet Lu Guangbei because of an affair. What else could it be? Don't think I didn't see them holding hands. They looked incredibly affectionate. Yang Wan AI shook his head. Actually, it was Lu Guangbei who approached my sister-in-law first. Here's her phone, you can take a look. Yang Wan AI pulled Li Hui's phone from his pocket. I looked through their text messages. Though the number was unfamiliar, it felt all too familiar to me. After all, Lu Guangbei and I have been together for so many years I could recite his phone number by heart. Moreover, the messages had been exchanged several days prior. There was no way they could have been fabricated later. The moment I saw the first message, I clenched my jaw involuntarily. Sis, it's Lu Guangbei. My brother's doing pretty well for himself now, huh? Ha! I can't sleep at night thinking about it. If he really makes it big, do you think he'll come looking for trouble? Li Hui immediately replied. You bastard! How dare you contact me? If it weren't for you, how could my husband have ended up like this? Ha! Sis, I'm losing sleep over this. You've gotta help me out. If my brother keeps rising like this, I'll have no choice but to wreck his future. I've got the power to do it now. Lu Guangbei. Don't push your luck. Call me on this number, don't let him know. I'll tell you what to do, but I won't destroy him completely. As long as you listen to me and help restrain him, I'll ensure you never want for anything. Don't even think about it. Heh, I'm sitting on tens of millions now. A human life costs a few $100,000. Do the math. You've got 20 minutes. You bastard, what the hell do you want? Believe me or not, I'm calling the cops. But the other party never replied. That was the entirety of the message. My lips twitched slightly as a complex mix of emotions churned within me. Yes.
In that moment, I didn't know what to say. But I knew one thing for certain.
Li Hui was indeed coerced by Lu Guangbei.
Zhang Yu. The more critical the situation, the more you must keep your cool. Got it? Lu Guangbei is a beast.
He coerced my sister-in-law, and she knows nothing about these business battles.
Yang Wenai's eyes burned with intensity.
She was only worried about your safety. If you divorce her just for this, even I would look down on you.
Hearing Yang Wenai's words, my heart felt like it was being torn apart. That agony, I never want to feel it again in my life. I understand. You want me to have some time alone. Yang Wenai took a deep breath. Do you still want a divorce? I forced a smile. Didn't you just say it yourself?
If I divorce Li Hui over this, even you would look down on me.
Yang Wenai let out a long sigh. Goodness, you scared me. I was afraid you'd get stuck on this. But it's fine now, you have to promise me. And I've already asked Yu Tao, he said he'll support you with everything he's got. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about how to get divorced, but how to reclaim everything you've lost. Yang Wenai delivered this sentence with deliberate emphasis. His expression was utterly stern.
I watched Yang Wenai leave, then stepped back into this home that stirred up such mixed emotions within me. Several dishes I loved were already laid out on the dining table, while Li Hui bustled about in the kitchen. When she saw me enter, she nodded quickly like a child who'd done something wrong. You should eat first. She then served me rice and poured me a cup of hot water.
I noticed every single thing she did. To be honest, Li Hui wasn't bad looking to begin with, and her figure was even more impressive. But in all the years since we got married, we never had a child. If we were to divorce, I can't imagine how many men would be lining up at her door if she wanted them to.
Looking at this somewhat pitiable woman before me, at least she hadn't abandoned me during my darkest days.
I sighed deeply, stepping slowly toward Li Hui. I reached out my hand and pulled her into my arms. I'm sorry. Everything that happened before was my fault. Don't hold it against me, I misunderstood you. Li Hui couldn't hold back any longer.
She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she buried her face in my chest. Her sobs were heart-wrenching.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me another chance. Promise me whatever happens, you must tell me immediately. Otherwise, villains will exploit the gap, especially Lu Guangbei. I'll never coexist with him. I spat out the words with venom. But Li Hui looked at me with terror in her eyes. She shook her head frantically. You can't. Lu Guangbei's influence is vast now. If he targets you, you won't stand a chance. Honey, please listen to me. We need to keep a low profile now. If he seizes an opportunity, all your hard work over this long period will be for nothing. Looking into Li Hui's expectant eyes, I truly didn't know how to explain. Then I sighed deeply. You're right, this is my fault. Li Hui, you must cut all ties with Lu Guangbei from now on. Li Hui nodded firmly. He deceived me. I hate myself for it now. The night passed without further words. Early the next morning, I returned to the company. After all, I owed Yu Tao an explanation. He was my direct supervisor, and just disappearing like that was hardly appropriate. As soon as I arrived at the office, I headed straight to Yu Tao's office. Yu Tao glanced at me, then casually tossed a steamed bun and some congee in front of me. Have something to tide you over. I didn't hesitate, grabbing a handful and digging in. Mr. Yu, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. I was utterly at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Chapter 91, The Familiar Face at the Interface. Yu Tao chuckled softly, lifting his head to look at me. Why thank me? You've done so much for me, I should be thanking you. Besides, that scumbag Lu Guangbei? I only just found out about him. Making me work with someone like that is the real irresponsibility toward the company. Zhang Yu, don't overthink it. No matter what, I'll always stand by your side. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Yu Tao patted his chest. His expression radiated absolute confidence. My lips twitched slightly as I gave a soft nod. Oh, and we've reached an agreement with Mr. Han's company. He'll send someone today to coordinate the project with you. I paused in surprise. Project liaison? Mr. Yu, you know full well our team handles business negotiations. Isn't there a dedicated department for project coordination? Yu Tao gave a wry smile. I know that, of course. And as I just said, they specifically requested you personally, not your entire team. The client insisted on you, and I can't change that. Clients can be demanding sometimes. Please understand. I nodded thoughtfully. But I didn't take it too seriously. I figured it was probably Han Jinlong's idea. I just returned to my desk, planning to take advantage of the chaos and rest a bit. But who knew that just then, a voice came from behind me, followed by a tap on my shoulder. That scared the hell out of me. Whoa, holy crap. Then came a burst of laughter from behind me. Ha! Didn't expect you to be so cute when scared. That voice sounded familiar. I froze for a second, instinctively looking up only to see Han Lily. What are you doing here? Han Lily looked at me with confidence. What do you mean by that? Can't I come here? I quickly shook my head. Of course not. Someone from your company is supposed to meet with me today. Don't get in the way of my work.
The moment I said that, Han Lily across from me suddenly burst into laughter.
Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm here representing Han Group to liaise with you. Believe it? Bull. I definitely don't believe you. I'm still on the clock. After work, I'll even treat you to dinner, just don't interrupt my work. Han Lily instantly grew impatient.
She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at me, her face flushed with anger.
What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Fine. I'll make sure you never get that chance. After shouting that,
Han Lily picked up her phone and called Han Jinlong directly.
Ring. After a few rings,
Han Jinlong answered immediately.
What's up, Lily? Dad. I'm so furious. He doesn't even believe I'm coming to meet him today. You have to talk to him right now.
As soon as Han Lily said this,
Han Jinlong burst out laughing. Is Zhang Yu there? I quickly grabbed the phone. Mr. Han, I'm here.
This time, Lily will indeed be handling the coordination with you.
That girl has been pestering me relentlessly, but it's actually a good thing.
Getting her accustomed to this kind of work early on means I can trust her to take over in the future.
Though I'm not exactly thrilled about it. But since the old man has already spoken, what else can I say?
After hanging up, I looked across at Han Lily.
Miss Han, how do you plan to handle this? The thing is, you don't understand any of this. Han Lily looked at me with utter contempt.
Don't look down on me, she retorted.
I've learned quite a bit from my father lately. Just watch and see.
The girl shot me a sharp look.
But in front of everyone like this, I feel a bit awkward. Could we talk in the office instead? I gave a helpless, wry smile. My manager title is just a title, I only have a small desk. How about we go to the conference room instead? I suggested. Han Lily nodded eagerly. And this girl even flashed an extremely lecherous grin.
I couldn't figure out why. Seeing that smile on Han Lily's face, I couldn't shake the feeling something was off.
Let's go then, hurry up.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than Han Lily grabbed my arm.
At that moment, our actions felt overly intimate.
It seemed to go beyond the relationship between client and employee. Several team members were watching me.
Han Lily, in particular, had a very youthful appearance and was quite beautiful, bouncing along as she walked. It was impossible not to feel a certain fondness for her.
Then this girl went and grabbed my arm. Everyone froze in place, especially Brother Wei.
Now Brother Wei was eyeing me with this incredibly gossipy look. His expression seemed to say, I know what's going on. I shook my head helplessly. Don't get any ideas, she's just a client. Clear out the conference room for me.
Weiga chuckled.
He made an okay gesture while chuckling. No problem, I'll make sure everything's taken care of. The moment Weiga said that, my expression changed instantly. Could you cut the crap? I already told you we're just going for a work meeting. Don't you have any common sense? Weiga quickly raised his hands in surrender. Fine, you're right. I won't argue with you anymore, okay?
But just as Weiga finished speaking, Han Lily across from him suddenly patted his shoulder. She gave him a thumbs-up gesture.
Not bad, not bad. You're a quick learner. I love people who get the hint. Weiga felt a bit flattered and embarrassed, quickly rubbing his forehead. Miss Han is absolutely right. I'll definitely work harder from now on. I watched the two of them with a helpless expression. At this point, I couldn't be bothered to explain anything. But when Han Lily and I entered the conference room, the girl suddenly grabbed my arm. I froze for a second. Han Lily kicked the door shut with one swift motion, then shoved me hard. Her entire body pressed right up against mine. My lips twitched.
Especially when I caught the sweet scent wafting from her nose and mouth, I was instantly at a loss for words. And my heart began to tremble.
This intense trembling made me acutely aware of everything.
After a moment of deep thought, Han Lily pressed herself against me. The moment our lips touched, I was utterly speechless.
Hey, this is the office. Don't get carried away. But Han Lily just shrugged indifferently. Of course it's fine with me. It's not my company anyway, I'm just here to liaise with you. Besides, you didn't treat me like this before. Why are you suddenly acting like you don't know me? I snapped back. Hey, you better not say anything reckless. Chapter 92, Han Lily's warm invitation. Are you kidding me? If anyone else in the company heard Han Lily say that, who knows what they'd think? After all, rumors can be deadly. I took a deep breath. Since you're here to talk business, let's just focus on work, okay? My dear, you're driving me crazy. If you don't want me to make a mistake and get fired, could you please tone it down a bit? But Han Lily just gave a faint smile. She shook her head while smiling. I don't care. I just love this feeling, it's so thrilling. Don't worry about getting fired. If they dare fire you, I'll have my dad pull his investment. I immediately lost my temper. This won't do. Do you have any idea how much I've invested in this project? But I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This little brat sure is bold. Is this what it means to be rich? I planned to separate from Han Lily first after all, being seen together like this would cause trouble no matter who spotted us. But just as I was about to push Han Lily away, she let out a piercing scream. Before I could react, Han Lily's body began falling backward in freefall. I panicked instantly. If she gets hurt, I'm screwed. I still wanted to collaborate with that corporation. In that moment, my head felt hot and only one thought raced through my mind. I yanked Han Lily's arm violently while my own body spun mid-air and fell backward. Thud. I crashed heavily onto the ground. The next second, Han Lily's soft, supple body pressed against mine. And I have no idea how she managed it logically. She should have landed on my back. But who knew Han Lily would just come crashing down right on top of me? At the same time, our bodies pressed tightly together. And in a most awkward position. Because now Han Lily was straddling me. Ugh. We were incredibly close. I could feel every breath she took. Are you okay? I blurted out the question without thinking, and Han Lily shook her head. Nothing. I was about to ask Han Lily to get up first. But just then, the front door burst open, and Wei Gu appeared in the doorway. The guy was holding a tray with 2 cups of hot coffee on it. But the moment Wei Gu instinctively glanced at the two of us, his entire body seemed to have been electrocuted. He froze in place. He stood there frozen for what felt like an eternity. After a long while, Wei Ji's features twisted into a grimace. My deepest apologies, I saw what I shouldn't have. I thought you'd start with some foreplay to warm up, but you jumped right into the main event. My sincerest apologies. Wei Ji's apology couldn't have been more sincere. But right now, I just wanted to strangle him. Can you stop spouting this bull? Hurry up and help Miss Han up. Weiga froze. Ah, you didn't mean to. I'm still here talking and it's so messy on the floor. I swear. In that moment, I genuinely wanted Wei Gu to get the hell out of here. Weiga helped Han Lily up and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can you stop being so reckless? You're always like this. What if she'd broken something just now? How would I explain it to your dad? I said this in a reproachful tone. Han Lily just gave a nervous laugh, her expression awkward beyond words. But Wei Gu couldn't help but give me a thumbs up gesture. Damn, bro. She's your client and that's how you treat her? I shot him a glare. Why do you have to talk so much, you idiot? You want me to sew your mouth shut? Wei Gu shut up immediately. We spent the entire afternoon in the conference room. But this time, neither of us crossed the line. We just sat side by side on the sofa, chatting about project-related topics. I glanced at my watch. It's almost time. I'm about to clock out. What are your plans? I'll give you a ride home. But Han Lily shook her head, looking rather aggrieved. Please don't go home tonight, okay? Stay out with me. Drinking with you is the safest thing. My craving for alcohol has come back these past few days. As she said this, Han Lily made a gesture as if swearing to the heavens. But I can tell you for sure. Since we broke up, I haven't touched a drop. See? Looking at Han Lily, I suddenly felt a bit helpless. But after what just happened with Li Hui, I really couldn't bring myself to stay out all night. No, I have to take you home. But who knew this girl was so clingy? She grabbed my wrists and kept shaking them back and forth. Oh, please, I'm begging you, uncle. Aren't you afraid I'll go drinking and run into those creepy guys again? Han Lily bit her lip, delivering those words with a look no man could possibly resist. I felt like I was going crazy. In that moment, my mind went blank. As if possessed, I pulled out my phone and dialed Li Hui's number. After a few rings, Li Hui picked up. That client came to the office today to discuss the project with me. It might run late, so I'm grabbing dinner out. Okay, but you really need to take care of yourself. You can't risk your life just to make money, right? Truthfully, I felt incredibly awkward inside. After all, I knew what might happen tonight. After hanging up, Han Lily jumped up excitedly. Thanks, uncle. I'll go buy drinks and snacks now. I'll send you the room number later. I blurted out almost instinctively. Why not go to your best friend's bar? Aren't you well known there? I'm sure it was just an offhand remark. But who knew that after I said that, Han Lily's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean by that? Are you hitting on her? I was completely dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? She's your best friend, right? What does that have to do with me? Han Lily curled her lip. Honestly, I don't need you to spell it out. I get it. After all, my bestie is gorgeous, has a killer body, and especially big boobs. Don't all guys love that kind of woman? I looked at her with utter exasperation. Fine, let's go to the hotel. Han Lily chuckled. We're set then. I'll get ready now and call you later. Watching her skip away, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is ing hell. Chapter 93, The Hotel Madness. Watching Han Lily leave, I got myself ready and started thinking about clocking out. Though I claimed I didn't want to, my heart was already bursting with joy. Sure, Han Lily was flat as a board. But if I could develop her, there'd be endless fun to be had. Plus, Han Lily was wild in bed. I really enjoyed being with her. Though comparatively speaking, being with Zhou Qiao might be even wilder. But that was an entirely different concept. With Zhou Qiao, I'm like a submissive, I have to follow her rules completely. Whether I liked it or not. But Han Lily was different. That girl could totally go along with whatever I wanted, that's why I loved hanging out with her. Just as I finished tidying up and was about to leave, a figure suddenly blocked the office doorway. None other than Lin Mimi. The moment I saw Lin Mimi, my expression changed instantly. I stared at her, my face flushing with embarrassment. What are you doing here? Lin Mimi looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? You seem pretty excited. Really? I was about to argue. Lin Mimi nodded. I wanted to ask you, who was it that came to meet with you just now? I rubbed the tip of my nose. Han Lily and her company's technical staff. Lin Mimi looked at me skeptically. Honestly, the admin department already complained to me. They said you're hogging the meeting room without contributing anything. This is someone else's department's meeting space, after all. That's when I slapped my forehead. I just didn't know any better before. Fine, I won't hog it anymore. Lin Mimi nodded. She immediately shut the door. Before I could react, the woman pressed her lips against my neck. Though it was a downward position. But it was incredibly forceful. After a few seconds, Lin Mimi nodded with satisfaction. I was suddenly overcome with panic. Are you out of your mind? What if my wife sees this tonight? Lin Mimi shrugged her shoulders. That's none of my business, it's punishment for you, you faithless jerk. If you've got the guts, sleep in that turtleneck pajama top tonight. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. Lin Mimi turned and walked away like a kitten that had only gotten a bone. When have I ever put up with this kind of treatment? I instinctively grabbed Lin Mimi's arm. Before she could react, I pulled her into my arms. My hands reached for the stockings at her thighs and pulled them apart with a sharp rip. It wasn't that the stockings were poor quality. I just pulled too hard. Immediately, I saw a section of the stocking tear open, forming an oval-shaped hole. Ah! Are you crazy? What are you doing? I chuckled. You're the one who's sick, not me. Who told you to keep trying to mess with me? Be careful out there, okay? Lin Mimi stomped her foot in frustration. You despicable jerk. Watch out, next time I won't let you get away with it. A cold snort flashed across her lips as she stormed off, fury etched across her face. Watching her limp away, I couldn't help but laugh. This girl's actually pretty entertaining. Teasing her now and then is actually quite fun. About half an hour later, Han Lily texted me the room number. It was the same hotel as before. I sighed helplessly. Even the room number was identical. What exactly was this girl up to? I walked into the hotel. Han Lily was in the bathroom, doing who knows what. But when I reached the lobby, I realized there was no alcohol at all. Just 2 bottles of water. There were some snacks nearby too. Hey, what's going on here? Didn't you want to drink? Where's the alcohol? If you wanted me to buy it, you could have at least given me a heads up. Annoyed, I yelled toward the bathroom and turned to leave to buy some liquor. But just then, Han Lily called out from the bathroom. You'll see in a minute. Just wait there, I'll be out soon. A few minutes later, Han Lily emerged. But I couldn't help but stare in surprise. The girl was soaking wet, wearing only a bathrobe, though her hair was half dried by the blow dryer. I instinctively covered my eyes. Don't look where you shouldn't. Han Lily burst out laughing. It's not like you've never seen one before. Why are you acting so innocent? I chuckled awkwardly. What do you mean? I don't know anything about that. Anyway, weren't you going to drink? Where is it? Han Lily shook her head. Where's the booze? Ever heard the saying? Before I could react, the girl pressed herself against me. I instinctively took a step back, accidentally bumping into the wall behind me. But you just took a shower, right? Why do you still look like you're wearing makeup? Especially that fiery red lipstick. Han Lily frowned. Isn't this what you like? See how considerate I am of you, you ungrateful jerk. I was suddenly at a loss for words. At that very moment, Han Lily pressed her lips right up to my ear and whispered softly. By the way, have you heard that saying? It's not the wine that gets you drunk, it's the person. I froze in place. The next second, Han Lily's warm body pressed against mine. Drops of water still clung to her shoulders. Though it all happened too fast, leaving me somewhat stunned. But at a moment like this, if I didn't have the guts, I wouldn't even be a man. Without a moment's hesitation, I let out a cry and pulled Han Lily into my arms. Han Lily jumped up suddenly, wrapping her legs around my hips as we kissed passionately. For over 2 full hours. We barely paused during those 2 hours. We remained intertwined the entire time. Afterward, Han Lily lay beside me and gave me a faint smile. Uncle, you're in amazing shape. Even though she was complimenting me, I couldn't shake the feeling that my character had been insulted. You little minx, you're flat as a pancake and haven't even developed yet you dare speak to me like this? Han Lily stuck out her tongue adorably. I just love this feeling. What are you gonna do about it? I sighed helplessly.
You little minx, you're such a deceitful little devil.
Didn't you tell me you wanted to drink? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come tonight. Han Lily burst into laughter.
She shook her head while laughing. Don't take it so seriously. We were hugging each other when suddenly, Han Lily's phone rang. Han Lily rolled over and sat up, grabbing her phone. The caller ID read Dad.
Oh no. Chapter 94, Lin Nini's Advice.
Han Lily looked like a startled little rabbit and I chuckled.
Aren't you usually completely unafraid of your dad? Why the sudden change? Han Lily glared at me. You have the nerve to say that?
I hate myself for all the things I did before.
But I've noticed my dad seems happier every day now. Could this actually be helping his condition? I nodded.
I've already asked the doctor if he stays in a good mood every day, he might even make a full recovery.
Han Lily chuckled. Aren't you going to answer the phone?
The girl finally snapped out of it, quickly raising a finger to my lips in a shushing gesture.
Shoo.
I folded my arms across my chest, watching her with a smile.
Han Lily finally answered the call. Hello, Dad. Lily, why aren't you home yet? Is there a problem with the project? Tell Zhang Yu to discuss it tomorrow. Han Lily chuckled. We finished talking ages ago.
I'm hanging out with my bestie right now, but don't worry, I definitely haven't been drinking. I'll be back soon, just picking up a few clothes.
Ha!
Whatever.
I was just checking in to see where you'd disappeared to. But right then, I couldn't help myself. Who could blame me when that little brat was always picking on me?
And then she caused that fiasco at the office.
With such a golden opportunity finally presenting itself, how could I possibly let it slip away?
With that thought, I chuckled softly, rolled right over, and appeared before Han Lily. Han Lily was on the phone, looking at me with a puzzled expression. My hand shot straight under the covers.
Oh my! Han Lily couldn't help but cry out. What's wrong, Lily? What happened?
Ah, nothing, Dad. I just accidentally saw a bug, it scared the life out of me. After saying that, the girl couldn't help but turn around and glare at me, her expression brimming with anger. Han Jilon laughed as he hung up the phone. The moment the call ended, Han Lily flipped over and pinned me beneath her, glaring at me with fury.
You naughty old man. Looks like I'm going to have to punish you properly. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. You little brat, thinking you can punish me? How dare you? Watch me take you down. The two of us became entangled once more. Half an hour later, I felt completely drained.
At that moment, I felt as pure as a saint, without a single impure thought.
Han Lily lay down beside me. Aren't you going back? That girl had set an alarm for over an hour.
I really can't walk anymore, I'm too tired.
Let me rest a bit. Don't wake me up. Hearing Han Lily say that, I actually felt sleepy too.
I just held her close, and the two of us drifted off to sleep. Before we could get a good night's sleep, a shrill ringing suddenly filled the air.
Han Lily shot upright. No way. If I don't get back now, I'm screwed. My dad's been keeping a really close eye on me lately. Uncle.
Once this lady gets her bearings back, we'll have another 300 rounds.
I flashed an OK sign. Stand by. Need a ride?
Han Lily jingled the car keys in her hand.
I drove here today. And you look like you're about to pass out. Are you kidding me?
A man can never say he can't. The moment I heard Han Lily say that, my expression changed instantly.
I grabbed her arm. Come on, say that again. You think I won't show you what real fear feels like? Han Lily immediately backed down. Fine, don't take it personally. I'm sorry, okay? Why do you have to be such a stubborn mule every single day? Han Lily couldn't help but snap at me before storming out of the room. I stretched lazily. This feeling sleeping is the best. Though I should probably go home.
But given the current situation, it didn't really matter whether I went or not. I thought I could finally get some rest, but just as I was drifting off, a frantic pounding on the door erupted outside. My head felt like it was about to explode. Probably that girl forgot something. Still half asleep, I opened the door wearing nothing but shorts. After all, this is a hotel, no guests would be coming in. But the moment I opened the door, I froze in place. There. Standing outside the door was none other than Lin Nini. My head buzzed like a bee. Just as I was about to close the door, the girl coldly remarked. Alright, it's not like we haven't seen each other before. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? I hadn't even cleaned up the mess from the earlier battle yet. If Lin Nini saw it, wouldn't everything be exposed? But this woman wasn't the least bit polite. She sidestepped me and barged right in. I shook my head helplessly. Only then did I close the door. I looked at Lin Nini. Why are you here? Lin Nini took a deep breath. What do you think? You were doing something wrong in the hotel, and I caught you. Don't you think I have the right to call you out on it? You told me your wife cheated on you, and you cried like a fool that day. Did you forget so quickly? Have you ever thought about how your wife would feel if she knew about this? I scratched my head hard. Deep down, I knew I shouldn't have done any of this. But men think with their lower halves, and I'm no exception.
After a moment of deep thought, I looked up at Lin Nini. Can you keep this secret for me? Lin Nini nodded. I don't want you to become a target. If this gets out, it won't just affect you, it could seriously damage the company too. If the Han Group finds out, our partnership with them will likely come to an abrupt end. My heart skipped a beat. To be honest, I hadn't thought that far ahead before. Lin Nini's reminder made me realize I'd been dancing on the edge of a knife all along. You're right, this is entirely my fault. Lin Nini nodded. I want to ask you this, do you genuinely like that girl, or are you just using your looks to secure the company project? My lips twitched slightly. This might sound despicable, but my motives weren't pure. You should know I'm married, and Han Lily's position is quite sensitive. Lin Nini snapped her fingers. She promptly sat down on the nearby sofa, crossing her legs. But Lin Nini was already wearing a tight skirt, and now she crossed her legs right in front of me. Seeing that mysterious view, I couldn't help but feel shameless. I'll trust you this once, but I must warn you. Stay away from that woman. Chapter 95, Wang Wan's Call. I made an OK sign with my hand. Got it. Lin Nini slowly stood up, rubbing the tip of her nose. I absolutely hate the smell in this house. Especially when I think about you with other women. Zhang Yu, you're such a heartless bastard. With that, the girl turned and walked away. I stared at the empty doorway, my heart filled with mixed emotions, utterly at a loss for words. After a moment of deep thought, I let out a long sigh. I'd planned to rest here for a bit, but I felt utterly miserable. Even though I was exhausted, the moment I closed my eyes, Lin Nini's words came flooding back. In the end, I sighed again, packed up quickly, and left the hotel. Half an hour later, I returned home. Looking at the empty living room, I suddenly felt reluctant to go back to my bedroom. I took a quick shower and collapsed onto the sofa. But the noise outside must have disturbed Li Hui. Within minutes, the bedroom door opened. Li Hui, wearing a purple silk nightgown, walked toward me step by step. Honey, you're back? Why aren't you sleeping in the bedroom? I waved awkwardly. No. I got back too late, and I had some business to attend to earlier. I had a few drinks, so I didn't want to disturb you. Li Hui reached to turn on the light. But the moment her hand touched the switch, I panicked. Don't turn on the light. My eyes are really sensitive right now. Let's just leave it like this. I think it's fine. You go back to bed first. Li Hui paused, slightly taken aback. What's gotten into you today? Come inside and sleep with me. Sleeping on the couch is so uncomfortable. I sighed. It's not that I don't want to go inside, it's just that going inside would make it easy for me to slip up. Since I didn't drink today, my mind is still completely clear. I knew the hickey Lin Nini had left on my neck was still visible. That's also why I didn't want Li Hui to turn on the lights. If she saw it, there'd be no way to explain it away. Although Li Hui found it hard to understand, she ultimately chose to respect my decision and let out a long sigh. Then get some rest. I'm going back to bed. I nodded repeatedly. And I hadn't slept a wink all night. For some reason, I kept waking up just as I'd finally drifted off. Early the next morning, before Li Hui's alarm even went off, I got up and left. I was afraid to face Li Hui. And this hickey on my neck. It'll take at least a few days to fade. For the next few days, it would be best to keep my distance from Li Hui to avoid any unnecessary trouble. I stumbled into the office in a daze. I felt like I was living like a lunatic every single day now. I wonder if Han Lily will show up today? Just as I was goofing off, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw it was someone I knew. It was Wang Wan calling. It's been nearly a month since I left my hometown county. I wonder how Wang Wan's been doing lately. I'd been so swamped day after day that I'd completely forgotten to call and ask. I quickly answered the call. Sis Wan, how come you have time to call me today? How have you been lately? I jumped in first. But on the other end, Wang Wan was crying. Though she was trying hard to control her emotions, I could still hear her heavy breathing clearly. I furrowed my brow. But the next second, Wang Wan spoke up. I've been doing pretty well lately. Zhang Yu, I'm in the city right now. Do you have time to meet up? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. I thought about it. Though it's not exactly proper to slack off all day, my boss did give me time off. I'm just bored out of my mind, which is why I came to work. Leaving now shouldn't count as skipping work, right? No problem. Send me your location and I'll come find you right away. After hanging up, I started packing my things. Wei Gu beside me smacked his lips. I turned to look at him, feeling somewhat puzzled. You look like you're sick or something. You show up like this first thing in the morning? Where's your work ethic? At that, Wei Gu burst out laughing. He looked at me with utter disdain. Anyway, we usually like to joke around. Manager, you're not pulling my leg, are you? I said. Anyone in this company can criticize my attitude, but don't you think this feels a bit like the thief crying stop thief? I paused, taken aback. What do you mean by that? Like you're some kind of model employee or something? Hearing that, I realized he might actually have a point. I awkwardly scratched my head. Fine, whatever. I'm outta here anyway. Being the boss's favorite, he can just walk out whenever he wants. Unlike us who have to ask HR for time off. And I know exactly what you're going to do.
Wei said this with an extremely sleazy tone.
I frowned. What exactly are you implying? So according to you, what do you think I'm up to?
Wei rubbed his palms together.
If I'm not mistaken, you're probably going to see a woman, right?
I nearly choked him with a mouthful of salty soda.
Can you even speak properly? How does everything come out of your mouth sounding so disgusting?
Wei Go quickly waved his hands.
I'm telling the truth. Didn't you just call that woman's sister Wan on the phone? I immediately stopped bothering with him. Fine, whatever you say makes perfect sense. I don't usually argue with idiots, so let's just leave it at that. I've got some things to take care of, so I'm heading out. If anyone comes looking for me, call me directly for urgent matters.
Then I grabbed my things and hurried out.
If I kept chatting with this gossip, I'd probably give myself away.
I went downstairs and sat in the car.
I'd already received the location.
Our company is in the east, but Sister Wan is in the west because the bus station is over there.
And judging by the address, it's right next to the bus station.
Still, taking the ring road wasn't too far, so I stepped on the gas and sped off.
In less than an hour, I arrived at my destination. The moment I stepped out of the car, I spotted a familiar figure.
Today, Wan was dressed quite alluringly, with a distinct country charm, a style that's actually quite hard to pull off.
Wan already had a great figure, and she was wearing an off-white t-shirt.
The neckline was so plunging that even standing straight, the cleavage was clearly visible.
She paired it with black leggings that accentuated her ample hips and buttocks, outlining their beautiful curves. The lower part was slightly looser. All in all, the look was undeniably alluring. Her feet were adorned with a pair of high heels, exuding a distinct air of mature allure. Chapter 96, Yin-Yang Contracts. And today, Wan was wearing heavy makeup. I couldn't help but have all sorts of fantasies about this woman.
Back when we lived in our hometown, we often ran into each other, so I'd fantasize about something happening between us.
She was like an unconventional mentor in my life. Step by step, I approached Wan. But Wan didn't notice me. I gently tapped her shoulder. Hey, Sister Wan.
This startled Wan so much she nearly jumped out of her skin.
She whirled around to face me.
But it puzzled me a bit, because this wasn't the expression of someone startled by a scare.
It looked more like genuine fear. What's wrong, Sister Wan? Wan patted her chest. You really scared the life out of me. Can't you just behave yourself? I chuckled. Sis Wan, why did you suddenly show up? Wan's eyes seemed to dart away. I suddenly don't want to stay in my hometown county anymore.
There's nothing left there worth remembering, so I thought I'd come here to start over.
I nodded thoughtfully. Of course it's fine.
If you need help finding a job or anything, I can assist you.
But haven't you eaten yet? Wan shook her head. I already ate.
But no sooner had she said that than her stomach growled loudly.
I burst out laughing. Seriously, Wan? What kind of relationship do we have? Why are you being so formal with me? Come on, let's grab something to eat.
I led her to a Western-style restaurant, though Wan clearly wasn't thrilled.
This place is too expensive. Just grab something simple. I waved my hands quickly. It's fine. You've come all this way, of course I'll treat you. Wan thought for a moment. No way. If you insist on eating here, I'll pay. Otherwise, I'm not going in. People were coming and going at the restaurant entrance.
And most of them were staring at us, or rather, their eyes were fixed on Wan.
After all, this woman is a treasure trove. She had all the wolves drooling. I gave an awkward chuckle. Fine. We're in this together, whoever pays is the same. Wan and I chatted sporadically, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Today's Wan seemed just like before her marriage. A melancholy aura permeated everything about her.
Logically, divorcing De who should have freed her up.
Why was she like this? After a moment of silence, I looked at Wan across from me. Sis Wan, we've finished eating. Now you can finally tell me what happened, right? Wan froze for a second. She forced a smile. Nothing happened. Don't overthink it. Really, it's nothing. I nodded slightly. If you insist, I'll look into it myself. You know me, Wan, I hate being lied to or kept in the dark. Even if it's for my own good. Wan suddenly grew anxious. Don't. I'm not going back anyway. Zhang Yu, I don't have anyone else I can turn to. All my friends are in the county seat, so this is my only option. I know you have a family now and shouldn't be bothering you, but I really need help. I nodded lightly. No need for formalities. I'm asking about this matter. Does it involve Big Tiger? I asked sternly. Wan started to deny it, but seeing my stern expression, she ultimately gave up. She sighed softly. You're right, it does involve De Hu. Aren't you two already divorced? What could possibly still be tying you together? Wan thought for a moment. Legally speaking, I should own half of that apartment. And when we bought it, De Hu was just a penniless kid.
I scraped together the down payment, and even though he paid back part of it later, my name is on the deed.
I nodded thoughtfully. Nothing wrong with that half for each. The court ruling was already finalized, but what kind of person is Dahu? He's a beast. He kept sending people to disrupt my life, nothing but low-level thugs. I even told him I didn't want the house, I'd walk away with nothing if that's what it took. But he still isn't satisfied. He had to go telling everyone I owed him money, and he even had the contract black and white, written clearly on paper. Wang Wan suddenly blurted this out. My face turned pale instantly. Are you kidding me? No, Sister Wan, you must be mistaken about something. You owe him high-interest loans? And you personally signed the contract? That can't be possible. Wang Wan shook her head. When he opened that entertainment venue before, he said he needed a guarantor to sign. A lawyer was even present at the time, insisting that as his wife, I was the ideal guarantor. Back then, I was completely focused on building a good life with him, so I signed it. But who knew it was a dual contract? The moment Wang Wan uttered the words dual contract, it all clicked for me. So the front part was indeed a guarantee contract, but the back was a loan agreement where you owed him money. Wang Wan nodded. Exactly. He was my husband. How could I possibly have any suspicions about him? I signed it without a second thought. But I never imagined this bastard would use this against me. My lips twitched. If that's the case, it really is tricky to handle. After all, the contract is written in black and white. It wouldn't be right to back out now. How much do you owe him in total? The principal amount stated in the contract is 1 million, and since I haven't repaid it all these years, if we start rolling it up now, it'll probably be close to 3 million. Are you kidding me? 3 million? That's no small sum. Even back in my day, that would have been a huge sum. And now? I'm practically penniless. And then? I knew there had to be other conditions, because Big Tiger was well aware that even if he sold Wang Wan, he still wouldn't be able to scrape together 3 million. So when he made this move, he must have had other conditions in mind. Wang Wan nodded. He demanded we remarry, but I refused. Then he threatened to make me repay the debt. I was truly at my wit's end, so I thought of hiding here. But now they ask for ID everywhere, where could I possibly hide? And it's such a huge sum. I have no choice left. I just wanted to hide for as long as possible. If things really became irreconcilable, I'd rather die. I have no children, no ties holding me back. I suddenly grew anxious. Sister Wan, you absolutely can't think like that. You have to look forward and stay positive. Chapter 97, The Call to Big Tiger. I'd barely finished my advice when Wang Wan's tears began to flow. And the woman just cried louder and louder. Zhang Yu, I really don't know what to do anymore. I know you don't have much money either, so I just wanted to see you one last time. Heaven knows how much it hurt me to hear Wang Wan say those words. But what consumed me more was rage toward Big Tiger. That despicable bastard, he's no good at all. At that moment, my head felt like it was splitting open as I tried to figure out a solution. But seeing Wang Wan's face full of hurt, I just couldn't bring myself to be harsh. Sis Wan, don't overthink it. I'll find you a place to stay first, we'll figure things out later. I doubt he'll come looking for you anytime soon. He's probably waiting for you to change your mind. Don't worry. Wang Wan nodded. Or rather, if she hadn't come to me, this woman had nowhere else to go. We got into the car, and I picked a hotel that looked reasonably decent. I registered using my ID, then brought Wang Wan inside. Sis Wan, stay here. I'll go handle this matter. If I need your help with anything, I'll call you. But just as I was about to leave, Wang Wan suddenly embraced me, sending a tingling sensation through my heart. Zhang Yu, I really don't know what to say. Thank you. I don't have anything to repay you with. After saying that, Wang Wan started getting handsy. I immediately panicked. Hey, Sister Wan. You absolutely mustn't do this. I helped you not for this kind of thing, and besides, I don't even know what it's like. Wang Wan shook her head. She grabbed my arm directly. We sat on the edge of the bed. Wang Wan leaned over me, her face now inches from mine. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this to repay you. It's just that I really like being with you. I know we can't be together, but please don't reject me, okay? No sooner had the words left her mouth. Wang Wan leaned in and kissed me gently. Especially those warm lips. The moment our bodies intertwined, my mind went completely blank. And I truly savored the feeling of being with this woman. Anyway, I'm no saint, so why overthink it? I pulled Wang Wan close and rolled over abruptly. She pressed her lips against mine passionately. Today's Wang Wan was way too forward, so forward it felt almost unfamiliar. But I must admit, I was thoroughly enjoying this feeling. Half an hour later, I lay on top of Wang Wan, panting softly. Meanwhile, Wang Wan was gently stroking my hair, a strangely unsettling sensation. Zhang Yu, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. If this keeps up, I really won't be able to endure it. I feel so much pressure. I shook my head urgently, feeling anxious. Sis Wan, listen to me.
I refuse to believe there's no one who can handle this kind of guy. Just leave it to me, and I promise I won't let you down. Wang Wan looked at me, but her expression held a trace of worry.
You won't get into trouble, will you?
If Zhang Yu gets dragged into this mess just to help me, I'll never forgive myself.
I shook my head. This silly woman really. Dealing with this kind of thing requires some brainpower. Relax. I've been hustling on the streets for years. If I can't handle Dahu's tricks, I'd be a total loser. Though I said that, deep down, I was completely unsure. The most important thing is the contract.
I kissed Wang Wan's lips. Sis Wan, stay right here and wait for me.
I've booked the room for a week, try not to leave. Wang Wan nodded obediently.
Anyway, daily necessities are all here.
Someone will deliver them to you every day. For the next few days, I'll order takeout for your 3 meals. It's better for us to stay low-key. Wang Wan was completely at a loss. Besides, I've already taken care of everything. Wang Wan watched me leave.
But the moment I stepped outside, I started scratching my head furiously.
I have absolutely no idea what to do next. I'm completely at a loss.
It's just too complicated, especially with that contract in Dahu's hands. It's been holding everything hostage all along. I held my phone, utterly unsure who to call.
Yes. Ever since my business failed, I'd barely had any friends left.
Those few girls probably wouldn't have any good solutions either, knowing would just cause unnecessary trouble. I was getting really frustrated, but I'd already made my promise.
What else could I do?
Still, I'd have to start with Big Tiger.
With that thought, I nodded thoughtfully. Without hesitation, I dialed Dahu's number.
I doubted Big Tiger knew about my relationship with Wang Wan.
Ring. After a few rings, Dahu picked up immediately. But clearly, he wasn't aware of our connection. After answering my call, he sounded genuinely happy. Hey, bro. What brings you calling today? You back in town? Let's grab a drink tonight.
Just thinking about the disgusting things that bastard Dahu had done made me cringe.
Still, I had to save face. Brother Hu, seeing how you're living it up these days, am I interrupting something? Don't say that, what's the matter?
I rubbed the tip of my nose.
Wonder how things are going with your wife lately? Big Tiger paused. Things are going great. Bull. Your wife came all the way here to find me, and you still have the nerve to say that?
Brother Hu, I've got a great project here.
Want to get involved? I blurted out unexpectedly.
The moment I finished speaking, Big Tiger on the other end of the line instantly perked up.
Holy crap.
My brother's pitching me a deal. This could be huge.
What is it? Any connection to my line of work? I thought for a moment. Nothing major, really. It's a resort development project. We're developing a whole area.
While it's not directly related to your entertainment business, there's a lot of construction involved.
And in the early stages, we'll definitely need to bring in a bunch of merchants. As long as you have stable connections there, whether opening a shop or supplying goods, it's a solid business opportunity. Upon hearing this, Dahu burst out laughing. Really?
If that's the case, it sounds like a great opportunity.
Where is this resort project?
It's in Longzhou district, but the project is still in the planning stages.
You probably haven't heard of it yet. You can check it out in person when the time comes. Chapter 98, Circumlocution.
I had assumed Big Tiger wouldn't know about this news. But who knew that the moment he heard those words, his entire expression changed instantly.
Holy crap! Are you talking about the Longzhou village redevelopment? I know all about it. Good heavens, this project is the talk of the town. Who hasn't heard of it by now? Dahu blurted out excitedly. I furrowed my brow. Is the Longzhou village redevelopment project really that hot? Bro, if I may ask, do you have strong connections there? I chuckled. This project is being handled by our company. Moreover, the contract with Han Group, the largest shareholder, was signed by me. Do you think I have a say in this matter? Dahu was so excited he couldn't speak. After calming down, he finally blurted out. Bro! Just hearing you say that is enough. Alright, I'll handle things here first. We absolutely have to get together sometime. Actually, that's exactly what I had in mind. If that's the case, it's settled.
Bring your wife along next time, and I'll show you guys around properly.
Ha! Absolutely.
After hanging up, my expression turned serious.
That despicable bastard, he's no good. If he dares to bully Sister Wan, I'll make sure he pays dearly.
Though I share a deeper connection with Wang Wan, this matter involves too many complications.
After a moment's thought, I ended up dialing my parents' number. Dad, Mom, I'll be coming home soon. Get me some good food. Though I wanted to go straight home. But my mom chimed in. Bring Hui Hui back with you. Mom will cook something special for you both. She's busy at work. Oh dear, how would she know you're not coming back if you don't tell her? If you don't call, I'll call you myself. I surrendered immediately. Fine, I'll call her. I thought Li Hui would refuse, but who knew she agreed without even thinking twice. No problem, honey. I'll call in sick right now. Meet me downstairs at the hospital.
Then Li Hui abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, I sighed helplessly. When I arrived at the hospital, she was already waiting for me in the parking lot. Li Hui had always been in great shape, and with her innocent looks and newlywed charm, she carried a hint of subtle maturity. Just standing there, she drew quite a few glances. She was dressed quite conservatively today, or rather, Li Hui had always dressed conservatively until I discovered those secrets at home. After getting into the car, Li Hui turned her head to look at me. "Why are you thinking about going home today? Aren't you still busy at work? You haven't had time to be home these past couple of days." I rubbed the tip of my nose. "This time I'm coming home with a mission. You know that family living upstairs? Da-Hu and Wang Wan." Li Hui nodded. "Of course I know them. Da-Hu's business has been doing well these past few years. Plus, my resort project has finally kicked off. The boss wants me to find reliable tenants for it. It's a solid investment, after all. Plus, we're offering significant incentives to the first batch of tenants. Most importantly, since I've secured key resources for this project, they want me to leverage my connections to bring in more tenants." Li Hui spoke thoughtfully. "If that's truly the case, then Big Tiger should come find you himself. After all, this is a money-making venture. With such a solid project in your hands, why limit yourself to him? Why go out of your way to visit your hometown just for him? Doesn't that seem a bit too deliberate?" I knew Li Hui wouldn't be so easily fooled. Sigh. "Though Da-Hu seems polite to me normally, appearances can be deceiving. Honestly, my main reason for going back this time is to ask the neighbors and my parents about Da-Hu to find out what kind of person he really is in his daily dealings." Li Hui across from me nodded. "If you put it that way, I don't see a problem. We just need to get to the root cause." I chuckled. At least I dodged the question. This way, I could openly ask Li Hui about my parents' thoughts on Da-Hu's family. After all, we lived right next door, we saw each other every day. I just couldn't believe they knew nothing. Over 2 hours later, Li Hui and I returned home, though she insisted on buying some health supplements for my parents. I felt quite relieved. After all, we were still legally married. No matter what happens behind closed doors, we must appear affectionate in front of others. Especially in front of my parents. When my parents saw Li Hui and me return, they welcomed us warmly. After we'd eaten and drunk our fill, I started asking about Big Tiger. "Mom, Dad, I know Da-Hu isn't the best to his wife, but this is a business matter between men. If he's not fundamentally a bad person, I think we can still work with him." The moment my parents heard this, they immediately grew agitated. My dad frantically waved his hands to stop me, but my mom had a fiery temper. She pointed her finger right at my nose. "Listen to me, Zhang Yu. You absolutely cannot partner with that Da-Hu. If you do business with him, you'll get screwed over and won't even know it." I gave an awkward chuckle. "You don't even know what kind of business he's in." Actually, I was just deliberately steering the conversation back. Who knew my mom would actually get the hint? A cold snort flashed across her lips. "Don't tell me that. You have no idea how many disgusting things that Big Tiger has done." "Oh? Like what? Did you know that Da-Hu and his wife got divorced? The reason Wang Wan and Da-Hu even thought about divorce was because I egged them on. How could I not know?" But of course, I acted completely surprised at that moment. "What? How could that be? I just called Da-Hu today, and he said he and Sister Wan were still together." "Bull. They're already divorced. That's not the point. Adults get divorced all the time. The real problem is that guy's a piece of work." My mom grew angrier as she spoke. By the end, she was standing with her hands on her hips, looking ready to pick a fight. I quickly stepped in to stop her. "Hey, Mom, you've got high blood pressure. Can you calm down? Let's talk this through." Mom took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll explain properly. Back when Big Tiger and Xiao Wan got married, our family was dirt poor. Xiao Wan's family didn't want Big Tiger at all. Xiao Wan scraped together every penny she had and begged friends for loans just to cover the down payment on that apartment." Chapter 99, I Want to Devour You. I nodded in shock, though Wang Wan had already told me this story ages ago. "And then?" A cold snort flashed across my mother's lips. What else could there be? Da-Hu had indeed made a lot of money these past few years, but if he were to put his hand on his heart and say how much he'd spend on Wang Wan? He merely took over the mortgage payments later on. But since Wang Wan hadn't worked at home these past years, she barely had any money to her name. I furrowed my brow. So that's what this is about? I think I get it now. My mother shook her head. If it were only these things, it might be forgivable. But do you know what the most despicable thing Da-Hu did was? After divorcing Wang Wan, he actually kept all the assets for himself. Not only that, but somehow it ended up with Wang Wan owing him money. He didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Instead, he brags about it to everyone all the time. Seriously. People like that don't deserve to live. Don't blame me for warning you. Some money just isn't worth making. My mother grew more and more agitated as she spoke. Finally, she stood up and pointed her finger right at my nose as she yelled. At the very least, a person should have some conscience. If you dare to partner with Da-Hu, don't ever step foot in this house again. After yelling that, my mom's anger finally subsided a little.
I nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mom. I'll listen to you. I absolutely won't work with him anymore. My mother exhaled deeply. That's more like it. I'm telling you straight, you absolutely mustn't get mixed up with people like that. Otherwise, you'll regret it before you know it. I quickly made an okay gesture. No problem, no problem. I understand. So everything Wan Wan told me was true after all. At that moment, I felt a bit awkward. After all, I hadn't fully trusted her and had gone back inside to probe for information. After chatting about this and that, Li Hui and I left the house. As soon as we stepped outside, Li Hui looked at me. Since Mom and Dad have already said this, you should listen to them. They wouldn't want to harm you. Don't work with that person. He looks pretty scary to me, with that fierce face. What if the collaboration doesn't work out? Won't he just pressure you then? I chuckled. Got it, got it. I understand perfectly. Since they don't want me to partner with him, I'll just keep quiet and stay out of it. I wouldn't dare go out again tonight. Even though Wang Wan was alone at the hotel, I was walking with Li Hui. Besides, it was already late, going back to the office was out of the question. That night, I finally got a good night's sleep. The next morning, I left an hour early. Li Hui even complimented me on my drive. Even though I felt a bit embarrassed. I grabbed 2 breakfasts and headed straight for the hotel. When I started knocking on the door right away. But no one answered the door at all. Within just a few seconds, my phone rang immediately. It was Wang Wan calling. I paused, a bit confused about what exactly she wanted. Still, I answered the call. On the other end, Wang Wan's voice was filled with terror. Zhang Yu. What should I do? What should I do? Someone's knocking at the door. It sounds like Big Tiger has come looking for me. I slapped my forehead in frustration. How stupid of me. Dahu had already driven Wang Wan to the brink of insanity, yet I'd completely forgotten about that. Sis Wan, don't be scared. It's me at the door. I brought you some food. Wang Wan finally exhaled in relief. Then she flung the door open. She wore a loose-fitting off-white t-shirt, though oversized. It still hinted at what lay beneath. She wore athletic yoga shorts underneath. Honestly, I only saw the front. I could tell for sure. If this woman were to turn around now, her butt would probably be completely exposed. Especially those bare, white legs. They were making me feel a bit restless. Wang Wan's figure was slightly curvy, but in a way that felt pleasing to the eye, not at all fat. Wang Wan was panting heavily at that moment. Goodness, you scared the life out of me. I thought Big Tiger was chasing me. I feel like I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I nodded slightly. You're absolutely right. If this keeps up, I really will end up with a nervous breakdown. Sis Wan, you absolutely can't keep going like this. It breaks my heart to see you like this. Wang Wan let out a long sigh. The look on her face was beyond painful. But I can't help it. I don't know why I'd become like this. Zhang Yu. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Wang Wan slammed the front door shut. The next second, she pressed herself against me. And this woman must have just woken up. She wasn't even wearing anything underneath. I could feel that softness. I have to admit, being pressed so tightly together felt incredibly good. Wang Wan clung to me tightly. I let out a long sigh and held her back just as tightly. Wan, I know you're feeling insecure right now, but trust me, I'll take care of this for you. Because by then, a plan had already formed in my mind. Though I wasn't sure yet if this plan could be executed correctly. Wang Wan's expression changed. Are you serious? I nodded emphatically. I've always called you Sister Wan. Have I ever lied to you? Rest assured. I'll make Big Tiger regret this. Tears streamed down Wang Wan's face. Though she just removed her makeup and had only just woken up. There was a distinct languidness about her. On a whim, and since it was still early before work. I'd arrived an hour early anyway. I quickly set the breakfast aside and leaned in close to Wang Wan's ear. Sis Wan, I want to ask you something. Are you hungry right now? Wang Wan felt a tingling sensation in her ear. She instinctively shrank her neck. Even her tones sounded a bit off now. Not really hungry. I chuckled. But I am hungry, and I don't want to eat this. I want to eat you. I said this with a mischievous grin. The next second, before Wang Wan could react, I shoved my hand right inside her clothes. Savoring the softness beneath my palm. Then my lips pressed against hers. Wang Wan panicked instantly, twisting her body like a startled fawn, trying desperately to break free from my grasp. Stop. Can you just wait a moment? I haven't showered yet. And I haven't brushed my teeth either. I'm filthy right now. I shook my head. Don't ever say dirty in front of me again. I forcefully pried open her teeth. As we lost ourselves in passion, I did catch a faint whiff of odor. But it didn't affect us in the slightest. Chapter 100, Lin Ro. Though there was a tiny bit of odor, it didn't feel disgusting at all. If anything, it only heightened my excitement. At first, Wang Wan was a bit reserved, but seeing that I showed no sign of disgust, in fact, I seemed quite pleased. She gradually loosened up.
And the moment Wang Wan let go, she became even more proactive than I was. This felt truly amazing. Though it didn't last very long, we were both utterly satisfied. Afterward, we lay exhausted on the bed. But just then, Wang Wan suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yu, can I discuss something with you? I paused, slightly taken aback. What is it, Sister Wan? Just say it. If it's something I can do, I'll help you. Wang Wan shook her head. After what happened with Big Tiger, I've learned a lesson. A wrong marriage could ruin my whole life. And now, I just don't trust other men anymore. Wang Wan blurted out unexpectedly. I froze in place, utterly baffled by her meaning in that moment. Sis Wan, if you have something to say, just speak up. Wang Wan buried her face against my chest. I want to discuss something with you. Even though I'm older than you, I've taken good care of myself these past years. I don't want to marry anyone else. From now on, I want to be with you. I suddenly froze in place. My eyes widened. But before I could respond, Wang Wan seemed to realize her words might have come out wrong. No, sis, I won't take your money. I just love being with you, love how you protect me. Even if we don't have a formal relationship, as long as you have time to come see me more often, that's enough. My lips twitched. Looking at Wang Wan across from me, I couldn't help but pull her closer. She simply pressed herself closer to me. Sis, this isn't fair to you. You know I can't offer you a future. Wang Wan kept shaking her head. They call this kind of relationship a mistress, or perhaps a lover, but I dislike those labels. I know how good you've been to me, so just seeing you occasionally is enough to make me content. I let out a long sigh. Sister Wan, trust me. I won't just let this go. Please believe me. Wang Wan nodded firmly. Sis, I've always trusted you completely. After leaving the hotel, I felt a mix of emotions swirling inside me. Weren't the words Sister Wang just spoke exactly what I'd hoped for? She didn't need me to give anything in return, not even a formal commitment. For me, this was absolutely a blessing. But after pondering it for a long time, I still felt a twinge of unease. I shook my head to clear it. Besides, I'd made up my mind no more dwelling on this nonsense. The most important thing now was figuring out how to deal with Big Tiger. And I've already got a solid plan. I arrived at the office and immediately collapsed onto my desk to sleep. Since I'd arrived a bit earlier today, Wei and the others should still be eating. I just laid my head down. Probably because I was so exhausted, I soon fell into a deep sleep. But just a few minutes later, I felt someone gently poking my shoulder. I frowned. I absolutely hate that feeling myself. I was sleeping so soundly. I instinctively frowned and sat up, lifting my head to look. It was a young woman. Moreover, this girl was truly exquisitely beautiful, especially after putting on makeup, which made her whole appearance look very vibrant. I paused for a moment. Turning my head, I looked around at the familiar surroundings. No doubt about it, this was indeed my department. Though I'd been a bit annoyed earlier, seeing such a beautiful girl made it hard to stay angry. And that flowing, Sassoon-style long hair? Exactly my type. So, what do you need from me? But her expression was rather cold. And it was clear she looked down on my behavior. What the hell did I do? I just took a quick nap at work. Besides, it's not even work hours yet. You're sitting at my desk. I was completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? I took your workstation? The girl nodded. Please leave. I rolled my eyes. What kind of crazy person is this? I'd only muttered under my breath, but who knows if this woman really had that good of hearing. After muttering that under my breath, I turned my head and tried to go back to sleep. But the woman suddenly grabbed the back of my collar and yanked me up. In that moment, I felt like someone had locked my throat. Cough. I couldn't help but cough violently. This time I was genuinely furious. Wasn't this blatant bullying? What the hell do you want? I stood up abruptly, glaring sternly at the woman across from me. But who knew she wouldn't even acknowledge me, plopping down right in front of me. And she didn't even bother to answer me. At that moment, I felt my blood boil. When the hell had I ever been treated so unfairly? The next second, I pointed my finger at her. Don't think your looks give you free rein to act like this. Get the hell up, you hear me? But the woman remained completely unmoved. Just then, Wei Go rushed over, looking frantic. Damn it! Lin Ro, what are you doing? The girl turned her head and saw Wei Go, then slowly stood up. Wei Ge, this lunatic came early this morning to hog my workstation. I chuckled. Only this time, my smile was rather cold. I'm a man who values his reputation, yet here I am getting bullied by some little con artist. And I've got some standing here, even Yu Tao has to give me some respect. Wei Ge immediately looked helpless. My mistake. My mistake. Lin Ro, allow me to introduce you. This is our department manager. Lin Ro had been frowning deeply just moments ago, but upon hearing Wei Ge's words, her expression suddenly shifted. She finally turned to look at me. This used to be the manager's office, but he hadn't been promoted yet back then. We only cleared out the office for him yesterday, so he wouldn't have known since he wasn't here yesterday. Lin Ro's lips twitched.
This time, the girl's expression was clearly less arrogant than before.
She gave me a slight bow, her movements and demeanor quite proper.
I'm sorry, manager.
I didn't mean to offend you earlier.
I thought you were occupying my workstation. My apologies.
A cold snort flashed across my lips.
Chapter 101, Vicious Tactics.
But I ignored Lin Ro's apology and turned to face Wei Gu across from me.
If you don't give me a clear explanation today, you're out of a job. Because I was genuinely a bit angry. Wei Gu awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, manager. This girl just started yesterday. Your desk happened to be empty, so I assigned her here. I took a deep breath. Where's my office?
Wei pointed to the glass door beside us. Though I was pretty annoyed right now, at least I had a new office.
Wouldn't that make sleeping more convenient from now on?
I walked step by step toward the new office. It wasn't very big, barely 10 square meters at most.
But small as it was, it had everything I needed.
Standard furnishings included a desk and swivel chair, while my previous work files were stacked against one wall. There was also a simple desk lamp nearby. Directly ahead sat a black sofa set with a small coffee table. What I particularly loved about this spot was the floor-to-ceiling window beside it. Our company building was quite tall to begin with. So overall, the view from here is quite nice. Behind it is a storage shelf for displaying visitor amenities. I gave a slight nod. This spot's not bad. Wei chuckled. Of course it is. I cleaned and arranged everything from start to finish.
How could it not be?
I looked at Wei Gu across from me.
Oh, by the way, what major is that girl who came in earlier studying? Wei Gu let out a long sigh. Mainly office administration. I furrowed my brow slightly. You've got to be kidding me. We're in the operations group and we already have technical staff. Why bring in an administrative worker?
Though she is quite pretty, and sitting there she does make for a nice view.
But I really dislike this woman's attitude, especially that icy expression. It feels like I owe her millions. Wei Gu quickly interjected.
Manager, our team needs to handle spreadsheets too, and there's plenty of administrative work.
We've always relied on the technical staff to cover that. Back then we could handle it, but things are different now. The whole project team is working flat out, everyone's swamped. I took a deep breath. Oh, I see.
Plus, the company really values our department now.
Yesterday afternoon, the boss even mentioned assigning you a secretary. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. What use would a secretary be to me? Wei Gu scratched his head. You know perfectly well you're the odd one out in our entire company. Whether you show up or not, no one dares to tell you off. But sometimes work requires coordination, and you're often unavailable.
I've been making decisions all this time, so having a secretary would be more convenient.
Hearing Wei Ge's words, I instinctively furrowed my brow. But moments later, they relaxed. Fine. I'll go see him right now. I stood up and headed straight for Yu Tao's office. At that moment, Yu Tao was having breakfast.
He was actually quite the sharing sort. Spotting me, he waved his hand at me.
Come on over and grab a bite.
Although I just bought breakfast for two, I was already full from Wang Wan, especially after the passion. I had absolutely no appetite.
Now that I think about it, I'm actually a bit hungry. I didn't hesitate and sat down right across from Yu Tao. The boss sure knows how to live it up. This breakfast must be at least 100 or two. Yu Tao burst out laughing. Who are you dissing? How's your new office? I nodded repeatedly. I'm truly flattered. This is standard for our company managers. I was too busy the other day to handle it, so I put it off. You'll be working there from now on.
I know the nature of your work and I've already made arrangements with HR.
At this point, Yu Tao lit a cigarette.
If you need to step out for anything in the future, just go.
I'll hire a new secretary for you in the next couple of days. Have the secretary handle any follow-up tasks. That way we can ensure work efficiency.
Then Yu Tao smiled.
What are your requirements for the secretary? I chuckled. I came here to help you cut costs. Spending those extra thousands is pointless. The young woman we hired yesterday, she's the administrative assistant in our group. Have her double as my secretary. Yu Tao pondered for a moment.
But she has her own duties.
Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You're not just attracted to her looks, are you? No worries, I have excellent taste. I'll personally interview a pretty secretary for you. I waved my hands hurriedly. It has nothing to do with that. Mainly, we're a business team. Even if we have technical staff, most of the work involves accurate data, so there's not much sorting to do. Having her handle it on the side is absolutely fine. The company doesn't keep idle hands, right? Yu Tao burst out laughing. Alright, since you insist, go ahead and arrange it yourself. Hiring one less person means I save tens of thousands in salaries each year. I gave him an okay sign. I stood up and left his office.
This time, I returned with my nose in the air. Mainly, that girl's approach to handling things had genuinely pissed me off.
Step by step, I walked up to Lin Ro. Seeing me now, Lin Ro's demeanor was clearly different from before.
And Wei Gu was sitting beside her. Lin Ro slowly rose to her feet and gave me a slight bow.
Hello, manager. I gave a slight nod. I need to inform you of something.
Our team doesn't have much workload right now, so for the time being, you'll be serving as my part-time secretary. Honestly, there aren't any specific tasks involved.
Mainly, it involves making decisions on major directions. If I'm not available, you can just make the call for me. Lin Ro across from me froze for a moment. Manager, have you got this wrong? I interviewed for an administrative position and I don't know the ins and outs of secretarial work at all. No problem. Like I said, we don't keep idle hands in our team. Your basic workload is too light, and being my assistant won't be too demanding. Think it over.
Lin Ro's expression immediately changed. This girl probably thinks I'm targeting her.
Truth is, I just wanted a little payback. Who does she think she is, getting on my nerves like that? I refuse. I gave a slight nod. Fine then, pack your things and leave.
I may like pretty girls, but I'm no sucker.
Don't think having a pretty face gives you free rein.
I couldn't care less about women who think they're better than everyone else. I finished speaking coldly, then turned to leave.
Before leaving, I gave Wei Gu a final warning.
Once she's gone, tell HR to start recruiting again.
Chapter 102, Birthday Party Invitation. I could already sense Lin Ro's raging fury. But I couldn't care less. The outside world is that ruthless.
No one will coddle her just because she's a pretty girl.
Let's be blunt.
If it were any other girl, after what I just said, she'd have walked out for sure.
Work is work, no matter where you do it. She just has to put up with my crap here.
But I was hiding in the office sofa, wrapped in a blanket, basking in the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a blissful nap, I stepped out again only to find Lin Ro sitting obediently at her desk.
Who would have thought this girl would choose to stay in the end?
At a time like this, I wasn't foolish enough to question her decisions. Since she chose to stay, I had nothing more to say.
I walked step by step toward Wei. I intended to discuss the project's progress with him.
But the moment I reached him, Lin Ro sprang up like a startled rabbit and gave me a slight bow. Manager, if you have any work assignments or need anything in the future, just call me.
I gave a slight nod. All right, understood. I looked at Wei Gu. How's the project progressing? Wei nodded repeatedly. Everything's going smoothly, of course.
All operations are proceeding normally, and the final batch of funding has been fully secured.
You know, these people are quite interesting. When we were struggling and no one paid us any attention, they kept their distance. But now that we've gotten back on our feet, suddenly everyone's crowding around. What can you say about people like that? I chuckled. Isn't that just how it goes?
Anyway, there was no point in explaining it to Wei Gu.
I headed back to my office. But not long after, Lin Nini walked in.
I knew that guy Wei was up to his old gossiping tricks again.
That guy spends all day just gossiping. I need to find a way to shut that big mouth of his.
When Lin Mimi walked in, I was sitting cross-legged on the sofa playing a game. Seeing this, Lin Mimi crossed her arms over her chest with a resigned look. Zhang Yu, she said, I finally get who that old workplace saying is really about.
I paused for a moment. I turned to look at Lin Mimi. What did that mean?
A cold snort flashed across Lin Mimi's lips.
You're asking me what it means?
You're the perfect example of what it means to treat the company like your own home. I'd say you're more at ease here than you are in your own house. Speaking of which, Lin Mimi is the boss's secretary. She also serves as our company's vice president.
To put it bluntly, she's my direct superior. But given the relationship between us, why bring up anything else? I chuckled. Vice President Lin, I'm really sorry about this. It's just that I got a new office, you see?
I thought I'd play a game to celebrate, but I didn't expect you to catch me red-handed.
Lin Nini sighed helplessly. I really don't know what to say to you. By the way, it's my best friend's birthday today. Why don't you come with me? I froze for a second. What the heck are you talking about? Me tagging along with you?
After work hours are my free time, sis.
You can't just take that away from me, can you? Lin Nini frowned. Are you coming or not? I'll go.
But I couldn't help rubbing my palms together, then looked up at Lin Nini with a lecherous grin.
Is your bestie Ahua going too? Lin Nini glared at me.
Then she pointed her finger right at my nose.
Listen, you better not get any ideas. Don't think just because she's my bestie you can get away with anything. If you ever dare to mess around with other girls again, don't blame me for not holding back. At that moment, Lin Nini, no offense, was downright terrifying. I quickly pressed my palms together. Right, you're right. I admit I was wrong, okay? Rest assured, I won't do anything reckless. I sighed helplessly. This Lin Nini really is something. She really has me worried. And while we don't have any other relationship on the surface, the real problem is that our private relationship is just too complicated. And when Lin Nini scolds me, I just have to take it. Lin Ro, come in for a moment. I couldn't help but call out, and Lin Ro slowly walked in. But I'd been paying attention to her figure the whole time. Lin Ro wasn't wearing her work uniform at all. Actually, work uniforms here aren't issued uniformly.
The company just requires employees to purchase them themselves. Those who wanted quality could buy high-end ones, while those just needing something for work could get a basic set. Lin Ro's outfit was somewhat plain. While she did have a white shirt on top, it was clearly a casual style, and the bottom was slightly loose. Plus, who knows how long she'd been wearing that white shirt, one side was already pilling. As for her bottom half, she's wearing black leggings and those sneakers, oh my. Honestly, Lin Ro standing there looked like an undergrad who hadn't graduated yet. While she certainly looked youthful and vibrant, it did have a certain impact on the company's image. Lin Ro, today is your first day at work. There are still over 2 hours left before quitting time. Why don't you head out early and go get yourself a proper outfit? The moment I said that, Lin Ro's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Or are you having trouble finding your way? Lin Ro shook her head. No, everything's fine on my end. I nodded gently. Just we're the same as the other female employees at the company. And keep in mind, even identical business suits can vary significantly in price, so just buy what suits your needs. Lin Ro nodded. Got it. Thanks, manager. I'll go right now. I waved my hand dismissively. Go ahead. After Lin Ro left, I stretched lazily. Just thinking about Ah Hua that night made my heart race. The reason was simple. Ah Hua wasn't just any ordinary woman. Regardless of her looks, the main thing was that her aura was utterly seductive. Women always say men love sultry vixens. Who the hell doesn't like a seductive vixen? I'm certainly not going to suppress my thoughts. I played 2 more games in the last 2 hours, absolutely lost myself in it. But these days, I basically walk all over the place at work, nobody dares to tell me what to do. My only real direct superiors are 3 people, Yu Tao, Yang Wen Ai, and Lin Nini. Right now, Yu Tao and I are in the honeymoon phase. That guy practically worships me and even wants to assign me a personal secretary. As for Yang Wen Ai and Lin Nini, well, even if they get annoyed, I've got thick skin. All I have to do is act cute in front of them, and the whole thing blows over. Chapter 103, Astonishing Alcohol Tolerance. Time ticked by. The moment the workday ended, the front door was pushed open. It was Lin Nini. I sighed helplessly. I knew it. Lin Nini was truly unapologetic. Even though it was just after work, she barged right into my office at the exact moment. I crossed my arms over my chest. Ms. Lin, I said, I'm not happy with how you're handling things. What's the meaning of this? Don't you trust me? Do you really think I'd stand you up? Lin Nini chuckled. I never said that, she retorted. But you absolutely have to accompany me today. I've already made the promise publicly. If you don't show up, I'll be so embarrassed. I burst out laughing. I looked at Lin Nini across from me. You're making me so confused. What do you mean, made a big promise? What exactly did you tell them? Lin Nini gave an awkward chuckle. I had no choice. Everyone else is bringing boyfriends, but I've always been single. So I had to ask you to stand in for me. I thought for a moment. I nodded slightly, though my expression betrayed my unease. Lin Nini paused, slightly taken aback. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying you're not on board? If you really feel uncomfortable, then forget it. It wasn't hard to tell. Lin Nini was already getting a little annoyed. The girl pouted her little mouth, and she still looked pretty adorable. I chuckled and shook my head. I was just joking with you. Who said I wasn't going? I already promised you. At that moment, Lin Nini across from me immediately cheered happily. Then we have a deal, you absolutely can't back out. I held up my finger and made a swearing gesture. Don't worry. I won't regret it. I know a broke loser like me isn't good enough for you, but pretending to be your boyfriend is still a huge blessing for me. Lin Nini beamed with delight. After all, no woman dislikes being praised. We left the company right away. I was planning to drive, but Lin Nini stopped me. We're going out for drinks tonight, she said. Let's leave the car here and take a cab back later. I nodded gently. Though I felt a twinge of guilt deep down, I had already promised Lin Nini. So I could only text Li Hui, telling the company I'd be working late and might get back a bit later than usual. The 2 of us got into a taxi. I had assumed we were heading to Ah Hua's bar. But who knew? We ended up right here at the entrance of a fairly well-known nightclub. Luxury cars lined the entrance. Its scale was also among the top in town. It was 6 stories tall, with black walls all around and a layer of glass covering the exterior. Especially when the neon lights outside shone through, it instantly created a dazzling golden glow, giving it a truly upscale look. Why are we here today? I've heard the prices here aren't exactly cheap. Lin Nini chuckled. Anyway, Ah Hua has plenty of money, and we don't have to pay a dime. I'm just tagging along. Let's hurry up. They're already waiting inside. I grinned and gave a thumbs-up gesture. The 2 of us walked into the nightclub. Led by a waiter, we headed straight to the door of a private room. The moment the door opened, we saw over a dozen people already inside. And clearly, they'd all been drinking. 2 women were even dancing up front. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed. The friends accompanying Lin Mimi were all quite well endowed. And they were all stunningly beautiful. As soon as they saw us walk in, the whole crowd started cheering.
Damn, Mimi. I never thought you'd actually bring a boyfriend. I always thought you were single as a dog. Lin Mimi lifted her chin. Did you think I was joking? Since I've said it, I won't go back on my word.
Let me introduce you, this is Zhang Yu, my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend is so handsome. Oh my gosh, handsome, do you have any friends who look like you? Could you introduce me to them? I was instantly at a loss.
Still, to keep the mood light, I mingled with the girls. There were a few men here too, though most were just smoking or playing with their phones. One guy, however, kept giving me looks that felt off.
As if I'd desecrated his ancestors' graves.
Of course, I paid no mind to any of this. I lit a cigarette, crossed my legs, and settled into the sofa.
But just then, a figure approached. It was Ahua.
Ahua looked especially stunning today, probably because she dusted her face with gold powder, making her cheeks shimmer like liquid gold.
And her outfit today was incredibly daring, she was actually wearing fishnet stockings underneath.
This was absolutely the kind of thing that could set a man's heart racing.
Whoever designed it must have been a genius. Who'd have thought we'd meet again?
Mei said she'd bring her boyfriend and it turns out it's you.
I looked at Ahua, but my eyes drifted to her ample bosom. What do you mean by that? Am I not good enough for Mimi?
Ahua laughed and raised her wine glass directly at me.
I think there's something off about your relationship. I froze for a moment.
We've only met twice in person.
You don't even know me. How could you possibly know there's something fishy between us?
Well, that goes without saying.
Don't forget what you asked me back at the bar, it shows you don't know her very well.
Still, congratulations on playing boyfriend.
You two are quite the pair.
Ahua said this while smiling warmly at me.
I instinctively furrowed my brow.
For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this woman wasn't quite right.
This is just too weird.
After a moment of deep thought, I broke into a shameless grin.
Who cares if it's real or fake? I came here today with no other intention, just to celebrate your birthday. Ahua raised her glass again. Well then, we'll definitely drink a lot tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk.
I went straight into a drinking contest with Ahua. I figured Ahua was just a young girl, so her drinking tolerance would be average. But who knew Ahua would teach me a lesson? After several rounds, even I started feeling a bit queasy. But who knew Ahua would remain completely unfazed, even picking up the pace, downing one glass after another faster and faster.
I quickly covered the rim of my glass. Ahua burst out laughing. What's the big deal? Come on, big guy, we've only just started. You can't handle it already? I shook my head hastily. You're looking down on me a bit, aren't you? After all, you're the star of the show today. You've still got to drink with the others later. Chapter 104, The Big Adventure. I started rambling. What if I get you so drunk later that you end up passed out on the side, foaming at the mouth? How rude would that be? Ahua curled her lip. Clearly, the girl could tell I was just spouting nonsense. Just say you can't drink. If you can't drink, go sit at the kids' table. Are you kidding me? I've been a big shot in the drinking game for years. I've always been talking business, and alcohol was practically a daily necessity. Never thought I'd be looked down on by some little brat today. I frowned slightly. If you keep talking like that, you'll have to leave here on your back tonight. Ahua thrust out her ample chest and flashed me an insulting gesture. Today, I'm going to take you on. We both started pouring drinks like mad, and the people around us started cheering us on. But just then, that guy who looked like I'd dug up his ancestors' graves stepped forward. He looked a few years younger than me, and his clothes and demeanor suggested he was pretty well off. Probably some kind of rich kid. Stop drinking. Ahua froze for a moment, then turned to look at him. Wang Peng, what's that supposed to mean? I'm having a drink with someone, is that bothering you?
Wang Peng shook his head across from her.
Who you drink with is none of my business. But I'd like to ask this guy a question.
At that moment, Wang Peng abruptly turned his head and fixed his gaze on me, his expression turning serious.
I froze for a moment. Something about Wang Peng felt off. Especially the look he was giving me. Was it really that much of a grudge? I set my glass down on the table. It's fine. Just say what you need to say. Wang Peng nodded.
Alright, since you put it that way, I'll be blunt. You say you're Mimi's boyfriend, but the moment you showed up, you started getting so close to Ahua.
Have you ever considered how that makes Mimi feel?
Honestly, it would have been better if Wang Peng hadn't said that. After all, we're all young people, having a few drinks together is no big deal. But the way he deliberately brought it up in such a preachy tone made everyone look at me strangely.
Lin Mimi was on the verge of breaking down. No one had said anything yet, but Wang Peng couldn't hold back. Lin Mimi took a deep breath. Wang Peng, it's nothing. My boyfriend knew Ahua before too, we're all friends.
Wang Peng curled his lip. I heard everything Ahua said just now.
They've only met once. Mimi, don't be foolish. If a man truly loves you, you'd be the only one in his eyes. But look at your boyfriend and Ahua.
Then Wang Peng pointed his finger at me.
Since he walked in, when has he paid you any attention? He's been flirting with Ahua the whole time, hasn't he? To be honest, what this guy said was a bit over the top. The moment Wang Peng spoke, the atmosphere in the room froze. Even I couldn't help but frown.
If you've got something to say, just say it, no need to point fingers.
Didn't your mother teach you how to respect others? That's just how I am. No matter who you are, you better not come at me like some asshole. Wang Peng immediately got flustered.
But just then, a few girls nearby started trying to smooth things over.
Oh my gosh, what are you two doing? This is unnecessary. Why don't we play a game instead? Exactly. Wang Peng, you're being ridiculous.
Zhang Yu is Mimi's boyfriend, and Mimi hasn't said a word.
Why are you getting so worked up? Wang Peng grunted but didn't say anything more. We all gathered around the table. There were 12 people at the table, only 5 men, and the remaining 7 were all women. And out of everyone at this table, I only knew Lin, Mimi and Ahua. So the two of them ended up sandwiching me in the middle. At first, everyone was just joking around, and hardly anyone dared to play truth.
So we played nothing but dare. At most, it meant busting out a dance routine at the door or fetching fruit from the next private room.
They were just fun little games.
But this time, it was Wang Peng's turn.
Wang Peng chuckled, pointing at Lin Mimi. Does that mean I can boss you around now?
That guy Wang Peng really doesn't know how to speak. When he said that, I couldn't help but frown.
Even Lin Mimi's expression seemed a bit off. Still, to keep the game going, the girl couldn't help but nod.
Of course. When you win and I lose, you should accept the consequences of your bet.
Wang Peng nodded.
In that case, come over here and give me a kiss right here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Peng pointed directly at his own lips.
The entire atmosphere instantly turned icy cold.
Everyone's eyes widened, their expressions filled with utter disbelief.
Or rather, no one could fathom what the hell Wang Peng was up to. Had he really lost his mind?
After all, her boyfriend was standing right there.
Lin Mimi immediately grew frantic. Wang Peng, are you kidding me? Wang Peng shook his head. I'm not joking. I'm serious. You said winner takes all, and kissing me won't hurt a bit. I chuckled. Wang Peng, huh? I never expected that. Not only are you a bit ugly, but you've got some nerve too. Asking my girlfriend to kiss you? Why not just have your mom come over and kiss me instead? I said this with a deadpan expression. Wang Peng's expression immediately changed. Seems like this guy's been holding back for a long time. He abruptly stood up and slammed his fist down on the tabletop. Clang! His eyes blazed with fury. What's the deal? If you want to play the game, you've got to be able to handle the consequences. If you can't handle it, maybe we should just call it quits? I shook my head slightly. I see it now. You like my girlfriend, right? Too bad she doesn't think much of a guy like you. What's that about cutting to the bone? Anyway, I couldn't care less. I was just looking to disgust him. And sure enough, the moment I said that, Wang Peng's expression across from me changed instantly. His eyes widened, filled with rage. What the hell did you just say? Got the guts to say it again? A cold smirk flashed across my lips. Did I say something wrong? You know perfectly well my girlfriend has no feelings for you. She even dislikes you, yet you resorted to such despicable tactics to get her to kiss you. Are you starved for affection? I slapped him on the shoulder. If you're really lonely, go home and get your mom to kiss you. Reminisce about that childhood maternal love. Chapter 105, Kicking Wang Peng Out. I have to admit, what I just said was pretty mean. Sure enough, the moment I uttered those words, Wang Peng finally lost it. The guy yelled out. You! No sooner had the words left his mouth than he clenched his fist, aimed it squarely at my head, and slammed it down with all his might. I'll kill you today. Wang Peng yelled this with all his might as he swung his fist at me. I wasn't about to back down. The instant his fist came flying, I leaped back several steps. In that instant, the girls were startled and instinctively took a few steps back. This created just enough space between us. My backward step caused Wang Peng's punch to whiff completely. What's more, the sheer force behind that punch he'd just swung at me was immense. So in that split second, his whole body stumbled backward, nearly crashing to the ground. I grabbed him by the collar, barely preventing him from falling. You okay, Mr. Wang? Don't blame us poor folks if you break any parts on your way down. Wang Peng's eyes blazed with fury, especially the look he shot at me. Clearly he wanted to kill me. I'll kill you. Let go of me, damn it. I nodded slightly and released my grip. The next second, a loud clang echoed. Wang Peng across from me let out a scream and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His face contorted in agony as he clutched his chest, writhing in pain on the floor. Clearly, that fall had knocked the wind right out of him. With so many people watching, Wang Peng had intended to give me a thorough beating. Little did he expect that I hadn't laid a finger on him the entire time. Instead, he ended up flat on his face. The gasp was nothing compared to the humiliation he felt. How humiliating was that? Meanwhile, Wang Peng rose to his feet, his face twisted with rage.
Lin Mimi and Ah Hua turned to exchange a glance. Clearly, the two girls knew it was time to separate us. Ah Hua blocked Wang Peng's path, glaring at him coldly.
Wang Peng. Enough is enough. If you keep this up, you're going too far. Wang Peng's expression darkened. What do you mean? This is between him and me, it's none of your business.
Ah Hua immediately lost her temper.
Are you kidding me? What do you mean it's none of my business? Tonight is my birthday. These are all friends I invited. You're causing trouble at my birthday party? Do you have any respect for me at all? Ah Hua said this with a stern expression. Wang Peng's mouth twitched. You'd better stay out of this. Ah Hua, this is clearly you picking on me on purpose. Don't you know how I feel about Nini? And then you let Nini bring her boyfriend here. You're clearly trying to rub it in, right?
Ah Hua's lips curled into a cold sneer.
I truly didn't expect this, Wang Peng. You're so petty.
I guess I misjudged you.
Wang Peng's mouth twitched again. Cut the ing bull.
Mark my words, he's getting it tonight. Or I'll call my people right now, and no one will be spared.
Ah Hua was about to say something else,
but Lin Nini beat her to it.
Wang Peng, have you had enough? How many times do I have to tell you before you get it? It's impossible between us. Wang Peng nodded fiercely. Fine. Everyone's ganging up on me, huh? Kid, you got the guts to take me on one-on-one?
I couldn't help but point at my own nose.
You asking me? Wang Peng's eyes widened in fury. Cut the ing bull. Just say yes or no. Why do you always have to talk so much? I shook my head quickly.
No need, no need. You could barely stand just now.
Who knows if you've got some weird illness?
If I beat you into paralysis or trigger an epileptic seizure,
whose fault would that be? How could Wang Peng not hear the sarcasm?
I'm just disgusted with myself. This time, the guy nodded heavily, jabbing his finger at my nose as he did so.
Just say you don't have the guts, damn it. Why all the bull every single day? Are you kidding me? I'm not putting up with this idiot.
Especially after Wang Peng said that, I snapped my fingers.
Come on. Don't try to talk me out of it.
Lin Mimi and Ah Hua looked worried, but a crowd started cheering us on.
Come on, come on.
Lin Mimi grabbed my arm and looked at me with panic in her eyes. I quickly patted the girl's shoulder and spoke to her in a calm tone.
Don't be scared. Don't you trust me anymore? Lin Nini's lips twitched slightly.
Though she was still worried about me, she finally obeyed.
Everyone instinctively made room for us. I looked at Wang Peng across from us. Young Master Wang, you go first. That way, no one can say I'm picking on you.
A cold snort flashed across Wang Peng's lips.
You reckless fool. I've trained in Taekwondo, what makes you think you can take me on? I nodded quickly. Yeah, you're so tough.
No sooner had the words left my mouth than Wang Peng raised his fist and swung it straight at me.
There was absolutely no technique to it. To put it bluntly, he was a complete oaf.
I didn't even bother dodging, I just grabbed his fist.
Wang Peng's face turned pale.
Before he could react, I kicked him square in the gut. The blow knocked the wind right out of him, sending him crashing to his knees with a thud.
He instinctively clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain. Ouch. I clapped my hands. Young Master Wang, care to continue? Wang Peng gasped for breath. Damn it. I raised a finger to my lips. Shoo. Young Master Wang, if you keep this up, you'll be the one left looking foolish. Are you sure you want to do this? Wang Peng's mouth twitched. Then he nodded fiercely. Fine. I'll remember this. You're something else. Just you wait. If I don't make you regret this, I'm not Wang Peng.
No sooner had the words left his mouth.
The guy stood up and stormed off.
Lin Mimi and Ah Hua exchanged glances. It was obvious both girls looked pretty grim.
Zhang Yu, why did you have to take the bait? It was completely unnecessary. That Wang Peng is a petty bastard who holds grudges.
Lin Mimi sighed helplessly, her voice filled with resignation.
Ah Hua, standing beside her, wore an equally grim expression. I'm really sorry. I was hoping to celebrate my birthday and have everyone have some fun. Chapter 106, Ah Hua's note. I quickly waved my hands. No need to apologize. It was his fault to begin with. That guy went too far. It's fine, let's keep playing. But everyone had lost the will to keep playing. Lin Nini walked up to me and sighed. Zhang Yu, you don't know him.
That guy's a petty, vindictive person. Plus, he knows some shady characters. Maybe we should leave now, just in case he comes back later.
I shook my head. It's fine. It'd be a lie to say I wasn't nervous at all. After all, he might come over and beat me up. But that wasn't the main issue right now. With so many people around, if I just chickened out right now, it'd probably look a bit awkward. So I had no choice but to put on a smile. Everyone sat down on the other side, but Ah Hua's expression as she looked at me seemed a bit off. You were so cool just now. Have you trained? I chuckled. Of course I am. Don't listen to his Taekwondo talk, that guy's just full of hot air. He's got zero real skills. Ah Hua licked her lips. She just nodded with a smile.
Since this private room was quite spacious, it had 2 bathrooms inside. Feeling the urge to pee, I headed straight for the bathroom. The 2 bathrooms were connected, there was no partition between them. It was pretty basic, just a thin wooden partition in the middle, not even soundproof. Having had a few drinks, my head felt a bit fuzzy, so I just started unbuttoning my pants to pee. Shoo! Just as I was comfortably relieving myself, the adjacent door swung open with a bang. I didn't think much of it, but just as I pulled up my pants, I couldn't help but turn my head to look over there. But right then, I spotted a figure lurking on the partition. Especially in this completely unprepared state, my whole head felt like it was buzzing. Let's be honest. In that moment, I genuinely felt scared. This was more intense than watching a horror movie. I stumbled backward in shock, my body shaking uncontrollably. Holy! I couldn't help but yell out loud. But when I looked closer, I realized it was Ah Hua leaning against the partition. This is perverted. Ah Hua was grinning at me right then. Unlike in horror movies, though, the person next to me was a gorgeous woman. But the sheer shock of it still sent a chill down my spine. Even after I calmed down, I could still feel my heart pounding relentlessly. Staring at Ah Hua across from me, I felt my entire mental state crumble. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing standing here? Did I ever do anything to you? Don't you know scaring someone can kill them? I shouted these words. But Ah Hua just gave a faint smile and propped her arms on the partition. No problem. If you're not afraid they'll hear, go ahead and yell even louder. As soon as she finished speaking, Ah Hua couldn't help but lick her lips. I have to admit, this woman looked incredibly seductive. Especially today, with those fishnet stockings, that's what made me tremble the most. This woman truly understands men. Fishnet stockings are forever legendary. I stared at Ah Hua, my features involuntarily contorting. Hey, sis, what's the deal here? Everyone's outside. Are you planning some bathroom passion? It doesn't have to be this terrifying, right? Ah Hua giggled. Who knew you had some real guts? Ah Hua suddenly blurted out. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand what this woman meant. I started to get annoyed. Do you have to play like this? You're doing this on purpose, right? Let me tell you, woman, you're playing with fire. Ah Hua curled her lips. She simply handed me a piece of paper. What's this? I frowned and asked. Ah Hua shrugged her shoulders. If you don't want to read it, you can just toss it in the toilet and flush it away, I don't care either way. But I'd still recommend you take a look. After saying that, Ah Hua turned and walked away. I promptly tucked the note into my pocket and followed Ah Hua out. We played for another half hour or so, and everyone was pretty much satisfied. Or rather, Wang Peng's incident had left everyone feeling rather uncomfortable. Ah Hua naturally sensed this too. Alright, I'm sorry for the poor hosting tonight. I never expected things to go wrong like this. I truly apologize to everyone. Why don't we just head out for today? I'll definitely arrange a proper gathering in a couple of days to make it up to you all. Everyone nodded in agreement. Alright. I'm tired anyway. Exactly. We can just meet again in a couple of days. We started to get up and leave, but just then, the private room door swung open. Leading the way was Wang Peng, followed by several others. Each of these guys had intricate dragon and phoenix tattoos on their arms, looking every bit the part of gangsters. They certainly had an imposing presence. Everyone in our private room froze in place, staring at Wang Peng with puzzled expressions. Wang Peng was panting heavily. You like messing with me, huh? Try touching me again if you've got the guts. Wang Peng pointed his finger right at my nose and blurted out the curse. I frowned. Is this amusing? Ha! When you can't handle it yourself, you call for backup. You really make men proud. Though my tone remained calm, deep down I felt myself starting to back down. Wang Peng across from me didn't seem to care. Cut the bull. I'm telling you, this isn't over. None of you have anything to do with this, get the hell out of my face. Now everyone in the private room exchanged awkward glances. The atmosphere turned awkward. Wang Peng, have you had too much to drink? Go tell your friends to sit down. Exactly. There's absolutely no need for this. We're all friends here. We can talk things out calmly. Wang Peng's expression darkened. I've given you all too much face. I'm giving you 10 seconds, whoever the hell isn't out of here by then. Don't blame me for being rude. I, Wang Peng, always keep my word. Today, forget about you pleading for mercy. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, I wouldn't give a damn. This guy was acting downright arrogant. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he owned this nightclub. The group exchanged glances. Clearly, they were all scared. One by one, they waved at Ah Hua. We'll be heading out now, Ah Hua. You should get out of here fast. Chapter 107, Brutal Along. The people in the private room gradually dispersed, leaving only me, Ah Hua, and Lin Mini behind. The two girls were about to speak, but I cut them off. You two go out first. I can handle this myself. Lin Nini's expression darkened. Don't give me that. I called you here, I'm not leaving. Ah Hua nodded in agreement.
Today's my birthday party, I definitely can't leave. I sighed helplessly. I looked up at Wang Peng. Are you a man or not? Wang Peng chuckled, folding his arms across his chest. Don't try to pull any bull with me. Since I've cornered you today, you won't be leaving unscathed. Just because I haven't shown my teeth yet, you think I'm some sickly cat? Wang Peng shouted the words with vicious intensity. After he finished, the corner of my mouth twitched. Ha, you tell me if I'm a man. So what if I am? What if I'm not? Either way, I'm never taking you on one-on-one again. What's the big deal if you're tough? I've got numbers on my side. I shook my head. This has nothing to do with them.
Don't make things difficult for these two girls. Whatever it is, we'll handle it ourselves.
Wang Peng chuckled. We're all ing doomed anyway, got time to care about others? Brother Long, get him. Today we're taking down this little bastard. Dragon brother across from me nodded, cracked his neck, then charged straight at me with a few henchmen in tow.
Ahua and Lin Mimi tried to step forward, but I frowned.
Can you two stop distracting me?
My expression was stern as I shouted this. In the end, Ahua and Lin Mimi stayed put, silent and still.
Watching these guys close in on me, I took a deep breath.
There were empty liquor bottles on the nearby table.
Seizing the moment, I grabbed 2 bottles and bellowed. The next second, a series of cracking sounds echoed.
I raised the bottles and smashed them straight into the heads of those bastards.
You bastards claim to have iron skulls? Try this. 2 of the thugs went down instantly.
That guy called Dragon Brother immediately lost his temper.
He lunged forward with 2 huge strides and kicked straight at me. I stepped back and he followed up with a back kick. I seized the moment and smashed a fist right into the back of his head. Brother Long let out a yell. He clutched his head, glaring at me with pure malice. Damn bastard. I'll take your life today. Dragon Brother bellowed, and his henchmen behind him charged at me. The lighting in the private room was dim to begin with. 2 henchmen had already grabbed liquor bottles and were attacking me. I couldn't dodge in time and took 2 blows straight to the head. My whole body felt numb. Lunga kicked me down with 1 swift blow, and several of them began punching and kicking me. The 2 girls immediately panicked, rushing over to try and pull these guys off me. But these guys were built like tanks, they didn't even flinch. I was kicked repeatedly. All while they hurled insults at me. You're just a ing little punk. I don't believe you're some kind of demon. I'll ing kick you to death. You love playing the hero, huh? How come you're acting like a coward now? Listening to these guys trading insults back and forth, I couldn't hold back any longer. Thankfully, there was a liquor bottle right in front of me. In that moment, I didn't think twice. I grabbed the bottle and smashed it hard into one of their shins. A loud crack echoed, mixed with the guy's agonized scream. The bottle shattered clean in 2. But someone was still kicking me. I steeled myself. Damn it, I'm already beaten to a pulp, why the hell should I care about anything else? That half-shattered bottle was deadly like a razor-sharp spike in my hand, sharper than any dagger. I grabbed the shard and stabbed straight for those bastards' legs. Whoever dared kick me got it right back. In just a few seconds, several of them were clutching their calves and screaming in pain. I'd intended to stab Brother Long, but he reacted faster than I expected. He kicked straight at my wrist. I instinctively let go of the bottle, feeling a sharp pain shoot through my wrist. And by then, no one was kicking me anymore. I scrambled forward twice, rolled across the floor, and ended up right at the private room door. Panting heavily, I stared at them. Several of his henchmen had been taken down. Brother Long's eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! You actually had the nerve to fight back? If I don't finish you off today, I'll regret all these years I've spent in this business. After shouting that line, across from him, Brother Long didn't hesitate for a second. He grabbed 2 liquor bottles right off the table. The next second, he slammed them together violently, shattering both bottles into 2 pieces. He advanced toward me step by step. I'll put a few holes in your legs today. Are you kidding me? With his henchmen right behind him, I'd be a complete lunatic if I stayed here any longer. If not now, then when? Plus, Lin Mimi and Ahua, both girls, were staring at me with panic-stricken expressions, shouting at me in unison. Zhang Yu, get out of here. That guy's gone nuts. I nodded frantically and flung open the private room door. This is a nightclub, after all. I couldn't believe there wouldn't be security personnel. I thought once I got out, that guy wouldn't chase me anymore. But who knew that guy called Brother Long wouldn't care at all, wielding 2 shattered bottles in his hands. And trailing behind him were a few henchmen. My heart sank. At the same time, 2 waiters clearly noticed the commotion and came trotting over. Brother, what are you doing? Put those bottles down. Let's talk this out calmly. I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone's stepping in. But the next second, Brother Long suddenly turned his head to stare at the 2 waiters. Is third brother here? Our manager is here. Tell third brother that Brother Long is here. Have him come over to handle this. No sooner had he spoken than Brother Long picked up a wine bottle and started walking toward me. But the 2 waiters stepped in to block him. Big brother, please hold on a moment.
The waiter grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted a few words inside. Third brother, there's a guy named Along causing trouble here. He says he knows you. I only heard a flurry of noise from the other side, then the waiter turned to look at Along.
Third brother says to hold on a moment. He'll be right out. Chapter 108, A Lifeline. Along, standing directly ahead, nodded.
Seeing my disheveled state, a sneer of contempt curled his lips.
Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, kid, tonight's your end.
If I don't bury you alive, I'll consider all my years on the streets wasted.
To be honest, at that very moment, I was genuinely scared.
After all, this guy clearly had connections in the underworld.
Sure enough.
Within mere minutes, a man in a white suit who looked like a boss strolled over. The moment he locked eyes with Along, the two immediately embraced.
Damn it, Along. You're getting bolder by the day, bringing people straight to my turf? You want to raid the nightclub?
Third brother.
I wouldn't be that bold.
I've got to give you some face, but I'm taking care of this kid tonight.
You're not going to stop me, are you?
With that, Along pointed his finger straight at my nose.
My heart sank. I'm done for. Barbecued. Damn it, this really is connected.
Old Third across the room glanced at me, then turned to survey the crowd of onlookers.
Everyone, don't panic. It's just a minor disagreement. Go about your business as usual. Tonight, all drinks are 20% off. Eat, drink, and be merry.
After Old Three shouted this, the customers nearby all erupted in excited cheers.
I felt like I was about to be finished. What the hell kind of joke is this? This is clearly targeting me.
I took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, trying to calm myself down. At that moment, two familiar figures sprinted straight to my side, Lin Mimi and Ah Hua. I trust them completely on this no matter what. These two girls would never abandon me.
Wang Peng. Stop this right now. Don't you realize how pathetic you look? Lin Mimi shouted.
But Wang Peng paid no heed whatsoever.
Ha! You're taking this guy's side, aren't you?
With Brother Long here today, let's see how he survives.
How dare he hit me? When have I ever been disrespected like this?
Old Third waved his hand.
Long, this isn't the place for a fight. Just take him outside. We'll use the staff exit later and bring him out. We've got a backyard back there with 2 Tibetan mastiffs locked up. How about we have him go bare knuckle boxing with them later?
Old Three chuckled as he spoke. Across from him, Brother Long nodded comfortably.
You're a ing genius. Then let's do it your way. Guys, take this guy outside.
Several henchmen started walking straight toward me. Lin Mimi and Ah Hua immediately panicked, their slender figures blocking me. Even if it was utterly futile, their expressions were utterly serious at that moment.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't you know this is illegal? You better believe we'll call the cops right now. Let me tell you something. There is law and order in this world.
But Along and his crew just burst out laughing. These two girls are one prettier than the other. You two just wait here nicely. Once Big Brother deals with this little punk, we'll treat you to drinks later. Immediately, the two girls were roughly pulled apart by several henchmen.
I lost my temper instantly. Wang Peng. If you're a real man, take me on one-on-one. Wang Peng's face twisted into a sickening grin as he nodded cheerfully. Don't worry. I'm not picking on anyone else, just you.
Heck, today I'll show you exactly what happens when you cross me. Two henchmen grabbed my arms, one on each side, and I felt like I was being dragged like a dead dog.
They dragged me straight toward the emergency exit on the other side.
As for Lin Mimi and Ah Hua, the two girls kept screaming behind me, but it was completely useless.
I was dragged down a long corridor. By then, my heart had sunk to freezing point. I knew how dark the outside world could be. After all, I had founded my own company and built it to that scale. I'd seen my share of unsavory things. But I never imagined that one day it would happen to me. And this feeling of being dragged along the ground was truly unbearable. It felt like my entire body was being torn apart again. I gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. But just then, I saw the word office written on the door beside me. And the light was still on inside. I couldn't explain why. A powerful premonition gripped my heart. Opening the door would surely bring salvation. At the very least, whoever was inside couldn't be an ordinary person. Watching these guys drag me closer and closer to the office, I felt like I couldn't hold on much longer. But even so, I gritted my teeth as hard as I could. The next second, without a moment's hesitation, I sank my teeth into the palm of the guy next to me. The guy let out a piercing scream. His whole body jerked as he let go of me, almost an instinctive reaction. I kicked another guy right in the ankle, sending him flying backward. Even I couldn't fathom where this immense strength had come from. Perhaps it was the imminent threat of death. My eyes locked onto the 3 characters' office on the door, and I slammed straight into it. The impact was solid and brutal. A loud clang echoed through the room. Half my body went numb. The immense force of the impact sent me flying backward. Upon witnessing this, Along, Old Three, and the others all roared with fury. Damn bastard. He's about to die, yet he still dares to disgust us. Get him out of here immediately.
Several henchmen nearby rushed toward me. Perhaps the sheer force of the collision had startled whoever was inside. With a loud creak, the door swung open. Out stepped a pot-bellied middle-aged man, clearly the nightclub's owner. A violent aura radiated from his entire being. The sight outside filled his face with displeasure.
Third brother, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you? We have important guests today. Only then did third brother snap out of it. Sorry, boss. I was just dealing with a troublemaker and tried to use the staff entrance. Didn't expect the guy to be so strong. Chapter 109, Once Close Brothers.
The fat man across from him waved his hand impatiently.
Get this guy out of here. If you can't even handle a minor issue like this, what the hell do I need you useless pieces of for day in and day out? Old 3 nodded hastily. My heart sank. At that moment, I truly gave up.
These bastards were all in it together. I finally understood what it meant to be a nest of snakes and rats. But just then, another figure emerged from inside, a young man.
He was about my age, well dressed in a black suit. He gave off an air of a noble prince.
Except this one had slanted eyes, and his expression held a hint of viciousness. The moment I saw his face, my whole head buzzed. I nearly shouted out instinctively.
Honor! Honor! I yelled out loud.
The triangular-eyed man furrowed his brow slightly, then turned his head to scrutinize me closely. After all, I was a complete mess from head to toe, with blood still smeared across my face.
But the next second, the guy recognized me instantly and bellowed. What the hell are you doing? Let go of me, damn it. That roar froze the entire crowd in place, eyes wide with disbelief.
Their expressions were filled with utter disbelief. Then he scrambled toward me, his eyes locked on my face.
Zhang Yu, how are you?
I suddenly burst into maniacal laughter.
I guess I'm saved now, huh? I asked abruptly.
The moment the words left my mouth, the man with the triangular eyes paled.
Guys, take him to the hospital.
Several burly men in black rushed out of the office, grabbed me, and dragged me straight out the door. My consciousness grew increasingly hazy. In the end, I passed out completely.
I still don't know what exactly happened.
It felt like I'd been caught in a dream. When I came to again, I found myself hooked up to and for, surrounded by a hazy whiteness. Clearly, I was in a hospital. I strained to sit up, but just then, a voice came from beside me.
Better stay put for now. You just got injured, so it's best not to move around. But don't worry, all your parts are fine. I had the doctor give you a full checkup. Just some minor scrapes and bruises. I froze for a moment, then turned to look at the guy with the triangular eyes. This guy was Zhang Shuitian, my former junior high classmate. We even sat next to each other in class. Back then, we were young and reckless, full of ourselves. We loved getting into fights outside school, which naturally attracted a lot of girls who liked us. And this guy? Classic early romance. He was playing the field. We always got along pretty well.
But later, when I stood up for my girlfriend, I beat the other guy so badly he ended up with a concussion. The other guy's family apparently had some connections, so they refused any compensation and sent him straight to juvenile detention. He ended up staying there for 2 whole years. Back then, we were young and just hoped we could meet again after those 2 years. But who knew that when the 2 years were up and we went to check on him, we found out he'd been released early for good behavior.
By then, they'd already moved away.
Back in the day, there were no phones, so we lost touch completely. Never imagined I'd run into him here today.
Shuitian, I truly never imagined running into you in a place like this.
Zhang Shuitian shrugged his shoulders.
I was actually there to discuss a business partnership with their boss when I suddenly ran into you. What's going on?
I proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Zhang Shuitian. As he listened to my account, his expression changed instantly. A fierce glint filled his eyes.
Those bastards. To openly target you like that, I won't let them get away with it. Rest up here tonight. Tomorrow night, I'll take you to get your revenge. I quickly shook my head. Forget it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I've been meaning to ask, what have you been up to lately? You have no idea how hard I searched for you after we lost touch.
Zhang Shuitian across from me curled his lips.
Can we just have a normal conversation? What's with the act?
You're treating me like I'm your long-lost girlfriend or something.
I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. What exactly have you been up to? You know the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? I froze for a moment.
Not just me, anyone who's seen a bit of the world probably knows about the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. It's the largest nightclub in our area, rumored to be like a palace inside, gilded and resplendent. Anyone who can afford to spend there easily drops tens of thousands in a single night. It's an absolute luxury spot.
Don't tell me you work there? Zhang Shuitian chuckled.
My older brother is the owner of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Brother Su. My whole head buzzed.
Holy! When did you get connected to a big shot like that? It was right after I got out of juvenile detention.
With a criminal record, no school would take me. Desperate, I started working odd jobs and ended up crossing paths with the boss in our area. Sugu took notice of me and hired me on the spot.
Back then, the Dragon Palace didn't exist yet.
I hung out with him for years. Now that he's made it big, I've naturally risen with him.
After saying that, Zhang Shuitian stripped off his clothes.
Seeing the horrifying scar on his back, I couldn't help but twitch my lips.
What the hell have I been through these past few years?
Zhang Shuitian shrugged indifferently.
Anyway, no one dares touch me now. Everyone has to call me Brother Tian when they see me. I gotta say, it feels pretty damn good.
I shook my head helplessly.
Looks like I'll have to call you Brother Tian too. The guy burst out laughing.
Then he smacked me on the back of the head.
What the hell are you playing at? Spill it already. What have you been up to these past few years?
I have to admit, this moment felt strangely familiar and incredibly comfortable.
True brotherhood endures. Even after all these years apart, we could still pick up right where we left off.
I had nothing to hide from Zhang Shuitian.
So I told him everything that had happened over the past few years, all the highs and lows, without holding anything back. Zhang Shuitian nodded. Now that I've found you, everyone who ever wronged you is going down. Chapter 110, Taking Revenge for You. I quickly shook my head. Tian. If I ever need your help, I won't hesitate to ask. But rest assured, there's no problem right now. Zhang Shuitian nodded. Alright, it's your business anyway. Just know this, whenever you need me, I'll always be your strongest support. I chuckled.
Zhang Shuitian had booked me a private room, so I was alone here.
The fridge, sofa, and bathroom were all fully equipped. This guy didn't bother with formalities, he just flopped down on the sofa. We talked all night long, until the sky turned pale with the first light of dawn. By then, we were both exhausted as hell. We couldn't take it anymore and passed out. When I woke up again, it was already afternoon. Zhang Shuitian was busy preparing the hotpot nearby. I admit that rich aroma really got me going. Seeing the large hotpot under the bed, I couldn't hold back any longer and got straight out of bed. Come on, let's eat together.
Zhang Shuitian handed me a bottle of ice-cold beer.
Drink up. I looked at him with utter resignation. Are you even human? I'm badly injured, and you want me to eat hot pot and drink beer? That's just plain bullying. Zhang Shuitian burst out laughing. Real men don't get all fussy like that. Relax. I already checked with the doctor, they just said it's not recommended, but it won't kill you. I was just too hungry. So I sat down and ate with him. After stuffing myself, I immediately demanded to be discharged. Zhang Shuitian nodded. Your discharge paperwork's already done. How much longer do you expect me to hang around here? Come with me later tonight, you're mine. Zhang Shuitian suddenly dropped that line. I stared at him, utterly baffled. What do you mean by that? Zhang Shuitian chuckled. Nothing else. Just letting you know. Come on, Zhang Yu, let's go. The guy grabbed my arm right then and there. After we stepped outside, we saw two henchmen sitting in the hallway. Each sported full-sleeve tattoos and shaved heads, looking downright menacing. Yet in front of Zhang Shuitian, these two henchmen seemed as docile as huskies. I was starting to believe what this guy had told me. Both men were at least 35 or 36 years old, looking several years older than us. Yet in front of Zhang Shuitian, they were nothing but complete underlings. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. Zhang Shuitian nodded. You two go handle the hospital procedures. Meet us downstairs at the nightclub later. The two men nodded. Meanwhile, this guy dragged me out of the hospital. Zhang Shuitian made a phone call. In less than half a minute, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up. This is a damn Maybach. At least over $1 million yuan. Even at the peak of my career, I couldn't afford a car like this. The thing is, owning one isn't just about the purchase price, the maintenance and upkeep costs are astronomical. Damn, you've really made it big now. Zhang Shuitian turned and gave me a look. You thought I was joking? Everything I said earlier was true. Could you stop looking down on me? I scratched my head awkwardly. Fine, you're right about everything. After we got in the car, this guy immediately told the driver to head straight to the nightclub entrance. The same one we went to yesterday. Zhang Shuitian parked the car right in front of the nightclub, blocking the entrance completely. Keep in mind this was the entrance for other vehicles. Now that he'd blocked the gate, and with guests starting to arrive at this hour, so no other cars could get into the parking lot. Soon, a chorus of honking erupted outside, though the car's soundproofing was seriously impressive. I looked at Zhang Shuitian. Can you not be so arrogant, bro? What are you doing here? I told you, it's water under the bridge. Zhang Shuitian shook his head. Just stay out of it, okay? If you really don't want to deal with this, then get out of the car. I'll handle the rest myself. Seeing how determined he was, I could only sigh helplessly. But I couldn't just leave him here alone. After all, I was the one who caused this mess. Now someone's coming to fix it for me. If I don't even have the guts to face this, I might as well eat. Most of the cars nearby just honked a few times, and some didn't even dare to honk at all. After all, with such a luxury car parked here, its sheer presence alone was intimidating enough.
especially with that license plate ending in 888. It certainly looked impressive.
Oh, and you came here last night saying you wanted to discuss a partnership? Well, that person is your partner now. Treating them like this is completely unnecessary.
Listen to me, Tian, or don't let me stand in your way to making money.
Honestly, I'm genuinely worried.
After all, he had already told me he came here specifically to discuss a partnership. But Zhang Shuitian just chuckled.
You think the Dragon Palace of the East Sea needs to negotiate partnerships with others? That old guy was the one begging us.
I didn't even want to come, but my big brother told me to handle business matters. At this point, Zhang Shuitian spread his hands.
But coming yesterday was definitely worth it.
Otherwise, you'd probably have been taken care of by someone else. While we were talking, several security guards walked right over. The lead guard tapped on the car window. The driver didn't even acknowledge him, just sat there playing with his phone as if nothing happening around him concerned him in the slightest. The security guards outside, however, were quite polite. They kept knocking on the door with remarkable patience.
Zhang Shuitian immediately pressed the rear window button.
One of the security guards hurried over with an apologetic smile.
Good evening, sir. May I ask if you're here for leisure? Zhang Shuitian chuckled. I'm not here for fun. I'm here for medical treatment, okay?
The security guard across from him looked awkward. Sir, if you wish to enter the premises, please park your vehicle in the designated lot or allow our valet service to assist you. Leaving your car here obstructs other guests, we hope you understand.
That's what you get for driving a luxury car.
But Zhang Shuitian just chuckled.
No problem at all.
I parked my car here precisely to block others. Or what do you think I parked it here for?
I really haven't seen someone this arrogant in ages.
But clearly, Zhang Shuitian had every right to be.
Chapter 111, The Domineering Zhang Shuitian.
The security guards turned and exchanged glances. It was obvious to everyone that this guy was deliberately looking for trouble.
Sir, could you please open the door? This is making things difficult for us. Zhang Shuitian chuckled. He lit a cigarette. Alright then, I won't make things hard for you. Go tell your boss. If he's not here in 5 minutes, I'll tear this Thai place down. After saying that,
he slammed the window shut. He turned to look at me.
So, wasn't I awesome just now?
I gave a slight nod and flashed Zhang Shuitian a thumbs up.
Awesome is seriously awesome. Just hope I don't get beaten up later. Zhang Shuitian burst out laughing. He waved his hand dismissively while laughing.
That's because you don't believe in my skills.
How could I possibly get beaten up?
Though the security guards were still gathered here, within just 3 or 4 minutes, I spotted a portly figure jogging over.
It was the boss I'd seen last night.
The moment the boss spotted the car, especially that familiar license plate, his expression changed instantly. He hurried over to the car.
He tapped lightly on the car door. Brother Tian, can you open the door?
Zhang Shuitian chuckled. He opened the door, smiling broadly as he stared at him.
You're surprisingly punctual. Alright, I keep my word. Since you made it within 5 minutes, I'll hold this crappy spot for you.
The moment he heard this, the fat guy immediately began bowing respectfully. What the hell kind of show of force is this?
Brother Tian, what did I do to offend you? Zhang Shuitian shook his head. Fatso. You've been in this game for years and you still don't have the sense to read the room? I'd advise you to go back to farming. Fatty could only smile awkwardly in response. You haven't forgotten last night's business, have you? Today I've got a grand introduction for you.
No sooner had he finished speaking, Zhang Shuitian opened the car door and stepped out. Since he'd already stepped out, I naturally followed close behind. Zhang Shuitian pointed his finger at me.
The moment Fizi saw it was me, his entire expression changed instantly. His features even twisted into a grimace.
He knew exactly what had happened last night.
Brother Tian didn't know this guy was yours. He's my best brother. I never thought your men would beat him up like this. Ugh, if I can't get revenge for this, I'll quit this life. You be the boss, and I'll go back to farming, okay? Fatty suddenly felt his legs go weak. Brother Tian, we can talk this out calmly. Since he's your brother, he's my brother too.
Fatty had intended to smooth things over and ease the current awkwardness. But the moment he spoke, Zhang Shuitian's brow furrowed.
What the hell do you mean by that? You think you can just casually call me brother? Don't you know who you are? Fizi felt like he was about to break down. He could only nod awkwardly. Yeah, it was my fault. Zhang Shuitian shook his head. Cut the crap. Just tell me how you're gonna fix this.
Listen, Fatso, if you can sort this out today, I might spare your pathetic life. If my brothers aren't satisfied, I'll strip you naked and make you run a 2,500-meter race.
Try me if you don't believe it. Fatty suddenly felt his legs go weak. He could only cling desperately to the bike frame. How about this, Brother Tian? I'll pay you back. How's that? Zhang Shuitian burst out laughing. Money, huh?
To be honest, my big brother once told me after all these years I've been handling things for him, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't have reached his current position. If I ever faced real hardship, he'd sell the entire Dragon Palace of the East Sea to cover my debts.
How much money do you have to pay me? Fatty's face turned pale. The problem wasn't just that Zhang Shuetian was too arrogant, the real issue was that he never backed down.
That's just how Zhang Shuetian is.
His word is law. Brother Tian. How about this, just tell me what you need. I'll make it happen, even if it costs me my life.
Zhang Shuetian chuckled.
He slapped Fatty's cheek. What was that?
Not physically harmful, but deeply insulting.
Well then, I'll make my request. I hope Brother Hammer will be understanding, don't say I didn't follow the rules.
Fatty shook his head hastily.
No way, no way. Who beat up my brother last night?
I'll deal with him. And that brother Long from last night, no one's getting away.
What do you say? Fatty nodded vigorously.
Of course. Brother Tian, let me tell you, even if you hadn't brought this up, I'd have taken care of it perfectly.
I won't let them off the hook.
Fatty chuckled. Oh, and as for compensation for my brother's mental distress, how much is entirely up to your generosity.
I won't pressure you. How could Fatty dare to argue now? He could only nod awkwardly. No problem. I'll get the money ready. Zhang Shuitian glanced at me. We'll take it step by step. Honestly, I felt this was already going far enough. After all, this guy was a big boss, no matter how you looked at it.
He's been humbling himself, responding to me all this time.
And Zhang Shuitian's actions just now were a bit too much.
But he was handling things for me. If I criticized him, Zhang Shuitian would be completely shut down. We both got out of the car. Just as Fatty was about to drive it to the parking lot himself, Zhang Shuitian pointed his finger right at Fatty's nose.
You want a beating? Listen up, Fatso. If you don't handle this tonight, I'm leaving this car here forever. Either you rebuild the parking lot or shut this place down for good. At Zhang Shuitian's outburst, Fizi across the way immediately backed down. Alright, Brother Tian, I won't touch this car. Let's go back and sort this out first. Right after that, Fizi jogged ahead while Zhang Shuitian and I trailed behind. Especially since this guy was always dawdling. Honestly, the way he was acting was just asking for a beating.
As soon as we arrived at the nightclub, he led us straight into a private room.
After waiting a few minutes, a familiar figure was brought in. It was third brother from last night. If last night he was a Tibetan mastiff, nearly tearing my bones to shreds, now he'd turned into a teddy, a pathetic, cowardly little teddy. He was cowering, head tucked in like a turtle retreating into its shell. Chapter 112, Settling the Score. Honestly, seeing him like this, I almost feel sorry for the guy. Zhang Shuitian stood with his arms crossed across his chest, not uttering a single word the entire time. After a few seconds, Old Three finally couldn't hold back. He knelt down before us with a thud. He was a grown man, after all. But this guy had completely lost his dignity. He knelt without a second thought, not even a hint of hesitation. I'm sorry, brothers. Last night was all my fault. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I shouldn't have treated you like that. As he spoke, third brother was sniffling and weeping, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. This guy was clearly cowering. I looked at third brother. Do you know the whole story? Old Three froze for a moment, then shook his head. It was that guy Long who called me. I don't know the real story either. Third brother said this with a look of genuine grievance. But the moment he finished speaking, Zhang Shuitian couldn't hold back any longer. He rose slowly, hands in his pockets, humming a tune as he walked up to him. Before third brother could react, Zhang Shuitian struck. His polished leather shoe connected squarely with a kick to the side of the guy's face. A loud thud echoed through the room. The third brother let out a wail and collapsed flat on the other side. Zhang Shuitian was ruthless, kicking the third guy viciously while cursing him out. Who the hell do you think you are, telling people what to do? You didn't even get the whole story straight, and you had the nerve to drag my brother away? Is that it? I really gave you too much credit. Zhang Shuitian grew angrier with every blow, until he was screaming at the top of his lungs. You can imagine just how furious he was. Even I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I quickly grabbed Zhang Shuitian's arm. Enough. Enough. Keep this up and someone's gonna get killed. Zhang Shuitian yanked his own collar. I've been hustling on the streets for years, and I've never seen a guy as cocky as you. Looking back at Old Three on the ground, he was rolling back and forth non-stop, his nose bleeding all over the floor. He really did look pitiful. Call that a Long right now. And Wang Peng too. Mark my words, get both of them here within half an hour, and this won't be your problem. But if you can't pull it off, don't blame me for turning on you. Zhang Shuitian was seriously badass. Especially when he said that Old Three looked like he'd been granted a pardon. Alright, I'll call them right now. Third brother was quite the drama queen. He looked utterly disheveled right now, but when he made the call, his tone was as calm as could be. He even started joking around with Long. Heh, that guy got lucky yesterday. They took him away, but it turned out to be a mix-up, I'm telling you. Next time I see him, I'm gonna beat him up again.
But the moment third brother finished speaking, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud.
This ing put me on the spot. Alright. Hurry up and get that Wang Peng to come with you.
I've done you guys such a huge favor tonight, you're buying me drinks.
Along across the table chuckled. You think I helped him for free?
That guy's got some cash, let's fleece him tonight.
You just stay out of it. I'll handle this. Smart move.
No sooner had he spoken than third brother slammed the phone down. But the moment he hung up, his entire expression changed. His face twisted with fear as he spoke.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to say it like that just now, but that along is pretty sharp. If I hadn't phrased it that way, he probably would have gotten suspicious. I waved my hand with a smile.
It's fine. I understand your predicament.
Every word this guy uttered now sounded pitiful, especially with that aggrieved look on his face.
Barely half an hour had passed.
The front door was knocked on. The moment the door swung open, Along and Wang Peng walked in with beaming smiles. But before they could take a few steps, their smiles vanished. Their faces twisted into expressions like they were constipated. They looked at all of us gathered there. And there was third brother, kneeling right in the middle. Along and Wang Peng exchanged a glance.
The next second,
the two of them obediently knelt down on either side of third brother.
To be honest, none of us had anticipated this scene.
The two of them seemed to be finding their spots, crouching down and tucking their heads in one after another.
Zhang Yu, watching from the side, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Holy! This is the first time I've ever seen such freaking weirdos. At least act like real men. That way I can bring myself to deal with you properly.
But the two kept their heads bowed the entire time.
They looked like little kids who'd done something wrong.
Half an hour later, Zhang Yu and I emerged.
Fatty and the others followed right behind us.
Lastly came those guys, practically crawling out one by one, every last one of them black and blue.
Stepping outside, I couldn't help but exhale deeply.
This feeling of revenge was truly satisfying.
Ha! Tian, I really owe you for this.
Zhang Shuitian shot me a glance. If you ever say something like that again, don't blame me for getting rough with you. We're brothers, after all. We lost touch for a while, but our bond will never change.
Got it? I admit at this moment genuinely moved me. I nodded at Zhang Shuitian. I extended my hand. Brothers for life.
Zhang Shuitian clasped my hand firmly. Still, I should be grateful for this encounter with him after all, it'll make things much easier if anything comes up in the future.
I got straight into the car. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. I thought for a moment.
Take me to the splendid hotel.
It's too late tonight, I won't be going back.
But Zhang Shuitian just stared at me with utter contempt.
Like I don't know what you're up to? Off to meet some other woman?
I glared at him with pure annoyance.
No way. It's not convenient for me to go back now. Come visit me at my place in a couple of days. I'll treat you like royalty. Zhang Shuitian grinned mischievously.
Don't blame me if I start gossiping with your sister-in-law then.
We shared a knowing smile. I knew perfectly well he was just joking. What are brothers for? To cover each other's backs, right?
Half an hour later, I got out of the car and walked step by step toward the hotel room.
Clang.
Within mere seconds, the door swung open.
Chapter 113, The Troublemaking Note.
The moment Wang Wan saw me, she threw herself straight at me. She was wearing only a nightgown, and especially when her soft body pressed against mine.
I instantly felt a surge of excitement, as if an unnamed flame had erupted within me. But before I could fully get into it, I couldn't help but grimace. My expression was pretty grim at that moment. The reason was simple.
Wang Wan had just accidentally bumped into my wound. I'd only spent one night in the hospital, and the wound hadn't even begun to heal.
Wang Wan wasn't stupid either.
When she saw this, her expression changed instantly.
She instinctively took several steps back. What happened to you? I shook my head. Nothing much, just bumped my head accidentally.
But Wang Wan was too sharp to believe that. She couldn't think that far ahead right now, glaring at me with a stern expression.
Take off your clothes so I can see. I took a deep breath. That's not appropriate.
But Wang Wan didn't give me a chance to explain, she just started undressing me. In no time, she had my clothes off. Seeing the bruises on my body,
Wang Wan's expression changed instantly. Who on earth did this?
They were so brutal.
I'm calling the police right now. After saying that, Wang Wan immediately reached for her phone to make a call.
I quickly stopped her and proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, covering most of the details. Especially when she heard that I'd beaten those guys to a pulp in the end, Wang Wan finally let out a sigh of relief.
That's more like it. Those people are disgusting. The woman was still fuming on my behalf. I chuckled.
It wasn't nearly as bad as you're making it out to be.
Just a minor scuffle.
It's normal for guys to get into fights now and then. It's just that I'm getting on in years, especially with these old arms and legs, I really can't keep up anymore.
Wang Wan looked at me with utter exasperation. Honestly, you're something else. Can't you just settle down? I nodded. Alright. You're absolutely right. Get some rest now. Wonder if you missed me?
Wang Wan nodded obediently, nestling her head into my embrace. Especially when I caught the scent of her perfume, I instantly felt aroused. But just as my wandering hands reached out, Wang Wan gave my hand a sharp slap. What the hell? I froze. What else could I possibly be doing? Tonight you're going to have to be a good boy for me. Look at the state of your injuries, Zhang Yu. Tonight we're sleeping without any action. My face twisted in frustration. If this is how it's going to be, I might as well just sleep next door. After all, this feeling of seeing something you can't have is really unbearable. But I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. If I tried to sleep next door now, Wang Wan would probably cut ties with me. Besides, she had a point. I was getting a bit too eager. I nodded slightly. Fine, whatever you say. Then can I at least just hold you? Wang Wan nodded. Then we'll just cuddle together and sleep. But if I accidentally roll onto you later, you have to tell me, okay? I chuckled. Isn't that a given? I quickly washed up. Since I still had wounds, I couldn't take a bath. I had to ask Wang Wan to help me wipe down, especially my back. I didn't know where I might have bruises. But she wiped me down very carefully. After she finished, I lay down on the bed. But Wang Wan picked up my clothes. I'll wash them for you. I'll hang them outside the window, they'll be dry by tomorrow morning. Haven't you noticed your clothes smell like disinfectant? I scratched my head awkwardly. I'm just a rough and tumble guy, how would I know about such things? Wang Wan shook her head helplessly. I really can't imagine what your life would be like if you lived alone. I stuck out my tongue awkwardly. Sis Wan really is the best to me. Wang Wan's face lit up with a happy smile as she walked straight into the bathroom. But just a few minutes later, a sudden noise came from the bathroom. It sounded like a box hitting the floor. I didn't think much of it. I just asked. Sis Wan, what's up? You see, Wang Wan hadn't closed the door, but the crucial thing was that she didn't answer me. At that moment, the bathroom was deathly quiet. I suddenly froze in place, my face etched with confusion. I knew Wang Wan's temperament inside out. This woman would never ignore my messages for no reason. She'd always been kind to me, and now she'd completely come to rely on me as her last emotional anchor. Something felt terribly off. I quickly tiptoed over. When I reached the bathroom door, I saw Wang Wan standing with her back to me. She was holding my pants, staring at something. I walked step by step behind Wang Wan. Sis Wan, what are you looking at? You seem so engrossed. The moment I spoke, Wang Wan jumped up like a startled kitten. She turned around, her face filled with panic as she stared at me. At that moment, she held my pants in one hand, while the other clutched a piece of paper. The note was clearly open. The moment I saw the note, my head felt like it was buzzing. Holy! Isn't this the note Ah Hua slipped me in the bathroom earlier? With all that had happened in between, I'd long since forgotten about the note. I never expected Wang Wan to stumble upon it by accident. Only then did Wang Wan realize what she'd done. She instinctively handed the note back to me, her head bowed like a child who'd done something wrong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at it. I just have this habit of checking my pockets before washing things. I really didn't do it on purpose. I shook my head quickly. It's fine. No need to wash them, Sister Wan. Go rest now. But Wang Wan shook her head firmly, shoved the note into my hand, and then half pushed, half pulled me out of the bathroom. He slammed the bathroom door shut. Now I stood there, completely at a loss for words. But holding that note in my hand, I suddenly found myself intrigued. After all, Ah Hua had handed it to me personally. And whatever was written inside must be extraordinary, otherwise, Sister Wan wouldn't have looked like that. I could no longer contain the curiosity deep within me and slowly unfolded the note. Several lines of text were written on the note, and I read each one carefully. But the more I read, the more uneasy I felt. What on earth was going on? That woman, Ah Hua, had truly shattered my worldview. Chapter 114, Re-encountering Ah Hua. The content itself was actually quite simple, though a bit unsuitable for minors. I couldn't bring myself to read it aloud. The gist is this. Ah Hua already knows the nature of my relationship with Lin Mimi, it's just a fling. Moreover, she said she admires me and wants to invite me to watch the moon together. She'd already booked a room with a fully transparent ceiling. We could lie on the big bed, drinking red wine while gazing at the moon. My head feels like it's about to explode. I gave my head a hard pat. Who knows if this woman is sincere or just toying with me? Plus, I know the relationship between Ah Hua and Lin Mimi, they're best friends. How could she possibly be doing something behind Lin Mimi's back with me? It just doesn't make sense. And now the most awkward part is that Wang Wan actually found this note. Sis Wan already has special feelings for me, and she even said she'd rather not have any official status. But now I've developed this ambiguous relationship with a woman other than her. And it's not just Ah Hua on that note. Lin Mimi was mentioned too. I'd been waiting by the door the whole time. And Wang Wan wouldn't come out of the bathroom. I don't know how long it took, but I felt myself dozing off. Then the bathroom door slowly creaked open. I instinctively jolted awake and jumped to my feet. Only then did I see Wang Wan step out, one step at a time. But her eyes were brimming with tears. I looked at the woman before me, a few years older than me, and after all, a married woman exuding an air of maturity. Like a rose that had ripened to perfection. Yet now, looking at Wang Wan, I felt a pang of heartache. Sister Wan. I couldn't help but call out. But Wan Wan just shook her head. I'm a little tired. No sooner had she spoken than she walked over to the cabinet beneath the TV and pulled out another quilt. This one's new. The one on my side is dirty, I haven't cleaned it since you slept here last. You can sleep on this fresh one tonight. Then Wang Wan crawled into the covers, turning her back to me. Though we lay side by side on the same bed, at that very moment I felt an immense distance between us. As far as the horizon. My lips twitched slightly as I pondered what to do. But after much deliberation, I still couldn't come up with a solution. I sighed. Women of Wang Wan's age are indeed strong. Yet when it came to fragility, she was incredibly fragile. She was already at her breaking point. I slowly pulled back Wang Wan's blanket and lay down beside her. I embraced her from behind. She didn't resist, but she didn't welcome me either, as if I weren't there at all. Sister Wan, I'm truly sorry. Perhaps you don't know much about me, which led to misunderstandings during this time. I tried to explain all this. But Wan Wan just kept shaking her head. It's okay, Zhang Yu. I told you before being with you, I never expected any kind of commitment. Even now, I don't know much about your life. That's fine because I was always just a passing presence. Hearing this, my expression changed instantly. Wan, please don't talk about yourself like that. You've always been important to me. Hearing you say this hurts me deeply. Wan Wan shook her head. Zhang Yu, I feel I need some time to calm down. I sighed. I'll give you time, Sister Wan. Get some rest. I'll head out now. Call me if you need anything. This time, Wan Wan didn't respond. I got dressed and placed the last 1,000 or so yuan I had on the table. Now that Wang Wan was out of work and staying here all day, even though she didn't spend much, it wouldn't be right for her to have nothing at all. As I reached the doorway, Wang Wan suddenly burst into tears. I gritted my teeth and finally left the hotel. At times like this, it's best to let her have some quiet time. Besides, this situation can't go on forever, just as I'd thought before. I couldn't offer her a future to begin with. Now that we're entangled like this, even if it brings temporary satisfaction, Wang Wan's heart will inevitably feel empty in the long run. Wouldn't that make me a sinner? So I hope this chance would allow Wang Wan to clearly re-evaluate our relationship. If possible, I'd rather she give up on me, give up on all of this. I didn't drive, so I walked down feeling completely lost. Walking alone on the street in the dead of night, I didn't feel afraid. I don't know how long it was. A car pulled up beside me, and I didn't even have time to react. I kept my head down and kept walking. But then the car honked beside me. I couldn't help but frown. When I looked up again, I saw a white Honda sedan parked beside me. The window rolled down. And sitting inside was none other than Ah Hua. My head felt like it was buzzing. Why was Ah Hua here? What are you doing here? Ah Hua pointed to the passenger seat. What are you doing out here all alone at this hour? Get in the car already. You'll freeze to death out here. I thought about it. After what happened earlier, I really didn't know how to handle this woman in the car. But Ah Hua's figure was undeniably impressive, and she clearly made an effort with her appearance. That part really puzzled me. Are you kidding me? In the middle of the night, that woman actually went out of her way to put on a full face of heavy makeup? What struck me as odd was that Ah Hua was still wearing her pajamas. Ah Hua must have noticed my hesitation, because she burst out laughing. You're a grown man, are you afraid some little woman like me would pull a fast one on you? I just felt sorry for you walking alone by the roadside and thought I'd give you a ride. I curled my lip. Ah Hua was right. What the hell was there to be afraid of? I was a straight-up man. With that thought, I pulled open the car door and slid inside. They say beautiful women and fancy cars. A beauty's car really does smell wonderful. A faint, fresh scent, though mixed with a strong perfume aroma. That perfume must be coming from Ah Hua. I looked at Ah Hua. Are you out of your mind? Wearing heavy makeup and pajamas in the middle of the night, plus all that perfume, what the hell are you up to? Ah Hua shook her head. Would you believe me if I said I came here just to greet you? I shook my head. I feel like you've been stalking me. Ah Hua, you don't live around here. What are you doing out so late? Chapter 115, A Crazy Woman. I asked this with a serious expression. Ah Hua across from me gave a faint smile. You really know me. I have been following you. But if I hadn't followed you, I wouldn't have known. I never imagined you were so capable. You actually know someone that impressive? Ah Hua was definitely referring to Zhang Shuitian. It's all coincidence. If I were really that capable, I wouldn't have ended up looking like such a mess after getting beaten up at the nightclub that night. Ah Hua burst out laughing. Did you read the note I gave you? I nodded.
Not only did I see it, but so did everyone else. Ah Hua seemed pretty nonchalant about it. Young people should go after what they want. What do you think?
But I don't see why you'd refuse. I lifted my gaze to her profile, truly exquisite. Especially that S-curve figure, a veritable sea of waves. Even sitting down, it was perfectly clear. And with us sitting so close now, this intense visual assault was making me feel a bit overwhelmed.
Why would you say that? What are you doing at a hotel in the middle of the night? You're here to meet up with another woman. I thought you wouldn't show up, but here you are again. This just proves you're not the type to settle down. Your wife's waiting at home, yet here you are sneaking around. Tell me, are you really a good man?
I was suddenly at a loss for words. Then, let me break it down for you. Since there's a woman in this hotel room, it proves you're a philanderer. And I'm not exactly lacking in appeal myself. I'd say I'm at least on par with Lin Mimi.
I frowned.
While it was true, hearing it from her mouth made me feel a bit repulsed. Because I hate being controlled by others.
That's exactly why I hated being with Zhou Qiao.
That's because Zhou Qiao blackmailed me with photos.
You sure are confident, but have you considered? What if Lin Mimi finds out about this? What would happen then?
You two might not even be able to stay best friends afterward.
Ah Hua shook her head. Cut the crap. Don't tell me you and Mimi are actually dating. You were probably dragged here yesterday, right? I've been her bestie for years. How could I not know that girl? My lips twitched. Pull over. I'm taking a break. This isn't your house, is it? So you want me to go home like this in the middle of the night? Don't want me to live with my wife anymore, huh?
Ah Hua burst out laughing and immediately steered the car into a shopping mall parking lot. These malls always have 24-hour hotels. I picked a chain hotel at random and walked in.
I'd already booked a room. But just as I was about to go up, Hua followed me. Staring at this woman, I felt like I was about to break down. What the hell do you want? Do I need to spell it out for you? As a woman, you should respect yourself. Ah Hua shook her head.
I'm not trying to marry you, and I'm certainly not trying to steal your man.
Can't I just have some fun with you? I felt utterly helpless. You seem a bit off in the head. What are you playing at, a young girl like you? You'll only get hurt. I'm doing it because I want to. What business is it of yours?
No sooner had she spoken than Ah Hua snatched the room key from my hand and stormed upstairs. The front desk girl, who'd overheard our wolfish conversation, froze in place.
I shook my head.
Though I was deeply annoyed inside, I still wanted to see what kind of tricks this woman was up to. When I entered the room, the sound of running water filled the bathroom.
I was completely dumbfounded. Was she actually taking a shower in there? Is she out of her mind?
Why did Ah Hua feel like a stubborn leech I just couldn't shake off?
But I couldn't be bothered with all this.
I was already distraught over Sister Wan's situation, and now this woman was adding to my troubles. I flopped straight onto the other big bed without even bothering to shower. I'd already showered at Sister Wan's place anyway.
After about half an hour, I was almost asleep when suddenly, I was wide awake in an instant. Ah Hua chuckled. Falling asleep this fast? I don't buy it.
No sooner had she spoken than the woman crawled under the bed, pulled back the blanket covering me, and began gently tickling the soles of my feet.
I felt like I was going to lose my mind. With a thud, I sat bolt upright. Ah Hua! I shouted. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing? What did I ever do to you? I shouted angrily. But the moment I opened my eyes, I froze in place. The reason was simple.
Ah Hua was wrapped only in a bath towel, her makeup still undone. Her fair shoulders and thighs were exposed. Honestly, any normal guy would struggle to resist that temptation. I could feel a wave of heat rising within me.
I was gasping for breath. Though I appeared somewhat angry, only I knew what I was truly anticipating. Ah Hua seemed delighted by my flustered state. Zhang Yu, to be honest, I regretted it a little yesterday. When I gave you that note, I was drunk. I was just testing the waters. But it wasn't until today that I truly began to see you in a new light. Especially last night when you fought. That's when I saw a real man. Zhang Yu, if things don't work out with your wife, I wouldn't mind stepping in. I pursed my lips. Why? When Ah Hua said that, Zhou Qiao's face suddenly popped into my mind. You're really overthinking it. There are still people ahead of you in line. Why the rush? Ah Hua's eyes widened. What did you just say? I stood up and started getting dressed. Ah Hua! I don't have time to mess around with you right now. I admit you're beautiful, and as a woman, you're undeniably charming. And yes, I was drawn to you. But I need to make this clear, there's absolutely no chance between us. Not even for Lin Mimi's sake would I cross any boundaries with you. I grabbed my coat. And since we're not even that close, you'd better not pull any shenanigans. After saying that, I turned and walked away. Ah Hua watched my figure reach the doorway and realized I wasn't joking. Zhang Yu. If you walk out tonight, you'll regret it. Didn't Nini tell you? All this time, whatever Ah Hua sets her sights on, no one can take it away. Chapter 116, The Crazy Goddess. After Ah Hua finished speaking,
I immediately furrowed my brows, glaring at her with a stern expression.
Are you threatening me? Ah Hua shrugged her shoulders. I'm not threatening you. These are all facts. You can ask Lin Mimi yourself. After saying this, Ah Hua couldn't help but lick her lips. Suddenly, I felt like this woman was completely insane. I shook my head. Don't try to scare me. You're Lin Mimi's friend, so I'm giving you face. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I turned to leave. But just then, I suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over my head. The next second, I clutched my head. Ah! This feeling was unbearable, like a huge boulder was crushing me. Ah Hua stood wrapped in a bath towel, arms crossed over her chest, smiling at me. Well, I told you not to cross me, or you'd regret it. I gritted my teeth. What the hell do you mean? What did you do to me? Ah Hua walked straight up to me. She grabbed my arm. But at that moment, I felt like I couldn't even walk straight. I couldn't understand why my body was betraying me like this. Hat Zhang Yu, once I set my sights on someone, no one can escape my grasp. I told you that before. My eyes suddenly widened. I desperately wanted to scream, but no matter how hard I tried, no sound came out. Let me tell you, I used to work as a nurse for a while. I tampered with your nerve endings. Just then, Ah Hua gave me a shove and I collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained of strength. But Ah Hua pulled out some rope from the other side. I like to play with danger. Care to join me? Though she phrased it as a question, she clearly had no intention of consulting me. I clenched my teeth hard. Summoning every ounce of strength in my body, I shook my head slightly, my silent protest. But Ah Hua just burst into a delighted laugh. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Really, what's with you? You're a grown man, why are you being so shy? I felt like I was about to break down. How could this woman be so shameless? The next second, Ah Hua pulled out a rope and bound me tightly to the bed. Midway through, my mind grew hazy. Before I knew it, I'd lost consciousness and passed out. When I finally woke up again, I found myself still in the same position, tightly bound to the bed. No matter how hard I struggled to break free, it was all in vain. Ah Hua shook her head gently. Don't waste your energy. What's the point? These ropes are incredibly sturdy. And the more you struggle, the more interesting you become to me. Ah Hua delivered this line with a calm tone. After she finished speaking, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. What exactly do you want? At that moment, I felt a slight return of strength in my body, allowing me to speak. But that was all. Ah Hua shook her head. Step by step, she approached me and gently licked my cheek. A faint, sweet scent immediately filled my nostrils. Don't worry so much, you can relax. I like mutual affection, I wouldn't force you like this. But you'll have to handle this mess yourself. No sooner had she spoken. Ah Hua proceeded to remove her bathrobe right in front of me. My eyes widened instantly as a glimpse of her beauty was revealed before me. But Ah Hua showed no sign of avoiding my gaze. What a joke! This woman truly had an incredible figure. Even through her clothes, I could tell. But now? It was an entirely different level. Especially with this intense visual impact, I couldn't help but start gasping for breath. Are you kidding me? That snow-white skin alone was enough to blind me. But as a man, I had to hold my ground. Ah Hua gazed at me with a mischievous smile. Don't you think I'm beautiful too? If you apologize and admit your mistake now, I might just forgive you. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Don't you feel even a little moved by me? I gritted my teeth. Let go of me. Ah Hua curled her lips. See? I gave you a chance. Now you've turned it down. Nothing I can do about that. No sooner had she spoken. The woman began dressing, her movements swift and precise. Within mere minutes, she was fully dressed and walked straight up to me, pressing her lips against mine. But I clenched my jaw tightly, refusing to let Ah Hua advance any further. Though I was somewhat drawn to this woman before me, let's be clear. As a man, I still possessed that level of self-control. Seeing that there was nothing she could do, Ah Hua sighed helplessly, then lifted her head. She looked down at me from above. Then Ah Hua slipped off her own undergarments, just 2 small pieces, and placed them on my chest. Well, you'll just have to save yourself then. Hope the cleaning lady doesn't spot them tomorrow. Oh, and let's play a game of cat and mouse, shall we? After saying this, Ah Hua didn't wait for my response. She turned and walked away. The moment the door slammed shut, I froze in place. Because hotel doors like this can't be opened from the outside without a keycard. But now the room was well lit, with no power outage, meaning the keycard was still inside. I panicked instantly. Ah Hua! Are you out of your mind? Get the hell out here and untie me. Only now, there was complete silence outside. I was gasping for breath. My phone was right in my hand, I could have called for help. But the crucial question was, who should I call? Whoever saw the scene would be utterly shocked. Especially since Ah Hua's undergarments were still on my person, anyone seeing this would immediately suspect something was seriously wrong with me. I kept mulling it over. And I dare not call Li Hui now.
If Li Hui came over and saw this, there'd be no chance for us. To put it bluntly, it would be completely and utterly over. I could call Sister Wan, but doing so would break this woman's heart completely. Just moments ago, that incident happened at the hotel, and now, barely 2 or 3 hours later, it feels like we've been caught red-handed in bed.
Chapter 117, The Peculiar Lin Mimi. After much deliberation, mainly because I really had to pee, I finally called Lin Mimi. Ring. After a few rings, Lin Mimi snatched the phone. Zhang Yu, how are you? From the tone of that girl's voice, it wasn't hard to tell she still cared deeply about me. I felt like I'd grabbed a lifeline. Lin Mimi. Hurry over and save me. That Ah Hua is a lunatic. How could you even know someone like that? Lin Mimi froze in place. What did you just say? Can we skip the small talk right now? Hurry over and save me. I'll send you my location and room number immediately.
After saying that, I slammed the phone down. At this point, I had no other choice. About half an hour later, I heard Lin Mimi unlocking the door outside. I'd already contacted the hotel lobby earlier. Thankfully, the front desk number was prominently displayed in the room, otherwise, I'd have been completely screwed. Lin Mimi slowly opened the door and rushed in, her face etched with panic. But when she saw the scene unfolding before her, her eyes widened in shock.
Her expression was filled with utter disbelief. She was completely baffled. What the hell was going on? I feel like I'm about to cry. Don't ask me what's going on right now, just let me go, okay? Otherwise, I'm really going to wet the bed. I shouted this out loud, and only then did Lin Mimi snap out of it. And she knew this wasn't the time to argue about such things. As soon as Lin Mimi untied me, I felt like a fish in water and dashed straight into the bathroom. It took a full 2 minutes before I finally managed to steady myself. No matter what, I couldn't panic later. But the moment I opened the bathroom door, Lin Mimi was already waiting outside. And this woman was holding something terrifying. It was the undergarment Ah Hua had left behind just moments ago. My lips twitched. What are you doing with that thing? It's so dirty. Lin Mimi shook her head. I know it's dirty. Tell me honestly, are these Ah Hua's? I nodded slightly. What else could it be? Honestly, Ah Hua is completely insane. I held nothing back from Lin Mimi, laying out everything Ah Hua had done to me. Lin Mimi frowned deeply. Did something happen between you and Ah Hua? Hearing that, honestly, I've never felt so wronged in my entire life. Miss Lin, could you please think before you speak? What do you think happened between me and Ah Hua? Or let me put it another way, if we really had slept together, why would that pervert still have me tied up like this? I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. I just blurted it out. Lin Mimi's mouth twitched slightly, then she nodded thoughtfully. Not bad for you. I exhaled deeply, lit a cigarette, and sat down on the other side, puffing away. I couldn't tell if it was the lingering effects of that so-called obedience potion or if I was simply too shaken to stand. At that moment, I felt completely drained and limp, collapsing onto the sofa. Can you tell me what happened? Especially about that crazy woman. Lin Mimi shook her head. Ah Hua was too clever. Anyway, you'd be wise to keep your distance from that woman. My features twisted in disgust. What the hell are you talking about? Why are you siding with her? After everything that's happened, you're still defending your best friend? Don't you forget. Lin Mimi, you and I are the ones with a real connection. Yet that Ah Hua actually went behind your back to treat me like this. Don't you think that's outrageous? Lin Mimi looked at me, growing impatient. She shook her head quickly. Hold on a second. Ah Hua's just that kind of person. Once she sets her sights on someone, she'll stop at nothing to get them. That woman really has some serious character issues. But it just proves how irresistible you are. Honestly. I felt Lin Mimi was getting more and more off track. Did you come here to solve my problem or not? Miss Lin, if you're here just to mock me, then you'd better leave immediately. I can't afford to entertain such a big shot like you. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Anyway, just keep doing what you're doing. I'll explain everything to Ah Hua, and you can't win against that woman anyway. I felt a surge of anger welling up inside me. But before I could finish speaking, Lin Mimi turned and walked away. Before she left, though, she tossed Ah Hua's undergarments onto my bed. But one thing still baffled me. Ah Hua has such a great figure, and we've even bathed together. That woman's skin is so smooth. Even I envy her figure and complexion. Don't you find her attractive at all? I shook my head. Saying I wasn't tempted would be a lie. But could I possibly say that? You really underestimate me. Don't think I'm with you just because you're pretty. I'm not that shallow. Lin Mimi laughed. Fine, you've got a point. She turned and walked away immediately. But the more I thought about it, the more off it felt. No matter who this happened to, someone like Lin Mimi would never let it go. Especially when it was done by her own best friend. But why? Why did Lin Mimi remain so calm throughout the entire incident, as if she didn't care at all? I furrowed my brow slightly, then shook my head vigorously the next second. Something felt increasingly off. Lin Mimi must know something. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. I didn't even want to move.
I simply rolled over and fell asleep.
The next morning, I dragged my weary body to the office.
She really got under my skin. The aftereffects were absolutely overwhelming.
I just couldn't wrap my head around it.
Even after a whole night had passed, I still felt completely drained.
As soon as I arrived at my workstation, I spotted Lin Ro organizing documents. That's when it hit me.
I slapped my forehead in frustration.
Right, I have my own office now.
That girl Lin Ro has been treating me with great respect ever since that incident. Especially when she saw me arrive, she immediately stood up and gave me a slight bow.
Good morning, manager. Chapter 118, The Secret Way Good Discovered. I gave a slight nod. Good to see you too.
I only glanced briefly but immediately noticed a half-eaten steamed bun sitting beside Lin Ro's file folder.
I was a bit puzzled. Eating dry steamed buns this early in the morning, doesn't that feel like it's going down the wrong way? Is this all you eat for breakfast?
I asked, looking genuinely puzzled. Lin Ro instinctively grabbed the steamed bun and shoved it into her pocket.
Sorry, manager.
I'm not eating during work hours, I just left it here and forgot to tidy up. I felt a bit flustered.
No, I'm not blaming you.
And I certainly don't think you're lazy for not tidying up.
Is this really what you eat for breakfast?
Lin Ro shook her head.
No, I had other things too.
I just didn't have much of an appetite this morning, so I wanted something dry and filling.
I didn't think much of it, patted Wei Ji's doggy head, and turned to head into the office.
But no sooner had I sat down than the phone rang.
It was Daho calling.
The moment I saw Daho's name on the screen, my gaze sharpened.
I'd been in a foul mood these past couple days, so I'll take it out on you. Hey, big tiger, got time to call me this morning? Haha, what kind of relationship do we have? Isn't it perfectly normal for me to call you? We exchanged pleasantries for a while.
After a good 10 minutes, we'd covered all the usual topics.
I could tell Daho was getting impatient. So he cut straight to the chase. Bro, how's that merchant onboarding thing you mentioned earlier coming along?
I chuckled. I could have guessed it with but there was no way this guy would just call me out of the blue to say hello.
Frankly, he was just testing me. But I never took the bait, so he had to bite the bullet and ask. I know Big Tiger is waiting for my answer. Big Tiger. I said. You really underestimate me. We've known each other for years, don't you know what kind of person I am? I blurted out unexpectedly.
The moment I finished speaking, Big Tiger immediately grew agitated.
Brother. I mean no offense whatsoever, and I trust your character completely. But right now, aren't we short on projects? And I have absolutely no doubts about your financial strength.
I just worry you might be too busy to remember me, especially since my business has hit a slow season lately. So I'm looking to develop other projects just to make some extra cash on the side.
The guy sure made it sound easy. I nodded lightly. No problem, Big Tiger. Either you come over and we'll talk face to face. Either way, I'll give you a reasonable explanation. The moment I said that, Big Tiger lit up like a kid who just got candy. He started bouncing up and down on the spot. Ha! You're a man of your word, little brother. Rest assured. Once this deal goes through, you'll get your share. No need to talk about that between us brothers. I'll send you the location right now. After hanging up, I immediately sent Daho the coordinates. Next step, contact Wang Wan. But just then, a dog's head poked through the door. None other than Wei Gu. What's up, Wei? Sneaking around like that? Something's off with you. I said it casually. After I finished speaking, Wei Gu on the other side chuckled. Manager, I need to report something to you. And I can guarantee it's absolutely huge news. Wei Gu said excitedly. I don't know why. Seeing the old guy's dead serious expression, I couldn't help but frown. Cut the crap. What the hell happened? Spit it out. Wei Ji's lips twitched slightly. Well, it's about Lin Ro, that young lady who just arrived not long ago. I frowned. What exactly are you trying to say? Spit it out, no beating around the bush. Wei Gu nodded. Listen up. Just in the last few days, I've noticed something. You know this Lin Ro? She never eats with the rest of us. I froze. What's wrong with you? If someone doesn't want to eat with you, is that a problem? You're getting more and more nitpicky every day. I couldn't hold back. I started yelling at Wei Gu right in front of me. But after I yelled that, Wei Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Let me tell you, ever since that little girl arrived here a few days ago, every meal has basically been settled for just a few bucks. Do you know what that means? Wei Gu delivered each word deliberately. I see that girl munching on steamed buns practically every day. And yesterday at lunch, I accidentally caught a glimpse of Lin Ro's chat history. At that moment, Wei Gu looked like a sleazy gossip monger. After he finished speaking, I felt something wasn't quite right either. Wei Gu, just spit it out already. Don't keep me in suspense, you know I hate that. Wei Gu didn't dare joke with me anymore. He nodded quickly. Though I couldn't see the content clearly, it must have been a debt collector. Anyway, he kept replying nonstop during the chat. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I couldn't help but frown. Do you think Lin Ro is the kind of person who lacks self-respect and self-love? I couldn't help but ask. Wei Gu shook his head quickly. Of course not. I sense this girl is full of integrity. She's definitely not the troubled type. Precisely because of that, something feels off. Remember how you treated her when she first arrived? Any ordinary girl would have turned tail and left by now. But Lin Ro stayed. I suspect she's desperately short on cash. Something must be wrong at home. My thoughts immediately turned to Lin Ro. Especially when I thought of her face, my thoughts began to wander. But Wei Gu just waved his hand at me. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Do you think I'm wrong? Only then did I snap back to reality. I shook my head quickly. What kind of talk is that? I don't know the situation either. Alright, stop messing around. Regardless of this woman's personal life, her work must be handled properly. We can't treat her differently just because of her family background. Got it? Wei nodded. Got it. I really can't keep my mouth shut. Chapter 119, Lin Nini's Call. After saying that, Wei Gu scurried off like a little puppy. Though what I said was true, hearing Wei Gu put it that way still stung a little. My lips twitched slightly. Especially when I thought of Lin Ro's face, I felt utterly helpless. After a long silence, I finally shook my head vigorously. Why bother with all this? I've got my own problems to handle. That very night, Lin Nini reached out to me. I want to see you tonight. Her words were painfully direct. My mouth twitched. In the kitchen, Li Hui was cooking for me. Though we hadn't had a proper conversation in ages, she was still fulfilling her duties as a wife. Besides, I hadn't been home in days. With that in mind, I declined outright. Nini, I'm truly sorry. I've just returned. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Lin Nini only responded with a faint oh. It wasn't hard to tell that the girl wasn't exactly in high spirits right now. Oh, I see. I actually wanted to talk to you about Ahua. She asked me to pass on a message. Something felt off. My heart skipped a beat. What did she want me to tell you? Ahua said she's taken a liking to you. What can you do? You're just too charming. She said she won't give up. After hearing Lin Nini say that, my eyes widened in utter bewilderment. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Lin Nini, is this your answer? Lin Nini sighed. I actually wanted you to come over tonight, but you don't know that girl, so? I took a deep breath. Enough. You don't need to say another word, and you certainly don't need to mediate. Just pass on a message to Ahua for me. If that woman dares to cause any more trouble, I won't let her off the hook. Lin Nini added. But it wasn't hard to tell that the girl's tone seemed a bit troubled. What's going on? Just tell me. I was getting impatient. Just then, Li Hui's head popped out from the kitchen. What's going on, honey? Who are you yelling at? Let's talk this out calmly. Ahua on the other end clearly heard it too. If it's inconvenient, I'll hang up now. It's fine. Sorry about that. This woman's driving me crazy. You have no idea, Ahua's practically insane. Lin Nini agreed with me. Ahua said there's a way to make her give up on you. I froze. You're not suggesting I go to T country for gender reassignment surgery, are you? What are you talking about? That's impossible. Ahua knows our relationship is fake. She told me that if you're willing to truly be with me, she'll definitely step aside. I was only momentarily stunned. But Nini, you know I'm already married. How could this work? Ahua said she could help us. I couldn't help but ask. So if I follow your logic, does that mean I have to get a divorce? Would you even want to marry me? Now's not the time for this. The thing is, Ahua's a bit of a nutcase. You're a grown man, you can't hold it against a young girl. Suddenly, I sensed something was off with Lin Nini. And what she was saying just didn't make any sense. After a moment of deep thought, I finally spoke calmly. How about this? Give me a few days to think it over. Once I finish up what I'm working on, we can talk about it then. Lin Nini's tone was agitated. And it was the kind of excitement she couldn't contain. No problem. I'll keep Ahua in check these few days. Take your time to think it over. Then the girl abruptly hung up the phone. I listened to the busy tone on the other end. Even now, I still can't quite figure out what Lin Nini was really thinking. Honey, dinner's ready. Who was that just now? Oh, it was someone from our company. Actually, what I said wasn't entirely wrong. Lin Nini is our company's vice president. Next time you call them, explain properly that it's all for work. Li Hui thought I was calling about work. I wonder why. I feel a bit indebted to this woman standing before me. They say you shouldn't abandon the wife who shared your hardships. But then again, Li Hui isn't my wife from the days of hardship, and I'm certainly no successful man. What right did I have to look down on her? Thinking this, I couldn't help but exhale deeply. I took the plate of food from Li Hui's hands and placed it on the dining table. I pulled her into my arms in one swift motion. Li Hui froze for a moment. What's going on? Why this sudden change? I smiled. Nothing, I just wanted to give you a hug.
I haven't been home much lately, and you've been working so hard all by yourself. Li Hui smiled and shook her head.
Don't say that. You're right in the middle of your career's ascent. Of course I'll support you with everything I've got. And I believe you'll rise again.
I leaned in and kissed Li Hui's soft lips. She paused for just a moment before passionately returning my kiss.
We kissed passionately, lost in each other.
A few minutes later, I suddenly exerted all my strength and lifted Li Hui off her feet. Her response was equally fierce as she wrapped her legs tightly around my waist.
Honey, let's go back to the room.
I nodded gently and carried her straight into the bedroom.
It took us over half an hour before we finally emerged, both thoroughly satisfied. But the food had gone cold. Li Hui was reheating the food while I pondered everything. Especially that phone call I just received from Lin Mimi. Could the problem really be with Ahua? I doubt it. But right now, Sister Wan's situation needed to be prioritized. The next morning, as soon as I arrived at the office, Dahu's call came through. I answered enthusiastically. Big Tiger. I've been waiting day and night for you to show up. Are you downstairs at our company building? Dahu nodded repeatedly. Yes. I'm already downstairs at your company. Hold on, I'll have someone come out to meet you. I stepped out of the office and looked at Brother Wei. Go downstairs to meet someone. He's big and burly, with a rough and tumble look about him. Wei Ge froze for a moment. What's up, manager? He's not going to beat you up, is he? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just put him in my office later. Remember, don't say anything he asks. Just be polite. Tell him I'll handle it when I get back. Wei Ge nodded. He knew that if I said so, there must be a reason. I'll go right away. Chapter 120, Shop Qualifications. I slipped straight into Yang Wan AI's office. Yang Wan AI was a bit confused. The girl had just ordered breakfast, and before I'd even eaten, I sat down and started wolfing it down. Yang Wan AI sighed helplessly and casually ordered another portion. You're a starving ghost reincarnated. I chuckled. Eating someone else's food is the best. So delicious. Yang Wan AI sighed. I'm seriously impressed with you. The project's already underway. When do you plan to start recruiting the first batch of merchants? I froze in place. Deputy General Manager Yang, you're joking, right? Are you seriously putting me in charge of this? My expression was filled with utter bewilderment. Yang Wan AI nodded. What did you expect? I'm from sales. At most, I might bring along some technical staff. This should be considered external work, right? Yang Wan AI nodded. Exactly. It's an external assignment, but that's our company policy. Since you secured this project, it's entirely your responsibility from start to finish. I'm sure you know that, right? Getting merchants on board is a golden opportunity to make quick money. And with this project generating so much buzz and excitement, you should be able to rake in a pretty penny. Yang Wan AI said this with a smile. I suddenly shouted excitedly. So that's how it is. I was planning to ask you today for a few merchant slots, but turns out I'm in charge of this whole thing. Yang Wan AI shot me a glare. Didn't you see the documents I left on your desk earlier? I froze. There had indeed been a document on my desk earlier, but I'd long since grown immune to such things. I just tossed it aside. I figured it couldn't be anything major. If it were a crucial decision, Wei would have told me ages ago. I tapped my forehead. See? My apologies. Someone must have tidied up my office, and the document probably got set aside. Yang Wan AI looked at me with a hint of exasperation. You really need to pay more attention. I chuckled. You're right. After leaving Yang Wan AI, I headed straight for the office. This time, I was supremely confident. After all, I was in charge of the entire project. I refused to believe Big Tiger wouldn't pay up. When I opened the office door, I noticed someone else beside Big Tiger. The two were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The other guy looked like a delinquent too, probably a few years younger than Big Tiger, short flat top, big gold chain. The two of them together were a perfect match. As soon as Big Tiger saw me, he jumped up excitedly. We shook hands firmly. Hey, bro. Your company's doing great. But I thought you started this company yourself? How come you're working here as a manager now? I chuckled. Brother Dahu, I asked, do you think my company stands a chance at landing this resort project? I'm essentially affiliated with this company now. You can see that from this. I immediately started rummaging through my desk. Sure enough, the documents were indeed tossed aside. And it was personally signed by Yu Tao. Look at this. After Dahu and the guy beside him glanced at it a few times, their expressions changed instantly. Their eyes widened, their expressions brimming with excitement. Holy crap! So you're saying you're in charge of the entire investment promotion process for this project? I nodded with a smile. It's all written here in black and white. Why even ask me? This is exactly why I'm here at this company. I've already discussed it with the boss. We're all in this together to make money. Daho's doubts vanished instantly. Are you kidding me? Could a regular manager really handle such a big project? Everyone knows this is a goldmine. Why would the company hand it over to some lowly department manager? Bro, you're really making waves now. Just look at this document, it's pure cash. I nodded with a smile. Of course, Big Tiger. I called you over precisely because I want us to team up on this. Interested? Dahu nodded excitedly. Of course I'm interested. If you're willing to bring me along, why wouldn't I be? I snapped my fingers. Since Brother Who's on board, I'll get straight to the point. The first batch of commercial spaces being released will definitely have promotions. There should be around 10-20 units available at special prices. But these shops will be auctioned off. I can secure them for you. I'll figure out a way to bid on those special price shops for you. Brother Who seemed to already see money beckoning him. So when I finished speaking, the guy practically drooled with excitement. Really? No problem, no problem. I gave a slight nod. Exactly. That's what I wanted to tell you. But there's a condition to get these shops: both spouses must participate in the bidding. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Just bring Sister Wan along when the time comes. I delivered the line with feigned nonchalance. But Dev Hu across from me froze. What the hell? Why do both spouses have to come? His eyes clearly showed anxiety. Of course. This is the purification campaign, you know that. These are special price shops with requirements for age and family status. This is company policy. Normally, you and Sister Wan wouldn't qualify without children. But since I'm personally handling this, I can make an exception for you. I said this with a smile. Big Tiger, you're not having any trouble here, so why are you acting so timid? You're not afraid of your wife meeting people, are you? I started teasing him right away. But Big Tiger just sighed helplessly across from me. Bro, I won't hide this from you, things between me and your sister-in-law have hit a rough patch. We just got divorced a few days ago. When he said that, my eyes widened in shock. My expression was pure disbelief. What the hell did you just say? This can't be real, right? When I asked about your wife earlier, I was just trying to verify things indirectly. That's when I realized I needed to ask. Now Big Tiger was kicking himself. What can I say? I just got divorced a few days ago. Don't be mad at me, bro. Can you help me out? I shook my head immediately. No way. It's impossible to fix. Big Tiger, you'll just have to take your losses. Dahu was frantic. Are you kidding me? This cost me several million. Bro, how about this? I'll talk to Wang Wan and we'll make our move together. Chapter 121, Hodo and Dahu. I looked at Big Tiger with some hesitation. Brother Dahu, I said, is that even possible? Sister Wan's already divorced you, would she really be willing to go out with you? I couldn't help but ask. Dahu immediately patted his chest with confidence. How could she refuse to come with me? I shook my head quickly. Listen, Brother Hu. If you really want her to come with you, you need to talk to her properly. After all, this is a major project. If something seems off with Sister Wan on site, they'll definitely investigate later. Dahu frowned. Is it that serious? What do you think? I'm transferring all the low-priced commercial spaces to your name now. Everyone knows you're a connected insider. We can't give them any grounds to find fault. Dahu's mouth twitched. Anyway, that woman doesn't have any money on her now. Worst case, I'll just sign a contract with her and give her a cut. I nodded slightly. This project should rake in at least a few million, right? I glanced at him. I burst out laughing. You're something else. How much do your current businesses bring in annually? Probably over 100,000 if I break it down, but business hasn't been as good these past 2 years. I waved my hand dismissively. You wouldn't even lose money if you gave away your entire business. Do you have any idea how much we spent just on advertising for this resort project? Dahu shook his head. At least 100 million. Are you kidding me? If you could get these low-priced commercial spaces, making tens of millions a year wouldn't be a problem. Of course, I'm talking about running them properly. Dahu's eyes widened in shock. What the hell are you talking about? Could we even handle tens of millions? I chuckled. This guy's got no vision either. It's not like you'd get all tens of millions, you'd have to grease some palms, of course. But roughly estimating, you'd probably end up with around 10 million. Seems you don't know this business, Tiger. Let me tell you straight, the easiest money to make these days is from tourists. People who go to those resorts spend hundreds or even thousands per person, no big deal. Daily foot traffic is in the thousands or tens of thousands, dare you do the math? I enunciated each word deliberately. When I finished, Big Tiger across from me stared wide-eyed, his entire face frozen in utter shock. That's insane. I never imagined it would be this much before coming over. I patted Big Tiger on the shoulder. Bro, don't be surprised. If it weren't for all this money, do you think I'd be managing this place? Dahu suddenly understood. He couldn't contain his excitement anymore. Slowly rising, he grabbed my hand. Bro, you're the best. I'm so happy you thought of me for this. I waved my hand hurriedly. Go handle this right away.
Remember, be nice to your sister-in-law after all, money is what matters most.
Dahu nodded. You can count on it. For the amount you mentioned, I'd even kneel before her and it'd be worth it. After saying that, Dahu and his sidekick turned and walked away.
Watching their retreating figures, a confident smile curved my lips.
Then I picked up my phone and dialed Wang Wan. After a few rings, Wang Wan answered immediately.
But I could still tell her tone wasn't exactly enthusiastic. In the past, whenever Wang Wan received my call, she would always be thrilled. But ultimately, it was my fault. Big Tiger will call you later.
Don't answer it, wait for me.
Before Wang Wan could speak, I hung up abruptly. I hurried out to the office workstations. Linro, I need to step out for a moment. If anything urgent comes up, give me a call.
Linro nodded quickly.
Got it, manager. I drove straight to the hotel.
Sure enough,
when I arrived at Wang Wan's room, she showed me her phone's several missed calls already.
Big Tiger on the other end must be freaking out. What the hell was going on? I gave a faint smile. I was already ready to take action against Dahu. Sister Wan, just wait a moment.
In just the few minutes it took me and Wang Wan to discuss this, Dahu had already called several times.
Wang Wan's lips twitched. Do you think this will work? I nodded firmly. Don't worry. No pain, no gain. Think about how Big Tiger treated you before. And now that guy needs something from you. If you don't stand up for yourself, once he recovers, do you really think he'll let you off?
I said this with complete seriousness. After I finished speaking, Wang Wan gasped for breath.
She nodded emphatically. I believe you.
I made an okay sign with my hand.
See? It's all good now. Hurry up and answer the call. Make sure to sound normal when you do.
Only then did Wang Wan pick up her phone. But then Dahu's call came through again.
Wang Wan composed herself before pressing the answer button. Just as expected. Dahu on the other end finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god, you had me worried sick. Why didn't you pick up? Wan. Where are you right now?
I need to discuss something very important with you.
Wang Wan's tone was icy. Dahu.
We're divorced now, and I walked away with nothing.
What more do you want from me? Do you intend to drive me to my death before you're satisfied? Dahu immediately grew impatient. I don't mean any harm. I called because something good has happened. You just need to listen to me and attend a ceremony with me. I promise I'll never bother you again. I furrowed my brow. Was this guy trying to pull a fast one? Was he planning to get something for nothing? Wang Wan laughed contemptuously. Dahu, you're something else. We're already divorced, why should I accompany you to some ceremony? Who do you think you are? Dahu's tone changed instantly. What do you mean? Wang Wan, you know who I am.
If you don't agree to this, you know the consequences.
Wang Wan shook her head.
I immediately made a gesture to hang up the phone.
Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wan hung up. Sure enough, less than half a minute later, Dahu's call came right back through. Are you ever going to stop? I'm telling you I'm not accompanying you to that damn ceremony. And don't call me anymore. We're even now.
Dahu was panting heavily.
Wait. We can talk this out. If you agree to attend the ceremony with me, I'll pay you, is that okay? Chapter 122, Like Walking a Dog. Dahu finally couldn't hold back any longer.
It seemed money was the only solution after all.
Sure enough. The guy finally gave in.
Wang Wan looked a bit anxious and turned to glance at me, as if asking what to do next.
I gave a slight nod. I had already instructed her earlier. Wang Wan was panting heavily.
Clearly, this was the woman's first time doing something like this, so she looked somewhat pale and weak.
I don't want your money, but I have demands. Wang Wan had finally taken that step.
When she spoke those words, Dahu on the other end of the line froze. He probably never imagined Wang Wan would dare to negotiate terms with him directly. He furrowed his brow.
What do you want? We can talk it out slowly. As long as I can meet your demands, I won't be stingy. Wang Wan exhaled deeply. Fine. Since that's the case, let's go through everything step by step, starting from before we got married. Dahu across from her remained silent, clearly waiting for Sister Wan to settle the score. When we got married, you were just a penniless kid who couldn't even afford a dowry, let's not even go there. It's too tangled to untangle now anyway. But that down payment on the apartment?
I saved up for it myself and borrowed money from my friends to buy it.
You admit that, right? Dahu took a deep breath. You're right.
That house should have been yours. But it was registered under my name back then.
If it comes to it, I'll just give it back to you. Wang Wan nodded cheerfully. Don't make it sound like you're doing me a favor. That apartment was always mine, you owe it to me. And I want that nightclub you own too. Wang Wan delivered each word deliberately.
The moment she finished speaking, the expression on Dahu's face abruptly changed. His tone also grew considerably more serious.
Wang Wan, have you lost your mind over money? Do you even realize what you're saying?
That nightclub is the culmination of my years of hard work.
I've already agreed to give you the house. Now you're demanding my business too? Do you really think I'd hand that over? Wang Wan chuckled.
I know you won't give it to me, but that's my demand.
If you can't agree, then I'm afraid I'll have to say no. Wang Wan delivered each word deliberately.
You disagree, don't you? In that case, there's no need for further discussion.
These are my two demands.
If you agree, let's go transfer the property first.
After saying this,
Wang Wan slammed the phone down. The instant she hung up, Wang Wan gasped for breath, her entire body heaving. She struggled to steady her emotions.
How do you think I handled that?
I gave Wang Wan a thumbs-up gesture. Sis Wan, you handled that brilliantly.
I bet Big Tiger will be calling me soon. I said this with a smile.
But Wang Wan just stared at me with a look of sheer terror.
Do you think he'll agree? This isn't a joke.
Just like he said earlier, that nightclub is the culmination of his years of hard work.
I laughed.
If I wasn't certain he'd agree, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble, Sister Wan.
Rest assured, I've got this covered.
I spoke these words to Wang Wan, enunciating each syllable clearly. At that moment, the corners of Wang Wan's mouth twitched.
Within mere minutes, Dahu's call came through. I chuckled. See? Did you think calling me little brother was for nothing? I quickly answered the call. What's up, Big Tiger?
Brother, I said, is that project of yours really solid?
I froze. Why bring this up all of a sudden? What kind of brothers are we?
I'll tell you this, if it weren't solid, I'd never have dared to hook you up with it.
Besides, didn't you review the contract in my office? I'm handling this whole thing. What's there to worry about?
Big Tiger let out a deep sigh.
Let me tell you straight, Wang Wan is a... Then he proceeded to recount his recent phone call with Wang Wan, embellishing every detail.
His story was downright heart-wrenching. All these years I've fed her, housed her, not a penny of the house was mine. After we got married, I gave her tens of thousands every damn month. Now she wants not just my house, but my entire business too.
Tell me that's not a vampire.
Wang Wan trembled with rage beside him.
She nodded thoughtfully. If you put it that way, Sister Wan really is being unreasonable. But what do you think? I asked, utterly baffled. Truthfully, I already knew exactly what this guy was thinking. That's why I called you, just to ask how we should proceed next. If you're absolutely certain about this,
then I'll just bite the bullet and give it all to that.
If this project is as profitable as you say, I've got nothing to fear. You think I'm right?
Dahu enunciated each word deliberately, his tone utterly serious.
I immediately gave him my final ultimatum. Brother Dahu,
we've known each other for years, been neighbors all this time.
Do you really think I'd deceive you? Dahu hurriedly interjected. Of course I didn't mean that. Brother, I definitely trust you. But this isn't a small matter, so I need you to guarantee it for me.
Dahu delivered each word deliberately. I could sense he was taking a gamble too.
Relax, Brother Tiger. As long as you trust me, I promise you won't regret it. Big Tiger nodded. Alright, since you put it that way. I know what to do. After saying that, Dahu didn't hesitate for a second, he slammed the phone down.
Within mere minutes, he called Sister Wan back. Sometimes, one couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Big Tiger. But as the saying goes, those who are pitiful must also be detestable. That despicable bastard.
He never had any good intentions to begin with. To put it bluntly, he's nothing but a beast.
He'd just finished talking to Sister Wan, yet the moment he got to me, he turned into a completely different person.
For a man like that, I don't feel the slightest bit sorry for him.
But when Dahu called Wang Wan this time, things changed instantly.
Everything you asked for before, I'll agree to it. This matter is settled. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. When you accompany me to the venue, you must act like we're deeply in love. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind to you. Dahu was clearly threatening Wang Wan. Wang Wan chuckled. Don't worry about that. Since I've taken your stuff, I'll definitely do a good job for you. I hope you keep your promise. Chapter 123, Setting the Trap.
After they finished talking and agreed on the transfer time, Wang Wan finally hung up the phone. She turned to look at me, her eyes brimming with affection.
The next second, Wang Wan couldn't hold back any longer.
She leaned straight toward me and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably on my shoulder.
Thank you so much, Zhang Yu. I truly don't know how to repay you. You're my only hope now. I never imagined you'd actually pull this off.
Wang Wan uttered these words, her voice thick with emotion. After she finished speaking, I nodded quickly. She gave Wang Wan a light pat on the back.
Sis Wan, do you remember what I told you before?
Please trust me, I won't let you down.
Wang Wan nodded firmly. We embraced each other tightly. After a while, Wang Wan suddenly lifted her head and stared intently at me. Zhang Yu, it was my fault. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I'm truly sorry.
After saying that, Wang Wan leaned in and kissed me.
And today, Wang Wan was unusually proactive.
In that moment, a nameless rage surged within me.
The next second, I pulled Wang Wan tightly into my embrace. We kept demanding more from each other. This feeling had been so long overdue. Though not much time had passed, our relationship had grown distant after that note incident. But this time, it was different. It felt like all our past grievances had melted away in an instant. I have to say, this feeling was absolutely incredible. I picked Wang Wan up in my arms. Her legs wrapped tightly around my waist, and the weight was quite substantial. Next, I carried Wang Wan over to the table on the other side. It was actually just a TV stand, but it was tall enough to reach my waist. So this position was perfect. Wang Wan suddenly seemed dazed, staring straight at me. "What are you up to?" I chuckled and licked my lips. "What do you think I'm doing?" "I'm doing what a man should do, of course." "Why here? Can we go to the bed?" "I feel a bit shy like this." I burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? What's there to be shy about?" The two of us started doing some pretty wild things in the room. Right after that, Wang Wan left. The two of them had arranged to go transfer the property today. Big Tiger must have gone back to get the documents. I lay on the bed, drifting off to sleep while savoring the lingering scent of Wang Wan's body. When Wang Wan returned, it was already late at night, but she was holding 2 contracts in her hands. "You should be able to see clearly this time, right? They're not some kind of shady contracts, are they?" I asked warily. After I finished speaking, Wang Wan nodded. "There won't be any problems this time. I brought a lawyer with me. You've given me quite a bit of money lately, and I've read every single word of these contracts carefully." Daho tried to trick me with this before he knew I'd scrutinize every detail. I nodded thoughtfully. "Well, if you say so, then there shouldn't be any issues." "Sis Wan, congratulations on your transformation. You've gone from rags to riches overnight," I said with a smile. After I finished speaking, Wang Wan across from me suddenly looked a bit awkward. "You little rascal, you actually dare to mock me?" I quickly waved my hands. "No offense intended, of course. But I need to go handle this properly. I have to make sure Big Tiger believes it." Wang Wan nodded quickly. After all, that house and the nightclub no longer had anything to do with Big Tiger. Dahu had become a complete deadbeat. Truthfully, I could abandon him completely right now. After all, I'd achieved my goal. But I knew full well. This guy still had a lot of money on him. After all these years on the outside, if he didn't have a few million stashed away, I wouldn't believe it. And if we just dumped the current Dahu out there, he'd definitely pose a threat to us. Let's be blunt. If Big Tiger gets desperate and decides to buy his way out, how many lives do the two of us have? And Dahu's been on the streets all his life. As long as he's got cash, he won't be short of brothers. That's what worries me most. So here's what I'm thinking. Strike while the iron is hot. The reason I organized this banquet? My sole purpose is to strip Big Tiger bare, leave him penniless. Squeeze every last drop of value out of him. That's what I'm here to do. Early the next morning, I returned to the company and immediately called Wei. But as I passed Lin Ro's desk, I noticed the girl wasn't there. Where could Lin Ro have gone? Why wasn't she here yet during work hours? Wei Ge glanced at the adjacent desk. Oh, that girl took leave to go home. Seems something happened at her place. I'm not entirely sure of the details. I gave a slight nod. There's nothing to say about someone taking a legitimate day off. The only reason I asked was because that guy Wei Ge had to open his big mouth and drag me into that conversation earlier. I called Wei Ge straight to my office, and the two of us started planning the banquet details. But after I voiced my idea, Wei suddenly widened his eyes. Holy crap! Manager, if you pull this stunt, the other vendors won't be happy. We're all competing fairly. Why should one person get all the spots? Manager, you really need to think this through carefully. I'm telling you straight, if the boss finds out about this, he'll probably tear you to shreds. I looked at Wei Ge with utter helplessness. Look me straight in the face. Wei Ge looked at me, puzzled. My face is clean as a whistle, nothing wrong with it. You know my face is clean as a whistle. So tell me, do I look like a complete idiot? Wei Ge burst out laughing. But barely 2 laughs later, he sensed something off in the air. He instinctively looked up and fixed his gaze on me. His expression turned serious. No. You're the smartest manager. Since you know I'm not an idiot, that means I must be up to something in this matter. Wei frowned. Manager, you're not thinking of colluding with other prospective tenants, are you? That's completely impossible. If word gets out there's something fishy going on here, who would dare partner with us in the future? I chuckled. What if all those prospective tenants are my people? Chapter 124, Yu Tao's support. Wei Ge's body jerked as if he'd been electrocuted. And the look in his eyes as he stared at me was like he was looking at a madman. Yes. At that moment, Wei Ge truly couldn't hold back. He simply couldn't believe the words I'd just spoken. Bro, you're not joking with me, are you? I shook my head. Do you really think I'd joke about something like this? Wei Ge, this task is yours. Even if you have to find extras, they better look the part. Or else, don't blame me for being harsh. Wei Ge's features twisted into a grimace. Bro, you're really asking the impossible. I chuckled. I'm not messing with you anymore. I'll handle this.
No sooner had the words left my mouth than I headed straight for Yu Tao's office.
We had a long talk in his office, lasting over an hour. The entire office felt like a fairyland as we chain-smoked one cigarette after another.
But we were both silent.
I was waiting for Yu Tao's answer.
After a long while, Yu Tao finally lifted his head and looked at me.
Zhang Yu, are you sure you want to proceed with this?
If something goes wrong, it could have a huge impact on our project.
I let out a long sigh.
No wonder Yu Tao felt this way after all. He was the company's owner, while I was just an employee. The reason Yu Tao held me in such high regard was because I generated substantial profits for the company.
But now, wasn't I just forcing myself to court disaster? As the company owner, naturally he wouldn't want me to proceed this way.
Besides, Yu Tao had already shown me immense favor. I was absolutely certain that if any other employee dared speak to him like this, he'd be kicked out on the spot.
I nodded emphatically. Though this is a personal grudge, I can guarantee it.
I won't act recklessly, and I have a way to redirect the conflict onto someone else.
I enunciated each word deliberately.
Yu Tao clenched his jaw across from me.
Zhang Yu, the fact that you can land projects others can't handle is why I trust you. I believe you won't overstep.
I'm putting this in your hands.
To be honest,
Yu Tao's willingness to agree so readily was beyond what I'd even dared to imagine. I had already prepared to negotiate other terms with Yu Tao.
But who knew Yu Tao would grant me such sweeping authority?
This is practically slapping mud on his own company's face. I never imagined the chairman himself would agree to it.
Seriously. I don't even know how to thank Yu Tao enough. I instinctively stood up, clasping my hands together. I'll call you Brother Tao.
I'll make sure this gets handled perfectly.
Yu Tao waved his hand with a smile. Don't play dumb with me. Given our relationship, I trust you'll do it right. I walked straight out of Yu Tao's office and I was absolutely strutting like a crab. Literally sideways.
Within mere minutes, the company-wide group file was sent out.
Everyone gets tomorrow off, and you're all under my command. That's the privilege Yu Tao gave me.
As I looked at the document, a strange smile crept onto my lips. Only my brother Tao could pull this off.
Still, the company's communication system was remarkably swift. It took no more than 10 minutes. Yang Wen AI was already waiting for me in the office.
The moment I stepped in, I caught sight of Yang Wen AI's impressive cleavage.
Ms. Yang, I remarked, your neckline is a bit low today, don't you think? That's not wise. What if you encounter a voyeur? You'd be at a disadvantage, wouldn't you? I said this with a smile. But to my surprise, Yang Wen AI glared at me. Aren't you talking about yourself? I thought. Taking it personally so quickly? I burst out laughing. What am I looking at? It's not like I'm the one showing off. What brings you here? Yang Wen AI glared at me again. You think I came here for you? He snapped. What was that group file the company just sent? What big deal do you have tomorrow that requires the whole company to accompany you? I waved my hands hastily.
Nothing major, just handling some important business. Mr. Yang, you'll have to cooperate with me, then I've already given you advance notice. I said this with a smirk. After I finished speaking, Yang Wen AI shook her head. You still haven't told me. What kind of shenanigans are you up to? Don't do anything reckless. I nodded. Of course I have my own ideas. This is definitely a two birds with one stone plan.
Just trust me.
I said this with a serious expression. My expression radiated confidence. Yang Wen AI knew me well enough to realize that if I didn't want to say it, he wouldn't get it out of me.
With that thought, Yang Wen AI sighed helplessly. I couldn't care less.
Anyway, the boss has already told us to cooperate with you.
What else is there to say? I chuckled. Well, thanks a lot then.
I'm afraid I'll still need your cooperation later.
Yang Wen AI shot me a glance.
The boss has already made the decision.
What choice do we have but to comply? With that, Yang Wen AI turned and walked away.
But no sooner had she left than another pair of long legs flashed before my eyes, blinding me.
Are you kidding me?
These legs were even more perfect than Yang Wen AI's. I didn't even need to look to know it had to be Lin Mimi.
I immediately walked to the office door and slammed it shut. Lin Mimi looked at me with a puzzled expression. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? I chuckled. Well, obviously to discuss some serious business with Vice President Lin.
While Lin Mimi was still stunned, I reached out and wrapped my arm around her slender waist. I pulled her forcefully into my embrace.
Lin Mimi landed right in my arms.
This move truly startled the girl.
Are you out of your mind, Zhang Yu? It's broad daylight and we're still in the company. Is this all you can think about when you see me? I waved my hand dismissively with a smile. Don't give me that nonsense. I'm not here for that. Then I reached out and began stroking Lin Mimi's thigh. Especially that smooth sensation. Holy crap. I felt like I was going crazy.
And sometimes, doing something like this comes down to a split-second decision. At first, I'd only intended to tease Lin Mimi, but after a few back-and-forth moments between us, Lin Mimi's gaze was filled with such longing. Right now, Lin Mimi was sitting on my lap, constantly swaying her slender waist.
Clearly, this girl was getting into it too. I chuckled. Anyway, I've already locked the door. How about it?
Lin Mimi stared at me with wide eyes.
You think I'm scared? I just hate doing it at the office. If someone caught us, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. Chapter 125, Tearing Stockings. I chuckled. So you're scared, right?
I figured Lin Mimi must have been driven to it by the intensity of her feelings. So when she heard my words, the expression on her face changed instantly.
The very next second,
Lin Mimi shifted into a different position,
mounting me.
She kept writhing her slender waist faster and faster.
I couldn't hold back any longer.
Seizing the moment, I yanked with both hands, ripping.
And Lin Mimi's stocking split open with a sharp tear. Lin Mimi gasped in surprise. Are you crazy? Why did you rip my stockings? I chuckled. What's the point of keeping these useless things?
Then I picked Lin Mimi up and placed her on my desk. You know, in this kind of environment, it absolutely unleashes one's limitless potential.
Though only 10 minutes had passed, we both sat on the sofa looking utterly satisfied.
Lin Mimi was leaning against me. But seeing her stockings completely torn apart, she glared at me accusingly.
Zhang Yu, you rotten bastard. What are we gonna do?
You ripped my stockings.
How am I supposed to go out in public like this? I chuckled. How about I ask in the company group chat if anyone has extra stockings? At my suggestion, Lin Mimi glared at me with fury.
Then she sighed.
Forget it, forget it. I really owe you one.
Then the girl turned her back to me and pulled off her stockings. Now, beneath her pencil skirt were Lin Mimi's two long, shapely legs. I couldn't help but stare at them, giving her a thumbs-up gesture.
Honestly,
Vice President Lin, I could play with those legs for 100 years.
Kiss my ass.
Listen up, you're paying for these stockings.
They're high-end. I'll send you the link later, and you're buying me new ones. Lin Mimi snapped the words out.
Though it seemed like she was scolding me, her tone carried a hint of coquettishness. Clearly, she was just flirting with me. Then Lin Mimi stomped her foot and turned to leave.
Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. But barely a few minutes after Lin Mimi left, someone knocked on the door. Just as I was about to open the door, something occurred to me. I quickly slapped my forehead and tucked away Lin Mimi's stockings. No place to put them, so I just stuffed them into my pocket. Ahem, come in. Next, a dog's head appeared, none other than Wei Gu. The moment I saw Wei Gu, I finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, the two of us had just finished our intimate business. What if there was some weird smell in here? That would be the end of us. Wei Gu, however, didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He just stared straight at me. But beneath his smile lurked a hint of mischief. Brother Yu, my big boss. I'm seriously impressed with you right now. No sooner had the words left my mouth. The guy couldn't help but give me a thumbs-up gesture. I frowned. Spit it out already. What's with all this drama? What do you actually want to say? Wei chuckled. I just wanted to say you're seriously awesome. Didn't Vice President Lin just leave your office? I paused, taken aback. Then I nodded thoughtfully. That's right. And then President Yan left my office. What's up?
Mr. Yang leaving is perfectly normal, but Vice President Lin is different.
The manager doesn't know where Vice President Lin's stockings went?
This place is tiny, he must have taken them off right in front of you.
Wei Ji's face was full of mischief. After he said that, I was about to explain. But the words stuck in my throat. Wait a minute. I'm his ING superior. With that thought, I crossed my arms and stared straight at Wei Gu across from me. So what's your point? Want to call me out? Go ahead, let the whole company know. Wei immediately looked aggrieved. Of course not. I was just gossiping. I beckoned Wei Gu over with a flick of my finger. Wei Gu came over with a big smile.
The old guy probably thought I was going to tell him something, but just then, I grabbed his ear.
Twisting it hard. A blood-curdling scream erupted from his mouth. Ah! Damn it, manager, I'm sorry. Can you stop already? I really know I messed up. I'll never do it again. Wei Ji's scream was absolutely heart-wrenching. Even people outside had turned their heads toward the manager's office. But I had no intention of letting this old guy off the hook. This time, I truly gave it my all. And I'm not exaggerating one bit. Actually, Wei Ji's a pretty decent guy, but he's got this one bad habit. He absolutely loved gossip. I'd always intended to groom him into a key player by my side. After all, I couldn't stay here forever. Someday, I'll have to focus on building my own career. This place has always been just a stepping stone for me. Not only do I know this, but Yu-Tao knows it too. That's precisely why I want to properly cultivate this guy. After roughhousing with Wei Gu in the room for a bit, Wei Gu covered his ears with a pouty expression. Alright, I'm genuinely scared of you now, manager. I'll never act out again. I nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Alright, get back to work, we still need to prepare for tomorrow. I said this with a stern expression. This finally silenced Wei Gu. After Wei Gu left, I immediately grabbed my phone and dialed Dahu. After a few rings, he picked up immediately. It was clear that Big Tiger had now pinned all his hopes on me. At that moment, Big Tiger spoke with obvious excitement. "Bro, how's it going? No problems, right?" I chuckled. "Brother who," I said, "of course there's no problem. Tomorrow night is the merchant gathering. I'm letting you know you absolutely have to arrive early. The two of us need to meet up first." Dahu burst out laughing. "Bro, I knew you'd handle it. Once this is settled, I'll give you a cut of all the profits." I couldn't help but curl my lip. This guy has zero sincerity. He just casually mentions splitting the profits and brushes it off. Are you kidding me? If I could actually pull this off, Big Tiger would owe me at least 60-70%. Chapter 126, The Truth Comes Out. But I never intended to genuinely partner with him anyway. I just nodded quickly to show goodwill. "No problem. But I called you for another reason, brother who. How much liquid cash do you have on hand right now?" At my question, Big Tiger hesitated barely at all. "I've already handed over all my businesses to that. The money I have now is what I saved up before, roughly over 2 million. As soon as Dahu spoke these words, I couldn't help but look troubled. "Brother who," I said, "are you kidding me? 2 million yuan would barely buy 4 or 5 units. If that's all you're buying, you'd only make 100,000 or so in profits this year." I gave him the standard market price straight up. After all, everything I said was backed by facts. Even if he checked, he wouldn't find any shady deals. Big Tiger immediately got flustered. "Bro, you know I've got a whole crew to support. Saving up this much money is like scraping it out from between my teeth." I couldn't help but despise this guy even more. Earlier, when I was chatting with Wang Wan, she'd already told me. She'd been staying home all this time, and over the past few years, Big Tiger had only provided her with the bare minimum for living expenses. That's barely a few thousand yuan a month on average. With all the money he's made, hasn't he just been lining his own pockets? Brother who, let's not dwell on this. How about this? I'll arrange a loan for you through our company, and we'll settle the accounts later. Truthfully, when I uttered those words, my own heart was pounding wildly. The reason was simple. If he agreed, we'd be tied together like grasshoppers on a string. Then I'd inevitably lose money too. But I'd already seen through Big Tiger's true nature. Sure enough, within mere seconds, Big Tiger hurriedly spoke up. "Bro, you've already done so much for me. If I make you personally take out a loan, wouldn't that make me a sinner? How about this, you connect me with the right people, and I'll handle the loan myself. Don't read too much into it, I mean no offense. I just don't want you to sacrifice too much for my sake. Besides, my credit history is solid. How does that sound?" I chuckled. That ing works like a charm. At that moment, I was beyond thrilled. Even I couldn't help but admire myself. Let's be clear. Big Tiger didn't want me involved because he feared I'd take a slice of his pie. After all, if I gained control over the entire project, he wouldn't be calling the shots anymore. Big Tiger knew exactly what mattered most. That's why he flat out rejected my idea. Truth be told, I'd already anticipated this outcome. If I demanded Dahu foot the bill outright, he'd have grown suspicious and that could have backfired spectacularly. But by doing it this way, I cleverly avoided the issue. After all, I'd already said it was his own refusal. I quickly spoke up. "That works too. After all, I was planning to assign this project to you anyway." "No problem. Come to my office tomorrow morning." Dahu nodded eagerly. That evening, I went to the hotel where Wang Wan was staying. Wang Wan and I shared a deep emotional connection. After we finished, we both lay there panting. Wang Wan lay on top of me, staring intently. "Tomorrow is the last day, right?" I nodded slightly. "Exactly. Tomorrow is the last day. When you go to the venue tomorrow, you must act as normal as possible. First, to ease Big Tiger's suspicions. But more importantly, I'm going to screw that guy over big time." I enunciated each word deliberately. After I finished speaking, even Wang Wan couldn't help but freeze in surprise. She lifted her head and stared straight at me. "Sis Zhang Yu, I can't think of any other way to repay you besides giving myself to you. Rest assured, I never planned on getting married anyway. As long as I'm still young and not past my prime, and you don't reject me, I'll always be by your side." Seeing Wang Wan's resolute expression, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. I gently caressed Wang Wan's cheek, savoring the fragrance emanating from her body. Though her skin held traces of sweat, slightly sticky, it was undeniably fragrant perspiration. "Sis Wan, tomorrow is the day we settle this." That night, I didn't stay here but went home instead. After all, I needed to attend to Li Hui's side of things. Lately, the two of us had grown increasingly in sync. Li Hui never questioned where I went, but whenever we returned home, we always left each other in a good mood. "I'll wash your clothes. You'll be coming home late again tomorrow, right?" I nodded softly. "There's a meeting tomorrow, mainly with the commercial tenants. It can't be helped, I'm the project lead, so I have to be there." Li Hui nodded quickly. I'll say it again, making money is important, but you have to take care of yourself. But Li Hui took forever washing those clothes, over an hour, and she still hadn't returned. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore. I'd planned to cuddle up with Li Hui and sleep together, but it seemed that wasn't going to happen. I just went straight to sleep. I slept straight through until the next morning. When I glanced over, Li Hui was gone, probably already at work. I straightened my clothes, but something felt off. It felt like I'd forgotten something very important. But I couldn't recall what it was for the life of me. I changed into a fresh set of clothes, but the moment I stepped into the lobby, I froze in place. My entire body felt like it had been electrocuted. The reason was simple. There, in the trash can, a dark mass lay quietly on top. I froze in place. And a terrible thought formed in my mind. Step by step, I approached the trash can. When I pulled out the torn stockings, my head felt like it was buzzing. Yes, it was the stocking Lin Mimi had left in my office yesterday. I had intended to dispose of them, but when Wei came in, I frantically stuffed them into my clothes. I planned to toss them out the door, but completely forgot about them, never imagining I'd end up bringing them back. Not only that, but Li Hui actually found them. She personally threw them into that trash can. I was gasping for breath, feeling like I was about to break down completely. Things had just started to look up. Why did this have to happen? How could Li Hui not suspect me? Chapter 127, Meeting Wang Wan. I slapped my head hard. This is going to be trouble. I suspect Li Hui knows exactly what's going on. This will definitely make her suspect I'm messing around outside. I wonder if Li Hui even wants to continue our relationship. But what puzzled me even more was this: since Li Hui already had evidence suggesting I might have cheated, why hadn't she asked me a single question about it until now? Or was it that Li Hui was just content to muddle through with me, nothing more? The thought made me slap my forehead. Damn it! I'm such an idiot. Before I could wallow in self-pity, the phone rang. It was Big Tiger calling. I shook my head vigorously. Dwelling on this now was useless. The most important thing was to handle De Hu's situation first. This whole thing absolutely couldn't go wrong. Brother Hu, I'll give you a location. De Hu sounded pretty anxious on the other end of the line. I was downstairs at the company building that day. Weren't you at work? I chuckled. How could I possibly be there? Didn't I tell you before? I'm just a figurehead manager there. I'm definitely at my own company. The moment I finished speaking, Big Tiger finally laughed. Oh, I see. Sorry, bro, I really was jumping the gun. No worries. I sent Dahu my location and drove straight to the building where my old company used to be. Surveying the surroundings, I couldn't help but exhale deeply. How familiar it all felt. About 10 minutes later, an Audi SUV pulled up beside me. Dahu stared at me, cigarette dangling from his mouth. Bro! So your company's right here. You bet it is. But I just looked up your company. Why did the legal representative change? It's listed as Lu Guangbei now. I couldn't help but curl my lip. I have to admit, Big Tiger really is cautious. But that's exactly what I want. Only when he's truly cautious will he step right into my trap. I chuckled. How could I possibly serve as manager at another company if I'm the legal representative of this one? Dahu immediately caught on. Oh man, what was I thinking? I'm such a dummy. I chuckled and patted Dahu on the shoulder. No worries, it's perfectly normal for you not to understand these things. After all, you're not in our industry. But right now, my company is being managed by Lu Guangbei. He's my right-hand man. But the company's finances are still under my control. Want to come up for a visit? Dahu thought for a moment. I'll pass. Let's get down to business first. Isn't that banquet starting today? I nodded repeatedly. I wonder where Sister Wan is. I've already arranged with Wang Wan. She's waiting for me on Kung Fu Road. I came to pick you up, thinking we could go together to meet her. At least it'll steady her nerves. Here's what we'll do. Later, you tell her you've invested in this project too and it's a major stake. That way, she won't cause any trouble. Dahu had a backup plan ready. I nodded with a smile. What kind of relationship do we have? Relax, I'll definitely keep Sister Wan calm. Dahu flashed an okay sign. The two of us headed to Kung Fu Road first. Wang Wan was standing on the steps nearby. Even I froze in my tracks the moment I saw her. Today's Wang Wan was clearly dressed to impress, wearing brand new clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and she was wearing a dress with a cream-colored jacket on top. She completed the look with a pair of high heels. The ensemble was absolutely stunning. An unnamed flame flared up inside me once more. I silently resolved that once this matter was over, I would make Wang Wan wear this outfit again. It was clear that Big Tiger seemed to be regretting his actions. He's nearly 30 years old, yet he dresses so provocatively. Though he said it like that, his tone was clearly dripping with envy. I chuckled. Hey, brother Hu, you're not regretting it, are you? Big Tiger immediately grew flustered. Bro, you can mess around with food, but you better watch your mouth. Why would I regret it? I patted his shoulder.
Just wait till you're raking in millions a year.
You'll find that with a woman like that, you'll have her wrapped around your finger. You can have as many as you want.
Women with looks like hers will be lining up to get close to you.
Dahu perked up at that, nodding emphatically. You're absolutely right.
We pulled the car over and slowly got out.
Wang Wan nearly nodded at me in greeting. In front of outsiders. We always kept our distance.
Dahu pursed his lips.
I've done everything exactly as you requested. All my assets are now under your name.
But today's matter is crucial, you'd better not screw this up.
Wang Wan nodded.
Rest assured. Though I'm just a woman, I know what it means to take someone's money and solve their problems.
I'll definitely cooperate with you today, but I have one request. At those words, Dahu's expression immediately hardened. The guy had a temper to begin with.
And since Wang Wan had taken his businesses and property, he was already in a foul mood.
Now he was absolutely livid.
He pointed his finger right at Wang Wan's nose.
You filthy! I've given you more than enough. After everything I've given you, you still have the nerve to make demands? I smacked Dahu's shoulder. And this time, I hit him pretty hard. I swear.
If I'd had the chance, I would have hit him 10 times harder, right in the face.
Then I dragged Big Tiger aside. We're almost at the final hurdle. Can't you keep your cool? The business is in their hands now. If you drive Wang Wan away with your insults, everything you've built will be ruined. Dahu's mouth twitched.
Then he forced himself to calm down.
How the hell is this my fault? That clearly doesn't want me to succeed. I patted Dahu's shoulder. Alright, let's not talk about this now. You have to keep your cool. I'll talk to Sister Wan. Only then did Dahu nod. I walked up to Wang Wan. Sis Wan. Just tell me what you need. Wang Wan nodded.
He's not allowed to touch me tonight. Keep your distance from me in front of others, that's my only demand.
Because just seeing you makes me sick.
The last sentence was directed at Big Tiger.
Dahu instantly flew into a rage. Damn it!
Chapter 128. Dahu snaps up the shop.
I grabbed Dahu's arm again. No problem, Sister Wan. This is a piece of cake. Just promise to be nice to Brother Hu in front of outsiders. Wang Wan nodded.
But Sister Wan, I still need to tell you this project is a joint venture between me and Brother Hu, and I invested more money. I know you and Brother Hu don't get along, but I've been generous to both of you all this time.
Do it for me and cooperate with him. Wang Wan thought for a moment. If you put it that way, I'll do it. I burst out laughing. There you go. Harmony brings prosperity. I looked at Big Hu.
First, go to that company we visited earlier.
I've already explained everything to the boss. He's willing to lend you the money up front, and the first year is interest-free. Dahu looked at me with deep emotion. Bro, you've been so good to me, I really don't know what to say.
No sooner had he spoken than the guy grabbed my hand.
I felt a bit queasy.
But for now, I'll just have to act like we're really good friends.
No worries, Brother Hu. We're brothers, right? Don't act so distant. Big Tiger burst out laughing.
We went to get my car first, but Wang Wan didn't want to ride in the same car as Dahu.
So she naturally ended up sitting in the passenger seat next to me. Once inside the car, Wang Wan couldn't help but glance at me. Is this really okay?
Her words made me chuckle. I stared straight at her.
So now that it's come to this, you're telling me you're scared? Have you forgotten how Big Tiger treated you? Wang Wan shook her head hastily. You're overthinking it. I'm not scared of him, I'm worried about you. What if that guy comes after you later? I shook my head. Don't overthink it. If I'm doing this, I have my reasons.
Big Tiger will definitely hate me, but he might have other targets in mind.
Hearing this,
her lips twitched slightly.
I believe you.
Though just a few simple words, they revealed the true feelings deep within Wang Wan's heart at that moment.
I gave a slight nod.
Then Wang Wan suddenly threw herself at me. Since she was sitting in the passenger seat, she simply leaned forward and ended up half lying on top of me.
She hugged me and started nibbling.
I savored the fragrance emanating from her body, my hands growing restless. Several minutes passed. Thankfully the tinted windows were thick enough to prevent us from becoming a live-action spectacle.
But just then, Dahu's car backed up. He must have realized we hadn't followed. I quickly pulled away from Wang Wan and floored the gas pedal. About an hour later, I arrived at the building housing my current company. But when I entered the company, I saw that every single employee was a stranger. After all, our current employees were supposed to attend that auction tonight. I had no idea where Yutao had found so many people. Not only that, but several people greeted me enthusiastically upon seeing me. I couldn't even recall their names. So I could only nod awkwardly. A few minutes later, the two of us arrived at Yutao's office. Yutao gave me a smile. Are you handling the loan today? I shook my head. It's my buddy here. I've already decided to give him the project. Yutao nodded thoughtfully. As for Lu Guangbei's side. At that point, Yutao suddenly fell silent, leaving Dahu beside him feeling quite uncomfortable. Especially that feeling of holding back. I shook my head. Don't worry. I trust him completely.
If he ever betrays me, I'll die with regret.
Yu Tao chuckled. We've been partners for so long, I trust your character completely. Fine, let him handle it.
Stick to what we discussed earlier, no interest for the first year. The moment Yu Tao finished speaking, De Hu across from him immediately began weeping with gratitude. He was practically about to throw his arms around Yu Tao and sob uncontrollably.
It annoyed Yu Tao.
But in moments like this, he had to keep his cool.
The contract signing went smoothly, wrapped up in just a few minutes.
Yu Tao burst into laughter, turning to look at Da Hu.
You're in for a treat now.
All these discounted shops are yours.
You'll have more money than you know what to do with. Da Hu could only offer an awkward, forced smile. Don't you owe this all to my brother? You really should thank him properly.
If there's nothing else, you should hurry off. I expect quite a few merchants have arrived already.
I nodded quickly. Yu Tao handed me a bank card. It had over 8 million yuan on it. Da Hu took a deep breath. Heh, I'm about to make it big. De Hu and I headed straight to the pre-arranged location. By then, quite a few people had already gathered. Yang 1AI was disguised as a vendor, while Lin Mimi posed as my personal secretary. Originally, I'd planned to have Lin Ro handle it.
But who knew that girl would just go straight home?
Lin Mimi looked at me. Manager, what took you so long? The merchants are all waiting inside. I nodded with a smile. Then I led Da Hu and Wang Wan inside. Before entering, I looked at Da Hu. You must pick the 7th prize later. No problem, just go up and claim every single shop. Da Hu nodded. You could tell he was pretty excited too.
After we entered, I made a few casual remarks, just some standard formalities. But these people were barely paying attention, acting like they were already big shots among the prospective merchants.
Everything was seamless. Alright, time for the prize draw.
I pulled out the pre-prepared contracts I'd drafted earlier, though these were all genuine, complete with various supporting documents. If I'd used fakes at this stage, it would have blown the whole thing. The lottery proceeded as scheduled, and sure enough, Big Tiger landed in 7th place. A few minutes later, we began announcing the results. Who here is Zhao Da Hu? The moment I asked, Da Hu immediately raised his hand.
It's me. It's me.
Have you already placed bids on all the shops?
Da Hu nodded eagerly. Of course. If I'm going to do something, I go all in. That's just the kind of person I am. I chuckled. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Da Hu.
You've secured the special discount slot. Though other slots remain available, since you've purchased every single shop, the auction is now concluded. I delivered this brief statement, sending the crowd below into a frenzy. Chapter 129, the show begins. What gives? How can he snatch up every single shop all by himself?
Exactly.
This project is completely unreliable. Everyone vented their frustration, while only De Hu held his head high.
I quickly raised my palm. Everyone, please calm down. He got lucky, can we really blame him?
Besides, he bought them all at once.
With that kind of financial clout, it's really embarrassing for the rest of us. Then everyone stood up. What the hell?
These guys were all talking over each other, everyone venting their pent-up frustration. Whether it was genuine or feigned frustration, however, remained unclear. One by one, everyone left until only De Hu, myself, and the on-site disguised staff remained.
Brother Hu, if everything looks good, let's sign the contract. Big Tiger nodded with a smile. Of course, there's no problem.
After verifying his qualifications and the nature of his relationship with Wang Wan,
could you both bring your household registration books and marriage certificate for me to review? One of the staff members suddenly blurted out.
After he finished speaking, Da Hu froze in shock, turning to look at me.
I quickly slapped my forehead. Oh my god, how could I forget to tell him? We totally forgot the marriage certificate. Actually, the staff member was Wei Gu.
Wei Gu was looking like he owned the place.
Manager Zhang. I protested. We're already cutting you some slack here. You've got to provide us with this kind of documentation, right? I waved my hands frantically. My buddy. I just forgot it.
Anyway, all the other merchants have already gone through. They really are married, I can vouch for them.
Isn't it a hassle to make another trip back and forth? Then I grabbed Zhao Dahu's phone. Look.
Their marriage certificate photos are still right here. As soon as I said that, Brother Wei picked it up and examined it closely. I had Zhao Dahu take these photos ahead of time. But Brother Wei just curled his lip.
Let's be honest, I'm not trying to jinx you.
Even if you're married, you can always get divorced later.
I quickly waved my hands. If those two were divorced, would I dare do something like this? Brother. We've always gotten along well.
Why take this so seriously? No sooner had I finished speaking. I pulled the pre-wrapped red envelope from my pocket and slipped it into Wei Ji's pocket.
Wei Ji felt its thickness, grinned, and nodded. Alright, since you say so, I trust you know how to handle things. Hurry over and sign the contract, make it quick. If the boss finds out later, I won't be able to protect you guys. We might even lose our jobs. Hearing Wei Ji's warning, I immediately clasped my hands together in gratitude. Thanks. Thanks.
Then I turned to Big Tiger.
What are you waiting for? Sign it now. Once the boss arrives, you won't be able to sign it even if you want to. Only then did Dahu nod repeatedly.
And because time was so tight, plus my constant urging, Big Tiger didn't even have time to read the contract.
He just signed his name. We turned and walked away. I gave Dahu a knowing smile. This is settled now.
Just wait a couple of days, I'll take you to see the shop after that.
Dahu was beyond excited. He was practically drooling with excitement. But just as we were parting ways, Dahu blocked Wang Wan's path. Wang Wan frowned. I've already cooperated with you. What more do you want? Don't tell me you're going to act like a bully again? Wang Wan said this with a stern expression.
After she finished speaking, Dahu chuckled. But his smile was dripping with contempt.
Listen, Wang Wan, you cheap woman. I'm not the same guy I used to be. I'm making tens of millions every year now. What do you have to offer me? I couldn't help but frown. Wasn't this guy just the classic example of kicking the donkey after it's done its job? The crucial issue was that he just stepped out of the meeting room, the money wasn't even in his hands yet and he was already threatening Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned across from him. We're done with each other, Zhao Dahu. Now I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. Dahu chuckled. You're quite the character.
I'll let you dance for 2 years first. We'll settle the score later.
With that, Zhao Dahu turned and started to walk away.
I watched his retreating figure, my brow still deeply furrowed.
Then I patted Wang Wan's shoulder. Don't worry.
He won't be jumping around for much longer. After parting ways with Zhao Dahu, I immediately blocked all his contact information.
Then I told my parents I was going on a trip, that was that. Once this whole thing blows over, I'll come back, no rush.
I had no idea what Zhao Dahu's situation was like, but I figured he couldn't take it anymore. Plus, every morning before heading to the office, I have Wei Go and the others stake out the place.
That morning, just as I finished packing my gear and was about to head out, Wei Ji's call came through. I chuckled and answered right away. What's up? Zhao Dahu was waiting for you downstairs at the company building.
He's furious, holding a contract in his hand.
Looks like he's here to settle the score with you. I nodded slightly. You know what to do next, right? As soon as I said that, Wei Gu jumped in. This guy never learns anything good from you, all he picks up is bad habits. Hearing Wei Ji's words, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. That big red envelope I gave you the other day, you're thinking of giving it back, aren't you? Wei Gu suddenly got flustered. No way. I earned that with my own hard work. Why are you acting like some money-grubbing tyrant? Enough, enough. Stop talking nonsense. Just play along later, you won't need to show your face. You personally stamped that document back then. Right, I'd have forgotten all about it if you hadn't mentioned it.
I'll have our department send someone down to meet you. I slammed the phone down.
I immediately went downstairs and got into a second-hand Volkswagen Passat.
This car proved the saying, everything rattles except the horn. Driving this thing, spewing black smoke, I didn't even dare go over 40 miles per hour the whole way. Mainly, I was afraid the brakes were faulty too.
It took over an hour before I finally parked the Santana outside the company building. I slowly got out. Since that day, I hadn't washed my hair, washed my face, or shaved, so I looked like I'd aged a decade overnight. Step by step, I made my way to the company building and absent-mindedly grabbed a pack of cheap cigarettes. But just then, an angry voice rang out. Zhang Yu, I finally found you. Chapter 130, Successfully Provoking a Fight.
Zhao Dahu clenched his fists and charged toward me, fury boiling over. But just as he was about to throw a punch, he saw my disheveled appearance. Zhao Dahu forced himself to hold back the rage boiling inside, glaring at me with fury.
Zhang Yu. You better give me an explanation. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Dahu's entire body trembled uncontrollably. You can imagine just how furious he was. I shook my head helplessly. Brother Dahu, I said, look at me now. I got screwed over too, probably owe tens of millions. Dahu paused, taken aback. Cut the bull. I've lost a fortune here, and my business went to that damn woman. Do you have any idea what kind of mess you've gotten me into? But just then, a voice suddenly called out. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?
Dahu and I both instinctively turned our heads. Only then did we notice it was one of our team members. I shook my head slightly, then let out a helpless smile.
Do you really think I still look like someone who could be called Mr. Zhang? The guy gave a wry smile. I heard about your situation. Blame that scumbag Lu Guangbei.
We're all sick of him now, he pulled the rug out from under you at the worst possible moment.
Mr. Zhang.
The blame lies with you for trusting him too much. We intended to secure a favor for your friend, but he ended up exploiting the situation.
This must be your friend, right? I gave a slight nod. Even if Big Tiger was seething inside, he couldn't bring himself to keep yelling at me now. Besides, he wanted to get to the bottom of the whole thing. Now tell me. What the hell is going on here?
The guy across from me sighed helplessly.
Here's the situation. Back then, didn't President Zhang secure that special price commercial space for you? He registered it under our company's name, but then transferred his company to that Lu Guangbei. Lu Guangbei was the most trusted person under Mr. Zhang. Who would have thought he'd abuse his position to seize the company? And he cleaned out every last penny from the accounts.
This time, Mr. Zhang's net loss is estimated to reach tens of millions.
Dahu shook his head repeatedly. No, this can't be true. Zhang Yu, do you realize what you've done? You've screwed me over. I nodded slightly. Big Tiger, you're right. I did screw you over, but I never imagined things would turn out like this. Dahu plopped down onto the floor. He began frantically scratching his head. Have you even thought about it? I've lost everything. Not only did I invest my money, but I borrowed millions too. Dahu broke down and shouted. Truth be told, he was indeed at fault, but his crime didn't deserve death. Everyone has their own way of surviving. If I really punished him like this, it would be too unfair to Big Tiger. Besides, I never intended to push him to the edge. Big Tiger. Now that I've become this way, do with me as you please, kill or torture me, I won't complain. After all, I'm the one who betrayed my friend. But I hope you can give me some time. Dahu frowned. What do you mean by that? I truly can't give you any more money right now, I'm drowning in debt myself. But I can arrange to transfer your debts onto my name. That's the few million in debt. I'll take it on myself as repayment to you. As for the rest, I'm truly helpless. Dahu's mouth twitched. To put it bluntly, he'd been kept completely in the dark. I spoke these words with genuine sincerity, and Dahu across from me was genuinely moved. Are you kidding me? I'm already in this Thai state, and you expect me to voluntarily take on such a huge debt? I don't even know what to say to you. You've become this pathetic version of yourself too. Since you insist on taking this debt on yourself, I won't hold back. I nodded quickly. This is what I should do. Dahu snorted. I'll get my revenge, damn it. After shouting that, Big Tiger turned and stormed off, his face twisted with rage. But the team member who'd just watched him drive off quickly turned to me. Manager, I'm really sorry about that earlier. I waved my hands hurriedly. It's fine. Just hurry back to the office first. After entering the company, I headed straight to Yu Tao's office. Yu Tao was eating lunch. I have to say, Yu Tao is quite the foodie. Almost every time I come by, he's either eating breakfast or lunch. He absolutely embodied the spirit of a true foodie. When Yu Tao saw me, he smiled. Looks like you handled that well. But you're a total slob, go clean yourself up. Otherwise people say my company has no standards. I couldn't be bothered with him, this guy was just trying to annoy me. I pulled out a bank card and placed it right in front of him. Not a penny less. Yu Tao chuckled. Alright. Get back to work. Just remember, don't drag yourself into this mess. That Big Tiger doesn't look like someone you want to cross. I couldn't help but laugh. Tonight I'm going to check out the commotion. Care to tag along, Mr. Yu? Yu Tao shook his head hastily. Hopefully we'll see it in the news tomorrow. It was clear Yu Tao knew exactly what I was up to. We just shared a knowing smile. In that moment, there was a genuine sense of mutual admiration. I returned to the team, but that girl Lin Ro still hadn't shown up. Brother Wei, how many days has Lin Ro taken off? Wei Gu across from me sighed. Looks like she's taking permanent leave now. Hearing Wei Gu say that, I couldn't help but frown. What do you mean by that? Lin Ro called me this morning saying she couldn't come back to work. She said she wouldn't mind about the pay she's already earned, since she hasn't even worked a full month. And at the end, the girl started crying. I feel like something must have happened to her. Sigh. My lips twitched. Call Lin Ro back and tell her to come in tomorrow morning to formally hand over her duties. If she really wants to leave, she won't lose a single cent of her pay. Wei Gu paused, taken aback. This is company policy, after all. Worst case, it'll come out of my paycheck. Never mind, I'll call her. Though employee turnover is perfectly normal, something about this just felt off. I dialed Lin Ro's number directly. After a few rings, the girl picked up immediately. Lin Ro, it's Zhang Yu. Manager. Her tone was nothing short of aggrieved. You just up and leave like that without even saying goodbye to us? That's not exactly appropriate, is it? Chapter 131, My Brilliant Calculations. I said this with a stern expression. Lin Ro on the other end of the line quickly responded. I'm so sorry, manager. It's just that an urgent family matter came up and I really couldn't make it. I truly apologize. You must be short on cash, right? And you haven't handed over your work here yet. Come to the office tomorrow to complete the handover. I'll pay you your wages. Even if you're leaving, you should finish what you started. After I said this, Lin Ro finally couldn't hold back her tears. I'm so sorry, manager. There really is an issue at home. Rest assured, I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. I hung up the phone immediately. I patted Wei Gu on the shoulder. Want to come watch the show with me tonight? Wei shook his head like a bobblehead. No way am I going. I was just being polite to him anyway. Right after that, I went back to the office to sleep. That feeling was really nice. My daily routine here is all about fish farming. And now my monthly salary has already hit over 10,000 yuan. I've only been at the company for 3 or 4 months and I've already had 3 raises. I must say, it's been quite comfortable. But just then, a hand suddenly slapped onto my shoulder. I heard a loud slap. That really hurt. I instinctively jumped up, still half asleep and completely bewildered. Plus, I was a bit groggy from waking up. I immediately snapped. Who the hell is that? Are they out of their mind? But just as I turned to look, I saw it was actually Lin Mimi. She was looking down at me from above, and the waves of her chest were so prominent that I could barely make out her face. I scrambled to my feet, quickly putting on a polite expression. Oh my, it's Vice President Lin. My apologies, look at this, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. Lin Mimi crossed her arms over her chest, accentuating the deep valley between them. Zhang Yu. You're getting more and more comfortable by the day. Why can't I be like you at work? Just show up and sleep. I waved my hand dismissively. Ms. Lin, you only see the thief stealing money, not the thief getting beaten. Back when I was fighting for this project, I practically wore my lips raw. I didn't sleep for days. Who else has that kind of drive? Lin Nini sighed. Deep down, she knew I was right about everything I just said. I truly endured hardship first, which is why I savored the sweetness. I just came to check on you. And brought you some lunch. Words already spread around the office, everyone saying a beggar walked into the manager's office. Who'd have thought it was you? But is this your way of returning to your roots? Not shaving, not washing your face. I sighed immediately. Can you really blame me for this? It's mostly that bastard Big Tiger's fault. I did it just to shut him up. Don't even get me started, it was as uncomfortable as it gets. Lin Nini burst out laughing upon hearing this. But from the looks of it, you must have succeeded? I nodded. Anyway, it's almost quitting time. Tonight, I'll take you to see a real show. I can't guarantee it'll happen, but if it does, I promise you won't regret it. Lin Nini perked up. Are you going to take me to the movies? 100 times more thrilling than a movie, you believe me? Lin Nini burst out laughing. If you put it that way, I'll definitely go with you. I instinctively flashed an OK sign. We chatted a bit longer in the office before it was time to clock out. Right after that, Lin Mimi and I hopped into the company car assigned to me and drove straight to the building where Lu Guangbei's company was located. Lin Nini froze for a moment. What are you doing? This is Lu Guangbei's company. Didn't you dream of strangling him? Is this the show you wanted me to see? I nodded slightly. The show is happening here, but the main character hasn't made an appearance yet. Just trust me. All we need to do now is wait. I opened the car door and pulled Lin Mimi toward a hotel across from Lu Guangbei's company. And this girl hadn't said a single word the entire time. We found a room with a window view and changed into disposable bathrobes as soon as we entered. Lin Mimi was stunned by my actions. You mean this? She asked. Seriously, man. You want to get a room with me and you have to be so vague about it? Lin Mimi said this with utter contempt. But hearing her words, I felt utterly helpless. I looked at Lin Mimi. Deputy Director Lin, this is a bit much. I came here so you could stay put and enjoy the show. Lin Mimi curled her lip, clearly not buying my story. Then I pulled back the curtains. Watch closely. Lu Guangbei will be working overtime at the company today. Guess how I know? Lin Mimi shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Guangbei is facing major trouble at his company's entrance right now because someone doesn't want him leaving so soon. Lin Mimi looked at me, furrowing her brow as she blurted out instinctively. Don't try to fool me. I know this company inside out. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself, just see if there's a commotion at the entrance. Lin Mimi looked at me, half convinced, half skeptical. But the girl eventually left the hotel. In just over 10 minutes, she opened the room door. Were those people all arranged by you? I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. How could I have arranged them? I don't have that kind of influence. Why don't you tell me what's really going on? Lin Mimi stared at me. There's a group of construction workers surrounding the company entrance, shouting about unpaid wages. It's too noisy, I couldn't make out the details. Anyway, there really was a disturbance at the main gate. Oh, and I just saw Lu Guangbei there too. He was yelling pretty fiercely, saying these people were deliberately causing trouble and threatening to call the police. I chuckled. That's perfect. Let him call the cops. These guys are tough nuts to crack anyway. After the investigation and handling, it'll probably take until tonight to sort it out. Lin Mimi nodded. But what exactly is this good news you mentioned? I walked step by step toward Lin Mimi. Before the girl could react, my hand reached straight for her stockings. Especially these leg-bearing wonders, the texture felt absolutely amazing. My palm slid from her thigh straight to her buttocks. Lin Mimi only let out a soft moan. You jerk, let go. Though she said that, she didn't make any move to push me away. Especially that line, it only made this villain even more excited. Chapter 132, A Passionate Night with Lin Nini.
I pressed my lips directly against Lin Nini's. Lin Nini resisted only briefly before pressing herself straight against me. And she was even more eager than I was. We indulged shamelessly in the hotel room until hunger struck, prompting us to order takeout. But Lin Nini had already fallen asleep on the bed, leaving me sitting alone by the window, staring straight ahead at the corporate headquarters across the street. By midnight, the streets were nearly deserted. This area was a high-tech office district, similar to our local industrial park, essentially a corporate hub. It wasn't a residential area to begin with, and by this late hour, even the employees working overtime had mostly left. The area outside the gate was completely deserted. But then I spotted a familiar figure emerging, followed by 2 employees. The guy leading the way was none other than Lu Guangbei. I immediately called out to Lin Nini. "Get up, Nini. You'll miss the show if you don't hurry." But Lin Nini just rolled over and went back to sleep. I walked straight over to her. If this girl didn't get to see this kind of show, she'd probably get upset. I yanked back the covers and gave her fair-skinned but a smack. The skin felt smooth and springy. Lin Nini let out a piercing scream. "Oh my gosh, what are you doing?" I burst out laughing. "Didn't I just tell you? Hurry up. You'll miss the hot food." Though I was still a bit reluctant to leave, our little flirtation could happen any time. But this kind of thing might only happen once. I grabbed the reluctant Lin Nini and dragged her straight to the window. Lin Nini spotted Lu Guangbei below and rubbed her sleepy eyes. "You just want me to look at him? Boring. I should have never come. I bet you did this just to tease me." I couldn't help but burst out laughing. But just as we were chatting, a beat-up van came barreling toward us. I quickly scooped Lin Nini into my arms. "Watch closely. The real show is just about to begin." I pronounced each word deliberately. After I finished speaking, Lin Nini perked up with interest. Both of us stared intently at Lu Guangbei. The guy pretentiously lit a cigarette, but just then, that beat-up Jinbei van slammed right into him. And it was barreling straight toward him. Lu Guangbei's expression changed. In that moment, he genuinely chickened out, stumbling backward several steps. The van swerved sharply to the left, slammed on the brakes, and came to a screeching halt right beside him. Lu Guangbei pointed at the vehicle and erupted into a torrent of curses. "Are you brain dead? Can you even drive?" But before his words had even faded, the car door swung open, and one burly man after another stepped out. These guys were covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos, obviously big shots in the underworld. Lu Guangbei had never seen anything like this before. The 2 employees behind him had already begun backing away. Several burly men surrounded Lu Guangbei, pinning him in the center. Lu Guangbei instantly cringed. He didn't catch what they were saying, but before he knew it, a fist slammed into his face. This was no joke. And everyone was unleashing punishing blows on Lu Guangbei. The guy's screams echoed nonstop. There's a kind of pleasure that's just pure bliss to hear. The pain was so intense it hurt just to hear it. Several full minutes passed before Lu Guangbei lay on the ground like a dead dog. He was gasping for breath, panting heavily. Then those guys each delivered a few more kicks, finally feeling a bit more satisfied. They turned and walked away. I couldn't help but curl my lip. These guys were way too gentle. I'd thought this was going to be some big deal. Wouldn't it have been perfect if they just finished him off? Lin Nini turned and glanced at me. "Did you orchestrate all this? Where on earth did you find so many people?" I quickly waved my hands. "I'm not nearly as powerful as you make me out to be. I don't know these underworld types personally. I just used someone else's hands. Zhao Daho won't let this matter rest. So I preemptively shifted the conflict onto Lu Guangbei. Plus, I proactively promised to pay off his debts. Even if he's unhappy, he won't take it out on me. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. So in the end, Lu Guangbei had to take the fall. That's my simple yet brutal plan." Lin Nini couldn't help but shake her head. "My goodness, suddenly you seem terrifying to me." Lin Nini blurted out unexpectedly. I froze in place. I stared at her, utterly baffled. "What on earth do you mean by that? How did I offend you?" Lin Nini shook her head. "You haven't actually done anything to me. It's just that I realized being your enemy is way too disadvantageous. Plus, if I'm not careful, you might just take me down." I burst out laughing. I pulled Lin Nini into my arms. "Well then, don't be my enemy. We'll always be good friends, and of course, good friends in bed too." I grinned lewdly. Lin Nini was about to curse me. "You're such a pervert." But before the girl could finish her sentence, I grabbed her legs, lifting her up. Though she protested loudly, deep down she offered no resistance. Her arms wrapped around my neck, her legs locked around my waist. And this time, she was even more proactive than me. I have to say, this feeling was absolutely amazing. Within mere minutes, we were both fully immersed. A night of passion. The next morning, I dragged my exhausted body to the office with Lin Nini. But as soon as we arrived, Wei grabbed me by the arm.
Holy crap, you finally showed up. That girl Lin Ro's been waiting for you in your office. Seriously, what were you thinking? Isn't this just asking for trouble? I shot Wei Ge a glance. Wei Ge, why do you have to talk so much every day? Did you handle the task I asked you to do yesterday? Wei Ge nodded hastily. Then he pulled out a report from somewhere. That girl Lin Ro has only worked at the company for 18 days. If we calculate her wages by the day, it's barely over 2,000 yuan. I grabbed my wallet. But it was still a few hundred short. In the end, I ruthlessly emptied Wei Ge's wallet. I'll pay you back later. I walked step by step into the office. Lin Ro was sitting stiffly on the sofa, her expression utterly grim. The moment she saw me, she immediately stood up. Good afternoon, manager. Chapter 133, The Reason for Resigning. Today, Lin Ro looked like a model employee, appearing without any makeup. But I couldn't shake the feeling that her eyes looked a bit puffy. She must have been crying earlier. No need to guess, something must have happened at home. I promptly placed a stack of bills in front of her. Even if calculated by the day, it was more than she deserved. Lin Ro hadn't expected me to be so direct. And upon seeing the money, she didn't reach out to take it immediately. Instead, she looked up at me. Manager, didn't you say you wanted me to come in for the handover? Who exactly am I supposed to hand things over to? I looked at Lin Ro. This isn't about handing over my responsibilities, it's about handing over yours. Take this pay. You didn't work for the company for free. You earned this money through your own labor. Settling your payment is only fair. I said this calmly. After I finished speaking, the girl froze in place. She didn't react for a long time. Is that all? Lin Ro asked incredulously. She'd initially thought I'd called her over for some important task. But she never imagined I was just here to pay her wages. I couldn't help but laugh, crossing my arms over my chest. Nothing else. Take your pay and leave whenever you like. Lin Ro's lips twitched slightly as she slowly took the pay in her hands. A single tear of hurt welled up in the corner of her eye. But in the end, she didn't say much more. She simply turned and left the spot. Just before leaving, he bowed to me, looking truly pitiable. I couldn't help but sigh, then gently shook my head. What a wonderful girl. It's just a pity our paths won't cross again. After all, life is full of fleeting encounters. So many people have come and gone from my life in the blink of an eye. I had assumed Lin Ro would leave after taking the money, but within mere minutes, the door was knocked upon. I was sitting in a swivel chair with my back to the door, eating breakfast facing the window. But I didn't even need to guess, it had to be that guy Wei. After all, he's the notorious gossip king of our team. Come in. When did you get so polite? If you're here to pry, keep your mouth shut. But since I took a few $100 from you, I'll pay you back. Oh, and you didn't tell that girl I was the one who gave her the paycheck, right? But after I said that, there was no response from behind me. I froze in place. I instinctively turned around. But the moment I saw who it was, my expression changed instantly. It was Lin Ro. There she stood, staring straight at me with an expression I couldn't quite place. I couldn't quite tell. Oh my, why are you back again? Lin Ro seemed to have overheard my earlier mutterings, and suddenly, she couldn't hold back her tears. Tears streamed down her face. Honestly, seeing her like this really tugged at my heartstrings. Lin Ro, please don't do this. Let's talk things through calmly. Lin Ro shook her head. Manager, you gave me an extra 500 yuan. And this came out of your own pocket? Why? I'm clearly about to resign. We might never even see each other again. Why did you do this? Hearing Lin Ro's words, I couldn't help but laugh and slowly stood up. Even a normal person would know something must have happened in your family, and it's probably pretty serious. But since you won't tell us, I can only help you as much as I can. Doing favors for others is like doing favors for yourself. I said this calmly. Lin Ro immediately knelt down before me. I immediately panicked. Hey, you can't do that. It's only a few $100, nothing at all. If I can help you, I should be glad. But Lin Ro was like a dam bursting, standing there wiping away tears nonstop. Her expression radiated utter despair. Truthfully, I understood her. This girl was truly at her wit's end, so she wanted to vent all her grievances and pain. After a long while, I couldn't help but ask. Lin Ro, no matter what, I was your manager before. You're still under my purview, and you're still with the company. Can you tell me what really happened? Lin Ro's lips twitched slightly. Manager, this is my family business. It's just too embarrassing. I really don't know how to explain it. I walked step by step toward Lin Ro. I gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Lin Ro, sometimes you can relax and treat me like a friend. Trust me, I'll keep your secret. Besides, talking it out with me might help ease your mind. Think of it as letting off some steam. No sooner had I finished speaking, I had Lin Ro sit down on the sofa and, for once, brewed a cup of coffee. Take your time. Lin Ro took a deep breath. Lately, my dad said he'd been feeling really unwell, so I took him to the hospital for tests. But the doctor said he has a tumor and needs major surgery. The location is quite problematic. The tumor has already become infected. My face paled. We have to treat it immediately. Lin Ro nodded. I did have a job before, but it required frequent overtime. Since I needed to care for my father at night, I quit and came here. It finally clicked. I tapped my head. I knew it. That day when this girl first started working here, I was so rude to her. I even thought Lin Ro would definitely quit, but who knew she'd come back so resolutely? What does that tell you? It means Lin Ro needs money. And she needs it badly. Then why are you quitting now? Is it to focus entirely on caring for your father? If that's the case, just go to HR and arrange a temporary leave. No matter how long it takes, you can always come back to work after handling your family matters. I said this with a stern expression. Truthfully, deep down, I didn't want Lin Ro to leave. Honestly, having such a beautiful girl around just made me feel good. But Lin Ro shook her head helplessly. I'm getting married soon. Hearing this, I felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck me out of the blue. Or rather, I couldn't quite believe it. Wait, let me process this. I exclaimed. Your father has terminal cancer, right? Why are you rushing into marriage at this critical moment? I continued, Lin Ro, even if you're desperate to get married, this isn't the time. I lectured her, thinking I knew best. Listen to me. Right now, your father is the one who needs companionship the most. Chapter 134, I'll handle this. My face was etched with anxiety, mostly fearing this girl might actually do something utterly reckless. But Lin Ro just smiled. Only, it was a rather unpleasant smile. Manager, I understand what you're saying, but my father needs surgery, and it requires a huge hospital bill. The doctor said the success rate might only be 30%. But I don't want to give up. I can't afford the astronomical medical fees. The village chief's son said he could cover the costs, but only if I marry him. At this point, Lin Ro took a deep breath. I'm going to register our marriage with him this afternoon. Then my father can have his surgery first thing tomorrow morning. I have to say one thing. Poverty is truly terrifying. And sometimes, it's deeply tragic. Just like this situation. Do you love him? Lin Ro began to cry, her sobs growing more heart-wrenching by the moment. How could I possibly like him? He has a violent temper and loves gambling. He's always chasing women around town. It's common knowledge in every village for miles. If I marry him, my life will be ruined. But what choice do I have? I have to do this to save my father. Lin Ro's voice grew fainter and fainter. By the end, it was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. That's because deep down, this girl felt fear. An absolute self-doubt. I took a deep breath. At times like this, it's best not to interfere, I kept telling myself. What a joke. The world is full of unfairness. How many things could I possibly handle? But when it actually came down to this, I found myself falling silent. The reason is simple. Could I really just stand by and do nothing? After a moment's thought, I couldn't help but ask one more question. Could you tell me roughly how much your father's medical expenses will be? The doctor said it might cost over 200,000. If it works, we'll need to use large medical equipment for rehabilitation later. The total cost could easily reach nearly 300,000. I clenched my jaw. Listen to me, don't get married today. Come to the company tonight, and I guarantee your father can have surgery first thing tomorrow morning. I spoke each word deliberately. After I finished speaking, Lin Ro froze in place. Manager, why are you doing this? I gave a bitter smile. Think it through. If you just hand over your happiness like this, are you really okay with that? Maybe later on, you'll realize that the money you're missing now isn't even worth mentioning. I'll find a way to help you. For now, go back and wait for news. Don't forget I haven't approved your resignation request yet. That means you're still my secretary. In that moment, even I felt pretty damn cool. If I were a woman, I'd fall for this version of Zhang Yu. Though the girl tried to say something more, she ultimately just twitched her lips. She obediently left the spot. Even though I'd been acting all cool and detached around Lin Ro just now. But the moment Lin Ro left, my features instantly contorted. My expression turned as ugly as if I'd eaten. The reason was simple, I had no idea how to scrape together the money for this surgery. But just then, Wei Guo walked in. He'd come in for some gossip, but noticing my expression was off. He turned and started to leave. Was I really that scary? I couldn't help but ask. Wei Guo immediately backed down, turning to look at me with an awkward expression. I didn't say that, manager. What's wrong? Why do you look so gloomy? I sighed helplessly. I even pinched my cheeks. Let me tell you the truth, I said. Lin Ro wants to leave because of a family crisis. And you probably don't know what she's been through. I enunciated each word deliberately. After I finished speaking, Wei Guo froze in place. What's going on? I proceeded to recount everything that had just transpired to Wei Guo. Don't let Wei Ge's usual sleazy demeanor fool you when it matters, he's a genuinely caring guy. The moment he heard my story, his expression changed instantly. He slapped his thigh in surprise. Holy crap! What era is this, where stuff like this still happens? Forced marriage. I chuckled. So tell me, do you want to let Lin Ro fall into their clutches like this? Wei Gu shook his head vigorously without a moment's hesitation. Of course not. That girl's still a young flower in bloom. If she marries someone who loves gambling and has violent tendencies, wouldn't she be throwing her whole life away? I have to admit. Sometimes Wei Gu actually seems like a decent person. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then how do we come up with the money? Wei Gu froze. Well, you mentioned the village chief's son, his family must be pretty well off, right? I looked at him with utter contempt. Could you stop being so pathetic? To be honest, I've already promised that girl I'd scrape together 300,000 for her. Wei Gu immediately panicked. Manager. Big brother. You're seriously bold, aren't you afraid it'll go down the drain? Look at all those good Samaritans in the news, has any of them gotten a good reward? I curled my lip. Cut the nonsense. I can come up with about 200,000 now, but I'm still short 100,000. Go ask around our team, see who has liquid funds. I'll pay them bank interest on the loan. Wei Gu kept shaking his head. You're out of your mind. Seriously. I gritted my teeth. Where do you get all this nonsense day after day? I told you to ask, so go ask. With me personally guaranteeing the loan here, it shouldn't be a problem. Only then did Wei nod. But just a few minutes later, he slowly walked back in. The money's all here. I told everyone about this, and our team members voluntarily donated over 30,000 yuan. The rest can be loaned to you interest-free, repay whenever you can. We've already raised 100,000 yuan. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Seems like I, Zhang Yu, haven't lived in vain after all. Wei Gu also broke into a wide grin. That's only natural. Think about how you treated us before? The way these team members are repaying you, I don't see anything wrong with that. I gave Wei Gu a thumbs up. Seriously. Tell everyone for me, no need for thanks for a great favor. Wei Gu burst into laughter. I withdrew the money from my bank card, and by afternoon, 300,000 in cash lay before me. Honestly, it felt incredibly heavy. After some thought, I finally dialed Lin Ro's number. After a few rings, she picked up immediately. Chapter 135, Ma Pengcheng arrives. Manager. I rubbed the tip of my nose. Oh, I forgot to ask, which hospital is your father in? He's at the First People's Hospital, Oncology Department. Come downstairs in half an hour. After saying that, I slammed the phone down. Then I walked out the office door. It was already quitting time, yet no one seemed eager to leave. What's going on? Why isn't everyone leaving? Wei couldn't help but sigh. I told them to go home first, but they insisted on staying here just to ask you, is there enough money? After all, with so many of us, if everyone chips in a little, we can cover it. I waved my hands hurriedly. I truly appreciate your kindness, but honestly, without you all here today, we wouldn't have raised this much money. Wei Gu, come with me to the hospital. As for the rest of you, go home now. Honestly, I'm genuinely happy right now. Because I've always felt that even though Lin Ro is just an intern, she's still part of our team. Now that all of you are opening your hearts to help her, I'm genuinely overjoyed. I spoke these words with genuine excitement. After I finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement, one after another. Manager. No matter what happens, we'll always stand behind you. I have to admit, their attitude really moved me. Remember when I first took over this team? What was it like back then? But now, everyone has completely changed. I grabbed Wei's arm. Alright, hurry up and get that money to me. We raced like mad straight to the First People's Hospital. Lin Ro was already waiting there, and the girl was looking around nervously. Something must have happened at home. I couldn't help but glance at Wei Gu. Listen up. Keep your mouth shut for a bit, or don't blame me for taking you down. Got it? Wei Gu immediately backed down, nodding hastily, his whole demeanor visibly awkward. I walked step by step toward Lin Ro. Take me to meet your parents first. Lin Ro nodded. The girl led the way ahead, with Wei Gu and me following behind. We arrived directly at the door of the Oncology Intensive Care Unit. A middle-aged woman approached us. Though her hair was streaked with gray, clearly marking her age. Her features bore a certain resemblance to Lin Ro's. Seen this way, she had the air of a well-bred young lady. Lin Ro's mother looked at us. Thank you both so much for coming all this way to visit. But the ICU doesn't allow others inside, and we family members only get 15 minutes of visiting time each day. I'm truly sorry about that. Ro was always at the company, and we really relied on your care. Now that she's left her job, you still came to visit. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I quickly shook my head. We came to see the patient, but we didn't bring any gifts. But I'm not one to sweat the small stuff. I walked step by step toward Ro's mother. Auntie, I actually came today to discuss two matters. The first one. I placed the bag directly in front of Lin Ro's mother. As soon as she saw it, her expression changed completely. Because all the money was inside. This was money pooled together by everyone in our team. After all, Lin Ro is our colleague, this is our heartfelt gesture. I took credit for everyone's contribution. But Wei Gu, standing nearby, timidly spoke up.
You took and borrowed a total of 270,000 yuan by yourself, while all of us only contributed 30,000 yuan.
I immediately snapped. How could this guy be so clueless?
I shot Wei Gu a glare, and he immediately backed down, shutting up obediently. He even covered his own mouth.
Sorry, I won't say another word. I awkwardly looked at the mother and daughter across from me.
Auntie, I heard from Lin Ro that she's about to get married. But I know the situation here, so I came today first to bring the money. At least this way, Uncle's surgery can proceed as planned. Secondly, I'm here to warn you, don't let this money stand in the way of Lin Ro's happiness.
You wouldn't want Lin Ro to marry someone she doesn't love, would you? I couldn't help but ask tentatively.
After I finished speaking, Lin Ro's mother looked at her daughter, her eyes welling up with tears.
My dear girl, you've suffered so much. I never imagined your colleagues would treat you so well. Since that's the case, you absolutely don't have to agree to his unreasonable demands.
Lin Ro nodded firmly.
Manager. Rest assured, I will repay every penny.
And as for our team members, if it takes a year, it'll take 3.
If it takes 3, it'll take 10.
Truthfully, I never expected Lin Ro to repay the money.
It was essentially money down the drain. Still, I nodded in agreement. Enough. Saving lives comes first.
Go pay the fees immediately. The surgery should be scheduled for first thing tomorrow morning.
Lin Ro nodded eagerly.
Meanwhile, the two of us stood outside chatting with Lin Ro's mother, mainly about the village chief's son. After a few sentences, I had a pretty good grasp of the situation. The village chief's son was named Ma Pengchang. Relying on his family's modest wealth, he ran rampant in the village. He indulged in every vice imaginable: drinking, gambling, womanizing, and drugs, leaving no stone unturned. Deep down, Mrs. Lin didn't want her daughter to marry such scum. But since Ma Pengchang had promised her daughter that he'd pay for her father's medical treatment if she agreed to marry him, in the end, the mother and daughter had no other choice.
Plus, Lin Ro was so determined she insisted on getting her father treated no matter what. Lin Ro insisted that even if there was only a 1% chance, they had to try. Suddenly, I found myself genuinely impressed by this girl. Not long after, Lin Ro returned. But the moment she stepped into the room, a furious shout erupted from behind her. Hey, Lin Ro. You think I'm an idiot? My phone was off the whole time. I just saw your message now. What the hell is this? Think you can play me like a fool? You say you won't register the marriage, and now you expect your father to just die here?
Hearing this, Wei Gu and I both turned our heads. That's when we saw a man with a crew cut approaching. The guy had a slight stoop and his hands were shoved deep in his pockets, giving him the vibe of a street thug.
And that wasn't all. The truth was, he was decked out in designer labels from head to toe. Wearing luxury brands with such tacky flair was an art form in itself. Could this be the Ma Pengchang you mentioned? Chapter 136, got beaten up. I couldn't help but ask. Lin Ro across from me nodded. That's Ma Pengchang, the village chief's son. I couldn't help but exhale deeply, forcing myself to calm down. Thank goodness.
Lin Ro looked puzzled.
What's wrong, manager? Good thing you didn't end up with this guy. Otherwise, wouldn't your whole life be ruined? Including your child's future. So you made a smart choice. I said this with a smile.
After I finished speaking, the corners of Lin Ro's mouth twitched slightly.
By then, Ma Pengchang had already approached us. But he ignored Wei and me, staring straight at Lin Ro. Hey, Lin Ro. You really think you can play me like a fool? You know what? I waited for you all day outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Passers-by must have thought I was a complete idiot.
Lin Ro looked at him.
I already sent you a message. We're not right for each other. You're telling me we're not right for each other now? Don't you want to save your father anymore? I cleared my throat. Ma Pengchang, right?
Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yu, Lin Ro's manager. I've already raised the money for her, so you don't need to bother yourself and certainly don't need to yell like this. I delivered the words calmly. After I finished speaking, Ma Pengchang's expression changed.
You're joking, right? Lin Ro has already quit.
Yes, but this is a mutual decision. It's like a relationship. Even if Lin Ro wanted to resign, she'd have to ask my opinion first.
I didn't agree. Besides, it's only 300,000 yuan. Unlike you, who's trying to blackmail someone into marriage over such a paltry sum.
A grown man with absolutely no dignity. I immediately began to despise this guy.
Ma Pengchang's expression darkened. I'm not asking you right now.
Lin Ro, you should know what standing the Ma family holds in this village.
Think carefully about this. Don't let anything happen later. Ma Pengchang's words dripped with menace.
Lin Ro's lips twitched.
I won't change my mind. It's impossible between us. Ma Pengchang nodded firmly. Fine, you're tough. Just you wait. And you too.
Then Ma Pengchang pointed his finger right at my nose before turning and storming off.
I exhaled deeply, looking at Lin Ro. Enough. Don't worry about that scumbag. You made the right choice. If you'd ended up with him, you'd regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Ro nodded.
Manager, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have agreed to him.
I smiled. Destiny is in your own hands. Alright. Just stay here for now. I'll process a temporary leave for you tomorrow. Come back to work whenever your family matters are settled. This position will always be yours.
Lin Ro was so moved that she burst into tears.
Thank you, manager. I turned to leave.
But Lin Ro's mother insisted on taking us downstairs for a bite to eat.
We'd just come straight from the office, and by then, each of us was starving. That's not right. You should stay here.
Lin Ro's mother shook her head urgently.
Staying here won't do any good.
I just come to pick up medicine at set times each day.
Since we can't visit her now, we're stuck waiting at the door. I thought about it.
After all, she's done us such a huge favor, accepting a meal wouldn't be unreasonable.
Then I'll gladly accept your kind invitation. Lin Ro smiled. We slowly made our way out.
It was clear Lin Ro was in a genuinely good mood. After all, she'd handled the Ma Pengcheng situation. But as soon as we reached the garden, two tattooed men in short sleeves approached me. I hadn't paid them much mind until they stood before me and punched me squarely in the side of my face. The other one kicked me hard in the stomach.
I collapsed instantly.
The main reason was that I was completely unprepared, and these two guys were brutally vicious.
Wei, standing nearby, immediately lost his temper. He pointed at the two of them. What the hell are you doing? He joined the fight.
But those two kept attacking me, and they knocked Brother Wei down too. I have to admit, these two were pretty gutsy picking a fight in a hospital. But since it was a garden and night was falling, it was still fairly concealed. Lin Ro rushed over to me, her face filled with worry.
Are you guys out of your minds?
The two tattooed men turned to exchange a knowing glance, chuckling darkly.
One even spat in my direction. Kid, don't mess with people you can't handle.
Today's just the beginning, we'll settle the score later. They walked away with smug expressions. I was in excruciating pain, clutching my cheek and my lower abdomen.
Damn it!
Wei rushed over to me, looking panicked.
What happened, manager? Are you okay? Let's get you checked out right away. The hospital's just around the corner. I shook my head. I was still a bit dazed. Nothing serious, just some scrapes and bruises. These two must be people Ma Pengcheng hired. I said this with a serious expression. I turned to look at Lin Ro.
Hey, Lin Ro, take a good look.
Are these two from your village?
Lin Ro shook her head.
They're not from our village. I don't recognize them either. I nodded slightly. Alright. We can't just let this slide. There should be surveillance here, right? Let's see what those two look like first.
Wei and Lin Ro flanked me on either side, supporting me as we approached the surveillance room door.
Inside sat a man in his 50s.
Seeing us, especially my disheveled state, he frowned.
If you're sick, go to the ER. What are you doing here? I can't bandage you up. I took a deep breath.
Sir, I was beaten up by a few people in the garden area earlier. I came to check the surveillance footage.
The old man looked thoroughly annoyed. I'm about to hand over my shift.
You'd better come back tonight or early tomorrow morning. Besides, there's no surveillance in the garden area, you won't find anything. The old guy's tone was downright irritable.
As if I owed him millions. Damn it, I'm the victim here. I was boiling with rage. Hey, old man, what the hell do you think you're doing? Can't you see I've been beaten to a pulp? Wei beside me was getting annoyed too. Exactly. You're clearly aiding and abetting the perpetrator. And since this is your job, what's wrong with asking you to check the surveillance footage? Seeing us all getting angry, the old guy got even more irritable. You think this hospital exists to serve you? Damn it! You want to check the surveillance? Maybe you provoked someone yourselves. Chapter 137, Shui Tian steps in. The old man just kept ranting. Listen up, I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. Get lost and find somewhere else to hang out. I'm off duty. With that, the old man slammed the surveillance room door shut, locking us out. Wei immediately started cursing like a sailor. You old bastard. He rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to fight. I grabbed Wei's arm. Alright. This old guy won't listen to us. But I have an idea. For this kind of injustice, we need a good citizen to step up. Wei Guo and Lin Ro both looked utterly confused. They couldn't figure out what I meant. The next second, I grabbed my phone and dialed Zhang Shuitian. After a few rings, the guy answered in a hurry. What's up? Why are you calling me at this hour? The heavy DJ music blaring around him was crystal clear even through the phone. Bro, I'm at the hospital. I got beaten up. Come over ASAP. Zhang Shuitian's words were slurred, he must have been pretty wasted. What the hell? Which hospital? I'll send you the location. Hurry over. I'm in bad shape. Then I slammed the phone down. I wasn't sure if Zhang Shuitian could even make it over the way he was drinking, he'd probably have trouble walking. Still, I sent him the location. A few minutes later, he sent me an okay gesture. Alright, just wait here. Wei Ge nodded. You're calling someone? How come I, the manager, don't know about this?
I chuckled, but it tugged at my wound, making the pain unbearable.
I'll get you back for this. After about half an hour, even I started thinking Zhang Shuitian probably wasn't coming. Forget it. Let's head back. Wei Guo and Lin Roshuan moved to help me up. But just then, several identical black Mercedes sedans pulled up.
Wei pointed at the cars.
What's going on? These aren't the people you hired, are they? I froze.
If it were Zhang Shui, this kind of display might make sense. Just as we were puzzling over it, the cars formed a long line and stopped beside me.
Zhang Shuitian staggered out. Holy! I'm wasted. How are you holding up?
Zhang Shuitian staggered step by step toward me. But when he saw the wound on my face, his expression changed instantly.
Holy! Who the hell did this to you?
I looked at him with utter contempt.
You're the one sticking your neck out for me?
You can barely stand up straight.
Forget it. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Where did you drink all this?
Zhang Shuitian waved his hand dismissively.
Of course I was at the Dragon Palace.
That's my home. Cut the nonsense. Who hit you?
I pointed toward the surveillance room. We'll have to check the footage first, but that old geezer in there won't let me access it.
Zhang Shuitian chuckled. That's easy enough.
We've got green passes, after all.
Wei Guo looked utterly confused. What's a green pass? Does it even work in the monitoring room? I knew it, we don't have one.
Zhang Shuitian chuckled as he walked to the house entrance.
This is the pass.
No sooner had he spoken than he kicked the door open.
With a loud clang, the front door was kicked open with a thud.
The sound was deafening, even causing the outer door panel to shake.
Several more vicious kicks followed.
A torrent of angry curses erupted from the monitoring room.
You bastards are out of your minds. I'm calling security right now.
But the moment he opened the door, his entire body felt as if it had been electrocuted. He froze in place. He stood there frozen for a long time. The reason was simple: Zhang Shuitian, the drunken fool, was standing there, barely able to keep his balance. Not only that, but he was surrounded by so many henchmen and luxury cars it was like seeing ghosts. The old man's mouth twitched.
What are you all doing?
Zhang Shuitian chuckled.
His thuggish demeanor was now fully on display. Cut the crap. I'll ask you one thing, can you access the surveillance footage? If not, I'll break your legs.
The old man started to speak. Zhang Shuitian pulled a stack of bills from his pocket and flung them right into the old man's face.
Get to work.
His son won't need him in his twilight years. I'll take care of him until the end.
As soon as Zhang Shuitian spoke,
his henchmen immediately surrounded the old man.
This time, the old man backed down. It was clear Zhang Shuitian wasn't joking.
He hurriedly raised his hand.
Stop. I'll get you the surveillance footage.
The old man trembled from head to toe as he obediently led them into the surveillance room. Within mere minutes, the footage was retrieved. The faces of the two tattooed men appeared crystal clear on the screen.
Zhang Shuitian had one big eye and one small eye. You lot, take a photo of this. Find them for me tonight. Dig to the ends of the earth if you have to. I'm dragging these two bastards out. Got it?
The men behind him nodded in unison.
After getting the photo, Zhang Shuitian grabbed my neck. Stay put here, you hear me? Give me 2 hours. Damn it, you're the only brother I've got. If anyone touches you, I'll make them regret it. Suddenly, I felt like I was Zhang Shuitian's little honey, though I'd never dare say that out loud. After all, this guy's mind wasn't exactly clear right now. What if he decided to beat me up later? Who would I even complain to?
As for Wei Guo and Lin Ro, they both froze in shock.
They probably never imagined I'd know someone like this. Wei Guo gave my shoulder a light pat. Hey, boss, who is this guy? He sure seems cocky. He claims to be the second in command at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Whether that's true or not, I have no idea. Wei Guo froze for a moment. The next second, the guy bellowed. What the hell did you just say? Second in command of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? You gotta be kidding me. Where the hell is that? Your friend's so young, what a prodigy. I shook my head slightly. Anyway, I couldn't be bothered with all that. If I hadn't been so frustrated tonight, I wouldn't have called him in the first place. But Zhang Shuitian really did move fast. A little over an hour after we all piled into Zhang Shuitian's car, the phone rang. Zhang Shuitian put it on speaker. Brother Tian, we found the guy. He's at Fei Hong Internet Cafe on Ping'an Road. We'll bring him straight over. Chapter 138, One Man's Worth Two. Zhang Shuitian shook his head frantically, practically drooling with excitement. Hold on. What's the rush? Just keep watching him there. I want to see for myself who's so cocky he'd mess with my brother. He then tapped the driver's seat back. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Fei Hong Internet Cafe on Ping'an Road. Speed. Have the cars behind follow. After shouting this, the driver responded with a grunt and floored the accelerator. A convoy like this was bound to turn heads on the road, resembling a wedding procession.
And these cars were driving like maniacs. Even though they were luxury Mercedes, they were being handled like bumper cars.
In just over 10 minutes, the cars pulled up outside Fei Hong Internet Cafe.
I'd intended for Wei and Lin Ro to wait outside, but that guy Wei insisted on joining the fun. It wouldn't be appropriate for a young girl like Lin Ro to stand at the entrance, so we all went inside together.
This was a large chain internet cafe with several branches across the city. I'd heard the owner was quite influential.
I looked at Zhang Shuitian.
Shui Tian. You're pretty buzzed. Let's not start any trouble in the internet cafe, or we'll be in deep water. I hear this owner's got some serious clout. I couldn't help but warn him.
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have needed to say all this.
But the problem tonight was that Zhang Shuitian was drunk. Who knew what trouble this kid might stir up?
But to my surprise, Shuitian just waved his hand impatiently, then patted his chest with a look of pure confidence.
Just relax. When I'm with you, how could I let you get hurt? Now that I'm with you, I'm actually a bit worried. Before we knew it, we'd arrived at the internet cafe.
The place was pretty crowded, and two guys in the hallway waved us over. Zhang Shuitian walked step by step toward the interior. Inside a private booth, 2 men and 2 women were sitting there surfing the web. The guys were those 2. I'd recognize them even if they were turned to ashes.
As for the 2 women, they looked like rebellious little punks, dressed provocatively and occasionally spitting out profanities. Still, Zhang Shuitian was a decent guy. He waited patiently by the door. Wei Guo asked in confusion. Why not go in? Zhang Shuitian shot him a glance. I'm playing this game too. If I drag them away now, wouldn't that be screwing over my teammates?
I hate people who screw over their teammates the most.
I'd stab them through the internet cable if I could. Wei Ji's mouth twitched. At that moment, who knows how many times Wei Guo cursed Zhang Shuitian in his mind. After finally finishing a game, those guys started another one. Zhang Shuitian shouted. If you dare click confirm, I'll break your damn legs today. 3 people had already clicked it.
Only the last one remained, completely frozen in place.
Everyone instinctively turned their heads. Zhang Shuitian felt his temper flare. He grabbed one of the men and started punching him. Punch after punch landed on his face. You ing suck like a hammer playing this tie game. I always wondered why I kept running into such losers. Turns out it's all because of assholes like you.
Zhang Shuitian beat the guy senseless until the poor soul thought he was the one screwing over his teammates.
Bro, stop hitting me. Fine, I quit the game, okay?
Zhang Shuitian glared at him, panting heavily, his finger pointed right at the guy's nose.
Listen up. Screwing over teammates is the least of it. There's something way more important right now. You better explain yourself. At this point, Zhang Shuitian gasped for breath. I'm asking you, did you guys beat up my brother in the hospital garden today?
Zhang Shuitian delivered this line slowly, emphasizing each word. After he finished speaking, the guy across from him froze in place.
The other guy froze too.
Especially when they saw me, their faces twisted in shock.
I bet neither of them expected I'd actually bring Zhang Shuitian to find them. Bro, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out calmly. After all, harmony brings prosperity, right?
The moment he uttered those words, a sneer of contempt curled at the corner of Zhang Shuitian's mouth.
No misunderstanding. Watch me take care of you both right now. Get out of here with me. With that, Zhang Shuitian started to drag the 2 men toward the exit. But just then, a loud shout erupted from the private room entrance. What the hell are you doing? You dare cause trouble here? Haven't you heard of Fei Hong Internet Cafe?
Hearing this, Zhang Shuitian turned his head abruptly, fixing his gaze on the speaker.
I recognize this guy. He's the bartender from earlier. The 2 men immediately panicked. Brother Quan, save us. Big Brother Quan.
The moment they spoke, Zhang Shuitian instantly caught on, chuckling softly. Crossing his arms over his chest, he looked toward Daquan standing by the door.
So all this time, these 2 were under your protection? But no matter, I have to take them with me today.
Zhang Shuitian delivered each word deliberately before waving his hand.
2 henchmen dragged the 2 men out the door like dead dogs. Daquan, standing by the doorway, immediately grew frantic. He pointed a finger right at Zhang Shuitian's nose. You must be out of your ing mind. Zhang Shuitian's expression darkened. I hate it when people point their fingers at me. Whoever you are, get the hell out of here. Or do I have to teach you a lesson? Daquan chuckled. Fine. Let me make a call. We'll see if you're still laughing then. After saying that, Daquan didn't hesitate for a second. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Hey, boss, someone's causing trouble at our internet cafe.
I was getting anxious, glancing at Zhang Shuitian beside me.
I'd always known the owner of Fei Hong Internet Cafe was a big shot. Now that we'd roused him, wouldn't this be a bit awkward?
But to my surprise, Zhang Shuitian remained completely unfazed throughout. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. In fact, the guy was sitting on a nearby stool. He crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and ordered one of his henchmen. Go get us a few cups of milk tea. I need to sober up, or I'll end up puking all over the place.
The underling nodded.
Having been with Zhang Shuitian for so long, he showed no surprise at the guy's outrageous antics. I hurried over to Zhang Shuitian.
Brother, I said, we need to figure out a solution fast. The owner of Fei Hong Internet Cafe is pretty powerful.
Zhang Shuitian waved his hand dismissively.
What's the big deal? I'm right here waiting for you to call your people. I'll hit you when you're all geared up. If you don't bring enough, I won't touch you. This guy was just that arrogant. So cocky it made me want to punch him. Chapter 139, Zhang Su's Influence. In just over 10 minutes, a commotion erupted outside. My heart skipped a beat. Something must have gone wrong. Sure enough, the private room door was instantly blocked by a group of guys, all of them flashy, tattooed street punks. Zhang Shuitian remained surprisingly calm, lighting a cigarette. Where's the one in charge? I am. Kid, you've got some nerve causing trouble on my turf. Don't you know where you are?
A bald man strode in next. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his face was fierce. He clutched his car keys tightly, his eyes bulging with rage.
Let's see who dares cause trouble here.
Daquan beside him immediately lost his temper, pointing at Zhang Shuitian.
That guy.
Boss, he even dared to beat someone up right here in public.
The owner's name was Fei Hong. Fei Hong glanced at Zhang Shuitian.
Kid, you've got some nerve.
Haven't you heard the rumors? My name, Fei Hong, is legendary around here. You think it's wise to cause trouble in my place? If word gets out, how am I supposed to run my crew?
Zhang Shuitian shook his head.
I only want these two men. But since your blind-ass underlings are blocking my way, what can I do? Fei Hong laughed. Causing trouble in my internet cafe. My men stopping you is perfectly justified. Cut the nonsense. Beat him. Keep beating him until he begs for mercy. Fei Hong snarled the order. I instinctively grabbed Lin Ro and pulled her behind me. Clearly, there was no way out now. But Zhang Shuitian just curled his lip. Wait a minute. Fei Hong laughed, revealing his two large gold teeth. What's the matter? You scared already? But kid, even if you are scared, it's too late. This is the path you chose yourself. I'm going to take you down today. Not even the King of Heaven himself could stop me. It must be said, Fei Hong certainly had an imposing presence. But Zhang Shuitian just stretched lazily. Hold on, let me call my big brother. Zhang Shuitian suddenly blurted out. Fei Hong burst out laughing. He crossed his arms, staring at him like he was some kind of idiot. Kid, you know what? My name, Fei Hong, is worth at least 2 bright roads. Who the hell is your big brother? If you've got the guts, make that call. Today, I'll beat the crap out of both you and your big brother. We're here to take down pretentious jerks like you. Zhang Shuitian nodded. He picked up his phone and dialed the number. After a few rings, the other end picked up abruptly. Now even more cocky, Zhang Shuitian flipped on the speakerphone. Boss, I'm at Fei Hong Internet Cafe. I've been ambushed. Boss, Fei Hong is right here. The magnetic voice on the other end chuckled. Then ask Fei Hong what he means. Zhang Shuitian looked up at Fei Hong. My boss told me to ask what you mean. You wanna kill me? Sure, no problem. 1 soldier down, but you can kiss your internet cafes and your damn life goodbye. Are you kidding me? The boss is standing right here, and this guy still has the nerve to talk like that. Fei Hong was furious. Who the hell are you? Talking so big? Got the guts? Come on, let's settle this. But who knew the man on the phone would speak up directly? Fei Hong, do you even have the right to challenge me? Who do you think you are? Mark my words, if you dare lay a finger on my brother today, I, Zhang Su, will tear your back door to shreds. If I don't, I'll consider all these years of my life wasted. Fei Hong's eyes suddenly widened. His face was filled with utter disbelief. What did you just say your name was? Which Zhang Su? Zhang Su burst into laughter. Come on, hop in a cab to the Dragon Palace in Donghai right now. I'll show you exactly which Zhang Su I am. Listen carefully, my brother's name is Zhang Shuitian. You've never eaten pork but you've seen pigs run, haven't you? Fei Hong, you've really made something of yourself now. Looks like I'm nothing but a nobody in your eyes, huh? I'm watching this unfold right before my eyes. The very next second. In that very second, something I never expected happened. Fei Hong's knees buckled and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. You heard right. The old man knelt directly on the ground, with all his underlings behind him. But he didn't care at all, completely disregarding his dignity. Zhang Su fell silent upon hearing this. Hey, Fei Hong. Can you give me an answer? Or just call your people now, I'll be at your Fei Hong Internet Cafe in 20 minutes. Fei Hong's voice was trembling. He was clearly terrified. Brother Su. I'm so sorry, Brother Su. I didn't know it was you. I deserve to die. I'm a beast. I shouldn't have provoked you. After shouting that, Fei Hong immediately raised his palm and slapped himself several times across the face. Without pausing even once. All of us watched Fei Hong slap himself across the face. The scene fell deathly silent, broken only by the sharp smacks of his hand against his own face.
To see the owner of a chain internet cafe scared like this, one could only imagine how terrifying Zhang Shutian's backer, Zhang Su, truly was.
Several minutes passed. Zhang Su finally spoke. Fei Hong.
Let me make this clear, keep your eyes open from now on.
Know who you can provoke and who you absolutely cannot.
Both my brother and I are people you cannot afford to cross.
Remember that. My brother's status is noble.
If you dare to anger him, the two of us will have a proper showdown.
Get your people ready. With that, Zhang Su slammed the phone down.
At that moment, Zhang Shuitian looked down at Fei Hong with such an air of superiority that even I couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for the guy.
Fei Hong. You were acting so tough just now? Your name Fei Hong is worth 2 bright roads, right? Let's see how arrogant you really are.
Fei Hong dared not utter a word now, shaking his head frantically.
Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Give me one more chance. I'll never do it again.
Zhang Shuitian spoke indifferently.
Get lost.
Oh, and you that little front desk guy with no sense of sight. How you're dealt with is entirely up to you.
Fei Hong nodded frantically. Rest assured, Brother Tian.
If I don't handle this properly, I'll twist my own head off and give it to you as a chamber pot. Fei Hong finally left with his men, and when they departed, it truly was a rout, not an exaggeration at all.
Zhang Shuitian exhaled deeply and stretched lazily.
He then turned his gaze to the two men still kneeling on the floor.
Don't just kneel there. Chapter 140, The Truth Comes Out. The two tattooed men were already trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. If even Fei Hong couldn't save them, what chance did they have? The answer was obvious.
Big brother, please spare our lives. The two seemed to have completely lost their minds, now kneeling on the ground and repeatedly kowtowing to us. Zhang Shuitian curled his lip. What's with this? You're making it impossible for me to act. At Zhang Shuitian's words, the two knelt even harder. This might be their only lifeline now. But just then, Zhang Shuitian turned his head to look at me.
You decide what to do with them. I'm going to play a couple of games outside. These two are just too much. With that, Zhang Shuitian turned and left the private room. I knew he was clearing the way for me. I walked step by step toward the two of them. Or to be more precise, I was now their only lifeline. If I just said this whole thing was over, they'd probably be saved. Big brother, it's all our fault for not seeing straight. We unintentionally offended you. Please give us another chance. Just give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. We'll burn incense for you every single day from now on. These two were practically begging to kneel at my feet and lick my shoes. I shook my head. I'm not one to hold grudges, consider it a dog bite. But now that it's happened, shouldn't you two have a serious talk? I said this with a stern expression. After I finished speaking, the two turned to look at each other. Ma Pengcheng paid us to take care of you. We had nothing to do with this. It was all that bastard Ma Pengcheng's doing. I chuckled. Alright, you're off the hook. Now get out of here. But you'd better remember this is the last time. If you ever cross the line again, don't blame me for being harsh. They nodded frantically. Are you kidding me? All they wanted now was to get out of there. Almost immediately, they scrambled away from the spot. After finishing the game, Zhang Shuitian sauntered over with a smug look on his face. What's the deal? They let those two get away without even trying to stop him. I quickly shook my head. I bet they were scared out of their wits. No need to bother, they're just small fry. You wouldn't stoop to fighting them anyway. Zhang Shuitian curled his lip. That's not the point. Those two beat you up like that, and you're still so forgiving? I'm seriously impressed. I shook my head. Alright. Just get out of here already. Go home and get some rest, you're drunk as a skunk. Zhang Shuitian chuckled. What's the rush? The nightlife's just getting started. Fine. Since it's your call, I won't stop you. Call me if anything comes up. Come visit the Dragon Palace in Donghai sometime. I'll treat you right. With that, Zhang Shuitian turned and walked away. Only the three of us remained in the private room. Wei Gu is seriously starting to look up to me now. Manager. You're so cool. I never imagined you'd actually know someone like that. That's seriously impressive. At this point, Brother Wei gave me a thumbs up gesture. I rolled my eyes. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have called him either. That idiot almost caused a major incident just now. I waved Wei Gu off. Alright, you go ahead. I'll see Lin Ro off later. No need to stick around for dinner tonight. Wei Gu nodded eagerly. He turned and walked away from the spot. I glanced back at Lin Ro, only to find the girl staring at me with an incredibly complex expression. I could sense that Lin Ro had developed a hint of admiration for me. But since she's a bit shy, she just didn't say anything. What's the matter? Why are you standing there like a statue? Let's get moving. Look, I got rid of that guy for you. We'll save a lot on dinner later, that bloke eats like a horse. I cracked a joke. But the very next second, Lin Ro burst into tears. I froze in place, wanting to comfort her. But the words died on my lips. I was completely at a loss. Now I had no idea what to say.
And Lin Ro's sobs grew louder and louder until finally she was practically wailing. I quickly pressed my palms together.
Hey, lady! Can you please stop crying? What's the big deal? Isn't everything already taken care of?
If you keep crying like this, people who don't know the situation might think I did something to you. I uttered these words with utter helplessness. But after I finished speaking, the girl obediently wiped her tears.
Manager, I truly don't know how to thank you.
And all this time, I've never experienced the feeling of being protected. But just now, when you shielded me behind you without hesitation, I really like that.
Thank you, manager.
Her words made my face flush instantly. I scratched my head awkwardly.
Come on, what you're saying isn't it just a man stepping up when it counts? It's not as grand as you're making it out to be.
I gave Lin Ro a light pat on the shoulder.
I'll remember what Ma Pengcheng did to us. I'll make sure to get even someday. Right now, the most important thing is your father's illness. Lin Ro nodded. We grabbed a quick bite outside, then I walked her to the ward entrance. Don't worry. No matter what happens, there will always be a solution. You have to stay strong right now. Otherwise, Auntie might not be able to handle it. Lin Ro nodded obediently. Right now, this girl trusts every word I say implicitly. Oh, and one more thing.
If that jerk Ma Pengcheng dares to come looking for you again, or causes any trouble, call me anytime.
I'll be there in a heartbeat.
Lin Ro looked at me, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression full of affection. I couldn't figure out why. Seeing her like this, some unsavory thoughts actually crossed my mind. The thought made me shake my head violently, then I turned and fled the scene. It was far too late now, and I had no choice. Who knew what I'd face if I went back at this hour? Especially after Li Hui found that torn stocking in my pocket earlier. I still had no idea how to explain it to that girl.
In the end, I just got angrier and angrier. I hailed a cab and headed straight for the hotel. Half an hour later, I knocked on the door of my room.
But the sight before me made my expression tighten.
Wang Wan stood straight before me, wearing a black strapless top.
Especially that tight-fitting tank top, it perfectly outlined her figure.
Chapter 141, A Bad Idea.
She wore athletic shorts on her lower body, likely intended as pajama bottoms.
The moment Wang Wan saw me, she looked genuinely happy. What brings you here? But how could I possibly think about that now?
The instant I saw Wang Wan, I couldn't hold back anymore, especially that fair skin.
Was she trying to kill me? How could I care about anything else? In that moment, I felt like a rabid beast.
Suddenly, I grabbed Wang Wan and lifted her straight up. She was already quite curvaceous, and her flesh was all in the right places. So lifting her felt incredibly satisfying.
Wang Wan froze for just a moment, but the next second, she snapped back to reality, clutching my shoulders tightly.
And she responded to me with intense passion. I kicked the door shut, carried Wang Wan to the bed, and passion ignited. After a full half hour, I finally lay down on the bed, holding Wang Wan close. One hand held a cigarette, the other cradled the lovely girl before me.
I must admit, this feeling was truly wonderful. Wang Wan nestled obediently against my chest, looking utterly helpless and vulnerable. Zhang Yu, how come you had time to come see me tonight? I looked at Wang Wan and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Can't I come see you? Wang Wan shook her head quickly. Of course not. I'd love for you to come see me, but is there something you need? I sighed.
Sis Wan, logically speaking, you already have your own business now, yet you're still staying here.
I know it's because you're keeping me company.
But I still want to ask you, could you sell that nightclub?
I said it calmly.
After I finished speaking, Wang Wan paused, slightly taken aback.
Why would you want me to sell the nightclub?
Sure, I have a place now, I have my own business, and I even extorted some money from Zhao Dahu. But that guy really worries me.
What if he comes looking for trouble again later and I'm not by your side then?
I spoke these words with a serious expression.
Wang Wan across from me pondered for a moment. So you mean I should sell the house and the business, right? I gave a slight nod. Tomorrow I'll find you a lawyer. Handle this through legal channels, you don't need to appear personally. Stay here for now until everything is settled. After that, you can go anywhere you want. I said this in a calm tone. This was probably the best outcome. But the moment I finished speaking, Wang Wan across from me immediately grew frantic.
She abruptly stood up, her eyes wide as she stared at me.
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to kick me out?
I have to say, ever since her divorce, Wang Wan seemed to be walking around with nerves of steel.
I quickly shook my head. Why would I say such things? Of course I wouldn't kick you out. I just think you should have your own life. Wang Wan kept shaking her head. No. At least at this critical juncture, I want to stay by your side. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to spend time with me, just drop by occasionally to check on me. As for the property matters, you handle them for me. I trust you. My lips twitched involuntarily. Then I nodded gently. Don't worry. I'll handle this matter perfectly. There won't be any problems.
Wang Wan broke into a wide smile.
I knew it would be fine.
That night, I held Wang Wan close as we slept.
I have to admit, it felt pretty good. Early the next morning, I headed straight to the company. First, I found Wei Guo and had him handle the lawyer arrangements. Wei Ge gave me an okay sign. Don't worry. This kind of business transition case is the simplest. The lawyer won't even need to argue, let alone go to court. I gave a slight nod. Make sure you find a reliable one. The company's pretty quiet right now.
It's almost year-end, and our project is progressing steadily.
But that very afternoon, Han Lily showed up at my office.
And this kid is getting more and more casual these days.
While I was out buying lunch, she just went and hid in my office. And she hid under my desk, no less. Who cares? I just plopped the food on my desk and was about to dig in. But just then, the little brat yelled up from underneath, nearly giving me a heart attack. My eyes widened instantly as I glared at Han Lily. Several seconds passed before I could finally take a deep breath. Good heavens! Are you trying to scare me to death, you little brat? Seeing her scheme succeed, Han Lily burst out laughing. You're such a wimp. I thought you were brave. Didn't I tell you before?
I'll come see you these next couple days to report on my work.
I struggled to steady my nerves. As for what that girl had just said, I hadn't taken in a single word.
I have to admit, she really did scare the living daylights out of me. A moment later, I placed the food in front of Han Lily.
You're already here, so why not eat together?
But the moment I finished speaking, Han Lily gave me a mischievous grin.
The next second, Han Lily wrapped both arms around my neck, clearly trying to seduce me. She pressed her lips to my ear and blew softly into it. I want to eat you. Honestly, I couldn't handle such suggestive talk.
Fortunately, I just spent a passionate night with Wang Wan last night, so I wasn't feeling particularly tempted now.
Don't even think about it, we're at the office. Han Lily burst out laughing. Don't worry, I know when to do what. I wouldn't do anything reckless at your company. Besides, I'm a girl, I should be the one more careful about these things. I couldn't help but nod. Everything's going smoothly with the project, right? Han Lily nodded. It's going great.
The entire project is completely problem-free now, and construction over there is already in its final stages. The main focus now is attracting tenants.
The moment she mentioned attracting tenants, I couldn't help but laugh. If not for this opportunity, I doubt I could have taken down Zhao Dahu. Alright then, I'll be counting on you to handle that.
Han Lily crossed her arms over her chest.
No problem at all, but shouldn't you give me some kind of benefit? You expect me to do this for free? I pondered for a moment. How about this, I'll take you out for drinks sometime. Han Lily chuckled. No problem.
But don't you dare stand me up.
I remember what you promised me. If you can't deliver, don't blame me for getting tough. I flashed an okay sign. A man of his word. His word is his bond. Chapter 142, Rough Handling. It took me forever to finally get rid of Han Lily. That afternoon, I called Lin Ro again. The girl said her father was already in the operating room. At a time like this, I knew Lin Ro must be terribly worried. But there was nothing to be done, some burdens must be borne alone. After all, she was an adult now. Keep me updated immediately if anything changes. Lin Ro nodded. Manager, rest assured. I'll call you the moment the results come in. I gave a slight nod. I knew I should head home. After all, hiding like this wasn't a solution. Li Hui isn't stupid. She must know what I'd been up to outside. She just didn't say anything.
And after all these days, even though I hadn't seen Li Hui again, I knew she was genuinely angry. Normally, if I didn't come home, Li Hui would always call to check on me.
But it had been days now.
From start to finish, Li Hui hadn't acknowledged me at all.
I couldn't help but sigh. I headed straight for home.
But as soon as I reached the building, a beetle started honking its horn incessantly at me. Seeing the beetle's color, I immediately knew who was inside it was Zhou Qiao. I hadn't been in touch with Zhou Qiao for quite some time. Or rather, as long as that woman didn't reach out to me, I never initiated contact.
Who'd have thought today would be such a pain in the ass? I opened the door and slid into the passenger seat.
Zhou Qiao glanced at me from beside me, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Zhang Yu, what's this all about? If I don't call you, you never seem to reach out either. Looks like you really dislike me now. I nodded slightly.
With this woman in front of me, I could be brutally honest.
Because I genuinely didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore.
Had I known this would happen, I never would have fallen into Zhou Qiao's trap in the first place. Though Zhou Qiao is undeniably beautiful, this woman gives me a sense of unease.
And that wasn't even the most important thing.
Back then, I didn't have so many women around me, and Li Hui was treating me with such cold indifference.
My emotional world was utterly barren.
And it was precisely that vulnerability that allowed that madwoman Zhou Qiao to take advantage.
If it were now, which woman around me wouldn't be stronger than Zhou Qiao? But let's not dwell on that now. Because it doesn't matter anymore.
Zhou Qiao crossed her arms over her chest, and those two peaks were practically pressing against the steering wheel.
You gotta admit, this woman's got a killer figure, no denying it. What the hell do you want? Do you really think this sick relationship we've been dragging on is the best outcome?
I spat out the words, my face twisted with irritation.
After I finished speaking, Zhou Qiao shook her head. Of course I understand. This definitely isn't a good outcome, but what can I do? To get you, I had to resort to these underhanded tactics, and now they've clearly paid off. Zhou Qiao suddenly dropped this bombshell. After the woman finished speaking, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. What do you mean by that? Zhou Qiao shook her head. Don't you understand? You should know exactly what you've done. Li Hui called me. I'd been feeling pretty confident, but hearing Zhou Qiao's words made my heart skip a beat. I stared at her in disbelief. What the hell did you just say? Li Hui contacted you? What did she tell you? Zhou Qiao chuckled. Want to know? Then you'll have to pay some interest. Before I could react, Zhou Qiao slammed her foot on the gas pedal and took off. The car roared to life. I had no idea where this crazy woman was taking the car. I could only sit obediently in the passenger seat. About half an hour later, the car pulled into a narrow alley. The area around this alley had already been demolished. On a normal day, forget people, there probably wasn't even a ghost around. The engine cut out the moment we stopped. I stared at Zhou Qiao warily. What are you up to? Though I already suspected this woman might be about to do something crazy. But Zhou Qiao really blew my mind. This woman suddenly spun around to face me, her long legs straddling my body. Our bodies pressed tightly together in an instant. Zhou Qiao was panting heavily, her breath carrying a sweet scent that filled my nostrils. This stirred something within me. But my reason still outweighed my animal instincts, so I turned my head away. What exactly do you want? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste time with this nonsense. Zhou Qiao shook his head. You're really something, Zhang Yu. Don't forget I've got something good on you. Besides, didn't you want to know what Li Hui told me when she came to see me? This could very well determine whether your relationship has reached its end. Don't you really want to hear it? I couldn't help but frown deeply. Do you really think I'm an idiot? If there were such a golden opportunity, you'd have already started manipulating things. Haven't you always wanted me to divorce Li Hui? Zhou Qiao shook his head. Don't paint me in such a bad light. While I do want you two to divorce, I wouldn't stoop to such disgusting tactics. Even if we divorce, I'll win you over fairly and squarely. I wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Zhou Qiao spoke these words deliberately, one syllable at a time. His expression was utterly serious. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. The next second, Zhou Qiao's lips pressed directly against mine. My head buzzed. Who the hell cares about the consequences now? Without a moment's hesitation, I grabbed Zhou Qiao and pinned her beneath me with all my strength. Zhou Qiao let out a pained scream. You're hurting me. I gripped her hair tightly. You like playing games with me? Well, today I'll play with you properly. In that moment, I felt utterly inhuman. You could even call me a beast. But who knew Zhou Qiao was actually enjoying this? She looked at me with seductive eyes. She even licked her lips involuntarily. Come on. This is the first time I've ever seen you like this. Especially seeing this woman's calm expression, I felt like I couldn't hold back any longer. I plunged straight into Zhou Qiao. And the whole process was incredibly rough. I showed her no tenderness whatsoever, making Zhou Qiao scream and cry out. I thought Zhou Qiao would hate me, even find me disgusting. After all, as a normal woman, who could possibly accept a man like that? But Zhou Qiao surprised me once again. Because no matter how loudly she screamed or how much pain she showed on her face, she never once refused me. Chapter 143, Li Hui's Confrontation. After 10 minutes, I gasped for breath while Zhou Qiao closed her eyes contentedly. Would you still want a man like me? Zhou Qiao nodded. I know you were just getting back at me, but I don't care about that. Heh, Zhang Yu. You'll never escape my grasp. I felt like I was about to break down. This woman is a lunatic. And I can't afford to make Zhou Qiao my enemy now. Who knows what trouble she'd stir up. It took a long time, but my emotions finally settled. Only then did I lift my head to look at her. I only want to ask you one thing. What exactly do you mean? What are you trying to do? Zhou Qiao looked at me with a smile. What's the matter? I sighed. Fine. You're the boss lady, and I can't mess with you. But now you can at least tell me what Li Hui said to you, right? Zhou Qiao nodded. Li Hui asked me if she wasn't attractive enough. How could she not keep her own man? And to think he had another woman's stockings in his pocket. The kicker? They were torn. Heh, you like that? How about I wear stockings just for you from now on? Even now. Zhou Qiao still had the nerve to taunt me. I clenched my jaw hard. Don't push me too far. Zhou Qiao shrugged with a smile. Fine, I won't push you. Since you worked so hard just now, I'll tell you I've already stabilized Li Hui. Zhou Qiao delivered this statement with a calm tone. I couldn't help but frown. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself clearly. Zhou Qiao shrugged innocently. I told Li Hui you're not that kind of person. Plus, someone slipped stockings into your pocket, clearly trying to frame you. After all, your status has risen, naturally drawing envy from many. Since they can't take you down at the company, they'll resort to disrupting your family harmony. Luckily, you were drunk that night, making the setup flawless. Though Li Hui isn't fully convinced yet, if you play your cards right, I'm confident your wife won't divorce you. Zhou Qiao delivered this statement in a flat tone, his face utterly expressionless. I couldn't tell if this woman was happy or miserable. But Zhou Qiao stepped on the gas pedal and sped off. He dropped me off back at the building entrance. After I got out, the beetle slowly drove away. Watching Zhou Qiao's retreating figure, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. Why? Our relationship had broken down, and we were even on the verge of divorce. Shouldn't Zhou Qiao be the happiest person of all? So why was this woman now willing to help me? The more I thought about it, the more my head spun. In the end, I sighed helplessly and walked step by step to my front door. I didn't have the courage to open the door. Because I didn't know how to spin this lie? But just then, my phone rang. It was Lin Ro calling. What's going on? Lin Ro sounded incredibly excited on the other end. Manager. The doctor said my father's surgery was a complete success. He just needs to be closely monitored for a while longer. Manager. I can't thank you enough. I'll definitely repay you someday. I couldn't help but exhale deeply, the weight on my heart finally lifting. Hearing her cheerful tone lifted my spirits as well. We exchanged a few pleasantries, and when I looked at the door again, an inexplicable courage welled up inside me. Perhaps it was Lin Ro who gave it to me. I slowly opened the door. But the lights weren't on. Instead, a table stood in the center of the living room. It was laden with prepared dishes, adorned with candles on either side. I must admit, it did look quite cozy. Honey? I couldn't help but call out. Just then, a figure emerged from the room. It was Li Hui. Today, Li Hui was dressed quite seductively. A pair of black stockings from Parisian house accentuated the contours of her beautiful legs. She wore a cropped vest on top and leather boots on her feet, truly radiating the aura of a powerful woman. But this outfit somehow feels a bit alluring. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. But just then, Li Hui began walking toward me step by step. She nestled her head against my shoulder. I must admit, Li Hui's scent was quite strong, not just her natural body fragrance. Today, Li Hui had clearly gone out of her way to dress up. She was already quite beautiful on a regular day, but today she was in a whole different league. Especially that exquisite face. It looked like a doll that had undergone facial contouring. What are you doing? Li Hui glanced at me. Today is our wedding anniversary. You haven't forgotten, have you? My heart skipped a beat. This? Never mind, as long as you're back. Let's just eat. I wasn't expecting any gifts anyway. I sat at the table, feeling awkward. But before I could take 2 bites, Li Hui spoke up slowly from across the table. I want to ask you something. Have you really lost all interest in me? You even went so far as to look for women outside. Don't you know? I'm your wife. Li Hui said this with a stern expression. By the end, her voice trembled slightly. Truthfully, at that moment, I was prepared for the truth to come out. But for some reason, when the words reached my lips, I couldn't bring myself to speak. Especially as Zhou Qiao's words from earlier flashed through my mind. The next second, my tone shifted completely. Honey, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Hui shook her head. That night when you came home, you had stockings in your pocket. If I hadn't washed your clothes, I wouldn't have found them. Zhang Yu, do you think this is fair to me? I clenched my jaw. As the saying goes, all's fair in love and war. With that thought, I rose without hesitation. And my expression was filled with confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about. Li Hui nodded. Well then, tell me, how did that bundle of stockings end up here? Can you explain it clearly? I nodded quickly. I want to tell you something, I had absolutely no idea about this. Actually, I had already checked the trash can that morning. There really was a crumpled pair of old stockings in there. I just assumed they were yours, so I didn't think much of it. Li Hui chuckled, but the smile held a hint of self-mockery. Is any of this true? Are you willing to take responsibility for your words? I gasped for breath. Li Hui. We've been married for so long, don't we even have the most basic trust? Chapter 144, Dispelling Doubts. Truthfully, when I spoke those words, I didn't have a shred of courage. Let me be blunt. This was clearly deception. Li Hui isn't stupid, how could she possibly believe me? But whether it was because my stance was too resolute, or because Li Hui had already lost all hope in me, she merely twitched her lips before nodding. Do you think I should believe you? That simple question drained me completely. I gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. You have to believe me. Honey, you know how fast I've risen in my position. In just 2 or 3 months, I've already been promoted to manager. Li Hui smiled. But I couldn't shake the feeling that her smile was odd. And I couldn't figure out if that smile meant she believed me or not. Fine. Since you put it that way, I'll trust you this once. After saying that, she turned and headed toward the bedroom. And looking at Li Hui now, she was clearly struggling even to walk. Heaven knows how agonizing this moment felt to me. I gasped for breath. Li Hui. But Li Hui paid me no mind. For a split second, I truly sensed an undeniable sense of danger. Yes. I felt as though Li Hui was about to divorce me. The thought sent a chill through me, and I moved step by step toward her. Inside the room, Li Hui was hunched over, curled up into a ball, sobbing uncontrollably. After all, Li Hui is my wife. Seeing her like this truly made me feel terrible. A deep, stabbing ache in my heart. I walked step by step behind Li Hui. Watching her heartbroken expression, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Li Hui was truly top tier, her looks, her figure, and her aura. Honestly, even though I'm not ugly myself, Li Hui is more than enough for me. Though I'd once suspected her of doing something disgusting, all this time had yielded no proof. So I didn't want to pursue it any further. Seeing Li Hui utterly heartbroken, I truly couldn't bear it. Honey, please don't be angry or sad. It's tearing me up inside. Originally, Li Hui was just softly sobbing in bed, but after hearing my words, whether it was from feeling too wronged or something else, she suddenly burst into loud, uncontrollable sobs. And once she started, there was no stopping her. Wah! My heart ached instantly. I quickly pulled Li Hui into my arms, and this time she didn't resist. We lay there in complete silence, her tears soaking through my clothes. I gently stroked Li Hui's hair. After what felt like an eternity, her sobs finally subsided. Li Hui lifted her head and looked at me. Will you leave me? I was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this sudden question. Then Li Hui lowered her head. It made sense, really. After all, we've been married for several years now. Even if you'd grown tired of me, it would be understandable. I understood all that. But I don't think I'm any worse than other women. Husband, even if you've lost your novelty for me, you still shouldn't go looking for other women. Though I've always been myself, I can fulfill many of your fantasies. I'm not just this one side. If you ever truly grow tired of me, just tell me. I'll find a way. After all, we've been married this long. This was the first time Li Hui had ever spoken like this, and it sent my thoughts racing. Li Hui was naturally beautiful, and being with her, especially in the bedroom, never felt dull or tedious. With such a beautiful woman beneath me, I naturally unleashed my animalistic instincts to the fullest. I stroked Li Hui's silky hair. Don't ever say things like that again, honey. I'll always love you. I said it with complete seriousness. This time, Li Hui didn't get angry. Instead, she wrapped her arms around my neck. Our lips met in a kiss, and in that moment, we both craved each other relentlessly. Deep in passion, I lay flat on the bed, clutching Li Hui tightly. Today, Li Hui seemed unusually proactive, panting heavily the entire time. Especially those soft moans, they knew exactly how to play with a man's heart. Not long after, the room echoed with sounds of pleasure. Today's session was exceptionally intense, lasting a full 40 to 50 minutes. By the end, I lacked even the strength to rise, gently collapsing onto Li Hui's body. I savored the rhythm of her heartbeat. I have to admit, in that moment, we were truly close. Can you tell me the truth? I just want one honest answer from you. Did you know about the stockings? You should know a woman's intuition is spot on. If you admit it now and promise it won't happen again, I won't hold it against you. But if you don't admit it, if I find out the whole truth about this matter, I will never forgive you. Li Hui spoke these words slowly and deliberately. And seeing the stern expression on this woman's face, I knew. Li Hui wasn't messing around. But could someone actually confess to something like this? To be blunt, if someone could still come clean at this point, I'd have to call them a real tough guy. I sure as hell didn't have the guts. I shook my head frantically. Please believe me, I've never betrayed you, no matter who it was. Over time, I've made some hidden enemies at the company. They must be behind this. Li Hui couldn't help but laugh. Seemed satisfied with my attitude. Are you kidding me? If I admitted it at this critical juncture, I'd be the real fool. Fine, I'll believe you this once. I couldn't help but exhale deeply. This was downright terrifying. Good thing I kept my cool, otherwise, I'd have been screwed. Li Hui warmed up the leftovers on the table. The two of us shared a candlelit dinner, watched a movie together, and ordered some late-night takeout. Now, the two of us were snuggled up on the sofa, leaning against each other. I have to admit, this feeling was truly wonderful. For a fleeting moment, I even resolved never to stray again. But then I thought of Wang Wan, Lin Mimi, and Han Lily. The images of those women made me sigh. Because deep down, I knew. Under these circumstances, there was no way I could ever give them up. Each woman was a goddess in her own domain. Wang Wan, for instance, had the ultimate figure, curvy yet not overweight. Chapter 145, Help Someone All the Way. As for Lin Mimi, needless to say, those long, stunning legs paired with her black OL uniform stockings. Honestly, in my eyes, she's absolutely unmatched. But whenever I think of Lin Mimi, I can't help but recall Ah Hua, who deliberately seduced me earlier. That woman certainly had a figure to die for, but deep down, I already understood what Ah Hua was really after. Setting that aside, Han Lily simply couldn't compare to either of those women. Her figure isn't as comfortable to hold as Wang Wan's, and while her legs are slender and long, they simply can't compare to Lin Mimi's comic book perfect legs.
But Han Lily has her own strengths. The main thing is that she's got a fresh, vibrant look. That's what matters most, and she's young. She was just so fresh. They say old bulls love to graze on tender grass, and even a young bull like me enjoys nibbling on the fresh shoots. After pondering this, I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Early the next morning, I didn't go to the company. Instead, I called Brother Wei, gave him a brief update, and headed straight for the hospital. By then, Lin Ro's father had been moved to a regular ward. The surgery had been a complete success. Now it was mainly a period of recuperation. He had passed the critical stage, and staying here was most appropriate. Step by step, I approached the ward door. Only then did I see that Lin Ro's father had regained consciousness. Though his complexion was still somewhat pale, he sat there looking almost indistinguishable from a healthy person. I couldn't help but smile. But perhaps it was because Lin Ro and I shared a telepathic connection. I had barely stood there for a moment when the girl suddenly whipped her head around. The moment Lin Ro saw me, she let out an excited shout. "Manager! Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" I gave an awkward chuckle. "What's there to say? I just came to check on Uncle's condition. As long as he's okay, that's all that matters." Lin Ro immediately pulled me into the hospital room. Looking at her father. "Dad, this is the manager I told you about. If it weren't for him, I might have agreed to Ma Pengcheng's proposal." Lin Ro's father looked like a man of integrity. Especially after introducing me, he immediately tried to rise to express his gratitude. I pressed down on his arm. "Uncle, please don't do that. I can't accept this. As long as you're okay, money can always be earned again." Mr. Lin nodded gratefully. After exchanging pleasantries in the hospital room for a while, I followed Lin Ro out into the hallway. I looked at Lin Ro. The doctor didn't say how much longer we'd have to stay here, did he? Lin Ro thought for a moment. Probably a few more days. Even though my dad's surgery was high risk, the incision is very small. Once it heals, we can leave any time. Besides, Dad wants to stay as little as possible. After all, it costs over 1,000 yuan a day here. I nodded slightly. She pulled out the last few thousand yuan she had left on her. Lin Ro immediately grew anxious. She shook her head frantically. "Manager, I really can't accept any more money from you. I'll never be able to repay this debt of gratitude in my lifetime. How could I keep adding to it? You have your own life to live. It's not right for you to keep giving me money." I laughed. "You're not planning to pay me back, are you?" Lin Ro paused, taken aback. How could that be possible? "Manager. As long as the company still needs me, I'll stay at my post and repay every last penny." I nodded gently. "Isn't that settled then? Since you intend to repay me, consider this money a loan from me." "What's stopping you from accepting it? Look at your father, his face is so pale. People are most vulnerable at times like this. He needs to eat more nourishing food to recover. Plus, the hospital bills here are sky high every day. Even though the surgery was successful, post-operative recovery is crucial. It's going to cost money." After my persistent persuasion, the girl finally accepted it willingly. But the moment she received the money, Lin Ro burst into tears. Her sobs grew more heart-wrenching by the moment. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. "You silly girl, what's there to cry about?" Lin Ro kept shaking her head. "Manager, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I might have completely broken down." I smiled and shook my head. While shaking my head, I spoke softly. "Don't worry about it. Didn't you just say you'd come back to work? Since you're my employee, it's my job to look out for you. Besides, you did call me manager, didn't you?" After confirming the exact time of Lin Ro's father's discharge, I headed back to the company. "I'll come back to pick you up later. After all, there's a lot to carry when leaving the hospital, and taking a bus would be somewhat inconvenient. As the saying goes, help someone all the way to the end." Even I couldn't figure out why I cared so much about Lin Ro's family. But I have to admit, that girl Lin Ro really is top-notch in both looks and figure. I rushed back to the company without delay, but just as I reached the entrance, someone stopped me. The person driving a white Audi TT, a perfect match of a fancy car and a beautiful woman. Especially with that convertible Audi parked right at the company entrance, and sitting inside was a petite, delicate beauty. Many passers-by couldn't help but give it a second glance. Seeing the beauty inside playing with her phone, I snatched it away. Han Lily let out a startled cry. "Catch the thief!" But the moment the girl in sunglasses saw me, she quickly patted her chest. Though still as flat as a board, at least there was some movement. "Looks like I deserve all the credit. You jerk. You scared the living daylights out of me. I thought some creepy old guy was trying to snatch my phone." Han Lily stroked her chest, clearly shaken by the sudden scare. I burst out laughing, staring at her as I did. "What are you talking about? Do I look like some creepy old man?" Han Lily stared at me for a long moment before nodding earnestly. "Not just like you're the spitting image." The two of us started playfully wrestling right at the company entrance, drawing fierce glares from everyone around. After all, the flower already has an owner. But how would they know that I'm not the only one who owns this flower?
What are you doing here?
Han Lily pursed her lips.
How dare you say that? I'm here waiting for you, aren't I? Have you forgotten what you promised me before? Let me tell you. You have to make it happen today.
Han Lily pouted, her face clearly displeased as she spoke. It suddenly dawned on me, and I slapped my forehead.
Right. I promised to drink with you before, is that what you meant? Chapter 146, Someone's hiding in the house. Han Lily nodded with a smile. You didn't forget, did you? I thought you had. Let me tell you, you're not getting out of this one. I sighed helplessly. Having a drink with you is no problem, but that's not the issue right now. I really need to go handle things at the office.
Just as I was about to refuse, Han Lily suddenly stared at me with wide eyes. Her expression turned serious.
I'll ask you this, are you refusing to come with me? I already checked with your subordinate, that guy called Wei Go. He said you've already taken the day off.
Hearing Han Lily say that, in that very instant, I genuinely wanted to strangle that guy Wei to death.
Why does he always have to pull stunts like this? I was panting heavily. Don't listen to his nonsense.
I said, listen, lady, I work here.
You think I spend all day? Before I could finish, Han Lily grabbed the contract and started to tear it up.
I instinctively snatched the contract away, only then realizing it was an intent letter for additional investment from Han Group.
My eyes widened in shock. Lily, your dad has already invested more than enough. If we add more capital now, it could be extremely risky. Han Lily laughed. My dad has already said it. He'll fund even one more project for your company because I'll always be more important than money. I sighed deeply. Han Lily pulled out my phone. Call your boss right now. Tell him Han Group wants to make another investment. See if he can give you a day off? Are you kidding me?
If I told you Tao about this, he wouldn't just give me a day off. A whole week would be no big deal.
I sighed helplessly. Looks like there's no escaping it today.
And looking at Han Lily's petite frame, she's just too young.
I was starting to lose control. I picked up my phone and dialed Yu Tao's number.
But the moment I uttered those words, Yu Tao burst into laughter on the other end.
It's gotta be you, he said. No problem, what's one day off? I'll give you a whole week. Just bring back that letter of intent. After saying that, Yu Tao hung up with a satisfied smile.
Han Lily lifted her head and stared at me like an adorable little kitten.
If I heard correctly, your boss just said. All I need is to bring back the letter of intent. Oh my goodness, what exactly is this thing?
Han Lily waved the letter of intent in front of me.
I couldn't care less about all that now. I just gave the girl a pat on the butt. Let's go. Han Lily chuckled. About half an hour later, we arrived at the usual spot.
I was about to swipe my ID card, but Han Lily just snapped her fingers at the teller.
The clerk across the counter immediately gave an okay sign. Miss Han. Everything's ready for you. Han Lily smiled. Thanks a lot. Before I could process what was happening, Han Lily yanked me into the hotel room.
Only then did I notice it was fully stocked with food and drinks.
The room had clearly been specially prepared. I looked at Han Lily. What on earth is going on?
Han Lily stuck her tongue out at me.
Didn't know, did you? I've already rented this place long term. From now on, I won't come looking for you at your company anymore. Didn't you say it was bad for your image? From now on, this is our base. As long as my dad doesn't go bankrupt, this room is forever ours.
Han Lily gazed at me, her eyes narrowing seductively. The moment she finished speaking, I felt myself completely lose control.
The next second, without a moment's hesitation, I threw Han Lily onto the bed.
Han Lily writhed her supple waist, clearly lost in passion too. We became utterly entangled in each other, passion burning bright.
Night had fallen.
My legs felt like they were spinning, and Han Lily gazed at me with a smile.
You're in great shape.
I shot her a fierce glare.
If you ever dare to tease me again, you better believe I'll deal with you.
Han Lily immediately covered her head with both hands.
Fine, fine. I'm sorry. I apologize right here. I ignored Han Lily and picked up my phone, dialing Li Hui's number. Though I felt a twinge of reluctance, there was no other way. I needed that contract she held. I simply said, I won't be coming home tonight. Rest well at home. There's an addendum to the project proposal. Li Hui nodded. Take care of yourself. But just as Li Hui was about to hang up, a man's voice came through the line. He won't be back tonight. With just those few words, Li Hui hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, I froze in place. It took me ages to snap out of it. Hello? After what felt like an eternity, Han Lily's voice finally reached me. I finally snapped out of it. What's wrong? Han Lily stared at me like I was a lunatic. What's up? What happened? You seem distracted. I shook my head quickly. No, I have to go back first. Han Lily stared at me. In just a few minutes, I had packed my bags. Just as I was about to head out, this girl still wrapped only in a towel stopped me in my tracks. What on earth was going on? Han Lily must have noticed too. My expression was clearly off. And my body was trembling uncontrollably.
Though I'd suspected Li Hui before, I never imagined this woman would actually bring a man into my home.
Don't get involved in this.
Just stay put. If something really happens to me, you say you have no idea where I went. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I spun around and flung open the door.
Han Lily, disheveled and half-dressed, didn't dare chase after me.
She just shouted from inside the room.
Zhang Yu, don't do anything rash. By then, my rage had reached its peak. Who cared about anything else?
I drove downstairs, started the car, and floored it.
In just over half an hour, I was already at my front door. It was already past 10 o'clock at night.
I noticed the man's shoes outside the door, a pair of high-end leather shoes. Just this pair of shoes must have cost several thousand yuan.
Don't ask me how I know I've bought that brand before.
I kicked the door with all my might. But the door was locked from the inside.
I kicked it again and again with all my might. Open up. Open the damn door now.
About 30 seconds later, the door swung open. Li Hui stared at me, her face frozen in terror.
Why are you back? Chapter 147, Slap him.
A terrifying smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Li Hui had probably never seen me like this before, and it completely terrified her.
Li Hui instinctively took several steps back.
Her face was frozen in terror as she stared at me.
What on earth happened? Zhang Yu. What's gotten into you? I shook my head. You really think I'm an idiot? Hiding people in your house, huh? Li Hui's expression tightened, about to explain, but I pointed my finger at her nose.
You don't need to waste my time with excuses.
Stay right here.
If you dare move, you know the consequences. I locked the front door from the inside and wedged the shoe cabinet against the doorframe. My place is on the 10th floor, let him jump if he's got the guts. I grabbed a baseball bat from the side. I thought I'd have to hunt around for it.
But as I stepped into the living room, I spotted a familiar figure sitting there.
The moment I saw Lu Guangbei, it felt like the sky had gone dark over me.
Why? I wasn't asking Lu Guangbei, I was asking Li Hui.
Li Hui shook her head in terror.
Honey, you have to listen to my explanation. This isn't what you think it is. I burst out laughing.
At that moment, a sharp pain shot through my chest.
The next second, a mouthful of blood gushed out. My vision went black and I collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Li Hui panicked instantly, reaching out to help me up.
But I pointed straight at her nose.
I'll never believe it, even on my deathbed, that you'd hook up with Lu Guangbei? Do you know who he is? He's my enemy. If not for him, how could I have ended up like this? Even if you really wanted to get involved with Lu Guangbei, you could at least have done it behind my back. To do it so openly, right here in my own house. Li Hui, you really take the cake. Summoning every ounce of strength in my body, I gave Li Hui a thumbs-up gesture. Li Hui clearly broke down too. Please, I'm begging you. Can you just trust me this once? It's really not what you think.
I had no more patience for Li Hui's nonsense.
Instead, I turned to face Lu Guangbei. Lu Guangbei, however, seemed utterly indifferent. The guy stood there with his arms crossed, clearly enjoying my humiliation. TSK, Zhang Yu, I have to say, you've changed so much from before. I never imagined you'd turn into such a jerk. I gritted my teeth. Even though every inch of my body was throbbing with pain, I still took step after step toward Lu Guangbei. My baseball bat clenched tightly in my hand. Why? Lu Guangbei shrugged his shoulders. Aren't you doing the same thing? When Zhao Davu beat me up, I had no beef with him whatsoever. But when I finally looked into it, I found out it was all you're doing. Ha, think you're some kind of saint? You screwed me over, so it's only fair I deal with you. But since you've got a good wife, I'll just let you rot in peace. After saying that, Lu Guangbei turned to leave. I grabbed his arm. Lu Guangbei looked at me with utter disgust and shoved me away. Don't you dare touch me. This suit cost me a fortune. If you wrinkle it, you won't be able to afford the replacement. Lu Guangbei, you son of a... I yelled this out loud, then swung my arm in a wide arc, bringing the stick down hard toward Lu Guangbei. But since I could barely stand steady, Lu Guangbei dodged it effortlessly. The bastard chuckled. Then he swung his leg up and kicked me square in the chest. Crash! I sprawled out on the ground in a starfish position. Li Hui immediately panicked. Are you out of your mind, Lu Guangbei? If you dare lay a finger on my husband again, I'll fight you to the death tonight. Lu Guangbei laughed. He pointed a finger right at Li Hui's nose. Do you even know your place? Li Hui, I might let this slide for your sake, but you'd better know your place. Li Hui's lips twitched. She really didn't dare say another word. Lu Guangbei adjusted his collar and walked away with a smile. But the moment he reached the doorway and opened the gate, a slap landed squarely across his cheek. A loud smack echoed through the air. The sound was deafening. Lu Guangbei froze in place, instinctively lifting his head. And I saw a familiar figure. Han Lily walked in step by step, and Lu Guangbei immediately lost his temper. Who the hell is this little brat? You actually had the nerve to hit me? Han Lily chuckled. Hit me harder. Lu Guangbei froze in place. He stared intently at Han Lily, clearly recognizing her as someone familiar. Within mere seconds, it dawned on him. So you're the heiress of the Han group. Ha, if you slapped me like that, I wouldn't be complaining.
I wouldn't dare touch you, your father's a rabid dog. If he found out I laid a finger on you, he'd stop at nothing to take me down with him.
But I can't figure out what your relationship with this man is. Is he really worth you treating him like this? Han Lily stared at him. This won't end here.
Han Lily then stepped forward, inch by inch, until she stood directly before me. She grabbed me by the collar. Li Hui tried to help, but Han Lily shoved her aside.
Do you have any idea how hard he's been working out there? And what have you done?
You've gone and made him wear a green hat.
Ha! A woman like you really doesn't deserve any sympathy.
Li Hui shook her head repeatedly.
You've all got it all wrong. I have nothing to do with Lu Guangbei.
He's only here because we have a business partnership.
Han Lily burst into laughter. You!
Just you wait, I'll beat your face to a pulp. Then we'll see if you keep lying.
Han Lily then shoved my shoulder.
Even though she was so frail, she still managed to carry me.
I'm taking you to the hospital. Han Lily gasped for breath, and I felt my consciousness beginning to blur.
I don't know how long it was before everything went black and I passed out.
When I came to again, I was surrounded by blankness.
This must be the high care ward. I was the only patient in the entire ward. Directly in front of me was a row of sofas, where Han Lily was sleeping, covered with a blanket.
I want a drink of water.
As the words left my mouth, a sharp pain shot through my chest. My throat felt hoarse, as if thick phlegm were lodged there.
Fortunately, Han Lily was a light sleeper.
Perhaps preoccupied with something, she sprang to her feet immediately.
Chapter 148, Thoughtful Care.
Han Lily rushed to my side, her face aglow with excitement. Seeing me awake filled her with pure joy.
Holy crap, uncle, you scared the hell out of me. Want some water? I nodded weakly. Han Lily instinctively made an okay gesture. Right away. She promptly went to fetch water for me. After taking a few sips of the lukewarm liquid, I felt somewhat better. How did I end up here? Han Lily looked at me with an exasperated expression. Isn't it because this lady risked her life to carry you here? Last night, you were barely hanging on, you almost didn't make it.
Han Lily uttered these words with a look of utter helplessness on her face. Then she let out a long sigh.
Can you please stop scaring me like that?
When I saw you rushing off yesterday, I knew exactly what was going on.
Good thing I came back with you.
Otherwise, who knows, I might have had to hire a Swana band for you today.
Han Lily uttered these words with a look of utter resignation. Listening to her dramatic description, I couldn't help but laugh. Thanks, you know.
Han Lily twitched her lips.
Don't mention it. I was just in a good mood.
Don't get too full of yourself.
I nodded lightly. It's fine. You should go now.
I can take care of myself, absolutely no problem.
But Han Lily shot me a glance. Who do you think you're looking down on?
I'm staying right here to take care of you. I couldn't argue with her, so I obediently agreed.
Half an hour later, the door knocked. Two middle-aged men dressed in black and wearing sunglasses approached the ward entrance. I thought they might be the ones Lu Guangbei had sent. I was just about to get up.
But both men bowed their heads in unison. Miss, we've brought the meal you arranged.
Han Lily beckoned with her hand. If you've brought it, hurry up and bring it in. What are you standing around out there for? What if it gets cold?
These two looked tough and imposing, clearly no ordinary characters.
But at Han Lily's command, they instantly wilted, transforming from hungry wolves into docile huskies.
They rolled in with a cart piled high with all sorts of tonics.
Chicken soup and abalone were nothing special. There were even potent tonics like ginseng.
Seeing all these elaborate dishes, I just felt utterly helpless. Seriously, ladies, I said, if I eat all this stuff, I bet what comes out of me would be more nutritious than what most people eat.
I uttered this with a look of utter resignation.
After I finished speaking, Han Lily looked at me with utter disgust.
Isn't that disgusting? Hurry up and eat.
The doctor said your qi and blood are attacking your heart.
Your body is weak right now. You absolutely need to nourish yourself properly.
And don't worry about the company, I already called you Tao and laid out the terms. I'll give you my letter of intent, but you have to take me out for a few days. Staring at Han Lily, I suddenly found myself at a loss for words.
What does it mean to be overbearing?
This girl had just demonstrated it to the fullest. I gave Han Lily a thumbs up right there.
You're something else.
I'd planned to eat by myself, but Han Lily insisted on feeding me. It was a rare treat to enjoy such royal treatment. Plus, this girl was so adorable, deliberately dripping fish soup onto my nose. The ward erupted in waves of laughter.
At that moment, we were like a young couple. But halfway through the meal, I felt like someone was watching us. When I instinctively turned to look, I saw a figure standing by the doorway. It was none other than Li Hui. Her expression was grim, but more than anything, it was filled with self-reproach. She stood there quietly, head bowed, like a child who'd done something wrong. To be honest, seeing Li Hui now, I couldn't muster even a shred of hatred. Instead, I was filled with disbelief. Han Lily, however, was anything but polite.
The moment the maid saw Li Hui, her expression changed instantly. She slammed the chicken soup onto the tabletop, rose slowly, and pointed her finger right at Li Hui's nose.
What are you doing here?
You nearly drove your husband to his grave, and you have the nerve to show your face.
Bringing your lover into our home, and now you're playing the victim?
Li Hui shook her head frantically.
It's not what you think. Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Han Lily's lips curled into a cold sneer.
Of course he's fine. Can't you see he's still breathing?
Li Hui fell silent immediately. I couldn't help but sigh, turning to look at Han Lily.
I spoke softly to the girl. All right, this is between the two of us. It's none of your business. Step outside for a moment. I need to have a word with her. Han Lily immediately grew anxious. I won't let you. It's already happened. What's there to talk about? The facts are right in front of us. I looked at Han Lily. Please, just do me this favor. Han Lily's mouth twitched.
Though clearly annoyed, she stomped her foot and stormed out of the room, her face flushed with anger. I looked at Li Hui standing by the door and spoke softly to her.
No need to stand there. Come in.
Li Hui gave a slight nod, saying nothing more, and stepped inside one step at a time. Once inside, she looked at me with concern.
Zhang Yu, how are you feeling now?
I hope you'll listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I didn't know if I was just being stubborn or what.
Let's get a divorce. I'll go get the household register later. We'll finalize it this afternoon.
Though my heart was already twisting in agony when I uttered those words. But for the sake of a man's pride, I kept my composure. When Li Hui heard my words, her expression changed instantly and she burst into tears. Honestly, seeing her cry tore at my heart too, but I had to grit my teeth and hold on.
Oomph. I don't get it. Why are you crying now? Didn't you bring this all upon yourself? What's the point of this now?
I said this with a stern expression. But Li Hui kept shaking her head.
Zhang Yu, I beg you. Please don't abandon me. I truly have nothing to do with Lu Guangbei. I don't want to hear it. I've been ruined by Lu Guangbei, and yet my own wife is with him right here in my own home. Li Hui, do you really think I'm an idiot?
Li Hui was overcome with emotion at that moment.
She began wailing uncontrollably, unable even to speak. Chapter 149, Wang Wan's Blueprint. It took a long time before Li Hui's emotions finally calmed down. Husband.
I know nothing I say now will matter, and you don't want to listen to me, but I just want to explain one last time.
At this point, Li Hui took a deep breath. Lu Guangbei is after you. With your current abilities, you're no match for him. That's why I sought out Lu Guangbei. Even though he's your enemy now, back when he worked under you, I helped him and his family. I frowned. Do you take me for a fool? How could you have helped him? It's true. One night when you were out entertaining clients, Lu Guangbei came to our house.
He was looking to borrow money for surgery. He was short by tens of thousands.
Since you weren't there, I lent it to him directly. And since you were so busy back then, I completely forgot about it. At the very least, Lu Guangbei still remembers my kindness. That night at home, I actually invited Lu Guangbei over myself.
I just wanted him to stop targeting you. It was truly that simple.
I looked at Li Hui. I doubt that was the only condition, right? Li Hui shook her head. Lu Guangbei did propose some unreasonable demands, but I rejected them.
I swear on my life I've never done anything to betray you.
Looking at Li Hui's expression, she didn't seem like she was deceiving me.
Li Hui probably realized she was just getting on people's nerves by staying here.
She just glanced at me a couple more times.
Honey, I know if you're dead set on divorcing me, there's nothing I can do.
But I still hope you'll reconsider. If you have someone to take care of you, I won't come. Wait until you've thought it through before deciding. After saying this,
Li Hui slowly rose to her feet, her entire being seeming drained of spirit. She left the spot with a pained expression. I watched Li Hui's retreating figure, frozen in place for a long while.
I truly didn't know what to say.
I stayed in the hospital for 2 full days before finally being discharged. However, the doctor warned me that I absolutely must not get angry again, or I risk damaging my internal organs. Especially when I coughed up blood, it felt like my life was about to end right then and there. So now, I felt a wave of lingering fear. I went straight back to the company and handed the letter of intent Han Lily had given me to Yu Tao. Upon seeing the letter, Yu Tao slapped me on the shoulder. Man, you're incredible, I said. Before this, I wouldn't have even dared to imagine it that someone could pull off this project so flawlessly. I shook my head. It's just because of the Han Group's heiress. Yu Tao smiled, though the expression was oddly off. Come to think of it, you're right. But let me say something I probably shouldn't. If you can get together with the Han Group's heiress, I doubt Lu Guangbei would be much of an obstacle. I frowned. Boss, I'm already married. Yu Tao across from me burst out laughing. I know that, of course. I just feel sorry for you. Alright, consider that my business. But Yu Tao could still sense something was off with my mood. Did something happen? I shook my head. Nothing's wrong. Just feeling a bit tired lately. Oh, and boss, I wanted to mention something else. My secretary Linro, who used to work under me. Before I could finish, Yu Tao waved his hand.
I'm already aware of the situation. The company will provide some compensation, though it won't be substantial.
I'll have the finance department handle the calculations.
Since you want that girl to keep working under you, I won't stand in your way. Take a few days off and get some rest. I gave a helpless, bitter smile. Guess you can't afford to give me more, boss. I've been working here a month and already taken nearly 20 days off. Only because you're so easygoing, anyone else would have fired me long ago. Yu Tao burst out laughing. But the revenue you generate single-handedly exceeds what 3 of my teams bring in combined. What more could I possibly want? Alright, get some rest. You're my company's treasure. Don't overwork yourself. I gave Yu Tao a thumbs up. What a generous boss. I left the company immediately and arrived at a hotel entrance half an hour later. When the door opened, a voluptuous woman threw herself at me. Wang Wan wore only a loose nightgown, with nothing underneath. I savored the softness of Wang Wan's body, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from her. It was the scent of a mature woman. I couldn't suppress the emotions surging within me. In front of this woman, I could only surrender completely. The next second, I lifted Wang Wan into my arms. She responded perfectly, wrapping her legs around my hips while I cradled her thighs with both hands. She kicked the door open with practiced ease. For several whole days, I stayed with Wang Wan. At first, she seemed quite happy, but after 2 days, something felt off. She lay on my chest, tracing circles with her fingers across my skin. Zhang Yu, did something happen to you? You've never stayed here for even a day before. Why aren't you in a hurry today? I couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, Sister Wan? Are you trying to kick me out? Wang Wan suddenly grew anxious. She shook her head frantically. I didn't say any of that. I'm thrilled you're here with me. I shook my head quickly. It's okay, Sister Wan. I just want to stay with you a little longer. Wang Wan smiled and nodded, no longer asking any further questions. Oh, and Zhang Yu. Someone's already interested in taking over the business. The house should fetch around 400,000 yuan. The nightclub's the real asset. They're offering 3.7 million for the entire package. I thought about it. That price is indeed high, but the nightclub's location is prime, and it's been completely renovated. If operated properly, it could easily bring in far more than that. But the key issue is Zhao Dahu. So I still support you selling it off. Wang Wan nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. With the cash in hand, I plan to buy an apartment here first, then get a car. After all, you need the basics. I'll save part of the remaining funds for emergencies, and then I plan to open a shop. Wang Wan shared her dream blueprint with me. I gave a slight nod. Sounds good, Sister Wan. That plan makes perfect sense. If you need anything, I'll definitely help you out. But I'm still curious, what kind of shop do you plan to open? I want to open a beauty salon. Chapter 150, Picking Up Uncle from the Hospital. Wang Wan blurted out excitedly. After she said that, I felt it seemed a bit impractical. Sis, a beauty salon requires significant investment and technical expertise. If you just hire staff, it might not be practical. Have you even researched the capital needed for various channels? I figured Wang Wan would back down after hearing my advice. After all, besides a beauty salon, there are many other types of shops you could open. But to my surprise, Wang Wan nodded. You probably didn't know this, but before I married Zhao Daho, I was in the beauty industry and even studied flower arranging for a while. The beauty industry is incredibly lucrative. I can mix many facial masks myself, costing just a few dozen yuan to make, but selling for hundreds. That's more than just a few times the profit. Hearing Wang Wan say this, I suddenly became interested. Seriously, Wan? You're not joking, right? You were actually in the beauty industry? Wang Wan nodded. Would I joke about something like this? She asked. I just want to ask, how much would it cost to set up and renovate a shop? I thought for a moment. For the shop, if we find a slightly smaller one, preferably with a backroom, I'd estimate less than 100,000 yuan a year. Simple renovations could be done for under 20,000. Wang Wan looked at me with a smile. I really want to open a shop. And I have this much money saved up. As long as I don't go overboard, it won't take much. I thought for a moment. Sis Wan, there's one thing I still don't understand. You told me before you wanted to keep your distance from Zhao Dahu, but if I do this? Wang Wan shook her head. She seemed to already know what I was about to say. You're right, I do want to distance myself from Zhao Dahu. But more than that, I want to be with you. Hearing Wang Wan say this, I was at a loss for how to dissuade her. I nodded gently. Sis Wan, since you've made up your mind, I'll definitely find a way. Besides, opening your own shop is a good idea. Staying cooped up here all day must be pretty boring, right? Wang Wan smiled. Actually, it's not boring at all. Because I know you'll come see me anytime. As long as I wait here for you, there's always hope. Sister Wan is truly a wonderful woman, and she'd make an excellent wife to spend the rest of my life with. But there's no way. I'm already married. I can't just divorce Li Hui, can I? If this had happened before, I probably wouldn't have hesitated to divorce. But one misstep leads to another.
Things have reached this point now, and there's nothing anyone can do.
I gently stroked Wang Wan's cheek. Sister Wan, do you really think it's worth it? Wang Wan nodded firmly without hesitation. Absolutely worth it. Nothing could be more worthwhile.
Anyway, Li Hui and I have completely fallen out, so I've been with Wang Wan all along.
That morning, I happened to glance at the calendar and did a quick calculation.
I slapped my forehead in frustration.
Damn it, how could I have forgotten something so important? Wang Wan looked at me with a completely bewildered expression. What's wrong, Zhang Yu? Did something happen? I waved my hands frantically. Nothing, Sister Wan. I'm leaving today. It's company business, I have to handle it immediately.
Since I'd been staying with Wang Wan for several days, she didn't seem too upset about my departure.
Be sure to come back when you have time. I gave her an okay sign.
I headed straight downstairs, got in my car, and floored it out the gate. In less than half an hour, I arrived at the city hospital entrance. Fortunately, when I entered the ward, Lin Ro and her mother were tidying up the bedding. When Lin Ro saw me, her expression changed instantly. Oh, manager, what brings you here?
I scratched my head. What's with you, girl? If you ever hide things from me again, don't blame me for docking your pay.
What did I tell you before? You must tell me when uncle gets discharged. I feigned anger as I delivered this line. Lin Ro's mother, however, laughed. She didn't want to trouble you after all, you're a busy man, and today is work hours. I looked at Lin Ro's mother. Polite talk was necessary, they'd already come, and they couldn't refuse my offer. Auntie, work can wait. But going back like this is just too inconvenient. I'd already arranged with Lin Ro for her to call me. Who knew she'd be so stubborn? Lin Ro's mother noticed something was off in my expression. Alright, you two chat for now. You'll ride back with the manager today. I'll handle the discharge paperwork. Lin Ro quickly interjected. Mom, I'll go with you. Oh, come on. Why would you need to come with me? Your manager finally made it here, chat with him. I already know this hospital inside out. After Lin Ro's mother left, only the two of us remained in the hospital room. Lin Ro looked at me, her expression slightly awkward. I'm sorry, manager. I didn't mean to keep this from you. But you're so busy every day, with so many projects to handle. I really didn't want to take up your time. I frowned slightly. Because you're my employee, that's why I'm concerned. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. Besides, I treat everyone equally. Lin Ro, if you ever dare to do this again, don't blame me for being harsh. Seeing I was genuinely upset, Lin Ro quickly responded. I'm truly sorry, manager. I won't do it again. Seeing her apology and how sincere it was, I finally nodded in satisfaction. There you go, just what I wanted. You had to push me to yell at you first. After saying that, I stretched lazily. Meanwhile, Lin Ro's father was undergoing his final checkup. About 2 hours later, the doctor came to find us. The patient's recovery is progressing very well. While we recommend staying in the hospital for a few more days of observation, given his condition, he can continue recuperating at home just as effectively. Rest assured, family, the critical phase is completely over. But we can't let our guard down yet. The doctor's words fell. Both Lin Ro and her mother burst into tears of joy. Since Lin Ro's father couldn't move around freely yet, I went out to buy a wheelchair. Now I was pushing her father, while Lin Ro and her mother followed behind. At that moment, I suddenly felt something. I am Lin Ro's man. After getting into the car, we sped back to Lin Ro's village. It was a small mountain village nestled at the foot of the hills, thankfully with a relatively smooth road leading there. Chapter 151, The Misunderstood Relationship. The village itself wasn't large, with mostly single-story houses. Only one building stood 3 stories tall, looking quite imposing. I couldn't help but point at the tall building. Is that Ma Pengcheng's house? I asked with a serious expression. Lin Ro beside me nodded. Yes, it's his home. Looks like his dad's been embezzling quite a bit. Though that's how it is, Ma Pengcheng and I still have unfinished business, but definitely not right now. A few minutes later, the car pulled up in front of Lin Ro's house. My car was definitely considered a luxury vehicle in this village. Lin Ro's family was quite poor, yet their place was kept very clean, just an ordinary farmhouse courtyard. Once everything was settled, I quickly spoke up. Uncle and aunt. Rest well at home, I'll be heading out now. Lin Ro, I'll give you 2 more days off. Spend some quality time with your parents. No sooner had the words left my mouth. I turned to leave. But Lin Ro's mother spoke first. Manager Zhang, you've done so much for our family. You haven't even had a sip of hot water since arriving, and you're already leaving? This old woman won't stand for it. Besides, our village has a custom. When someone survives a major crisis, the villagers come to celebrate. Tonight we're hosting a banquet, just a few simple dishes. Would you please stay for dinner? Lin Ro's mother asked, her face full of excitement. But I still feel it's a bit inappropriate. Just as I was about to decline, Lin Ro looked at me too.
My mom's right, you should stay for dinner tonight. Besides, I need to get back to the office.
I've been on leave for so long and Dad's condition has stabilized now.
How about this? I'll go back with you tomorrow morning. Just stay here tonight, okay?
Lin Ro had already said that much. And I could tell her tone was genuinely sincere, not just polite talk.
That's when I nodded. Alright then, I'll gladly accept your kind offer.
Every village has its own unique customs, I knew that.
And sure enough,
in just over half an hour, villagers began flocking in to offer congratulations. But I never saw Ma Pengchang anywhere. One by one, the families were sent off, and everyone had agreed to come to Lin Ro's house for dinner tonight. Many women from the village came to help, so we only went to the market to buy a few ingredients for the dishes. Lin Ro and I sat by the doorway, and I watched her.
Ma Pengchang didn't come today. Did his family come?
Lin Ro shook her head.
Probably because of that incident earlier, but that's fine. I never intended to curry favor with them anyway.
Since they didn't come this time, we'll have a reason not to go to their place in the future.
You can tell. Lin Ro was genuinely happy.
I gave her shoulder a light pat.
Alright, that wraps up everything concerning your family. We chatted at the door for a bit.
But in the end, we decided it would be best to go inside and lend a hand. Originally, Lin Ro was going to help, but I'm also quite skilled at making meatballs, and I just bought some.
So I volunteered.
We headed toward the kitchen together, but just as we reached the doorway, before we could step inside, we heard several middle-aged women chatting with Lin Ro's mother.
Oh my! That boyfriend your daughter brought home rich and handsome. What does he do?
Lin Ro and I froze in our tracks. I thought Lin Ro's mom would be embarrassed, but to my surprise, she was completely unfazed. He's my daughter's boss, a manager at a major corporation with exceptional skills. And regarding my husband's surgery costs, the Ma family originally insisted their son marry my daughter.
But do you know how it all turned out in the end?
Lin Ro's mother suddenly dropped this bombshell. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the kitchen turned to focus on Lin Ro's mother. After learning about this, the young man immediately took out his life savings and covered the entire cost of my husband's surgery. This time, the kitchen crowd showered me with praise.
Of course. He's young and accomplished, handsome too. And your little Ro is already pretty truly a perfect match.
Yes, yes. The chatter flowed freely. Lin Ro suddenly grew flustered, turning to look at me with an embarrassed expression.
I'm sorry, manager. They don't know the truth, so they're just talking nonsense. My mom probably misunderstood you as my boyfriend too. After all, you lent me such a large sum all at once. If it were just a regular coworker, she wouldn't have reacted this way. My mom doesn't know the full story. I'll go explain it right now.
No sooner had she finished speaking,
Lin Ro turned to head into the kitchen. I chuckled. Whether you explain or not doesn't matter. But the real issue is this: if you rush in now and tell everyone what you just said, do you really think they'll believe you? Then everyone will start making wild assumptions. After all, it's such a large sum of money. You know how gossipy people in the village can be. In the end, they might even mistake you for my mistress. If that happened, it wouldn't be worth it. I said this with a smile.
After I finished speaking, Lin Ro froze in place across from me.
But that wouldn't be fair to you. I couldn't help but laugh. You're a young lady, even if it's awkward, it's for your sake.
As a grown man, I couldn't care less about such things. If you're worried about damaging your reputation, feel free to keep explaining.
I said this in a calm tone. Lin Ro across from me fell silent at once. I don't need to explain.
Though it was just a flustered remark in the heat of the moment, I must admit one thing.
This girl really is quite amusing. That evening, the atmosphere at Lin Ro's home was genuinely warm.
Most of the villagers had gathered.
Everyone chatted and laughed together.
But most of the conversation revolved around me, making me feel like a newlywed son-in-law.
Sitting next to Lin Ro? How awkward could it get?
Eventually, several young men from the village came over, vying to drink with me.
Of course, Lin Ro wasn't having any of it. Don't be ridiculous. He has work tomorrow. What if he gets drunk tonight?
Besides, he can't hold his liquor. These guys are all genuine.
Oh my, you're already playing the protective role before you're even married.
Exactly. We just want to share a drink with him to build some rapport. After all, we'll be friends from now on. Lin Ro tried to refuse, but I waved it off with a smile.
It's fine, just have a little. Come on, let's all have a good time. Chapter 152, Sharing a Room. Are you kidding me? My tolerance is nothing to sneeze at.
Lin Ro wouldn't know that, and besides, the village liquor isn't very strong.
Plus, everyone's been really welcoming to me.
After all, in everyone's eyes, I was now the new son-in-law of the Lin family.
It's no wonder the villagers think that way. Even Lin Ro's parents see it that way. But Lin Ro didn't know how to explain it. Still, I noticed the girl kept glancing my way throughout the banquet.
Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into my head. I decided to tease Lin Ro a bit. Anyway, I was bored out of my mind, so I started using the alcohol as an excuse to gradually blend in with the crowd. By the end, everyone was pretty drunk, and they knew I'd had the most to drink.
I could feel the flush creeping up my cheeks. And since it was late at night, quite a few people started saying their goodbyes to me. One by one, they turned and left, of course supporting each other as they went. Linro's parents saw me like this and couldn't help but stare blankly. Oh my goodness, how much did you drink? Little Ro, you were standing right there the whole time, why didn't you try to stop them? Linro looked utterly helpless. I did try to stop them. But they wouldn't listen at all. They got him so drunk, and he has to go back to work tomorrow. Linro's father, however, seemed quite unconcerned, waving his hand with a smile. All right. Their enthusiasm shows how much they approve of him. Xiao Ro. Quickly help him back to his room to sleep. Linro's cheeks flushed instantly. Dad, they're just talking nonsense. Why are you getting caught up in it too? Our relationship is completely platonic. But Lin's father just shook his head. You silly girl. Everyone can see you like him, and he's clearly interested in you too. There's only a thin layer of paper between you two. Linro lowered her head. Who says he likes me? Her father sighed. You silly girl, how can you be so clueless about human nature? If he didn't like you, why would he go out of his way to walk me all the way back? And why would he stay the night? Isn't that like announcing to the whole village that he's our new son-in-law? Linro was rendered speechless by her father's words. But we practically dragged him here. If he truly didn't want to stay here or feared rumors spreading, think about it, how could he possibly remain? Could you have stopped him? Linro had no reply. Alright, I'll help him back to the room first. But where will he sleep? The only place left is the warehouse. Clearly, Linro also felt putting me in the warehouse wasn't quite right. How about this, Dad? You sleep with him, and I'll sleep with Mom? Linro's father waved his hands hastily. No way. After all, he's drunk, he'll probably throw up in the middle of the night. I can't handle that, and my legs aren't what they used to be. I'll need your mom to look after me. You'll just have to put in the extra effort tonight. Hearing Linro's father say that, I felt like kneeling down and kowtowing to him right then and there. After all, elders who understand right and wrong this clearly are few and far between these days. Linro's face was filled with helplessness. You really have no qualms about your daughter staying in a room with another man? What kind of father does that? Linro's father burst into hearty laughter. What's there to fear? We'll all be family soon anyway. Besides, look at him, he's so drunk he'll probably sleep through the night. Most importantly, he's done our family such a huge favor. You must take good care of him on both our parts. Linro nodded. Clearly, she couldn't win against her father. But I couldn't bow to Linro's father today after all, I had to keep up the act of being drunk. Linro and her mother worked together to carry me back to the girl's bedroom. The moment the door opened, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted toward me. Opening my eyes, I saw how truly clean and tidy Linro's room was. Her cozy little bed was entirely pink, and a giant plush toy sat on the headboard. It looked absolutely appetizing. Wait, why would I find a teddy bear appetizing? Lying on Linro's bed, its softness sent shivers down my spine. What's more, Linro's room even had its own bathroom. I have to admit, that design was incredibly thoughtful. Though Linro's family was quite poor, it proved the saying, raise sons frugally, raise daughters lavishly. A daughter's boudoir must have everything. Linro didn't notice me anyway. In her eyes, I was nothing but a drunkard now. Linro turned her back to me, facing the wardrobe directly ahead. She pulled out a set of pink, girly pajamas. When I saw the pajamas, I felt little stir within. But the little brat actually started undressing right then. Even though she was facing away from me. The moment she shed her clothes, I immediately saw her fair, bare back. Then came the pants. I doubt Linro ever imagined that while she was changing clothes there, I could see everything clearly. Fortunately, she had her back to me, so I wasn't afraid of being discovered. I freely admired the beautiful sight before me. I have to admit, she really is too skinny. While she had a certain bony beauty, I still preferred a figure like Wangwan's. At least she'd feel more comfortable to hold. But standing there, she resembled a work of art, leaving me utterly breathless. But beautiful moments passed too quickly. In less than half a minute, she had changed into her pajamas. She sighed as she looked at me lying on the bed. Then she proceeded to take off my shoes. I have to admit, being served like this by her actually made me a bit awkward. Your feet smell. Linro suddenly blurted out. God knows how awkward I felt right then. My toes feel like they're about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Then the girl went to the bathroom and soon returned carrying a basin of hot water. Oh my God. I was lying on the bed with my feet dangling in the air, and this girl was actually washing my feet. Are you kidding me? I've been married to Li Hui for so long, and she's never once washed my feet. After finishing all that, Linro straightened me up, tucked me in with the quilt, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower herself. My heart was pounding like crazy. This feeling was genuinely thrilling. I was gasping for breath. I felt like I was about to lose control. Being alone in a room with such a beautiful young woman, I really had to thank Linro's father. Right now, I'd gladly kneel before the old man and shout hallelujah. Chapter 153, A Night of Passion. Half an hour later, the beauty emerged from the bath.
The sofa in this room was simply too short fine for sitting, but lying on it all night would be unbearable.
Just as I was pondering where Lin Ro would sleep, there was a slight movement beside me.
The girl actually lay down on the same bed as me, and I couldn't help but swallow hard.
Though we had two separate blankets, who could possibly understand my state of mind?
Lying in the same bed completely changed the nature of things. And the sweet scent wafting from her body was utterly intoxicating. This sweet, intoxicating scent was the ultimate aphrodisiac. After all, I was supposed to be playing the role of a drunkard, so I had to lie perfectly still. The more I had to stay still, the more uncomfortable I felt all over. And this girl must have felt uncomfortable too, because she kept tossing and turning beside me. In just a few short minutes, Lin Ro suddenly turned to face me.
That girl must be staring at my profile right now.
The feeling of being watched like this was somewhat unbearable. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt something brush against my lips. It was just a light touch.
My heart started pounding. Even though it was just Lin Ro's finger lightly touching my lips. Why did it feel like my heart was galloping wildly? Thank you.
When Lin Ro spoke these words, her voice was so soft and faint. Even standing right next to her ear, I could only catch the faintest whisper. Then Lin Ro started pinching my cheeks. I'm a grown man, after all. Being toyed with like this by a young girl would probably make anyone feel uncomfortable. But this girl just kept pushing it further, even starting to trace her fingertips across my chest. Just as I was about to lose my temper, Lin Ro's fingers pressed against me once more. I seized the moment and grabbed her fingers. The girl let out a startled gasp. Ah! She tried to pull her hand back, but my large hand held her firmly. Her little hand was so soft and smooth.
Are you done playing? I said it in a flat tone.
The moment I finished speaking, the expression on Lin Ro's face changed instantly.
Manager, are you still awake?
Lin Ro asked warily. I slowly turned to look at her.
I've been more than patient with you. Yet you keep deliberately provoking me. Can you tell me what you're really thinking?
Lin Ro's face flushed with embarrassment.
It's just, I find it a bit strange. And this is the first time in my life I've been in bed with a man.
Manager, I didn't mean to offend you. After saying this, Lin Ro made to get up.
Would I give this girl a chance?
I grabbed her arm and pulled her straight into my embrace.
Manager, what are you doing?
I could feel her entire body trembling slightly. I shook my head gently. I don't mean to bully you, but you started it just now. After saying that, I could no longer contain the fire burning deep within me. After all, this girl had sparked far too many fantasies in my mind.
I grabbed Lin Ro's arm and abruptly stood up.
Lin Ro blinked her large eyes at me.
It seemed as though she already foresaw what was about to happen.
I slowly closed my eyes, and Lin Ro followed suit.
Our lips met.
At that moment, I reveled in the warmth of Lin Ro's lips, especially that soft, smooth sensation that left me utterly captivated.
We kissed passionately in the quiet room.
My hands began to wander, gently gliding toward Lin Ro's body. Though her body remained tense, it was merely nervousness. She offered no resistance whatsoever.
I gently guided her every step of the way. It took over 10 minutes before Lin Ro finally relaxed completely, wrapping her arms around my neck. Manager, could you be gentler?
Hearing her words, I felt a pang of tenderness for this little girl before me. For a moment, I couldn't tell if what I was doing was right or wrong. But then Lin Ro's body shifted slightly, especially those dazed eyes.
I couldn't hold back any longer. A night of passion.
The next morning, I dragged my weary body and slowly opened my eyes.
Only then did I notice Lin Ro was gone. And the situation was odd. The sheets on her side of the bed were gone, leaving only half on my side. After a moment's thought, I immediately understood what had happened. It was all my fault for drinking too much last night. I slapped my forehead hard. Why was I so stupid? If I just drunk less last night, wouldn't I have been able to control myself? But since it's already done, regretting it now is pointless. I quickly got dressed and headed to the bathroom, only to find that Lin Ro had already laid out my toothbrush and face towel for me. I felt a bit touched. After all, this girl was still a virgin. After getting dressed, I slowly made my way out. But as I stepped out, I still felt a bit uneasy. After all, having done something so against my conscience, I truly didn't know how to face Lin Ro's parents. Yet when I saw the two elders, Lin Ro's parents greeted me with genuine warmth. Clearly, they were unaware of what had transpired the night before. I'm terribly sorry, Manager Zhang. You know, we got you a bit tipsy last night. It's just a custom in our village. Please don't take offense. I quickly waved my hands. No, I actually think it was quite nice. Auntie and uncle, it's more likely that I've caused you trouble. We exchanged a few pleasantries. Then we sat down for lunch. After all, I hadn't gotten up that morning. During this time, Lin Ro's expression toward me was clearly off. As for what this girl was really thinking, I had a pretty good idea. After all, what happened between us last night, there's no way she could just let it go so easily. Throughout the meal, our gazes kept meeting. Lin Ro's parents naturally noticed this too. But the two elders didn't say much about it at all. Instead, they acted quite naturally. They seemed to think this dynamic was just fine. Manager Zhang, are you heading to the company today? I paused for a moment. No problem, I definitely need to return. There's quite a bit to handle there.
If you can't leave home yet, Lin Ro can stay a couple more days.
Chapter 154, Troublemaker Village Chief Ma.
Lin Ro shook her head hastily.
No need. I can return to work anytime. It wouldn't be right to keep taking leave indefinitely. No worries. I've already explained your situation to the chairman.
You'll be on paid leave for the next little while, though your annual leave will be used up.
I said this with a smile. Lin Ro looked at me with gratitude.
But there's no need for such thanks, dear. Since we confirmed our relationship last night, it's only right that I secure these benefits for Lin Ro.
Manager Zhang,
since Xiao Ro has spoken, let the child accompany you. After all, her mother will be looking after me. As soon as the old man said this, Xiao Ro's mother nodded repeatedly.
Exactly.
With me looking after him, there won't be any problems. Besides, he's moving around freely now. His post-surgery recovery has been remarkably good.
I thought it over. Having Lin Ro go to work made sense. After all, we'd only just started dating. If we didn't see each other for a few days, I might end up missing the little girl. Alright.
Since you both say so, I'll take Lin Ro with me. No sooner had I finished speaking than the front door was kicked open.
Clang! Who could possibly take Lin Ro away?
All of us froze in place, instinctively turning our heads. That's when we saw an extremely obese middle-aged man waddling forward, his massive frame swaying with each step. And trailing behind this bloke was Ma Pengcheng. Behind them trailed 7 or 8 burly middle-aged men. Lin Ro's parents, honest farmers at heart, couldn't help but feel a bit tense at the sight. But as the head of the household, Lin Ro's father knew he had to step up in this situation.
Village Chief Ma, what brings you to my home? So this fat man must be Ma Pengcheng's father.
Village Chief Ma chuckled, though his smile held a hint of cruelty. Judging by his attire, the gold chain around his neck and the gold ring on his finger, it was obvious he'd embezzled a fortune.
Well, old Lin, you're recovering remarkably fast.
I'd almost thought you wouldn't make it and was preparing to offer condolences for your family's loss.
Lin Ro's father's expression darkened.
After all, at his age, such a remark would be hard for anyone to bear. Still, Lin Ro's father forced a smile. Village Chief Ma, I said, I suppose my worthless life just holds on stubbornly.
But I'm curious what brings you and all these men to my home.
Village Chief Ma shook his head.
You should know exactly why. Remember what your daughter told my family?
She said she'd marry my son if he could come up with the money to save your life.
Now that our family has produced the money, you just call off the engagement? That's downright unreasonable. Lin Ro's father's mouth twitched slightly.
I was hospitalized at the time, so I knew nothing of these events. But Village Chief Ma, let me make my position clear here today. Had I known about this, I would never have agreed. At this point, Lin Ro's father turned his head and glanced at her. I won't trade my daughter's lifelong happiness for the worthless life of an old man. It must be said, when the old man spoke those words, he truly displayed the dignity of a man. But then again, it made sense. Lin Ro was the absolute bottom line for old man Lin. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Ma across from him couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Seems you still haven't grasped my meaning.
I came here today to resolve this matter.
I'm giving you a choice.
With that, Village Chief Ma snapped his fingers. Either you compensate us for emotional distress, not much, just 200,000 will do, or you let your daughter marry my son. I'll give you 300,000 in dowry. At this point, Village Chief Ma lit a cigarette. Think it through carefully.
If you become in-laws with me, your family's status will skyrocket. And that's 300,000 yuan in dowry. You two old folks won't have to worry about living expenses for the rest of your lives. Village Chief Ma grew increasingly animated. But Lin Ro's father's expression was filled with contempt. Village Chief Ma, how many times must I tell you?
When it comes to my daughter, no amount of money will suffice. She must consent herself.
Ma's face darkened. You're refusing the wine and demanding the punishment instead. Fine.
Leave the compensation here, I won't utter a single word.
Ma Pengcheng, standing nearby, grew impatient. Xiao Ro, we've been childhood sweethearts since we were kids. How long have you even known this guy? Does he have as much money as our family? Listen to me.
If you'll just be with me, I promise you'll live in luxury for the rest of your life.
And I'll treat you better than anyone.
Lin Ro stared at Ma Pengcheng with utter disgust.
What really happened back then? You should know better than I do. Ma Pengcheng, you're not a real man. You threatened me with my father's life, and now you have the nerve to show up at my house? I have no idea where you get the audacity.
This enraged Ma Pengcheng to no end. He pointed a finger right at Lin Ro's nose.
You damn. You think I'm an easy target, huh? Let me tell you this. You better think this through. Are you sure you don't want to be with me? Just as Lin Ro was about to speak, I couldn't hold back any longer. I grabbed Lin Ro's arm and shook my head at her. Leave this guy to me.
I said it calmly, then looked up at Ma Pengcheng.
Hey, Mr. Ma, I've got to ask, where'd you get the nerve? My sudden remark made Ma Pengcheng's eyes widen in shock. His expression was filled with utter bewilderment. What the hell do you mean by that?
Let me make this clear, I'm Lin Ro's boyfriend.
I'm here to protect her for life. You're bullying my girlfriend right in front of me. Do you think I'm nothing?
Before Ma Pengcheng could respond, Village Chief Ma beside him lost his temper.
He pointed his finger right at my nose. You little punk. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You're the one who stole my daughter-in-law. If you hadn't meddled at the crucial moment, Lin Ro would already be my daughter-in-law. I chuckled.
Village Chief Ma, forgive my bluntness, but this was a mutual choice.
Don't you fear that the grandchildren born from this will be born without anus? You must know that such talk is the greatest taboo in the village.
The moment I uttered those words, the expression on Village Chief Ma's face changed instantly.
You little brat. I'll beat you to death today. Chapter 155, Calling for Reinforcements.
Lin Ro's father stepped directly in front of me. And it was clear the old man was terrified, his entire body trembling uncontrollably.
But in that moment, Lin Ro's father didn't back down.
He bravely stood in front of me. The burly man brought by Village Chief Ma advanced step by step toward us. Lin Ro cried out in panic.
What are you doing? Do you believe me when I say I'll call the police?
Village Chief Ma sneered contemptuously.
Call the police? Go ahead. Let's see how much of a fuss you can make. Think I'm a pushover?
After shouting this, Village Chief Ma bellowed again.
Beat them. Beat them to death. Let's see who can save them today.
Seeing the burly men already raising their clubs, I acted swiftly, grabbing Lin Ro's father by the arm.
Pulling the old man to the back. Uncle, you're still recovering. This is between me and them. Don't get involved.
Before Lin Ro's father could respond, one of the tattooed men swung a club, smashing it into my arm.
You wanna be the one to stick your neck out, huh?
A searing pain shot through my arm. Gritting my teeth, I kicked the guy squarely in the gut. Several burly men charged at me from across the room, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks.
My entire body felt like it was being torn apart. This pain was unbearable. And these guys, had they swallowed gunpowder or something?
They just kept hitting harder and harder, and Lin Ro's family couldn't get through at all.
I was knocked flat to the ground and started rolling back and forth in agony. But just then, my hand accidentally grasped something hard. In that instant, my head felt like it was buzzing. It was the hay cutter Lin Ro's father used for chopping pig feed. It was broken now, rusted solid from years of neglect. After all, it was a farmhouse courtyard, so such farming tools were plentiful. Without a moment's hesitation, I lunged forward. Gripping the blade with both hands, I swung it down with all my might. Who the hell dares to come at me now?
These guys might be street toughs, but they're not idiots. They knew they were courting death, yet they still charged at me. One by one, they scrambled backward, terror etched across every face. And I was so enraged I was numb to the pain. I just swung the cleaver wildly. If you've got the guts, none of you escape today. Everyone started running now. After all, I was in a frenzy. If that thing got a chance to slash me, the wound would be beyond stitching. Even Village Chief Ma at the doorway felt fear. But the bastard still pointed a trembling finger right at my nose. You dare move a muscle? The moment Village Chief Ma uttered those words, I shifted my focus entirely onto him. You were the one yelling the loudest just now, weren't you? Fine. I'll see just how tough you really are. With that, I grabbed the cleaver and lunged at the old man. Village Chief Ma immediately chickened out. He took off running. All those people, scared off by just me. I sat down by the doorway, tossed the cleaver aside, lit a cigarette, and began panting heavily. Lin Ro, her voice thick with tears, knelt before me. I gave a faint smile. Truth be told, I thought I looked pretty cool right then. So I absolutely couldn't lose my composure. I grabbed Lin Ro's hand and spoke softly to her.
It's fine. Just a few scrapes. I'm a grown man, I can handle this much pain.
Lin Ro's parents approached me, their faces filled with worry.
Manager Shang, how are you? We'll take you to the hospital. Yeah, we should get you to the hospital right away. I shook my head. Uncle and Aunt, first I need to apologize. The two of them immediately grew anxious. We're the ones who should be apologizing to you. We never imagined we'd put you through this. Exactly. Why are you apologizing to us? I laughed. This situation definitely won't end here, so it might escalate.
I'm truly sorry, but I won't let him beat me up for nothing.
I said this with a serious expression. The next second, I grabbed my phone and dialed the number. But no one answered. I kept dialing.
Not a single second passed without me trying. After 6 or 7 calls, the person finally answered lazily.
Since my cheek had just been hit, I immediately put the phone on speaker. Bro, are you out of your mind? What the hell are you calling me for this early? You know damn well I worked all night. I just fell asleep.
Zhang Shuitian started complaining on the other end.
I couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Mainly because the wounds on my body hurt too much.
Why aren't you talking? Gone mute? Shui Tian, I got beaten up. By a village chief. I almost didn't make it to see you. I uttered these words in a flat tone. And as I spoke, my voice began to tremble involuntarily. The reason was simple. Because I couldn't take it anymore. This wasn't something a human being should have to endure. Zhang Shuitian gasped for breath. Say it again, let me hear it. I got beaten up. They nearly killed me, do you think you could come? Zhang Shuitian let out a string of curses. Where the hell is that person? Seconds later, the sound of the front door opening echoed from across the hall. Brother Tian, what's going on? Go! Wake up every single security guard at Donghai Dragon Palace. Assemble in the parking lot in 15 minutes. Bring Xiang with you. Got it, Brother Tian. I don't get it. What did that guy mean by his last words? Shui Tian, I'm fine now. Cut the crap. Send me your location now. I'm heading out immediately. With that, Zhang Shui Tian abruptly hung up the phone. But at that moment, Lin Ro and her parents were all staring at me. And Lin Ro's eyes were filled with pity for me. Manager Zhang. Deep down, I understood that as Lin Ro's family, they must be in a tough spot right now. The reason was simple. They couldn't bring themselves to advise me against acting rashly. After all, I was the real victim. And it was for their family's sake. But they're facing the village chief. The most powerful man around here. That's why the whole family is caught in this dilemma. I shook my head. Don't worry. Today is the day I'll settle both your family's affairs once and for all. Chapter 156. Zhang Shuitian steps forward. The atmosphere grew deathly quiet. Lin Ro hurried out. Before long, the girl returned with some iodine and gauze. Let me disinfect and bandage it first. It might sting a bit, you'll need to bear with it. I smiled. Even the slightest smile now felt excruciatingly painful. It felt like tearing. But I still forced myself to endure it. Just as the bandages were nearly finished wrapping around my body, the sound of screeching brakes echoed outside. Squeak, squeak. The entire family tensed up. Had they come back? I hurriedly had the girl help me up and made my way step by step to the front door. The moment I opened the door, even I was stunned. For a split second, I thought I was seeing a wedding procession. Counting from front to back, there were at least 30 vehicles. Leading the way was a heavy-duty Hummer. Though old and worn, it looked like a fierce beast, especially with all the metal bars added to its front grille. Following the Hummer were all black Audi S6L sedans. Even the models were identical. The Hummer's door swung open, and Zhang Shuitian emerged, rubbing his bloodshot eyes as he approached me. His jaw dropped when he saw my current state, and he started gasping for breath. Who the hell did this to me? I'll gouge out his eyes. You gotta admit, Zhang Shuitian was radiating pure fury in that moment. Especially after he shouted that, the doors of over 30 black Audis behind him all swung open. One by one, burly men wearing dark sunglasses stepped out. Their attire was uniformly consistent, black short-sleeved shirts, black trousers, and polished leather shoes. Seeing this scene, my eyes widened in disbelief. My face was frozen in utter disbelief. I immediately looked up at Zhang Shuitian. Bro, what the hell are you doing? Anyone who doesn't know better would think you're about to kill someone. I'd only meant to crack a little joke to lighten the mood. But who knew Zhang Shuitian wasn't in the mood for jokes at all, instead speaking with a cold expression. Who hit you? Truth be told, I was genuinely furious just now, which is why I called Zhang Shuitian directly. But I misjudged this guy's boldness. He showed up with a whole crew. How am I supposed to explain this now? I had a sinking feeling someone might get seriously hurt today. After a moment of deep thought, I glanced at Lin Ro's family behind me and noticed her parents staring at me with strangely intense expressions. Zhang Shuitian grabbed my arm. The sudden pain made me wince and grimace. Damn it, are you out of your mind? That hurts, you know? I shouted this with obvious irritation. Only after I yelled did Zhang Shuitian instinctively let go of me. If I don't hurt you now, just tell me who the hell did this to you? At Zhang Shuitian's words, my mouth twitched involuntarily. Forget it, forget it. I was just trying to joke with you. I accidentally got chased by a wild boar. Damn it. That huge boar nearly killed me. I thought you'd bring a few buddies over. I wanted you to try our local specialties. This place is a natural farmhouse restaurant, don't you agree? Lin Ro. I said this with a smile, then turned and winked at Lin Ro. Lin Ro caught on immediately and nodded eagerly. Yeah. I've already got the food ready for you guys. If you don't believe me, go inside and see for yourselves. I just didn't expect so many of you to show up. But Zhang Shuitian clearly didn't buy it. He stared straight at me. Zhang Yu, even if others don't know me, I think you should understand my temper. If you won't tell me, then I'll find out myself. Anyway, you already said you were beaten up by the village chief. By then, this won't be your problem anymore. I'll handle it myself. After Zhang Shuitian said that, I couldn't hold back any longer. Mainly because I knew the truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Especially with all these injuries on my body. It all to hell. It's this village's chief.
I blurted out this curse. After I finished shouting, Zhang Shuitian across from me burst into laughter. But his laughter was filled with cruelty.
Then so be it.
Brothers, let's move out. Immediately, all of us charged toward the village chief's house. This completely terrified the girl. But Lin Ro was indeed quite obedient. She never uttered a single extra word from start to finish. She stayed right behind me the whole time.
And it was Lin Ro who guided us all the way.
In just a few short minutes, we arrived at the village chief's doorstep.
The village chief's multi-story Western-style house was truly iconic.
But the gatehouse was open to the courtyard, and the village chief's arrogant curses echoed out.
Damn little punk. And an outsider at that. I'm telling you, if he's got the guts, he better not mess with Lin Ro. Otherwise, every time I see him, I'll beat him up. But to be fair, the kid's got some guts. Just now, he nearly sliced my throat with that knife. If I hadn't dodged fast, I might have fallen for his trick. Then came the village chief's contemptuous voice again. Enough already. He's just a hot-headed kid, what's the big deal? Don't worry, I'll handle it. We'll drag him out to the fields outside the village and give him a good beating. Beat him so badly he'll never dare show his face around here again. Ha! Everyone roared in unison. Don't hold back tonight, eat and drink your fill.
We heard every word these guys said. Zhang Shuitian walked step by step to the main gate and knocked on the door.
Suddenly, an arrogant voice bellowed from inside. Who the hell is it? This is annoying, now I have to get up and open the door. Footsteps followed shortly after.
A man with a scorpion tattoo on his arm swung the door open. But though he started off acting all cocky, the next second his expression changed completely.
Whoa, holy! Zhang Shuitian didn't give him a chance to react. He swiftly raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick straight to the man's head. Whether it was because the man was too short or Zhang Shuitian's body was too flexible, that kick landed with a solid thud. Chapter 157. Zhang Shuitian draws his weapon. A thunderous crash echoed. The guy's entire body flew several meters away. Are you kidding me?
Zhang Shuitian rose to power precisely because this guy had been ruthless in the past. He was once the top enforcer under Brother Su, the boss of the East Sea Dragon Palace. He'd only become the second in command at East Sea Dragon Palace because he'd gradually fought his way up. But his foundation remains solid.
That single kick sent the village chief and his men into a frenzy. Who the hell had the guts to hit my men?
Immediately, a clatter of metal echoed from inside the room. Clearly, they were grabbing their weapons. Yet Zhang Shuitian stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his face serene. Step by step, he walked into the room. The moment Zhang Shuitian and his men entered, especially when they locked eyes with Village Chief Ma, the atmosphere froze in a heavy silence.
And now Village Chief Ma was completely baffled. Where the hell did all these people come from?
Zhang Shuitian merely twitched his lips.
With that simple gesture, his entourage surged forward, confronting Village Chief Ma and his men.
They tossed Village Chief Ma and his entire entourage out the door like they were nothing more than a bunch of chicks. But stepping outside proved even worse. The moment they stepped outside, they were met with a sea of people, heads surging like a tidal wave. Add to that the 30 or 40 luxury cars parked along the roadside, and Village Chief Ma froze in place. His eyes widened in shock, his features contorted into an expression uglier than eating.
This.
Zhang Shuitian watched him with a smug grin.
What else do you have to say? Village Chief Ma immediately grew frantic. What the hell do you want? What did I ever do to you? Zhang Shuitian's expression darkened. Get lost. The next second, Zhang Shuitian placed his palm flat against his side. His henchman immediately pulled a black metal object from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Shuitian. Village Chief Ma felt a chill run through his entire body. Even if he hadn't seen this thing before, hadn't he seen enough cop shows on TV? What the hell was this thing? He understood immediately. And with such a big show, Village Chief Ma absolutely refused to believe Zhang Shuitian's weapon was fake. He couldn't afford to take that chance. Zhang Shuitian cocked the hammer. With a sharp click, the mechanism sprang into place. He then pointed the iron contraption straight at Village Chief Ma's forehead. I'll count to 3. Either you kneel or I'll blow your brains out. Zhang Shuitian delivered each word with deliberate emphasis. Though his voice wasn't loud, his tone was utterly serious. 1. Unfortunately, the moment Zhang Shuitian shouted, Village Chief Ma felt his legs go weak. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. And he knelt straight down. As Village Chief Ma knelt, his henchmen behind him immediately followed suit. They knew full well they were no match for these men. Just standing there, these men exuded an aura reminiscent of the Matrix. Only after Village Chief Ma knelt did Zhang Shuitian shift the iron weapon to his thigh. I'm gonna drill 50 holes in you today. Not too many, right? Village Chief Ma was on the verge of tears. Brother, no, big brother. Sir. I don't know what I, a mere farmer, did to offend you. What exactly happened? Zhang Shuitian chuckled. You know why I made you kneel? Village Chief Ma froze, clearly confused. Because you're not worthy to stand and speak to me. That's how domineering he was, that's how arrogant. But the key point is, he had the capital to pull it off. Ma's lips twitched.
Bro, I don't think I know you, and I certainly wouldn't dare cross you.
Of course not.
At your level, you're not worthy of knowing me. But you messed with my brother, so today I'm going to kill you.
Better start picking out a decent coffin.
After Zhang Shuitian finished speaking, he gave his henchman a subtle nod.
The henchman immediately understood.
One by one, they grabbed the man by the collar, clearly intending to drag him away. But at that moment, Village Chief Ma looked like nothing more than a stubborn brat, writhing and kicking like a child.
Please. Don't take me away. I really know I'm wrong.
Who's your brother? Zhang Shuitian glanced at me, and I stepped out from the crowd. The moment Village Chief Ma saw me, his entire body trembled involuntarily. But this guy certainly knew how to kiss up to those in power. Sensing trouble, he lunged forward 2 strides and dropped to his knees before me with a thud.
He immediately clutched my legs, apologizing profusely.
Brother, I beg you.
I didn't recognize your greatness and accidentally offended you. Please give me another chance to make amends. Truth be told,
Village Chief Ma was at least in his 60s, with half his life already buried in the earth. Seeing him grovel like this, I genuinely felt it was unnecessary.
I looked at Zhang Shui. Forget it, brother. He's already knelt down and apologized. We can't just kill him, right? Zhang Shuitian turned and glared at me. Stay out of this. That old bastard beat you to a pulp and I'm not even demanding his life.
Today, I'm just gonna put 2 holes in him. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Shuitian raised his iron weapon, ready to fire at the first opening. In that instant, my head buzzed. I lunged forward 2 strides, shoving hard against Zhang Shuitian's arm.
The next second, a loud bang echoed. Fortunately, I acted in time.
Zhang Shuitian's hand shot straight up toward the sky. This sent Village Chief Ma and his men scrambling for cover on the ground, desperately wanting to escape. But the area was already sealed off by Zhang Shuitian's men.
Ma Pengcheng also emerged.
The moment I saw him, my blood boiled.
That damn little brat. Zhang Shuitian was clearly getting angry. Zhang Yu, what exactly are you playing at? Are you trying to turn your back on us?
Zhang Shuitian spat out the words, his face twisted with fury.
I quickly shook my head. If you still consider me your brother, let me handle this myself, okay? Zhang Shuitian glared at me.
And I stared right back at him. It took a long while before the murderous intent in his eyes finally dimmed.
I couldn't help but exhale a long breath. If things turn out this way, it should be fine. Zhang Shuitian waved his hand in resignation. Fine, whatever you say goes. I can't afford to cross you anyway. But mark my words, you better make me happy today. Chapter 158, Final Resolution.
Zhang Shuitian snarled the words. I understood perfectly well this guy was absolutely seething with rage right now. So I had to find a way to calm him down.
I gave Zhang Shuitian an okay sign. No problem, brother.
I'll make sure you're satisfied today. Then, dragging my weary body, I walked step by step toward Ma Pengcheng.
Ma Pengcheng stared at me and immediately extended his finger. But I wasn't about to give him the chance.
I grabbed his finger and wrenched it backward with all my strength.
Ma Pengcheng immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Stop! It's going to snap. You dare point at me? Is that it? You know what pisses me off the most in this ing life? People pointing their fingers at me.
I dragged Ma Pengcheng to the center of the room and kicked him square in the chest.
A loud thud echoed. Ma Pengcheng let out a wail of pain and instantly collapsed to the ground, rolling around several times.
I unleashed my pent-up rage on Ma Pengcheng and Village Chief Ma, who were both on the ground. These two, the old man and the young punk, were nothing but scum. If I didn't teach them a lesson now, they'd think they could walk all over me.
The two of them kept screaming in agony.
Several minutes passed before I finally felt exhausted from the beating. I sat down on the other side, gasping for breath. But I could tell Zhang Shuitian, standing nearby, was quite pleased with my actions.
The guy grinned and nodded, then plopped down beside me.
Meanwhile, the other guys had already surrounded the entire area. Zhang Shuitian handed me a cigarette and I lit it for him without hesitation. Bro, no need for extra talk.
This mess is definitely my fault. Zhang Shuitian glanced at me. Then he let out a helpless laugh. You're absolutely right. Stopping him earlier was the right call. If I'd actually shot him, it could have caused serious trouble. But I don't know what came over me. Now I'm just a complete mess. Zhang Shuitian rubbed his cheek. You probably don't even know this, but to be honest, I often can't control myself these days. That's why things keep going wrong. He patted my shoulder. As long as you got your anger out, that's all that matters. No one messes with my brother. Or else I'll put a bullet in his head. If anyone else said that to me, I'd be yelling right in their face. Cut the bull. But the thing is, this guy standing right here isn't just anyone, it's Zhang Shuitian. I know Zhang Shuitian wouldn't say something like this to me just to brag. It's because he absolutely can make it happen. On this point, I trust him completely. Zhang Shuitian is the kind of guy who walks the walk, he never makes empty threats. A few minutes later, Zhang Shuitian beckoned with a flick of his finger.
Two of his men immediately dragged both Ma, the village chief, and Ma Pengcheng, the old man, and the youngster right before me. The moment their eyes met, they both dropped to their knees before me with a thud. Every fiber of their being trembled. It's not hard to see just how terrified they are now. Big brother, it's just that my father and I didn't recognize a mountain when we saw one. Just let us go like a fart in the wind. I shook my head. Why do you think we've ended up in this predicament? The two of them froze. But village chief Ma, being the head of the village, had naturally seen his share of experiences. He understood exactly what I meant by my earlier question. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't get angry. Rest assured, I'll never cause trouble again. From now on, you can rest assured within this entire village. Miss Lin Ro's household will be showered with every conceivable benefit. Not only that, but I'll never dare act so arrogantly again. You truly beat the sense into me today. Indeed, those words from village chief Ma were precisely what I most wanted to hear. I nodded at him. In that case, there's nothing else to discuss. Now get out of here, you and your son. At those words, village chief Ma. He looked as if he'd been granted a pardon, nodding repeatedly. All right. That's perfectly fine. I'll take my son and get out of here right away. Village chief Ma scrambled to his feet. But just as he was about to leave, he noticed Ma Pengcheng still kneeling on the ground. This infuriated village chief Ma. He promptly kicked Ma Pengcheng squarely in the rear. What the hell are you still doing here? Didn't you hear what the boss just said? He told us both to get the hell out of here. Stop standing around and getting in his way. Ma Pengcheng turned with a look of grievance, staring at the village chief. Dad, can you help me up? I can't stand now. My legs are weak. Village chief Ma sighed. Father and son limped away, supporting each other in disarray. I looked at Zhang Shuetian. Only then did I notice Zhang Shuetian staring right back at me. In the blink of an eye, we both burst out laughing. Ha! We really are two damn fools. That was the end of that episode. I took a deep breath. This should be fine now. Zhang Shuitian and I shared a hug. Bro, you saved my ass today. I'll never forget it. As soon as I said that, Zhang Shuitian nodded and flashed an OK sign. You'd better remember, kid. And you won't forget our agreement, will you? Come to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea whenever you can. Remember. As long as I'm alive, the Dragon Palace will be your strongest backing. I have to admit, Zhang Shuitian's words sounded incredibly commanding. Even I felt my confidence surge. Honor. Enough talk, let's get moving. Zhang Shuitian waved his hand dismissively. Alright, everyone. Let's get out of here. Head back to sleep, we've got work to do tonight as usual. Everyone responded in unison before climbing into their vehicles. I watched the convoy drive away until they disappeared from sight, then couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god. At that moment, Lin Ro walked step by step toward me, her gaze fixed intently on my face. I looked at Lin Ro. What's going on? Lin Ro's lips twitched slightly. Manager Zhang, are these all your friends? I curled my lips. Does it really matter if they're friends? Fine, I already told Ma Pengcheng and the others from now on, they absolutely won't dare bully your parents in the village. Otherwise, I'll really have to drill a hole through them. I said it half-jokingly. Lin Ro's voice was thick with tears as she wept uncontrollably before me. Seeing her utterly heartbroken, I sighed and pulled her into my embrace. Chapter 159, Lin Ro's New Life. I couldn't deny that in this moment, Lin Ro had truly come to rely on me. Especially as she cried into my shoulder, I could sense that her tears were tears of joy. That afternoon, I took Lin Ro back to the city. After dropping her off at her rented place, I realized she'd been living in an urban village all alone. Is this your room? I asked, utterly bewildered. It was just a tiny room of a few square meters, without even a private bathroom. Even though it was spotless, it still felt cramped. Lin Ro nodded. Anyway, I'm just a girl living alone, I don't need much space. And it's cheap. Only a little over 200 yuan a month. Seeing Lin Ro's contented expression, I suddenly felt a pang of sadness and turned to leave the room. Lin Ro called after me twice, but I had no time to respond. I found a studio apartment near the office, the kind where you just move in with your bags. It was all settled in just a few hours. The keys were already in my hand. When I returned, Lin Ro was boiling noodles in the room. Manager Zhang, why are you back? Want to grab a bite? Perhaps Lin Ro felt a bit embarrassed about her frugal meal, hesitating to invite me. I chuckled. Hurry up and pack your things. Lin Ro froze for a moment. What's wrong, manager? Just pack up when I tell you to. Why all the questions? Stop eating that stuff. How can you eat plain noodles? You'll have to treat me to a proper meal later. While Lin Ro was still puzzled, I pushed the girl out of the room. And she only took some personal belongings, no pots, pans, or kitchenware. After all, it's a move-in ready place, furniture and everything is already set up. Lin Ro kept asking me questions the whole way. Manager Zhang, where exactly are you taking me? I couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really that scared? Do you seriously think I'd drag you off to sell you? Lin Rose shook her head.
I didn't mean it like that. It just feels a bit strange.
When we arrived at the door of the new house, I looked at Lin Rose, and Lin Rose looked at me. Our expressions were filled with confusion.
This is? Why don't we just open it and see? Lin Rose fought back the urge surging within her.
The moment she opened the door, the girl froze in place.
Though the place wasn't large, just one bedroom and a living room, it was compact yet fully equipped.
There was a balcony for drying clothes, a laundry room, a bathroom, a small kitchen, and even a TV in the living room.
This. I placed the key in Lin Rose's hand. This room is yours from now on.
I've already paid the rent, so settle in comfortably.
I said this with a smile.
The moment I finished speaking, Lin Rose's expression changed instantly.
Are you kidding me? How much is this place per month?
I shrugged my shoulders.
Don't worry about the price. I've already rented it and the landlord won't cancel the lease. If you don't move in, this place will just sit empty.
I said this with a look of utter helplessness. Lin Rose stared at me, unsure how to respond. After a long moment of contemplation, the girl began to cry again.
Hey, what are you doing? Isn't this just fine?
But Lin Rose just kept shaking her head. Then suddenly, she reached out and pulled me tightly into her arms.
Whoa!
Honestly, seeing this girl crying in such distress made me feel terrible too. I gently stroked Lin Rose's head.
What's wrong? Manager, there are so many things you just don't know. Coming to the city as a young girl, I feel like this place isn't where I belong at all. There have been so many times I couldn't take it anymore, and I just wanted to go home.
Lin Rose said this with a look of deep hurt on her face. After she finished speaking, I gently stroked her head.
Don't worry so much. From now on, I'll be here to protect you. No one will dare bully you.
Lin Rose looked around.
I never dared imagine that one day I could rent a place like this.
After saying this, Lin Rose suddenly turned her head to look at me. The next second, she wrapped her arms around my neck and pressed her lips to mine in a fierce, yet tender kiss. I froze for a moment, then returned the kiss, and this time, Lin Rose was incredibly proactive.
It even left me wondering, was this really the Lin Rose I knew?
We kissed for several long minutes until Lin Rose began gasping for breath. I felt an inexplicable flame rising within me. With the bed already made up, I picked Lin Rose up effortlessly. Her legs wrapped tightly around my waist. Lin Rose was naturally slender, so carrying her felt effortless. Step by step, I walked to the bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. We lost ourselves in each other's arms, completely absorbed in the moment, oblivious to the world around us. I stayed there the entire day, and by afternoon, exhaustion finally overtook me, and I fell asleep.
I was roused by a fragrant aroma. I instinctively opened my eyes. The scent was clearly wafting from the kitchen.
Slowly, I rose and made my way step by step toward the kitchen.
I saw Lin Rose bustling about.
I have to admit, this girl really knows her way around the kitchen. Her graceful silhouette, as I saw it, was the most appetizing dish right now.
Though I must admit, I was genuinely hungry.
Step by step, I approached from behind and wrapped my arms tightly around her. Lin Rose froze for a moment.
You're awake. Dinner will be ready soon.
I just went out to buy ingredients and made fish and spare ribs.
Not sure if you'll like them. I chuckled. How did you become so domestic? Just smelling the aroma has me completely under your spell.
Lin Rose chuckled.
Stop teasing me. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. I bought 2 portions of everything, one for you. It's all your fault. You threw away so many usable things from the room earlier. I shook my head. After all, starting a new life means everything should be new. Plus, it's just a few minutes walk from the office. How convenient.
After I freshened up, Lin Rose brought the meal to the table. Amidst the city lights, the two of us sat like a couple, eating and chatting. I have to admit, it felt really good. That night I stayed at Lin Rose's place. After all, since that incident, Li Hui had acted as if I no longer existed in her life.
She never called me anymore. It was as if we both tacitly accepted this arrangement. Even though it hurt me deeply. Chapter 160, was it an argument? Early the next morning, I packed lightly and headed to the office with Lin Rose. When Lin Rose returned to the department, I gave Wei Gu a knowing look. He caught on immediately. He chuckled. He quickly stood up and began clapping. Soon the entire department joined in the commotion. Welcome back to our big family, Lin Rose. I waved my hands hastily. Alright, we should definitely welcome her back. But before that, I need to announce something. Does anyone have plans after work tonight? No sooner had I spoken than Wei Gu beside me burst out laughing. I sure don't, he exclaimed. Wonder what manager Zhang has planned for tonight? Wei Gu chuckled lecherously. This guy knew exactly what I was getting at. I was definitely planning a department perk. I snapped my fingers. I'm planning a party tonight the manager's treating. Let's all welcome Lin Rose back. What do you think? I said it with a big smile. The entire room erupted in excited shouts. Long live the manager. Long live the manager. This left Lin Rose feeling a bit embarrassed. My eyes were sore from staying up late with Lin Rose last night. Back in the office, I collapsed onto the bed without a second thought, falling asleep instantly. But just as I was deep in a vivid dream, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. Slowly opening my bleary eyes, the first thing I saw were two pairs of beautiful legs in black stockings. Was I just born this horny? Even in my half-asleep state, my hands instinctively reached out to touch them. Especially that silky smooth feel, it was pure bliss. But the next second, a voice rang out. What a filthy pervert! I froze, instinctively lifting my head. Holy crap! I hadn't realized until I looked, and it gave me quite the shock. It was Lin Nini. She stood there with her arms crossed over her chest, glaring at me with utter contempt. Zhang Yu, when are you going to fix your rotten habits? You're always like this. How can you be so lecherous? Going around flirting with women. I couldn't have felt more wronged. Miss Lin, when exactly have you ever seen me out flirting with women? Let me tell you, that whole Ahua thing still hasn't been properly resolved. The reason she hasn't come looking for you lately is because Ahua got caught up with something. Lin Nini pouted her lips, her face twisted with displeasure as she spat out those words. If she hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Her words brought it all back. I glanced at Lin Nini, then turned my gaze to the front door. The little minx had already closed it, leaving it ajar. I tiptoed to the door, shut it completely, and locked it from the inside. Lin Nini's expression changed instantly, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she stared at me. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't you dare do anything crazy. Her expression was utterly serious as she stared at me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I kept laughing while looking at her. You don't seriously think I'm going to do anything to you, do you? Lin Nini's lips twitched slightly. This is at the company, I doubt you'd dare. I nodded. You're right, I wouldn't dare. But I do want to ask you, is it really fun to tease me like this all day? Lin Nini froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? I walked step by step toward her. Seeing me get too close, Lin Nini instinctively started backing away. I shoved her straight up against the wall. Lin Nini wore a form-fitting suit jacket over a bodycon skirt, and those black stockings were downright provocative. Lin Nini's gaze made it clear she knew exactly what I was up to. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stop touching me. Do you even know where we are? Her tone had shifted completely. It was clear she was still scared. She was afraid I might do something reckless. I couldn't help but laugh. Are you threatening me, Vice President Lin? This isn't me picking on you, you're deliberately provoking me. Tempting me. Let me tell you something. This is company property. If you dare to do anything inappropriate, do you think I'll still be manager? Besides, company policy requires us to dress like this. What can I do? I shook my head gently. I think you deserve some punishment. What do you mean by that? Don't try to distract me with Ahua's story. Do you really think I don't know anything? You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? Lin Nini's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively lowered her head. Listen to me, I warned, don't go around making baseless accusations. Otherwise, I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Nini muttered under her breath, looking utterly aggrieved. I couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping her forehead. You spend all your energy on petty schemes like this. Can't you focus on something more practical? I said this with obvious annoyance, and Lin Nini looked at me, puzzled. What do you mean by that? I sighed. What else could it mean? After not seeing me for so long, didn't you miss me at all? Just as Lin Nini tried to pull away, I pressed myself against her. You better not move. You're deliberately tempting me. Vice President Lin, don't treat me like a fool. Though we appeared to be arguing, the atmosphere around us had already completely overturned that notion. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Nini could only press her lips tightly together. Perhaps it was the stark contrast of being so close in such a solemn setting. The contrast was simply too stark. I reached out my hand, and Lin Nini stared at me with fear in her eyes. What are you doing? My hand moved toward the crook of her leg, then with a sudden jerk, a sharp tearing sound echoed. The stockings were torn again. The girl glared at me angrily. You despicable bastard. Do you have any idea what you just did? Let me tell you, it's a good thing there are no cameras in your office, otherwise, you'd never be able to clear your name. I burst out laughing, crossing my arms over my chest as I laughed. Miss Lin, I said, you're quite the character. How could this possibly be beyond redemption? That's not how it works, we already crossed that line just now. Lin Nini clenched her delicate fists. You scoundrel. You think I won't deal with you right now? No sooner had the words left her mouth than her fist came flying at me. Just as we were playfully wrestling, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Nini's expression instantly changed. She plopped down on the nearby sofa, looking as prim and proper as could be. As I went to open the door, I accidentally caught a glimpse of Lin Nini's thigh. Hey, don't sit there. Go sit on my office chair. Why? I pointed at Lin Nini's legs. If you don't want others to see it. Chapter 161, A Rare Opportunity. Lin Nini instinctively looked down at the words. But when the girl saw her torn stockings, her expression changed instantly. She glared at me fiercely. You despicable jerk. Don't push me too far. All you do is pick on me all day long. What the hell is wrong with you?
After uttering these words, Lin Mimi awkwardly tugged at her torn stockings and slowly sat down in the office chair. Fortunately, the desk in front served as a barrier, so nothing suspicious could be seen. I slowly opened the door, expecting to see Wei Gu or someone else from the team. But when I saw who it was, I froze in my tracks.
Because it wasn't anyone else, it was Yu Tao. I was completely baffled. Mr. Yu, what brings you here? Yu Tao smiled. What's the big deal? Can't I come here? No, it's just that you usually message me about things.
I wasn't quite expecting this after all, this place is really small.
I blurted out this line, feeling awkward. Yu Tao chuckled. Pour us both some tea. I've got some good news to share.
No sooner had he spoken than Yu Tao headed inside. I wanted to stop him, but the thing is he's the boss. I couldn't bring myself to say much more.
I could only let Yu Tao go.
But the moment Yu Tao stepped into my office, he spotted Lin Mimi.
This time, even Yu Tao was stunned. Ha? What's going on? How did you end up in Zhang Yu's office?
Under normal circumstances, Lin Mimi would definitely have stood up to greet him. After all, he was the company's chairman. But Lin Mimi merely gave an awkward smile, without any physical gesture. Yu Tao stared blankly for a moment.
What's gotten into you? Seeing Lin Mimi's helpless expression, I couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Yu, please take a seat. This is actually a rather awkward situation. Yu Tao nodded and sat down on the sofa across from me. What's going on? I walked straight to the other side of the sofa. This thing was one of those folding sofas, so there were screws on the side. As I sat down beside Yu Tao, I suddenly exerted force and felt like my fingernails were about to snap off. The pain made me break out in a cold sweat. But thankfully, I managed to bend the screw. Earlier, Vice President Lin came to my office to discuss Han Group's additional investment in the project, since we've been handling it all alone. But as luck would have it, this thing snagged my stockings. I slowly stood up, feeling a warm trickle emerge from my fingernail. Instinctively, I clenched my thumb. It was this protruding screw that tore the stockings. Just then, Yu knocked, so I had Vice President Lin take a seat over there first. Yu Tao finally caught on. Oh, I see. I'll have my secretary buy you a new pair later. You can change in the restroom, right? Otherwise, it might be awkward. Lin Mimi nodded. Thank you, Chairman. I quickly changed the subject. By the way, Chairman, you mentioned something good happening earlier? Tell me what it is. Yu Tao smiled. Our company is preparing to partner with a trading firm, primarily to supply them with domestic energy equipment. Yu Tao blurted out unexpectedly. I was taken aback. What the heck? Domestic energy equipment? Our company doesn't even deal in that. Yu Tao glanced at me. You should be quite familiar with this, right? He was absolutely right, since my previous company was in the energy sector. I know you're an expert in this field, which is why I took on this project. Of course, since the client is a foreign company and hasn't agreed to partner with anyone yet, they'll definitely hold a bidding process here. I let out a sigh. In this area, our company doesn't have an advantage. Yu Tao nodded. I know that. While the company lacks an edge, you personally have significant strengths. And your department can start preparing documents related to the energy industry right now. I gasped for breath. If it's an open tender, Lu Guangbei will likely participate too, right? This is a huge opportunity. Yu Tao patted my shoulder. You'll have to face him eventually. Though you lost the initiative in your last showdown with Lu Guangbei, I believe you won't lose to him this time. I shook my head helplessly. Competing against his company, we have absolutely no chance. Yu Tao patted my shoulder again. It's certainly challenging, but success isn't guaranteed. This project is progressing steadily. As for the energy project, just do your best. With that, Yu Tao slowly rose and left my office. Lin Mimi and I exchanged glances. I slumped down on the side of the desk, running my fingers through my hair in frustration. I felt like I was on the verge of breaking down. Lin Mimi accidentally spotted the wound on my thumb and immediately grew anxious. She quickly grabbed a tissue from nearby and began gently wiping it. Did that hurt just now? Are you crazy? Why did you have to pick at that thing with your finger? My mind was a complete mess. I genuinely didn't know how to respond to Lin Mimi. After a moment of silence, Lin Mimi smiled at me. Didn't you understand what Mr. Yu just said? Frankly, he never had much confidence in this project to begin with. He handed it to you hoping you could pull off a miracle, but even if you fail, it's no big deal. So you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. I nodded slightly. You're right about that, but the thing is, this involves Lu Guangbei's company. Exactly. If it weren't for the energy project, I doubt he'd have put you in charge. I froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? The entire company is backing you now, giving you absolute leeway to go head-to-head with Lu Guangbei. Don't you get it? Even if we lose, we've got the project as a safety net. You can think of it as Yu Tao giving you a chance to get revenge.
If I'd been feeling down just moments ago, hearing this girl's words made me feel like my whole body was suddenly filled with strength again.
After a long moment, I lifted my head and looked at Lin Nini.
Lin Nini nodded at me.
Besides, Lu Guangbei's influence keeps growing.
Taking him down outright would be too much of a stretch.
We need to chip away at him bit by bit. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated.
Lin Nini's words instantly restored my confidence.
I had indeed panicked earlier and hadn't considered this angle at all. Now I nodded excitedly. You're really quite clever. Chapter 162, Team Building Gathering.
I couldn't contain the excitement bubbling up inside me and suddenly wrapped my arms around Lin Nini's neck. Just as the girl looked at me in confusion, I leaned in and kissed her.
You're my sweetheart. Lin Nini shoved me away.
You little devil. Go buy me some stockings, it's all your fault. In less than half an hour, the energy project proposal was delivered to me. Staring at the thick stack of documents in my hands, I gasped for breath just as Lin Nini had described.
Finally, I could go head to head with Lu Guangbei in the open. I'd been waiting for this day for what felt like an eternity. I headed straight out. Wei Ge, arrange a meeting for everyone.
Within minutes, everyone had gathered in the conference room. They all looked at me, each feeling a bit puzzled.
I gave them a faint smile. Everyone, the resort project has been a tremendous success. To date, we've not only met but exceeded the company's expectations. We've gained significant support from the industry. Everyone burst into laughter. One by one, they began to applaud. The manager really knows how to lead. Truthfully, we didn't do much, most of it was the manager's own work. I quickly shook my head. Don't mention it. This recognition belongs to all of you.
But now we have a new project, one that's even more challenging.
It will require our united efforts to overcome. Are you all confident? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes.
With the manager leading us, even installing an elevator on Mount Everest feels achievable. I distributed the project proposal to everyone.
But within mere minutes, the room fell into an instant silence. The previously lively energy had deflated completely. I looked at everyone in utter confusion. What's going on? Who just mentioned installing an elevator on Mount Everest? This project is far more complex than that. Everyone looked at each other. Each wore a look of helplessness. Wei sighed deeply, manager. This critical issue falls outside our expertise. None of us know anything about energy equipment projects. Exactly.
As the saying goes, different fields are like different mountains. Manager, this one really stumps us.
Everyone kept grumbling. I sighed deeply.
It might seem difficult to all of you, especially since it involves a bidding process, which makes it even more complicated.
But I wonder if any of you realize what I used to do.
I said this with a serious expression. After I finished speaking, everyone looked at each other.
Manager, didn't you run your own company before?
Wei slapped his thigh.
Manager. Energy equipment was one of your main business lines back then. I nodded slightly. You're right.
My previous company did handle energy equipment projects, so I know the ins and outs of this field quite well. You all just need to follow my lead, and I'm confident we can make this happen. And to be honest, my personal grudge is actually part of why I'm doing this.
I might just be the only person in history to bring a personal grudge into a business meeting.
Everyone stared at me wide-eyed, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment.
Manager Jing.
Now that Lu Guangbei has taken over my company, he'll stop at nothing to seize this project.
And I'm going to challenge him head-on. You might think I'm being childish, but I have no choice. For me, the feud between Lu Guangbei and me must be settled sooner or later. Of course, I'm telling you all this so you can think it through.
Our team currently has no new projects. If you're willing to join me in taking down Lu Guangbei, then stand up with confidence.
If not.
At this point, I pointed to the computer running behind me. Then you'll help me maintain this project. I delivered this sentence with deliberate emphasis. I have to admit, after all this time, my speaking skills have improved by leaps and bounds.
Everyone looked at each other. Each face wore a look of solemnity.
I don't care what anyone else thinks.
I'm definitely sticking with you, manager. Wei Ge led the way.
Lin Ro then slowly stepped forward.
I'm willing to follow the manager too, and I absolutely trust him.
The scariest part about this kind of thing is having someone take the lead. Though everyone's a bit nervous inside, don't forget the most crucial point.
That is, I have been the one to recognize and promote everyone here.
And while their lives have improved steadily, though not entirely due to my efforts, I've played a significant role in that progress.
Put simply, everyone remembers my kindness.
And precisely because of this, when I spoke those words, everyone looked at each other.
I'm willing to do it. Damn it. Even if I don't know how, I can learn.
This is nothing. As everyone chimed in with their own thoughts, when we truly became one in heart, I couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of my heart.
With such a perfectly united team, what could possibly stop us? With that, I waved my hand decisively. Everyone, pack up and get ready to clock out. I've got tonight covered dinner and KTV.
The whole crew roared in unison.
Long live the manager. Truthfully, the days spent with my team members were genuinely joyful.
After all, we were all striving toward a shared goal.
I felt the same way.
Perhaps it was the impending showdown with Lu Guangbei that had me feeling overly excited deep down, or maybe it was a touch of fear.
That night, I drank heavily.
But I booked a luxurious private room with 3 bathrooms. Now, everyone, men and women alike, was nearly drunk out of their minds, though some still sang while others played dice. I took a deep breath, feeling my head grow dizzy, and headed straight for the bathroom. After a quick trip to the restroom, I leaned against the wall, planning to have a smoke before heading back out. Anyway, everyone was using the 2 stalls near the entrance. This one was completely empty. Half a cigarette had already been smoked when I prepared to open the door and step out. But the moment I opened it, the person standing there gave me the shock of my life. It was Lin Ro. The girl was wearing her uniform today, to a white blouse on top and a black pencil skirt below. Especially those long legs in stockings. While no one could rival Lin Nini in professional attire, Lin Ro was already quite stunning.
I gave Lin Ro a smile. "What are you doing?"
"You scared the living daylights out of me."
Lin Ro gave a faint smile. "You're the one who startled me." Chapter 163, Warmth in the Apartment.
Next, Lin Ro started dodging me. Seems this girl also needed to use the restroom. But just as she passed by me, my hand slipped right into the back of her tight skirt. The soft, springy feel of her but sent shivers of pleasure through me. Lin Ro's body visibly trembled, looking as if she might jump up at any moment. Then Lin Ro turned her head and stared straight at me, her eyes filled with that particular mix of anger and resentment.
I absolutely loved this feeling. Good.
I quickly raised both hands in a surrender gesture.
Lin Ro clenched her delicate fists.
After a few rounds of drinks, Wei and a few others started egging her on. "Manager, we really need to focus on developing our team culture going forward.
Don't you all agree?"
As soon as Wei Gu said this, everyone cheered excitedly, one after another.
He's absolutely right. Looking at Wei Gu, I knew he was up to something again. What exactly are you up to? And could you please stop dressing it up in such lofty terms?
What do you mean by developing team culture?
Have you even grasped our corporate culture yet?
At my words, Wei Gu immediately scratched his head awkwardly.
Ha! The manager's point isn't wrong, but here's what I think: whenever we have gatherings, it's always just eating and karaoke. There's absolutely no creativity. Do you guys think I'm off base?
Anyway, these guys are all just looking for a good show. After Wei Gu finished speaking, everyone started nodding in agreement.
I think Wei Ge's got a point. Exactly. I'm with Wei Gu too.
I mean, every single gathering is just eating and drinking.
Can't we do something a little more fun? I chuckled. Anyway, they're just hyping things up. And they're all my team members. If I don't look out for them, who else will? Alright, you all make good points. So regarding this matter, I just want to ask, what do you really think?
Or if you have any good suggestions, I'll try my best to take them on board.
I said this with a smile. Wei held out his palm. How about this? Next time, let's head to that resort nearby. There's a vacation villa there, and it's not expensive for a night. We can all go for a cruise and have some barbecue. After Wei Gu said this, everyone nodded in agreement. I think that's a great idea. Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. I looked at Wei Gu and the guys egging him on with a hint of resignation. Can you guys be considerate of everyone? Sure, you're having fun, but what about those who need to drive home tonight? But the next second, everyone started waving their hands at me.
Manager, we can definitely spare one night.
Exactly. Let's do it on the weekend instead.
We're too busy with work during the week to ever get a chance to relax properly.
Seeing everyone so excited. Plus, I'd had a few drinks.
And our team was facing a major new challenge. As their leader, I naturally had to lead by example. I patted my chest. Since you've all spoken your minds, I'll show you how it's done. From here on out, you've got nothing to worry about. Once this project wraps up, as long as the results are solid, I'll take you all to a resort. We'll have a blast. I said this with a big smile. After I finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement, one after another.
Rest assured, manager. We won't let you down. Exactly. We absolutely won't let you down. Everyone chimed in with their own assurances. But at least this matter has truly sparked everyone's enthusiasm. That's what matters most. I couldn't help but stretch. As long as you all work hard under me, I won't let you down. Rest assured. I said this with a smile, and everyone raised their glasses to me. I must admit, the atmosphere of that moment was quite pleasant. Eventually, everyone dispersed, but Lin Ro made an excuse to use the restroom. I sat on the sofa smoking. You guys go ahead. I'll settle the bill later. Ha ha. The manager is awesome. The manager is so cool.
Everyone had left, and Lin Ro staggered out of the restroom. Spotting me, she slowly made her way over.
Manager Zhang, why are you sitting here alone? Of course, to walk you home.
Your place is close by, no need for a cab. Let's step outside for some fresh air later.
Lin Ro nodded. I'm not much of a drinker, and right now I feel like I'm floating.
I wrapped one arm around Lin Ro's slender waist, and the two of us staggered out together. Living close by definitely has its perks. In just a few minutes, we were back at Lin Ro's studio apartment. I collapsed onto the sofa while Lin Ro must have been freshening up in the bathroom. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ro seemed to be feeling much better. That KTV alcohol hits you fast and wears off fast. Why don't you take a hot shower first? It should help a bit. I gave a slight nod. After all, Lin Ro hadn't drunk much, but I definitely had a bit too much. I headed straight for the bathroom. But then I spotted this girl hanging a pair of incredibly cute cartoon print panties nearby. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I never expected Lin Ro, a girl her age, would still like wearing panties like that. But come to think of it, they did have a certain charm. I took a hot shower in the bathroom, and it felt incredibly refreshing. But for some reason, I always felt hungry and parched after a shower. I was about to get a glass of water when I noticed a cup of milk already waiting on the coffee table. Lin Ro was busy in the kitchen. Seeing me come out, she hurriedly brought a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. It looked incredibly appetizing. Eat up. You get hungry after a shower. The milk helps with the hangover. I'll give you a massage later. Get a good night's sleep tonight, just stay here. Lin Ro said this in a calm tone, and I nodded instinctively. I really appreciate you doing this for me. Lin Ro let out a long sigh. No need to be so polite. Hurry up and eat. If you need any extra seasoning later, just let me know. That first bite of noodles was pure satisfaction paired with the milk beside it. It was absolutely perfect. After finishing the meal, I couldn't help but burp contentedly and gave Lin Ro a thumbs up gesture. So delicious. Chapter 164, Zhou Qiao Comes Calling. It was clear Lin Ro was satisfied too. If you like it, eat more. Could you cut back on drinking when we go out? I quickly pressed my palms together. You're right, this was definitely my fault. I'll gladly welcome your supervision from now on. I had planned to stay at Lin Ro's place tonight. After all, once dinner was over, it felt like eating a Snickers bar. It swept away my hunger and let me be myself again. Besides, Lin Ro and I were still in the honeymoon phase. But just as I was about to undress and get into bed, a text message popped up on my phone. Ding dong ding dong. I usually don't check texts, most are spam, so I didn't pay it any mind. But Lin Ro said, "Your phone's ringing." Only then did I leisurely pull out my phone. But when I saw the text, my head buzzed. Lin Ro hopped over, radiating youthful energy. What's wrong? A text message left you speechless? I didn't pull away, instead, I reached out my hand. It's just junk mail. What are you staring at? That deflated Lin Ro's interest, and she turned to head to the bathroom to freshen up. I might have to step out for a bit. I said to Lin Ro in a flat tone. What for? It's late at night, it's dangerous for you to go out alone. I forced a smile. What's there for a grown man like me to be afraid of? Don't worry, it'll be absolutely fine. You just stay home and be good. After brushing her teeth, Lin Ro walked step by step toward me, looking at me with a face full of hurt. That's just how women are. When you first meet them, they're like ice queens. But once a woman opens her heart to you, she instantly becomes as vulnerable as a little kitten. Please don't leave me alone, okay? I was really looking forward to holding you while we slept tonight. Lin Ro uttered these words with a pained expression, and I chuckled as I gently rubbed her nose. You silly girl, what are you thinking about day in and day out? I'm not doing anything, just running an errand. Zhang Yu asked me to come over. Is that the guy who came to help us the other day? Yep. He's second in command at the Dragon Palace in Donghai now. I mainly wanted to thank him while I had the chance. He's leaving tomorrow and might be gone for a while. I'm starting to admire my own skill at lying. After hearing this, Lin Ro sighed helplessly across from him. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll agree. I flashed an okay sign. Before heading out, we shared a passionate kiss, though we definitely didn't dare take things any further. Someone was waiting for me at the door. Step by step, I made my way down to the building entrance. Only then did I notice a creamy white Volkswagen Beetle parked by the roadside. The sight of that Beetle made me feel like I was about to be humiliated. But I still walked over step by step. What the hell do you want with me this late at night? I had absolutely no patience for the woman in the car. And sure enough, after hearing my words, Zhou Qiao shook her head. Do you really have to act like this? It's as if I'm your enemy. Zhang Yu, have you forgotten the evidence I have on you? Are you sure you want to talk to me like this? I gasped for breath. Zhou Qiao, don't even think about controlling me anymore. Let me tell you straight, the relationship between Li Hui and me has completely ended. The only thing still tying us together is that marriage certificate. I enunciated each word deliberately. Zhou Qiao froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? If you want to hand this proof over to Li Hui or whatever, go ahead. I haven't been home in ages anyway. Maybe Li Hui will even bring up divorce papers tomorrow. Zhou Qiao clicked his tongue. Zhang Yu, why do you always see me as a bad woman? Couldn't I possibly help you? A cold snort escaped my lips.
Do you even believe the words you just spoke? Zhou Qiao stretched lazily. Trust me on this, Li, we won't divorce you. After all, I know what's going on inside that woman's head. I wonder why. After hearing Zhou Qiao's words, I felt an inexplicable surge of joy. Even though I still couldn't make sense of the situation, I just had this feeling. As long as Zhou Qiao said those words, there might still be hope for our relationship. What exactly do you mean by that? Are you sure? Zhou Qiao nodded. See? Deep down, you don't really want Li Hui to leave you like this, right? I'm right, aren't I? I nodded slightly. Then it's settled. Immediately after, Zhou Qiao reclined his seat. This woman's chest was truly a sight to behold, especially tonight as Zhou Qiao wore a black dress. The dress was slightly loose, so it didn't cling tightly to her chest, but it still couldn't hide Zhou Qiao's perfect figure. Plus, Zhou Qiao's hairstyle was clearly freshly done today. People say scumbag guys get foil perms, while scumbag girls get big waves. Though on Zhou Qiao's head, those big waves did give off a bit of a bad girl vibe. And today's makeup is a bit heavier. Zhou Qiao reclined the seat a bit, instantly creating more space in front. Sitting in the passenger seat, I stared at the woman before me with utter bewilderment. What are you up to? Zhou Qiao licked her lips at me. Isn't that obvious? What else could two people together possibly do? You haven't satisfied me in ages, so tonight I'm here to claim what's owed to me. Sometimes I crave being with Zhou Qiao too, after all, she's probably the most adventurous one around. But I absolutely despise the way this woman spoke. Especially in this area, I'm naturally more dominant and prefer to take the lead. But with Zhou Qiao, I never feel that way. It's like she's got me by the throat, twisting me around. So tonight, I really don't want to listen to her. I was panting heavily. Zhou Qiao lifted her black dress, revealing pink lace-trimmed panties. Especially those two snow-white, long legs, they were practically blinding me. But even though I'm a pervert, I still have some self-respect. And honestly, in a way, I'm not exactly short on women to sleep with. So I opened the car door without hesitation. Zhou Qiao froze for a moment. What's this all about? Are you still mad? Come on over, I've been missing you like crazy. I shook my head gently. I'm really sorry, but I can't today. Chapter 165, Young people really know how to have fun. I said this with a serious expression. But the moment I finished speaking, Zhou Qiao's expression immediately turned anxious. I'm a bit confused, what exactly did you mean by that? Are you sure you want to treat me like this? I shook my head. Get one thing straight, you're the one who's been pushing me all along. You never once asked if I wanted this or if I hoped for it. Zhou Qiao gasped for breath. Zhang Yu, are you sure you want to do this? Give me a straight answer. I took a deep breath. You know why I really can't stand you? It's your overbearing feminism. I hate being led around by the nose, but that's your specialty. Zhou Qiao burst out laughing. I was wondering what it was. Alright, just keep the door closed. You'll fall for me in no time. I stared at the woman before me, puzzled. But Zhou Qiao just kept smiling at me, her eyes narrowed in confidence. After a moment of silence, I finally closed the door. Zhou Qiao slid her seat forward, then slammed her foot on the gas pedal. The car roared to life. I had no idea what this woman was up to. So I kept staring straight at Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao, however, showed not the slightest hint of unease. In truth, she knew I was watching her the whole time. But as the car swayed, I felt drowsy and leaned back against the seat. After what felt like ages, Zhou Qiao tapped my shoulder. If you dislike me so much, shouldn't you at least hold something back? How dare you sleep in my car like that so soundly? I really don't know what you're thinking. Zhou Qiao said this with a smile. I stretched lazily. What's there to be afraid of? You're just a woman, how could you possibly take me on? Zhou Qiao tapped my forehead with her finger. I love how you're so clueless yet love to put on airs. Alright. Enough of this nonsense. Get out of the car already. I froze for a moment, then turned my head to look beside me only to realize we were actually at a love hotel. What are you doing? Zhou Qiao chuckled. I'll be waiting for you in room 303. Whether you go in or not is your business. Remember, room 303. With that, Zhou Qiao got out of the car and walked straight into the hotel. I stared at the hotel glowing with pink light, especially the words adult written on the side. Come to think of it, I'd never experienced anything like this in my entire life. After a moment of silence, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the door. Even I couldn't understand why I felt so compelled to take a look. Following Zhou Qiao's instructions, I arrived at the door of room 303. I knocked lightly on the door. The door swung open, revealing a room bathed in a blend of purple and pink light. The colors assaulted my eyes at every turn. Then Zhou Qiao's figure appeared before me. Staring at Zhou Qiao's outfit, I froze in place. Because Zhou Qiao was now wearing a nurse's uniform. And the skirt beneath it was so short it barely covered her thighs. I could even see half of Zhou Qiao's butt. The neckline was ridiculously low, and the expansive pale skin before me made my head spin. Zhou Qiao seemed quite pleased with my reaction.
She gave a satisfied little smile and nodded, then took a few steps toward me.
She beckoned me with a finger. What are you waiting for? Come on over.
I swallowed hard instinctively, then took slow, deliberate steps toward Zhou Qiao. When I reached her, she grabbed my arm and shoved me onto the bed. But this moment felt like diving into a swimming pool.
My body bounced back and forth across the mattress. Only when I finally registered what was happening did I realize this wasn't an ordinary bed, it was a waterbed. Doesn't this feel pretty good?
I noticed the wall was adorned with leather whips and other BDSM accessories. Zhou Qiao didn't come over right away, but slowly sat down on the rocking chair across from me.
Didn't you just say you've always liked dominant women? Well, I'm handing you the initiative now. Do whatever you want. Is that acceptable?
Zhou Qiao looked at me with a seductive expression.
Seriously. I'm a man, after all. Is this how you test me? I can't handle this kind of test.
I took step after step toward Zhou Qiao, who was clearly ready. I slid my hand up her smooth thigh, and Zhou Qiao couldn't help but let out a soft, breathy sigh. I threw myself at Zhou Qiao. At that moment, I felt like nothing more than a living beast.
The entire night. We tried every position imaginable and used every tool at our disposal. By the end, I felt completely numb. Things that had always felt so distant from me had now become reality.
In the end, we clung to each other, utterly exhausted. When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon the next day, and the room was a complete mess. Zhou Qiao was lying beside me, but the woman was fast asleep now. I swallowed hard, slowly rose, and sat down in the chair across from her, lighting a cigarette. I had no idea how to face this woman before me.
But I must admit one thing. Everything that happened last night was still vivid in my mind. To be blunt, I really enjoyed that feeling.
After a long silence, Zhou Qiao spoke softly to me.
Give me a cigarette.
I handed him the cigarette without hesitation.
This felt pretty good.
I had been too presumptuous before, always assuming what I did was what you liked, but I never once asked if you actually enjoyed it.
My lips twitched. Why bring this up now? Zhou Qiao, what exactly do you want?
Zhou Qiao stretched lazily.
Don't you have to go to work? Hurry up and leave. I need to sleep. Don't worry, I won't bother you for a while. With that casual remark, Zhou Qiao rolled over and fell asleep.
Except this woman wasn't wearing a single thing, and I happened to be right beneath the bed, staring at Zhou Qiao's crossed legs. I don't know why, but that feeling came back again. Step by step, I approached Zhou Qiao. She froze, then turned her head to glance at me.
Why aren't you leaving?
Without saying a word, I lunged at her.
Ouch. What are you doing? I need to use the restroom. Half an hour later, I slowly emerged from the hotel.
The blazing sun beating down on my head made me feel like I was about to melt.
Chapter 166, Finding the Company.
I hurriedly got into the car and drove straight to the company.
Anyway, I was the absolute oddball at the company.
While other employees had to clock in every day, I could completely ignore that rule. As soon as I approached the front desk, the receptionist gave me a smile. She was rather plain-looking, mainly because she was too thin, not really my type. Still, her smile was quite charming, radiating a youthful, sunny vibe. That's probably why the company assigned her to the front desk. Good afternoon, Manager Zhang. Hearing her say that, I smiled and walked over to her.
What do you mean? Are you deliberately hinting that Manager Zhang arrived too late?
The young lady shook her head. Manager Zhang arrives this late purely by his own merit.
Why don't other employees dare to be late?
But Manager Zhang, you must admit this month you've only been in 12 days, and you were late every single time.
The month is almost over. You're quite the character. Staying at most 4 or 5 hours a day, how do you manage it? I burst out laughing. Want to know? No way. One oddball like me is enough for the company.
If you all started doing this, the company would go under sooner or later.
Whistling as I walked, I made my way to the team area.
But my team hadn't been this quiet in ages. Everyone was buried in their work.
Not a single person spoke throughout the entire session. Whoa, what's the occasion? The sun's rising in the west today? How come everyone's working so hard? Getting ready for this project? I asked with a smile.
The moment I asked, everyone instinctively turned to look at me.
But it wasn't hard to see that everyone's expressions were pretty serious. Especially Wei Gu. Wei Gu shot me a look, which instantly threw me for a loop. What's up, Wei? What's going on? Is it really necessary to give me that look? Wei Gu couldn't help but sigh.
Manager, you should go into the office, but be careful. I feel like your wife's not quite herself.
Hearing Wei Ji's words, I froze in place. Are you kidding me? How did I suddenly have a sister-in-law?
Lin Ro was working nearby, but the girl hadn't even glanced over once.
Panting heavily, I stepped into the office one step at a time.
Only then did I see Li Hui sitting at my desk, staring blankly out the window.
Today, Li Hui wore light makeup, radiating an air of nobility like a golden phoenix. My lips twitched as I walked step by step toward Li Hui.
Li Hui seemed to snap out of her trance, instinctively turning her head to look at me. Perhaps it was because Zhou Qiao had just told me last night that Li Hui had no intention of divorcing me. But judging by the atmosphere here, it felt like that woman was lying to me. You finally showed up. Where were you last night? Li Hui's voice was remarkably calm. I took a deep breath. I was entertaining a client. I knew you'd say that. I don't want to bring up what happened before. Zhang Yu, I want to ask you one thing. Are you ever going back to that home? My lips twitched. That's my home too. How could I not want to go back? I just don't know how to face you. Li Hui laughed. Still hung up on those stockings in the trash can? Zhang Yu, how do you think I treat you? I nodded quickly. You've been so good to me. Even when my business failed, you didn't leave me. You've truly been a blessing. If that's the case, why won't you give me an explanation? You know this has left a deep wound in my heart. Why won't you help me heal it? I sighed. I'm going home tonight. Li Hui smiled. Then she slowly stood up. I have to go to work too. I'll make you something delicious tonight. I bought some spare ribs. No sooner had she spoken than Li Hui turned and walked away in her high heels. I don't know why. I watched her retreating figure, unable to calm down for a long time. After what felt like an eternity, the door swung open again, revealing Brother Wei's dog-like face. Wei Gu was grinning at me, but it was obvious this guy was downright sleazy. Wei Gu walked step by step toward me. I turned my head and glanced at him. Just say what you want to say. Wei Gu shook his head. Manager, I said, your wife is truly stunning. How could you let her be so heartbroken? I froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? She came to your office early this morning waiting for you. I even brought her breakfast and lunch. But when I delivered her coffee this morning, I saw her staring out the window, crying. Wei Gu said this in a calm tone. After he finished speaking, my body couldn't help but flinch. Even I couldn't understand why I felt this way. Deep down, Li Hui still cared about me. She still valued me. The moment that thought formed, I could no longer remain calm. Before, I thought our relationship was nearing its end. So there was no need to overthink things. But now I finally understand all that talk was bull. The truth is, I cared deeply about Li Hui's feelings too. I sighed and gave Wei Gu a light pat on the shoulder. Alright, bro, I get what you're saying. I really shouldn't have acted like that. Wei Gu nodded. See? That's the spirit. But as they say, a reformed rogue is worth his weight in gold. I heard every word your wife said to you just now from outside. I couldn't help but frown. Since when did you become like this? How did you start getting into peeping? You'd better fix this habit of yours, you hear me? It's just too creepy. Wei Gu immediately looked hurt. Manager, what you just said really broke my heart. I was just hoping you two could get along. And how could that even be considered peeping? I quickly waved my hands at him. Enough, enough. Stop messing around. Hand over responsibility for this project to me, or don't blame me for dealing with you. I spat out the words, my face twisted in annoyance. Wei's mouth twitched. Fine. All you know how to do is squeeze your employees dry. I was actually planning to give you some advice, but since you're treating me like this, I won't bother with your personal affairs anymore. Wei left the spot with a haughty expression. I shook my head helplessly. This guy. Chapter 167, The Bidding Site. That evening, I returned home, and everything seemed perfectly normal. It was as if none of the earlier events had ever happened. Li Hui and I were both smart enough not to bring up the past, which was definitely a blessing for me. A few days passed like this. One midday, I was goofing off in my office. After all, I had my own office now, so slacking off felt perfectly normal. Besides, no one ever came by except for Lin Mimi and the others. Yu Tao had only visited once the entire time. Then the front door rattled open. Knock. Come in. Lin Ro walked in slowly. Now that Lin Ro is my personal secretary, she always checks with me first before doing anything. What is it? Lin Ro glanced at me. Here's the situation, we've calculated the preliminary pricing. Tomorrow is the project bidding. I'm wondering if this price point is acceptable? After saying this, Lin Ro placed the report directly in front of me. I glanced at it briefly before handing it back to her. No way. At this price? Do you really want to secure this project? I can tell you with absolute certainty if we submit this quote, they'll laugh at us. Lin Ro froze for a moment. But everyone else is calculating based on standard profit margins. I shook my head. First and foremost, energy projects already receive substantial subsidies. If we secure this project, numerous investors will flock to it, and many departments will give us preferential treatment. Second, even our company's reputation would shine brighter. This is a solid project, so the profit distribution can't be set like this. Under normal circumstances, an energy project should have no more than 3 profit points. I stated this with complete seriousness. After I finished speaking, Lin Ro across from me froze in surprise. If we do this, our company will lose a lot of money. I nodded slightly. And as I mentioned earlier, under normal circumstances, the project has only 3 points.
If our company submits a bid, we can only secure around 28 points.
At my words, Lin Ro's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at me.
Manager, that's a bit too much, don't you think?
We've invested so much manpower and resources. If we only get 28 points, that's clearly not worth it.
I chuckled. Don't believe me, huh?
Lin Ro shook her head.
Of course I believe you, I just don't quite understand. I certainly didn't explain to Lin Ro. Instead, I picked up my phone and called Yu Tao. Ring. After a few rings, Yu Tao answered immediately. What's up, Zhang Yu? Chairman, we've reached the first round of bidding. What percentage do you think would be appropriate? Yu Tao chuckled. Aren't you the expert in this area? Your company handled this before, what's there to discuss? You should approve it yourself. I've already reviewed it thoroughly. The thing is, my team thinks this price is far too low. That's why I'm unsure and had to ask your opinion. Now you're talking. What percentage did you plan to quote? Surely not below 25%, right? 28. Yu Tao exhaled deeply. That's acceptable. It's within my range. 28 should be just right. Anyway, let's secure the project first. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Tao slammed the phone down. I turned to look at Lin Ro. Now you'll believe me, right?
The girl's eyes widened, her expression filled with disbelief.
Manager, how is that even possible?
You need to understand that in the energy sector, no one can exceed 3 points, and most of them are companies specializing in energy projects.
Then tell me, how can our small company possibly compete with them? I finally silenced Lin Ro. After a long moment of contemplation, I patted Lin Ro on the shoulder. Alright, I know exactly what you're thinking. Get back to work, trust me.
Lin Ro nodded firmly. 2 hours later, a new quotation arrived in my hands. To be honest, looking at the figures on that quote, even I found them a bit outlandish. But there was no choice, this was the result of meticulous calculations. I exhaled deeply, looked around at the team members, and spoke softly to everyone.
Everyone, you've worked hard. You've done a great job. The bidding meeting is tomorrow. Wei, get everything organized.
Lin Ro, prepare the materials.
We'll all go together. I said it calmly. Wei gave an okay sign. No problem.
The next morning, I arrived at the office only to find Lin Mimi sitting at a nearby desk.
This left me completely baffled. Deputy Director Lin, what are you doing here? After all, with so many people outside, even if Lin Mimi and I were putting on a show, we had to play it out completely. Lin Mimi laughed. How could I possibly miss something like this? You're joking, right? Hurry up, I'm accompanying you to the bidding meeting today. I nodded slightly. All right.
Though I had no idea what Lin Mimi was up to, if she wanted to tag along, then tag along she would.
I didn't really care either way. When we arrived at the bidding venue, quite a few companies were already present. And I recognized quite a few of the energy companies. After all, they were once my peers. And my appearance today as a manager seemed a bit odd to everyone. For such a major project, it's usually the boss-level executives who show up, especially since their company primarily handles energy projects. Mr. Zhang, what a surprise to run into you here. I waved my hands with a smile. What, Mr. Zhang? I'm no longer in that position. Please don't call me that, it should be Mr. Li now. Just as everyone was joking around, a figure approached, arms crossed over his chest. His gaze never left me. I furrowed my brow and slowly lifted my head to stare at him. Only then did I realize it was Lu Guangbei. Lu Guangbei chuckled. You're like a shadow that won't go away. What's the deal? Is your company that powerful? Even getting involved in energy projects? I gave a slight nod. What can I say? The boss is just that awesome. Lu Guangbei curled his lips. I see you really are the type to forget the lesson but remember the punishment. A company that deals in real estate projects insists on running over here to chase energy projects? What's the deal? Have you gone broke? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Guangbei burst into laughter. Wei frowned. Shut your mouth. I hate seeing you right now. What the hell is wrong with you? Chapter 168, The Bidding Competition. This actually made Lu Guangbei laugh in anger. Zhang Yu, you really ought to rein in your people. Why are they acting like vicious dogs? This won't do. I glared at Lu Guangbei, panting heavily. But Wei Ge's words cut even deeper than mine. You're actually right about that. I do act like a vicious dog, ignoring the rules. But I know one thing, you don't on your master's head. Unlike you, big shot. Wei Gu chuckled, though his smile was dripping with contempt. Am I wrong? I asked. Remember when Manager Zhang gave you that chance? He pulled you up from being a kid to deputy general manager. But in the end, you kicked him to the curb. You know what that makes you? A wild horse that won't be tamed. Those words came from Lin Mimi. The two traded barbs, leaving Lu Guangbei utterly speechless. After a moment of silence, Lu Guangbei nodded fiercely. Alright, you both have a point. Zhang Yu, I'll see what you've got. I shrugged my shoulders. We'll see if it works after we try it.
I casually sat down on a nearby chair as Lin Ro watched me with a worried expression.
You won't be staying with him, will you? I waved my hand dismissively. Don't worry. Wei Guo and Deputy General Manager Lin are sharp-tongued but harmless.
They won't cause any trouble.
Just grab me a project brief.
At my words, Lin Ro across from me nodded.
She promptly pulled out a document and placed it before me. I immersed myself in studying the project details.
A full 10 minutes passed before the bidding session officially commenced.
Everyone sat up straight and attentive. Then, a stunning blonde beauty stepped onto the stage. To be honest, she truly caught my eye. Especially those sky blue eyes, whether natural or enhanced by colored contacts, they shone like a pool of crystal clear water. It instantly elevated the whole atmosphere.
And this kind of foreign beauty naturally had curves in all the right places. Her figure was undeniably stunning, especially that rear end. She was dressed in a professional ensemble. That creamy white suit was utterly irresistible. Her hair was styled in big, flowing waves, giving her a unique, intellectual beauty. Step by step, she advanced to the stage. Her fiery red lips seemed to pluck at the heartstrings of every man present.
When she gave a faint smile, even Wei Guo couldn't help but sigh deeply. What should I do? Manager, I feel like I'm already hooked. Is there any other way? I glanced back at Wei Guo. Can you stop being such a wimp? One foreign woman and you're already like this. But my words only earned Wei Ge's displeasure. Give it a rest, will you? I know exactly what kind of people we all are. Stop trying to act tough in front of me, okay? I awkwardly scratched my head. Fine. Since all our project proposals have been submitted, all we need now is a definitive answer. See which companies this woman is willing to keep.
Then our companies can proceed to the next round of bidding. The woman immediately brought in 3 Western men.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Alice, a name that should be easy to remember. These are the professionals I've invited.
Within minutes, they'll be able to calculate which company's proposals hold the most value.
Alice said this with a smile. I hope you'll all bear with us for a moment. Everyone sat quietly in their places.
Except for that loser Lu Guangbei. He kept staring at me the whole time.
He was even trying to intimidate me with his eyes. But I'd long since gotten used to it.
Since I dared to have Zhao Daha deal with him earlier, it meant I never took him seriously from the start. A few minutes later, Alice gave a faint smile. In terms of company qualifications, we selected Mr. Lu's company, this Lu Guangbei, Mr. Lu.
Upon hearing this, Lu Guangbei. He rose slowly, adjusted his collar, and walked step by step toward the stage. Since I was seated relatively close to the front, Lu Guangbei passed by me, turned his head, and gave me a faint smile. Yet that smile was tinged with utter contempt. You know what? You say I took your company, I can't argue with that. But let me make one thing clear, it was my efforts that brought this company to its current heights. After saying this, Lu Guangbei burst into loud laughter. He patted my shoulder as he laughed. Don't even think about going up against me. You're no match for me. You'd be better off going home to raise pigs. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Lu Guangbei turned and walked onto the stage. The two shared an intimate embrace, though that's just how foreigners greet each other. Based on the advantages in the quotation, we chose Shengtian Venture Capital. But it seems Boss Yu Tao isn't here. Is Manager Zhang Yu the one who came? Is Manager Zhang available? I rose slowly, walking step by step toward the stage with my head held high. Alice saw me and smiled back, though we merely exchanged a brief handshake. After all, there were so many people watching below. If Lin Mimi and Lin Ro saw me being so friendly with Alice, who knows what might happen. As for the other bidders' proposals and the comprehensive evaluation of company capabilities, I must apologize. The first round of the bidding conference was now officially over. I stood beside Lu Guangbei. But Lu Guangbei was sneering at me with contempt. Zhang Yu, I said, when did you become so underhanded? Deliberately driving down market prices just to get a single opportunity, do you really think that's meaningful? After pondering it, I realized this is what people call a toad on the foot, not biting, but disgusting. Anyway, I'd already figured out my next move. His contempt meant nothing to me. I let out a long breath. Lu Guangbei, cut the nonsense. This is my stance. At least I have a chance. Lu Guangbei nodded. He gave me a thumbs-up gesture. Well then, we'll just have to wait and see how things play out. After the other competitors left, Alice arranged for the two of us to sit at a separate conference table. Everyone I brought and everyone Lu Guangbei brought were present. Alice first had her assistant pour us each a cup of hot tea. Personally, I'm more optimistic about Mr. Lu Guangbei's company. After all, his firm specializes in energy, whereas Shengtian Corporation seems less aligned with our industry. At this point, Alice turned her head and fixed me with a beaming smile. I want an explanation. Chapter 169, The Content of the Hidden Camera. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm sure Miss Alice chose us because of our unbeatable price advantage. Though this isn't our company's main business, the fact that I could offer this quote means we're confident we can deliver. Alice laughed. After all, different trades are like different mountains. So I'm curious, Manager Zhang, where exactly did you find the courage?
Lu Guangbei, standing nearby, also chuckled.
Isn't this just to disrupt market equilibrium? Can you guarantee quality and service at this quoted price? Seeing Lu Guangbei's smug, petty-minded expression. Honestly, I'm genuinely pissed off. But I couldn't possibly start an argument with Lu Guangbei now. I looked across at Alice.
I used to be the chairman of Lu Guangbei's company, but he ended up kicking me out. So in this area, I should have a stronger foundation and more experience. Alice clearly hadn't expected my response to be like this.
Lu Guangbei frowned deeply. It was obvious he was pretty pissed off inside. What's the point of bringing this up? The company is mine now. I nodded.
Miss Alice, our company has established a dedicated project team focused specifically on the energy sector.
Alice smiled. I see.
Well then, next step is my assessment of both your companies.
Our project will likely launch in about a month. Lu Guangbei and I slowly rose to our feet.
After exchanging farewells with Alice, we headed toward the exit. But just as we reached the doorway, Lu Guangbei suddenly stood directly in front of me.
I frowned at him. What's this about? Lu Guangbei pointed his finger right at my nose. You wanna mess with me, huh?
I shook my head gently.
What kind of talk is that? A sneer flashed across Lu Guangbei's lips. Don't take me for a fool. You really think you can pull this off on your own? Let me tell you, you're being way too naive. You got kicked out before, and you'll get kicked out again. You're no match for me.
What are you trying to pull here, putting on airs?
My lips twitched.
To say I felt nothing would be pure bull. But I really don't feel like wasting words on this nonsense.
Why bother with all this?
Lu Guangbei, we're competing fair and square.
So good luck to you.
I said this with a smile, then turned and walked away with Lin Nini and the others. Barely a few steps later, Wei Ge started cursing up a storm.
Damn it, I hate these show-offs the most. What the hell is that? Does he really think he can do something? I patted Wei Ge on the shoulder. Forget about it. We just need to focus on what we should be doing, don't you think? Wei Ge nodded. He had a point, but his attitude really pissed me off. Manager, how are we supposed to deal with him? Let's head back and discuss it. Frankly, I haven't figured out how to confront Lu Guangbei either. And Alice's attitude just now, though subtle, was clear enough. Alice seems to be leaning more toward Lu Guangbei's side. This is getting complicated.
For such a large project, while the quota is one factor, they're more focused on maintaining market balance. In other words, if I don't figure out a way to push harder, this deal is probably going down the drain.
I scratched my head furiously. I didn't want to lose this project, and I certainly didn't want to keep bowing down to Lu Guangbei. I knew full well that even if we lost this project, no one would blame me. But how could I get over this mental hurdle? Thinking this, I gasped for breath, clenching my fists tightly. No matter what, I would not give up. I glanced at Wei Ge beside me. Wei, hand over your work over the next couple of days. You have a more important task ahead. Wei Ge stared at me blankly.
Even Lin Nini and Lin Ro beside him looked puzzled.
Everyone turned to look at me. Manager, what are you up to? For the next few days, you'll be shadowing Alice.
Remember, you mustn't be discovered. Keep track of Alice's schedule and everything she does each day.
Wei Ge froze for a moment. You want me to stalk her? Dude, I'm no peeping Tom. Even if that foreign chick is pretty hot, she's just not my type. I shot him a glance. What's wrong with you? This isn't the time for nonsense.
I need to understand Alice's personal situation before we can draw any conclusions.
You need to understand this clearly, in every aspect, we're no match for Lu Guangbei.
If we want to secure this project, our only breakthrough lies with Alice herself.
Wei Ge nodded thoughtfully. Oh, so that's how it is. Only if Alice personally endorses us can we possibly turn this around. If even Alice doesn't back us, we're screwed. Wei Ge flashed an OK sign. Got it, manager. I've got this covered. Rest assured, even if it means using my charm, I won't hold back.
The two girls beside him immediately shot him a look of utter contempt.
Give me a break. You're the one who'd resort to seduction? Just goes to show like boss, like minions.
Facing the scornful looks from Lin Nini and Lin Ro, the guy was beyond embarrassed.
He scratched his head. Ouch, I didn't mean to. 2 whole days passed.
That afternoon, Wei Ge kept calling me non-stop while I was still in a meeting in the conference room.
Lin Ro nudged my arm. Someone's calling you, manager. It's fine, let me finish the meeting.
He's called several times already.
I just checked the caller ID, it's Wei Ge.
I slapped my thigh in surprise.
A call from Wei Ge? Give it to me right away. Lin Ro nodded.
I snatched the phone right out of her hand.
Oh my gosh. You finally picked up. Check out the photos I sent to your phone. I frowned.
That's all for today's meeting.
Dismissed.
I'd originally called this meeting to discuss our upcoming collaboration plans, but Wei must have brought me news.
So naturally, handling this matter takes priority over the meeting.
I picked up my phone, but after just 2 glances, I couldn't help but frown deeply. The reason was simple, the photo showed Alice and Lu Guangbei having dinner together.
And they looked quite happy chatting away.
Every single one of these photos conveyed one message to me. That Alice and Lu Guangbei had already reached a preliminary agreement on their collaboration.
I never expected.
Before I could even make a move, they were already making it a done deal.
Chapter 170, Betraying Me.
I rubbed my temples in utter helplessness, feeling on the verge of collapse. Lin rode beside me since something was off with my state.
What's wrong, manager? Did something happen?
I helplessly placed the photos in front of Lin Ro.
See this?
That bastard Zhang Guangbei moved way too fast. I didn't even have time to react before he'd already made contact. Lin Ro looked at the photo, her lips twitching slightly. It wasn't hard to tell that the girl was feeling pretty miserable.
Manager, does this mean we've no chance left?
When Lin Ro said that, I shook my head gently.
It's not that there's absolutely no chance, but it's slim. I need to come up with a plan fast to secure Alice's connection. This is my last chance. I gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. Though I wasn't sure if I could pull it off, I was certain of one thing. I couldn't lose this battle. At the very least, I couldn't lose this badly. Simply because my opponent was Lu Guangbei. First, I called Wei Guo and told him to come back. When Wei returned, he looked like a child who'd done something wrong. Manager, I'm afraid our chances are slim. These past 2 days, Lu Guangbei has been laying on the charm with Alice. They've practically been glued together all day.
Alice doesn't have any friends here, and Lu Guangbei takes her out to all kinds of places every day.
Maybe we should just withdraw proactively. At least we can save some face.
Wei Guo uttered this with a look of utter resignation. After he finished, I shook my head gently.
How could we just give up like this? I haven't even faced Alice head on yet. Get the materials ready, I'm meeting with Alice tonight. Wei Guo nodded.
Though he agreed verbally, it was plain to see the skepticism in his expression.
Clearly, Wei Guo thought I was full of it. But I'm not about to admit defeat. At least not like this. First, I called Alice.
After all, both my company and Lu Guangbei's were vying for control, so naturally I had Alice's contact information.
After a few rings, Alice picked up. Hello, who's this?
This is Zhang Yu from Shangtian Venture Capital.
We met at the bidding conference earlier. Oh, hello Manager Zhang. What might I do for you?
Alice's English was a bit awkward after all, she was a foreigner, a Westerner, and her speech carried a slight accent. But it had a certain charm.
Well, Miss Alice, I'd like to discuss this project in more depth with you. Shall we arrange to meet somewhere tonight? Alice laughed. I'm sorry, Manager Zhang.
I truly appreciate your invitation, but I have other commitments this evening.
I'll reach out to you when I have time in the coming days. That was her way of saying no. I knew exactly what that meant. All right. No need to push it over the phone.
I thought Alice was about to hang up, but then a man's voice came through.
Zhang Yu, what do you think you're up against? Ha! If you're trying to contact Alice, I suggest you give up that little scheme of yours.
That voice was all too familiar.
I'll never forget it for the rest of my life.
Especially that ugly, twisted expression on his face when he betrayed me back then. Even if he turned to ashes, I'd still recognize him.
Lu Guangbei. You're quick already hooking up with Alice? Looks like you're better at being a lackey than I am.
Lu Guangbei ignored my look of contempt and laughed.
That just proves I'm capable. Miss Alice trusts me. If you still want to hold on to what little dignity you have left, I'd advise you to keep your eyes shut. With that, Lu Guangbei slammed the phone down. Listening to the busy tone, I was absolutely certain.
For the first time in all this time, I was truly furious. I refused to lose to Lu Guangbei. I guess Wei Guo and the others noticed something was off with me.
Wei Guo walked step by step toward me.
Manager, calm down first.
Let's discuss this slowly.
At his words, I turned to look at him.
Do you know where Alice lives?
She's at the Imperial Hotel.
What are you planning to do, manager? I clenched my jaw. Just tell me the exact room number. The rest is none of your concern. Wei Guo stared at me warily. Manager, this isn't a joke, I said. What if Miss Alice can't handle this? If she ends up labeling you a pervert, it'll be a huge loss. Not only would the project fall through, but the company's reputation would suffer too.
I knew Wei Guo meant well, but after he finished speaking, I stared at him with complete seriousness.
Cut the nonsense. Just tell me one thing, can you help me this one time? Wei Ji's lips twitched. Help. Of course I'll help you. What can I say, you're my manager. Wei Ji's expression turned grim. And I get the feeling this guy has other motives. But I can't afford to worry about that now. I was about to leave when suddenly, a stunning figure approached me. The moment I saw Lin Mimi, I knew Wei had sold me out. Deputy General Manager Lin.
After all, this was company property, so I had to behave properly. Lin Mimi looked at me, her arms crossed over her chest, accentuating her curves.
What are you up to? I heard him say, you're going to cause trouble, right? I glared at Wei Guo.
But Wei, that guy, awkwardly whistled instead, chuckling to himself as he did so.
Bro, this isn't a trivial matter. If something goes wrong, it'll be a huge embarrassment. That's why I had to inform Vice President Lin first. At Wei Ji's words, I glared fiercely at him. I was so furious I couldn't even speak. By all rights, Wei Ge should be on my side. I looked at Lin Mimi. Lin Mimi didn't waste any words either. She walked straight into my office. With the door shut, we were like a newlywed couple having a fight. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea what consequences this could bring? If something goes wrong, can you even handle the fallout? I sighed. Mimi, you're absolutely right. If something really goes wrong, I couldn't handle it because I'm not qualified to. Lin Mimi shook her head. That's not what I meant. I just think you're rushing into this. Alice and Lu Guangbei have already established a cooperative understanding. Intervening now will only backfire.
Chapter 171, Not making steamed buns, but fighting for dignity.
I sighed.
I know Lin Mimi only has my best interests at heart, but how could I possibly stay calm at a time like this? Besides, I understood one thing clearly, Lin Mimi was incredibly kind to me, but I couldn't just follow her lead on everything.
Mimi, you should know me. I admit I have a stubborn streak, but this time, I absolutely refuse to back down. Lin Mimi shook her head. I knew you'd say that, Zhang Yu. This isn't fair. Is it because of that guy that you're acting like this? I nodded slightly. I refuse to lose to Lu Guangbei again. You know I fell at his hands before, but can a person stumble over the same rock twice? If you charge in now, you'll only trip again. Deputy Director Lin, I hope you can trust me and give me one last bit of support, even if it's just moral support. If I lose to Lu Guangbei this time, my life will have no meaning. Lin Mimi froze in place. Because I had never once addressed her as Vice President Lin in such an intimate setting. So Lin Mimi understood that I absolutely wasn't joking with her. After a long moment of deep thought, Lin Mimi sighed. I'm really going to fall into your hands. Fine, since you put it that way, what choice do I have but to help you? I gave her an okay sign. That afternoon, I went home first to temporarily resolve the conflict with Li Hui. Moreover, I had searched my heart and truly didn't want a divorce. Given that, I should work even harder to nurture our relationship. The moment I pushed open the door, a delicious aroma wafted out. Li Hui was busy in the kitchen.
Hearing the movement outside, she turned to look at me.
Ah, you're back. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. I made fried spare ribs today, you'll love them.
I felt a wave of emotion wash over me. Step by step, I walked up behind Li Hui and wrapped my arms around her slender waist.
What are you doing? Don't touch me, I'm covered in oil. You'll get it all over your clothes. I shook my head gently. I just want to stay like this. What's really wrong with you today? You seemed so preoccupied. I took a deep breath. Our company is bidding on an energy project, and the competitor is none other than Lu Guangbei. I said it in a flat tone. After I finished speaking, Li Hui across from me froze in place. She didn't react for a long time. After a long silence, Li Hui turned her head. Are you serious? I'm not in your industry, but your company doesn't even specialize in this field. How do you plan to compete with him? Do you trust me? I locked eyes with Li Hui.
But her gaze was evasive.
My instincts told me she was hiding something from me. What's wrong? Afraid to look at me?
Li Hui froze for a moment, then shook her head quickly.
What are you even talking about? Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. I'm just a woman, I don't understand these things. Anyway, I believe you. Though Li Hui said this, I could sense she didn't want me to argue with Lu Guangbei. Are you scared? Li Hui froze for a moment. You're right. I am scared. You fell into Lu Guangbei's hands before, and I'm even more worried he'll come after you. That's why we had so many misunderstandings earlier.
Now our lives are improving, and you earn a decent monthly income.
With bonuses included, you're making at least a few $100,000 a year. I think our life together is pretty good right now. You should start preparing, try to quit smoking and drinking. I'm thinking we should start trying for a baby soon. Give it half a year or a year, and then we'll have a child. When Li Hui said those words, I admit my heart did skip a beat. Perhaps this is the life I've been longing for. Li Hui removed the apron from her chest and walked step by step toward me. Her arms wrapped around my neck. Her fiery lips pressed directly against mine. I savored the sweetness of her breath. In just a few seconds, I felt the passion surge, and I responded fiercely. After several full minutes, both of us were nearly breathless before we finally released each other. Husband, I truly wish for a peaceful life. I think this is good enough. We can build our family together and let go of the past grievances. Everyone understands the big picture. But when it comes to putting it into practice, how many people can truly do it? After a moment of deep thought, I stroked Li Hui's cheek, gazing at her soft, delicate face. Let's eat first. I have to head out later, this project needs my attention. Li Hui nodded. She knew she couldn't change my mind. After a quick meal, I got up to leave. But just as I reached the door, Li Hui called out to me. Remember, this family needs you, and I need you too. So no matter what happens, always keep that in mind. I nodded firmly. Rest assured. I'll reclaim everything I've lost and I'll protect myself even more fiercely. Then I turned and walked out.
The Dynasty Hotel ranks among the city's largest and most prestigious establishments. But Alice, being a negotiator sent over by a foreign company, naturally had her advantages. And back when I worked in the energy sector, there was a saying circulating within the industry. Foreign companies are dumb with deep pockets. Just this Dynasty Hotel alone costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per day, and that's for a standard suite. But the amenities inside were, of course, beyond reproach. Following the precise address Wei Gu gave me, I arrived at Alice's room door. The hallway decor here was unlike any ordinary hotel. Everywhere gleamed with gold. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled into a palace. Waiting felt interminable, so I settled down outside Alice's door. Passing staff eyed me with peculiar looks. But these staff were professionally trained, so naturally they didn't look down on me or anything. Of course, what they thought inside their heads was anyone's guess. I lost track of time, only noticing the darkness deepening outside the window. Just as I was about to drift off, the phone suddenly rang. Ring ring ring. I jumped up immediately. I grabbed my phone and saw it was Wei calling. Hey, Wei, what's up with calling me at this hour? Before I could finish, Wei Gu quickly spoke up. Manager, are you standing outside Miss Alice's room? Yeah, what's up? Miss Alice is on her way back. She should be at the door in about 2 minutes. You'd better tidy yourself up. Are you waiting at the hotel entrance? I asked, looking puzzled. Wei Gu chuckled. With the manager busy handling things, how could I, his subordinate, possibly sleep? Chapter 172, A Humbling Experience. Hearing Wei Ji's words, I was genuinely touched. I quickly composed myself, adjusted my clothes, and felt pretty good about my appearance. Sure enough. Within mere minutes, the elevator doors at the end of the corridor slid open. A strikingly recognizable woman stepped out, blonde hair, blue eyes, and dressed in a silk red gown. She looked truly elegant. Alice smoothed her hair, radiating grace and refinement. She looked exactly like the foreign celebrities she'd seen on TV, if not more stunning. And Alice was exceptionally fair-skinned. As the saying goes, fair skin hides all flaws, so she gave off an incredibly noble aura. After taking a few steps, Alice spotted me waiting at her door. She couldn't help but frown, yet she still walked toward me step by step. You're Manager Zhang, right? Miss Alice, I'm Zhang Yu. Thank you for remembering me. Alice shook my hand politely. Manager Zhang, do you live here too? Or are you here to see someone? What a coincidence. I was utterly exasperated. This woman was suddenly putting on a fake polite act too. Damn it. In the dead of night, I show up at this place and wait right outside your door. Who else the hell would I be looking for? But Alice can play dumb all she wants. I'm not falling for it. I took a deep breath. Miss Alice, I'm terribly sorry for barging in on you like this. I hope you won't be angry. Alice smiled and shook her head. Of course I'm not angry. But Manager Zhang just said he came here to see me today. That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? It's already very late and I live alone. A stranger showing up in the middle of the night to discuss business with me. Though Alice's words were perfectly measured, it wasn't hard to hear that every sentence she uttered was actually a sharp blade. Each one aimed squarely at my heart. Most people would have felt embarrassed and left by now. But what kind of man am I? Ever since my company was seized not long ago, I've had no dignity left. I'd lost my very face. What did I have left to lose? This was my chance, and I wouldn't let it slip away. With that thought, I took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and forced a smile toward Alice. It's like this, Miss Alice. Would you consider continuing to work with our company? Alice was completely taken aback by my question. What's going on? Are you planning to give up this opportunity? I shook my head. You're a smart person, and I'm no fool either. The fact that I came here today means I already had a premonition that Miss Alice would choose Lu Guangbei. Clearly, my words made Alice feel I was being a bit rude. You're right, I do intend to choose Mr. Lu, since his company specializes in this field. Moreover, Mr. Lu handles matters with great discretion. I prefer doing business with gentlemen. Alice said this with a smile, but I could tell she was furious. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke softly to Alice. I can accept your refusal, but I hope you'll give me a chance even if it's a slim one. Alice froze for a moment. Perhaps my gaze was too earnest, for she finally sighed. To be perfectly honest, I've already made up my mind. I'm entering into a deep partnership with Mr. Lu. So don't waste your breath trying to persuade me. With that, she patted my shoulder. Then she turned and walked back into the room. It was obvious. She'd given me the truth up front, a kind of relief, I suppose. I felt completely drained and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. I scratched my head furiously. After what felt like an eternity, a figure slowly approached me. How did things get this bad? Get up first, then we'll talk. I recognized the voice. It was Wei Gu. I looked up at him and noticed Wei Gu was staring at me with an incredibly gentle gaze. Manager, please step outside for now. It's not good to stay here. I just heard the waitstaff discussing you over there.
I nodded softly. I never knew Brother Wei had such a tender side. I slowly stood up. Wei Go supported my arm, and step by step, we walked out together. Sitting in the car, Wei Go handed me a cigarette, and soon we both had them lit. I took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. Manager, I know you're hurting not just because of this project, but also the possibility of losing to Lu Guangbei again. It's like tripping over the same rock twice. Honestly, that's tough for anyone to take. I didn't say a word. Because Wei Go had hit the nail on the head. I just kept scratching my head. What do you think I should do? I blurted out, nearly at my wit's end. Wei Gu laughed. No matter what, I absolutely believe in you. From my first day as your subordinate until now, I can state one thing clearly. Even if I don't trust anyone else, I'll always trust you. Because you've brought me and all of us unprecedented glory. It's as if no matter how difficult the task, in your hands it becomes insignificant, you can handle it with ease. Do you understand what I mean? Wei Gu spoke these words deliberately, enunciating each syllable. After finishing, he fixed me with a fiery gaze. Manager. I will always believe in you. But if you keep this attitude, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Wei Ge's words left me staring at him in utter confusion. What do you mean by that? In the past, even with the toughest nuts to crack like the Han Group, you always pinpointed their weak spots and delivered the knockout blow. That's how our company rose to its current standing. But look at you now. If you say you can defeat Lu Guangbei, I wouldn't believe it. A man can die standing tall, but you're dying on your knees. After saying this, Wei Gu gave my shoulder a light pat. Manager, take my car. I need to head back first. I have work early tomorrow morning. I watched Wei Gu walk away from me. As I stared at his retreating figure, a sudden realization struck me. That I had failed him. I'd let down so many people under my command. That night, back at home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Wei Ge's words echoed relentlessly in my mind. Before I knew it, I finally drifted off, only to fall into a long dream. In the dream, Lu Guangbei trampled me underfoot. Chapter 173, Wild Imagination. And that bastard's grin was utterly arrogant, laughing hysterically while jabbing his finger at my nose. You'll never be worthy of standing against me. You'll forever be beneath my feet, I despise you. You're nothing but eternal trash. I don't know how long it lasted. I finally woke up, only to find Li Hui sitting beside me. Her expression was filled with worry as she looked at me. I instinctively swallowed hard, slowly touching my forehead only to find it drenched in sweat. What the hell just happened? Li Hui sighed. Shouldn't I be asking you that? What happened? You're drenched in sweat, did you have a nightmare? I nodded slightly. What time is it? It's almost time for work. I was going to make you breakfast, but seeing you like this, I didn't dare move. I slowly rose and pulled Li Hui into my arms. Only in this moment did I feel truly at peace. It's okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what you become, even if you're as poor as before, or even poorer than before, I'll never leave you. I nodded, deeply moved. All right. I'm heading to work. Get out the outfit I wore to the conference. Li Hui froze. What's the occasion today? Why so formal? I smiled at Li Hui. Because I want to reset my mindset. In every aspect, I aim to be the best I can be. And I won't give up. Though it might sound a bit childish for a 30-something to suddenly say something like this. But I have to say one thing. This is truly what's on my mind right now. Li Hui smiled too. All right. I'll get it out for you. Just wait a moment, I'll go iron it for you. I took a hot shower, and it felt so good all over. After getting dressed, I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked several years younger, and my whole demeanor seemed more vibrant. I stepped out the door with confidence radiating from my face. When I arrived at the office, I noticed everyone staring at me with astonished expressions. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they couldn't quite grasp how I transformed so completely. Lin Ro's gaze locked onto mine, completely captivated. Wei Gu nodded approvingly, scrutinizing me from head to toe. See? That's the attitude, manager. This is how it should be. I bet you've already got some ideas, right? I chuckled and patted Wei Gu on the shoulder. Call a team meeting right away. Got it. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the conference room. I walked step by step to the head table. All eyes were fixed on me. To be honest, Miss Alice had already informed me yesterday that she had reached a preliminary agreement with Lu Guangbei and had politely declined my offer. In other words, Miss Alice would likely collaborate with Lu Guangbei's company to a significant extent. I stated this matter-of-factly. The crowd below the stage looked utterly bewildered, none of them understanding what move I was making. Wei Gu was nearly beside himself. He'd been expecting me to present some brilliant solution, only for me to drop this bombshell the moment I stepped up to the podium. Wei Gu cleared his throat urgently. Manager, what do you mean by that? Are you giving up? I shook my head. Of course not. I believe there's only one way to change Miss Alice's mind. All eyes turned to me, everyone trying to read my thoughts from my expression.
The energy sector has too few variables. It's inherently a highly regulated industry.
So if we want to seize control this time, there's only one way.
Transform the traditional cooperation model to create a mutually beneficial situation.
Only then might we persuade Miss Alice to reconsider.
I delivered each word deliberately. After I finished, everyone looked at me strangely.
Perhaps these gazes all conveyed one central thought: has the manager lost his mind?
Truth be told, I felt bold myself, perhaps even recklessly so.
Wei Ge stepped forward toward me, clearing his throat awkwardly. Manager.
You're.
I waved Wei Ge off. Wei Ge, Lin Ro, you two stay here. The rest of you, get back to work.
Remember, everyone just do what you need to do.
Wait for my instructions.
This time, we absolutely must secure this project.
Everyone nodded in turn. Then he turned and walked away.
Even if everyone harbored deep doubts about me, no one wanted to be the first to speak up at a time like this. Once everyone had left, Wei Ge finally turned to me with a look of anxiety.
Manager, are you feverish? Do you realize what you just said? I nodded slightly. How could I not be aware of my own thoughts? I'm not senile yet, and I'm younger than you. Much smarter too.
Wei Ge was panting heavily.
Okay, you make a point. Let's concede you're smarter than me. But what the hell were you doing just now?
You said it yourself, the energy sector is all rules and regulations, and every unit is as precise as a number.
How could you possibly change that? This feels like wild, unrealistic fantasy. Lin Ro usually supports me a lot.
If anyone else had dared to confront me like this, she would have voiced her objections long ago.
But this time, the girl chose to stay silent.
It's not that Lin Ro doesn't want to help me, she can't even convince herself.
I chuckled. As I laughed, I patted Wei Ge on the shoulder. You know what the most money-burning part of the energy industry is? Wei Ge pondered for a moment. Of course, it's transportation and equipment costs. After all, this involves import-export trade.
Parts have to be shipped in on demand, and finished products need to be sent back.
I think the shipping costs are astronomical. Truth is, these projects are just high-cost ventures. The actual profit is minuscule, it's all propped up by subsidies. I chuckled. If you understand this logic yourself, why not try to make some adjustments in this area? Wei Ge froze for a moment. Manager, what do you mean by that? This is an insurmountable contradiction. And since we can't set up an overseas office, taking this detour is unavoidable. I sighed. Do you know why my previous company ended up in Lu Guangbei's hands?
Wei Ge froze.
Wasn't it because you neglected management back then? Manager, aren't you just asking for trouble? Chapter 174, a little drama is necessary.
At least in this moment, Wei Ge probably thought I was a lunatic. He'd already lost the company over such an utterly ridiculous reason, and now I was making him relive it.
Wasn't this just reopening old wounds?
I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It was because I was so absorbed in researching these issues back then that I handed over the entire company's operations to Lu Guangbei, leading to my neglect of management. I never thought this excuse would ever come in handy again.
Wei Ge hurriedly raised his hand. No, manager, listen to me.
Even now, I still don't understand exactly what changes you need to make.
That's the real problem. Perhaps you could be candid with me. What exactly is on your mind? Exactly. Manager, just tell us your thoughts. We'll both review it for you. If it's truly feasible, we'll naturally support you. Wei Ge nodded in agreement.
And I couldn't detect a single flicker of excitement in either of their eyes.
To put it bluntly, they simply didn't believe me.
But given this energy project's already established framework, it's no wonder they reacted this way when I dared to make such bold claims.
I took a deep breath. To achieve massive cost savings, we must focus on transportation expenses. All energy products we transport must be finished goods. A standard truck can only carry 2 finished units.
But if we ship them as components, the utilization rate jumps to 230, meaning one truck can carry 5 units. Then we'd have professional technicians accompany the trucks for on-site assembly.
Have you considered this?
Just one trip would effectively be 2 trips. I've calculated precisely that the transportation cost per trip is roughly 300,000 yuan.
After all, the cycle is extremely long. You can figure out the profit margin yourselves.
Based on their usage, they'll need at least a dozen trips per month.
Ha! I said this with a smile.
The two across from me turned and exchanged a glance. Their expressions were utterly priceless.
I know you two don't believe me. You think I'm talking nonsense.
And with such a high-end industry, you probably never imagined I'd say something so down to earth.
Perhaps I'd hit the nail on the head.
So Wei Ge and Lin Ro both looked pretty awkward. They both scratched their noses.
But let me tell you, this is absolutely feasible. Go ahead and crunch the numbers again based on the previous 28% calculation. This is our profit. Wei Ge nodded. Manager, how reliable is this deal?
You need to understand clearly, if we submit this quote and something goes wrong later, we'll be held to the contract terms.
I gritted my teeth. Rest assured. If I'm willing to take this risk, it means I have absolute confidence. The final negotiation meeting is the day after tomorrow. Wei Ge nodded. This is the decisive moment.
That very afternoon, Wei knocked on my office door, holding a quotation sheet in his hand.
But it was clear to see at that moment, Wei Ge's expression was actually quite excited. Manager. If we calculate it this way, we can offer a quote of 23. Honestly, no one can compete with this price. I chuckled. Let me take a look. But just as I reached out, Wei Ge's expression turned hesitant. He looked at me and asked again. Manager, are you sure you want to give this quote? If anything goes wrong, we can't afford the consequences. I gritted my teeth. Succeed or fail it all hinges on this. Wei Ge finally handed me the quote sheet, and throughout the entire exchange, I maintained a perfectly composed demeanor. Not a hint of panic showed. 2 days passed quickly. At the venue this time, only representatives from Lu Guangbei's company were present. Most were assistants and technical staff. Clearly, while nominally a signing ceremony, for a pre-selected candidate like this, it was merely a formality. After all, the foreign company wasn't Alice's, she was merely the decision-maker. Nevertheless, I arrived with my team as scheduled. When Alice saw me, the smile that had just been on her face froze instantly. Because today, the person in charge of her company would also be present. This meant Alice held only advisory power, not the final say. Our company's quote was already quite low, giving us a competitive edge. I walked step by step toward Alice. But Alice's expression was clearly displeased. Manager Zhang, welcome. I gave a faint smile. Then I looked at the white-haired man beside Alice. This man was also a foreigner, and though his hair was entirely white, he didn't appear to be very old. He returned my smile with a polite one of his own. About half an hour later, everything was settled. Only 2 factions remained on the scene, mine and Lu Guangbei's. From the very start, Lu Guangbei's expression toward me was filled with contempt. Clearly, this guy thought I wasn't even worthy of competing against him. The competition was about to begin. Alice clapped her hands. Following our company's decision, we will now collaborate with Lu Guangbei's company. The crowd nearby immediately applauded, while Lu Guangbei slowly rose and walked toward Alice. And this guy perfectly demonstrated what it means to be a petty man who's gotten ahead. As he walked toward Alice, he flashed me a look of utter contempt. As if to say, what right do you have to compete with me? I shrugged my shoulders. Lu Guangbei had just reached Alice. Before they could even shake hands, I slowly rose to my feet. Hold on a moment. This time, everyone turned to look at me, including that white-haired man from earlier. Alice frowned. Manager Zhang, is there anything else you'd like to add? From then on, every word I spoke was directed not at Alice, but at the silver-haired middle-aged man. I feel Miss Alice seems to have a bias against me. Our company's competitive advantage is still significant, especially in terms of pricing. The middle-aged man froze for a moment. He turned to look at Alice, his expression filled with confusion. Always remember this. For those in positions of power, they're always looking to cut costs. After all, saving money is like making money. Alice, which company is this gentleman from? Shangtian Venture Capital. But from start to finish, you've only ever mentioned the Lu Group to me, never Shangtian Ventures. Can you explain what's really going on here? Alice took a deep breath. This is Manager Zhang from Shangtian Venture Capital. He previously offered a bid of 28, which was 0.2 lower than Lu Group's. Chapter 175, A Glimmer of Hope in Desperation. At Alice's words, the silver-haired man across from her frowned. If that's the case, why have I never heard a report from Shangtian Venture Capital? Alice hastily explained. You see, their company doesn't specialize in the energy sector, it's not their core competency. I believe our primary goal this time is to ensure stable development. Rather than rushing headlong into the first low-bid company we find. I'm thinking about the long-term development. The white-haired man nodded thoughtfully. Considering your reasoning, I have no objections. Since you're confident enough to take charge and validate this, I trust you have your reasons. Headquarters sent you here to pioneer this market precisely because they have absolute faith in you. So I'm willing to stake everything on your judgment. The white-haired man said this with a smile. I couldn't help but sigh. This is ING preparing to pass me by. I quickly raised my hand. Hold on a moment, I still have something to say. Alice frowned deeply. It was obvious by now that this woman was thoroughly annoyed with me. Still, Alice politely took a deep breath, suppressing her inner rage, and gave me a distinctly displeased smile. Is there anything else, Manager Zhang? I cleared my throat. Step by step, I made my way toward the stage. As I passed by Zhang Guangbei, he looked at me. Do you think you still have a chance? Zhang Guangbei asked this with a look of utter indifference. His expression was dripping with contempt. Doesn't he realize how obnoxious he is? I shook my head slightly. It's not quite like that. It's not about whether there's a chance or not. I just want to tell you that opportunities are something you seize for yourself. Those who can't get them are the real losers. My simple statement left Zhang Guangbei completely dumbfounded. I bet he never expected me to be this stubborn.
I stepped onto the stage, gazing at Alice and the silver-haired man across from me.
Allow me to formally present our bid for this project, a total profit of 23. I said this with a smile.
The moment I finished speaking, the entire room fell silent.
Just how outrageous a quote could leave these people frozen in place? To put it bluntly, such a ridiculously low quote was clearly fraudulent.
Alice instantly flew into a rage, glaring at me angrily. I have to admit, there was something undeniably captivating about her when she was angry.
Manager Zhang, I now have every reason to suspect you're deliberately stirring up trouble. We've never encountered a quote like this before. If you dare to make false claims again, I'm calling the police right now.
Alice's face flushed crimson with fury. Even the gray-haired man beside her shook his head, probably thinking I was untrustworthy.
I'm giving you 3 more seconds. Please leave this place immediately. I snapped my fingers.
Wei Ge walked step by step toward me and placed a contract directly into my hand. I took the contract and placed it before both of them.
Is what I'm saying true or false? Just pick up the contract and take a look. Of course, if you don't trust me, you're welcome to sign with me. If I fail to meet your requirements, you can always call the police to arrest me then. I know Miss Alice doesn't like me, she even dislikes me, but this is a golden opportunity for your company.
At the very least, this move will slash your costs by 60% instantly.
I'd offered a price neither of them could refuse. At that moment, Lu Guangbei erupted in fury. Are you trying to disgust people on purpose? Who could possibly deliver on this quote? Can your company even do it? If you've got the guts, call your boss right now. You're just a manager, what authority do you have to make such an offer?
The white-haired man glanced at Lu Guangbei.
Mr. Lu, surely you don't need to get this worked up?
Though it was just a simple sentence, it confirmed that the white-haired man was now on my side. Money really does make the devil grind the millstone.
That saying absolutely holds true. Lu Guangbei composed himself.
Sir, you must understand one thing, the 23 quote never existed from the very beginning.
We have every reason to suspect he's deliberately trying to annoy us.
Lu Guangbei was about to elaborate further when the silver-haired man across from him waved his hand,
signaling him to be quiet.
The white-haired man then rose and walked step by step toward me.
He extended his hand toward me first. Manager Zhang, it's a pleasure to collaborate with you. But I must ask, have you truly calculated everything? I gave a slight nod. Rest assured on that point. We'll keep working together even if it means taking a loss, right?
We may not bake steamed buns, but we'll fight for our pride. The white-haired man burst into laughter. For him, achieving his goals was the only thing that mattered. As for the open and covert struggles between us, they had absolutely nothing to do with him. That's the true capitalist. We shook hands, and that sealed the deal.
Alice sighed.
Ever since I made that offer, this woman knew deep down that the contract was mine for the taking.
Not even the king himself could take it away.
We signed the contract on the spot.
Just as we were about to leave, Lu Guangbei glared at me with fury. You're deliberately playing me for a fool, aren't you? Lu Guangbei spat out the words viciously. After he finished, I couldn't help but shrug my shoulders. What does it have to do with me? This is the quote we gave. If you're not satisfied, you can always compete with a lower price. With that simple statement, I left Lu Guangbei speechless.
The guy pointed his finger at my nose, seething with rage. But he was as good as mute, because he knew he no longer had the qualifications to compete with me.
You've got guts. We'll see who has the last laugh. I flashed an OK sign. Then I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Lu.
The white-haired man slowly rose and walked step by step toward me. Alice followed behind him, though the pout on her little face clearly showed her displeasure with me. Manager Zhang, our two companies can now begin cooperation. Our new assignment will be issued in 2 days, I hope you'll receive it promptly. He then gestured toward Alice behind him. Miss Alice will be staying here to liaise with you for the time being. I hope you two can set aside past differences and collaborate effectively on this project.
I chuckled.
I walked step by step toward Alice and extended my hand.
I look forward to working with you.
Chapter 176, The True Face of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Alice's lips twitched. Though she clearly disliked me, she still shook my hand. Well then, I'll take a good look at what Manager Zhang is capable of. How can he pull off this project at such a low price?
I made an OK gesture.
Rest assured on this point, if I have the guts to take it on, I'll see it through to the end. After bidding them farewell, I walked step by step toward the car.
But just then, a familiar figure approached, none other than Lu Guangbei. Lu Guangbei clenched his fists, clearly furious with me. Hey, Mr. Lu, what's gotten into you? You look like you're about to explode with rage. Don't do that, as the saying goes, if you die of anger, who benefits? You wouldn't want to make me happy, would you? Lu Guangbei gasped for breath. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking.
It's not your company anyway, so you can just abuse your authority and do whatever you want. At worst, you'd just have to quit that company.
But you're determined to stop me from making this deal, aren't you? I shook my head. Lu Guangbei, you don't know me at all.
I may be trying to snatch the project from you, but I wouldn't stoop to such despicable, shameless tactics.
Always remember this. I'm not like you, I don't have your shamelessness.
No sooner had the words left my mouth than I turned to leave.
But Lu Guangbei wasn't about to let me go.
He lunged forward with 2 huge strides and yanked me by the collar.
You think you can just walk out now? Do you really think you can get away?
The bastard snarled the words, and Wei Gu beside him instantly snapped.
What the hell are you doing?
I wasn't about to let this asshole get away with it, and I was already furious enough. The next second, I clenched my fist, seized the moment, and slammed it hard into the guy's head.
A loud thud echoed. Lu Guangbei let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yu. You think you're tough now, you bastard? You actually hit me? I straightened my collar. Wei Gu, did that phone record just now? Wei Gu nodded.
He started it.
I've got proof right here.
I chuckled, taking slow, deliberate steps toward Lu Guangbei. To be honest, at that moment, Lu Guangbei completely crumbled. His lips twitched. He stared at me with sheer terror.
What do you think you're doing? I advise you not to make any rash moves.
I shook my head gently.
Mr. Lu, my dear, haven't you got something wrong?
Heh, you were the one who started this just now. So I had to find a way to protect myself. Sorry, but this is called self-defense. No sooner had I finished speaking.
Lu Guangbei turned to flee. Hell no, I wasn't giving him that chance.
I lunged forward with 2 powerful strides, planting a kick squarely into Lu Guangbei's backside.
Wei Gu joined the fray. As this guy would say, why not hit him? Who doesn't love getting something for nothing? Out in the parking lot, Lu Guangbei was getting beaten up by the 2 of us. Minutes passed.
I was panting from the effort, pointing my finger right at Lu Guangbei's nose.
I'll tell you what. So what if I did it? I'll beat you up today. Lu Guangbei wiped the blood from his cheek and nodded firmly at me. Kid. If you've got the guts, just wait for me. I'm calling for backup right now. I glanced at the time. No need. Just head straight to the Dragon Palace by the East Sea.
I'll be waiting for you there if you've got the guts.
Lu Guangbei nodded. Fine. You said it'd meet me at the East Sea Dragon Palace. We got into the car. Wei sat in the driver's seat and turned to glance at me. Manager, are you really going to wait for him there? Take me there first. Wei Gu nodded. He knew why I was going to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. After driving for about half an hour, we arrived at the largest entertainment complex in our area. It resembled a skyscraper. At least a dozen stories tall.
And the entire exterior of the building radiated beams of light.
The atmosphere was absolutely electric. But that wasn't even the most impressive part. The 4 characters East Sea Dragon Palace emblazoned on the top floor were downright majestic.
Just thinking about Zhang Shuitian being the second in command here makes me want to open the window and shout.
Who else? Lu Guangbei? What a joke. The car pulled up at the main entrance of Dragon Palace of the East Sea.
I stepped out slowly and looked at Wei Gu.
You gotta make sure the girl gets home safe, then you can take my car back, okay? Wei Gu flashed an okay sign. Don't worry, boss. I've got basic gentlemanly manners. I patted his shoulder. Drive carefully. Watching Wei Ji drive away, I picked up my phone and dialed Zhang Shuitian's number.
After a few rings, Zhang Shuitian snapped the phone open.
What's up? Calling me this late at night? Hurry up and come pick me up. I'm right outside your Donghai Dragon Palace.
After I said that, Zhang Shuitian sounded stunned on the other end.
What the hell are you talking about? You're at the entrance of Donghai Dragon Palace. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? My lips twitched. What's this supposed to mean? Looks like I'm not exactly welcome here. If you don't want me to come, I'll just leave now. What the hell are you talking about? What kind of relationship do we have? I'm out running some errands, not at the shop. I'll be back in an hour or 2 at most. Alright, I'll have someone from my team pick you up. Go inside and wait for me. That sounded reasonable enough. Lu Guangbei would be here soon anyway. I couldn't just stand here waiting forever. What if someone catches me and drags me into an alley for a beating? Who'd I complain to then? Alright, get someone to come out and meet me right now. What are you afraid of? Someone's after you. I gave a helpless, bitter smile. You're actually right about that, someone really is after me. Zhang Shuitian couldn't help but curse under his breath. I knew it. You never show up unless you're up to something. Just wait there.
If you need anything, come straight to the guardhouse.
No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Shuitian slammed the phone down.
I wrapped myself in my coat. It was freezing out here in the dead of night. A few minutes later, a woman dressed in revealing attire emerged. Her hair was dyed blonde, and she wore heavy makeup. She wore nothing but a tiny tank top and a pair of ultra-short shorts. Those shorts looked about as long as my boxers. A fiery red tattoo, resembling a phoenix, adorned the side of her thigh, quite striking. Honestly, her heavy makeup was actually quite striking. Even though she clearly had issues, she had a certain undeniable appeal. The woman across from me must have noticed I was checking her out. Yet her gaze didn't flinch, she even shifted her position deliberately, exposing more of her thigh.
Chapter 177, Paradise on Earth. My eyes were glued to the sight.
The woman across from me naturally caught my stare and burst out laughing. Only then did I realize my own embarrassment, awkwardly scratching my head.
Sorry, I wasn't staring on purpose.
The blonde woman gave a faint smile.
It's fine.
Though it was just a casual smile, it was full of charm.
My heart started racing.
But I knew better than to mess with a woman like her.
Brother Tian sent me to pick you up. Come with me.
A private room's been prepared for you inside, and there's a surprise waiting. The woman said this with a beaming smile.
That? Just call me Xiaoya. Xiaoya, what's your relationship with Zhang Shui Tian?
Brother Tian is the second in command here.
He's always been pretty good to all of us. I'm just an employee. I nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see.
That guy said he's the second in command here.
I always thought he was just bragging. Could it actually be true? Xiaoya nodded.
Of course it's true. He's the person Brother Su trusts the most. His status here at Donghai Dragon Palace is extremely high, though Brother Tian is usually very amiable.
I nodded lightly. I obediently followed Xiaoya. A few minutes later, I finally stepped into the place every man dreams of. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Honestly, stepping inside and seeing the dazzling splendor all around, I felt like I was in a dream. It just didn't feel real. What the hell does this have to do with power supply? Seeing my wide-eyed expression, Xiaoya took my hand. Oh my goodness.
Her hands were so soft and tender, I felt my heart melting.
This isn't right, is it? Ha. Xiaoya was surprisingly generous. No worries, there's more excitement coming later anyway. Just think of this as practice. After saying that, Xiaoya pulled my hand onto her firm butt. Holy crap. That butt was incredibly soft. But I still jerked my hand back like I'd been electrocuted. What the hell are you doing? Are you kidding me? We're still in the lobby, surrounded by waitstaff and guests. But Xiaoya just burst into laughter. Earlier, Tian told me to tease you whenever I could. He said it would be really fun. I never thought it would actually be true. I gritted my teeth. Damn Zhang Shui. When I see him, I'll give him a piece of my mind.
Xiaoya led me straight to a private room. The moment the door swung open, I nearly lost my mind.
This isn't just any private room. It was pure heaven.
Inside sat several long-legged beauties, some bare-legged, others in stockings. But they were all stunningly beautiful, each at least as attractive as Xiaoya.
As soon as the ladies saw me enter, they all stood up and greeted me warmly. Good evening, sir. I could only nod stiffly. Good evening to you too. Xiaoya smiled. Brother Tian specifically told us to keep you company until he gets back. He heard you had something to do, right? I nodded. That's right. Brother Tian has already made it clear, no matter how urgent the matter, you must wait here. Everything will be handled after he returns. All I could do was drink with Xiaoya and the other girls. These girls really know how to party. They even started dancing provocatively right in front of me. I felt like my eyes were glued to the stage. And Xiaoya was the one stirring things up. So? Want to touch them? I shook my head frantically. No way. I'm a pure young man. This line made all the girls burst out laughing. Oh, and big brother, it seems you and our Tiangu are pretty close. He doesn't usually act like this with other friends. Xiaoya's words definitely piqued my interest. I looked at her with a puzzled expression. Really? How did you figure that out? Xiaoya gave a faint smile. Just from the way Brother Tian called me tonight, sounding so anxious, I knew there was definitely something special between the two of you. If it were anyone else, Tiangu wouldn't have bothered. Why don't you tell us what exactly is your relationship with Tiangu? I chuckled. That brat and I grew up together, practically naked. Plus, I helped him out when he hit rock bottom. It's nothing really, but that jerk just loves to mess with me. Ha! Brother Tian grew up bare-assed with you? Does he have a black mole on his butt? I thought about it carefully. Come to think of it, he probably does. The other girl jumped up immediately. Look. I told you. Big brother Tian doesn't like wearing clothes to bed. I saw it when I went to wake him up that day. You still didn't believe me? Anyway, hanging out with these girls really felt pretty great. Time ticked by, minute by minute. About 2 hours later, my phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but I already knew it by heart. I took a deep breath. Xiaoya and the others must have noticed my state. One by one, they all sat quietly on the sofa and turned off the music in the private room. I picked up the phone and put it on speaker. The moment I answered, Lu Guangbei's voice came through the line. Kid. I'm ING right outside the Dragon Palace in Donghai. Got the guts? Then get your ass out here. Lu Guangbei snarled the words. His tone was pure murderous intent. Just as I was about to respond, Xiaoya snatched the phone from my hand. You think you're so tough? If you're such a big shot, then come to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. If you dare step inside, I'll bury you alive today. You believe me? You filthy. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to tell me what to do? I don't even want to go in. Zhang Yu. If you're a man, don't let a woman stand in front of you. Get down here if you've got the guts. I gasped for breath. Just thinking about that ugly bastard Lu Guangbei made my whole body tremble with rage. Fine. You just wait. I'll come down right now. Then I slammed the phone down. Just as I was about to stand up, Xiaoya and the other girls immediately panicked. Brother, where are you going? Exactly. Why don't you just stay put? Don't worry, if that guy dares to come in, our internal security won't let him off. Xiaoya said this with a stern expression. After she finished speaking, I quickly shook my head. Don't worry about that. I've got it covered. Besides, we're right at the entrance to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, and you don't know the history between me and that guy. Chapter 178, The Last Chance. I enunciated each word deliberately. My expression was filled with rage. After I finished speaking, the girls exchanged glances. It was obvious their expressions were grim. Big brother. If you get beaten up later, how are we supposed to explain it to Brother Tian when he gets back? Exactly. Can we just not do this? Let's wait until Brother Tian gets back. I shook my head gently. Thank you all very much, but you don't need to dissuade me about this. I've already made up my mind. Rest assured there won't be any problems. Of course, the girls couldn't stop me. Besides, this is Zhang Shuiqian's turf. I felt my confidence surge. But the moment I stepped outside, the scene before me nearly froze me in my tracks. 7 or 8 minivans were parked right at the main entrance of Shanghai Dragon Palace, and people were swarming out of each one. Lu Guangbei stood there with his arms crossed, staring straight at me. The moment our eyes locked, Lu Guangbei clenched his jaw and pointed a finger right at my nose. Zhang Yu, you've got some nerve. Just you alone? Where are your men? Lu Guangbei uttered these words with a smirk, his expression dripping with contempt. I curled my lip. Lu Guangbei, you've got some nerve showing up here with people. Do you even know what the East Sea Dragon Palace is? Lu Guangbei shook his head. You really think I'm an idiot? As long as I don't go inside, I dare anyone to say anything. I'm just standing on the street not bothering anyone. Am I right? I nodded slightly. You're absolutely right, Lu Guangbei. Now you're getting worked up. Looks like you're not what I thought you'd be. Lu Guangbei chuckled. Though seething inside, he maintained a thin veneer of composure. Cut the crap, Zhang Yu. Let me tell you this, you'll never be on my level. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Then Lu Guangbei beckoned me over with a flick of his finger. Stop talking trash. Got the guts? Come out here. Let's see if I can give you a night you'll never forget. After he finished speaking, I spotted 2 black Autos parked by the roadside behind us. Just as I froze in place, a call came and it was Zhang Shuiqian. A confident smile touched my lips. What's up? You're here already? Those cars parked right at the entrance? Holy. Look at yourselves driving around in these beat-up junkers and thinking you can cause trouble at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? You're wrong about him. That guy wouldn't dare come to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. He's actually yelling at me to come out right now. Hearing this, Zhang Shuiqian burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! I knew it. Even if you gave them 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare set foot in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Go ahead now, do whatever you need to do. I'll be right here by your side. If anything happens, I'll be there in a flash. Zhang Shuiqian chuckled as he spoke, then abruptly hung up the phone. I have to admit. This time, I was truly confident. With Zhang Shuiqian and his men right beside me, what was there left to fear? I strode out with my head held high, strutting like a peacock. When Lu Guangbei saw me walk out, his eyes widened in shock. The guy probably hadn't processed it yet. Holy. I gotta say, you've got some serious guts, walking out alone like that. Do you even know what's waiting for you? Lu Guangbei crossed his arms over his chest. I thought you had nowhere to hide, that you'd be safe as long as you stayed inside the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Never imagined you'd actually dare to come out. I shot him a glance. Lu Guangbei, I just want to ask you one thing, why did you betray me back then? Did I treat you badly? Or was it that by following me, you couldn't get what you wanted? I asked him, enunciating each word deliberately. Truth be told, the reason I lured this guy here was to get some answers. Lu Guangbei shook his head. Oh, come on, can you stop being so childish? Do you even realize what you're asking? My lips twitched slightly. I just want to know your true thoughts and the real answer in your heart. Lu Guangbei snapped his fingers. Then I'll be blunt with you, I refuse to spend my entire life working under you. Is that reason enough? Let me tell you. With you above me, my head is forever pressed against a ceiling. I want to tear that ceiling down, I want to look up and see the sky. Lu Guangbei grew more and more agitated as he spoke. And now it's proven beyond doubt that my choice back then was right. Before, I was just a lowly deputy director under you. But now it's different. Who the hell doesn't call me Director Lu when they see me? Lu Guangbei burst into loud laughter. Watching his almost maniacal grin, I took a deep breath. Well done. You've succeeded in disappointing me. Lu Guangbei froze, clearly stunned that I'd suddenly say this. Cut the crap. You're about to be finished. Guys, get out. Everyone, charge. Lu Guangbei snarled the order. The next second, people poured out of several minivans. Each one was a flashily dressed street thug, looking quite the part. They immediately surrounded me, layering in and out until I was completely enclosed. I gasped for breath, panting heavily. Lu Guangbei. I gave you one last chance, but you refused it. Since you won't turn over a new leaf, mark my words, within a month, I'll have you on your knees begging for mercy. Lu Guangbei burst out laughing. You must be out of your mind. Looks like all my choices were right. Guys, get him. Today I'm gonna break your damn legs. Just as the crowd prepared to charge forward, a voice cut through the air. It was a furious roar. I'll see who dares to move. The instant that roar echoed, every head whipped around instinctively. Each of them stared behind them in utter bewilderment. The doors of two autos swung open. Zhang Shuitian led the way, followed by only 6 or 7 men. But these 6 or 7 burly men looked like mountains compared to the puny guys standing before them. Though few in number, their sheer presence utterly overwhelmed the others. Chapter 179, Beating Up Lu Guangbei. Lu Guangbei frowned. These guys might look tough, but he had brought so many people with him. Was he really afraid of this small group? He snorted derisively. What's the problem? Am I bothering you while I'm doing my job? Zhang Shuitian stepped forward, inch by inch, until he stood directly before Lu Guangbei. He pointed his finger right at Lu Guangbei's nose. You could striptease here and get away with it, but if you touch my brothers, we'll have a serious talk. Zhang Shuitian delivered each word deliberately. After he finished speaking, Lu Guangbei frowned. Your brother? What did I ever do to you? Zhang Shuitian glanced at me, and I stepped forward, inch by inch, until I stood directly in front of Lu Guangbei. Heh, you like messing with me, don't you? Well, my brother's right here now. Let's see how you dare touch me. I said this with a sly smile. After I finished speaking, Lu Guangbei frowned deeply. What's that supposed to mean? Trying to piss me off on purpose? Fine. You really think bringing a few guys like this will scare me? If I let a punk like you scare me, I'd be wasting all these years of my life. Zhang Shuitian chuckled. This is interesting. My brother told me you took his company, and now you're pulling this stunt? Poof. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'd be letting my brother down. Zhang Shuitian's attitude remained utterly arrogant. Lu Guangbei across from him froze for a moment. Looks like this isn't going to be so easy to resolve. Zhang Shuitian nodded. Then his expression changed. Seizing the moment, he delivered a vicious punch straight to Lu Guangbei's cheek. A thud echoed through the air. Lu Guangbei let out a pained cry and collapsed to the other side, clutching his cheek while glaring at him with hatred. You despicable bastard. How dare you hit me? Brothers, attack. Startled, the dozens of men Lu Guangbei had brought swarmed forward without hesitation. Zhang Shuitian was positioned at the very front. One of the thugs raised his fist and slammed it hard into Zhang's nose. A loud clang echoed. Blood spurted from Zhang Shuitian's nose. I was instantly furious. On. Several burly men behind Zhang Shuitian charged forward. I grabbed Zhang Shuitian's arm to steady him. Damn it! You okay, bro? Zhang Shuitian shook his head, then spat to the side. I'm speechless. How dare you touch me? I won't let this slide. Never thought I'd get beaten by such a nobody. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Shuitian grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Ring. After a few rings, the guy erupted into a torrent of curses. Get your men out here. How the hell can I get beaten up right outside my own door? After hanging up, Zhang Shuitian grabbed my arm. Both of us stood on the steps. Lu Guangbei pointed his finger at us. Beat M. Beat M good. Whatever happens, it's on me. This made his men even more aggressive. But the big guys across from us stood like city walls, not flinching at all. They surrounded us in a circle, and for a moment, the guys across from us couldn't break through. Then came the iconic scene. The gates of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea swung open, and dozens of people burst out. Every single one of them wore waiter uniforms, yet they wielded clubs and shouted incessantly. Lu Guangbei and his henchmen froze in place, utterly dumbfounded, unsure what to do next. Within a mere 2 minutes of their arrival, the crowd had encircled Lu Guangbei and his men in layers upon layers. Lu Guangbei's mouth twitched. His entire face contorted, his expression as grim as if he'd just eaten. What the hell is this? Zhang Shuitian chuckled, walking up to him with a smirk. He touched his nose bridge, blood streaming down uncontrollably, making him look rather unsettling. You're impressive. Honestly, I really think you're impressive, ha. But I gotta tell you something, you're done for. Zhang Shuitian delivered each word deliberately, then swung his arm wide. Beat him up. These men from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea weren't messing around. They were trained enforcers, and dealing with these guys was like cutting through butter.
Outnumbered and armed with clubs, they targeted the underlings' vital points without hesitation. This guy. I was covered in cold sweat just watching. In just a few short minutes, all of Lu Guangbei's men were sprawled on the ground. Each clutched their head or midsection, writhing in agony as they rolled back and forth. Ouch. Ouch. My god, this really hurts. Now only Lu Guangbei remained, the last of his precious little men. The guy was trembling all over, clearly scared out of his wits. I'm warning you, don't try anything funny, or I'll call the cops right now. Zhang Shuitian burst out laughing. You're something else. When you brought all these guys to take down my brother, why didn't you mention calling the cops? Now that you're losing, you suddenly want to call the police? Oomph, why did I ever think so highly of you? Though Zhang Shuitian said this, Lu Guangbei was already a goner. Just staying alive was a miracle for him now, who had time to worry about anything else. Just as Lu Guangbei reached for his phone to call, Zhang Shuitian seized the moment. He snatched a stick from one of his henchmen's hands. Seizing the moment, he swung it down hard, smashing it right onto Lu Guangbei's wrist. A loud clang echoed through the air. Lu Guangbei across the way let out a piercing scream. Clutching his wrist, his face contorted with pain. What the hell do you think you're doing? Zhang Shui, the prodigy, didn't care about such things. He swung his leg up and delivered a vicious kick straight to Lu Guangbei's midsection. Immediately after, several henchmen swarmed toward Lu Guangbei. They weren't messing around. And these guys showed no signs of stopping, they only grew more vicious. If one grew tired, another would immediately take his place. Even I felt a bit scared watching it. I hurried over to Zhang Shuitian and gave him a light tap on the shoulder. That's enough, man. You don't seriously want to beat someone to death right here, do you? Zhang Shuitian laughed. Why not? Even if I don't kill him, I'll break both his legs. I'll make him roll to work in a wheelchair. What do you think? I shook my head gently. Bro, I know exactly how you feel. You're doing this to get me back, and I get it. But hear me out, let's call it a night here. Chapter 180, Late Night Visit. I said this with a serious expression. When I finished speaking, Zhang Shuitian across from me froze in place. His eyes widened. He stared at me, utterly bewildered. Dude, do you even realize what you're saying? This guy screwed you over so badly, and now you're actually defending him. Anyway, don't worry about it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. You won't have to shoulder it alone. I snapped. Zhang Shuitian, is this conversation even worth having? Or do you really think I'm that kind of person? A coward who avoids trouble. Let me tell you straight, this guy screwed me over so badly, there were nights I wanted to kill him. But this isn't how I'd get revenge. I enunciated each word deliberately. Zhang Shuitian must have sensed it too, my attitude was off. He curled his lip. Don't be so harsh on me, man. I never did anything to you. I took a deep breath. You're right, you haven't done anything to me. And I came here tonight just to tell Lu Guangbei one thing, I've got brothers, damn it. If he tries to pull this kind of on me, someone's gonna have to answer for it. But Tian-er. You should know me, where I fall, I rise. If you take care of this guy for me tonight, it'll leave a permanent scar in my heart. I wasn't joking at all. And my expression has been dead serious the whole time. Across from me, Zhang Shuitian twitched his lips, then spread his hands in resignation. One thing was certain, this guy knew me inside out. After all, we grew up together from the time we were little kids. With that thought, Zhang Shuitian nodded. Fine, you chose this yourself. Don't blame me later. Since you want to do it this way, I'll agree. I chuckled. I flashed Zhang Shuitian an okay sign. I told you, my brother really cares about me. Zhang Shuitian stared at me with a look of disgust. Can you stop being so disgusting? I already agreed to this, and I don't have any weird fetishes or anything. Then Zhang Shuitian waved his hand. Alright. Stop it. Throw this guy in a cab and get him to the hospital. Only then did the others stop. Zhang Shuitian patted my shoulder. So what's your plan now? Within a month, I'll reclaim everything I've lost. This despicable bastard, I'll never admit defeat like this. Zhang Shuitian nodded firmly. If you get your company back, don't forget your brothers. And when you do, you better treat us to some good drinks and food. I chuckled. You're thinking too small. We're brothers, and after all you've done for me, I'll never let you down. I got into the car, ready to leave. But who knew Zhang Shuitian would start inviting me again? Hey, don't be in such a rush. All those girls are waiting for you, just leaving like that? How could you do that to them? Honestly, thinking back to what happened in that private room, I doubt any guy wouldn't love that kind of setup. Especially with all those long legs everywhere. As a seasoned veteran, I was damn tempted too. And with Zhang Shuitian's connections here, I could probably do whatever I wanted. But I still have my basic wits about me. I quickly waved my hand at Zhang Shuitian. Alright, let's just forget about this. I'm not cut out for this kind of fun. You can have all these young ladies. I'm outta here. I said this with a smile and turned to leave. Come to think of it, it was pretty late now.
I'd actually planned to head home, but I'd forgotten my keys. I texted Li Hui, but she didn't reply for several minutes. She must have already fallen asleep. Waking her up by ringing the doorbell now would be a bit awkward. With that thought, I hopped into a taxi. After a few turns, I finally arrived at the entrance of a wellness center. This was a newly opened shop, the very one I'd helped Wang Wan find. She'd already started operating, but due to her hectic schedule lately, I simply couldn't make it. I pressed the doorbell softly. Within mere minutes, the door swung open. Wang Wan was wearing a silk nightgown, a short dress that left her long, white legs exposed to the air. Wang Wan seemed genuinely happy to see me. "Oh my, what a rare visitor tonight. How did you end up here?" I chuckled. She crossed her arms over her chest. "When a customer arrives, shouldn't the owner give them a proper welcome? What's with blocking me at the door?" Wang Wan laughed too. "Haven't you noticed what time it is? There are no customers around now. Besides, men aren't allowed in my shop unless it's you, of course. Then it's an exception." With that, Wang Wan suddenly yanked me inside the shop. The shop wasn't large, only about 30 or 40 square meters, and the entrance led directly into a single open space. The lower floor was mostly filled with products, while the upper floor was dedicated to providing body treatments for clients. Facial care for women, it must be said, this line of work was quite lucrative. And Wang Wan ran the entire shop with remarkable professionalism. Her sleeping quarters were also upstairs, separated into a small room with a bathroom and everything. All in all, it's a pretty decent setup. Besides, Wang Wan wasn't exactly short on cash these days. Finding her something to do wouldn't be a bad idea. Wang Wan led me straight upstairs. "Sis Wan, I'd like to take a shower." "Go ahead. I'll run you a hot bath in a bit. No need to rush." Wang Wan scurried into the room and pulled out a set of men's pajamas. "I already washed them. I bought them in your size. I thought I wouldn't need them, but you showed up today." "Hee, I just bought them 2 days ago." Wang Wan said this with a beaming smile. Looking at this woman before me, I felt unexpectedly moved. After a moment of deep thought, I exhaled slowly. "Sis Wan, how have things been going lately? Any trouble?" I was just asking out of curiosity. But to my surprise, Wang Wan's expression seemed a bit off. "What's wrong, Sister Wan? Could something really have happened?" I asked with a serious look on my face, but Wang Wan quickly snapped out of it, shaking her head repeatedly. She even forced a rather awkward smile at me. "It's nothing, really. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it." But I still felt something was off. "What happened? Tell me now. Or I'll get really mad." Wang Wan panicked. "Seriously, nothing happened. Why won't you believe me?" Chapter 181, Wang Wan's Secret. Seeing Wang Wan's mood was off, I could only keep quiet for now. But I really wanted to figure out what had happened to Wang Wan. This woman always has this problem. No matter what trouble she gets into, she never wants to tell me directly. Wang Wan must have sensed this too, because she suddenly pressed herself against me. Especially with her voluptuous body pressed against mine the instant she touched me, I felt myself instantly surrender. Then she pressed her lips to my ear and whispered softly, "Alright, little brother, I swear nothing happened. Why won't you believe me?" My lips twitched slightly, and I gave a faint nod. Anyway, no matter how much I asked, it wouldn't make any difference. Since that was the case, it was better to just pretend I didn't know for now. Seeing my nod, Wang Wan chuckled softly. "See? Isn't that better? Don't get mad at me, okay? I just got a little excited seeing you after so long." With that, Wang Wan pulled me straight to the edge of the bed. "Want to take a shower?" I shook my head. "You bathe every single day, you've nearly scrubbed me bald." "I'll stay here tonight. Is that okay?" Hearing this, her expression clearly turned strange. "Then, what time are you leaving tomorrow?" I felt increasingly puzzled. Whenever I came to Wang Wan's place before, she never once rushed me out, much less urged me to leave. Not only that, but she always complained that I didn't spend enough time with her. Why was she acting so unusually tonight? I already have a hunch something must have happened to Wang Wan. She's just too proud to tell me. "I'll likely leave early tomorrow, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Wang Wan let out a long sigh. "Oh, I see. Then I'll get up and make you breakfast. You can eat before you leave." "No need, Sister Wan. I'll just grab something outside. You should sleep in a bit longer." Wang Wan chuckled softly. "I'd love to make you breakfast, but honestly, I'm getting older now and my sleep isn't great. I usually can't sleep past 6 or 7 in the morning." I chuckled too. "But don't forget I'm staying here tonight. Whether you'll be able to get up tomorrow is another story." Wang Wan understood the hidden meaning behind my words perfectly, glaring at me with faint anger. "You naughty boy, what's going on in your head day after day?" I slid down to sit on the edge of the bed. Wang Wan straddled me, perching directly on my thighs. Her body began to writhe. Her movements were as fluid as a water snake. Plus, Wang Wan's figure was naturally quite voluptuous, and I absolutely loved this feeling. "Hey, it's only been a few days, how come you're already clinging to me?" Tell me honestly, did you miss me these past 2 days?
Wang Wan buried her head in my chest and gave me a soft nod.
You've got some nerve saying that. I was dying to see you, you little rascal. You knew I was here, yet you didn't come? Don't be mad I came tonight, didn't I? Let me hold you tight. Wang Wan was incredibly proactive, leaning in to kiss me right away. We embraced passionately in the room. After 2 or 3 hours of passion, Wang Wan, now with a job, must have been utterly exhausted.
In the end, she simply passed out. Surveying the mess scattered throughout the room, I shook my head helplessly. First, I got up and tidied the room. Then I took a shower in the bathroom before snuggling up close to Wang Wan. I hadn't set an alarm, but before 7 o'clock, Wang Wan came over to wake me up.
I opened my bleary eyes. What time is it, Sister Wan? Wang Wan glanced at her watch. It's almost 7. Hurry up and get up. Didn't you say last night you had things to do today and needed to leave early? I've already made breakfast for you. Wash up and eat something quickly. Though I really wanted to linger in bed, the thought of Wang Wan's peculiar behavior made me wide awake. My mind suddenly cleared considerably. I slowly got out of bed. Alright, I'll try Sister Wan's cooking. I'll head to the office soon. Things have been incredibly busy lately. I'll come see you again in a couple of days. You mustn't get upset, okay? Wang Wan chuckled. Alright, stop fooling around and get up. Breakfast will get cold. I tidied up a bit.
Wang Wan steamed a few buns for me and brewed a cup of sweet soy milk. I have to admit, this heartfelt, steaming hot breakfast made with love really hit the spot.
After finishing, I wiped my mouth. Sis Wan, I'll be heading out now. Wang Wan gave me an okay sign. You better hurry. I'll tidy up and get ready to open the shop. I turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Wang Wan watched me walk away. I barely rounded the corner when I turned back to look. She patted her ample bosom, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. I watched Wang Wan return to the shop and it dawned on me. This definitely wasn't as simple as I'd thought. After a moment of deep thought, I dialed Zhang Shuetian's number directly. Ring. After a few rings, Zhang Shuetian answered and immediately started cursing. Damn it, man, are you out of your mind? Don't you know this is my off-duty time? Why don't you ask around the entire Dragon Palace of the East Sea who the hell dares to call me at this hour? Listening to his roar, I chuckled. Doesn't even your big boss, Brother Su, dare call you at this hour? Zhang Shuetian fell silent for a moment. Except Brother Su, okay? He's my breadwinner. So what? Your breadwinner comes first, but your own brothers don't mean a damn thing? Zhang Shuetian wasn't much of a talker to begin with, and my words left him utterly helpless. Fine. I won't stoop to your level. Can't I just admit you've got me beat? Hurry up, what's this call about? Send 2 guys over. I'll give you a spot, no need for you to show up personally. Just send a couple of brothers. Zhang Shuitian's tone turned noticeably more serious the moment he heard my words. What's up? Did that bastard block you with his crew? That. Looks like I didn't teach him a lesson last night. Hold on, I'm bringing my guys over right now. I quickly refused. It's not about him. Besides, I'm not even sure what it is. Even if it is something, it's minor. You know me, how could I possibly get screwed over? Just send your guys over. Zhang Shuiqian's mouth twisted slightly. Are you sure you don't need me to come personally? Without me, things might get out of hand. Chapter 182, The Sleazy Landlord. I felt utterly helpless. Can you stop being crazy? Just send a couple of guys over. They might end up making a wasted trip. Fine, I got it. Give me the location. With that, Zhang Shuiqian slammed the phone down. After I sent the location, it took no more than half an hour for a black Highlander to pull up. A Highlander stopped at the alley entrance, and my phone rang. The driver held the phone, clearly calling me. I hung up and got straight into the passenger seat. 2 bald men sat in the back seat, looking quite young, no older than 30. The driver was a middle-aged man who seemed quite mature and steady. Hello, Brother Zhang. Brother Tian said you had a bit of trouble, so he sent me with 2 brothers to check on you. I'm the manager of the Donghai Longgong business department. You can call me De Kuei, I'm also under Brother Tian. These 2 are under my command, Xiao Wei and Xiao Guang. De Kuei introduced them briefly. Xiao Wei and Xiao Guang both nodded at me. Hello, Brother Zhang. I waved my hand hastily. No need to be so formal. Since you're Tianer's friend, you're my friend too. Though what I said was true. But after hearing that, the expressions on the faces of the people across from me all turned awkward. That's when it hit me. They weren't on the same level as Zhang Shuitian. But to me, they're all the same. I motioned to De Kuei to drive the car to the shop entrance. Just park it here. De Kuei gave a slight nod. We waited for over an hour. Though none of them said much, I could tell they all looked puzzled. Finally, De Kuei couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to me, his face full of confusion. Brother Zhang, can you tell me what you're doing? I'm a bit lost here. Are we just supposed to wait here forever? As soon as De Kuei spoke, I shook my head gently. It's not that.
I just don't quite get the situation, and I'm worried. That's why I thought it best to prepare for the worst.
Isn't that why I called all of you over? I said this with an awkward expression.
After I finished speaking, the others finally nodded.
Oh, I see.
Alright then, we'll just wait here. Just as we were waiting, a black Mercedes pulled up outside Wang Wan's shop.
This instantly piqued my interest.
I stared intently at the Mercedes.
And I had a feeling this car hadn't pulled up here by accident. Sure enough,
a balding man stepped out of the car, his head completely shaved, clutching a huge bouquet of roses. Especially that smug grin, any woman seeing it would probably gag. De Kuei immediately started teasing.
Ha, look at that guy. He looks so sleazy, and he's still trying to pick up girls? Unless the girl's blind? Xiaoguang chimed in from behind. Not necessarily, De Kuei. Did you see the car he's driving? That thing's worth at least $500,000. Looks aside, you just can't resist someone that loaded.
The group all burst into laughter. Of course, they were all just teasing.
But I kept my eyes fixed on the balding guy in front of me.
Because he was heading straight for Wang Wan's shop. He just reached the entrance of Wang Wan's shop when he casually opened the door, ready to step inside.
My expression changed instantly. Could it be that Wang Wan really had something going on with this man?
To be blunt, I don't consider myself particularly handsome, but I can say one thing for certain.
Wang Wan would never go for a guy like this. Xiao Wan. Mediterranean called out with a smile.
Wang Wan immediately stepped out of the shop, though her expression was clearly odd. In short, it was anything but natural.
Hello, landlord. Why are you here so early? I furrowed my brow. So this guy was the landlord all along. I'd only asked someone to show Wang Wan the shop. I hadn't paid much attention to these details myself. I hadn't even been present for the deal. I never imagined something like this would happen. The landlord across the way looked sleazy. Judging by his age, he must be in his 40s.
The moment Wang Wan stepped out, Xiao Guang and Xiao Wei started buzzing with excitement.
Damn, that woman is gorgeous. You know what? Even though she looks a bit older, this is actually the prime age for a woman's beauty.
And she's got a great figure.
That's exactly my type. Who'd have thought she'd be wasted on that balding loser? Damn it. I knew they were just joking around.
But the jokes were getting out of hand.
I tapped on the door panel beside me.
They all instinctively turned to look at me. They all exchanged glances and shut up. After all, any normal person could tell I was seriously pissed off. After Wang Wan finished speaking, the landlord across the hall chuckled and casually handed over the roses.
Wan, can you finally get me that membership card today?
Here. With that, the balding man pulled a bank card straight from his pocket.
Here's 30,000 yuan. Consider it payment for a membership with you.
From now on, whenever you have time, give me some physical therapy. Use whatever you need, it's my way of supporting your business. But Wang Wan shook her head. I'm truly sorry, but as I mentioned before, gentlemen are mistaken in coming here.
I only serve female customers. I hope you can understand.
The landlord across the way curled her lip.
Can't you be flexible at all? Money is money, I get it. Your shop is for women, fair enough. But you usually close around 7 or 8 at night. I could just come after you close, right? Then you could serve just me. Wouldn't that work? Wang Wan shook her head.
I'm sorry, landlord, but don't waste your time on me.
I won't make money this way. And remember, we're just a landlord-tenant relationship. I hope you understand that. Wang Wan refused coldly.
She immediately turned to enter the shop. That Mediterranean guy really had some nerve. He grabbed the door handle.
What are you doing?
We haven't even exchanged 2 words yet, and you're already trying to go inside.
Wang Wan let out a sigh of relief.
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm feeling a bit under the weather today, so I won't be opening up.
The hint to leave was obvious. Anyone with even a shred of decency would know to clear out immediately.
But who knew this old guy would chuckle, and what a lecherous grin it was.
What's this all about? Feeling under the weather? Is that time of the month coming?
I'll stew you a whole black chicken to nourish your body.
The guy just kept getting more and more excited.
I'll even buy you some goji berries.
Chapter 183, The Wrongly Accused Wang Wan.
After saying this, the balding man rubbed his palms together.
Xiao Wan. Your brother Wang truly cares for you. Just grant me this favor. Rest assured.
You can rent this shop for free. I'll never charge you rent.
Besides, I see you're all alone, with no man to keep you company day in and day out. That's no way to live. Don't let my age fool you. Brother Wang is still in great shape. For this kind of sleazy old man. I wanted to walk right over there and punch him in the face. Wang Wan, pushed to her limit, shouted back. I expect you to behave yourself. I have absolutely no interest in you whatsoever.
Stop spouting this disgusting nonsense, or I'll tell your wife.
Then we'll see who ends up embarrassed.
The man with the receding hairline twitched his lips. But just then, a sharp voice cut through the air.
Old Wang, what the hell are you doing? This time, it was clear to see old Wang across the way shudder. And that tremor was painfully real. It didn't look staged at all.
Old Wang instinctively turned his head and saw a plump middle-aged woman. Who knows how many days it had been since she last washed her hair. It was greasy enough to fry an egg. And her fashion sense was truly awful. She was wearing big floral shorts as she stormed over angrily. "Old lady, what brings you here?" Turns out this middle-aged woman was actually the Mediterranean man's wife. So that's why. No wonder that Mediterranean guy was so desperate to pursue Wang Wan. Turns out he's married to a shrew like this. The middle-aged woman stormed over. Especially when she spotted Wang Wan, her expression changed instantly. But most likely, she was jealous of Wang Wan's figure and looks. Arms crossed tightly across her chest, her ugly face twisted into a snarl. "I knew it. You've been acting like you've lost your mind lately, and now I see why some seductive vixen has been luring you. When have you ever gotten up at 8 or 9 o'clock before? If I hadn't secretly followed you today, would you two have ended up rolling around in bed?" Wang Wan's expression darkened. "How dare you speak to me like that? Shut your filthy mouth. You live in our house, steal my man, and now you have the nerve to accuse me? A vixen like you deserves to be drowned in a water cage." The streets were already bustling with early morning commuters. Most were commuting to work or buying breakfast. Hearing the old woman's shouts, quite a few people gathered around, eager for a spectacle. "Hey, did you see that? Caught them red-handed. Damn, that woman's got some serious fire. Who wouldn't be tempted?" I witnessed it all, and I could feel my brow furrowing. Wang Wan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "I advise you to watch your words. Who's trying to seduce your man? Even if I died, I'd never have anything else with him. And another thing. Keep your man in line. Stop letting him hang around a woman's shop." This middle-aged woman clearly had the Mediterranean guy completely under her thumb. Especially after the woman appeared, the balding man looked like a little teddy bear. Cowering there, not daring to make a sound. "Did you come looking for this vixen?" The middle-aged woman spat out the words viciously. Mediterranean rolled his eyes. "Oh my goodness. Honey, I swear I'm innocent. I'll tell you the truth, this woman wanted me to waive her rent. That's why she kept flirting with me and calling me brother all the time. I just got swept up in the moment. Please don't be angry." As soon as the bald man spoke, the onlookers pointed at Wang Wan. "Yo, did you see that? This woman has absolutely no bottom line, trying to seduce her own landlord. I've seen this way too many times." "Exactly. She looks so hot, but turns out she's a total? How much do you charge for a night? I'll take you tonight." "Ha!" The crowd burst into laughter. Wang Wan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. No woman could endure such humiliation. Especially when it came from that bastard Mediterranean. We all witnessed what happened at the store entrance earlier. Even if I hadn't seen anything, I'd still believe Wang Wan. Besides, was Wang Wan short on cash? Let's be blunt, the cash she's clutching in her hand probably exceeds Mediterranean's entire funeral savings. Sure enough. The middle-aged woman crossed her arms over her chest, her expression as triumphant as a rooster that had just won a fight. "You Thai vixen. What else is there to say? My husband just admitted it, caught red-handed by me. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm dragging you to the police station." Wang Wan immediately grew frantic. "I have nothing to do with him. He's the one who's been harassing me all along." Well, they say a pile of stinking attracts flies, and it seems that saying holds true. Flies don't bite eggs without cracks. Why didn't she go after someone else? Seeing this, I couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out of the car. De Kue, Xiao Guang, and the others exchanged glances before getting out one by one and following behind me. Step by step, I walked toward the shop entrance. After all, these guys were under Zhang Shuitian's wing. So each of them radiated a certain brutish aura. When I stood before Mediterranean, he froze in place. He stared at me with utter confusion. "Who the hell are you?" The moment Wang Wan saw me, the expression on her face changed instantly. Her lips twitched involuntarily. "Zhang Yu, I gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, Sister Wan. I absolutely believe you. I already asked you yesterday if that old man was harassing you, why didn't you tell me?" Wang Wan lowered her head. Her expression was beyond aggrieved. "I just didn't want to cause you trouble, you're already so busy as it is." Mediterranean widened his eyes. "Hey, who the hell are you calling a bastard?" This guy was now completely on his wife's side, so to please her, he started yelling at me. "I'm not putting up with this asshole." As the Mediterranean guy launched into a tirade, my eyes narrowed. Seizing the moment, I delivered a vicious kick straight to his midsection. A loud thud echoed through the room. The bald guy across from me let out a wail, collapsing onto the ground like a mangy toad. Clutching his stomach, he wailed in agony. "Ah! How dare you hit me!" The old woman beside him immediately shouted. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. This stranger hit me." The shrillness of her voice was piercing, making my ears ache and leaving me thoroughly irritated. Chapter 184, What is Arrogance? I pointed my finger at the old woman across from me. "I'm warning you now, if you dare utter another word, don't blame me for what happens." The old woman immediately fell silent.
I looked at the crowd gathered around. Do you even know the whole story? Shut your mouths. You're just pointing fingers without knowing the facts. At that moment, several people in the crowd so-called angry youth. Oh my. Some outsider man dares to be so arrogant? Exactly. That woman was seducing someone else's husband. Now she's been caught red-handed. What else is there to say? Xiao Wei and Xiao Guang weren't having any of it. Their expressions darkened instantly. They pushed through the crowd, yanked the two young men out, and slapped each one across the face. The two young men seethed with indignation. But before they could retaliate, Xiao Wei and Xiao Guang flashed gleaming daggers, pressing them against the young men's throats. Their expressions instantly turned cowardly. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Slap. Xiao Guang bellowed. Do it yourself, or do you want me to slice it open? The two young men exchanged glances, then stopped their nonsense. One by one, they began slapping their own faces. Why are your mouths so damn big? If you dare stop today, I'll slit your throat. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Worst case, I'll just spend a few more years on the run. You gotta admit, Xiao Wei and Xiao Guang really had some swagger. After their loud outburst, no one around dared to say another word. Everyone stood put, obediently. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. What I want to tell you is the whole story. I pulled out my phone. I'd already recorded the entire incident on video. Though I couldn't show it to everyone, I placed the phone outside with the speaker on and the volume turned all the way up. So naturally, everyone heard that jerk's disgusting words. Oh my god. So all this time, it was her husband who was picking on the other person. How utterly disgusting. I looked at the crowd still spouting nonsense, and suddenly, no one had anything to say. Listen up, you lot. From now on, if you don't know what's going on, keep your ing mouths shut. If I hear any more of that disgusting crap, I won't hold back. Then I turned to face the guy with the receding hairline. The guy had been sprawled on the ground for a while, but now he seemed to have recovered. You admit it? Mediterranean wouldn't admit it, of course. I'm telling the truth. That woman really did try to seduce me to get out of paying rent. Mediterranean figured I didn't have any proof anyway. I chuckled. But do you know how much money my sister Juan has in her accounts alone? Millions. So how much does this dump cost you per year? Mediterranean's face darkened. Bull. How could she possibly have millions? The old woman beside him pointed her finger right at my nose. I couldn't care less. You just hit someone. Mark my words, this isn't going to blow over easily. The moment the old woman spoke, a distinct humming sound echoed from the other end of the street. That was definitely the sound of a sports car. Like a raging bull. Then came a screech. A fiery red supercar pulled up in front of Wang Wan's shop, a Ferrari. Even someone who knew nothing about cars could tell this thing was worth at least several million. But that wasn't all. Several Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs followed right behind the Ferrari. The driver of the Ferrari stepped out, still clad in his pajamas. He first walked to the front of the car, retrieving a baseball bat from the glove compartment. The henchmen from the Mercedes-Benz vehicles behind also got out. I looked at Zhang Tian, and my heart skipped a beat. Tian, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in bed? Zhang Tian curled his lip. Xiao Guang already called me. Heh, I love dealing with these guys who talk big but can't back it up. After saying this, Zhang Tian snapped his fingers. Two henchmen in black behind him lifted a wooden crate over. The crate was quite large. They casually tossed it onto the floor. The moment the box was opened, every onlooker's gaze was instantly drawn to its contents. The reason was simple. The entire crate was filled to the brim with cash. Even I was stunned into silence. How amusing. My sister-in-law opened this shop just to pass the time, and you actually accused her of doing it for your money? Zhang Shuitian grabbed a handful of bills and flung them straight into the Mediterranean's face. Then he grabbed another handful and slapped the old woman across the face several times. Both of them instantly backed down. All this is yours. Take it. Take it, damn it. Take as much as you can. See how much money my sister-in-law tried to seduce you for? Now, anyone with half a brain could see through it. No one would endure humiliation to seduce an old geezer just for a year's rent. Anyone who casually carries a box of cash around, could they possibly be ordinary folk? Mediterranean's mouth twitched. What the hell do you two want? Zhang Shuitian crossed his arms over his chest. What are you standing around for? Smash it. Smash every single storefront under his name. Now that's what I call real swagger. Wan immediately grew anxious. Go talk some sense into your friend. I stood rooted to the spot, motionless. Why should I talk him out of it? With a disgusting landlord like that, you won't need to run a shop here anymore anyway. Tian sure. Smash. I shouted this out loud. One by one, the thugs behind Zhang Shuitian grabbed wooden sticks and charged straight into the shop. A clatter of shattering glass filled the air. They didn't just smash this one place, they went after all the old man's other shops too. Luckily, they were all lined up in a row, making the destruction especially convenient. In just over 10 minutes, several shops lay in utter ruin.
The Mediterranean man and the old woman had long since collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. They knew they'd crossed the wrong people this time. After smashing the shops, Zhang Shuetian chuckled. With all these witnesses here, I'm not the type to deny what I've done. I brought plenty of cash. How much do you think I should compensate you? The couple exchanged a glance. It's fine. Ask for whatever amount you want. If it's not enough. At this point, Zhang Shuetian turned to look at his henchman behind him. How much cash flow is there at Donghai Dragon Palace right now? Reporting to Brother Tian, the cash flow is around 200 million. Get in the car with me. I'll take you to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea to get it. Take whatever amount you can. The moment Zhang Shuetian uttered these words, the crowd erupted in chaos. Chapter 185, Generous Spending. Holy crap, is this for real? The Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Did I hear that correctly? He's from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The couple was utterly terrified now, trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. Zhang Shuitian pointed his finger right at their noses. Didn't you hear me say I'll give you money? You're not taking it? Fine, let's do this instead. I'll talk it over with Brother Su, and we'll get the hell out of here. How about you guys run the Dragon Palace of the East Sea from now on? Then you can harass any girl you want. With the East Sea Dragon Palace under your name, everyone will know you're loaded. Bro, please, have mercy and let us go. I admit I'm a jerk. That girl didn't seduce me. This whole mess is my doing. After saying this, Mediterranean gritted his teeth and delivered a resounding slap across his own face. The guy didn't hesitate for a second. The old woman began slapping her own cheeks. Zhang Shuitian took a deep breath. How are we supposed to compensate for the shop then? You've got to give me a straight answer. Otherwise, how am I supposed to know if it's enough? I need to scrape together the money for you. As soon as Zhang Shuitian spoke, the old woman across from him took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. No need to pay. We wouldn't dare make you pay. Her demeanor was completely different from the shrewish woman she had been moments ago. Zhang Shuitian shook his head. That won't do. I don't like owing favors to others. People will say I don't know the rules. Immediately, Zhang Shuitian tossed a handful of money out of the box. Count it carefully. If it's not enough, come find me at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Don't just swallow your pride. You two old geezers hate losing out anyway. No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned to look at me. Alright. I'm heading back to bed. Sister-in-law, I'm truly sorry you've only been open 2 days and now your shop's been wrecked. Wang Wan felt a surge of satisfaction. She'd been seething with rage just moments ago. Besides, Wang Wan knew Zhang Shuitian and I were close friends. She wasn't planning to keep running the shop here anyway. As I just mentioned, Wang Wan had money now, so opening another shop wouldn't be a problem. But the very next moment, Zhang Shuitian tapped his head and pulled a key out of his pocket. Sis, take this. Wang Wan looked completely baffled. What's going on? I just bought a shop on Suzaku Street. I bought it outright, originally planning to run a small business, but Brother Su scolded me for not focusing on my main job. Now I should be preparing for the expansion of the East Sea Dragon Palace. At this point, Zhang Shuitian awkwardly scratched his head. Come to think of it, Brother Su does have a point. I was actually considering renting out this shop, and now it just so happens you can use it. Wang Wan immediately grew anxious. No way. What's wrong with it? Renting it to you is still renting it out. Sister-in-law, don't refuse. I wrecked your shop, so compensating you with a new one is only fair. If you don't agree, I won't feel comfortable associating with you anymore. Wang Wan tried to refuse, but I took the keys directly. Well then, thanks a lot, Brother Tian. Zhang Shuitian curled his lip. How shameless can you be? I'm giving it to my sister-in-law, not you. Look how worked up this guy is over it. With that, Zhang Shuitian turned and walked away. I'll text you the exact location later. Zhang Shuitian left with his crew. I looked at Wang Wan and gave her a faint smile. Let's go check out your new shop. We walked away like that, while everyone at the scene exchanged bewildered glances. I've really hit a brick wall with these guys. People from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. And judging by that young man's status there, he's no small fry. Good heavens, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even dare to think about this. I hailed a taxi with Wang Wan. In just over half an hour, we arrived at Suzaku Street. And this was a shop right on the main street. To put it bluntly, how much better is this location compared to the previous shop? But that wasn't even the most crucial point. The main thing was that this shop had a huge floor area. It was split into 2 levels, with the upper floor being slightly smaller but still spanning over 100 square meters. The lower level, however, is massive with 3 entire sides made of this large glass. Can you imagine how open and airy it is? When Wang Wan saw this shop, her face turned green. Good heavens! A shop this size must rent for at least hundreds of thousands a year. And with such a prime location, I really can't take it. I chuckled. Alright. Consider this Tianer's gesture. You saw him earlier. That guy was practically like a mad dog.
If you refuse it, how am I supposed to explain it to him? But, I kissed Wang Wan's forehead. Did you forget what he just called you? I said with a smile. Wang Wan froze for a moment, but when she snapped out of it, her face flushed bright red. Oh dear, did he misunderstand our relationship? I couldn't say for sure. Anyway, he's already called you sister-in-law, what else is there to say? Just accept it. We grew up practically inseparable, so we don't need to spell things out between us. Wang Wan thought it over. Since he's not charging rent, I'll work extra hard this year. Then I'll split half my earnings with him. Consider it his investment. I burst out laughing. That's a fair deal, right? But with a shop this big, we'll still need to hire 2 more staff members. We'll take it step by step. Though Wang Wan seemed reluctant to accept it. I could tell she was actually quite happy. I'd even considered helping Wang Wan with the renovations, but she insisted I not get involved. Besides, she'd gotten a real bargain this time, so it seemed perfectly reasonable for her to cover some of the renovation costs. The real problem is that the company's calls are practically blowing up my phone. One call after another. Calls from Lin Nini and Wei Gu. But the most frequent caller was Lin Ro after all, she's my personal assistant. Wang Wan naturally witnessed the scene. Alright. Look at your phone. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you had a song on repeat. People keep calling you non-stop, something must be wrong at the company. I let out a sigh of relief. Alright, Sister Wan, you handle things on your own for now. I'll come find you once I'm done with my work, but you have to promise me one thing. I looked at Wang Wan with a serious expression. No matter what happens from now on, you must tell me immediately. No exceptions. Chapter 186, The Decoy Target. It was clear that Wang Wan was genuinely pleased with my assertive response. Sometimes, I felt this woman didn't ask for much, just a word of care from me. Wang Wan walked step by step to stand before me, then obediently rested her head on my chest. Got it. You can rest assured. No matter what happens, I'll tell you everything from now on. The current Wang Wan was so sweet and clingy, I felt my heart was about to melt. Especially with that tempting figure. If the company hadn't been pushing me so hard, I might have wanted to linger a little longer. But there was definitely no time for that now. After heading downstairs to rush to the office, I arrived at the team just over half an hour later. Wei Gu immediately came running over, his face etched with anxiety. Just looking at the look on his face, I could tell how worried he was. Damn it, calm down. What happened? Take it slow, the sky isn't falling. Wei Gu was ashen-faced. Bro, if you hadn't shown up, we'd be in deep, he blurted out. That woman's like a madwoman. I can't handle her anymore. It's all on you now. Wei Gu blurted out, his face etched with panic. I stared at him, utterly baffled. What the hell are you talking about? Which woman? Wei Gu sighed. You'd better go check the office yourself. Tashi Delek, may the Lord protect you. I frowned. Especially with Wei Ge's usual cryptic remarks, I couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Still, I walked step by step into the office. There, I saw a woman in a red dress sitting on the sofa. The most terrifying part was that she was wearing stockings up to her thighs. Who would have thought the top of those stockings was red? As they say, what's tacky to the extreme becomes trendy. If someone wore red socks, it would probably look pretty weird. But those red stocking tops? They absolutely stole my heart. And that killer figure, when I finally saw her face, I realized it was Alice. Just as I thought. The unique charm of Western beauties was perfectly embodied in Alice. Alice was already young and beautiful, and now with that curvaceous figure. But they say that once Western women get married, they turn into housewives and their figures go to hell. But setting that aside, Alice was undeniably captivating right now. I walked step by step toward Alice, intending to greet her cheerfully. But to my surprise, Alice glared at me with a look that could be described as absolutely furious. I was completely baffled. What's up? Miss Alice, you seem off. Feeling under the weather? Here, have some Wuxian Jingqi water. Saying this, I started to look for the medicine. Alice glared at me. Manager Zhang, have you forgotten what happened earlier? Hey, you can mess around with food, but don't mess around with words. What could possibly happen between us? Actually, I was just trying to tease Alice. Alice clearly grew angrier, pointing her finger right at my nose. You convinced our CEO to choose your company. I won't question his decision, but you should at least show some basic sincerity. I know your quote is low enough, but when can our project actually get started? I chuckled. Give me a week and I'll have everything perfectly organized. Rest assured, it won't delay your progress at all. Alice nodded. Let's hope so. And let me remind you, should any unforeseen issues arise during the project, your company will bear full responsibility for all losses. Not only that, but if problems occur more than 3 times, I reserve the right to terminate our contract and withhold all previously owed payments. I have to admit, this woman is ruthless. I nodded awkwardly. Rest assured, Miss Alice, I won't let you lose out. Put your mind at ease. No sooner had she finished speaking than Alice rose, swaying her ample hips as she walked away step by step. What's the rush? Let me buy you dinner. But she didn't even acknowledge me. Watching Alice walk away, I sighed helplessly. Does she really dislike me that much? But now wasn't the time for wisecracks. I called Lin Ro in. Proceed exactly according to the project proposal I gave you earlier. Remember, use only the finest ingredients for everything. Got it? Lin Ro nodded. Got it. Manager, based on the cost estimates you provided earlier, this price seems feasible. We can still make a profit, though it's pitifully small. After paying staff and expert fees, we'll probably only have a few thousand left. I stretched lazily with a smile. Leave this matter to me. I've got it under control. Lin Ro shook her head. It's not that I'm meddling. Mr. Yu came by this morning definitely about the quote. Shouldn't you go see him yourself? I gave a thumbs-up gesture. I adjusted my collar and turned toward Yu Tao's office. A few minutes later, I arrived at Yu Tao's desk. Who knew he was such a glutton? He was munching on snacks again. When Yu Tao saw me, he grinned and tossed me a bag of potato chips. Mr. Yu, I said, you're not exactly young anymore. It's time to start thinking about your health. Don't you worry about eating yourself sick? Yu Tao chuckled. My health is just fine. But honestly, you're the one getting on my nerves. Manager Zhang, don't you want to explain yourself? I looked at him blankly. Explain what? All projects are progressing smoothly. The resort is completely on track, and I've wrapped up the second round of financing beautifully. As for the energy project, I've secured the deal and we're ready to break ground any day now. Honestly, you should be praising me. Yu Tao waved his hand dismissively. I've reviewed your proposal, but this is clearly a thankless task. While there's some financial return, it just doesn't seem worth the effort. I exhaled deeply. Mr. Yu, do you really think I'm partnering with Alice just to make a few thousand extra this month? Yu Tao shook his head. I know your ambitions lie elsewhere, but I just wanted to hear your honest opinion. I paused to consider. To be honest, this move is mainly a diversionary tactic. My ultimate target is Lu Guangbei's company. Yu Tao's expression had been quite serious. But the moment he heard my words, his eyes changed instantly. He lifted his head and stared straight at me. What the hell are you talking about? Your target is Lu Guangbei's company? Chapter 187, I'm getting married. I nodded cheerfully. Of course. You know about my personal grudge against Lu Guangbei, and Alice is the key. Trust me. Within a month at most, there will be significant progress. Yu Tao smiled thoughtfully. That's all well and good, but from what I understand, Miss Alice doesn't seem particularly friendly toward you at the moment? Mr. Yu, you can doubt my abilities, but you can't doubt my appeal to the opposite sex. Rest assured. Yu Tao nodded. By the way, I called you here today for another matter. I'm preparing to marry Yang Wen Ai, and everything is already arranged. At that, Yu Tao picked up an invitation from his desk. You absolutely must attend. I was in a pretty good mood, but after hearing Yu Tao say that, I felt like I'd been hit with a brick. I stood frozen in place, unable to react for a long while. Yu Tao waved his hand in front of my face. Hey, what's wrong? Aren't you happy for me getting married? Only then did I snap out of it, forcing an awkward smile. Mr. Yu, you say that, but of course I'm happy for your wedding. When is it set for? Isn't it all written up there? You go handle your own business first. But rest assured, I won't shortchange you. Regarding Lu Guangbei's company, if you need any help, just ask. The company will definitely support you. I gave him an okay sign. And just like that, it was settled. Though I said it with a smile, I still found it hard to believe what Yu Tao had just said. I forced myself to calm down, shook my head, and walked step by step toward the office. Yet the entire day felt like a haze. Even during 2 meetings, my gaze remained blank and unfocused. Even Wei noticed something was off. Manager, what's going on? You seem off today. I shook my head. Nothing. Is it time to clock out? Wei Ge nodded. Most of the team had already left. I was just about to lock the door. If I hadn't come in to check, you'd probably have been stuck here tonight. I ignored Wei Ge and jogged out of the company. Truthfully, I'd been agonizing over whether to make the call, phone in hand. After a long silence, I finally put the phone down. But then the passenger door swung open, revealing a pair of stunning legs. Next came a pencil skirt and tailored suit, clearly our company uniform. I looked up. Only then did I recognize Yang Wen Ai. Though she wore heavy makeup today, her complexion clearly looked poor. Yang Wen Ai smiled at me. Something's off with you today. What happened? Are you asking that on purpose? I pulled the invitation from my pocket. Can you tell me why? Yang Wen Ai gave a bitter smile. Why? I'm at the age where marriage is expected, and after being with him for so long, it's only natural we'd get married, right? I shook my head. You know that's not what I'm asking about. Yu Tao is truly outstanding. I'll admit that. But is marrying him your own choice? My sudden question left Yang Wen Ai speechless. Her lips twitched slightly before she shrugged her shoulders. Whether marrying him was voluntary, does that even matter? Zhang Yu, sometimes life is just like this, always full of regrets. And I'm no exception. Like you dare you say your marriage is truly happy? Yang Wenai's sudden retort sent a jolt through my entire body. Yes. Faced with this girl's accusation, I couldn't even utter a word.
But that's not the most important thing.
You should realize there's a huge generation gap between you two.
And you suspect Yu Tao of cheating.
How could you possibly get married under these circumstances? Yang Wenai laughed.
Then she slowly started moving closer to me. I wanted to step back, but then I thought, she's just a pretty woman, not some monster.
What's there to be afraid of? I swallowed hard. Yang Wenai's lips were already inches from mine. We were so close.
I could hear each other's breaths clearly. Her breath brushed against my nostrils.
You know what? I did wait for you.
But I realized the distance between us kept growing.
By the time I caught on, I knew I'd never wait for you. My eyes widened. My expression was filled with utter disbelief. Yes.
Today was the first time Yang Wenai had ever confessed her feelings to me, and I swear this girl had never said any of this before.
Not only that.
Yang Wenai had hidden it so deeply that I hadn't even realized she harbored these feelings for me.
Yang Wenai smiled.
Then she leaned in and kissed me. A rich fragrance filled my senses, mingling with the soft warmth of her lips. In that instant, it felt like my soul had transcended, nothing else mattered anymore. I began to passionately return her kiss. We embraced each other passionately, as if trying to merge into one another's bodies.
Several minutes passed. My breath grew labored, and only then did Yang Wenai release me. Panting heavily, she gave me a faint smile. Zhang Yu, I truly understand you.
After all, sometimes love alone isn't enough to keep two people together.
It's okay. I think being friends for life is just as good. With that, Yang Wenai turned and got out of the car.
I was left sitting alone in the car, dazed. The lingering scent of Yang Wenai filled the air.
In that moment, I felt like I was about to break down completely. I frantically scratched at my hair. Why? Why had it come to this?
I picked up the invitation and realized their wedding was just a week away. I truly believed that if I went down now to catch up with Yang Wenai, maybe the two of us still had a chance.
But was that even possible? What about my wife at home? What about the company? What about my hatred?
As all these questions swirled in my mind, I realized I simply didn't have the courage to chase after him.
Ha! A bitter laugh escaped me as tears welled up in the corners of my eyes.
We were destined to be mere passers-by in each other's lives. I lashed out at my own cheek as if only pain could bring me back to my senses.
Chapter 188, Zhou Chao's drunken state. I don't know how long it had been when my phone rang. Just seeing the name on the screen made me feel sick. Because there were two characters displayed, Zhou Chao. I gasped for breath, but couldn't bring myself to answer. Finally, the ringing stopped.
Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, the phone rang again.
And this time, it was Li Hui calling. This time I had no choice but to answer. I grabbed it and answered immediately. Zhang Yu, why didn't you answer Zhou Chao's call just now?
I rubbed the tip of my nose.
Isn't Zhou Chao your best friend? Why should I answer her calls? Even if something really happened, she should be calling you.
Li Hui seemed satisfied with my answer, though I could tell it was pretty noisy on her end.
I frowned. What exactly happened? Where are you and Zhou Chao? Why is it so noisy around you? Can you come over? I'm with Zhou Chao. We're at a bar.
This girl got drunk and asked me to come, but now something's happened and I can't leave. Li Hui said this with a serious expression, and I frowned.
Alright, send me your location.
After saying that, I started the car and revved the engine, flooring it as I sped off. Half an hour later, the car pulled up outside a bar called First Love. Especially with that sign bathed in pink light. The moment I saw it, my brow furrowed involuntarily.
This didn't feel like a good place.
After getting out, I hurried toward the bar.
Upon entering, the bar was flooded with the heavy thump of DJ beats. It nearly split my eardrums.
I took a deep breath, exhaled slowly,
and immediately grabbed my phone.
But Li Hui hung up on me before I could say a word. Just as I froze in shock, I felt someone tap me on the shoulder.
I turned around instinctively and saw it was Li Hui.
She was panting heavily, and from the look on her face, I knew this wasn't just any ordinary matter.
What happened? Don't panic. Take your time explaining. I'm here for you. Li Hui nodded. Then she grabbed my arm. Come with me first. You'll understand soon enough. I nodded slightly.
We headed straight to a private room nearby.
Upon entering, a wave of vomit hit us. It reeked of alcohol, mixed with a sour tang. To be honest, the smell made me feel a bit queasy. While it wasn't particularly foul-smelling, the visual impact was overwhelming. I instinctively covered my nose and gasped for air. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Who made such a mess? I muttered the words with utter exasperation. After I finished speaking, Li Hui looked at me. Who else could it be? You should go check it out. I nodded slightly and stepped into the private room, where I saw Zhou Chao slumped on the sofa, her face flushed. She was clearly drunk.
And now she was disheveled. Zhou Chao had ample bust to begin with, and lying sideways on the sofa like that. It looked as if they'd been severely compressed. It looked like they could burst at any moment. I turned to look at Li Hui. What the hell is going on? Did you two drink yourselves into this state here? Li Hui shook her head. You know me, I never drink. I can't hold my liquor. I came here looking for Zhou Chao. Actually, Li Hui wasn't wrong about that. After all this time married to me, she really hadn't touched a drop. What happened to Zhou Chao? I'm not sure. I heard he got dumped by some guy, but I didn't know the details, so I just came straight over. I happened to see him slap another man. Li Hui blurted this out unexpectedly, and I frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Zhou Chao slapped another guy? Where'd that guy go? He seemed pretty pissed off, and they had a huge argument in the private room. Probably went out to call someone. I'm seriously fed up. How can a grown man be so petty? Zhou Chao was clearly drunk. Besides, I already asked the bar staff Zhou Chao paid for this room. That guy clearly barged in. Why should he call people to cause trouble for Zhou Chao? Li Hui was actually sticking up for Zhou Chao. Just then, Zhou Chao instinctively opened her eyes. The moment she saw me, she shot upright. Why are you here? Who sent you? I stared at Zhou Chao. Honestly, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have given her a second glance. This woman usually only knew how to disgust me, but seeing Zhou Chao looking so pitiful now, I actually felt a twinge of pity. Plus, with men causing trouble for her, and considering we'd once shared a bed, I had to step in. I let out a long sigh. Alright. I'll take you away before that guy calls for backup. Li Hui nodded beside me. Let's just get out of here first. If we can avoid trouble, we should. Besides, you already slapped him. Zhou Chao kept shaking her head. What does that have to do with me? He came in here trying to take advantage of me. That damn bastard, does he really think I'm some pushover? I'm not some woman anyone can have. Do you understand, Li Hui? Do you understand, Zhang Yu? It was obvious that when Zhou Chao uttered the name Zhang Yu, it felt like she was grinding it out between her teeth. Deep down, I understood. Zhou Chao was hurting. As for what she told Li Hui about being hurt by a scumbag, chances were that scumbag was me. Realizing this, I exhaled deeply and gently patted Zhou Chao's shoulder. Alright. Can you stop freaking out here? I'm taking you away first, got it? Zhou Chao shook her head. But I couldn't be bothered with her. I simply hoisted Zhou Chao onto my back. The two round peaks on Zhou Chao's chest pressed firmly against my back. Though the soft, yielding sensation felt incredibly comfortable, I had no time to savor it now. I carried Zhou Chao on my back while Li Hui followed behind, supporting her hips. Zhou Chao was quite voluptuous, so she actually weighed a fair bit. She must have weighed at least 110 or 120 pounds. But carrying her didn't feel particularly tiring. As we stepped out of the private room, the crowd outside was wildly dancing, completely oblivious to our presence. Chapter 189, Letting the Wolf In. I figured this worked in our favor. I prepared to lead Zhou Chao and Li Hui out the other exit. I could come pick up Zhou Chao, but if you wanted me to fight for this woman, I honestly didn't think it was worth it. But we'd barely stepped out of the bar when I spotted my car just a few steps away. Truthfully, I'd already relaxed. Once we were in the car, we'd be fine. But just then, a shout erupted from nearby. Wait! Where are you going? I froze in surprise. Could it really be that coincidental? When I turned to look, I saw several burly men crouched on the other side. Turns out these guys had been waiting here all along. They were just waiting to catch us like fish in a barrel. Li Hui frowned. I quickly placed Zhou Chao in the car and whispered to Li Hui. Get in the car first and lock it from the inside. Got it? Li Hui shook her head slightly. Then what are you going to do? It was clear that at this moment, Li Hui was genuinely worried about me. I waved my hand dismissively. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm not going to fight them, just talk some sense into them. You can relax. After saying that, Li Hui got into the car too, and I immediately locked the doors. The burly guys across the street started walking toward me. Each one had tattoos all over their bodies, looking pretty intimidating. But with Zhang Shuiqian backing me up, I wasn't afraid of these guys. Kid. You've got some nerve, huh? Trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Put that woman down. I shook my head slightly. I can't just let her go. She's my friend. What do you want from me? Just say it. The men began to flex their muscles. What do you want? Since you're so stubborn, we'll just have to deal with you first. But just then, a bald, fat guy frowned. Why do I feel like I know you? Haven't we met somewhere before? I blurted out. What? Did we meet in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? I swear, in that moment, I definitely wasn't trying to show off or anything. It just slipped out. But the words Dragon Palace of the East Sea certainly carried some weight. The burly men across from me all froze in place. What's your connection to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? I scratched my nose. Don't you know me? Then you should know I'm sworn brothers with Zhang Shuitian.
I said this with a smile.
Truth be told, whenever I mentioned Zhang Shuitian's name to these petty thugs, it never failed to work.
Sure enough,
the moment those 3 words reached the guys across from me, their faces turned ashen.
their expressions looked like they'd just eaten. You mean the second in command of the East Sea Dragon Palace? I chuckled, smoothly pulled out my phone, and tapped Zhang Shuitian's name. Check this out, is this Zhang Shuitian's phone number?
The group took a look, especially at the 3 bold characters saved in my phone contacts, which instantly made the burly men across from us tremble.
No joke.
That's the kind of intimidating presence Zhang Shuitian commands.
Sorry, boss, we didn't recognize a mountain when we saw one. We had no idea you were Brother Tian's crew. Big brother, you go ahead. We'll be on our way.
The burly men dared not linger, each covering their cheeks as if too ashamed to show their faces.
I let out a deep sigh of relief. Though this tactic never fails, I'd be in a bind if I ever encountered a stubborn fool. Fortunately, the name Zhang Shuitian still intimidated these guys. I hurriedly got into the car. Li Hui looked at me with a puzzled expression. What did you show them just now? Why did they all look like they'd seen a ghost? What happened? Li Hui didn't know about Zhang Shuitian, so I didn't elaborate. Nothing. They know my boss.
It was all a misunderstanding.
What a coincidence. I chuckled and nodded. Of course it is. Why would I lie to you? Trust me, you know I'm not some street thug. Why would anyone give me face? My simple explanation instantly won Li Hui's trust. She let out a long sigh of relief. That scared the life out of me. I thought they were going to do something to you. I quickly waved my hands. This just means we got lucky. Let's take Zhou Qiao home and get some rest ourselves.
But after I said that, Li Hui shook her head.
I want to discuss something with you. Would it be okay for Zhou Qiao to stay at our place tonight? Hearing Li Hui's words, my expression changed instantly. Honestly, this woman seems a bit out of her mind. Hey, what kind of joke is this?
Why should she stay at our place? She has her own place to live.
Li Hui shot me a glance. Can you stop being so petty?
Zhou Qiao is my best friend, after all. Seeing her like this breaks my heart.
Just think of it as doing a good deed. Help me out. Besides, Li Hui's already drunk. I need to take care of her first. You'll just have to crash on the couch tonight. Li Hui said this with an expression of utter helplessness. This woman has no idea.
If she knew how Zhou Qiao had treated me before, and the nature of our relationship, I wonder if Li Hui would still dare to invite a wolf into the house.
But I couldn't exactly come across as too harsh. Fine, but let's be clear, you're taking care of her tonight. Li Hui nodded. Of course.
It wouldn't be right for a grown man like you to look after a young girl.
Young girl? She's practically an old woman now. I muttered in annoyance. Li Hui glared at me. We're practically the same age as Zhou Qiao, okay? By your logic, does that make me an old woman too? I was instantly speechless.
But Li Hui did look a bit younger than Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao was just too mature, like a perfectly ripe dragon fruit. While it might feel satisfying to eat, it has absolutely no flavor, and honestly, it's kind of off-putting.
Maybe it's because this woman always likes to push me around. Over an hour later, I finally made it home.
And I'd been carrying Zhou Qiao the whole way. It took every ounce of strength to finally set her down on the sofa.
Oh my god. This is getting unbearable. Maybe I should just let Zhou Qiao sleep here. I can't carry her anymore. Li Hui shook her head. How could that be? If she wakes up in the middle of the night, wouldn't that be too much?
The 2 of us sleeping in the bed while she's left out here.
I thought about it, she had a point.
I mustered another effort and finally carried Zhou Qiao into our bedroom.
I grabbed a pillow and blanket and rolled onto the sofa. Chapter 190, Passion in the Kitchen. Come to think of it, I was pretty miserable. This was my own home, yet I ended up feeling like an outsider. But I couldn't really say much. To be honest, I used to find Zhou Qiao pretty annoying. But seeing how calm she was when drunk just now, she didn't seem as irritating as I'd imagined. Before long, I drifted into a deep sleep. Maybe because I'm not a heavy sleeper. I kept hearing a clattering sound in the living room in the middle of the night. I didn't pay it any mind, I was too groggy from sleep. Maybe someone got up to use the bathroom? But not long after, I felt a warm body press against me. The sensation was hazy, I was already half asleep, but if it was a dream, it felt far too real. Almost instinctively, I lifted that smooth body into my arms. Those soft lips pressed against mine. My mind felt like it had been electrocuted. This sensation was real. When I opened my eyes wide, I saw it was a woman with long hair. She was straddling me. This is my house. Li Hui, what the hell are you doing? The woman ignored my words and continued kissing my body. But Li Hui wasn't this voluptuous. My mind raced for a few seconds. Zhou Qiao, have you lost your mind? This is my house, and Li Hui is still here. I felt my entire body tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, I just thought this woman was a little crazy. But Zhou Qiao just laughed. A faint scent of alcohol lingered on her, but it wasn't unpleasant. What are you afraid of?
Li Hui's already passed out and I just closed the bedroom door. Your place is so soundproof, plus Li Hui sleeps like a log she'll never notice. I shot upright in my seat. I warned you, don't you dare do anything in my house. But Zhou Qiao just shook her head. Don't you think this is a golden opportunity heaven sent? And why do you think I drank so much today? I calculated it would come to this. My eyes widened. Zhou Qiao blew a breath of air toward me. See how clean my mouth is? And I just used your toothbrush. Though Zhou Qiao and I did maintain this ambiguous relationship. But the idea of suddenly using someone else's toothbrush? Just thinking about it made me feel sick. For a moment, I almost threw up. Are you sick? Zhou Qiao laughed. Have you forgotten? I've been waiting for you for so long, but you never divorced Li Hui. How was I supposed to take your place? Zhou Qiao, I'm warning you. Even if you did tear Li Hui and me apart, I'd never marry a lunatic like you. And this is my house. If you're sober now, get the hell out. Perhaps because I was so agitated, I didn't pay much attention to what I was saying. But this woman really has no shame. Especially after I yelled that at her. Zhou Qiao just laughed. Can you stop being so harsh with me? I'm just a girl who needs your care. Zhang Yu, you don't know I really do like you. After saying that, Zhou Qiao lunged straight at me. Despite my desperate struggles, she clung to me like a leech. Moreover, I felt a nameless, searing fire ignite within me. Zhou Qiao was seducing me. I couldn't hold back any longer. I grabbed her by the throat, and Zhou Qiao stuck out her tongue at me, licking her lips. Honestly, no man could resist such temptation, not even me. Even though deep down, I didn't like this woman. After a moment of silence, I picked Zhou Qiao up in my arms. She cooperated, wrapping her arms around my neck to make it a bit easier for me. I carried her straight through the living room into the kitchen and closed the kitchen door behind us. This provided double security. As long as Li Hui didn't wake up, she wouldn't hear a thing from here. Zhou Qiao gazed at me with eyes narrowed into seductive slits. So you thought of that, huh? Ha! Feels good to cheat on your wife in your own home, doesn't it? Don't just say you even. I'm feeling pretty excited right now. I pointed my finger at Zhou Qiao's cheek. I'd intended to unleash a torrent of abuse. This woman had absolutely no boundaries. But the words stuck in my throat. Zhou Qiao didn't care about any of that. She pressed herself against me again. This time, I didn't push her away. The two of us ended up doing something unsuitable for minors right there in the kitchen. This time, though, it felt amazing, probably because it was so incredibly thrilling. Half an hour later, I stepped out of the kitchen one step at a time. When I reached the doorway, I turned to look at Zhou Qiao. I've never understood. What's so great about me? What makes you act like this? You're a woman, have you no self-respect left? Zhou Qiao smiled. The only reason I could be Li Hui's best friend for so long was because of you. Because I like you, no other reason. For you, I'd even give up my own life. But you just don't believe any of it. My head felt like it was spinning, and it was already late at night. I couldn't think of anything else. I lay on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day, probably because I'd been so exhausted the night before. And there was the sound of sizzling in the kitchen. Li Hui and Zhou Qiao were both awake, the two women bustling about in the kitchen. I rubbed my sleepy eyes. Li Hui had finished making the soup. You're something else. I said. You went to bed pretty early last night, so why did you sleep in this late? I rubbed my throbbing head. Look who's talking. Sleeping on that couch all night was torture. I barely slept a wink until the wee hours. Why didn't you go to work? I finally caught a break and just wanted to rest a bit. I could cook you a meal too. Your phone didn't ring this morning, so I didn't remind you to go to work. I picked up my phone to check. Sure enough, there were only 2 unimportant messages. Then I'll go after we eat. Li Hui nodded. This meal looked absolutely delicious, and it was all my favorite foods. We all sat down, forming a sort of triangle. My family's dining table was covered with a tablecloth that extended all the way to the floor, which presented a problem. Everything beneath the tablecloth was empty, yet completely hidden from view, obscured entirely by the fabric. Chapter 191, A Brilliant Game. I picked up a spare rib with my chopsticks and was enjoying it. Suddenly, I felt a foot placed on my leg. Without a second thought, I knew exactly who was behind this mischievous move. Zhou Qiao chuckled. Do you find this spare rib tasty? I gave a slight nod. It tastes pretty good. I made it. Right, shall we? Li Hui nodded. Let me tell you, that stinky woman was deliberately deceiving me all along. I'll tell you this, back when Zhou Qiao was my roommate, I was the one doing all the cooking. I thought she was just hopeless in the kitchen, but today I finally saw the truth. She was just lying to avoid cooking all along. You're so mean. After saying that, Li Hui started looking down on Zhou Qiao. But Zhou Qiao just burst out laughing. We're such good friends, and you're nitpicking over this? Shall we? Talking like that is no fun. I've been so good to you. The two chatted aimlessly, while I felt like a transparent person. But only I knew what that stinky woman Zhou Qiao was doing under the table. I just couldn't say it out loud. I shot Zhou Qiao a fierce glare, having hinted at it countless times already. But Zhou Chao completely ignored me, acting as if she knew nothing at all. After a quick meal, I slowly got up.
Alright, you two stay home.
I'm heading out, got some things to take care of at the company.
Li Hui nodded. Will you be back for dinner tonight? Not sure yet.
Our company just landed an energy contract, and I'm in the middle of coordinating with the project lead.
This guy clearly dislikes me. Foreigners can be so petty sometimes.
I pursed my lips. Lately, I've been trying to figure out how to build a good relationship with him.
Otherwise, things could get pretty tough down the road.
Li Hui sighed helplessly.
Just don't overwork yourself. If you're coming home for dinner tonight, give me a call ahead of time. I flashed an OK sign and turned to leave the house.
I didn't even say goodbye to Zhou Chao before leaving because I genuinely dislike that woman.
Actually, last night's feeling was quite something I could savor.
But the problem was, my poor impression of Zhou Chao wasn't new, it had been building for a while. That made me feel awful, because such impressions are notoriously hard to change.
I hurried to the office.
The project had already started, and everything seemed normal.
Then I mustered the courage to call Alice. Hello? The moment she picked up, Alice's icy voice hit me. Hearing that tone, I knew this woman was still holding a grudge. Sometimes I feel pretty innocent. Why does she have to single me out like this? Miss Alice, our initial meeting is complete. How was your experience?
Though I'd mentally cursed her 18 times over, I swallowed my pride for the sake of my grand plan.
Alice spoke coldly.
It's acceptable, but I expect continuous improvement.
Should any aspect fall short, I reserve the right to reject it and terminate our contract at any time. I let out a sigh of relief.
Honestly, this whole situation has been disgusting me.
I doubt anyone could handle it. After a moment of silence, I shook my head. How about this, Miss Alice? I'd like us to have a proper conversation. Consider it a favor to me. Sorry, I'm usually very busy. Is there anything else? If not, that's all. Wait. Do you think this is fair to me? Alice froze. She probably didn't expect me to suddenly say that. Manager Shang, what do you mean by that? I gasped for breath.
I know you look down on me and genuinely don't want to work with me, but I fought hard to secure this project myself. Even if you think I cut corners or whatever, I'm still serving you properly.
As for your company, I believe you're the biggest beneficiary.
From start to finish, and even going forward, I doubt anyone else could secure such a project at such a low price. And our service has been flawless. I'm sure many people admire or even envy you for this. But don't forget, I'm the one who brought you all this. Heaven knows how fast my heart was racing when I said those words.
How to describe it?
Like water boiling over, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. And so was my heart.
Thump. If these few words of mine completely enraged that stinking woman, our collaboration might just fall through. All my previous efforts would be wasted. But I'm taking the gamble. Even if Alice looks down on me, plenty of people must be praising her for this project. And Alice has surely become the darling of her company. Miss Alice, I hope you understand that even if you do decide to terminate our contract, I truly couldn't care less. Alice's tone remained icy. What do you mean by that? You don't want to work with us anymore? You're the one who doesn't want to cooperate. I just want you to show me the bare minimum of respect, and I can guarantee you this. I took a deep breath.
If you terminate our contract now, at this rate, I could partner with any foreign company at any time without even going through a bidding process.
But you're different.
You'll face condemnation from the entire company, because no one else can offer you such low prices and such excellent service. The other end fell silent. Though we were on the phone, neither of us spoke again. After what felt like an eternity, my phone was nearly dead. Alice finally spoke.
What time tonight? 8 o'clock tonight. I'll pick you up after work. We can have a proper chat. Even if we can't be friends, I still hope we can collaborate pleasantly. I have to admit, when I said those words, both my tone and attitude were utterly sincere. I believe she must have sensed it. Alright, I'll be waiting. The moment I hung up, I couldn't help but shout with excitement. Yay! Even though I was in my office with the door closed, the sound was still pretty loud. Wei Gu and Lin Ro immediately rushed over, while the rest of the team looked at me with puzzled expressions. What's up? Did you lose your mind? Lin Ro stared at me wide-eyed. What the heck just happened? Manager, you sure were screaming loud back there. Chapter 192, The Date with Alice. I waved my hand awkwardly. Nothing. Oh, right, Wei Gu, could you run an errand for me? Wei Gu looked at me with confusion. I leaned in close to his ear. A few seconds later, the guy looked at me with a twisted expression. Bro! Are you trying to make this impossible for me? There's no way I can do that. Plus, I don't know much about this stuff. Why didn't you send Lin Ro instead? Wei Gu immediately started complaining. Lin Ro quickly interjected, It's fine, manager. I can handle whatever needs doing. Wei Ge's pretty swamped with work these days. I let out a long sigh. The reason I didn't want to tell Lin Ro was because I was afraid she'd overthink it. But I never expected Wei Gu to spill the beans. I just wanted Wei Gu to help me buy some feminine products.
I've already made contact with Alice, and tonight is the perfect opportunity.
If we can win Alice's loyalty, taking down Lu Guangbei will be within reach. This woman is crucial to the entire plan.
I said this with a serious expression. But Wei Gu just gave a lecherous grin, especially that intimidating look in his eyes.
Hey, manager, I said, I don't think you're being honest. Hearing Wei Ji's words, I froze in place, staring at him in utter confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Did you lose your mind? Wei Gu waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean turn Alice into one of us?
Clearly it's about turning her into your woman. With your charm over the opposite sex, I'm confident you'll succeed in no time.
The guy was just joking.
But he forgot to consider Lin Ro's feelings.
Lin Ro was clearly upset. Manager, I'm feeling unwell.
I'll take leave and head home first.
Have Wei Gu buy it for you.
Lin Ro uttered these words in a flat tone, her face cold as ice.
She turned and walked away. Now, only Wei Gu and I were left in the room.
Wei Gu was clearly bewildered, completely lost.
He looked up at me. Hey, manager. What's going on here? Is something wrong with that girl? I glared at him. I'm telling you.
If you don't get this sorted out today, don't blame me for dealing with you. I shouted this with pure venom.
Wei Ji's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. But it was clear I was genuinely furious. Wei Gu nodded obediently. Got it, boss. You can count on me. I won't screw this up. Luckily, Wei returned just as the workday ended, carrying a large bag. I was tempted to peek inside and see what it was.
But time was tight after all, it was my first time meeting her.
If I was late, that first impression would be impossible to fix. I gave him an okay gesture. Wei Gu. How much is this stuff? Wei Gu gestured with his hands. Over 6,000 yuan.
I'm telling you, big brother, they'll absolutely love this gift.
It's just a bit pricey. I thought about it. Honestly, it was within my budget.
After all, spending this much to make a good impression on Alice seemed worth it no matter how you looked at it.
Alright, you handled this well.
I'll pay you back tomorrow when I get back.
After saying that, I didn't dare delay.
I grabbed the gift and rushed straight over to Alice's place. It was rush hour, so the streets were packed. It took me a full hour and a half to finally arrive at the hotel where Alice was staying.
It was exactly 8 o'clock any later and I'd be in trouble.
I quickly grabbed my phone and dialed her number.
Ring. After a few rings, Alice's sultry voice came through.
She must have been sleeping, as she sounded sleepy.
Hello, Manager Zhang, have you arrived yet?
Yes, I'm here.
You're this punctual?
You call me exactly on the dot of the agreed time.
Have you been waiting downstairs for ages?
I have to admit, ever since I gave this woman a little something to put in her eyes, Alice's attitude seems to have changed dramatically.
I actually quite liked her greeting just now. No, I actually timed it perfectly. Miss Alice, you can come down now. Then I hung up abruptly. A few minutes later, a dazzling figure came into view. It was Alice.
Tonight, Alice wore a white undershirt, a form-fitting one at that.
Alice already had an ample bust. So wearing this white top instantly gave her an even fuller, more voluptuous look. She wore a form-fitting denim jacket over it, left unbuttoned in precisely that open style accentuated the voluptuous curves beneath. Below, she wore tight-fitting jeans. I'd always thought Alice had that kind of figure, slim when dressed, but curvaceous when undressed. But today I realized this woman's figure is truly amazing. Especially those long, gorgeous legs. The skinny jeans hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating every inch of her figure. She wore a pair of mid-heel shoes on her feet. Her entire look tonight was absolutely perfect for a date. Plus, Alice wore light makeup. Honestly, it really suited her. After getting out of the car, we immediately embraced each other. Though it was just a matter of etiquette, previously when I met Alice, we didn't even shake hands. Especially with our faces pressed together, that feeling was genuinely nice. And she smelled absolutely wonderful. Miss Alice, this is a gift I brought for you. I hope you like it. No girl dislikes gifts. So Alice lit up instantly. Oh, thank you, Manager Zhang. You're so thoughtful. How about this, let me treat you to dinner? I nodded repeatedly. I had originally planned to book a Western restaurant, but Alice insisted on trying our local specialties. I thought for a moment. Alright. I'll take you to an interesting place, but you're not allowed to complain, okay? Alice smiled. Manager Zhang, you really underestimate me. How could I possibly complain? Just take me there and show me around. We both got into the car. Then I hit the gas pedal and we sped off. After about 10 minutes, we arrived at a night market. The place was bustling with people at night, looking truly lively. Both sides of the street were lined with street vendors, and the air was thick with the aroma of grilled food. I thought Alice might find this kind of place distasteful, but to my surprise, the girl seemed exceptionally happy, even skipping and jumping with delight. Chapter 193, Night Market Conflict. Manager Zhang, I never knew your city had such fun spots. I nodded with a smile. Of course. You don't have any friends here, so you wouldn't normally get to explore places like this.
But I'm not too busy lately, so I'll definitely take you out more often when I get the chance.
Alice was clearly over the moon.
She stopped to look at every interesting thing she saw. Many items at the small stalls cost only 10 or 20 yuan, and I didn't hesitate to buy them without a second thought.
I tell you, women are so easy to please.
She kept thanking me profusely for buying her things, even though they were just random trinkets.
And since we both ate from the stalls, it wasn't dirty at all. In fact, the food tasted pretty good.
After we finished eating and had seen most of the sights, Alice pointed to some sugar figurines nearby.
Usually, things like this are bought for children. But Alice looked genuinely happy looking at them. Manager Zhang, do you want this? I want to buy it for fun. I couldn't help but chuckle. This isn't for playing with, it's for eating. And it's for little kids. When I said that, Alice got even more excited. Want to try it with me?
I was just about to refuse when two guys nearby chuckled. Those two were just being sarcastic.
Damn, this foreign chick is awesome. She's got some moves, huh? Coming to a dump like this, buying some cheap junk, she's gonna be busy all night. Ha! The two of them laughed arrogantly. But when I run into jerks like that, I usually just ignore them. Who the hell is Alice? She was sent here by headquarters to liaise with us. First off, she must have a solid grasp of our local culture and customs. So every word those two just said was heard by Alice. Just as they were about to leave, Alice called out behind them, though her words came out a bit awkwardly. Wait a minute.
The two men frowned, but when they turned to look at Alice, they flashed her a disgustingly smug grin.
What's up, little sister? Got a crush on Big Brother? Just tell us what you want to eat. Alice took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Do you two realize how rude that is? Is this how you treat your guests?
One of the men frowned.
What's that supposed to mean? Trying to piss me off? You got screwed over by some guy, and honestly, you people are all out of your minds. Alice's expression darkened. You guys are disgusting. People like you drag down the standards of this place. I'm ashamed of you. What kind of insult is that without any profanity?
Elevating the argument to a matter of quality instantly infuriated the two men across from her.
You better shut the up. This ain't your neighborhood, you bastard. Watch your back. Exactly. Think you can say whatever you want?
Just as the two men were about to leave, Alice shouted again.
You two are shameless. Bullying a foreigner like me, I'm truly ashamed of you. If you want to insult me, at least do it openly. Why resort to sneaky, disgusting tactics behind my back?
The two men probably never expected this.
A foreigner speaking so fluently. What did I even say to you? Everything I just said is true. No one would have to spend a dime to pick you up. Just take you to some cheap street stall for 10 or 20 bucks. Exactly. And you loved it. Can't you at least pretend to have some class? Seriously.
If things had escalated to this point and I could just stand by and do nothing, I'd feel like a beast.
The next second, I walked straight up to Alice.
Those two guys across from us just stared at me, completely dumbfounded.
What's the big deal? Did I say something wrong? I shook my head slightly. Don't project your filthy minds onto others. Our relationship is perfectly normal. And by the way, we frequent those high-class places you keep mentioning.
I smiled at the two men.
We're here for the experience, for fun. You're here because you have nowhere else to go.
I just wanted to discuss these two guys.
Just as I expected.
The moment they heard my words, their expressions changed instantly.
You're just asking for a beating.
One of them shoved me, and Alice screamed. But before Alice could finish screaming, I'd already raised my fist and smashed it right into the guy's nose.
A loud thud echoed through the air.
The guy stumbled back several steps, screaming in pain, a trail of blood trailing through the air. Needless to say, that punch had been carefully planned and packed with immense force. I'd been ready to strike anyway, just waiting for them to make the first move. One of the men I'd knocked down rolled around on the ground, writhing in pain. The other one panicked and lunged forward, but I pointed a finger right at his nose.
You better not move a muscle. I must admit, that roar of mine was truly powerful. Not only did it startle that guy, but even Alice beside me and the onlookers were all taken aback. Everyone instinctively took several steps back. You see, when a man truly loses his temper, his roar carries more terror than a lion's. One fell to the ground. The other froze in terror. Alice finally came over to my side. Manager Zhang, let's just leave. No need to engage with them. I gave a slight nod and turned to leave the night market with Alice. I'm so sorry. I never expected this to happen. Thinking back, I was definitely too impulsive just now. I shouldn't have argued with them. Alice said this with a look of hurt on her face. I couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Alice, I said, why are you apologizing to me? It was their fault to begin with. Alice laughed. Thanks for stepping up just now, and that roar of yours was seriously manly. I stretched lazily. Miss Alice, let me walk you back. I thought today would be a memorable date, but those two guys ruined the mood. I hope you're not upset. Alice waved her hands hurriedly. It's nothing. Actually, I think this makes it the most unforgettable date.
As we got into the car, Alice finally noticed the gift bag in front of her. "Oh, Manager Zhang, this gift looks so exquisite. It must have cost a fortune. I can't possibly accept something so valuable from you." I pursed my lips. "Why didn't you say anything when you first got it? Now you're suddenly being polite." I guess she was just trying to avoid awkwardness by casually steering the conversation elsewhere.
Chapter 194, Stopping the Car Alone.
Besides, we still had a ways to go back to the hotel.
We couldn't just sit here in awkward silence, could we?
Alice felt awkward, especially after how she'd treated me earlier.
Little did she know I'd just stepped up for her. "May I open it?" Alice asked politely. I nodded repeatedly, "Of course. It's yours now." Alice was as happy as a little kid. Sure enough, girls everywhere share one common trait: they love unwrapping presents.
Alice was filled with excitement. Truth be told, I was quite curious myself, since I hadn't had time to prepare anything in advance. I hadn't even asked Wei Guo what was inside. But the moment Alice opened the gift box, her brow suddenly furrowed. With the box blocking my view, I couldn't see what the heck was inside. But out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Alice seemed not just dissatisfied with it, she looked downright annoyed. "Ha? Wei Guo said this cost several thousand yuan, he couldn't possibly have given her a gift that made her angry."
"Miss Alice, what's wrong? Is the gift not to your liking?"
Honestly, even as I asked, I felt awkward and my heart was pounding. Alice was breathing heavily.
"Stop the car."
Her voice was icy cold. I frowned, realizing something was off, so I pulled the car over to the side of the road.
"What's wrong? Miss Alice, what exactly is in there?" Alice turned and glared at me. "You have the nerve to ask me? Didn't you send the gift?"
"Manager Zhang, just a moment ago, I thought you were an upright person.
But the moment you turned around, your true colors showed. You've really disappointed me. It seems the saying is true, old habits die hard."
With that, Alice turned and got out of the car. But before she left, she grabbed the box and tossed it into my arms.
"Do you have any idea how disgusting that is?" With that, the girl stormed off in a rage.
I have to admit, her retreating figure looked pretty good. I felt completely dumbfounded.
Where exactly did things go wrong?
I instinctively looked down at the gift box, but my mindset had undergone a subtle shift.
From initial shock to final rage. I swear. If I ever see Wei Guo again, I'll personally rip his kidneys out.
This guy actually bought a pair of incredibly sexy Valentino high heels. The significance of this gift here goes without saying.
Probably just another meme the netizens ran with. Everyone says Valentino is meant for the bedroom.
But that's not even the worst part. He also placed two little gloves beside them, the kind that come in packaging, all square and neat.
Labeled dust. I could really strangle Wei right now. Things with Alice were just starting to improve. Now this blunder happens out of nowhere. What's she gonna think? She'll probably think I'm a pervert. Gasping for breath, I couldn't care less about any of this now.
I tossed the gift aside, locked the car, and ran in the direction Alice had gone.
Honestly, I was terrified. What if something happened to Alice? There'd be no way to explain it later.
But just as I took a few steps out, I saw a black Buick parked right ahead. The two guys who had argued with me at the night market were standing by the roadside.
And right in front of them stood Alice.
"Hey, sweetheart," one of them said with a smirk.
"Did that guy not cut it for you? You know, we're pretty open-minded around here. Us two guys? No problem. Why not come with us tonight? We'll make sure you hit the clouds."
The two of them rubbed their palms together lecherously.
Alice frowned. "Why are you two so disgusting? Get the hell out of here. What gives? You just humiliated me like that, and now you think you can just walk away? Where's your boyfriend? Listen up. Don't even think about it. He's right behind us, coming this way. You think I won't call the cops right now?"
With that, Alice reached for her phone. But the guy beside her was quick as lightning, snatching the phone away in one swift motion.
"What are you doing? I've called for help." The two of them burst out laughing. "You seem to have some serious issues, don't you? Look around, this isn't a parking lot, and the river's right beside us. Come nightfall, not even a ghost would be here. Who do you expect to save you?" It wasn't hard to tell.
Alice was genuinely terrified now, her body trembling uncontrollably. One of the men seized the moment and yanked Alice by the hair.
I frowned.
These two grown men showed no mercy whatsoever.
Alice was clearly in pain from the rough grab. "What do you think you're doing? Get in the car, of course. Heh, quick and easy. We're waiting right here for that guy. Mark my words. If he dares show up tonight, I'll take his life."
Alice kept struggling, but the two men dragged her forcefully toward the car. To put it bluntly, this godforsaken place had no surveillance cameras, let alone streetlights.
Even if something really happened, what could Alice do? Without evidence, she'd just have to swallow it, right? What's even harder to believe is how these two can be such animals. At that moment, I had no other choice. If Alice got dragged away by those two, it would be over. And their car was parked right nearby. I was too far away now. I started out walking, but before I knew it, I was running.
Their car had already started up. The moment they floored the gas pedal, I threw myself forward, arms outstretched, blocking the front of the car. The next second, a sharp screech of brakes echoed through the air so sudden I instinctively closed my eyes.
Are you kidding me?
When I stepped in front of them just now, I didn't think twice. Only now, standing here, did a wave of dread wash over me.
Damn it, what if I just met an untimely end like that? Then came a thud.
I felt something heavy slam into me. I flew straight to the ground. Thankfully, the driver hit the brakes just in time, otherwise, I'd have been sent straight to heaven. The two of them opened the car door, pointed at me, and started yelling.
Are you out of your ing mind? You idiot! Who told you to run in front of the car? Chapter 195, New Injuries.
Maybe it was because it was so dark here, not even a streetlight in sight, so these two didn't recognize me at first.
But one of them finally caught on. Old Ma. Isn't that the same woman I was with just now?
Never thought it'd come so easily. Old Ma narrowed his eyes at me and slapped his thigh.
Damn, you're right. Get out, get out. I want to see for myself what kind of creature this is. After saying that,
both of them jumped straight out of the car and charged straight at me. Clearly, they were planning to give me a second beating.
You were pretty cocky back at the night market, weren't you? But I'm starting to wonder, are you just a bluff? Trying to get us to run you over? I gritted my teeth. Though my entire body throbbed with pain, I should be fine. Let Alice go first.
I saw you guys put her in the car. Alice began struggling inside the car.
Manager Zhang, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me.
Even though we just experienced that unpleasantness in such a dangerous situation, anyone would likely put reconciliation first.
I shook my head. Do you realize this is illegal?
Calm down, or you'll regret this for the rest of your lives.
I tried to negotiate with them. But these two just chuckled. Just a foreign chick.
I played around with her, that's all.
Don't forget whose turf this is, I've got nothing to fear. And you? As long as I spare your pathetic life, isn't that enough? Looks like these two are dead set on this.
I took a deep breath and reached behind my back.
Before charging forward, I'd already concealed a brick there.
Gritting my teeth, I mustered every ounce of strength, hoisted the brick, and smashed it right into one of their skulls.
A loud clang echoed. The guy let out a piercing scream.
I felt the brick shatter into two pieces in my hand. Clutching his head, he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The other one, Old Ma, was quick as lightning. He kicked me square in the chest. I was still a bit dazed from the earlier collision, so my movements were incredibly sluggish.
With a thud, I rolled back onto the ground. Old Ma circled me and began kicking me violently.
Inside the car, Alice's cries echoed.
Manager Zhang, please leave me behind. I'm begging you, just get out of here.
I had no way to fight back, so I could only clasp my head tightly.
Only this way could I slightly ease the pain. After Old Ma kicked me for over 10 seconds, I finally caught my breath. Just as he swung one leg up to kick again, I seized the moment, grabbed his other leg, and yanked him backward with all my strength. Old Ma crashed to the ground with a thud. Summoning every ounce of strength, I lunged at him, pinned him beneath me, and pounded his face with punch after punch. You ing piece of aren't even a man bullying girls. I'll beat the out of you. The more I hit him, the angrier I got. But just then, Alice inside the car shouted. Manager Zhang, get out of the way. Honestly, I couldn't react fast enough. I instinctively looked up. But all I saw was a baseball bat. Then came a thud. The bat landed squarely on my head, and I felt completely dazed. My entire body went limp and weak. I collapsed onto the ground with a thud, my body even beginning to twitch uncontrollably. I swear this wasn't me faking it in that instant, death felt so close. It was that guy from earlier, still holding the baseball bat and panting heavily. Old Ma finally snapped out of it too. Seeing me on the ground, both of their expressions turned grim. They were clearly panicking. Get out of here. They sprinted to the car, yanked Alice out, and floored the gas pedal. The car roared to life. Alice rolled twice before scrambling over to me. Her face was wet with tears. She was clearly worried sick about me. Manager Zhang, how are you? Don't scare me. Don't worry, I'll call an ambulance right now. My head throbbed sharply, and that dazed feeling grew heavier, my eyelids growing heavier too. Miss Alice, I'm just a little tired. After saying this, everything went black and I passed out. In that final moment of consciousness before fainting, all I could hear was Alice's frantic cries. I slept so deeply, I had no idea how much time had passed. When I finally opened my eyes again, I found myself surrounded by a vast expanse of white, with droplets hanging in the air. The entire room was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. I tried to move, but my head felt like it was splitting open with pain. My entire body was throbbing unbearably. Honestly, I never want to feel like this again in my life. I couldn't help but cry out. You're awake, Manager Zhang. You scared the life out of me. A woman with disheveled hair rushed toward me. Alice looked terrible, her face pale. I must have scared the girl. Could you get me some water to drink? Of course, no problem, Manager Zhang. Just wait a moment.
Alice dashed off and returned with a cup of warm water in less than half a minute. And this girl was genuinely thoughtful. She helped me up, and my head ended up resting against her chest. It felt like a soft pillow. Honestly, once I rested my head there, I didn't want to move. Especially with Alice's unique body scent wafting up. Damn, this hospital stay was totally worth it. But that was just a little fantasy in my head. I wouldn't actually think that way. After finishing the water, Alice looked at me with gentle eyes, all traces of her earlier anger gone. Manager Zhang, would you like to sleep some more, or eat something? If you want to sleep, I'll lay you down flat. If you'd like a snack, I can find something for you to lean against that might be more comfortable. I have to admit, this girl really knows how to take care of people. But I think she's a bit dim-witted. Wouldn't anyone waking up after a nap need to take care of their bodily needs first? But Alice and I weren't exactly close to begin with, and then that unpleasant incident happened between us. She even mistook me for a pervert. If I made that kind of request now, Alice might just call the cops on the spot. Could you please call in a male nurse? Chapter 196, The Gathering of Masters. At my words, Alice froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. I see. Manager Zhang, do you need to use the restroom? I already picked up a urinal from the hospital. Shall I bring it over? I gave a slight nod. Thank you so much. But when I finally got it, I realized both my arms were hooked up to IVs. I didn't have a single free hand to move. Alice's eyes welled up with tears. Manager Zhang, these are extraordinary times. Please let me take care of you for now. I shook my head repeatedly. Miss Alice, you've misunderstood me all along. I'm nothing like you imagine. I don't know how to explain it, but how could I possibly let you do something like this? I looked at the red button across from me. Press that for me, and then you can call over 2 male orderlies. Alice shook her head. Manager Zhang, please don't make excuses. Honestly, I feel like I'm killing myself with guilt. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this situation. I laughed helplessly. It's fine. I'm a grown man, after all. It's nothing. But while we two were chatting away, my bladder was about to explode. Miss Alice, I can't hold it much longer. Alice didn't care at all. She just pulled back my blanket and started reaching in with her hand. That scared the hell out of me. Thankfully, just then, the door opened. It was Li Hui. But it made sense after all. With injuries this severe, a hospital would naturally notify my family. Li Hui saw Alice standing by my hospital bed, but thankfully she hadn't pulled down my pants yet, otherwise it would have been impossible to explain. And Li Hui was so flustered she didn't notice these minor details at all. She practically jogged over, and to my surprise, Zhou Qiao was right behind her. Honey. How are you? Alice's hand jerked back as if she'd been electrocuted, then she turned to look at Li Hui. Seeing the girl's flushed little face was quite amusing. Even Zhou Qiao's eyes widened. Good heavens, what happened to you? I gave an awkward chuckle. More importantly, could you two please step outside? Li Hui, help me, I need to use the restroom. After all, Li Hui is my wife, so having her handle this was the most appropriate solution. The two girls exchanged glances and promptly left the ward. Li Hui finally helped me take care of my business, and suddenly the whole world seemed to brighten. After all that commotion, the two of them finally came back in. Zhou Qiao and Li Hui stood before me, while Alice cowered in the corner like a child who'd done something wrong. She didn't even dare to approach. You can imagine how terribly guilty this girl must feel. Good heavens, who on earth did this to you? Li Hui's voice cracked as she spoke, and I waved my hand with a smile. And I thought I was handling this pretty coolly. No big deal, just standing up for what's right. Oh, and that's Miss Alice over there, the business partner I've been telling you about lately, the head of the energy company stationed here. Li Hui clearly wasn't in the mood for small talk, merely nodding casually to Alice in acknowledgement. Zhou Qiao gritted her teeth. Who did this? I won't let them get away with it. Judging by Zhou Qiao's tone, it seemed she was considering taking matters into her own hands for me. At first, I was a bit worried. After all, Zhou Qiao was just Li Hui's close friend. Would Li Hui get the wrong idea if Zhou Qiao suddenly became so concerned about me? But it turned out I'd overthought it. Li Hui wasn't thinking that way at all. What I hadn't anticipated was that more and more people showed up later. I had no idea who had called them. First came Yutao and Wei Gu with a few others, all guys, about 4 or 5 from the company. Yutao's expression changed when he saw me. Holy crap. What happened to you? And Miss Alice is here too? Alice let out a sigh of relief. But just as Yutao finished speaking, the door burst open again. Seeing the plague god arrive, my heart skipped a beat. I knew this situation couldn't be that simple. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Shuitian. As the second in command of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Zhang Shuitian had undergone a qualitative leap in his demeanor. His aura now radiated the presence of a gang boss. His youth made no difference whatsoever. Behind him trailed several men with crew cuts, each covered in intricate dragon and phoenix tattoos, clearly not the type to be trifled with. Zhang Yu. Zhang Shuitian shoved Yutao aside. Yutao was about to erupt, but seeing Zhang Shuitian's imposing presence, he immediately shut his mouth. Zhang Shuetian had intended to offer me some words of comfort, but he hadn't expected me to be in such a pitiful state. Multiple areas of his body were already wrapped in bandages, making him look like half a mummy.
Zhang Shuitian's anger flared instantly. Who the hell did this?
I'll dig through 3 layers of earth to find him. If I don't avenge you, I, Zhang Shuitian, swear I'm not human.
Now tell me, who the hell was it?
I shook my head frantically.
Tianer, calm down first. You call that bull? How could I not be furious?
At that moment, Alice stepped forward to the front of the crowd and bowed to everyone.
First, I must express my sincere apologies to all of you.
I'm sorry, Manager Zhang became like this because he was protecting me. Then Alice proceeded to recount everything that had happened the previous night to the entire crowd.
However, she deliberately omitted many details.
For instance, I gave her a pair of Valentino shoes, wearing transparent gloves inside.
Then I stormed off in a rage.
Still, I was quite pleased with Alice's account this way, everyone was satisfied.
Who knows what the consequences would have been if she'd described the details.
After recounting the entire sequence of events, Alice bowed once more and promptly stood quietly to the side.
Zhang Shuitian nodded fiercely. Interesting. They actually messed with my brother? Whoever it is, you lot go check the surveillance footage. Start right at the night market. See which blind bastard did this? Yu Tao also stepped forward 2 strides. Zhang Yu. Let's be clear, this happened because of the company. It's absolutely a work-related injury. Rest assured, the company will give you a satisfactory resolution. Yu Tao turned back to Zhang Shuitian. If you hear anything, let me know immediately. Thanks. Zhang Shuitian gave a slight nod.
But just then, the door swung open again.
Now, the sound of the door opening made me feel a bit anxious. Why are there so many people gathered in the hospital room? Chapter 197, Midnight Intrusion into the Ward.
Turns out it was the doctor all along. But they were still quite polite to the doctor. Only Zhang Shuitian was a fool. This guy walked straight up to the doctor.
How is my brother? Will there be any serious after effects?
The doctor shook his head. The impact did cause significant damage. A mild concussion is confirmed, but there's no need for excessive worry.
Our hospital will provide thorough treatment.
Zhang Shuitian was clearly furious.
He was breathing heavily. Got it. I never expected it to be just a concussion.
And seeing him all bandaged up like that, it's pretty scary just looking at him.
Everyone left first.
Li Hui was supposed to stay here with me.
I'd already sent Alice back to rest. The girl insisted she wouldn't leave no matter what, but I finally persuaded her with patience.
Besides, Li Hui is here. If need be, she can come tomorrow to take over.
Only then did Alice reluctantly leave.
But since there was only 1 bed in the ward and I was ruthlessly occupying it, I suggested Li Hui go home first. But Li Hui just shook her head. I'll just call in sick tomorrow morning at work. I'll take care of you the whole time these few days.
To be honest, Li Hui's words actually touched me. I shook my head.
Look outside, Zhang Shuitian has already hired 2 private nurses for me, working in shifts.
If you stay inside to take care of me, won't that money be wasted? Zhou Qiao.
Take Li Hui back first. Zhou Qiao sat on the sofa, legs crossed, especially those 2 bombs on her chest.
They swayed back and forth. Most people would have lost their minds by now. But I'm fine. Guess I've gotten used to it over time. Zhou Qiao slowly rose and grabbed Li Hui's arm. Alright, he's fine now. The nurse is with him anyway. Let's head back for the night. If need be, we can come back tomorrow morning. We can't risk wearing out a good person's body any further.
It took both of us to finally persuade Li Hui to leave. As for me, lying alone in the hospital bed, this incident happened suddenly, but I doubt it will end here.
Never mind me.
I doubt I'll get past Zhang Shuitian's scrutiny.
Truthfully, this wasn't entirely bad news. The reason was simple. At the very least, Alice and I have reached a truce. The best way to resolve conflicts is to make the other person feel genuinely guilty toward me.
From the moment I entered the courtyard until Alice left today, that woman hasn't closed her eyes for a single moment. And she's been blaming herself the whole time. I expect our future collaboration will be much smoother.
I was just about to go to sleep when the door creaked open a crack.
Then it slowly swung open, without making a sound. Until a graceful figure stepped inside. Even I was thrown off balance.
Who the hell enters like that? I strained and flicked on the warm bedside lamp.
But that sudden movement sent a jolt of pain through every injury in my body.
Ouch, damn it.
But there stood a woman with long hair before me.
It was Lin Mimi.
Lin Mimi looked at my grimacing face, her expression filled with concern.
Good heavens, what happened to you? I looked at Lin Mimi. Her outfit was somewhat more normal now.
Compared to her usual office look, it was a huge improvement. Lin Mimi was dressed very casually, wearing sweatpants on the bottom. Those skinny people look good in anything. She paired it with a loose-fitting jacket, and I thought this look suited her better.
Maybe I've seen too many sexy looks. Damn it, sis. You scared the hell out of me. Who the hell barges in like that? I thought someone was trying to assassinate me. Think you're some kind of top secret agent?
Lin Nini rolled her eyes.
Looks like she wasn't badly hurt after all. This girl just has a bit of a sharp tongue.
She then walked step by step to the bedside.
Her hands clasped mine tightly, cold as ice. For some reason, my hands always get cold when I'm hooked up to and I wonder if anyone else experiences this.
Lin Nini looked at me, her eyes brimming with hurt.
I got the news, but I didn't come right away. Do you blame me? I shook my head. Of course not.
If you truly didn't care about me, you wouldn't be sneaking around like a thief in the middle of the night.
Lin Nini glared at me. I just came to check on you. How can you be so irresponsible at your age?
You scared the living daylights out of me.
I scratched my head awkwardly. It's not as bad as you think. But this injury isn't all bad news, at least it'll make future connections much easier.
And now that I see a glimmer of hope, Lu Guangbei won't last much longer.
Once I'm discharged, I'll launch my offensive against him immediately. My excitement grew with every word. By the end, I'd even forgotten the physical pain.
Because what Lu Guangbei inflicted on me was 100 times more agonizing than any physical pain. It was mental torture.
Lin Nini sighed helplessly. Look at yourself now, you don't even seem like a normal person anymore. All you think about is revenge. Don't you know this breaks my heart too? What's gotten into you tonight? You're acting out of character, Deputy Director Lin.
Don't forget your position, you need to pull yourself together.
Lin Nini glared at me. What kind of time is this to be talking about this? You smell really nice.
Lin Nini shook her head helplessly.
Just as I thought. You pervert. You can barely move, yet you're saying this to me?
I came to check on you tonight, but I still need to head back.
You won't be able to go to the office for the next few days. I'm handling your department now. I'll wait for you to come back. With that, Lin Nini turned and left the hospital room.
Our conversation held no hint of intimacy, yet it warmed my heart. I spent 2 full days confined to the hospital bed, but youth served me well. My body recovered remarkably quickly.
By the morning of the 3rd day, Zhang Shuitian opened the ward door and walked in.
But seeing Zhang Shuitian's state nearly scared the life out of me.
Tian! I exclaimed. What happened to you? You look so exhausted. How many days have you gone without sleep? I asked, completely baffled. Zhang Shuitian waved his hand dismissively. You've got some nerve asking. I haven't slept in 2 days, all because of your damn problem. But we've got results now. At this point, a confident smile touched the corners of Zhang Shuitian's mouth.
I told you that day anyone who dares touch my brothers will pay the price.
My eyes widened. Did you find them? You bet I did. Chapter 198, Gathering Forces.
Hearing Zhang Shuitian say that, I didn't know whether to feel happy or sad.
Honestly, those 2 guys kept me in the hospital for days. Anyone would feel annoyed. Even I felt that way. But then again, if it weren't for them, my relationship with Alice wouldn't have progressed this quickly.
And the conflict between us that night would have been much harder to resolve.
Speaking of which, once I'm back on my feet, I'm gonna give away a piece of my mind. Damn it! Wasn't he just trying to embarrass me on purpose?
This guy's smart, no doubt about it, but it's that kind of petty cleverness that's his downfall.
He always thinks he can read my mind. Zhang Shuitian waved his hand in front of my face. Hey you, why do I get the feeling you're not exactly happy? I froze. What do you mean? I'm perfectly happy. I asked. What's that supposed to mean?
Zhang Shuitian chuckled.
Well, that's it then. I went through hell and back to find your enemy for you. You owe me a hot pot feast. Once this is over, I'm treating you to a feast. With that, Zhang Shuitian tossed a plastic bag my way. What the hell is this?
We're about the same size, so I picked out some clothes for you off the rack.
They should fit pretty well. Just make do with them for now.
I've already arranged for someone to handle your discharge paperwork.
I looked down at my body, now so difficult to move. Bro, you're not joking, right? Zhang Shuitian nodded earnestly. Why would I joke about this? I'm serious. Get up quickly, my car and the guys are waiting outside. Once you're discharged, we'll go find them. I sighed helplessly. Once Zhang Shuitian made up his mind, even I couldn't change it. And let's face it, it's all because of those 2 that I've been stuck in the hospital for so long. Fine. But just as I was packing up, the door was knocked open again. A man and a woman walked in side by side. The man was Yu Tao, but the woman was someone I never expected. None other than Han Lily. This girl was really bold.
The moment she saw me, she lunged forward with 2 big strides and gave me a huge bear hug.
Ouch. That hit me like a ton of bricks. But I couldn't very well show it. Miss Han, what on earth are you doing? There are people around here, and she doesn't even think to be discreet. If word gets out, won't it spark rumors about us? But Han Lily's always been a free spirit, she couldn't care less about such trivialities. Thank goodness Li Hui isn't here, otherwise, this would be another headache. Zhang Yu. Why didn't you tell me about something this serious? Who did this? I swear I'll make them pay 100-fold.
Han Lily gritted her teeth. Speaking of which, this girl was naturally a little Lolita, and now that she was angry, her childish, whiny tone was actually kind of amusing. Zhang Shuitian stood there, arms crossed over his chest, grinning. Seriously, you, how many girls have you charmed these days? I shot him a glare. Watch what you say. Then I turned back to Han Lily. See? I'm totally fine now. It was just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. Who told you about this anyway? Yu Tao quickly held up his hands in surrender. Hold on, I admit I said that, but you can't pin this on me. Miss Han is just too formidable. I told them you were on leave, but they wouldn't believe me. Who knows who leaked the information in the end, so I had no choice but to bring her here. Besides, I came here today for another matter. At this point, Yu Tao turned to look at Zhang Shuitian. Bro, how's your investigation going? Zhang Shuitian chuckled. If you guys want to go, just follow me. I was planning to get him discharged today anyway, then settle the score. Yu Tao's eyes lit up at once. So you've already found him, right? Zhang Shuitian nodded. Han Lily shouted. I don't care. I'm coming with you. I scratched my head in frustration. Who could handle this? But seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, I just couldn't bring myself to refuse. Fine, I'll go. But you all have to promise me one thing, especially you, Zhang Shuitian. I've got nothing else to do now anyway, so don't take this too far, okay? Zhang Shuitian nodded. I'm coming with you, what are you afraid of? That shut me up. He had a point. Since I was staying in the high care ward, there was a bathroom right there. I took a nice, hot shower. The wounds had mostly scabbed over, so I wasn't worried about infection. After the shower, I felt refreshed and invigorated. Plus, this guy bought me all brand name stuff. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and it really felt different wearing them. Hey, you've got pretty good taste, you know. Zhang Shuitian curled his lip. He didn't seem to care about my comment. Meanwhile, Han Lily spoke softly from the side. This outfit must cost at least 10,000 yuan. Your friend is pretty wealthy. My eyes widened. Is this your way of consoling me for my injury? Zhang Shuitian couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Can you just be serious for once? I didn't ask you for money. Zhang Shuitian and Yu Tao helped me out of the hospital. Stepping outside, the sunlight hit my face, it felt genuinely good. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. The outside world is still the best. 2 black Range Rovers were parked outside. When it comes to making a grand entrance, you really can't beat the big tiger. Parked right here like that, who wouldn't be dazzled? Yu Tao quipped. 2 Range Rovers? You're rolling in it, buddy. Zhang Shuitian replied nonchalantly. They're all company property. Not a penny of mine. But the next second, he got his comeuppance. Behind the Range Rovers, 3 black Alfords were parked. These vehicles were no cheaper than the Range Rovers. To the average person, they might look like minivans, but everyone present knew better. At least a dozen men emerged from the vehicle's henchmen dressed in suits and sunglasses. The men lined up and bowed deeply to Zhang Shuitian. Greetings, Brother Tian. Zhang Shuitian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Alright, get in the car first. I stared at the guy warily. Tian, did you forget what I told you? Why did you bring so many people? We're in the right, just go talk to them. Zhang Shuitian shot me a glare. Just listen to me, okay? Chapter 199, The Feisty Villagers. The car drove straight to an urban village. Their home is here? Zhang Shuitian nodded. Damn it, they actually think they're locals? What the hell use is living in a place like this? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, weaving the car through the village streets. Within mere minutes, it came to a halt at the entrance of a courtyard. Parked right outside was a white sedan, the very same one that had hit me that night. I hadn't caught the license plate back then, but it was definitely the same model. And there was a tiny dent right up front. Looks like we've got the smoking gun right here. Zhang Shuitian slowly got out of the car and waved his hand. The next second, the henchmen from the cars behind all got out and surrounded us. They completely surrounded the entrance, leaving no room to move. Zhang Shuitian pointed at the sedan parked nearby. Smash this piece of junk. I thought the guy was joking, but then several of his henchmen pulled clubs straight from the trunk. They smashed it right into the car. A series of thuds echoed. The car alarm started blaring, the sound irritating me and making me feel a bit tense. Before long, the gate swung open. A man burst out, followed by a middle-aged couple, clearly a family. Judging by the fancy decor, they weren't your average folks. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Shui didn't bother with explanations. Smash it to pieces. The middle-aged man, likely his father, took 2 strides forward and pointed his finger right at Zhang Shuitian's nose. What the hell are you bastards doing? Think there's no law anymore? Daring to smash my car in broad daylight. You've got some nerve. The man shouted the words with venom. Zhang Shuitian chuckled, folding his arms across his chest. If you put it that way, your son seems to be even more of a big shot than this. He just casually hits someone and tries to run away?
Think I'm a pushover? The man froze.
He turned to look at his son, who clearly looked guilty. After all, he knew he'd hit me that night and by the looks of it, pretty badly. The middle-aged man instantly understood upon seeing the look on his son's face.
Hold on. What do you want? Think I'm scared of you just because you brought some street punks? Zhang Shuitian shook his head.
By then, I had also stepped out of the car. Han Lily supported me as we walked straight up to Zhang Shuitian.
Recognize my brother?
The man twitched his lips.
I don't know anything. Get that kid who was with you that day too. Don't make me hunt him down. We're settling everything today. Yu Tao nodded in agreement. Hitting my company's employees. This isn't over between us. But the middle-aged man just sneered contemptuously, nodding as he laughed. You wanna play games with me? Fine, I'm all for it.
No sooner had he spoken than he grabbed his phone and started dialing. Within mere minutes, villagers from all around had rushed over, each wielding sticks and clubs, some even brandishing shovels. Villages like this, where everyone sticks together, are a real pain. After all, these folks have no sense of the law. Talking to them about it is useless. All they cared about was social customs. Who the hell dares cause trouble in our village? They've got some nerve. Surround these brats. Old Huang, go dig us a pit, we'll bury every last one of them in it later. The shouts carried real force. Zhang Shuitian's expression darkened, but this guy wasn't intimidated. He grabbed a stick and strode right up to the middle-aged man. He swung it down with brutal force. A loud clang echoed. The man let out a wail, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground, sobbing in pain.
Ah! He hit someone.
The villagers nearly swarmed forward. But Zhang Shuitian's men all drew daggers from their pockets. These guys were serious about fighting. As the villagers charged forward, the men began swinging their knives wildly. No exaggeration whatsoever. These villagers might have the right attitude, but they weren't idiots. They knew better than to stick their necks out in a situation like this. If they got accidentally slashed, wouldn't that be the end of them? You bastards! Brother, I'm here. Just then, another young man stepped forward from the crowd. That night, it had been just the two of them. Zhang Shuitian licked his lips. Take these two away. The henchman immediately prepared to charge forward. But just then, a loud shout rang out. Halt, all of you! You've got some nerve. Do you even know where you are? Causing trouble here. The roar was so forceful that all of us instinctively turned our heads. We saw several villagers surrounding a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man exuded an imposing presence, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking like he owned the place. Zhang Shuitian frowned. What's going on? That's what I should be asking you. You little brats, daring to start a fight in our village? I'm the village chief here. If you can't give me a straight answer today, don't even think about walking out of here upright. Zhang Shuitian actually laughed. Oh, is that so? Well, I insist on taking these two with me. They knocked my brother down, this needs to be dealt with. The village chief frowned. You didn't call the cops after hitting someone? What's the point of coming here to fight? Let's take this step by step. You came here wanting to settle this privately, right? What do you want? Speak up. Zhang Shuitian crossed his arms over his chest. Seems like this guy misunderstood his intentions. He thought I brought him here to demand money. What's the deal? It's simple. You say someone from our village hit your friend. So how much do you think is fair? Let's handle this matter first, then deal with the assault you just committed. Zhang Shuitian chuckled. Alright then, how do you propose we handle the assault? The village chief sized him up, looking like nothing more than a petty thug. The village chief turned to look at the middle-aged man. The man's face was now covered in blood. Dikue, I'll handle this for your family. Sound good? The man named Dikue nodded. Village chief, I trust you. Dikue glared at Zhang Shuitian. Either you drop 10 million here, or I'll break both your legs. At those words, Zhang Shuitian's brow instantly furrowed. Is this some kind of outrageous demand? Chapter 200, I'll give it to you, do you dare take it? The village chief spread his hands innocently. What's the problem? If you've got the guts, pull out the cash. Or else leave your legs right here. You really think our village can't handle you, huh? Let's settle this first, then we'll talk about those two. Zhang Shuitian chuckled. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number. I glanced at the contact label, just 2 characters, Brother Sue. After a few rings, a deep, magnetic male voice answered. The kind of voice that just sounds badass. What's up, Tian? Bro, I'm in a bit of trouble. Someone's demanding 10 million from me, and I don't have that kind of money. Suga chuckled on the other end. Send me your location. I'll send someone over shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Brother Sue slammed the phone down. Across the room, the village chief chuckled. He crossed his arms over his chest. What's the deal? You think I'm scared of you just because you made a phone call? Let me tell you something, I've seen it all. If you can actually come up with that kind of money, I'll do whatever you want today. Not only would I let you take them both away, but even if you took me along too, I wouldn't have a word to say. The village chief was brimming with confidence.
But just then, Yu Tao and Han Lily walked over.
Han Lily pouted her little mouth, looking rather adorable.
I'll have someone from the company bring the money right now. Yu Tao nodded in agreement. The company still has cash flow.
But Zhang Shuetian waved his hand. Thank you both for your kindness, but I'll handle this matter today.
The village chief simply didn't believe it. Or rather, in his eyes, this sum of money was an astronomical figure.
But if he knew the identities of these individuals, he'd likely go completely mad. The Han Group, of course, needs no introduction.
As for our company, we specialize in investments.
While we may lack certain resources, our cash flow is unimaginably vast.
About 10 minutes later, a Mercedes Maybach pulled up to the curb.
Out stepped a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses, looking quite refined. Zhang Shuetian froze when he saw the man.
Attorney Wang, what brings you here? Su Gus sent me. Who was just asking you for money?
The village chief crossed his arms over his chest.
Then why the hell all this bull? If you've got the cash, just put it on the table.
Attorney Wang smiled faintly, then pulled out his briefcase and handed the village chief a contract.
This semi-literate fool couldn't make heads or tails of it. What the hell is this? What the hell do I need a piece of paper for? I want money. Lawyer Wang frowned. There's no point talking to someone this uneducated.
Open your eyes wide and look carefully.
Besides, do you think 10 million is a small amount? How else could I have brought it to you? This is the transfer contract for the Dragon Palace of the East Sea.
I refuse to believe it's worth less than 10 million. The village chief froze in place.
What the hell are you talking about? Which Dragon Palace of the East Sea?
The lawyer pushed his glasses up.
Is there a second Dragon Palace of the East Sea around here? The boss has already signed it. If you've got the guts, just put your signature on it. Then the Dragon Palace of the East Sea will be yours.
The village chief's lips twitched.
Forget him, even the villagers standing nearby had lost their earlier bravado. Are you kidding? They're the natives here, how could they not know the background of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? You're with the Dragon Palace?
The village chief's tone had shifted completely from a Tibetan Mastiff to a Siberian Husky.
The lawyer chuckled. Not everyone from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea gets this treatment. Our boss has already signed off on it.
Take the loss if you must, we'll cover it with Dragon Palace funds.
Just sign the papers already.
This time, the village chief backed down.
He understood one thing.
If he dared to sign this today, his only fate would be death.
The Dragon Palace of the East Sea.
Their daily revenue alone runs into the millions.
How could ordinary folks like us possibly compete with them? The village chief gave an awkward smile. Sorry, folks, this isn't something I can handle.
After uttering those words, the man tucked his tail between his legs and began backing away. Seeing this, De Couey knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew.
His legs went weak. The next second,
De Couey dropped to his knees with a thud, giving his son and the other man a meaningful glance. The two caught his meaning and knelt down beside him. We're truly sorry, brothers. We didn't recognize a mountain when we saw it.
They're just kids, please don't take it personally. Zhang Shuitian chuckled. You were talking a big game just now, weren't you? Threatening to kill us, digging a pit to bury us alive?
Come on then, if you've got the guts. De Couey's lips twitched, but he dared not utter a word.
Take those two away.
Zhang Shuitian was that arrogant, showing not a shred of hesitation. Several men in black immediately sprang into action, forcing the two men into the car.
De Couey watched helplessly as his sons were taken away. Now he was utterly powerless, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. I walked step by step toward De Couey. To be honest, if I told Zhang Shuitian to release them now, he'd probably fly into a rage. So I had to let him take them away first. I'll get my revenge later. Don't worry, I'm the one involved here. I won't take it too far. Just stay put at home and wait. De Couey froze for a moment, then looked at me with an expression of utter helplessness. Thanks a lot. I got into the car with Zhang Shuitian. About half an hour later, the car drove straight up a nearby mountain called Fenghuangdaling. After getting out, those two knelt on the ground like ancient prisoners awaiting execution. Both were already so terrified that snot and tears were streaming down their faces, and they kept kowtowing to admit their mistakes. Forgive us, big brothers. We didn't know who we were dealing with. Please spare our lives. We'll be your servants forever. Zhang Shuitian sat inside the car. For reasons unknown, something suddenly triggered him. He violently flung open the door, leaped out, and began kicking each of them repeatedly. He kicked them while cursing furiously. You bastards wrecked my brother like this, and now you expect me to spare your pathetic lives? I'll bury both of you today. To be honest, the scene was pretty gruesome. Even I felt a twinge of pity watching it unfold. I glanced at Yu Tao and Han Lily beside me. Can we talk about something? Try to calm this guy down. Otherwise, who knows what he might do. But neither of them seemed interested in listening. Zhang Yu. They're the ones who put you in this state. They've brought this upon themselves. Chapter 201, nearly missing the big event.
Han Lily, relishing the drama, spat out the words with obvious displeasure. As for Yu Tao, he remained silent. But Zhang Shui grew more enraged with each blow, eventually resorting to using clumps of dirt. The two of them screamed incessantly. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed Zhang Shuetian's arm. That's enough, Tian. Zhang Shuetian was panting heavily. He glanced back at the two, but now they were both cowering like scared rabbits. Each of them was cowering. Blood was streaming down their bodies. Honestly, the way Zhang Shuetian had taken them down today felt like enough payback to me. Then Zhang Shuetian unbuttoned his shirt, pointed at them, and said, "Let me tell you this, there's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. You'd better keep your asses in line from now on. I'm letting you live today, but if I catch you again, I'll dig a hole and bury you alive." Zhang Shuetian snarled the words. Hearing this, the two men felt as if they'd been granted a royal pardon. With a thud, they dropped to their knees. They kept kowtowing to Zhang Shuetian, begging for forgiveness. That's the end of that. Han Lily had actually wanted to spend the evening with me tonight, since we hadn't been in touch for quite some time. But after careful consideration, I ultimately decided to head back home first. After all, Li Hui had gone out of her way these past 2 days, and she was waiting for me at home. I checked myself out without informing anyone, so Han Lily could only sigh helplessly and leave. Yu Tao looked at me and flashed a knowing smile that only men understand. Miss Han seems quite taken with you, huh? Ha! The Han group has immense clout. Honestly, if you were to choose Han Lily, Lu Guangbei wouldn't stand a chance. Chairman Han himself wouldn't let him off the hook. I looked at Yu Tao and shook my head helplessly. Brother Tao, you're just embarrassing me here. I'm already married, and my relationship with Miss Han is purely platonic, nothing as sordid as you imagine. Yu Tao burst out laughing. Man, you're such a liar. Even an outsider like me sees through you. Fine, I won't argue. I need to get some rest, things have been hectic at the office these past couple days. I can give you 2 days off. Go home and rest properly. It won't hurt to come back after you're feeling better. Zhang Shuitian roared with laughter. You should count yourself lucky to have a boss like that. I shook my head. Not yet. I have plans specifically targeting Lu Guangbei. What I lost, I'll take back with my own hands. I said this with a stern expression. Yu Tao took a deep breath. He clearly wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought, he didn't know how to put it into words. After a moment of silence, Yu Tao sighed. This is your business, after all. I'm just an outsider, it's not my place to interfere. But I promise you this, whatever help you need, I'll support you. I nodded slightly and thanked Yu Tao. After Yu Tao left, only Zhang Shuetian and I remained. The guy let out a long sigh. I gotta say, your boss is pretty good to you. I nodded. Yeah. But I can't shake this feeling that I've forgotten something. After pondering for a long time, I suddenly slapped my forehead. Damn it, I'm screwed. I totally missed something huge. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I turned to look at Zhang Shuitian. Hurry up and catch up to Mr. Yu's car. Seeing the panic on my face, Zhang Shuitian didn't waste any words. He nodded immediately. Get in, get in. I'm fast. In just a few minutes, Zhang Shuitian floored it, cutting off Yu Tao's car. Yu Tao slowly got out of the car. Who the hell is that? Can't you drive? I hurriedly scrambled out of the passenger seat, but my physical condition was strained. I lost my balance and plopped onto the ground with a thud. Zhang Yu, what's the rush? What happened? Is it really that urgent? I gasped for breath. My eyes locked onto Yu Tao. Boss. I need to ask you something, has your wedding already taken place? Did I miss it? Yes. When Yu Tao sent me the invitation, there were only a few days left. But now, when I think about it, the time has long passed. Upon hearing my words, Yu Tao furrowed his brow slightly, looking at me as if I were a lunatic. Don't tell me you stopped my car just to ask me this? I nodded quickly. Is there something wrong with that? Yu Tao let out a long sigh. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. I thought something terrible had happened. The company's been swamped these past few days, and then you got injured on duty. I talked it over with Yang 1AI, and we decided to push it back a few days. No matter what, you have to be at my wedding. But since you're already married, I'm dead set on having you as my best man. Hearing Yu Tao say this, I let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yu Tao patted my shoulder. Take 2 days off, then come to my wedding. Judging by Yu Tao's words, the wedding must be in the next few days. Watching Yu Tao's car drive away, I felt a mix of emotions. Zhang Shui leaned against the car. That Yang 1AI, don't tell me you're involved with her? Or is there something going on between the two of you? I quickly shook my head. Nothing. We just know each other. And she's done me a favor, I only got this job because of Yang 1AI. Zhang Shuitian nodded. Come with me to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. I had no idea what this guy was up to, but I followed him to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea anyway. He led me straight to his office. I have to admit, Zhang Shuitian's office was truly lavish. He pulled a golden peach straight from the safe in the corner. The golden peach didn't look big, but it was quite heavy.
Pure gold?
Zhang Yu chuckled.
Don't you know what I'm worth? Of course it's not pure gold. I burst out laughing. I thought you were going to give me a solid gold one. Are you kidding me?
A solid gold one would cost at least hundreds of thousands.
But this one still runs into the tens of thousands, perfect as a gift. Since you and that girl have.
At this point, Zhang Yu flashed an extremely lecherous grin.
Then let's give this to her as a congratulatory gift.
We can't show up empty-handed, and just tacking on a few thousand yuan as a gift feels so unoriginal.
I pursed my lips. Then I'll transfer the money to you. Zhang Yu smacked me right on the head. You little brat. Do you think I need this money? Chapter 202, Rivaling the Groom.
After Zhang Yu said that, I thought about it for a moment and realized he had a point. After all, he's short on everything except cash.
Tian. You're being way too kind to me.
Zhang Yu frowned at me.
Could you stop with this nonsense? Brother, what I'm telling you is this, whatever I have, you can have half.
If you hadn't been there to pull me out of the fire back then, who knows where I'd be now?
I shook my head.
We don't talk about that kind of thing between brothers.
Zhang Shuitian smiled too. You're right. No need for that nonsense between brothers. Since I was still injured, this guy wouldn't let me drive, so he drove me home. He didn't leave until he'd handed me over to Li Hui. Li Hui helped me up. You're something else. You didn't even wait for me to get my eye checked before discharging me. Don't you see the state you're in? Why didn't you stay in the hospital a couple more days?
Her words were dripping with reproach.
I quickly waved my hands. This hospital is just unbearable for young people.
Thank goodness I got out today. If I'd stayed any longer, I'm sure my injuries would have only gotten worse.
Li Hui shook her head.
I'm seriously amazed by you. Zhang Yu, I have no idea what goes through your head day after day.
I chuckled. It's fine.
Besides, my body's almost fully recovered.
Let's not dwell on this. I changed into clean pajamas and headed straight to the bedroom to sleep.
That night, I held Li Hui close, but we didn't do anything after all. My body was in this state. I stayed home for 2 full days.
Since it was paid leave from the boss, why not take advantage of it? Paid leave, it must be a dream for so many people.
2 days later, at just past 5 in the morning, I began getting myself ready.
I slipped into my most expensive suit, and the moment I put it on, my aura instantly elevated.
But something still felt missing.
A good watch.
I even had my hair professionally styled with Li Hui's help.
Within half an hour, I was looking sharp and ready to go. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were the groom today.
Li Hui remarked with a touch of envy.
That's exactly the vibe I was going for. Plus, I'd already contacted Zhang Shuitian. Luckily, the guy was busy reconciling accounts, so I hopped in a cab and arrived at the entrance of Donghai Dragon Palace in under half an hour. Zhang Shuitian was already waiting for me there. He tossed me a set of Land Rover keys. That black Range Rover over there, you can take it. Is this really one of your dealership's cars? Zhang Shuitian chuckled. It could be yours too. Take it and drive it whenever you want. I'll only ask for it back when I need it.
Zhang Shuitian chuckled.
You look sharp today, not bad at all. But your aura isn't quite there yet. As he spoke, the guy began taking off his wristwatch, a genuine Rolex Submariner. Wearing this thing, wouldn't that instantly elevate your aura? I thought about it and didn't refuse. Thanks, boss. Zhang Shuitian's expression darkened. Damn it. I just let you wear it to show off. You've got to give it back in a few days. Don't thank the boss, you'll just back out later. We were already used to joking around like this.
Even if I really did swindle him out of this watch, this guy couldn't say a thing. Without a second thought, I drove straight to the address Yu Tao had sent me. It was a villa district, proof they had money, though not in this city. Just the highway alone was nearly 200 kilometers. Or maybe it was just big tigers driving. Man, when he floored it, it felt like a rocket launched. The engine roared with power. Of course, we had to come to Yu Tao's place first before picking up the bride later. By the time I arrived, it was already past 8 in the morning, and quite a crowd had gathered. About a third of the company had come after all. Many positions couldn't be left unmanned. Most of those present were representatives or team leaders. Wei Ge, that guy, wouldn't miss it, of course, along with my personal secretary, Lin Ro. Lin Ro had plenty of free time at the company, or rather, she didn't have much work to do, so bringing her along wasn't a problem. Lin Nini wasn't here, she was probably with Yang Wen AI. After all, it wasn't feasible for everyone to come over. It was quite the dramatic turn of events. Lin Nini and Yang Wen AI couldn't stand each other at the company, constantly butting heads day after day. Yet here they were, together again. I drove the Range Rover right up to the entrance, drawing everyone's attention to my vehicle. After all, it's a luxury vehicle. And the brand was seriously impressive. It was Zhang Shuitian's daily ride. Whoa, who's that? Looks like a big shot. Did you see that license plate? That's no ordinary thing. I opened the door and stepped out, 1 foot at a time. The moment they saw me, their eyes lit up.
Wei-go was also in a suit, but his aura just didn't quite match it. The suit on him looked a bit, well, unsavory. As for Lin Ro, the girl was wearing a dress that made her look pure and adorable. Wei-go froze for a few seconds. Whoa, who's this? Manager, you're really saving our team's face. Man, with a face like yours, who wouldn't be dazzled? After saying that, Wei-go walked up to me with a mischievous grin, leaning in close to whisper in my ear. Listen, manager, I'm not kidding. There are plenty of gorgeous girls at this wedding. With your outfit and looks, this is a prime opportunity to make your move. Wei-go rattled on like a machine gun, his words buzzing in my ear. I felt a bit annoyed, but since it was someone's big day, I didn't want to push it too far. Besides, I'd been wanting to settle the score with Wei-go over that Alice business for ages, but never found the right moment. Today was definitely not the time to bring it up. I gave a faint smile and patted his shoulder. Wei-go, you're great in every way, but you do have a tendency to think you're smarter than everyone else. And this time, you've managed to mess something up. Any idea what it might be? Wei-go had been smiling just a moment ago. But the very next second, his expression changed instantly. A complete about-face. Without a moment's hesitation. Wei-go's mouth twitched. What do you mean by that? Manager, did I mess up at work? That shouldn't be possible, I had everything arranged before I came. Wei-go's expression was filled with anxiety. Manager, have you got it mixed up? You just got out of the hospital. We haven't been in touch much these past few days. Heh, must have been a dream. Manager, please come inside. Chapter 203, The Wedding Procession. I patted his shoulder. You need to think this through yourself. Today is Mr. Yu's big day, let's just get through it. With that, I walked straight inside, ignoring Wei-go. But I was certain this guy would be flustered all day long, exactly the effect I wanted. This guy thinks he's so clever day in and day out. If we don't teach him a lesson, we'll never trust him with important tasks again. First, I went in to contribute my share 5,000 yuan. Not a huge sum, but certainly not small either. Yu Tao had warned me beforehand to keep it modest, or else he'd feel obligated to reciprocate. I thought about it and agreed he had a point. Since I was already married, throwing that money away was basically like throwing it down the drain. But after mulling it over, I kept the golden peach. Giving it to Yu Tao seemed pointless. He probably didn't need such things anyway. But Yang 1 AI was different. As luck would have it, I bumped into Yu Tao coming the other way, and we exchanged pleasantries for a moment. He really looked sharp today. Zhang Yu, you'll come with me to pick up the bride later. We'll all have some fun together. Feel free to make yourself at home, there's plenty to eat and drink over there. I gave him an okay sign. I wouldn't stand on ceremony with Yu Tao. Besides, I got up too early this morning. After picking up the car, I drove straight here without time to eat. With that thought, I walked straight in, grabbed 2 plates of pan-fried dumplings, some hot drinks, and side dishes, then sat down at a nearby table to eat. I have to admit, the food was really good. But not long after, a graceful figure sat down beside me. Manager, you scared the life out of me. I only knew you were injured, but they wouldn't tell me how serious it was? Lin Ro looked genuinely upset. I chuckled and pushed a plate of pan-fried dumplings toward her. Just eat something first, don't worry. My physical condition is rock solid. I just didn't expect you to come today. Even though your work schedule isn't usually tight, showing up at a time like this means you're here to foot the bill. Lin Ro lowered her head awkwardly. I asked Wei-go, and he said you'd be coming today, so I tagged along. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. Hearing this silly girl speak, I sighed helplessly. To be honest, what Lin Ro said really did leave me feeling helpless. But thinking about it, I hadn't been to the company in days. It was only natural for her to worry. No problem. But manager, you look so handsome today. This is the best you've ever looked since I've known you. They say a kind word can warm you through 3 winters, and that's no joke. Especially since I've been here, several people have complimented my looks, and it feels incredibly satisfying. I chuckled. I quickly waved my hands. Handsome? What's so handsome about me? I just threw something on. The groom should be the most handsome one today, I wouldn't dare steal his thunder. Lin Ro awkwardly wiped her nose. But I think you already have. Alright. I should be able to go back to work tomorrow. I need to check things out properly. How's work been for you these past few days? Seeing she was getting flustered, I quickly changed the subject. Lin Ro shot me a reproachful look. Relax, manager. Don't you trust me to handle things? After finishing 2 plates of pan-fried dumplings, I was just about to take a stroll around the villa. But no matter where I went, I seemed to be the center of attention. Of course, that might just be wishful thinking on my part, but plenty of people were definitely staring at me. I have to admit, it felt pretty good. Hey, handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? My friend says she wants to. I froze for a moment, then looked up to see 2 heavily made-up young women. And honestly, with all that makeup, they actually looked pretty good. I got curious. Wandering around alone was boring anyway, so why not have some fun? If your sister wants to meet me, have her come herself. You don't ask for these things on someone else's behalf, do you? I deliberately said this. The two girls across from me burst out laughing immediately. Alright, since we're both here, we both want your WeChat. It'll be easier to stay in touch later. I did give them my WeChat, but that only proves my manly charm. What a joke. Just like Wei Ge said. If it weren't for Yu Tao, I'd be the star of the show today. About 10 minutes later, Yu Tao called me, telling me to meet at the entrance. We were about to head out to pick up the bride. I don't know why. After hanging up, I felt a sharp pang deep inside. This ache was unbearable, and I couldn't even figure out why. It seemed Yang Wenai's wedding wasn't something I could genuinely be happy about. Still, I pulled myself together and hurried toward the entrance. I have to say, that motorcade was seriously impressive. The lead car was a Rolls-Royce, and every single one behind it was a Bentley. Even the models and colors were identical. Though the total number wasn't large, roughly a dozen or so, their sheer presence commanded attention. A procession like that rolling down the street, who wouldn't be dazzled? Yu Tao handed me a set of car keys. One of the drivers was supposed to come, but he got sick. You go pick up the bride for me. You can drive the second Bentley. You should know how to handle that one. I chuckled. I can drive it, but boss, you sure know how to arrange things. Yu Tao grinned, patting my shoulder with a knowing smile that only men understand. Because the bridesmaid usually rides in this car. Yu Tao then climbed into the Rolls-Royce, and the entire motorcade began its journey. Yang Wenai was staying at a nearby hotel, so the drive wasn't particularly long. Then came the tedious bride receiving ritual, a few games, stuffing several red envelopes, before they finally opened the door for us. Yang Wenai had brought 3 bridesmaids today, one of whom was Lin Nini. I was a bit stunned. Even if these 2 girls had buried the hatchet, they certainly weren't at the level of best friends yet. I genuinely couldn't fathom why Lin Nini was chosen as a bridesmaid. The other 2 I didn't recognize. One was plain looking, but with makeup she was passable. The other bridesmaid was on the shorter side, but her figure was seriously voluptuous. Add to that her baby face, and honestly, she looked practically underage. Still, she looked quite nice in that purple-blue bridesmaid dress. But none of that was the focus. Most eyes were glued to Lin Nini. That girl was simply stunning. Especially in that form-fitting dress. It was Lin Nini's signature look. Her perfectly proportioned figure was like a flawless product photo straight from the seller's catalog. Chapter 204, Sharing a Room. As for the minor details along the way, they're pretty much the same for most weddings. And since I wasn't a groomsman, I didn't have the right to participate in the games. But I kept my eyes on Lin Nini the whole time, because those groomsmen had sharp eyes. They were practically all trying to interact with her to get a little cozy. Then a little incident happened. According to tradition, Yu Tao was supposed to carry Yang Wenai out. But the groomsmen started heckling, insisting they should carry the bridesmaids out too. In the end, the bridesmaids chose Lin Nini. Whether it was the other 2 girls deliberately seeking revenge or something else. Lin Nini's expression changed instantly. Don't. It's someone else's wedding. Can we not mess around? But how could those groomsmen stop? No way. Weddings are all about joy and celebration. Doing this is disrespectful to the hosts. How about this? The 3 of us take turns, and the bridesmaid can't touch the ground in between. What do you say? I'll go first. With that, one of the groomsmen charged toward Lin Nini. And his expression clearly showed he wasn't planning to carry her. He was going straight for a hug. Lin Nini's expression changed. At this critical moment, she turned to look at me, her eyes brimming with hurt. I couldn't stand by and watch that happen. I grabbed the overzealous groomsman by the arm. Truth be told, I was the center of attention today. Even as I arrived to escort the bride, people were already whispering about me. What's up, buddy? I chuckled. What's up? This is an employee of Yu Corporation, his secretary. And I'm a department manager at Yu Corporation. Got it? The best man frowned. So what? These guys all look pretty young. They must not be married yet, or they wouldn't be suitable as groomsmen. I snapped my fingers. And since we 2 know each other, this isn't your call. With that, I scooped up Lin Nini and bolted straight out the door. The place erupted in chaos. I could imagine the looks those groomsmen were giving me, like they wanted to eat me alive. But they had to swallow their anger. After all, we were about to depart. Missing the auspicious time would leave them in a tight spot. I carried Lin Nini straight to my car, though my back was killing me. My injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and I'd lifted her with too much force just now. I probably tore open the wound. Ugh. I instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Lin Nini stared at me with a serious expression. What's wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Your injuries aren't even healed yet, and now you're risking making them worse. I rolled my eyes. I was just saying that. Even if my wounds burst open today, I won't let those guys carry you. You're mine. No one else is allowed to touch you. Lin Nini's face flushed instantly. What are you saying? Aren't you embarrassed at your age? Who's yours? Though this girl was stubborn and seemed to deny it, you could tell she was actually quite pleased inside. As for the other 2 bridesmaids, they hopped into my car too. I floored it and took off. As for those groomsmen sulking? What the hell do I care? It wasn't until late afternoon that everything was finally sorted out. Those groomsmen were sulking the whole time, but I couldn't care less. After today, I'll never have to deal with them again. After the ceremony, most people had left, and I was about to head out too. But just as I was about to leave, Yu Tao called out to me, "What is it, Mr. Yu?" Yu Tao rubbed the tip of his nose. "You're leaving already? The banquet's over, what do you think? Don't leave yet. There are other small activities planned for tonight. I won't be able to handle everything alone, so I'll have Xiao Wei from your department stay behind too." With no other choice, I reluctantly agreed. Everyone has their own circle of friends that goes without saying. So Yu Tao got dragged off to drink, while Wei tried to help him dodge the booze. I really wanted to help too, but with my current condition, 2 drinks would have sent me over the edge. I truly was alone now, since both Lin Ro and Lin Mimi had already left. As dusk gradually fell, bored out of my mind, I accidentally bumped my pocket and immediately slapped my forehead. Oh my god. I must be out of my mind, I haven't even given the gift yet. With that thought, I hurried toward the newlyweds' apartment. Their new home was on the top floor. I'd assumed several girls would be there keeping Yang 1AI company. But when I entered, I found only Yang 1AI there. She sat blankly on the bed, still as beautiful as ever. Her makeup today was exquisitely applied, no man could resist such charm. My lips twitched. I was about to step inside, but after a moment's hesitation, I took several steps back, ready to leave. "Since you're here, come in. I'm bored all alone in this room." Yang 1AI called out softly. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. I thought there'd be quite a few people inside. Turns out it's just you. After all, you're the bride today. A man and a woman alone together in one room, that probably wouldn't be appropriate. Yang 1AI shook her head. What's inappropriate about it? We're not doing anything shameful. I thought about it carefully. She had a point. We've never had anything between us, and we're such good friends. Coming to wish my friend well on her wedding day is perfectly fine. With that thought, I gritted my teeth and walked inside. I looked at Yang 1AI, and she looked back at me. Neither of us spoke first. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you know this is awkward? And you're staring at me like that, I feel like there's something on my face. Yang 1AI muttered with a hint of resentment. I awkwardly scratched my head. Sorry about that. Honestly, you look so stunning today, I was completely mesmerized. Yang 1AI burst out laughing. Finally, the girl smiling. Can you stop teasing me? Zhang Yu, in the blink of an eye, I'm already married. It turns out we were only meant to be passing through each other's lives. Actually, I already knew. Yang 1AI liked me. But we'd already cleared things up back then, and today is her wedding day. If I dared say anything out of line, I probably wouldn't have been able to leave today. It's fine. Yu Tao is actually a pretty decent guy. But, why did you choose Lin Mimi as your bridesmaid? Chapter 205, The Deeply Devoted Yang 1AI. Yang 1AI laughed. Didn't you tell me yourself? There's nothing between Lin Mimi and Yu Tao. Since they're just ordinary work colleagues, why wouldn't I dare let Lin Mimi be my bridesmaid? Upon reflection, the girl's reasoning seemed perfectly sound. You're right. Actually, Lin Mimi is quite nice. Oh, by the way, I came here today to give you a gift. I quickly pulled out the golden peach. Pure gold? That's far too valuable, I can't accept it. Of course it's gold-plated. No way. This kind of thing costs tens of thousands at least. Why are you giving me something so expensive? Zhang Yu, are you just burning through your money? Return this thing immediately. Yang 1AI said this with a serious expression. I waved it off with a smile. You can take this thing anytime. It wasn't my money to begin with, I swindled it from Zhang Shuetian. Besides, he offered it to you himself, so no need to feel awkward. Got it? Yang 1AI exhaled deeply. Then I'll take it for now. Thanks to you, and please thank your friend for me too. I gave her an okay sign. But after the awkward laughter, we didn't know what to talk about next. It felt like the entire atmosphere around us had gone quiet. After what felt like an eternity, Yang 1AI lifted her head and looked at me. Zhang Yu, I asked you that day, but you never answered me. I'm already someone else's wife now, but I still want to ask, did you ever really like me? I clenched my jaw. Honestly, you don't know me at all. I'm just a pervert. To put it bluntly, I'm a sleazy, disgusting man. I admit I like you. I want to be with you, but it's probably only because I think you're beautiful. As I spoke these words, my heart was pounding wildly inside. Heaven only knows how Yang 1AI would react if she heard me say all this. But Yang 1AI looked surprisingly calm. She just gave a slight nod. Oh, I see. Come here, I want to show you something. Yang 1AI didn't even close the door, she walked straight out onto the balcony. The balcony door was just a single pane of glass, but its design was ingenious. From the outside, you could see into the room, but from inside, it appeared as a blank, pale expanse. Of course, the balcony's perimeter was protected by additional glass and curtains, preventing any exposure.
Besides, this was an affluent neighborhood with few tall buildings nearby, making it quite peaceful to live here.
Though I couldn't figure out what Yang Wen AI was up to. What exactly is this woman up to?
Still, I obediently followed her. At the very least, I needed to see what this girl was really up to.
Yang Wen AI stepped out onto the balcony first.
The moment I followed her out, she grabbed my arm. Before I could react, she yanked me right out onto the balcony. The scariest part was that even here, the heating worked at night. You could tell these rich folks weren't messing around. Yang Wen AI pressed herself against me, wrapping her arms tightly around my waist. I froze, instinctively trying to break free.
Don't do this. If someone sees us, we're done for. But Yang Wen AI shook her head. It's okay. We're safe here. Besides, I just want to hold you like this.
Feeling the warmth of Yang Wen AI's body against mine, my lips twitched involuntarily. Sure, I was worried about others seeing us, but here was Yang Wen AI, a grown woman, saying things like this.
And here I was, acting all saintly? Wouldn't that make me look a bit foolish?
After a moment of silence, I exhaled slowly, gently stroking Yang Wen AI's back.
Since Yang Wen AI was still wearing her wedding dress, I'd actually found it a bit odd the moment I walked in. Logically, she should have taken it off by now. Why hadn't she?
Only now did I realize she simply wanted to stay in her wedding dress while being close to me. We embraced for a long time before Yang Wen AI finally let go of me.
But the girl was already teary-eyed. Alright, you're married now, let's not dwell on this. Focus on building a good life with Mr. Yu. Your future truly shines bright. Yang Wen AI nodded. The two of us returned to the room once more. Thank goodness we hadn't done anything just now.
We'd barely sat down when, within minutes, the front door swung open.
Yu Tao and a few of his buddies walked in.
But this guy was clearly pretty drunk.
Oh, hey! I was wondering where you'd gone. Turns out you were hiding out here all along. Too bad you're injured, otherwise, we'd have been drinking ourselves silly tonight.
Yu Tao bellowed this out, while the others stumbled in one by one, slurring their words. They tossed the guy onto the bed and waved goodbye to me.
We're heading out first, you help him undress.
After everyone left, Yu Tao was clearly drunk. Alcohol truly is the essence of grain, but it's also a dangerous thing.
When Yu Tao wasn't drinking, he was the epitome of a gentleman, no further explanation needed.
He was the center of attention wherever he went, and he always cared deeply about his personal image. But who would have thought he'd turn into such a wimp after drinking?
I looked at Yu Tao, snoring away. How could this be the groom?
Yang Wen AI crossed her arms over her chest, watching Yu Tao like this, and couldn't help but sigh deeply.
See? Everyone thinks we're perfect, but who really knows? Truth is, I'm suffering inside too.
The reason you think Yu Tao is so perfect is because you've never truly understood him. I've thought about cutting ties many times, but when I actually tried, it proved impossible.
So many things are inextricably linked, the bonds run too deep.
Yang Wen AI spoke these words slowly, emphasizing each syllable. I exhaled deeply and gave the girl a gentle pat on the shoulder.
Alright, it's getting late. Mr. Yu's friends have left, so I'll be heading out.
Take good care of him tonight. The atmosphere here felt unbearably heavy, so I made up a flimsy excuse and turned to leave. I finally made it out the villa gates and slid into the Range Rover, letting out another sigh. That feeling just now was so oppressive, it felt like I was about to explode. I sat in the car lost in thought for a long while, smoking several cigarettes before I finally felt somewhat calmer. But just as I was about to start the engine, the passenger door suddenly swung open. Yang Wen AI had changed into a set of home pajamas, the kind that were clearly see-through underneath, wearing only that thin layer.
Didn't I tell you to stay upstairs and look after him? Why did you come down?
I have navigation, I won't get lost.
Did I really need you to drive me here? Chapter 206, The Soul's Impact. Yet Yang Wen AI stared straight at me, her expression utterly serious. Not a single word had been spoken from start to finish. Though I believed I hadn't done anything wrong in this matter, Yang Wen AI suddenly appeared before me. And both of us were sitting in the car. This scene felt somewhat peculiar. What was going on? Yang Wen AI started panting heavily. Before I could react, the girl grabbed my arm. The Range Rover had ample space, and Yang Wen AI slipped right through the center armrest to the back seat. Since I was also wearing a suit and tie today, Yang Wen AI grabbed my tie. Come here. For a split second, I felt like this woman was walking me like a dog. But I knew Yang Wen AI well enough to realize she wouldn't pull a stunt like this on a whim, just to mess with me. With that thought, I took a long stride and landed directly in the back seat. But just as I was about to ask a few more questions, Yang Wen AI suddenly straddled me. My heart skipped a beat. Wait, what? What's going on? But Yang Wen AI didn't care at all. She leaned in and kissed me. That soft sensation is something I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Plus, we were inside the car, though still at the villa entrance. The tinted windows were so dark no one could see inside. And with all that space, the dual stimulation, both mental and physical, was more than any man could handle. I reached out my hand and pulled Yang Wen AI close. This only made her more eager, and we kissed passionately for several minutes until we both felt breathless. Only then did we slowly pull apart.
I stared intently at Yang 1AI and she stared back at me.
Zhang Yu, at least in this final moment, I want to be with you. Is that okay?
Her words, combined with her exquisitely delicate features, sent a buzzing sensation through my head.
The next second, I couldn't care less about anything else. I pulled Yang 1AI into a tight embrace.
Inside the car, the two of us were like dry kindling meeting a raging fire.
And I was savoring every moment of it.
After what felt like an eternity, we sat together, both breathless, with Yang 1AI nestled in my arms.
She clung to me tightly.
We'd known each other for so long, yet today was the first time we'd truly been together. But God has a twisted sense of humor. On our very first night together, she was already someone else's bride.
I don't know how long it was.
I heard Yang 1AI's sobs.
What's wrong? Yang 1AI shook her head.
This was our first time, and it will be our last.
Let's just leave it at that. From now on, we'll be nothing more than ordinary colleagues. Nothing else. After saying this, Yang 1AI began tidying her clothes.
A few minutes later, she opened the car door and left. Watching her retreating figure, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily.
I felt like I was about to lose my mind. That feeling was truly unbearable. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and the big Land Rover raced down the road. My mind was in turmoil. But not long after, my phone rang. It was Zhang Yu calling. Are you out of your mind, kid? You seem like you've got some kind of weird illness or something? I froze for a moment. What's up? In just a few minutes, I got several traffic violation alerts on my phone. What the hell were you doing behind the wheel? You weren't drinking, were you? Pull over right now. I'll send someone to pick you up. Zhang Yu didn't mean to blame me. He was just worried about me getting into trouble.
I'd been so focused on the accelerator that I only noticed how fast I was going when I glanced down.
I immediately slowed down. No big deal, just accidentally went over the limit. Never driven a big Land Rover before. Don't worry about it. You scared the out of me. Pay the fine yourself.
With that, Zhang Shuitian slammed the phone down.
My mind was in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to find any place to go.
If I went home now, Li Hui would definitely sense something was off with me.
So I didn't dare delay.
I turned the car around and headed straight for Wang Wan's shop. Wang Wan's new shop was still the location Zhang Shuitian had found for her, but I have to admit, this new place really did look impressive. At first glance, it felt incredibly grand. I quickly started knocking on the door.
A few minutes later, Wang Wan opened the door.
The moment she saw me, she gave me a big bear hug.
Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Come on in. I nodded slightly.
Wang Wan thoughtfully prepared pajamas for me, but just as I was undressing to change, her expression suddenly changed.
Good heavens. What happened to you? And those bandages, what on earth did you get into? Who did this to you? Wang Wan looked utterly anxious.
It was clear this woman genuinely worried about me.
My lips twitched slightly. To be honest, in that moment, I felt deeply wronged.
I should have known better. There was never any chance between me and Yang 1AI.
But for some reason, it still hurt like hell. After a long silence, I finally lifted my head to look at Wang Wan. Sis Wan, you won't abandon me, will you?
The moment I asked, Wang Wan nodded firmly.
You silly little brother, what are you saying? Of course your sister wouldn't abandon you.
Besides, I've already developed a shadow over marriage.
I think I'm doing just fine on my own. I pondered for a moment. Don't you ever feel lonely? Wang Wan smiled. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something serious. I just don't know if you'll agree. Go ahead. I want a child that belongs to both of us. It would be the fruit of our love. But don't worry, I have plenty of money. Raising a child won't be a problem at all.
I looked at Wang Wan, especially her sincere expression. Sometimes I wonder what good deeds I must have done in a past life to deserve so many wonderful women in my life. I gently traced the curve of Wang Wan's cheek.
Sis Wan, if you're willing, I won't say another word. Whatever you decide, I'll support you.
Wang Wan beamed like a child.
Then it's settled. But you still have to tell me what's really going on with you? I shook my head. It was just a misunderstanding. It's all in the past now. Sister Wan, I'm a bit hungry.
I'd love some noodles made by your own hands.
Wang Wan smiled. Hold on, I'll cook them right now. Chapter 207, An Unexpected Call.
Watching Wang Wan sway her curvaceous hips as she walked away step by step. Truth be told, I realized I truly loved this woman. Perhaps I cherished the intimate moments with her even more, but I must admit Wang Wan was truly exceptional. Especially as a woman, caring, dependable, and so reassuring.
For a fleeting moment, I even wanted to give Wang Wan a home. But now wasn't the time. Or rather, I don't have the means yet.
My top priority right now is bringing down Lu Guangbei. That's my top priority. Since I was still recovering from my injuries, Wang Wan and I only shared a brief moment of intimacy before we both rested.
Even just holding Wang Wan close felt incredibly good. The next morning, I dragged my heavy feet to the office. I felt my mindset had shifted dramatically from before. The reason was simple. After all, this company belonged to Yutao, and Yang 1AI was now officially Yutao's wife. Yet the things I did with Yang 1AI last night were still vivid in my mind. I exhaled deeply. It seemed like the time had come to leave. Of course, only after I dealt with Lu Guangbei. Back at the team, Wei and the other members came to greet me. Manager, you have no idea. We've all been so worried about you since your injury. Without you, it feels like the whole team's soul is missing. I have to admit, this guy knows how to butter someone up just right. I'd been thinking about giving him a hard time over that gift incident, but then I remembered how scared he was yesterday. Plus, he showed up so early today to butter me up. Honestly, the guy's got it tough. Besides, without this mix-up, my relationship with Alice wouldn't have progressed this quickly. I patted Wei Gu on the shoulder. Forget about the past. From now on, you've got to do a good job. I believe in your abilities. Wei Gu practically breathed a sigh of relief at those words. He kept nodding at me. Got it, boss. This guy couldn't care less about the details, he just wanted my forgiveness. I'd already called Alice ahead of time. Now, Alice would do absolutely anything for me. Plus, this girl, though technically stationed here, was bored out of her mind most days. She only needed to check equipment and handle external coordination for a day or two. The rest of her time was entirely her own to manage. It wasn't until past 11 in the morning that Alice finally showed up at my office. But the moment she stepped through the door, she fired off a flurry of anxious questions. Manager Zhang, how are you feeling now? Any lingering discomfort? Regardless of whether she was sincere or not, I was genuinely pleased she asked. Rest assured, Miss Alice, I'm in top-notch shape. After all, youth has its advantages. I called you here today mainly to ask if there have been any issues with our recent coordination between our two sides. I can address any issues immediately, let's fix them as we go. I said this with a smile, and Alice quickly replied. No. Everything's been going smoothly. Everything's been great, Manager Zhang. You don't need to be so on guard all the time. Actually, I wanted to take this chance to be completely honest with you. I admit I used to judge you unfairly, but after everything we've been through, I know you're truly exceptional. And I'm truly relieved that you're the one ultimately partnering with our group. I'm confident we'll collaborate very successfully. Seems like she'd been wanting to say this for quite some time. I nodded with a smile. Honored by Miss Alice's kind words, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. After a moment's thought, I was about to bring up the matter concerning Lu Guangbei. Miss Alice, do you feel? But just as I got to that point, Alice's phone rang. Alice gave me an awkward smile and hurriedly picked up her phone. Her eyes immediately froze upon glancing at the contact name displayed. Such subtle shifts in facial expression are impossible to fake, they're purely instinctive. Hello, Mr. Tony. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm in the middle of a business call right now. I wonder what brand of phone foreigners use even without speakerphone. The volume was deafening. And since the office was so quiet, I could hear every word clearly from across the room. Alice. I've come to see you, I've missed you so much. I've booked a restaurant tonight. I'll treat you to dinner. Call me after you finish up. Alice's expression changed, but just as she was about to speak, she glanced up at me. Of course, I acted completely indifferent. Tony, what brings you here? I've been incredibly busy lately and really can't entertain you. I'm sorry. Don't lie to me. I already checked with your chairman, he hasn't assigned you any urgent tasks. Anyway, I'll be waiting at the restaurant tonight. No sooner had she spoken than she slammed the phone down. I chuckled. Though I knew Alice was annoyed, I still asked. Miss Alice, did you have a friend come over? Alice nodded awkwardly. Not really friends, just acquaintances. Never mind, Manager Zhang. What were you going to say to me just now? Interrupted like that, I felt awkward continuing. Nothing much. Just wanted to find a chance to treat you to a proper meal. Plus, our team members all want to meet you, such a beauty. We should all get to know each other. After all, you'll be here for quite some time. It's only natural to have a few friends. Alice seemed a bit dismissive, but she still nodded at me. Thanks, Manager Zhang. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Of course, it's no problem. When a friend comes all this way to visit you, it's only right to treat them well. If you have any questions, just give me a call, after all, I'm a local. Alice thanked me and turned to leave. I analyzed Alice's expression. Something's off. There's definitely something fishy going on here. I hurried out of the office. Wei Gu, come here. I have a challenging yet sacred mission for you. Wei Ji's face immediately fell at the mere mention. The guy trudged into the office with his head down, staring straight at me. But seeing the look of caution on his face, I sensed it. This guy seems to know something. Manager, could we change how we talk from now on? This always makes me feel so oppressed. What do you mean? Whenever you say things like that, nothing good ever comes of it. I'm used to it by now. Chapter 208, a daunting yet sacred mission. Wei Ji's sudden remark left me dead silent. Damn it, seriously? How did I put you in such an awkward position? Don't forget you're my right-hand man.
Wei Ge nodded awkwardly. He knew there was no escaping this. Manager, cut the formalities.
Just say what you need to say. I snapped my fingers. You're the man, Wei Ge. I love your straightforward attitude. Help me tail someone, will you?
Wei Ge barely sat down on the couch before jumping right back up.
Damn it. Can you stop messing with me, bro?
I'm here to work, and now you've turned me into a spy. I pulled a small stack of cash from my bag. Consider this your fee.
And it's absolutely risk-free.
It's not about danger, it's my conscience. You wouldn't ask me to do this if it weren't shady. I rubbed my palms together and flashed Wei Ge a sinister grin.
Oh, I see. Well, let's settle some old scores then. You know why I said what I did yesterday, right?
Wei Ge froze for a moment.
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? I specifically asked you to pick out a gift for me, and what did you buy? A pair of Valentino shoes would have been fine, but what the hell were those two things next to them? Wei Ge's eyes widened. Weren't you trying to get laid the other day? Getting laid basically means having sex. I pointed at him. You think all foreigners are that open-minded? And how do you think we landed this project? Don't tell me you haven't got a clue? Miss Alice already had serious issues with me and our company.
It took a lot of effort to get her to change her mind a little.
And now, because of your crappy gift, you nearly cost me this client. I couldn't even get a word out of Wei Ge. Wei Ge's mouth twitched. But I didn't mean to do it.
I know you meant well, but that night Alice left the car precisely because she was sulking at me.
That's why everything that followed happened. Even now, Alice still can't stand me, you know?
Wei Ge curled his lip.
Looks like you two are having a great chat. Do you have any idea how much effort I put in? And Wei finally couldn't hold back. Stop, cut it out, okay? Big bro, I'm sorry. What do you want me to do to cooperate? From now on, I'm all yours. I chuckled. Miss Alice received a call today, probably a friend visiting. But there's something fishy about their relationship. I need you to look into it. Just follow them. Alice doesn't pay much attention to you guys anyway.
I need the content of their conversation.
Wei Ge gritted his teeth. I won't let you down, boss.
I patted his shoulder.
The organization trusts you. Don't let me down.
This guy was practically forced into it, but I had no choice. This was something I had to do.
If we could get a handle on that man, wouldn't things with Lu Guangbei's company go much smoother? Wei Ge gave me a nod and left immediately. Though I sat in my office, I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. Who knew what this investigation would uncover? Time ticked by, and by evening, most people had left, yet I remained in the office. Then,
a knock sounded at the door. I slowly opened the door and saw little Lin Ro standing there. This little girl had changed a lot recently, especially in her appearance. Her makeup skills had improved considerably, making her look much more refined than before. Though she didn't look as innocent as before, she had gained a touch of worldliness. Her figure was well proportioned, not as exaggerated as Zhou Chao's, yet far from Han Lily's flat chest. In short, she had a balanced, pleasing figure. Manager, it's already past quitting time.
Why haven't you left yet? I chuckled. Is anyone still out there?
Lin Ro paused, then replied, no one's left.
That's why I came in to ask you. My expression darkened instantly.
I beckoned her with a finger, come here. Lin Ro looked puzzled but still walked step by step toward me. I opened my hand and smacked it right onto the girl's butt.
That soft feel was pretty nice. The blow left Lin Ro momentarily dazed. Whoa. What are you doing? You still have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing?
When we're around others, just call me manager.
But now that it's just the two of us, call me brother.
Lin Ro's lips twitched slightly. The girl was clearly flustered. But faced with my shameless verbal assault, she sighed helplessly.
Brother, is that better?
I nodded in satisfaction.
You should head back. No need to stay here with me. I've got something important to take care of, might even have to take action tonight.
But no sooner had I finished speaking than Lin Ro piped up, well, you can't just stay here forever.
How about this? Come to my room.
I bought some spare ribs, I'll make you some braised spare ribs.
This instantly whetted my appetite.
Besides, Lin Ro's room was only a few minutes' walk from the company.
Plus, Wei Ge still hadn't made a move. Alright.
We headed straight over. Lin Ro kept her room spotless, and the moment we walked in, a fresh fragrance filled the air. I couldn't tell if it was perfume or just that unique scent of a young woman.
Lin Ro went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and just then, Wei Ge's call came through. I exhaled deeply, hoping this guy wouldn't let me down. Wei, how's it going?
Wei Ge sounded excited on the other end. Got it, boss.
That barber. Barber? What the hell? You know, that guy named Tony. Don't all barbers around here go by that name? Tony the barber. Cut the crap. If he's joking with me, it means he's definitely got the scoop. I've uncovered a bombshell secret. Do you know why Alice came all the way here to do business with us across borders? Get to the point. Wei Ge chuckled. It's because this Tony guy has been harassing her. His family seems to have some clout in M country or something. Anyway, he wants to marry Alice. But Alice isn't having it, so she came here to lie low.
Little did she know he'd come sniffing around again today. They just had a big argument at the Western restaurant, and now Miss Alice has gone back.
Chapter 209, Alice's Trouble. So that's how it is.
I muttered to myself, alright, no problem.
You can leave now. Thanks for your hard work today.
But Wei Go flashed a sinister grin.
Manager, I said, if that's all there is to it, do you really think it's explosive? At most, it's just a fight. Oh? My interest was instantly piqued. What happened? Spit it out.
Miss Alice dumped this guy right there in the restaurant and walked out alone. As Tony was about to leave, he made a phone call, no clue which underling he was dialing. The gist was that they'd kidnap Miss Alice tonight.
Once she's back in M country, she'll be under his control. Looks like he didn't come alone.
He must have anticipated this would come down to force.
Wei Go suddenly blurted out. My head buzzed. Was this guy that brazen? Daring to kidnap someone outright?
I couldn't say for sure, but he also mentioned a ship.
Could he be planning to use a private vessel to take Alice back to country M? My head felt like it was spinning. Damn it! How did this situation keep escalating?
I already thought this Tony guy was shady, but now I've accidentally stumbled upon a huge secret.
Didn't he say what time he planned to act tonight?
It should be around 1 or 2 a.m. when it's dead quiet. I'm not being selfish, manager, I just want to give you some honest advice. Some people are better left alone. When Wei Go said this, his tone was quite resigned. Think about it, they own a private yacht.
That means they're definitely not just some ordinary family in M country. Plus, I've heard there are many clans there, the kind with extensive business holdings. If we really piss off that family's young master, won't he just hire a couple of hitmen to take us out? I know Brother Wei was looking out for me, even if he did exaggerate a bit. Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Leave the rest to me.
I'll take what you just said into consideration. Then I slammed the phone down. As I pondered my next move, Lin Ro brought steaming hot dishes to the coffee table.
Only 3 dishes, but each one was more appetizing than the last. Are you in a hurry? I didn't get around to cooking the other 2 dishes. Just make do with these so we don't delay. I gave a faint smile.
After eating with Lin Ro, I sat on the sofa to rest.
If we were to follow Wei Ji's plan and wait until 1 or 2 in the morning to act, it was still far too early now. It was just past 7.
But after much thought, if I were to handle this matter, there was only one person I could turn to for help. That person was Zhang Shuitian.
But I felt a bit awkward about bothering him all the time. But hey, I've got thick skin, right?
I called Zhang Shuitian directly and explained the whole situation to him.
Sure enough,
Zhang Shuitian immediately started cursing like a sailor.
What the hell is he playing at? A big shot can't beat a local tough guy, and I'm the big shot around here. So what if he's some rich kid from a powerful family? Listen up. Bring 10 men, and I'll dig a hole. Bring 100, and I'll dig a damn trench. This place may lack everything else, but it's got plenty of wasteland. You gotta admit, Zhang Shuitian's words were pretty damn cocky. But you need to think this through.
Fear is one thing, but whether it's worth it is another.
If you think it's worth it, I've got nothing to say. If he can snatch someone right from under my nose, I'll hang up my boots and quit this life.
Zhang Shuitian delivered each word with deliberate emphasis.
I thought it over. Get a few of your guys over here. No problem. I'll come with you tonight. No need. If you come alone, I won't tell you the time or location. Bring a few trusted men. Do you really think I can't handle this much? If I follow your logic, will you be spoon-feeding me my meals next?
Zhang Shuitian burst out laughing upon hearing this.
You know what? That's blunt but spot on. Fine. Since you want to go solo, I've got nothing to say. I'll send someone over right now.
After hanging up, Lin Ro appeared beside me. I hadn't noticed when she'd arrived.
The room was already small, just a 1-bedroom studio.
I'd been talking on the phone in the living room, so naturally, she'd heard every word.
Lin Ro set down the apron and looked at me with concern. Are you planning to do something dangerous?
I gently stroked her cheek. They say women are made of water. The moment my fingers touched her skin, I felt its delicate softness and admired her exquisite features.
Honestly, I felt an immediate reaction.
But I forced myself to stay composed. Nothing much.
Just handling some minor matters. It's not just about our upcoming collaboration with Alice.
But Lin Ro's gaze remained stern.
You have to give me a legitimate reason, or I won't let you go.
I knew she was just genuinely concerned about me.
I exhaled deeply. You should know that Lu Guangbei's company was founded by me.
That guy used to be my deputy, but he stabbed me in the back at a critical moment.
Lin Ro nodded. That's no secret within the company. Exactly.
That's why I want to reclaim the company, but I need support from industry leaders. Specifically, the top players in the energy sector.
Alice's company is the absolute leader in energy trading.
That's precisely why I spared no effort to secure a partnership with Alice. Lin Ro seemed to grasp it instantly.
You want to use Alice to reclaim the company, right? I nodded lightly.
And I already have a plan, but its core hinges on Alice giving me her unconditional support. Now that Alice is in trouble, I must offer her my full assistance. Every word I spoke was utterly sincere. And since it was the truth, Linro couldn't find any reason to argue with me.
After a moment of silence,
Linro exhaled deeply, but I'm truly worried about you.
what if something happens to you? What would I do then?
I smiled warmly as I stroked her silky hair. Don't worry.
Once I get my company back, you'll be the vice president there. Linro clenched her jaw. You know I don't want power. I just want you to be safe.
What you're doing now truly worries me. I pressed my lips directly to hers, savoring the smooth sensation, and Linro responded passionately.
Chapter 210, The Performance. A few minutes later, my phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar number, but the person on the other end sounded quite pleasant.
Brother Yu, we're under Brother Tian's command.
He wants us to wait for you downstairs at Longqing Garden.
Hold on a moment, I'll be right down.
Though it was still early, I had no idea when that Tony guy might make his move. So it's best to head over a bit earlier. With that thought, I dared not delay and hurriedly left Linro's room.
A few minutes later, I walked down to the residential area.
2 Audi S6 LS, their hazard lights flashing, were parked by the roadside. 6 or 7 bald, burly men emerged from the cars. Just looking at their physiques, you could tell they were incredibly strong.
Honestly, with them standing behind me, no one would dare mess with me.
Yet the moment these men spotted me, they began bowing and scraping before me.
You Gu, right? Tian Gu told us to shadow you tonight. We'll follow your orders no matter what. I gave them an okay sign. Thanks, guys. No problem. Let's get moving.
I hopped straight into the passenger seat of a car, and the others squeezed in too. About half an hour later, the car pulled up outside the hotel where Alice was staying.
Alright, turn it off now.
Just wait here. The others nodded. And they were professionals, after all. Each held a walkie-talkie, ready to contact the backup vehicles at any moment.
Only the driver seemed a bit confused, turning to look at me. Bro Yu, what are we waiting for here?
I chuckled. I'm really sorry, guys. I don't know how things are unfolding either.
Please try to stay calm.
I heard word earlier that something might happen tonight, but I can't say for sure. The driver waved his hands hurriedly.
Brother Yu, no need to apologize. We're used to this by now. When we're out on a job, we often go days without a decent night's sleep.
So don't worry about it, we take turns sleeping and keeping watch. You could tell from their familiar movements and expressions. They'd long since grown accustomed to this routine.
I nodded gratefully. Thanks, guys.
The others waved their hands dismissively.
Don't say that, Yu. Since you're Tian's brother, we're all brothers here. No need for formalities among family. I patted the driver on the shoulder. They were taking turns sleeping, but I couldn't rest. Time ticked away, second by second. Waiting was tedious and utterly boring.
I didn't feel right playing with my phone either. The volume would be too loud and disturb others. Finally, at 1 a.m., an unlicensed black Skoda pulled up beside our vehicle.
3 men got out of the car.
These 3 men were clearly different from us, especially their faces pale to an almost unnatural degree.
Oh my, we've got some foreigners here.
The guy in the back seat grinned and said this.
My expression changed instantly.
Everyone, pay attention, it might be them. No sooner had I spoken than the brothers who'd been sleeping sat bolt upright and started shouting into their walkie-talkies. Guys, the targets are probably here, those 3 white guys. The walkie-talkie crackled with an immediate response.
Roger that. We're all moving into position. Over. It was incredibly professional. I was completely blown away. Brother Yu, should we move in and take them down directly, or? I shook my head slightly.
I need you guys to help me put on a show. Simple enough. I stepped straight out of the Audi. It was late at night, and the wind blowing outside still carried a chill.
I couldn't help but shiver.
Within just a few minutes, I saw those men hurry out, and one of them was carrying Alice. The way he held her was a bit strange. He held her tightly around the midsection, while Alice struggled relentlessly, but to no avail. Seeing this, I knew these guys were serious about their plan. I have to say, they were pretty bold. Just as they were about to get into the car, I reached out and shouted.
What the hell? The group instantly turned to stare at me. Alice's expression changed.
In that split second of their distraction, she suddenly broke free from the man's grip.
She immediately ran over to me. Manager Zhang, what are you doing here? I came looking for you. I just happened to be passing by and wanted to see if you were asleep yet. Don't you usually stay up really late? What are these guys doing?
Alice's lips twitched.
Come with me. Quickly. Where to?
The guy who'd been holding Alice earlier crossed his arms over his chest, wearing a smug expression. The 2 beside him were likely his henchmen. Without a word, they immediately closed in, surrounding me. I stared at them with a stern expression. After all, this was acting, so it had to look somewhat convincing. The leader crossed his arms over his chest, staring straight at me.
You've got some nerve, buddy. Playing the hero here? You've got 3 seconds to get lost. Or don't blame me when I kick your ass.
The guy delivered this line with utter arrogance.
After he finished, I couldn't help but frown. Aren't you the one who should be leaving? Don't tell me you were the one who called Miss Alice this afternoon? Tony frowned. Oh my, so you two know each other? I'm Miss Alice's business partner here. We've been working together for a while. What exactly are you two up to? Trying to kidnap someone in the middle of the night? I said this with a stern expression. After I finished speaking, Tony waved his hand dismissively at me. I'm just picking up my girlfriend. What the hell business is it of yours? Alice behind him immediately got flustered. Who's your girlfriend? I have nothing to do with you. I advise you to stop bothering me. I shrugged my shoulders. Did you hear me? You better believe I'll call the cops. But Tony just gave a subtle nod, and the other two immediately pulled out gleaming daggers from their pockets. To be honest, the moment they drew those knives, I felt a bit uneasy. Luckily, they just held the knives without making any further moves. Alice panicked too. What are you doing? This is a society governed by law. I advise you not to do anything rash. Tony chuckled. No problem. Just come with me quietly, and I won't harm him. Chapter 211, Beating Tony. Tony delivered this line with utter arrogance. After he finished speaking, Alice's mouth twitched slightly. Clearly, the girl didn't want to go with him. But Alice shot me a pained look. She clearly didn't want to cause me trouble. Fine, I'll come with you. Isn't that settled then? Alice, just come back with me like a good girl. I promise you'll live like a queen. I grabbed Alice's arm. Where are you going? Alice took a deep breath. Mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you. He's my boyfriend, and we just had a fight. With that, Alice tried to break free from my grip. I glared at her. What a joke. What era do you think this is? I'm not letting you take her away today. What are you gonna do about it? This really pissed Tony off. Fine. If that's how you feel, I won't mind punching a few holes in you. The moment the words left his mouth, Tony's expression changed. What are you standing around for? Get moving. His two henchmen exchanged a glance before closing in on me. Without a moment's hesitation. My eyes widened, and Alice panicked too, but this wasn't the moment for a change of plans. I clenched my fist and slammed it into Tony's cheek. The bastard had some serious toughness, though. He immediately countered with a kick to my midsection. That kick knocked the wind right out of me. I collapsed onto the floor with a thud, and the two henchmen behind me swarmed over, kicking me relentlessly. All I could do was pray she wouldn't show up so soon. Only by making that girl feel more and more guilty toward me could my plan proceed as intended. Tony and his two henchmen kicked and punched me relentlessly, but they never dared to draw their knives. For these guys, they just wanted to take Alice away. They never intended to kill me. If they'd drawn knives, things wouldn't have been so simple. Alice burst into tears. Tony, you beast. I promise I'll go back with you. If you dare lay a finger on him again, I swear I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. Seeing Alice gnashing her teeth in fury, Tony finally waved his hand. All right. Didn't you hear what Alice said? Kid, don't bother me, or don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Tony stretched lazily. Alice, can we get in the car now? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he made an utterly disgusting gesture, motioning for Alice to get in. Alice's mouth twitched slightly. She turned to look at me, her expression clearly filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Manager Zhang. I grabbed Alice's ankle. Don't be afraid, I'm here. They absolutely cannot force you to do anything you don't want to do. Alice finally broke down. Let go of me. They'll beat you to death. Beat me to death? I've got a whole crew waiting in the car. They'd better be able to pull that off. Tony frowned deeply, clearly already fed up with this guy. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. This is the last time. If you don't let go now, don't blame me for crippling you. Saying that, Tony snatched the dagger from his henchman and started walking toward me step by step. I coughed violently our signal. Sure enough, before he could even crouch down, a roar erupted from behind him. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Stop right now. Tony frowned, instinctively turning his head to find several men closing in around him. These guys were already built like tanks to begin with. Just standing there, they looked like ING tanks. Tony's side only had 3 people total. Now he really didn't know what to do. Tony's mouth twitched. What the hell do you think you're doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that? You've got some nerve. Damn it. A bunch of foreigners daring to cause trouble on our turf. Who the hell gave you the guts? Before Tony could explain, the driver clenched his fist and smashed it hard into the guy's forehead. The punch was delivered with full force. Tony let out a piercing scream and collapsed onto the ground. The other 2 henchmen didn't escape unscathed either. The 3 of them were immediately surrounded and beaten up, no exaggeration. Wails of pain echoed through the air, yet Alice showed no sign of concern as she helped me to my feet. Are you okay? I quickly waved my hand. Nothing serious. But I casually wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. This completely startled Alice. She thought I'd been beaten badly. Seeing several people beaten to a pulp, I quickly grabbed the driver's arm. Bro! If you ask me, just call it quits. Enough's enough. They've already been beaten pretty badly.
The driver signaled his man.
Alright, glad you're okay.
Guys like this need a proper lesson to show them whose turf this is. I patted the driver's arm, and he finally turned to leave, looking incredibly cool as he walked away.
Alice helped me up. Let's get you to the hospital first.
I quickly refused. No hospital. I just need a place to sleep tonight and attend to my wounds.
That's out of the question.
Your old injuries haven't healed yet, and now you've got all these new ones.
If we go to the hospital at this hour, what if the doctor asks us to call family? Then everything would be exposed.
It's the middle of the night, it's just too inconvenient.
Alice wasn't quite familiar with the local customs here.
Generally, if the doctor asks for family, it means the patient is in serious condition.
Otherwise, it's because they can't afford the medical bills. These are just superficial scrapes, any clinic could handle them.
The reason I'm saying this is to make her feel even more guilty.
Only then can we be absolutely certain.
Just as I was about to leave, Alice suddenly spoke up.
Come to my room first. I have a first aid kit there.
I took emergency nursing as an elective in college, so I should be able to help you.
That sounds perfectly reasonable. Is that okay?
I couldn't help but make a face like I'd eaten something disgusting.
Alice immediately got flustered. What's inconvenient about it? This is exactly what I should do.
You're in this mess because of me.
Stop talking nonsense and come on.
Alice didn't wait for my consent, grabbing my arm and dragging me toward the hotel.
Chapter 212, Stay in my room.
Alice practically dragged me into the hotel, while Tony and the others were still rolling around on the ground.
I have to say, the difference in treatment was like night and day. And I absolutely loved Alice's no-nonsense approach. Whether you agree or not, just drag them in and that's that. Alice really pays attention to the details. Even though she's staying in a hotel, she's meticulous about personal hygiene and tidiness.
The room was spotless and tidy, making it feel incredibly comfortable upon entering.
Since I'd just been pinned down and beaten, I was a complete mess.
Alice motioned for me to sit on the bed, not seeming to mind my grimy state, and went to fetch the first aid kit herself. Most of my injuries were superficial scrapes, but she kicked me hard in the back a few times that really hurt. Alice immediately started undressing me, which made me feel a bit awkward.
Hey, Miss Alice, what are you doing? Alice glared at me. What are you waiting for?
I need to treat your wounds, take off your clothes first.
Even though I felt a bit awkward, if Alice wasn't afraid, why should I chicken out? I stripped off my clothes right away.
Alice applied the medicine behind me, and she was incredibly meticulous about it. Her movements were light and gentle.
How's that? Does it hurt? I chuckled. No worries, I've got thick skin. You can go a little harder if you need to.
But the moment Alice applied a little pressure, I let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Didn't you say it wouldn't hurt?
I glared at her, teeth clenched.
I was just showing off. You didn't have to take it so seriously, did you? This finally cracked Alice up. She couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. What kind of time is this? And you still have the nerve to joke around with me? I flashed what I thought was an adorable smile.
After a full 10+ minutes, Alice exhaled deeply and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead.
Finally done. Let me wrap it up with gauze for you.
If anyone was dexterous, it was this girl. In just a few minutes, she had my wound neatly bandaged.
But I wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment.
I'm quite confident in my looks and figure. Unlike those skinny sticks, who look like they'd break at the slightest touch.
And unlike that big belly guy, who looks a bit greasy. I used to be a bit overweight, but since stepping down as chairman and taking a few beatings, I've shed quite a bit of that extra flesh. Now my physique is quite well proportioned, a standard build that I'm quite fond of. After Alice finished bandaging me up, her eyes couldn't tear themselves away, constantly lingering on my sexy muscles. How could I possibly not have noticed? I gave Alice a faint smile. Miss Alice, you mustn't look at me like that. At those words, Alice's face flushed bright red. I guess the girl felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't mean to. I was just worried about your injuries. Yes, I know you mean well, but my muscles are pretty well defined, aren't they? What kind of time is this for wisecracks?
Though Alice seemed to be scolding me, her tone clearly hinted at playful banter. A few minutes later, she finished cleaning herself up and sat down across from me. Sitting across from each other in the dead of night, the room's atmosphere felt undeniably charged.
Why did you go out of your way to help me? Aren't you worried about what they did to you earlier? If those kind brothers hadn't stepped in, who knows what would have happened? I gave a faint smile. Don't make it sound like it's a big deal. When a woman is in danger or trouble, isn't it only natural for a man to step up?
Though I didn't say it aloud, inside I was already beaming with joy.
You think those kind-hearted guys just happened to show up? They'd been waiting for their moment to step in. Anyway, Manager Zhang, thank you so much. I keep getting you hurt time and again. I must be some kind of jinx. Nothing good ever happens when I'm around. I was getting a little flustered. Miss Alice. If you keep saying things like that, I'll get upset. I already made it perfectly clear to you just now, men protecting women is only natural. Besides, setting that aside, you're so beautiful, isn't it a pleasure for me to escort you around? Even though I seem like a bit of a rogue, this actually made Alice laugh. Are you always this smooth talking? I bet you're surrounded by beautiful women. That hit the nail on the head. I was completely speechless. I could only stand there awkwardly scratching my head and smiling. After all, I had no good explanation. After a moment of silence, Alice let out a long sigh. Manager Zhang, please stay here tonight. I quickly waved my hands and made a move to get up. But that movement tugged at my wounds. I swear on my honor what happened next was absolutely not an act for show. I immediately started grimacing in pain. Ouch. What are you doing? Can you slow down a bit? I chuckled awkwardly. No, it's just that a man and a woman alone together in one room, it's a bit awkward. I'll go downstairs and book another room. The moment I said that, I slapped my forehead. Damn it, I forgot my ID. I'll go downstairs to see if they can register with an electronic ID or if they can look it up at the front desk. It's a special circumstance, after all. I blurted out this awkward explanation, and when I finished, Alice was staring straight at me. Can you stop being so stupid? What time is it? Still talking about this? Never mind whether you can get a room or not, look at the state you're in. You're covered in injuries. What if you need something in the middle of the night? It'd be so inconvenient for you alone. I won't let you. I have to stay with you. Alice said this with a serious expression. The girl wasn't even considering discussing it with me. Truth be told, I never had any dirty thoughts to begin with. But hearing Alice say it like that, I found myself actually looking forward to it. Even though I knew deep down that nothing would happen between us. But sharing a room with a beauty of her caliber, and this being my first time ever with a foreigner. Deep down, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Is this okay? After all, you're a young lady. Alice smiled. What's the big deal? You risked your life to protect me, why would I care about that? I know you're a decent man. Chapter 213, Crossing the Line. Honestly, when Alice suddenly said that, every restless thought in my heart vanished completely. Damn it, someone actually called me a man of integrity. Well, I certainly couldn't let this young lady down. I nodded comfortably. Exactly. You're absolutely right, I am a man of integrity. Though that admission felt a bit like denying something you know is true. Alice chuckled. The girl walked straight over to the cabinet beside us, rummaging through it as if searching for something. Half a minute later, Alice pulled out a long pink bath towel. It looked brand new. This was the new bath towel I'd bought just a few days ago, but I'd already washed it beforehand. It was clean. I was still a bit confused. Miss Alice, why tell me about your towel? I asked. I meant this towel is for you. I'll soak it in hot water later and use it to dry you off. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable sleeping tonight, right? Then Alice pulled a disposable bathrobe set from the hotel closet. These are complimentary from the hotel, and they're men's. I don't think there's any problem with you wearing them. True. Sleeping in clothes on the bed feels a bit uncomfortable, kind of itchy. Though I usually prefer sleeping naked, when staying with a lady, one must follow the house rules. I grabbed the bathrobe. It still carried a faint, clean scent of laundry detergent. I don't need your help, I can dry myself off just fine. This made Alice panic. What are you going to use? Your back is all bandaged up. If you get the bandages wet and water gets into the wounds, all my work will have been for nothing. That made sense. But having a young lady like you wipe me down. Alice looked at me with unwavering determination. Her gaze left me momentarily dazed. For some reason, I couldn't meet her eyes. What's the matter? Manager Zhang. You risked your life to save me, yet now you refuse even this small favor? Please, I'm begging you, let me do something for you. At least this way, I won't feel so miserable. I swear, I'm not trying to show off. Sure, I'm a bit of a womanizer usually, but what guy isn't? I refuse to believe anyone else is any better than me. But having a young woman wash my back, it feels awkward, to say the least. Honestly, I'm mostly afraid of making a fool of myself. But seeing Alice's serious expression, I genuinely didn't know how to refuse. No use arguing. I just nodded awkwardly. Alright then, I'll trouble you. Alice seemed quite happy to help, and she was very diligent. I could only strip down to my underwear as Alice meticulously scrubbed the affected areas on my back. It took several minutes before she finally finished. I immediately felt much lighter. Though I hadn't actually bathed, just wiping down felt pretty good. I changed into the hotel's disposable bathrobe, though it was probably one size fits all and felt a bit too big on me. But that didn't matter. Alice nodded with satisfaction. The girl went to shower and change herself. I didn't have any other thoughts about what came next. I knew full well we wouldn't have much more interaction. Her openness probably stemmed from her upbringing, best not to get carried away with fantasies here. I talked myself out of it and just laid down on the bed. On top of that, he'd just been beaten up again, and now he was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. After a few scattered thoughts, he slowly drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long passed before the bathroom door slammed shut.
Perhaps because I'd been on edge these past few days, I instinctively opened my eyes.
The warm light in the room was still on.
Alice was wearing a nightgown, one of those provided by the hotel. It was the kind with short sleeves and shorts, and the women's pajama bottoms seemed even shorter, barely reaching her thighs. Alice had fair skin to begin with after all, she was from a different country and her figure was quite impressive, especially the ample curves in the front. Standing there, she was absolutely a bombshell. Her hair was tousled, and she had removed her makeup. But with her golden hair and blue eyes, even without makeup, she looked as if she were wearing it.
I was completely transfixed, a nameless flame rising within me. My mouth went completely dry. Alice looked at me. What's wrong, Manager Zhang? Does your body hurt?
Let me massage it for you, it might help ease the pain.
This woman hadn't noticed anything amiss. No, I'm just a bit thirsty. I can get myself a drink.
This infuriated Alice. She puckered her lips like a teenage girl.
What are you talking about? I'll get it for you. Just lie there quietly and don't move, or I'll get mad.
Alice scampered off to fetch a cup of warm water, and the little minx even insisted on feeding it to me herself. In Alice's eyes, I was nothing but a completely paralyzed man.
But the instant she bent over, my gaze immediately plunged into the loose bathrobe.
Especially the deep cleavage that imprinted itself directly onto my brain and refused to fade. I began gasping for breath in heavy, ragged breaths,
completely forgetting to drink the water. Manager Zhang, what's wrong with you? I swallowed hard, a wildly reckless thought surfacing in my mind.
The next second, I snatched the water cup right out of her hand. While Alice was momentarily stunned, I placed the cup on the bedside table and yanked the woman onto the bed. Alice's eyes widened, her expression filled with utter disbelief.
Manager Zhang, what are you doing? Miss Alice, I'm feeling quite uncomfortable right now. We're both adults, you must know what I'm asking for.
I knew this could completely shatter our relationship.
But as a man, pushed to this point, who the hell could resist?
Alice swallowed hard, her eyes glistening with moisture, tugging relentlessly at my heartstrings. After a moment of silence, Alice slowly closed her eyes. Now it was my turn to freeze.
What the hell was this woman playing at? Why wasn't she answering me? A few seconds later, Alice seemed to get a little annoyed. Why was I acting like a block of wood?
Then, the girl lifted her head, and her warm lips met mine in a kiss.
In that instant, I felt like I was floating on air.
I savored the warmth of Alice's lips and the fragrance of her body.
Chapter 214, I don't want to. As our bodies entwined, I finally understood what this girl was thinking. Though I bore injuries, they didn't hinder my performance in the slightest.
A few minutes later, Alice lifted her eyes to meet mine. Bathed in the warm glow of the lights, she looked even more alluring.
Are you sure this is okay? Your body.
I smiled warmly at her.
Of course, there's no problem. But I have to say, I think I did pretty well tonight. After a full half hour, we lay limp together, me still holding her close.
Western girls really do smell sweet.
I finally understood what that saying meant.
Though I used to think such comments online were a bit disrespectful. But only after experiencing it myself did I truly grasp the feeling. Alice lay contentedly on my chest, her slender little finger tracing circles across my skin.
Manager Zhang, thank you.
I was momentarily stunned.
Shouldn't I be the one thanking her? Why thank me? To be honest, I disliked you at first.
I was even more eager to work with the Liu family.
For starters, I felt your company lacked professionalism.
You must understand that with projects like ours, absolutely no issues can arise midway.
I nodded slightly.
I understood that, since our company was also new to energy projects, complete beginners.
Alice let out a long sigh.
Even when we finally started working together, I still held a grudge against you. I kept hoping you'd make a mistake so I could kick you out. But as time went on, I came to realize you're an exceptional man, not only providing me with emotional security, but also physical comfort.
When Alice said that, I finally understood. Turns out this woman was lonely too. But it made sense, really. Handling international transactions alone, with no family or friends here, no social life.
All she did was handle work coordination or hole up in her room.
Any normal person would go mad under those circumstances.
And Alice truly craved the nourishment of love.
At that moment, I stepped right in. I have to admit, my luck was truly exceptional. I took a deep breath and spoke softly to Alice. Miss Alice.
Still calling me miss?
I thought about it, it didn't seem right to be so formal.
Alice, you're right, and I am fortunate to have met you. But what I just did was beastly.
Alice grew a bit flustered. No. I like you too. Even if we have no connection, I just love being with you.
I'm someone who follows my feelings.
If I truly didn't want to, even if you held a knife to my throat today, I wouldn't give in. So you don't need to feel guilty. I looked at Alice.
The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily.
But I can't give you a future.
Even saying such a hypocritical line made my cheeks burn.
To my surprise, Alice burst out laughing. What on earth are you talking about?
At least I'll still be here working with you on the project. Who knows where I'll be in the future? I never cared much for this place before, but I've slowly grown to like it.
And I cherish our feelings for each other even more. I know you're married, so I thought it through before we got intimate. The fact that I'm lying here with you proves my feelings. Honestly. To meet such an understanding woman is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. She doesn't need me to take responsibility, yet she's willing to stay by my side, and it's entirely her own choice. Are all foreigners this open-minded? Maybe I'm getting carried away, but I feel our relationship is strong enough for me to pour my heart out to Alice. The thought made me blurt out, "Alice, there's something I need to be honest with you about. I hope you can help me." Alice froze, clearly caught off guard. Why would I suddenly say something like that? What's going on? You don't know yet, but there's actually some history between me and Lu Guangbei, the chairman of the Lu Corporation I was competing against earlier. Alice sobered up considerably and instinctively pulled away from me. What do you mean by that? I laid everything out for Alice, holding nothing back. After hearing my explanation, Alice simply nodded softly. Oh, I see. I let out a sigh of relief. Yes, so I want to reclaim the company. I hope you can help me. After all, your firm is the authority in this field. After saying this, I looked at Alice with excitement. She's already slept with me, so I figured Alice would be more than willing to help me with this. But who knew Alice's expression would suddenly turn serious? Her body, which had been pressed against mine just moments ago, instantly pulled away. I froze, utterly baffled by this woman's sudden change. She was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly seem like a different person? So that's what you're after? Alice's abrupt remark made me frown. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? That's what I should be asking you. Why did you get close to me? Protecting me all this time, sleeping with me now, and only then revealing your true intentions? Right? Honestly, I couldn't process it at first. As for the reason? Simple. Because I'm completely dumbfounded right now. No, what are you even thinking? How is that my true feelings? I thought you genuinely liked me, that's why you were with me. But I never imagined you were just using me. My eyes widened. What the hell is wrong with these foreigners? You've got it all wrong. The favor I asked you to do was just a small thing, something I could handle myself. Isn't that still using me? What if I refuse? The atmosphere had been so intimate just moments ago, but these few simple words collided, and the tension instantly escalated. I felt like a heartless bastard, half reclining on the bed while watching Alice's tears fall. Alice, can you please not get so worked up? This really is an exploitation. And I swear, I genuinely like you. Who wouldn't like a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning and well-built as you? I was genuinely flustered now, utterly clueless about what to do. Chapter 215, Arriving at the Hospital. I admit, Alice was indeed a crucial part of my plan. And I genuinely felt our relationship had taken a qualitative leap forward, which is why I brought this up. But I never imagined the outcome would surprise me so much. A cold snort flashed across Alice's lips. Enough of this nonsense. You'd better give up hope. Just pretend I was blind before. Rest assured, I won't hold you responsible. After tonight, we'll go back to our previous working relationship. Don't bring up anything else with me, just work. After saying that, the girl simply climbed into bed on the other side and fell asleep immediately. I gritted my teeth. Now was the moment to pledge my loyalty, otherwise, our conflict would likely remain unresolved. With that thought, I took a deep breath and mustered every ounce of strength to stand up. I stood by the bedside. The room fell deathly silent. I was certain she knew exactly what I was doing. Alice didn't even turn her head. If you like standing, then stand. Don't try to brush me off with your injuries. And by the way, those burly men in black earlier, you hired them too, didn't you? I frowned deeply. I instinctively wanted to argue, but the words stuck in my throat. No one here is stupid. People who show up at such a critical moment, do you really think it was just coincidence? If that girl hadn't thought of it at first, once she realized I had ulterior motives, she'd connect every single thing that happened. No need for excuses. I've already figured out why you showed up here tonight. That guy in your team, what was his name? Wei? I saw him in your team before. He's your right-hand man. Yesterday when I was having dinner with Tony, that guy was sitting at the next table. At first, I just thought he looked familiar, but now I understand everything. So you knew Tony would contact me last night. You waited there in advance to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. Then you faked an injury, got rescued by your friend, and now I'm supposed to feel guilty toward you. What a masterful chess game. Alice gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I hadn't responded at all. With just a few short sentences, she laid out the entire story, leaving nothing hidden. Thinking about it now, I really did act like a beast. It was my own fault to begin with, so why did I still feel a bit wronged now? Time ticked by second, while I remained standing on the floor. But my physical condition was truly terrible, especially after what we'd just done together in bed. I feel like I'm about to break down. And for some reason, the night drags on endlessly. Usually, I feel like a night doesn't matter, just close your eyes and it's over. But standing here now, every minute felt like torture.
Alice has been in the same position the whole time, and with her back to me, I can't tell if she's actually asleep.
Her breathing is steady as can be.
After what felt like an eternity, the sky began to glow with the first hint of dawn.
I finally let out a long breath. Alice's alarm rang.
After turning it off, she instinctively turned her head to look at me.
Even Alice probably never imagined I'd sit by her bed all night.
Tough guy confirmed. Alice was panting heavily, and I could tell she'd figured it out too. There was a mirror by the bed in this hotel room, just a narrow strip, but I could still see my own expression reflected in it. I felt like I was about to drop dead pale as a ghost, lips turning blue. Even my breathing felt labored.
Are you out of your mind? Or just reckless? Playing with your life like this, can't you stop being so childish? Alice's shouts grew louder and louder until finally she seemed to break down. I gave the girl a faint smile.
Then everything went black before my eyes, and I collapsed onto the bed with a thud.
As I drifted into unconsciousness, I could still hear Alice's frantic shouts.
She was probably just reacting out of instinctive worry.
How long had it been?
When I opened my eyes again, I found myself surrounded by stark whiteness, with 4 drips hanging overhead.
Clearly, I'd ended up in the hospital.
A middle-aged doctor was standing nearby, explaining something to Alice.
You're his girlfriend, right?
You knew he was injured, yet you let him stand outside all night.
Do you realize that could have killed him?
His mental state was already on the brink of collapse. After going without sleep for so long, I have no idea how he managed to hold on all night. I have to say, this guy's got some serious determination. The doctor said this with a helpless expression. But I was secretly delighted inside. This doctor was a godsend. What a great guy. Alice's lips twitched slightly at the doctor's definitive words.
The girl's expression was utterly grim.
After the doctor left, Alice let out a long sigh and slowly walked over to the bedside to keep watch over me. I knew she was watching me the whole time.
If I tried to pretend to be asleep, I wouldn't last long.
I instinctively stretched, then slowly opened my eyes. I played out the confusion of just waking up to perfection.
Where am I? I felt a bit anxious.
Alice immediately leaned in and grabbed my hand.
It's okay, you're in the hospital now. You fainted this morning, remember?
I shook my head gently.
I just felt like I suddenly didn't know anything anymore, didn't know what had happened. Miss Alice, did you bring me to the hospital? Alice didn't respond.
And now I'm staying in the intensive care ward. There's only 1 bed in the entire room.
I'm sorry, Miss Alice. I didn't mean to upset you. At first, I just wanted to prove my feelings.
That's why I endured excruciating pain and stood on the floor all night to show you through my injuries that I truly have a conscience.
But I never imagined I'd end up making another mistake. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have acted this way, it's all my fault.
I uttered these words with utter helplessness, my tone growing increasingly emotional.
Tears even welled up in the corners of my eyes.
By the end, damn it, even I believed my own lies. Alice fought back the urge to cry, wiping away her own tears.
It's okay. I've already felt your sincerity, Zhang Yu. I believe you, you definitely didn't mean to. But you have to promise me, never again will you gamble with your life, okay? Chapter 216, Pre-Battle Preparations.
I could only nod obediently, but this truly won Alice's heart.
Damn it, I thought last night was the end. Who would have thought the turning point would come so suddenly?
Alice bought me a huge bowl of chicken soup, and this little girl insisted on feeding me herself.
The hospital room scene was quite heartwarming.
After I'd eaten my fill, Alice tentatively asked.
You said you wanted me to help you deal with Lu Guangbei. What exactly do you have in mind? Hearing this, my mind was racing at 80,000 revolutions per second. After a moment, I smiled at Alice. You're right.
Our relationship should remain pure, so I won't pressure you anymore.
Alice's cheeks flushed. Are you angry? I quickly denied it, not at all.
I just think I should respect your wishes, and our feelings should remain pure. Rest assured, as long as you're willing, I'll always be there for you whenever you need me. Damn, when this guy flirts, he's got your dad holding him up just to get over the threshold. Just those few casual words of mine completely won Alice's heart.
Alice lowered her head, silent. Looks like this girl is having a moment of self-reflection. But just seconds later, I heard Alice's sobs. My heart's always been soft, and hearing that sound left me completely flustered. I was flustered. No, don't cry.
I can't stand it when girls cry in front of me.
Just tell me what's on your mind. Alice looked utterly heartbroken. But I just want to help you now, to offer my abilities. Please don't reject me, okay? Zhang Yu. Wow. How did she switch gears so fast?
I figured making Alice feel guilty was already a win after all. Playing the emotional card has always been my specialty. But I never expected this girl to just go straight for a magic attack.
Crying? What's that all about? Fine, I'll agree to it. Once I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll tell you exactly how to help me.
Just moments ago, Alice was crying her eyes out, those big, watery eyes looking utterly wronged.
But the moment I said that, she burst out laughing. Great. Deal. I made an okay sign with my hand.
I stayed in the hospital for 2 full days, but the doctor strictly forbade me from being discharged. Finally, with no other choice, I had to argue with the doctor. Doctor, I pleaded, I'm still young, and there's so much work piling up at the office. Please, show some mercy. But the doctor just glared at me. You're 30 years old now, how can you still be so immature? Youth is an asset, no doubt, but you're burning through your health at an alarming rate. The doctor looked utterly exasperated. Besides, there's quite a bit of money on your card all loaded by that young lady before. Now that I've finally caught this opportunity, I'll design a comprehensive rehabilitation plan for you from head to toe. The doctor said this with complete seriousness. I could only feel my face twitching. I've seen people who can't get enough of making money, and I've seen people who can't get enough of getting a free ride, but I've never heard of anyone who can't get enough of being hospitalized. Doc, spare me the motivational spiel. Who knows, I might get hurt again someday. When I can't take it anymore, I'll come back for another round of your systematic rehab training. The doctor immediately grew agitated upon hearing this. I'm telling you this responsibly, if you ever dare to mess around again, I'll call the police and have you locked up. I knew the doctor was joking, so I just smiled along. After over half an hour of skin abrasion, the doctor finally tacitly allowed me to leave. Stepping out of the heavy hospital atmosphere and breathing in the fresh air felt genuinely good. I smiled faintly. Lu Guangbei, we're going to have some serious fun now. Let's see who ends up on their knees first. First, I went to find Alice. We had a long talk in the hotel. Alice looked at me with some confusion. Are you sure this is the right move? I nodded firmly. Please trust me, no matter what, it'll be fine. Wouldn't it be better if I approached him myself? I gave a faint smile. Lu Guangbei still wields some influence here. If we two meet privately, as long as he puts in the effort, he'll definitely uncover some clues. Once that happens, he'll become wary. Not only will this mission fail, but I'll never be able to pinpoint his weaknesses again. Alice nodded softly upon hearing my words. It's possible, but I just can't bring myself to do it. How could I live with myself doing this to you? Alice, you need to understand one thing. Our bond is rock solid. No matter how you treat me, I know your heart is in the right place. It took me forever to talk some sense into this girl. I was about to get cozy with Alice, but she suddenly yelled, "You're crazy." After careful thought, given my current frail condition, it really wasn't appropriate to attempt any high-risk maneuvers. Early the next morning, I headed to the company and went straight to Yu Tao's office. Chairman, I want the Iceberg Park project. Our core business has always been tourism and resorts. Though we're an investment company, we've long since integrated with the real economy. That's how society evolves. If we can't keep pace, we'll be left behind sooner or later. Yu Tao stared at me, completely bewildered. Iceberg Park? That project's under Hu Yijuan's purview. Better not. Why? Don't you trust my capabilities? This has nothing to do with capability. Don't you know Hu Yijuan? That guy's been hanging out with Lu Guangbei a lot lately. I considered that aspect when I didn't tell you. I gave Yu Tao a smile. Which team is handling it now? Team 1. Don't worry, they've got plenty of experience. Team 4 will continue handling the Han Group liaison and the new energy project for now. From Yu Tao's tone, it was clear he thought I didn't understand these matters. I want to take over from Team 1, but I'll be upfront, I'll only handle a small portion, and I won't take a single penny from Team 1's profits in the project's later stages. Yu Tao froze. He hadn't expected that even after making himself perfectly clear, I was still insisting. Dude, did your recent hospital stay knock some sense out of you? That guy has connections with Lu Guangbei. You don't want Lu Guangbei laughing at your expense, do you? But just as Yu Tao finished speaking, a flicker of light appeared in his eyes. Your plan must already be in motion, right? I flashed a confident smile. At the very beginning. Chapter 217, Inheriting a Mess. This really amused Yu Tao. I used to think you were just talking big after all, Lu's company is thriving now. Even I might not be able to take him down. Since you've made up your mind, go coordinate with Team Leader E. That guy's been swamped lately. The initial coordination hasn't gone smoothly. If you could proactively stay at his place, I bet he'd be praying to Buddha in his dreams. I flashed Yu Tao an OK sign and turned to leave. A few minutes later, I arrived at Team 1, where the team leader was already waiting outside. He greeted me with an enthusiastic handshake. Oh, Manager Zhang. You couldn't have come at a better time. The talks with Hu Yijuan have hit a snag these past couple of days. And I bet someone else is trying to muscle in on my deal. Damn it! I'm about to lose my mind. Team Leader 1 was a middle-aged, heavy-set guy, a real nice guy around the office, and older than most. We all called him Camel Brother. Camel Brother, rest assured I won't use any of Team 1's resources this time. If the deal closes, I won't ask for a cut from Team 1 either. Camel Brother waved his hands hastily. Manager Zhang, if you say that, I won't be happy. This is a tough nut to crack, and I'm about to get stuck with it. Honestly, I'm not thinking about any achievements right now, just trying to avoid getting reprimanded. Camel Brother ushered me into Team 1, and the two of us began discussing the project. Everything was actually going well. The main issue was the development site. It's destined to become a villa district, but the route planning remains unclear. If the subway could reach it, we wouldn't have to go through all this hassle. But there's been no news, and no plans have been announced. That's why Huijuan doesn't want to invest in this project.
Wasn't everything already agreed upon? Camel Brother sighed.
It was agreed upon, but I heard this guy recently invested in a new project with a success rate over 70%. His main focus is definitely on that one now. I rubbed the tip of my nose. If the subway line really gets extended here, this price won't cut it anymore. He'll have to at least double the price for us. Camel Brother waved his hand dismissively.
Don't even get me started. This whole mess leaves me speechless. I patted Camel Brother on the shoulder. How about this?
Arrange a meeting for me with Huijuan right in his office.
And what is that project he is heavily investing in called again? Guan Mountain Resort. The owner's name is Guan Shengli, I think. But I don't know much about their company. I gave him an okay sign. Alright, Camel Brother, now I get it. Remember to set up that meeting with Huijuan and make sure to use your connections. Camel Brother nodded repeatedly.
This guy didn't dare delay after all, I was his lifeline. So Camel Brother didn't hesitate at all, he dialed Huijuan's number right away.
After a few rings, a lazy voice answered. Camel, didn't I make myself perfectly clear earlier?
Right now, I'm focused on the Guanshan Resort.
Cut it out, okay? Just keep it simple for now. As for the rest, I'll find time to explain things to your boss you later. Camel quickly interjected. Mr. Hu, please give me one last chance to meet with you. Even if it doesn't work out, I won't say a word. You'd be better off spending that time researching other candidates. Camel's attitude was quite good, bordering on pleading. Mr. Hu, I only ask for one final meeting with you even if it won't change the outcome. After all, we've worked together for so long. Can you give me just one more chance?
He delivered this line with heartfelt emotion. Huijuan considered it. Alright, come tomorrow morning.
I'll be free then. But let's be clear, this is the last time. Alright.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hu. Hanging up the phone, I gave Camel Brother a thumbs up.
Don't worry, Camel Brother, I won't let you down. Even if this project seems hopeless now, I'll pull it through when it counts.
Hearing this, Camel Brother nearly got down on one knee in excitement.
Thank you, Manager Zhang.
If you can handle this for me, I'll be your slave forever. Camel here won't complain.
After parting ways with Camel Brother, I didn't dare delay.
After all, every step was critical now. First, I called Alice and informed her about the Guanshan Resort matter.
Guan Shengli, right? Leave this to me. That's just how confident Alice sounds when she speaks.
After all, everyone in the industry knows Alice is the head honcho for foreign companies stationed here.
She wields considerable authority. That's why even local companies willing to take losses would still seek to partner with Alice.
All to establish that connection. I spent the entire day preparing materials for tomorrow's meeting. To be honest, this project looked unwinnable from the very start.
It's just too much of a stretch.
Unless you have deep corporate resources or the boss carries enough clout. But right now, we don't have a single bargaining chip to offer. Naturally, they won't even consider us. Fortunately, I wasn't expecting a direct deal tomorrow.
In fact, I knew tomorrow would be a stormy day. Time ticked by, and that night, I couldn't sleep. This hadn't happened in ages. It simply never happens under normal circumstances.
I even woke Li Hui up several times. The next morning, after dragging myself through the night until dawn, I hurriedly got up, tidied myself, and slipped into a crisp, sharp suit. After all, I was going to discuss a project, so I had to make sure I looked the part. Plus, I'd already retrieved all the materials last night. I called Wei, and half an hour later, he was at my door to pick me up.
Manager! I exclaimed. Sometimes I really can't fathom your thought process. What on earth are you doing? Our team is already swamped, and now you're going to clean up Team 1's mess? And didn't you tell them yesterday that we wouldn't take a single penny if the project succeeded? The moment I got in the car, Wei Ge started nagging like an old lady. Honestly, it was starting to get on my nerves. I turned and shot him a look. If you think you can see through everything I do, then you can have this manager's seat. If Wei was still pretty annoyed a moment ago, hearing that made him immediately back down. He awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, come on, manager, I was just joking around. Never mind. Let's head to Huijuan's company now. I patted his shoulder. Drive carefully, okay? Chapter 218, a good show. Morning rush hour was indeed pretty congested. It took over an hour to reach Hu's company. To be honest, Hu's company was slightly smaller than ours. But what made them valuable was the high-quality projects they held, giving them ample options and a dominant position. Huijuan had already made arrangements with the front desk, so we were escorted straight to the chairman's office. The moment I entered, Huijuan was watering the plants, not even lifting his head. The receptionist simply announced, "Mr. Hu, the delegation from Shengtianfeng has arrived." Huijuan nodded, then waved his hand, signaling the receptionist to leave. Oh dear, Luo Tua, I've told you this several times before. You insisted on coming all the way here, and now I'm feeling a bit uneasy about it.
I smiled faintly.
Good day, Mr. Hu.
After all, my voice is quite different from Camel's. Hu Yijuan paused his movements and instinctively turned his head. The moment our eyes met, Hu Yijuan immediately lost his composure.
Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? I gave an awkward chuckle. What's this about Mr. Zhang? He's just scraping by under someone else's thumb now. Hu Yijuan finally caught on. Oh, right, you two are from the same company. I completely forgot about that. Sit down quickly. Secretary, bring us some good tea. Hu Yijuan was pretty baffled. Why did I come looking for him?
Manager Zhang, Camel and I have been handling this project all alone.
Why the sudden change in personnel? Camel couldn't handle this task, and our CEO, you knew it. That's why I had to step in and give it a try.
Hu Yijuan certainly maintained appearances.
The guy sighed.
Well, Manager Zhang, we've known each other before, so I should give you some face. But you know how it is, business has no friends. If this venture capital deal goes south and we lose tens or even hundreds of millions, no one can handle that. Hu Yijuan didn't put it too harshly, but he clearly wanted to throw that line at me.
What's the big deal? You act like I'd ever agree to this. He just didn't say it out loud.
Even though I came prepared, his words left me feeling awkward.
Mr. Hu, I understand your position completely. You're running a business, not a charity. Hu Yijuan chuckled.
But you have to hand it to Mr. Zhang, he really knows how to get things done.
Who'd have thought he'd land that new energy project? He's got some serious skills. But I'd like to ask one more thing, how are you getting along with Miss Alice? Damn, he really is a sly fox. I still can't fathom what he's really thinking.
If Alice and I hit it off, then there might still be a chance to salvage this project.
But I just gave an awkward chuckle and didn't say much more. This left Hu Yijuan a bit baffled. What's going on?
Manager Zhang, you can't pull a fast one on me.
If there's such a great opportunity, you have to recommend me. I was a bit lost. What the heck? Why isn't the call coming?
But just as I was pondering this, Hu Yijuan's phone rang.
He waved at me. Hold on, I need to take this call.
He said something, I couldn't make out the words, but his tone grew increasingly agitated.
Really? I'll be waiting at the company. Come anytime, I'd welcome you with open arms, ha.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Hu Yijuan slammed the phone down. He looked up at me, rubbing the tip of his nose. Manager Zhang, I said, there's no getting out of this now.
Wait here with me. An important guest is coming soon, someone you know. I feigned confusion. What's going on? Could it be a former business partner?
Hu Yijuan flashed a mysterious smile. You'll find out when they arrive.
Barely half an hour later, the chairman's door swung open again.
Leading the way was a middle-aged man, ordinary looking, just an average guy with no distinctive aura.
Oh, old Hu.
Hu Yijuan hurried forward to greet him.
Ha ha. Mr. Guan, come in and take a seat.
Right behind him, a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty walked in, none other than Alice. Hu Yijuan spotted Alice and immediately began wagging his tail like a puppy greeting its owner. Miss Alice, we met briefly at the conference earlier. I've been wanting to get to know you for ages, you're so beautiful and accomplished at such a young age.
I never imagined the heavens would grant me this chance today.
Alice merely smiled faintly.
Mr. Hu, you're too kind. I'm actually here to discuss a project with you.
This was entirely in character for Alice.
This girl always puts work first.
Hu Yijuan nodded repeatedly.
No problem, no problem.
But look, we have another guest here.
Alice's gaze shifted smoothly to me.
But the moment she saw me, her expression changed.
What are you doing here?
Alice furrowed her brow, wearing her thoughts completely on her sleeve.
For a split second, I was genuinely taken aback. Because the look she gave me was like staring at an enemy, the disgust in her eyes didn't seem fake at all. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The air itself seemed to freeze solid. But this was Hu Yijuan's office after all, and the guy quickly stepped in to smooth things over. What's going on? Aren't you two supposed to be working together? Did something happen?
A cold snort flashed across Alice's lips.
Mr. Hu, don't tell me he's your partner too.
You'd better keep your eyes peeled with people like him. The only reason I partnered with his company was because of the underhanded tactics he employs.
I'm getting a little annoyed. Miss Alice, everything requires evidence.
Our company secured this partnership at a low price, and it was approved by your superior.
I know you look down on me and our company, but after all this time of constantly targeting us, isn't it enough?
Alice shook her head.
My apologies, Mr. Hu.
Since you have other distinguished guests here today, I won't disturb you further.
With that, Alice prepared to leave. This left both Hu Yijuan and Guan Shengli flustered. Miss Alice, please wait.
We're terribly sorry, it's not that we're friends, but I assumed you two had a good relationship.
Hu Yijuan looked thoroughly embarrassed. My deepest apologies. I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. Please give me just half a minute, I'll resolve this matter immediately.
Alice crossed her arms over her chest, her expression haughty and overbearing. Hu Yijun stepped before me, his attitude toward me now a complete 180-degree turn.
Chapter 219, The Camel's Wrath.
Just moments ago he was acting like my best buddy, but now his attitude has turned cold in an instant.
So you and Miss Alice aren't exactly on good terms? Why didn't you mention that earlier?
I'm pretty damn upset about this too, at least in their eyes. Mr. Hu, Miss Alice and I had some misunderstandings, probably communication issues, but that shouldn't affect our business dealings. Before Hu Yijun could respond, Alice quickly interjected.
No need. If you two want to discuss business, go ahead. It's none of my concern.
I'll just leave now to avoid making things awkward for everyone. With that, Alice turned and walked away without the slightest exaggeration. This left the others completely dumbfounded, especially Hu Yijun and Guan Shengli.
Are you kidding? After all, Alice was their financial backer. Who could handle such a sudden move?
Miss Alice, please wait. Hu Yijun shouted, then turned to look at me. His expression was dead serious. Clearly, he was preparing to crack down on me.
Zhang Yu, things have escalated this far. What are you waiting for? Get out. My company doesn't welcome you. My lips twitched.
I'd been about to make another excuse, but Alice nodded in agreement. It's not just Mr. Hu. Once this phase concludes, I won't be continuing our partnership either. So prepare the contract in advance. Even if it means paying you a breach of contract penalty, I'll accept it. Alice delivered this line with utter coldness. When this woman needed to be ruthless, she held nothing back.
Let's go. Didn't you hear Miss Alice's order to leave?
I nodded slightly, stood up, and started walking out. Now both Hu Yijun and Guan Shengli were berating me right in front of me.
See? You've been reduced to this. You're finished. Don't ever come near my company again. Oh, and while you're at it, tell Camel to give up that pipe dream. I'm never doing business with your company again. Even if it weren't for the project's risks, just because you showed up. I'd never work with you guys. Damn it. This guy was cutting me to the bone.
But I'd already anticipated this outcome, so I'm surprisingly calm about it now.
After Wei and I left, Wei instantly lost it.
He was tearing at his hair while cursing up a storm. He even tossed his briefcase aside.
Damn it. This is just disgusting, manager. What kind of brainless scheme are you cooking up now? Hearing Wei Gu say that, I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Well, obviously.
You and Miss Alice were practically inseparable before, and now your attitude's done a complete 180.
There's definitely something fishy going on here. You've got a point.
Wei Gu seemed to have gotten a lot smarter all of a sudden.
I nodded at him. You're right. I do have my own plans. So getting a little grief now is only natural. Let's head back to the office.
But the moment I stepped through the company entrance, I saw Camel staring straight at me, glaring. In fact,
his expression was dark and foreboding. Wei Gu glanced at me. Manager, should I go explain things to him? You've got your own plan. I waved Wei Gu off. You go ahead. I'll handle this explanation myself. I had no intention of explaining anything. At least until the results came out, I wouldn't trust a soul. Even Luo Tua carried the risk of being bribed. Sure enough, Camel walked step by step toward me and pointed his finger right at my nose. What's this supposed to mean?
I shrugged my shoulders, wearing an innocent expression.
Camel, can you chill out a bit? Let's talk this out calmly. Getting sick from stress won't make anyone happy. You're the one who'd be happy. Are you deliberately screwing me over?
I just got a call from Mr. Hu, and he gave you a piece of his mind and dragged me into it too.
Didn't you say you could turn things around? How come it's getting worse? I think you're doing this on purpose.
Camel Brother's voice was loud, and his tone was clearly displeased.
It drew a crowd of onlookers.
Camel held the same position as me in the company, but he had far more seniority. Still, when it came to reputation, he was nowhere near my level. With the two of us arguing here, people were bound to gossip. I took a deep breath and spoke softly to Camel. Camel, calm down first.
I don't know why Alice suddenly got involved either. You don't know why? Haven't you been working with Alice all along? Is it just because of her?
I think you went out of your way to sabotage things.
I sighed helplessly.
Since we started working with her, Alice has only visited our company twice.
And what did we discuss in the office?
Alice has looked down on me from the very beginning, convinced I stole the new energy contract. That's why she's always seen me as a thorn in her side. I was trying to explain, but Camel waved his hands vigorously.
Cut the crap. I'm not buying your excuses, Zhang Yu. You're taking full responsibility for this mess. What's with all the yelling? It's work hours, a manager acting like this? How are you supposed to lead people?
Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Lin Mimi glided in with her signature catwalk, as sultry as ever. The moment Camel saw it was Lin Mimi, he immediately backed down. After all, he knew her style. Besides, Lin Mimi was the company's vice president. In a sense, only Yu Tao and Yang 1AI ranked above her.
Our positions are one rank below theirs. Camel took a deep breath. It's all because of Zhang Yu. He deliberately sabotaged my deal. I just want to ask him what gives him the right to do that. I shook my head. How many times do I have to tell you?
I didn't intentionally sabotage your deal, it was all for the company.
It just came down to the wire. Lin Nini glanced at me. Enough. If there's something to discuss, do it in a meeting. Shouting like this in public is unprofessional.
Manager Zhang, please come with me.
Under everyone's gaze, I followed Lin Nini.
She led me straight to her office. Lin Nini sat down slowly, panting heavily while glaring at me.
Did you do this on purpose? Hearing that, I felt utterly wronged. Deputy Director Lin, how is this my fault?
Don't think I don't know, President. You told me you deliberately took over Team 1's order and then sabotaged it.
Isn't that intentional? I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 220, Operation begins. Deputy Director Lin, you can't say that.
I tried my best, but that project was already on its last legs.
You can't dismiss my efforts just because I failed. That's not fair. Lin Nini understood me. Hearing my explanation, she sighed helplessly. Honestly, I'm amazed at you. Do whatever you want. I'll hold this down for you for now. Also, why have you been acting so mysterious lately? You're nowhere to be seen. Can you explain why?
I gave a nervous chuckle, though my smile was pretty awkward.
Nothing much, Vice President Lin. If you can't find me, it means I'm working on something big enough to astonish everyone.
Lin Nini was long used to this side of me.
The girl sighed.
You're a grown man, yet you keep getting yourself all bruised and battered.
Stop doing that, okay? Don't you know someone's worried sick about you?
Though Lin Nini's words seemed like a simple expression of concern, hearing them from her mouth was already unbelievable.
I glanced outside the door.
It was work hours now, and everyone was swamped with tasks. Step by step, I walked up to Lin Nini. Lin Nini was sorting through papers on her desk. I placed both hands on her shoulders and began gently kneading them.
Mum.
Lin Nini let out a soft hum. It wasn't hard to tell that she was enjoying this.
Is the pressure okay? Lin Nini nodded. Why are you being so attentive today? Haven't seen you in ages. Missed you like crazy today. Hee, let your husband give you one. With that, I planted a kiss right on Lin Nini's fair cheek. Soft and supple, with a hint of perfume, absolutely delightful. Lin Nini immediately grew flustered. Listen, we're at work. If anyone finds out about us, we're done for. You know there's a strict no dating policy within the company, right?
I pursed my lips, my expression tinged with irritation.
You have the nerve to say that? The company chairman is married to an employee, why can't I date someone?
I spat out the words, my face twisted in annoyance. The moment I finished speaking, Lin Nini burst out laughing.
Alright, stop being so sassy. Just know your limits.
I don't know what you're planning, but I'll tell you this up front, whatever you do, protect yourself.
I could sense it. This girl wasn't joking around, and she definitely meant every word.
My expression turned serious.
Don't worry. I won't let you down. Days passed without a single sign of movement. Then, at noon that day, Alice's call finally came through. I exhaled deeply, finally releasing the tension that had been building inside me.
I snatched the phone, my expression seemingly normal, but my voice already trembling with excitement.
So, Alice? Unbelievable. Lu Guangbei called me today.
He hadn't contacted me at all since we fell out last time. Out of nowhere, he calls me today and asks to grab a meal sometime, saying it's just to catch up as friends.
How utterly phony can someone be? What Alice didn't know was that Lu Guangbei wasn't the only hypocrite.
Business people around here are all like that. They use concern as a cover to slowly close the distance, then bring up business deals.
It's just that Alice is different from the rest, which makes her seem so neurotic. After a moment of deep thought, I spoke softly to Alice. Alice, things have come to this. I truly appreciate everything you've done. There's nothing more for me to say. You know how to handle him, right? I understand that perfectly well, but what were the conditions you mentioned earlier? I cleared my throat unconsciously.
You just say you have a younger brother who wants to work here, and that he studied finance so we can place him in his company.
Alice considered this. I could even transfer someone over from M country. Plus, I have colleagues in finance. But finance is the core of any company. Do you really think he'd let outsiders get involved? I laughed. Don't forget that company used to be mine. And the reason I failed back then? This guy cooked the books. But knowing Lu Guangbei's temperament, he'd never play by the rules. I'll take the gamble. I'm betting his accounts are bound to have problems. When the time is right, have your people steal the ledgers? I'll handle the rest. I said this with complete seriousness. Alice took a deep breath. Have you considered this? If his accounts are clean, won't all our efforts be for nothing? We'd still be exposed. Are you sure you want to stake everything on this? I laughed. But it was a rather helpless smile. Alice, as you said, I don't have 100% certainty either. And he's the company president, while I'm just a low-level manager. So to take him down, this is our only chance. If we really find the problem, then everyone wins. If we don't. At that point, I fell silent. If we don't, then I'll just accept it. After all, he hasn't done anything wrong himself. What right do I have to nitpick? Alice laughed. If we can't find it, I'll never work with him for the rest of my life. He can make money off whoever he wants, but don't even think about making money off me. Though it was just a simple sentence, even sounding a bit childish to outsiders. But heaven knows how deeply moved I felt inside. After a moment of silence, I nodded firmly. Thank you, Alice. I can only pin all my hopes on you. And as for the location of the documents, I know exactly where they are. Hanging up the phone, I struggled to steady my emotions. Though I appeared calm, only I knew how anxious I truly felt. Just as I told Alice, this is my last chance. If I couldn't seize this chance, I'd truly be defeated, and utterly so. Days passed without a word from Huijuan or our company. And that bastard Camel was being a real asshole, giving me the cold shoulder at work all day. I usually choose to ignore him, but who the hell can endure this kind of treatment? In the end, even Yutao stepped in to handle it, summoning both of us to his office. Chapter 221, Ribbon Cutting Ceremony. I say, you two, you sure have a lot of free time on your hands, don't you? I've heard about what's been going on these past few days. Just get it together already. We come to work to generate profits for the company, not to use it as a platform for your petty power struggles. Yutao delivered this with a stone-cold expression. Though I usually interacted with him casually, with outsiders present, he naturally adopted a haughty demeanor. Luo Tuol looked utterly aggrieved. Chairman, this isn't my fault. You assigned me this project, I have the responsibility and obligation to deliver. But now, because of him, I've completely lost such a major client. Hey, cut the drama, will you? You never had a real shot at landing that deal anyway. Why so thin-skinned? I kept my expression stern. After I finished speaking, the guy finally seized his chance. You're right, I didn't have a chance to work with them. But can you guarantee there won't be opportunities in the future? This sets a solid foundation for down the line. Most of the time, partnerships aren't just about the project, they're about getting to know the person. Do you understand that? This guy immediately put on his seniority act and started lecturing me. Don't think you can act like you own the place just because you've delivered a few big projects for the company. Let me tell you, when it comes to being a decent person, you've got a long way to go compared to me. I rubbed the tip of my nose. Even though I was clearly annoyed, Yutao was still here. I couldn't exactly embarrass him in front of everyone. Sure enough, Yutao slammed his hand on the table. Are you even capable of doing your job? If not, pack your things and get out now. Camel's mouth twitched. I'm not the chairman, he is. I'm handling this matter now. I've already figured out the entire situation from start to finish. How dare you interrupt? Yutao's stern words instantly deflated Camel. Yutao turned his gaze to me. How do you plan to explain this? I have nothing to explain, Mr. Yu. I'm the one who botched the project. If you want to penalize me, go ahead. I won't complain. Yutao clapped his hands. Good. That's exactly what I had in mind. Since you've come to terms with it, I'll state the terms. Given that your actions cost us a major client, the company has decided to withhold your bonus for this year. Do you have any objections? I shook my head. This guy's ruthless. Yutao then turned his gaze to Camel. What do you think of how I handled this? Camel nodded with a smile. I have nothing to say, Chairman. You've handled this matter fairly and justly. Since it's fair, get out there and get to work. Zhang Yu, you stay behind. I gave a slight nod. Camel, that guy, looked at me with a smug grin, like a rooster that had just won a fight. After he left, Yutao fixed his gaze on me. What do you think? Did you feel my handling of this was a bit excessive? I shook my head. Not at all. As long as Mr. Yu doesn't blame me, what else is there to say? Yutao chuckled and gave me a thumbs up. I was just putting on a show for him. Honestly, there's not much to say. I know you have your own ideas, just go for it. I'll always support you. He said just what needed to be said. Yutao's simple words genuinely moved me. I'll handle matters here at the company. You have complete freedom to pursue your own path, but you absolutely cannot lose to Lu Guangbei. That's what a real good boss looks like. In recent days, our project with Han Group has finally been put on the fast track. Everything about the construction is nothing short of perfect. That afternoon, we held the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the specialty tourism project. After all, I'd spearheaded its entire development. The entire folkstyle town, I dare not imagine the investment, yet its completion in such a short time speaks volumes about the immense manpower and resources poured into it. It involved not only our company but also Han Group and over a dozen other partners. After all, such a large-scale project isn't something that can be decided by just one or two companies. That said, Han Group made the largest investment. The ribbon-cutting ceremony began, with several chairmen and general managers taking the stage, including Han Lily. But just as they were about to cut the ribbon, Han Lily suddenly shouted. I thought it was a bit inappropriate. All eyes immediately turned to the young woman. What's inappropriate about it? Manager Zhang deserves the most credit for this project. Why isn't he here? The moment Han Lily spoke, I instantly felt awkward.
Han Jinlong nodded with a smile.
Well said. Not only for the project, but I personally owe manager Zhang a huge debt of gratitude. If it weren't for manager Zhang, my daughter probably wouldn't be so well behaved. You could say manager Zhang is a benefactor to our family.
Immediately after, Han Jinlong, Yu Tao, and the others all waved me over.
I'm so embarrassed. But with so many people watching, I couldn't keep making excuses, and delaying it would just embarrass everyone.
So I gritted my teeth and walked straight up to the stage. The girl was quite happy, and the ribbon cutting ceremony went smoothly. After the ribbon cutting, everyone toured the folk culture village. There's a large artificial lake here, and the scenery is truly beautiful.
And since it wasn't open to the public yet, there were absolutely no shops or pedestrians inside.
It looked a bit deserted, but that didn't diminish the overall charm of the folk town. I'd expected just a simple street, but it had expanded into a whole town.
Surveying the entire folk town, I felt an indescribable joy deep within.
After all, this was my brainchild, no matter how you looked at it.
Han Lily gave me a smile. Of course it is. With all that additional investment my father poured in at the end, the scale naturally expanded. And I'm confident we'll make this town a success.
Truth be told, Han Lily had been the driving force behind this project all along.
Many of the town's creative ideas actually came from her. Some things are just innate talent. Han Lily's ideas truly were the finishing touches that made the whole town pop.
I gave Han Lily a thumbs up gesture.
It really is a great place.
But the little girl just gave me a mischievous grin.
Follow me.
Keep an eye on the others, don't let anyone spot us. Han Lily had barely finished speaking before I could react. But she wasted no time, yanking my arm hard and dragging me straight into another alleyway.
Hey, what are you doing? Slow down. We zigzagged through the alleys until I was completely disoriented. How the hell was this place like a maze? Chapter 222, Han Lily's Big Move.
By the end, even I had no idea where we'd ended up. And all these ancient style houses were either for rent, serving as ghost houses, or converted into inns.
The unique charm of this place was undeniable. Han Lily chuckled and led me straight into one of the rooms. The scariest part? This girl actually had a key to the place.
The moment the door swung open, I froze in my tracks.
The reason was simple.
Everything inside was perfectly furnished, even the bedding had been freshly changed. Even the plumbing was installed, complete with a water heater and every conceivable amenity.
This was practically a hotel.
Though it might just be my imagination, I felt this place seemed more welcoming than a hotel. I turned to look at Han Lily.
Did you arrange this? Han Lily smiled, of course. After all, this is your brainchild. You secured the project single-handedly. This place will be yours from now on. I looked at Han Lily. This place has everything, absolutely everything. To be blunt, once it's fully renovated, I'll rent it out immediately. There are at least a dozen rooms inside. The damn monthly rent alone would probably be over 10,000 yuan.
And if I set up a little stall outside the door, life would be pure bliss.
No way. This gift is too extravagant. What girl gives a guy a house? And a place like this must be crazy expensive, right? Han Lily smiled. It's not that bad. The initial price wasn't too high anyway. Once the tourist boom hits, property values here will skyrocket at least several times over. This is just planning ahead.
Plus, with my connections, getting an apartment is no problem at all. No sooner had she spoken than she placed the keys in my hand.
This is my heartfelt gesture. If you don't want it, then let it lie fallow. I've already made up my mind. Seeing Han Lily's stern expression, the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Then I let out a long sigh. Honestly, you've got me beat. Fine, since you put it that way, I won't be rude. I quickly took the key in my hand. But it felt heavy in my hand. Just then, Han Lily grabbed me by the collar and pulled me onto the bed. No one's coming here, and I've locked the front door. Don't you want to do something?
Even though Han Lily was the petite type, she was strangely attractive, especially with that playful look. Then she stuck her tongue out at me with a seductive look on her face.
I doubt any man could resist such temptation.
After a moment of deep thought, the corner of my mouth twitched, and then I nodded firmly.
This.
I pressed myself directly onto Han Lily, and the two of us were freely releasing the pent-up tension deep within our hearts. After all, it had been ages since we'd been together, and we only ever exchanged brief greetings during the day,
discussing project matters.
Plus, the entire project had already been fully implemented, so there was nothing to worry about. But just a few minutes later, Han Lily suddenly frowned upon seeing the injuries on my body.
What happened?
I remember there weren't this many on your back before. These are clearly new injuries. At this point, Han Lily's expression turned serious.
Tell me quickly what happened. How did you get these injuries?
Just moments ago, this girl had been smiling seductively at me, but now she seemed like a completely different person. I scratched my head, trying to figure out how to explain it to her.
I advise you not to lie to me. I sighed. There's no helping it, some things simply must be done.
But all this was within my calculations. You could call it putting on a show, but the performance needs to feel real. I tried my best to explain, but Han Lily just sighed.
It's always like this. When are you ever going to grow up? Honestly, at your age, have you ever seen anyone else like you? You're covered in bruises after just a few days apart. Han Lily was like an old mother, laying into me with a barrage of colorful language. But the thing is, I couldn't really say anything back. All I could do was nod awkwardly.
Lily, don't get so worked up.
I'm telling you, I'm working on something big.
I can't tell you yet, but I think we'll have results soon. Han Lily looked up at me, but her eyes were filled with something strange. Especially when she looked at me, it was like she was staring at a complete idiot.
Do you even have any credibility left with me?
I could only shrug helplessly.
Trust me this once, okay? Haven't you forgotten how I pulled you back from the brink before? Mentioning that incident. That was Han Lily's absolute dark history.
The girl instantly grew flustered, her eyes widening as she glared at me. You despicable jerk.
How dare you mock me with that story?
I'll make you pay today. No sooner had the words left her mouth.
Han Lily suddenly pounced on me, tackling me to the ground and climbing on top of me.
Feeling her smooth skin against mine, neither of us was about to back down. We started playing a grown-up version of roughhousing right there in the room.
Over an hour later, as we were still wrestling around, my phone rang. It was Yu Tao calling.
Only then did I remember that we weren't here on vacation, but for serious business. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was indeed crucial.
I quickly answered the call. Hey, big bro, where'd you disappear to?
Mr. Han wanted to thank you in person, but he couldn't find you anywhere.
I chuckled. If Han Jinlong ever found out I was lying in bed with Han Lily right now, I wonder if that old guy would come after me?
I was hanging out with Han Lily, and this girl said she wanted to take a good look at her own handiwork, so I had no choice but to tag along.
I glanced at Han Lily. Why don't you wait a moment? The two of us will be right over.
Just then, Han Jinlong's voice came through on the other end of the line.
All right. Let the young folks have their fun. I've got you with me, so that's enough. But that Zhang Yu kid is truly outstanding. I'm really impressed with him. The two of them started to praise each other again.
Anyway, I never like these kinds of gatherings. Much better to be lying in bed with Han Lily, holding this girl close that felt so much more comfortable.
After 2 or 3 hours, we had to leave.
After all, we couldn't just vanish from public view forever. But when we stepped out of the room, we discovered the entire resort was deserted. Only 2 cars remained in the parking lot.
Chapter 223, Too Great a Sacrifice. At that moment, I felt utterly exasperated.
One was mine, and the other belonged to Han Lily. Both looked rather lonely parked there.
My father is so bold. I'm still a pure young girl, and he just leaves me here with you? Doesn't he worry you might do something to me?
I shrugged innocently.
More than worrying about my purity, I bet your dad's more afraid you'll bully me, right? Han Lily gave me a playful glare, clearly not upset. I should be going now.
The resort should be ready to open soon, so this project is wrapped up.
But once you're done, be sure to let me know right away. I gave a light nod. I watched Han Lily walk away.
Just as I was about to get into my car, a voice sounded beside me. The tone was dripping with contempt.
You know I've been waiting here for over 2 hours, huh? TSK.
You were gone with Han Lily for so long, bet you two already slept together, huh? I froze in shock. That voice was all too familiar. I wanted to grind his bones to dust. When I turned to look, sure enough it was Lu Guangbei.
Lu Guangbei stood alone, arms crossed over his chest, dressed in an expensive suit that screamed rich guy. What are you doing here? I asked sternly. As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Guangbei burst out laughing. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? As a customer, don't I have the right to look around? This place is definitely a major investment.
I just took a quick tour, and the facilities inside are top-notch.
If I'm not mistaken, once this place opens to the public, it's bound to be a huge hit. I gave a slight nod. You're absolutely right, but I don't have time to waste on small talk. Stay if you like. Zhang Yu, have you already slept with the Han family's eldest daughter? It seems you'll stop at nothing to deal with me, even resorting to using a wet behind the ears little brat? I clenched my jaw. What the hell does that have to do with you? And stop assuming everyone's as sleazy as you. Lu Guangbei waved his hand dismissively. I'll give you a week to get out of here, and that's only because of our past. If I see you here after a week, you'll be in serious trouble. Lu Guangbei's smile faded, replaced by a strange glint in his eyes. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, making me feel increasingly uneasy. He turned and walked away, his laughter growing louder and more maniacal with each step. I stood there watching him disappear. Who knows who'll be the one to get kicked out? After getting in the car, I wasted no time and immediately called Alice. From Alice, I learned that Lu Guangbei had already approached her.
I was just about to tell you, she said, when your call came through. What Alice didn't know was that Lu Guangbei had already sought me out to show off his moves ahead of time. But to spare the girl any worry, I could only give a slight nod.
All right. Proceed exactly as we discussed. Alice, don't slip up during this, we only get one shot. Alice smiled. Don't worry, he has absolutely no suspicion about me. We'll be heading to M country in a couple of days. I froze for a moment. Why on earth would you go to M country?
I introduced him to a business deal one initiated by our company, though it's essentially a shell operation. But I got him to invest over 20 million more than his current assets.
All told, it's at least 200 million. My eyes widened. Why would you do that? Ha!
After what he did to you, I'm determined to bankrupt him. Our trip to M country is specifically for him to personally inspect this project.
As long as we make it convincing enough, Lu Guangbei won't refuse.
Of course, taking such a huge risk comes with one precondition.
At this point, Alice took a deep breath. He must believe us. And believe us completely. My lips twitched.
Before, I'd only wanted Alice to give me a little help, never imagined this girl would have to bear so much. But now that Alice had suddenly said this, I truly didn't know how to respond.
Another question, if it really is a 2 billion yuan project, it can't be that simple. Will Lu Guangbei even trust you then?
Don't forget M country is still my turf.
I've already tipped them off. I won't be going back personally. Otherwise, that Tony guy would be pestering me again. Let him go alone. The project manager there is my guy. Just slap a new label on the other projects, that fool won't catch on.
Alice grew increasingly gleeful as she spoke.
But not a single flicker of excitement stirred within me.
I understood perfectly well that with Alice pulling this off, Lu Guangbei would have no chance of recovery in the future.
But I just couldn't feel happy. Because Alice had done far too much for me. Thank you, I don't know how to express my gratitude. But rest assured, even if I have to climb mountains of knives or cross seas of fire for you, I, Zhang Yu, won't utter a single word of complaint. Alice burst out laughing on the other end of the line. Hearing you say that is enough. I'm truly happy. Zhang Yu, I've always liked you for who you are, nothing else. As long as you achieve your goals and stay happy every day, I'll be at ease. I gasped for breath, listening to Alice's words, and felt truly heartbroken. This girl has taken on far too much for me. 2 whole days passed without a single sign of movement, but I knew Alice was already handling this matter. My task now was simple, just wait patiently here. By noon on the 3rd day, a call came through. It was Lu Guangbei. I took a deep breath. This guy was definitely testing me, that much was confirmed. The question was, how would he go about it? I picked up the phone. The moment I answered, Lu Guangbei burst out laughing. Zhang Yu, just calling ahead to ask, have you got everything ready? Ha? What am I supposed to prepare? The moment I uttered those words, Lu Guangbei's tone shifted abruptly. That can't be right. I already warned you, you have 1 week to get the hell out of here. You didn't just brush off what I said, did you? At his words, I laughed with contempt. If you really have the power to make me unable to stand my ground here, then come at me. Chapter 224, Causing Trouble at the Company. No sooner had I finished speaking than Lu Guangbei burst into laughter. No problem.
Since you're so eager to get out, well then, young man, you just wait.
Wait right here in the company. I furrowed my brow. The instant Lu Guangbei hung up, another text arrived from Alice. It was brief. Lu Guangbei had called her in for a meeting. What could he possibly want? I hurriedly told Alice to delete the message first, then went to find Yu Tao. A few minutes later, in Yu Tao's office, Yang Wanai and Lin Mimi were also present. But at the office, Yang Wanai's expression toward me was utterly composed, as if I had absolutely nothing to do with her. So, what's this about? If I'm not mistaken, Lu Guangbei should be arriving shortly.
When he does, you two need to keep your composure and, if necessary, abandon me.
Yu Tao chuckled. Is that all this is about? We're not fools.
If we're putting on a show, we might as well make it convincing.
I flashed an OK sign and turned to head back to my office. Sure enough.
About half an hour later,
Lin Ro knocked on the door. Manager, someone's here to see you.
But before she could finish, Lu Guangbei shoved her aside.
My expression darkened. What are you doing? Fortunately, Lin Ro didn't fall. Lu Guangbei stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression oozing pretentiousness.
Alice followed right behind him.
Tisk, Zhang Yu, you clearly don't hold me in any regard. I've made myself perfectly clear, why won't you just agree to me? I froze for a moment. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Just wanted to let you know you're finished. Miss Alice intends to terminate her partnership with your company. Hearing this, my eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at Alice. Is what he just said true? Alice nodded. Are you out of your mind? Our partnership isn't something you can decide unilaterally.
The person sent by your headquarters already agreed to a long-term collaboration with us. We even signed the contract. If you refuse to cooperate now, it's a breach of contract.
Do you have any idea how much compensation we'd owe?
I was now perfectly embodying that helpless expression.
After I said that, Lu Guangbei beside me snorted and burst out laughing. Don't worry about that. I'll cover the penalty myself.
But Miss Alice, you're no longer involved in this.
TSK. You really think you've got me by the throat? In reality, you're just a clown. Ha! I came here today to inform you that your cooperation is no longer needed. I gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths.
Looking at Alice, I was genuinely panicking now. If we're putting on a show, we might as well make it convincing. No sooner had I spoken those words than Yu Tao's voice echoed from behind me.
Lu Guangbei, I thought I made it perfectly clear you're not welcome in my company. What exactly is the meaning of this?
Lu Guangbei slowly turned his head. When he saw Yu Tao, he showed no sign of anger, merely waving at him.
Haha, Mr. Yu, I'm truly sorry. If I had a choice, I certainly wouldn't want to be here, having to look to you for approval. Besides, I'm not the main attraction today.
Miss Alice, you should speak to them yourself. After all, I'm their opponent, and these people aren't exactly fond of me.
Alice nodded. Mr. Yu, I've made my decision. I'm terminating our company's partnership.
After Alice said this, Yu Tao froze in place. Seeing his expression, I couldn't help but inwardly sneer at him.
This guy is such a great actor, why isn't he an Oscar winner? Miss Alice, I'm a bit confused. What did you just say? Our first phase of cooperation went smoothly, didn't it? Why the sudden change of heart?
Alice shot him a glare.
You know better than anyone how you secured this project. Let's not go over that again. I came here today to inform you, not to negotiate. Miss Alice. I called out, and Yu Tao instantly turned to look at me. Could you just shut up for a moment? I've told you before, playing clever tricks won't work. Insisting on grabbing this project, it's nothing but a hot potato. You two handle the negotiations yourselves. Whatever compensation our company is owed, you'll pay us every last cent. That's final.
No sooner had the words left my mouth than Yu Tao snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Ha! Zhang Yu, guess you're stuck now, huh? TSK, you really are pitiful. Seeing you like this, I actually feel sorry for you. I gritted my teeth. Lu Guangbei, you think this will get rid of me? You're being naive. This is where I belong. I'm not leaving.
Lu Guangbei waved dismissively.
I can do that. But this is just me being humane, giving you advance notice. If you really don't want to, then I'll just have to use another method. The guy chuckled. Miss Alice, I don't think we need to waste words on this sort of person. Let's get out of here quickly before he tarnishes our eyes. Alice nodded. Let's go. The two of them walked away under my gaze. I clenched my fists tightly, my anger now beyond measure. Of course, this was only how Lu Guangbei saw me. Once they were completely out of sight, the rage that had consumed my face moments ago vanished instantly. Instead, worry took its place, and I hurried over to Lin Ro. Are you okay? Lin Ro shook her head. The poor girl looked pretty upset. Suddenly being shoved by that brute would be hard for anyone to take. I'm fine, manager. But I noticed something seemed off with her ankle. Why don't you sit down on the sofa? Let me take a look at your foot. I'm really fine.
Lin Ro's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, thin and barely audible. And she kept her head down.
We're in the office now, this isn't appropriate. What if someone else sees us? I chuckled.
Come on, you're injured, and it happened at work.
That's clearly a workplace injury. Let's see if there's really no problem. Don't be so dramatic right now.
Be careful not to twist it, worse you'd be unable to work, and I can't manage without you. I feigned anger as I said this. Only after I said that did the little girl obediently follow my instructions.
Chapter 225, Drive Them Mad First.
I carefully slipped the high heels off Lin Ro's feet.
Beautiful women's feet never smell, that's a rule I've learned over the years.
But she was wearing full body stockings, so I couldn't just pull them off. And it was certainly impossible to remove the stockings themselves. I gently wiggled her ankle. Nothing seemed seriously wrong, certainly no bone damage. Besides, she hadn't fallen just now. It was probably just a slight sprain from wearing high heels.
Nothing to worry about.
Lin Ro shot me a reproachful look.
I already told you, nothing's wrong. Why did you have to touch my foot? If anyone saw that, wouldn't they get the wrong idea? I chuckled. It's not as complicated as you think. No one will misunderstand. Trust me.
But you definitely can't wear those high heels anymore. I pulled out a few pairs of decent quality white guest slippers from the nearby cabinet. They're basically guest slippers similar to disposable ones, but better quality with thicker soles. I keep a few pairs at the office for days when my feet feel sore. I just slip them on. Wear these back to work.
Don't wear high heels for the next couple days.
Lin Ro's expression changed.
How could I? This is the office. Who said you should wear them at work? I'm giving you 2 days off. Go home and rest properly.
I'll handle the HR paperwork myself. It's a work injury, after all.
Might as well take the time off.
After all, I'm at least a department manager now, and I'm well liked in the company.
They'll definitely give me that much face.
Besides, Yu Tao holds me in such high regard. HR wouldn't dare refuse me.
Aren't you swamped these days? I'd love to stick around and help you out more. Don't make me leave. It's just a minor sprain, after all. I sighed helplessly. How many times do I have to tell you? Just listen to me. By the time you get back from vacation, I might have everything wrapped up already.
I said this with a smile, and Lin Ro's lips twitched slightly. I still felt a bit. I quickly placed my finger over the girl's mouth, making a shushing gesture. Alright, enough chatter. Just do exactly as I say. Lin Ro's lips twitched before she obediently nodded. 2 days passed, and Alice informed me that negotiations with Lu Guangbei would begin next week. The moment the contract was signed, Lu Guangbei would be utterly defeated. But these next 2 days would be the hardest for me. That afternoon, as soon as I opened the office door after work, I sensed something off about the atmosphere outside. Especially Wei Guo, who looked at me as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. What's up? Heh, what's wrong? I'm here to tell you to pack your things and get out of here. I froze for a moment, then turned my head. That's when I saw Lu Guangbei sitting there with a cocky look on his face, legs crossed, his head practically tilted back to the sky. I frowned. What's this all about? Lu Guangbei smirked, casually pulling out a contracted termination agreement. And it had Yu Tao's signature on it. The recommendation came from Alice, that girl acting as an intermediary under the guise of a partner. The gist was that I wasn't doing my job properly and had lost the project. She recommended Yu Tao fire me outright. And Yu Tao had agreed and signed it. I exhaled sharply. No need to guess, this was undoubtedly Lu Guangbei's doing. After all, that guy was riding high now. With just a few days left before the contract signing, these final days would test the limits of my endurance. My lips twitched slightly as I gave a faint nod. No problem. If they let me go, I won't complain. They'll just have to pay me 2 extra months' salary according to the rules. Lu Guangbei chuckled. This might be your last chance to squeeze money out of us here. Rest assured, we'll pay you what you're owed. But I hope you spend it wisely. After all, you'll need this money to live on for the rest of your life. What did Lu Guangbei mean by that? No need to think about it. It was essentially a veiled threat. I'll never find work here again. I went into the office and started packing my belongings. There wasn't much anyway. I carried a single suitcase out. Lu Guangbei stopped me, patting my shoulder lightly. I never intended to go after you, he said, but you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me for this, heh. So I'm afraid you'll just have to deal with it. My lips twitched. When it came to despicable scum like Lu Guangbei, I had nothing left to say. Fine. I refuse to believe you're that powerful. Do you really think I can't survive here just because of you? Go ahead and try. I walked straight out of the company. The company-issued car no longer belonged to me. Plus, with what I was carrying, I had no choice but to hail a cab. But as soon as I reached the taxi stand, before I could even open the door, a man in a suit walked over. He casually tossed $100 bill to the driver. Don't take him. The atmosphere felt incredibly strange. The driver merely glanced at the money, nodded obediently, and sped off with the roar of the engine. After waiting for several taxis, the guy didn't leave. He just stood beside me watching. By now, I'd scattered several hundred yuan. I turned to look at him. You're one of Lu Guangbei's men, right? The man chuckled. I'm just doing my job. You'd better not make things difficult for me. This is Mr. Lu's order. Since it's still early, why not grab a shared bike and head back? Our boss Lu doesn't care about small change like this, but hanging around here isn't doing you any favors either. He said this with a smug grin. My lips twitched. Looks like Lu Guangbei isn't leaving me any room to maneuver. But that was actually a good thing. To destroy him, I must first drive him mad. I gritted my teeth. I could have simply taken the bus back or rented a shared bike. But as a man, if I couldn't endure this much hardship, how could I possibly defeat Lu Guangbei? I hoisted the box onto my shoulder and began walking step by step along the road toward home. Still, passers-by kept staring at me. What's with this guy? He's acting all weird. Can't you see? He's packing his things. Probably got fired. Oh my, that's really pitiful. But just then, a Mercedes SUV pulled up to the curb and the window rolled down. Sitting inside was none other than Lu Guangbei. Seeing my current state, Lu Guangbei couldn't help but curl his lip. TSK. What's the point of all this? Chapter 226. I turned my head and fixed him with a stare. You just want to see me like this, don't you? Lu Guangbei, today I'll let you see your fill. But mark my words, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you off the hook. If there's even the slightest chance, I'll take you down. Lu Guangbei burst into laughter. We've known each other for years. I know your temper like the back of my hand. But honestly, I never thought you'd still be this immature after all this time. You haven't grown up at all. All you do is talk about taking me down, but in reality, it doesn't amount to anything. My lips twitched slightly, followed by a sigh. Got anything else to say? Or want to insult me? Go ahead. I've got nothing left to fear. You've reduced me to this, but you'll never make me bow down to you. Lu Guangbei waved his hand dismissively. Cut the crap. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to tell you, hurry up and get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Why are you doing this to yourself? It's about to rain. Was this guy's mouth cursed or something? Though the weather wasn't great today, overcast and gloomy, there hadn't been a drop of rain at first. The moment he finished speaking, I felt a chill on the tip of my nose. I looked up. Crack! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Then came a downpour, pounding down on me until I was soaked to the bone. Lu Guangbei burst out laughing at my pitiful state. My apologies, I said. My words proved unlucky, the heavens aren't cooperating. Let's get in the car. Gritting my teeth, I turned and continued walking toward home. Lu Guangbei's car followed right behind me, as if he was deliberately enjoying the sight. Only after I reached the residential compound did that guy finally drive off. My clothes were completely soaked through. I knocked on the front door. Fortunately, Li Hui was home. But the moment she opened the door, her entire body froze as if she'd been electrocuted. After several seconds of stunned silence, she finally cried out in alarm. Good heavens! What happened to you? Why did you get caught in the rain? Did you walk all the way back here? Go take a shower right now, or you'll catch a cold. Honestly, day after day. I didn't feel like saying a word. I just left my belongings by the door, nothing valuable anyway. Step by step, I made my way into the bathroom. Half an hour later, I finally changed into a clean set of clothes. I sat on the sofa, my face blank. What's wrong with you? Tell me quickly. Li Hui looked at me with concern. I let out a long sigh. I didn't know how to explain it to Li Hui, and I was a little scared. The reason was simple. Sadly, I didn't trust Li Hui. What if she still had other connections with Lu Guangbei? That would blow my cover. To be safe, I couldn't reveal anything to Li Hui. I admitted I'd become an emotionless machine. What's the point of even talking about it when I can't even trust my own wife? I'd lost my job, and Lu Guangbei was relentlessly targeting me. The days ahead were bound to be tough. Li Hui froze in place the moment she heard this. How could this be? He's gone too far. Not only did he take your company, but now he treats you like this? He's worse than an animal. Li Hui gasped for breath. Enough. No point dwelling on it now. Since I've lost my job, I'll just rest at home for a couple days. I can start working again to help cover the household expenses. My lips twitched slightly as I turned to look at Li Hui, my expression as grim as it could possibly be. After a moment of deep thought, I shook my head at her. Earning money is a man's job. I can't have you out there working while I stay home. I'll start looking for a job tomorrow. I still have my old and used resume. Li Hui looked at me with concern. Aren't you going to take a few days off to recover? I shook my head helplessly. What's there to adjust? This is how it is. The sooner I find a job, the sooner I can put my mind at ease. Li Hui nodded softly. There's some leftovers at home. I'll heat them up for you. After you eat, get some good sleep. Don't think about anything else for now, understand? All night long, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, while Li Hui drifted in and out of consciousness. Early the next morning. After freshening up, I slowly made my way out the door. After all, with only 2 legs now, I had to take the bus. But after interviewing at 2 companies that morning, they both passed me right after seeing my resume. Damn it, I went to small companies, and with all my work experience, I should be considered a talent, right? Plus, I have extensive management experience for these small companies. Landing me would be like hitting the jackpot. My salary expectations weren't even that high. Yet without exception, they all turned me down. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. What the hell is going on? Could Lu Guangbei's influence really reach this far? It wasn't until then that I finally grasped the true scale of the gap between Lu Guangbei and me. When I first started my company, I admit I had some connections. But I was certain of one thing: if I wanted to target someone, I could never have them so completely in my grasp. It wasn't a matter of ability, it was that I simply didn't have the capacity. Yet Lu Guangbei managed to do this to me. While I hated him, I couldn't help but admire the guy. He truly exceeded my expectations. That afternoon, I interviewed at another company. The HR representative merely glanced at my resume before smiling and saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, but your qualifications don't align with our current hiring needs. I suggest you look elsewhere." The HR person said this with a beaming smile, though it felt painfully fake. I took a deep breath. Did you even look at it properly? You spent less than 10 seconds glancing at my resume. How could you possibly understand who I am? The HR representative shook her head. "I'm sorry, every company has its own standards. Since you don't meet ours, I'm telling you straight up. Please look elsewhere." I slowly rose to my feet, turning to leave. But just then, a figure walked in. It was Lu Guangbei. The HR representative's expression changed instantly upon seeing Lu Guangbei. Slowly rising, she swayed her slender waist as she approached Lu Guangbei. "Oh my, Mr. Lu, what brings you here? This is what it means to be in power. The whole world can stand by his side." Chapter 227, truly pitiful. But for losers like me, this kind of blow is inevitable. Lu Guangbei gave the HR manager a sly grin, and the two exchanged a few brief words. Then he turned his gaze to me. The most ridiculous part? The moment he saw me, he actually wore a look of genuine surprise. "Oh my, isn't this Mr. Zhang? What brings you here?"
I stared straight at Lu Guangbei. Is this amusing?
My voice was icy cold, but Lu Guangbei stood tall like a rooster that had just won a fight.
I already told you, you won't find work here.
But you're smart enough not to target big corporations, you're settling for small companies.
Don't think that'll cut it to support your family, though.
Lu Guangbei was utterly disgusting.
I couldn't be bothered to continue this conversation. Sorry, Mr. Lu. If this area's off limits, I'll just try others. I refuse to believe you can control everything. Lu Guangbei shrugged. No problem. If you think you're up to it, go ahead. Let's see if I've got what it takes.
A cold snort escaped my lips as I turned and walked away. Mainly, I didn't want this guy to keep disgusting me.
But the moment I stepped outside, I couldn't help but laugh.
Lu Guangbei, our battle hasn't even begun yet.
I hope you make it through next week. I already knew Lu Guangbei would stop at nothing to block my path.
But I truly never imagined this guy would already be so utterly disgusting. I just stepped out of the company when several young thugs rose from the stone steps beside me.
Each was covered in tattoos and looked downright menacing.
And they were all charging straight at me.
Seeing this, I thought, what the hell is this? In this kind of situation, whether they were targeting me or not, I had to get away fast, otherwise I'd be asking for a beating. I crouched low and turned to walk away.
But one of the punks pointed a finger at me.
Hey, what are you running for? Scared? They immediately surrounded me. I took a deep breath. What can I do for you, gentlemen? I don't think we've met. Maybe you've got the wrong guy?
The leader, a punk with dyed yellow hair, turned pale upon hearing my words and immediately slapped me hard across the back of the head.
Smack! My head buzzed, and I almost struck back.
If I hadn't been worried about messing up the whole plan, this guy would have been finished.
What beef do you have with me? I don't even know who you are. But I'm in a Thai mood today and feel like beating you up. Got a problem with that?
I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to calm down, repeating the warning over and over in my mind.
Don't get impatient, and above all, don't hit back.
The blonde guy chuckled, then kicked me square in the gut. A powerful force slammed into me, sending me crashing to the ground with a thud. Several of his henchmen swarmed around me, kicking and punching me relentlessly. A crowd gathered to watch, but finally two kind-hearted older guys yelled a few times, and the thugs slowly dispersed one by one. As he left, the blonde-haired thug grabbed my hair and spat right in my face.
What the hell are you, you piece of? I'm telling you, this isn't over. Every time I see you, I'll beat you up.
I felt a wave of nausea but wiped the spit off with my sleeve. The two kind-hearted guys looked to be in their 40s, probably fitness buffs. They wore tank tops, their muscles clearly defined.
Bro, you okay? One of them handed me a pack of tissues.
Wipe your face first.
Do you want us to call the police? There are surveillance cameras here, they'll catch the culprit for sure.
I shook my head gently.
Thanks, guys, but it's okay. No need to call the police.
The two exchanged glances. After all, they didn't know what had happened either. So they sighed one after another, patting my shoulder.
Alright then, we'll be on our way. Just be careful in the future. They were just kindly giving me a heads up. I gave them a slight bow. But now I was filthy from head to toe, so I had to take the bus home. The footprints on my clothes wouldn't come out no matter what, and people kept staring at me like I was a lunatic the whole way. I finally understood how miserable a man can be when he truly hits rock bottom. But just as I reached my front door, I spotted a graceful figure. Blonde hair, blue eyes, she was truly stunning. Standing next to Alice, honestly, she was like a vibrant rose, while I wasn't even worth the pile of cow dung. Anyone watching probably felt the same. These two had absolutely nothing in common. Alice saw my state and her expression changed instantly, filled with heartache. This scared the hell out of me. My heart skipped a beat. After all, Lu Guangbei's men could appear before me at any moment. I had to strike first. Miss Alice, you personally ruined me like this. Are you satisfied now? No need to come see my pitiful state anymore. Someone else will take care of me for you. Alice looked at me. Though she desperately wanted to show concern, she understood one crucial thing. If the two of us said anything we shouldn't, all the suffering I'd endured before would be for nothing. After a moment's silence, Alice nodded. You're right. I just wanted to see how miserable you've become. Then she crossed her arms over her chest. You should know this, what goes around comes around. The despicable methods you used before will come back to haunt you 100-fold in the end. See? Karma's isn't it? I chuckled. You're right. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading back. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. At least without you around, I won't have to suffer, and I won't have to endure your disgusting presence anymore. I clenched my jaw. I turned to look at Alice. I'll say it again, this is where I've lived for 10 years. I can't just pack up and leave. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. Tell Lu Guangbei too if he's got the guts, let him come deal with me. I turned and walked into the hallway. Another day passed. Surely Lu Guangbei would lower his guard toward me now? The next day, I didn't even leave the house. I knew exactly what would happen if I did.
Besides, my mental state was already shattered, something Lu Guangbei surely knew. So he wouldn't bother with me.
Chapter 228, Signing on the Spot.
Finally, the day of the signing arrived. That morning, Alice called me, sounding genuinely excited.
Zhang Yu, you finally made it. These past 2 days have been torture, you have no idea. That guy treated you like that, and I had to target you too. Do you know how awful that felt?
Alice launched into her rant the moment she connected the call. I could understand her feelings. After all, Alice was completely devoted to me now.
Suddenly facing this situation, of course she couldn't handle it.
And Alice was pretty impressive, holding it in for days before finally calling me this morning. Even if that guy Lu Guangbei is as suspicious as ever, he probably won't keep investigating at this final stage.
Once the contract is signed, this whole thing is finally over, right?
Alice chuckled.
Of course it is. I'm not messing with you. By the way, you absolutely have to be at the signing later. I'll send you the location, wait for me at the entrance.
I knew exactly what Alice was up to. This girl loved playing mind games.
Killing someone and then tormenting their soul, that's exactly what this is. Got it. I'll be there bright and early today.
Hanging up the phone, I quickly got up and started tidying my outfit. Forget about any other day today, I absolutely had to wear my most expensive suit. I'll show this guy who the real winner is. I hesitated to leave because I was afraid the thugs lurking outside would recognize me.
Even if Lu Guangbei didn't have time to bother with me today, those thugs were bored stiff. Plus, this outfit is damn expensive. If they mess it up, I'd be heartbroken for weeks.
Finally, with no other options, I called Zhang Shuetian.
Tian, send a car to pick me up.
Zhang Shuetian was still half asleep, but the moment he heard that, he shot upright, his tone instantly turning serious.
What's going on? Got cornered by someone? Not exactly. It's complicated to explain right now. Just send 2 people to pick me up and have them stay with me all day.
After I said that, Zhang Shuetian thought for a moment.
No problem. I'll arrange it right away. They'll be at your building in half an hour. In reality, they arrived at my building in just over 20 minutes. Now I wouldn't have to back down.
Even if those thugs were around, the guys Zhang Shuetian sent weren't amateurs. I strode downstairs with utter arrogance. 2 bald, burly men stood beside a Land Cruiser.
You Gu, right? Tian Gu sent us 2 to pick you up. He asked if you'd like to head over to the nightclub? No thanks. Could you 2 brothers tag along with me today? I need to head to the venue and it might get a bit boring.
The 2 men were quite polite.
Don't be like that, you Gu. Hop in.
10 minutes later, we arrived at the parking lot of a local luxury hotel, already draped with banners. The hotel wasn't open to the public today, seemed like the signing ceremony would be held in the lobby. Wearing a mask and cap, I turned to look at the 2 men.
Can you tell?
The 2 burly men shook their heads blankly.
We can't tell, but you Gu, we'll go in with you. Tian Gu warned us if anything happens to you, they'll come after us. The 2 underlings looked utterly innocent.
After they finished speaking, I chuckled and scratched my head.
What are you talking about? I'm not going in to fight. What's there to be afraid of? Just stay put.
But these 2 burly guys wouldn't let it go. Their expressions turned serious, and their eyes showed no sign of joking. After a long pause, I sighed helplessly.
Fine. But you 2 better tone down your presence.
After all, today's signing event will draw a crowd, not all insiders, but plenty of bystanders too.
Remember, today isn't just the signing event, there are plenty of smaller activities too.
I hear the gifts are pretty generous, with even the cheapest ones worth over a few thousand yuan.
I led my 2 bodyguards into the venue.
The grand hall was lavishly decorated, with a stage set up at the front.
About 100 people were seated below. Though fewer than I'd expected, it wasn't bad.
I grabbed a card holder and settled into a seat, waiting quietly for the signing ceremony to begin. And with my disguise, forget about anyone recognizing me, no one even wanted to come near me.
A few minutes later, staff placed a table on the stage. Immediately after, 2 familiar figures slowly walked onto the platform. On one side stood Alice, and on the other, Lu Guangbei. Today, Lu Guangbei looked sleek and polished, the quintessential young entrepreneur. The moment they stepped onto the stage, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below.
Lu Guangbei waved comfortably. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend our partnership ceremony.
I'm truly delighted.
Of course, after the ceremony concludes, we'll have several small activities here.
I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically.
Another thunderous round of applause erupted immediately afterward. Lu Guangbei nodded with a smile, clearly quite pleased.
The contracts and all the paperwork are already prepared, Alice said calmly. Mr. Lu, if there are no further issues, we can proceed with the signing. I'm quite busy myself.
Alice was that kind of person when she first started working with me. Her attitude was far worse than with Lu Guangbei. After all, he was the big shot with the money, she had every right to be confident.
No problem. We can sign right now.
Before signing, I'd appreciate it if Mr. Lu could carefully review the contract details. We've already confirmed everything once, but such matters demand thoroughness. And with so many people present today, any questions can be raised on the spot. We'll have witnesses to confirm everything.
Lu Guangbei waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Miss Alice, I have complete trust in your company. Are you kidding me? If doubts arose at this moment, Lu Guangbei would be the real fool.
Truth is, the contract itself was flawless because the entire project was a complete fabrication.
That's what's truly mind-blowing.
Even if Lu Guangbei had 3 heads and 6 arms today, or eyes that could see through anything, he wouldn't have spotted a single flaw.
After both parties signed the agreement, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The event commenced immediately afterward, with Lu Guangbei and Alice discussing the finer details of their collaboration throughout. The entire event lasted 3 hours, after which attendees began trickling out.
Those 2 bald-headed men stared at me, utterly bewildered.
Chapter 229, You lost. Brother Yu, everyone else has left. Should we go too?
I turned to glance at the 2 of them, as if looking at a pair of simpletons.
Leave? Where would we go?
The real show is just beginning.
You two, don't be in such a hurry.
You'll need to protect me properly later. The moment their professional expertise was mentioned, the 2 instantly grew more imposing. One by one, they started flexing their biceps.
Don't worry, you. We couldn't care less about these punks in the venue. You've got nothing to fret about. I burst out laughing. But perhaps because my laughter was a bit too infectious and a bit too loud. Lu Guangbei's secretary glanced back at me.
She was quite attractive, but there was just something off about her. My outfit was already odd enough, and then there were 2 bald, burly guys trailing behind me. The young woman swayed her curvaceous figure step by step toward me. Sir, our event has concluded. If possible, please leave promptly. It's time for our 2 parties to discuss the details. Her voice wasn't loud, but her attitude was anything but pleasant, cold and icy.
To put it bluntly, she was trying to kick me out.
I crossed my arms over my chest, smiling warmly at the woman before me.
What's this about? Trying to kick me out? No problem. If you want me gone, I'll leave. With that, I chuckled. But let's get back to the point, don't you dare regret this. Tell your boss Lu I was just here.
No sooner had I finished speaking than I stood up to leave, deliberately making my voice loud. Alice had already recognized me and was giggling quietly, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Lu Guangbei frowned.
After all these years of knowing each other, he was still quite familiar with my voice.
I watched as Lu Guangbei spoke softly to Alice. Miss Alice, excuse me for a moment.
He rose slowly and began walking toward me step by step.
Just then, I was about to leave. Wait. Lu Guangbei's voice rang out. Take off your mask and hat.
I slowly removed my disguise.
Lu Guangbei's expression changed instantly. Well, Zhang Yu. You've got some nerve showing up at the venue. If I recall correctly, I never invited you, did I? Upon hearing this, I nodded slightly. That's right, you didn't invite me.
But then again, freedom of movement is a basic right. I can go wherever I please.
Lu Guangbei chuckled. Is it that you want to see an old friend one last time before you leave? Well, you've hit the nail on the head.
I do want to see you one last time, but I doubt I'm the one who should be leaving.
Lu Guangbei froze. What do you mean by that? What else could it mean? Didn't you hear Zhang Yu make himself perfectly clear? He told you to get lost.
At that moment, a familiar figure walked in through the conference room door. I froze in surprise. I never expected Yu Tao to show up at a time like this. The guy had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking cocky as hell, with 2 stunning beauties Lin Mini and Yang Wen-ai trailing behind him. The whole atmosphere instantly shifted. If an uninformed person were to pick someone at the scene, anyone would assume Yu Tao was the richest person there. With such stunning women by his side, he couldn't possibly be an ordinary figure. Lu Guangbei grew increasingly suspicious. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression thick with gravity. Or rather, he was completely baffled by the situation. After a moment of silence, Alice slowly stepped forward from behind him.
Enough. This matter ends here, Lu Guangbei.
I declare this project a complete failure. Based on your previous loan and investment ratios, you should be looking at a loss of over 20 million, right? And that's with your company's accounts completely frozen. Alice delivered each word deliberately. Her expression was utterly serious, showing no sign of jest.
Lu Guangbei's eyes widened.
His mouth formed a perfect O.
What the hell are you talking about? How is that possible? Miss Alice. Don't joke with me at a time like this.
Alice smiled faintly. Go see for yourself in M country, Lu Guangbei. Though what I'm doing isn't exactly honorable, I believe in one thing more: what goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Those were your words.
Now I'm returning them to you.
I hope you'll take heed.
Lu Guangbei gasped for breath. How the hell is that possible? Yu Tao. So you've been deliberately deceiving me all along, right? Guards. The moment Lu Guangbei spoke, several security guards instantly closed in on the group. Yu Tao shrugged indifferently. You better think this through. This guy's broke as a joke and owes tens of millions in debt. Are you sure you still want to work for him?
Hey, you should ask him first if he can even pay your venue fees. All the security guards froze. What kind of joke is this? They weren't doing charity work, they came here to earn some extra cash.
Who the hell knew something like this would happen? Is this true, Mr. Liu? Lu Guangbei clenched his jaw, saying nothing.
But that was his tacit acknowledgement. Now, not only the security guards, but even that female secretary from earlier turned and walked away.
Heh, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Lu Guangbei, does this scene look familiar?
I enunciated each word deliberately, each one like a dagger to the heart.
Lu Guangbei's lips twitched uncontrollably. He desperately wanted to speak, but at that moment, he couldn't even manage a fart. After what felt like an eternity, he finally let out a long sigh. I never expected it. In the end, I still fell at your hands. But what I never imagined was that you could actually end up with Alice? I had people look into it, specifically Alice was never on your side.
Zhang Yu, how did I never notice?
You're actually this capable. Everyone's willing to help you?
I walked step by step toward Lu Guangbei, staring at him with wide eyes. At least in this moment, my presence completely overwhelmed the bastard.
Mark my words.
The only reason you ever got the upper hand before was because I trusted you too much.
But I could have crushed you back then. And I still can now.
You're in the palm of my hand, you have no room to resist, no right to fight back. I delivered each word with deliberate emphasis, my expression seething with fury.
Lu Guangbei gasped for breath, then nodded firmly. I lost. Chapter 230, Lu Guangbei's exit.
After uttering those words, the man slumped his shoulders, for he knew deep down that the abyss he now faced was one he could never hope to endure.
I exhaled deeply.
The heavy weight pressing on my heart finally lifted. Don't forget, you're still sitting on tens of millions in debt. If you ever need a loan, you can come to me anytime, but let's be clear about the terms up front.
Yu Tao chuckled. Since you're an acquaintance, I can give you a friend discount. At worst, I won't charge you interest for the first year.
Otherwise, you'll be stuck in a hard labor camp for 3 to 5 years.
When had Lu Guangbei ever seen such a scene?
At those words, the man began trembling uncontrollably, his mouth twitching.
The worst-case scenario had finally arrived. He lost his footing and collapsed with a thud. Don't do this. I'm already penniless. Zhang Yu. When I kicked you out of the company before, I didn't go this far. Yu Tao chuckled. Seriously, dude? What the hell is wrong with you? This is no time to play the sympathy card. It's pointless. Really pointless. But Alice spoke up. Mr. Yu, it's best we stay out of this. Let Zhang Yu handle it. Whatever you want to do, whatever solution you prefer, go ahead.
Alice placed the decision squarely in my hands.
I looked at Lu Guangbei across from me.
For some reason, I suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the guy. Before I got my revenge, I wanted to tear him limb from limb.
My hatred for him made my teeth itch.
But now, at this very moment, I felt not a shred of satisfaction.
Instead, my heart felt hollow and empty. After what felt like an eternity, I let out a long sigh. Give me back the company, and this debt is settled. Not only Lu Guangbei, but everyone around us froze in place upon hearing my words. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Just let him off like that? Zhang Yu. Have you forgotten how this guy treated you before? Exactly. This is way too easy.
Lu Guangbei froze for a moment but soon snapped out of it. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and began kowtowing repeatedly before me.
Thank you. Zhang Yu, brother Yu. Thank you for giving me this chance. Rest assured, I won't let you down. I waved my hand dismissively. Enough with the formalities, Lu Guangbei. Remember this, I can give you what I have, but you can't take it by force. Of course, I have one more demand. Lu Guangbei nodded repeatedly. Go ahead. I turned to look at Lin Mimi.
She was originally trained in secretarial work, so she was practically a half-expert when it came to documents.
Deputy Director Lin, could you draft a contract for me? It's still a 20 million yuan debt, make him sign it. Lu Guangbei froze. No. You already agreed to this. As a man, you can't go back on your word. Zhang Yu. I truly made a mistake. Just let it go, okay? He was clearly on the verge of breaking down. There's no need to panic. There's a condition, you must never return here again. If I ever see you here again, I'll take this contract straight to court and sue you. Lu Guangbei's lips twitched. How can I trust you? I shrugged my shoulders. Don't forget one thing, you have no choice. And as for me taking back this company, you should know full well it was mine to begin with. And now the company's funds have been completely drained, it's nothing but an empty shell. How much do you expect to get? Of course, if you refuse, I'll have to ask Miss Alice to settle the accounts. How much exactly do you owe? At that, Lu Guangbei instantly backed down. Gasping for breath, he obediently nodded. I understand. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have acted this way. I'll sign the contract immediately. And I can assure you, I'll never come back. I gave a faint smile. No problem.
As long as you're not afraid of these huge sums, I hope you make it big out there. When that time comes, let me taste the bitterness of life again, it won't hurt.
I said this with a smile, and in that moment, I was the most confident person alive. Are you kidding me? Not a bit of exaggeration. I had people backing me up, whether it was Yu Tao or Alice, everyone was supporting me. Lin Nini was truly professional. In just over 10 minutes, she drafted a simple document. I didn't even glance at the document, I trusted Lin Nini completely. If there were no issues, I'd sign it immediately, and the agreement would take effect. Lu Guangbei signed the contract, 3 copies, no exaggeration. Everything followed standard procedure. After wrapping up everything, I pointed toward the entrance. You may take your leave now, Mr. Lu. Lu Guangbei gritted his teeth, even bowing to me before leaving. Brother Yu. Thank you for sparing my life at the last moment. Lu Guangbei finally left. Yu Tao massaged his temples and sighed. Zhang Yu, I'm telling you, I'm getting more and more baffled by you. Why go to all this trouble? After all that running around, you actually let this guy slip away. I turned to look at the others around me. Without a moment's hesitation, I bowed to them. Hey, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I shook my head. I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for helping me all this time and putting up with me. Yu Tao curled his lip. If that's how you feel, I don't think we need to talk anymore. But putting that aside, Zhang Yu, the company has already gotten your position back. Looks like you won't be staying on as department manager. After saying this, Yu Tao sighed helplessly. Honestly, I really don't want you to leave. After all, you've been with my company for so long, and I've truly seen your capabilities. But then again, gold will always shine. I know this shabby place can't hold you for long. When it's time to fly, you'll fly. I have a feeling. Yu Tao lecturing me felt like a weathered old father giving his son parting advice. Mr. Yu, can we skip the small talk? Bro, wherever I end up, our partnership will never end. Yu Tao had seemed regretful just moments ago, but at my words, his face instantly lit up. The gloom lifted. Chapter 231, Back to the company. This matter was finally behind me. Though I felt a bit hollow inside, I was still quite happy. Stepping back into my former company, I surveyed the familiar surroundings. Though many areas had been rearranged by Lu Guangbei, this was still the place where I poured my heart and soul for so many years. Upon returning, I couldn't help but feel an unmistakable surge of joy. I was gasping for breath. Several people were still in the office, though their expressions as they looked at me were odd. After all, a rift now exists between us. Lu Guangbei's loyal followers had all left voluntarily. The remaining employees were simply here to work and earn a living. But I can sense it. These people may appear to be working diligently on the surface, but in reality, each one is filled with anxiety. After all, a single offhand remark from me could cost them their jobs. Everyone, stop what you're doing. We need to have a meeting. One by one, they rose from their seats, but all glanced around nervously, clearly uneasy. A few minutes later, I surveyed the employees in the conference room, no more than 20 or 30 in total. After all, Lu Guangbei had orchestrated so much it couldn't have been him alone. This guy had essentially turned nearly half my company against me. Sometimes I reflect that my initial failure was inevitable. With such divided loyalties and no unity behind me, how could I possibly build the company? I looked at everyone and bowed sincerely to them first. They certainly hadn't expected me to spring this on them out of the blue. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? I believe you all know by now that Lu Guangbei is completely out of the picture. I've reclaimed control of this company, and today I'm giving you all a choice. All eyes turned to me. Truthfully, I've grown a lot during this time. At the very least, I believe I understand all of you better than before. If you're willing to continue working under me, we'll fight side by side from now on. The salary and benefits Lu Guangbei offered you? I won't be any less generous. If any of you choose to leave, you may do so at any time. I will settle all your wages in full. Everyone looked at each other. Mr. Zhang. I'm willing to stay with you. Exactly, Mr. Zhang. As long as you don't kick us out, we're happy to stay. I smiled. Why would I drive you away? We've all fought side by side before. As long as you're willing to stay with me, I'll treat you well. There was no grand vision here. For these employees, all they wanted was to keep their jobs, nothing more. Thinking about it that way, it seemed pretty simple. After everyone left, a figure slowly walked in. It was none other than Lin Nini. Lin Nini looked at me. You really are something else. These people were all under Lu Guangbei's company before. Aren't you afraid someone might stab you in the back at a critical moment? That remark actually made me laugh. Nini, I think you should understand one thing. From their perspective, they didn't come here to get involved in someone else's power struggle. They're just here to support their families. Lu Guangbei has already failed. If he were to rise again, perhaps these people would continue working for him. But in this era where money talks, even if I were to fire them all and hire new people, even then, do you think Lu Guangbei wouldn't infiltrate? If I were to live in constant fear just because of Lu Guangbei, then you might as well tell me to shut down the company altogether. I chuckled. Wouldn't it be easier to just worship Buddha day and night, put Lu Guangbei on a pedestal, and pray he doesn't come after me? I said this with a smile. As soon as I finished, Lin Mimi across from me burst out laughing, nodding along with her laughter. I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Fortunately, the company specializes in energy projects. I've already discussed it with Yu Tao. I'll continue handling Alice's project, with the interface managed here. But Yu Tao will always get his share of the profits.
Lin Nini sighed. To be honest, many people in the company say Yu Tao favors you too much. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were his younger brother. But someone like me, who truly knows the inside story, understands you feel the same way about Yu Tao. Is this what you call heart for heart?
Lin Mimi really had a way with words. One sentence made me burst out laughing.
That makes sense.
We chatted for quite a while in the conference room, and Lin Mimi shared her thoughts, which I found quite interesting. Before long, it was time to clock out. Lin Mimi had been sitting in my office, and the girl stretched lazily. The curves of her chest pressed together looked even more alluring. They say a full stomach leads to lustful thoughts, and I felt like I was in that exact state.
Lin Nini stood up and waved at me. Fine. You've got the company back, so run it well.
We'll stay in touch. Call me if anything comes up.
With that, Nini turned to leave. Quick as a flash, I grabbed her arm. Lin Nini froze in surprise. What's this? I flashed a mischievous grin. What do you think?
Before she could answer, I suddenly exerted force, hoisting her up by the waist and slinging her over my shoulder.
Ouch. You jerk. We're still at the office. What do you think you're doing? I couldn't care less.
I plopped Lin Mimi onto the sofa and pounced on her like a starving tiger. Now Lin Mimi was truly helpless, with no one to turn to.
Zhang Yu, listen to me, don't do anything rash. My desire was already ignited. Who had time for such warnings?
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mimi resisted at first, but her body grew weaker and weaker until she finally surrendered. An hour later, Lin Mimi sat up, straightening her clothes, and shot me a resentful look.
Listen, Zhang Yu. I'm never spending time alone with you again.
You're such a pervert, always picking on me.
I chuckled and scratched my head. Don't they say it themselves? Men aren't bad, women don't love them. Why are you getting so worked up? Besides, how long has it been since we last got intimate? Don't you know the answer to that yourself? I'm leaving. I have to admit, this feeling was absolutely amazing.
I was about to get up and head home when I received a text message. It was from Wang Wan.
Missing you. Chapter 232, Their Confession. Just thinking about Wang Wan's voluptuous figure made me feel a bit overwhelmed.
Chuckling, I first called Li Hui to inform her that I wouldn't be coming home tonight because we had a celebration to attend.
Plus, I have some good news. Li Hui seemed busy and hung up without asking more questions.
I then called Wang Wan.
Sis Wan, wanna grab dinner together later? I've already booked a restaurant.
But Wang Wan sounded rather put out, and it was pretty noisy around her.
Today? Today's not going to work. I've got a lot of customers here. I'll probably be done around midnight. How about tomorrow? The moment I heard that, my head felt a bit fuzzy.
She sent that text with no hidden meaning, just to say hello.
I tapped my forehead. I'd been too hasty. Now I had nowhere to go but home.
But I never expected that upon reaching my building, I'd witness a scene I'd never forget.
There stood Li Hui, face to face with a man.
His head was bowed, looking utterly dejected.
Li Hui's expression was equally grave.
Standing before her was none other than Lu Guangbei. Instantly, I felt a surge of anger, but I wasn't the same Zhang Yu anymore. I straightened my collar and walked toward them step by step. As I walked, I kept snapping my fingers. They both froze, clearly having heard it. One by one, they turned to look at me, both of them wide-eyed. Li Hui seemed flustered.
Honey, weren't you supposed to be stuck?
I nodded cheerfully, though only I knew the bitterness that lay deep within my heart.
You're right, I really couldn't come back. Now I regret not letting you know beforehand. But then again, if you'd known, I probably wouldn't have stumbled upon this great show, would I?
Li Hui knew something was wrong from the tone of my voice. She looked from Lu Guangbei to me, shaking her head repeatedly.
Honey, you've got the wrong idea this time. There's nothing between us.
He just came to say goodbye. He's leaving soon.
Just as Lu Guangbei opened his mouth to speak, I didn't even glance at him.
I pointed my finger right at his nose.
You'd better shut your mouth or hand over that money right now. Lu Guangbei's mouth twitched slightly, looking just like a grandson who dared not speak up. I stared at Li Hui. You really surprised me. Do you know who he is?
Li Hui remained silent. Even though I considered myself quite calculating, this situation was still too much to bear.
I bellowed at Li Hui. Remember this. It's because of him that I ended up like this. I wanted to share good news with you that I got the company back, but you treat me like this? How could you do this to me? I yelled like a madman. People around us turned to stare.
Some even stopped to watch, as if they were spectators at a spectacle.
Li Hui swallowed hard. Alright then, let's go back first and talk about it later. I shook my head. No need.
Honestly, I don't see much point in continuing this marriage anyway.
Since that's the case, let's part ways amicably.
I won't interfere with you anymore, and you won't have anything to do with me either.
You can pursue whatever you want with Lu Guangbei.
I looked at Lu Guangbei. Everything I said is true. Either you divorce your wife and start a family with her, or you make her your mistress. Either way, I doubt she'd object. Oh, and one more thing, Lu Guangbei isn't just broke now, he's drowning in debt. Think carefully about this. After saying that, I headed straight upstairs. Li Hui tried to follow me, but I pointed my finger at her nose.
Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you anymore.
Back home, I slammed the door violently, smashing things inside, venting my frustration to the fullest. Even I couldn't fathom why I'd become this person. I never used to smash things like this, but this time I just couldn't hold back.
I always thought I was the big winner, but now I see I've lost big time.
After what felt like an eternity, the door knocked again. I ignored it completely, lying on the sofa, panting heavily. But the knocking persisted for over an hour. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and flung the door open.
Fine, you want to come back here? Let's just hurry up and transfer the deed. It's just an apartment, isn't it? I'll give it to you. Only after I'd finished yelling did I realize Lu Guangbei was standing right there too.
Seeing this adulterous pair standing there, my blood boiled instantly.
What's this? Bringing a man home already? Fine, I'll make room for both of you.
I turned to head back to the living room, but Lu Guangbei called out to me. Zhang Yu, even if you hate me, even after all I've done to you, we've known each other for years.
Just hear me out one last time.
I know I shouldn't meddle in your family affairs, but after you hear me out, I'll leave immediately and never show my face to you again. I was already furious, and after hearing that, I wanted to kick him out on the spot.
But after everything that's happened, I've grown a bit more mature. With that thought, I nodded to Lu Guangbei. Fine. Since you put it that way, I'll listen this once. But you only get a few sentences. Lu Guangbei took a deep breath. I'll be honest with you, back then, I genuinely wanted to take you down completely. I knew leaving you alive would always be a serious threat.
And you must have known that in your defeated state, crushing you would have been as easy as squashing an ant.
Lu Guangbei said this with a smug grin.
I couldn't shake the feeling this guy was deliberately trying to get under my skin.
But after pondering for a moment, I realized he might have a point.
You're right, crushing me would have been as easy as squashing an ant.
But then what? What exactly are you trying to say? You can't seriously be that naive as to think I've held off on dealing with you just to watch you keep failing? Lu Guangbei shook his head. The truth is, it's all because of your wife, Li Hui.
Back then, Li Hui came to me, begging me not to destroy you completely. And your family was already facing a financial crisis back then.
You owed a lot of money, though it was only a few $100,000. You haven't forgotten the working capital ledger in the company accounts, have you? At Lu Guangbei's words, my eyes widened instantly. Because this guy was absolutely right.
After my bankruptcy, I did indeed carry hundreds of thousands in external debt. But all this time, no one had ever demanded repayment.
Chapter 233, Accidental Success. A terrible premonition immediately gripped me as I looked up at Lu Guangbei. Go on. You think I'm that kind-hearted? I never intended to pay that debt for you.
But Li Hui came to me, begging relentlessly. That's why I let you off the hook.
I turned my gaze back to Li Hui.
Why would you help her?
You haven't forgotten, have you? We worked together for so many years.
And when I got into gambling and owed a lot of money, it was Li Hui who gave the money to my wife. I was repaying that favor by letting you off. As for your suspicions about my relationship with Li Hui, I think you needn't worry. Because I wouldn't do something that disgusting. He spoke these words deliberately, his expression utterly serious. After finishing his speech, he turned and bowed deeply to Li Hui.
I've said all I needed to say. Regardless, I still owe you my thanks. The rest is between the two of you. With that, Lu Guangbei turned and walked away.
But I had no desire to call him back, letting him leave without a second thought.
Now, only Li Hui and I remained in the room. I looked at Li Hui, and she was staring right back at me. Husband, I know Lu Guangbei is a taboo subject for you. But I still hope you can trust me, there really is nothing between us. He came today just to say goodbye. I gave him some money, only a few thousand yuan. I don't know why.
Hearing Li Hui say this, I found myself without a single thought to contradict her.
Or perhaps I'd simply grown numb. Especially after hearing those words, I sighed helplessly. Maybe everything you say is true. But I can't accept it. Li Hui, I'm truly exhausted. I think you should understand.
Li Hui nodded heavily, then began to cry. Not a single tear was exaggerated. Her sobs grew more heartbreaking by the moment. Please, I beg you, I truly can't live without you, my husband.
Just give me one more chance. Trust me one last time. I took a deep breath. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm feeling a bit tired. We'll talk about this later.
I had no idea how to face Li Hui anymore, so I made up an excuse and left. Though I stepped outside the door, only I knew how deeply my heart ached. Once outside, I had no idea where to go, and it was already dark. Damn it, I've lived this long and never truly let loose once. I hailed a random taxi. Driver, take me to a bar. The driver chuckled to himself. Which one? Take me to the wildest one, I'm here to party tonight. Money's no object, just don't take me to some Thai place. The driver slammed the gearshift into gear. Well, you've come to the right guy. Hold on tight. About half an hour later, the car pulled up to a familiar entrance. I felt pretty confused at that moment. You said you'd take me to a bar, and this is where you bring me? I looked up. Damn, this place was way too familiar. For big characters were written above the entrance, East Sea Dragon Palace. Now the driver had something to say. Didn't you say it yourself? Money's no object. This is the best nightclub around, got everything you could want inside, good food, drinks, fun. Let me tell you, men can be kings in there. The driver then let out a sickening laugh. I knew exactly what he meant. He was trying to exploit a loophole with me. Thinking I'd said I wasn't short on cash, he promptly took me to the Dragon Palace by the East Sea. But a place like this is far beyond what ordinary people can afford. So this guy knew he'd have to take me somewhere else. This way, he could openly take a detour. But what kind of person do you think I am? I stared straight at the driver. Something feels off about you. Do you think I can't afford this place? The driver gave an awkward laugh. Well, that wasn't my intention, but spending a night here would probably cost at least a few thousand. I didn't respond to his remark. Dragon Palace of the East Sea it is. I tossed the fare onto the seat and got out. This completely startled the driver. Buddy, this isn't worth getting mad over. Alright, I'm not messing with you. I'll take you to a proper bar. You really can't afford this place, it'll cost you at least 60 or 70,000. Where else can you spend your money? Why waste it here? But no sooner had the driver finished speaking than the bouncer recognized me. Hey, aren't you Brother Tion's friend? I saw you at the door that night, bro. Brother Tion's inside. Come on in and we'll talk. The driver had thought I was just some ordinary guy and planned to rip me off on the fare. Little did he know I had connections at the Dragon Palace. He didn't dare linger, probably afraid I'd teach him a lesson. He slammed the gas pedal and the car hummed away. As it happened, I had other business to discuss with Zhang Yu anyway. I casually had the waiter book a private room for me and sent him to fetch Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, I sang and drank alone in the private room. Life sure was sweet. A few minutes later, the door swung open again. Zhang Yu entered, followed by two attractive waitresses. One waitress held bottles of liquor, while the other carried a fruit platter. Go inform the front desk this private room is complimentary. The two girls set down their items, gave a slight nod, and turned to leave. What's going on here? Someone came here to drown their sorrows alone. I felt a bit helpless. I really hadn't planned on coming to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, but that driver ripped me off. Since I'm already here, might as well come in for a couple drinks. I've got nothing else to do anyway, so I might as well keep you company. I picked up my phone and opened the photo in my album. It was that yellow-haired kid who spat on me that day. Can we find this guy? Although Lu Guangbei's influence had waned, he might have already been kicked out by now. But that only means our personal grudge is finally settled. As for his little minions, they bullied me relentlessly and humiliated me. If I just let him off the hook like this, that's not my style. What the hell kind of life would I have then? Zhang Shuitian glanced at him. This guy's just a low-level thug. Why bother with him? This guy spit in my face before. You think I'd just let that slide? The moment I finished speaking, Zhang Shuitian's expression turned serious. What the hell? He dared spit in your face? That's ing bold. Leave this to me. I'll find that yellow-haired punk in 2 days flat. I gave him an okay sign. I trust this guy to get things done. Chapter 234, Time for Revenge. For several days straight, I conducted systematic training for everyone at the company. The reason was simple. These people had all worked under Lu Guangbei before. I wasn't afraid they'd betray me, but I feared they wouldn't follow my lead. And I just returned to take charge of a major project after all. The Alice project alone was enough to sustain my entire company. Are you kidding me? Even in a year with minimal profit, the net profit would still be in the millions. Add to that my rock-solid relationship with Alice, so there was no rush to pursue other ventures. That evening, Zhang Shuitian called me. Bro, you can come over now. I felt a surge of excitement. What's the point? What else could it mean? We've found the person, heh. I told you it'd take 2 days max. Trust me, and you'll live forever. He said this with a big grin. After he finished speaking, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course I was excited. And of course I was happy. After all, that jerk spat in my face earlier. If I don't get revenge, what kind of person would I be? No problem. Just wait for me. I wasted no time, spurring my horse onward toward the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. But since I was no longer an employee of Yu Tao's company, I couldn't requisition a car anymore. Plus, I didn't own one myself, so I had no choice but to take a taxi. Half an hour later, as I arrived at the gates of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, I spotted 2 Range Rovers parked by the roadside. Zhang Shuitian was sitting in the driver's seat of the first one.
Hop in. I nodded and slid into the passenger seat. The guy floored it the moment he started the engine. With a roar, the car sped off without a moment's hesitation. About 10 minutes later, the car pulled into a residential complex. It wasn't even late yet. Are we waiting here? Zhang Shuitian glanced at me. Are you crazy? What's there to wait for? Let's just go straight to his place. I already checked, nobody else lives there. Heh, just follow me.
Zhang Shuitian said this with a smirk.
The security guard outside didn't even try to stop us, he just waved us right in. This guy really is something.
In just 2 days, he'd figured out exactly where the guy lived and how many people were in his household. His place was on the 12th floor.
Zhang Shuitian walked up to the door and started knocking. Who is it?
A voice soon came from inside.
Zhang Shuitian chuckled. Sorry to bother you, property management here. Your bathroom is leaking, and the neighbors below have already reported it. We're here to take a look and help fix it. Finally doing something useful.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the front door swung open. Seeing the scene before him, the blonde-haired guy froze in place, momentarily unable to process what was happening.
He probably couldn't believe it either. These guys weren't property management? How did so many people show up all at once?
And that Zhang Shuitian, his whole vibe clearly wasn't property management material.
He reeked of street smarts. What the hell do you all think you're doing?
Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Shuitian's expression hardened. His hand shot out, landing a sharp slap across the blonde-haired man's cheek. By then, my body had already begun shaking violently.
The reason was simple enough. What the hell kind of joke is this? I know him. And I'll never forget that ugly mug for the rest of my life.
The blonde-haired thug yelped in pain and stumbled backward. All the henchmen swarmed in, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on the blonde-haired thug.
Thud.
It went on for several minutes, while Zhang Shuitian and I just sat on the couch smoking. After finishing a cigarette, Zhang Shuitian waved his hand.
All right, stop it.
We don't want to beat him to death and cause trouble later. At his words, the henchman finally stopped. Zhang Shuitian crossed his arms over his chest, smiling as he looked down at the yellow-haired kid on the ground.
Is he the only one at home?
The yellow-haired kid was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, unable to utter a word. Especially when he looked at Zhang Shuitian, the guy clearly felt intimidated, backing up continuously until he was pressed against the edge of the wall.
What do you want? No sooner had he uttered those words than Zhang Shuitian stretched lazily.
You're such a big shot out there, but you don't even know who you've pissed off.
TSK, I really feel sorry for you.
Then Zhang Shuitian slapped my shoulder.
So, do you want me to handle this for you, or are you going to take care of it yourself? I cracked my neck. What do you think? I'll handle it myself. This isn't your problem. I've got this.
No sooner had the words left my mouth than I strode step by step toward the blonde-haired guy. The blonde-haired guy was staring at me with a completely bewildered look. Even now, he still hadn't quite grasped the situation.
What are you doing?
I gave the guy a light tap on the shoulder, though he was looking pretty rough, covered in blood and looking like a total mess.
TSK, look at this mess he's made. Why bother?
Yellowhair's mouth twitched as he stared straight at me, his face frozen in terror.
Bro, let's talk this out calmly. Besides, I don't know you. Did you mistake me for someone else?
I have a common face, and people often mistake me for others.
This guy actually made me laugh. Are you stupid or am I? You think I wouldn't recognize someone who just spit in my face?
That single sentence left the blonde-haired guy completely dumbfounded.
After a dozen seconds passed, the guy finally looked like he'd had an epiphany. Bro, who are you?
He seemed to remember, after all, we'd met just days ago, and he'd humiliated me then. The blonde punk immediately backed down, flopping onto the ground with a thud and starting to kowtow repeatedly, begging for forgiveness.
Big brother. I'm truly sorry. I didn't know who I was dealing with. I shouldn't have acted like that. Please, treat me like a fart and let me go. Besides, it wasn't my idea. This whole mess was Lu Guangbei's doing, that despicable bastard. He's nothing but a beast.
If I didn't do it, Lu Guangbei would never let me off the hook. The more he talked, the more aggrieved he sounded. By the end, he'd turned himself into the damn victim.
Zhang Shuitian couldn't stand it anymore.
He lunged forward 2 strides, showing him no mercy whatsoever. He swung his leg up and delivered a vicious kick straight to the man's chest.
Thud. The man's body flew through the air like he was sent flying several meters away. Ouch. You better straighten your tongue, you bastard. What the hell is this? You're the one playing the victim now? The blonde kept shaking his head. No way, no way. Chapter 235, Pregnant.
In the end, nothing much happened. I just made the blonde punk keep apologizing to me.
In the end, I didn't really care. After all, he was just a low-level thug. To put it bluntly, could I really take his life?
So the whole thing just fizzled out. For days on end, I kept myself busy with work at the office, but really, I was just avoiding Li Hui. I didn't even dare go home during those days, sleeping at the office every night. This routine dragged on for a full week, and even I could feel the emptiness in my heart. That afternoon, a familiar figure walked into my office and looked at the single bed I had made up in the corner. Sleeping alone here, wouldn't that be lonely? I froze, instinctively lifting my head, only to realize it was Yang Wan-ai. What are you doing here? I looked at him in confusion. After all, Yang Wan-ai was already married to Yu Tao. Her sudden appearance here left me somewhat bewildered. Yang Wan-ai smiled. What do you think? Of course it's for your private life. It's after work hours now, and I'm here to see you as a friend. At her words, my lips twitched slightly before I offered a faint smile. Even I could sense how helpless that smile looked. Well said. Just tell me straight what's going on. Yang Wan-ai exhaled deeply. To be honest, Li Hui has already found me. The moment I heard Li Hui's name, my heart clenched involuntarily. I instinctively looked up at Yang Wan-ai. Are you here to play mediator again? This time it's different. And I know everything, I'm not stupid, after all. Yang Wan-ai smiled. Yeah, you're not stupid. So you already knew that Yang Wan-ai and Lu Guangbei don't have any hidden connections or secrets, right? I'm right about that, aren't I? I nodded. Exactly. Then why can't you forgive her? Even I, an outsider, feel indignant on Li Hui's behalf. Why can't you? I felt a pang of injustice. Yang Wan-ai, I understand your point. But I'm truly exhausted now. At my age, I shouldn't be shackled by romantic entanglements anymore. Don't you agree? Yang Wan-ai's mouth twitched. True, that's exactly how it is. That's why I came to tell you, where there's room to spare someone, spare them. Li Hui is having a tough time too. And every day when you sleep at the office, Li Hui waits for you at the entrance or downstairs. This woman genuinely cares for you, she's different from other women. Yang Wan-ai said meaningfully. She turned and left my office. I was left momentarily stunned. What did that last remark of hers mean? Different from other women? Was she implying that all other women were after my money? Only I knew the truth. After deep contemplation, I gritted my teeth and walked step by step out of the company. Li Hui wasn't waiting for me in the hallway. I'd intended to go downstairs for a bite to eat, but as soon as I reached the lobby, I saw her sitting alone on the bench. Her lonely silhouette looked rather forlorn. My lips twitched. I truly didn't know how to face this girl. After gathering my courage for a long while, I finally approached Li Hui step by step. What exactly are you trying to do? What's the point of waiting here for me? Li Hui froze for a moment. She quickly turned to look at me. You came down. Are you going home? I no longer have a home. That apartment is yours. As for any subsequent compensation, I will certainly pay you whatever I can afford. Tears welled up in Li Hui's eyes. You know me, I don't want any of this. You may refuse it, but I cannot withhold it, Li Hui. My heart is already dead. Even if your heart is dead, I will never give up on you. Zhang Yu, I swear here, even if you never forgive me for the rest of your life, I will still follow you forever. I feel like I'm about to break down. Heaven knows what this woman is thinking. After a long, deep contemplation, I clenched my teeth tightly. Li Hui, don't do anything rash. Things have come to this point, anything else we say now is meaningless. But Li Hui kept shaking her head. Why can't you just believe me? Zhang Yu, I'm pregnant. Are you going to leave me now? If my tone had been cold from the start. Hearing those words, my head suddenly felt like it was buzzing. This is something I absolutely dare not think about. After a long period of deep thought, I lowered my gaze to Li Hui, studying this woman's expression and demeanor. To be honest, she didn't seem to be deceiving me at all. My lips twitched involuntarily, and I began gasping for breath. Let me tell you, this is no laughing matter. Li Hui nodded. I'm not joking with you, every word is true. I hope you can believe me. I've already gone to the hospital for a checkup. I'm just over a month pregnant now. The timing matches perfectly with the last time you touched me. If you don't believe me, you can think back yourself. I froze in place, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long moment of deep thought, I looked at Li Hui again. Is this true? It's true. And I can promise you, I've never cheated on you with anyone else. I hope you can believe me this once. As Li Hui spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She began sobbing, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Please. I'm begging you. I don't want my child to grow up without a father. After all, it's my own flesh and blood, I couldn't bear to terminate it. Maybe you've truly lost interest in me, maybe you don't love me at all anymore. But for the child's sake, please consider this a good deed. Li Hui sounded utterly pathetic as she uttered these words. Even though I was furious, I wasn't a beast. I knew what I should and shouldn't do. As a man, I must first and foremost be a decent human being. Li Hui is pregnant now, it's different from before, and I'm acutely aware of that. After a long while, I lifted my gaze to look at Li Hui and spoke softly to her. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I hope you can forgive me. I won't entertain any other thoughts. You're carrying the fruit of our love, how could I possibly abandon you now? Li Hui finally broke down, bursting into tears as she threw herself into my arms. This time, she wept uncontrollably and I felt utterly heartbroken.
Chapter 236, Letting the Wolf In. The reason was simple. Because I truly couldn't bear to imagine what Li Hui had been through. Going to the hospital alone for checkups, sometimes I realize how much of a jerk I've been as a husband. You shouldn't go to work anymore. Just stay home. I'll hire a nanny for you. Li Hui kept shaking her head. It's okay, the doctor said we only need to be careful after 3 months. There's nothing to worry about at this stage. I let out a sigh of relief. Don't bring that up. Their situation isn't what it used to be, and I can support the family myself. You have to listen to me on this. At the very least, on matters of principle, I absolutely won't back down. And while I'm not sure if I still love Li Hui, one thing is crucial. That's the duty of a man. On this point, I absolutely cannot back down. Days passed in a monotonous cycle between work and home, but I still hadn't figured out how to hire a nanny. Every time someone came to work for a day, Li Hui would get upset, and I'd end up paying them off and letting them go. That evening, I bought a bunch of health supplements. Without a nanny, I had to cook dinner myself. Li Hui, I said, how can you act like a child at your age? Can you really keep this up day after day? Li Hui pouted, looking at me with a hurt expression. What's the matter? I sighed deeply. I don't mean anything by it, but honestly, it's tough for me to handle you being like this all the time. I was thinking of hiring a nanny, someone who could take care of you daily, help with laundry, and handle household chores. My company just got its contract back, and this is a critical time. I can't just drop everything whenever you need me, right? I looked utterly helpless. After I finished speaking, Li Hui chuckled softly. Oh, come on, stop overthinking it. I know what I'm doing, and I've already found a suitable nanny. Li Hui's words made my eyes widen. That's great news. What? You wouldn't be thinking of having your family come over to take care of you, would you? I thought she might want my mother-in-law to come over. But to my surprise, Li Hui just smiled and shook her head. Not that. Stop hiding, come out already. No sooner had Li Hui finished speaking than a woman emerged from the side room, dressed in loungewear. But even in such casual attire, she couldn't hide the aura radiating from her entire being. I stared in disbelief. Wasn't that Zhou Qiao? Especially those two massive, soft peaks on her chest, not something just any woman could pull off. I froze in place for at least a minute, while Li Hui kept reaching out to me. Hey, are you stupid or something? My expression made Zhou Qiao burst out laughing, covering her mouth with a giggle. What's the big deal? It's not like we're meeting for the first time. We're already so familiar with each other. Do you really have to act so shocked? I gasped for breath. Damn it, I was totally at a loss for words. Don't panic. Let me get this straight, you wouldn't actually want Zhou Qiao to come be your maid, would you? That's out of the question. You two are best friends. Li Hui chuckled. You didn't know? Zhou Qiao switched jobs. She's been working in finance lately, and she handles online transactions directly with overseas accounts. I don't really understand what it entails, but she's making a decent monthly income and has plenty of free time. I just mentioned this to Zhou Qiao, and she gladly agreed. What surprised me was that Li Hui was the one who brought it up first. I thought it was Zhou Qiao who wanted to come. So that's how it was. Even so, I still couldn't believe my eyes. Alright, you want me to stay with the nanny? I just can't handle it, it's way too awkward. Anyway, now that I can move around again, you insisted I stay home. In the end, I figured it'd be better to be with Zhou Qiao. Li Hui smiled brightly, and Zhou Qiao nodded happily. Exactly. This is just between us besties. I don't think you'd refuse, right? I nodded awkwardly. Of course I won't refuse. So how much should I pay you per month? Zhou Qiao considered it. Since I'm here keeping Li Hui company, just cover my meals. I won't charge you anything, but I won't spend any money either. I gave her an okay sign. As long as you're happy, deal. While Li Hui was taking a shower, Zhou Qiao walked step by step toward me. The loungewear was already quite loose. Zhou Qiao lifted one corner and slowly pulled it up. That simple gesture alone sent a wave of inexplicable restlessness coursing through my body. This heat felt strange. Not only that, but I caught a glimpse of Zhou Qiao's flawlessly white skin. The next second, Zhou Qiao walked straight toward me and suddenly straddled my legs. What are you doing? I stared at her warily. Zhou Qiao gave a faint smile. Don't be so scared. It's like I'm bullying you. Zhang Yu, are you not happy to see me? My lips twitched. You can stay here, but I want you to understand Li Hui and I have our own child now. I'm about to become a father. Do you understand what it means for a man to take responsibility? Zhou Qiao chuckled. Of course I understand. And I'm not here to make any demands. I only came for Li Hui's sake. You're being a bit too self-absorbed, aren't you? Very well. From now on, you must be careful with your words and actions in my home. I absolutely cannot let Li Hui be frightened in the slightest. Zhou Qiao pondered for a moment. Slowly shifting off my lap, he sighed. Ah. Sometimes when I think about it, I really am quite pitiful.
And seeing how you treat Li Hui, I truly envy you. Sometimes I fantasize if only I'd gotten to her first, maybe now you'd be treating me like this. I didn't say a word. Or rather, even now, I don't know how to explain things to Zhou Qiao. After a moment of deep thought, I let out a long sigh. Zhou Qiao. If you have no ulterior motives, I welcome you with open arms. But if you're harboring other thoughts, I'm afraid I can't accept that. Zhou Qiao chuckled. Alright, I'm going to rest now. I won't interfere with your married life, and let me reiterate I'm here for Li Hui. Just then, Li Hui emerged from the shower, and Zhou Qiao slipped right in. Since my place only has one bathroom, I had to wait outside. Li Hui had already gone to bed. After Zhou Qiao emerged, he shot me a seductive glance. I felt like I was about to explode. Chapter 237, once you throw it away, you have to buy it. Though I felt deep resistance toward Zhou Qiao, she was still a real woman. And so alluring. No man could resist that. Most crucially, Zhou Qiao kept teasing me whether on purpose or not. I just want to ask, what the hell did I ever do to deserve this? I forced myself to calm down and rushed to the bathroom. But all I found were the clothes Zhou Qiao had left behind, all of them undergarments. This woman had just tossed them carelessly in the bathroom. Didn't she know to keep them away from me? After all, Li Hui had already gone to bed. Zhou Qiao knew Li Hui wouldn't come out in the middle of the night. I tossed the undergarments straight into the trash can. Even I couldn't figure out why I'd become so irritable. The next morning, I got up and tidied up as usual, though Li Hui was still sleeping in. Ever since I discussed this matter with Li Hui, she had quit her job completely and stayed home obediently. I stepped out of the living room. Zhou Qiao hadn't gotten up yet. He'd left several thousand yuan on the table and was preparing to leave. But just as I opened the front door, I saw Zhou Qiao returning with breakfast. I nearly collided with her. What are you doing? It's so early, why are you out buying breakfast already? Zhou Qiao stared at me like I was a lunatic. Of course you're fine, you're a grown man. But my best friend needs breakfast in the morning, right? I'm taking good care of her now. I don't see anything wrong with what I'm doing. Zhou Qiao's sudden retort left me speechless. My mouth twitched, then I nodded. Alright, you make a good point. Then you take good care of her. I started to walk away. But just then, Zhou Qiao grabbed my arm. I froze, momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Did I say something? Zhou Qiao shook her head. Nothing's wrong, but I want to ask you something very important. Just as I was puzzled, Zhou Qiao suddenly pointed his finger right at my nose. Did you throw away all my undergarments? My lips twitched. No, those things were yours to begin with. Please. We're not living alone anymore, the three of us under one roof. Don't you think this is going too far? Zhou Qiao's eyes widened. I was planning to wash them this morning. How could you just throw them away? Did you expect me to dig through the trash to get them back? This woman seems unreasonable. First, let me explain something. While it was wrong of me to throw away your clothes, don't you think you were being pretty unreasonable too? What if Li Hui had found your clothes? She's pregnant now, we can't risk her having a miscarriage. I immediately started arguing with Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao exhaled deeply, nodding repeatedly. Fine, you men always have so many excuses. I don't want to argue with you either. Since you've said it like that, I'll make my position clear too. No sooner had I finished speaking than Zhou Qiao snapped his fingers. I don't care. You have to buy me a new set, or else this isn't over between us. I'll tell Li Hui you threw away all my underwear. Zhou Qiao said this with a serious expression. I felt like I was about to break down. And while this woman was indeed flirtatious and alluring in her daily life, she had one serious flaw. Zhou Qiao never joked around with me. This woman was the real deal when she made a threat. I nodded slightly. Got it. Keep this between us, and I'll have someone buy you a new set. Then I turned and walked away. I truly didn't want any further involvement with this woman. The thought of sharing a roof with her going forward left me utterly at a loss. For an entire day, I felt utterly helpless. I considered having someone else buy it, but it felt awkward. In the end, with no other options, I resolved to find time to go myself, awkward though it would be, there was no other choice. That afternoon, just as I was about to clock out, the department manager walked in. A capable middle-aged man, he'd been with the company since my parents ran it, always diligent and hardworking. Though he was older than me, I often called him Little Wu. What's up, Xiao Wu? Why the rush? Something happened? Xiao Wu took a deep breath. Mr. Zhang, it's bad news. One of my subordinates was supposed to be negotiating a partnership with another company today, but she just sent me a message. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wu hurriedly placed his phone before me. I stared at it intently. It contained an address and a specific private room number, followed by a desperate plea. Manager, he won't let me leave. Please come save me. The moment I saw those words, my head felt like it was buzzing. What was going on? Who had gone? It was that young woman from our department, Chen Pei. I thought about it, that little girl must have been hired as a subordinate back when Lu Guangbei was still in charge. I vaguely remembered her pretty face, young, probably around 23 or 24.
I stared at Xiao Wu. How did you become a manager?
If it's a business meeting, at least 2 people should go together.
You sent a young girl alone?
I said this with a stern expression. Xiao Wu was at a loss for words.
Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry.
We're in the energy sector, and you've just brought this project back to us, especially one involving international partners. We're all swamped as it is.
We couldn't very well keep the overseas clients waiting, could we?
Xiao Wu vented directly, and I knew he had a point. But then a new investment project popped up a few days ago, forcing us to reassign personnel. The thing is, we've been following up with this client for a while now, and everything's been going smoothly. We're in the debugging phase, and the client specifically requested Chen Pei to handle it. Xiao Wu slapped his forehead. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Zhang. I didn't think twice about it at the time, plus sending just Chen Pei alone wouldn't disrupt our company's operations. But the real meaning behind Xiao Wu's words was simple: the company is desperately short-staffed. Even now, I don't even have an assistant. I stroked my chin. I had to admit, the problem he just raised was indeed quite serious. I'll figure out a solution for the staffing issue, but you're still getting punished for this.
Stop making excuses and come with me right now. As for the newly acquired investment project, it's actually a collaboration between me and Yu Tao.
Our 2 companies have essentially merged for this project.
Chapter 238, a punch for you. And honestly, I doubt anyone's boss is more pathetic than mine. I don't even have a car to get around. I have to hitch a ride with Xiao Wu.
Sitting in the car, Xiao Wu handed me a document.
Opening it, I realized I actually knew this boss.
He too started from scratch and reached the industry's pinnacle in just 7 or 8 short years. Truly impressive. Of course, his company's scale still pales in comparison to the Han Group, but it far surpasses my own company. The thing is, while everyone in the industry calls him an upright gentleman, when I was down and out, this guy didn't hesitate to kick me while I was down. He used to be quite close to Lu Guangbei. Who would have thought that after all these twists and turns, I'd end up dealing with this guy again? His photo was in the files. Seeing his fat face and big ears made me feel sick to my stomach. His name is Chen Dalong.
Step on it.
I couldn't help but urge him on.
Half an hour later, the car pulled up outside a bar. Pink neon lights flickered outside the door.
Even standing here, I could hear the heavy thump of the DJ's beats inside.
I frowned. Next time, make it clear to our female employees. Why do you keep dragging them into places like this? Don't you see where we are? Who does serious business here? I voiced my displeasure with a sour expression. Xiao Wu could only nod obediently. We entered the bar and headed straight upstairs to find a private room. But the noise in this bar was unbearably loud, especially that heavy metal music. For an old-timer like me, it was pure torture. Still, I forced myself to endure the discomfort and walked straight in. Within just a few minutes, we reached the private room door. At first, Xiao Wu knocked on the door, but after 10 seconds passed, there was still no response from inside. Growing impatient, I yanked Xiao Wu aside. Then I swung my leg up and delivered a powerful kick straight to the door. A loud crack echoed through the air. The lock on this kind of door wasn't very sturdy to begin with, and this one kick blew it right open. Once inside, we found several men and women gathered there. Chen Dalong, the big-eared, pot-bellied guy, was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking like he owned the place. Just from his expression, you could tell this guy genuinely believed he was number 3 after heaven and earth. Chen Pei sat beside him, close enough that their bodies touched, yet the girl kept her head bowed, clearly terrified. The commotion at the door made everyone instinctively turn their heads. The moment Chen Pei spotted me and Xiao Wu, it was as if she'd seen a ray of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately stood up and trotted over to us. Mr. Zhang, Manager Wu, I'm so sorry. I glared at her. It's not your fault. Why apologize? Stay behind me. Chen Pei obediently followed my lead, immediately ducking behind me and standing alongside Xiao Wu. Zhang Dalong chuckled, arms crossed over his chest. He rose slowly and began walking toward me step by step. And he wasn't alone, this guy seemed to have brought several friends along. Though dressed in suits, they were all greasy and smarmy, you could easily call them beasts in suits. I frowned deeply, but Zhang Dalong seemed quite pleased, not the least bit surprised by my arrival. Mr. Zhang, it's been ages since I last saw you. I haven't even congratulated you on reclaiming the company yet. A cold snort escaped my lips. Chen Dalong, no need for the fake niceties here. I came today to ask you one thing, what exactly are you up to? Chen Dalong shrugged, his expression looking rather aggrieved. Oh, everyone, please judge for yourselves. I have no idea what Mr. Zhang is getting at. Besides, we haven't seen each other in ages. We're old friends, after all. You don't have to give me a hard time the moment we meet. Several people nearby nodded in agreement. Exactly. Such a nasty attitude, like we owe you something. I shook my head slightly. Actually, you're wrong about that. No one owes me anything. But you're picking on my employees, how do you explain that? Chen Dalong had been smiling just moments ago, but the moment he heard my words, his expression changed instantly.
He whipped his head around, fixing me with a piercing stare, his expression suddenly stern.
Ha? What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it, Mr. Zhang?
It was obvious that Chen Dalong's expression and tone were dripping with contempt. I took a deep breath and turned to look at Chen Pei. I made myself perfectly clear.
She's an employee of my company. Bringing her here to discuss business, do you take me for a fool? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking.
I delivered this line with complete seriousness. After I finished speaking, Chen Dalong shook his head.
So shallow. Zhang Yu, I call you Mystery Zhang, but you don't actually think you're that big of a shot, do you?
As soon as Chen Dalong spoke, the people beside him all burst into laughter. Their laughter was laced with contempt. I could tell these guys were probably company bosses themselves. I took a deep breath, just about to speak. A bespectacled, overweight man pointed his finger right at my nose.
Zhang Yu, you really think you're some big shot now, huh? Let me tell you, even if you're back as chairman, I never gave you the time of day from the start.
The fat man delivered this line with utter contempt.
His expression was brimming with arrogance.
Hearing his words, I suddenly let out a helpless laugh. This time, even the fat guy seemed a bit confused.
What are you laughing at? You think I'm joking with you?
I quickly shook my head.
No, you misunderstood. I think what you said makes sense. How about this? Come over here, I've got something to tell you. This left everyone dumbfounded. You looked at me, I looked at you.
Each face was filled with confusion.
The next second, the fat guy took 2 steps forward.
I seized the moment and landed a punch squarely on the side of his face.
A loud thud echoed,
followed by the fat guy's agonized scream.
Ah!
His massive frame, like a clumsy spinning top, was sent crashing to the ground. He gasped for breath, his expression twisted in agony.
Ah!
Chen Dalong and the others behind him instantly flew into a rage, each pointing a finger right at my face.
Zhang Yu, you've really gone too far. How dare you lay a hand on someone? Get him. Today, he'll learn the price of showing off in front of us.
Several middle-aged men charged toward me. Truthfully, I was already prepared to take the beating.
Chapter 239, Zhou Qiao takes the initiative. But just then, Xiao Wu behind me suddenly moved.
The guy lunged forward with 2 huge strides, raised his foot, and delivered a direct kick straight to Chen Dalong's midsection.
Chen Dalong instantly collapsed like a toad, sprawling flat on the ground.
Xiao Wu gave me a meaningful glance.
Boss! Hurry up and run. My mind went blank. Yeah, the damn door's right behind me, why wouldn't I run? Got 2 legs, are they just for show?
With that thought, I didn't hesitate for a second, I turned and ran. Of course, before leaving, I made sure to close the door behind me. After all, I'm a civilized person.
Chaos erupted instantly.
We scrambled to escape, piling straight into Xiao Wu's car at the entrance. You could say this guy's car was pretty unlucky too. Xiao Wu slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car roared to life, speeding off without a second thought. I gave Xiao Wu a light pat on the shoulder. Well, after all that trouble, you ended up saving us, I said with a smile. After I finished speaking, Xiao Wu scratched his head awkwardly.
Boss, no need to say that. It was just my job. Come on, let's grab a bite. I'll treat you both to something nice.
The tension in the car eased considerably. A few minutes later, we arrived at the street food stall. While some might consider such places a bit low class,
but personally, I actually enjoy this kind of relaxed atmosphere. Don't be shy. Eat whatever you want.
Both of them dug in heartily.
But I didn't say a word during the meal. After everyone had eaten their fill, I turned to look at the 2 of them.
What happened today, though frustrating, served as a wake-up call.
I think you both understand that.
Just moments ago, they'd been smiling warmly at me. Moments later, their expressions shifted abruptly.
You looked at me, I looked at you, no one knew what to say. I pointed my finger at Xiao Wu. Let me tell you.
This whole mess is your fault as the manager. Sending an employee alone to such an event, I have no idea what you were thinking.
And you?
Chen Pei, I know you were accommodating them for the project, but listen carefully.
My employees must only engage in proper business dealings.
If any of our partners harbor any more disgusting ideas, they will be immediately and completely eliminated.
No loose ends left behind. Got it?
I shouted these words, enunciating each syllable.
Even I could feel the anger in my tone. The 2 of them could only nod obediently. Boss, there's another critical issue. We're short on skilled business professionals and negotiation experts. After all, our company currently has 2 main business lines, investment on one hand and new energy on the other. I understood what Xiao Wu meant. I gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Don't worry about that. I've got it covered. I've already figured it out. The first batch of employees will arrive tomorrow at noon.
The 2 exchanged a glance. They both looked quite pleased. After all that happened tonight, the clothes I promised Zhou Qiao this morning were ruined.
Or rather, I'd already put it out of my mind.
After getting home, Zhou Qiao noticed my empty hands and her expression turned a bit off. I lingered with Li Hui for a moment and inquired about her health.
Oh my gosh, are you crazy? I just got pregnant, how could I already be showing symptoms like you're saying? I already asked the doctor.
He said the earliest morning sickness symptoms might not show up for another 10 days or so. I stroked my chin.
Oh, well then, you should get some rest.
I was planning to have a couple drinks in the living room after all, something like this happened today. Though I'm used to it by now, it still feels pretty tight when I think about it. And those old guys were clearly top tier in their field, I'd really crossed the line tonight. But the moment I stepped outside, I saw Zhou Qiao standing right outside our room. That really startled me. I took several sharp steps back, staring at her warily.
Are you out of your mind?
Why are you standing here scaring people for no reason?
I asked, my eyes wide. Zhou Qiao looked at me. You have the nerve to say that? Don't you have any idea yourself? I froze for a moment. What's going on? You're asking me what's wrong. Where are the clothes you bought me?
I slapped my forehead. I'm really sorry, this is totally my fault.
Something came up today. How about this, I'll definitely buy them for you tomorrow night. Right now, I just need to keep this woman calm.
If Zhou Qiao whispers a few nasty things in Li Hui's ear, I'm screwed. Even if I didn't care about Li Hui, I had to think about the baby growing inside her. Zhou Qiao thought for a moment, then grabbed my arm. He dragged me straight into the guest room on the other side, which had become his personal territory. The moment I stepped inside, a strong perfume scent hit me. Don't worry, I only spray it indoors, normally it never gets outside. Besides, this perfume isn't harmful to pregnant women anyway. It contains no added fragrances, just pure botanical scents.
I have to admit, Zhou Qiao really does think of everything. In this regard, I admit I can't hold a candle to her. I didn't even think of this when I first came in. What's the matter? Why did you pull me over?
Zhou Qiao chuckled softly. The next second, this woman pressed herself directly against me, her soft body rubbing against mine.
I reacted instantly.
But I was fully aware of my situation, especially since I was in my own home.
My wife was asleep in the bedroom on the other side. If I were to get intimate with Zhou Qiao here, wouldn't that make me no better than an animal?
The thought made me act decisively. I pushed Zhou Qiao away without hesitation.
Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're doing? What if Li Hui finds out?
Zhou Qiao gave a faint smile, a strange curve playing at the corners of her mouth.
What's the matter? Are you scared now? My lips twitched. What the hell do you think you're doing? It's clearly your fault, so why are you pinning it on me now? Zhang Yu, you promised me something but failed to deliver. Now I'm just asking you to cooperate, is that really so hard? If you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to tell Li Hui. But it's just a simple matter, what did you do with my undergarments before throwing them away? That'll depend entirely on how Li Hui interprets it.
Her gaze was unwavering.
And those words she just spoke? Clearly meant to deliberately disgust me. Chapter 240, Rumors Run Rampant.
Just as I was about to speak, Zhou Qiao snapped her fingers and turned to leave.
I admit I chickened out.
Keeping this woman in my home was like inviting trouble. I grabbed Zhou Qiao's arm, staring straight at her, then sighed.
All right. What do you want? Just say it. I just missed you, you know. How am I supposed to live without you? And seeing you and Li Hui all lovey-dovey every day, do you have any idea how much it hurts?
No sooner had the words left my mouth.
Zhou Qiao didn't hesitate for a second, she lunged straight at me. Before I could even react, this woman planted a hard kiss on me. In that split second,
my head buzzed. Though I resisted Zhou Qiao from the bottom of my heart, I couldn't deny one thing. When this woman pressed herself against me, I was utterly speechless.
A few seconds passed. I gritted my teeth. Dead or alive, it was all the same. So why not enjoy the moment while I could?
The thought barely formed before I wrapped my arms around Zhou Qiao's waist. She responded eagerly, leaping up and wrapping her legs around mine.
I laid Zhou Qiao down on the bed.
Over an hour later, I emerged from the room drenched in sweat. The moment I stepped outside, I regretted it instantly, slapping my head in frustration.
What the hell was that all about? I'd have to find time to talk to Li Hui. Zhou Qiao absolutely couldn't stay here any longer.
This was more than just a case of inviting trouble. If this keeps up, Zhou Qiao might just tear our family apart.
I'm not exaggerating, this is a very real possibility. Early the next morning, I went straight to Yu Tao's company. Returning to this familiar place, I felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Because I no longer belonged here. Everyone greeted me as usual when they saw me.
Only now, Manager Zhang's title had changed, he was now President Zhang. I didn't know what to say, so I awkwardly greeted everyone back.
Hey, Zhang Yu, what brings you here? Hearing that familiar voice, I couldn't help but exhale deeply.
I turned to see Lin Nini approaching. This woman was still a sight to behold. Dressed in black stockings and high heels, she was practically a manslayer. I scratched my head. I came here today because I actually have something I'd like to discuss with Mr. Yu. He's been arriving late these past few days.
Probably because he and Mr. Yang just got married and are still in their honeymoon phase. It's kind of a helpless situation, really.
At this point, Lin Nini sighed. He had mentioned before that he was thinking about taking a trip abroad, but the company is just too busy right now. Plus, you're leaving at this critical moment. My lips twitched. I suppose I'll take my leave then. My original purpose for coming here was to borrow some staff from Yutao, though that excuse sounds a bit too polite. To put it bluntly, my real reason for coming here was to poach talent, wasn't it? I just couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. But just as I was about to leave, Lin Nini grabbed my arm. What are you doing? I finally made it here, just say what you need. I've noticed since I left, you've become more and more awkward. I never expected. I actually got lectured by Lin Nini. I sighed helplessly. Honestly, coming here to see Mr. Yu was just asking for trouble. I think I'll leave now. After I said that, Lin Nini shook her head. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Come with me. No sooner had she spoken than the girl grabbed my arm. Hey, what are you doing? First, come to my office. I'll accompany you to see him later. Now, even if I wanted to refuse, there was simply no way. Fine. Lin Nini led me straight to her office. How has the company been operating lately? Everything's been running smoothly. After all, you've laid a solid foundation. Zhang Yu, tell me honestly, did you come back this time to pull some staff away from the company? I froze, staring wide-eyed at Lin Nini. Just now, this girl told me she knew my little scheme. I was actually a bit skeptical. But now that she brought it up, I really had no words. So, you knew all along? Lin Nini covered her mouth. You really think I'm an idiot, huh? And I know all about your collaboration with Mr. Yu. I already told Mr. Yu about it earlier. Your company's core business is new energy, but now you've suddenly added so many investment projects. There's bound to be a shortage of manpower. And I heard about your daring move last night. It spread like wildfire throughout the entire circle. You've got some nerve. I feel like I'm living in the Stone Age. Why did Lin Nini say all this, yet I haven't heard a single thing from the start? Explain to me later, where exactly did you get this information? Lin Nini opened an app for me. It focused on the city's commercial districts, though I didn't catch the exact name. But looking at the content in the app, it was definitely discussing last night's events. Everyone was voicing outrage on Chen Dalong's behalf. This infuriated me so much, my blood pressure nearly shot through the roof. I pointed at the content on the phone. This is just deliberate nonsense. Nini, these people really twist the truth. Do you even know what Chen Dalong did last night? Lin Nini shook her head. How would I know? I was actually planning to ask you about it today. Fuming, I recounted every single thing that old bastard Chen Dalong had done to Lin Nini. After hearing this, Lin Nini furrowed her brow slightly. Who would have thought? Chen Dalong, who always plays the good guy, is actually so disgusting. That guy is way too much. I nodded slightly. Exactly. Nini, I have to post something to save face. If this keeps spreading, what kind of reputation will I have left? With that, I reached for my phone to download the app. But just then, Lin Nini waved her hand at me. Is it really worth it? Over something so trivial? You're getting way too worked up. Honestly, what's being said up there doesn't mean anything. It's just people chatting, and it's not real name verified. I'm worried that if something goes wrong, it'll be hard to resolve. Even if you clarify, it won't help. Hearing that only made me even more furious. Chapter 241, Deceiving Yutao. I gasped for breath, panting heavily. This ing ruins my reputation. Don't worry, these people are just keyboard warriors spouting off online. They have no real influence. When it comes time to collaborate, they'll still come looking for you. I shook my head. But damn it, this time I'm genuinely pissed. While what I said was true, after hearing Lin Nini's explanation, I realized there really was no need to be this angry. Besides, I beat him up yesterday. He had it coming. But I was here for business today, so I wouldn't lay a finger on this girl. About an hour later, Lin Nini picked up her phone. We gotta go. Mr. Yu's at the office. He just announced in the group chat that there's a meeting in an hour. I flashed an OK sign. Sure enough, Lin Nini and I arrived at Yutao's office at the same time, only to find the guy eating breakfast. He looked utterly listless, as if he'd aged several years overnight. Hey, Tao, what's gotten into you? Why are you looking so down? Yutao froze. He instinctively looked up at me. Whoa, holy crap. You're a rare visitor. What brings you to my office this early in the morning? I scratched my head awkwardly. The thing is, I genuinely had no idea how to explain this to Yutao. But just as I was about to speak, Lin Nini beat me to it. Mr. Yu, what else could he possibly want at this hour? Obviously, it's about borrowing manpower. I already told you about it the day before yesterday. Yutao chuckled. So that's what this is about. I nodded slightly. Exactly. Mr. Yu, technically speaking, I'm no longer part of this company. It does feel a bit awkward to discuss this with you. But honestly, you're the only one I can turn to for a solution. My company is already stretched thin. Every position is critical. On top of that, after Lu Guangbei's downfall, his loyal followers have all resigned voluntarily. So even our own company projects are facing staffing shortages. Now with the investment project piled on, I'm seriously short-handed. Though coming straight here to pull people off their tasks feels a bit impolite. Yu Tao just shrugged it off with a laugh. Seriously, why are you being so awkward? What's the big deal between us? Yu Tao's remark left me completely flustered. Cut the small talk. Just name who you want and I'll see what I can do. Mr. Yu, if you put it that way, I'll go all out. Yu Tao crossed his arms over his chest, clearly wanting to see what kind of trouble I could stir up. I certainly wasn't going to hold back. First up was Lin Ro. That girl had been my personal assistant at the company, and I'd already checked she didn't seem to have any specific assignments lined up right now. Although she's in the business department, she doesn't actually handle business matters. And our department never had this position before. Didn't you approve it specially for me? Taking Lin Ro means absorbing the cost for you. I said this with a smile. Yu Tao nodded. Of course that's fine. She's your own secretary, you'll definitely find her handy. No objections here. Anything else? I gave a shy smile. Mr. Yu, let's keep this casual chat light. I've only mentioned one person and you're already throwing these conditions at me, clearly trying to box me in. This remark made Yu Tao burst out laughing. The guy burst out laughing. He waved his hand at me while laughing. Alright, this was my mistake. I apologize right here. Go on, who else? I paused to think. If it's possible, could you also get Wei Gu for me? This guy's business skills are average, but he's pretty sharp. Plus, when I first joined that department, I'd always kept him on my side mainly because he was easy to work with. But in our company, people with Wei Ji's kind of ability should be a dime a dozen, right? I began sucking up to him shamelessly. But the flattery genuinely hit the spot. Yu Tao nodded. No problem. Anyone else? I turned to look at Lin Mimi, who was staring right back at me. The moment our eyes met, I knew exactly what she was thinking. Her too. The atmosphere froze instantly. Yu Tao stared at me like I was a complete idiot. What the hell? Lin Mimi is my personal assistant. You want to poach her? Zhang Yu, you're ruthless. Lin Mimi seemed a bit awkward too. You two chat while I get you some coffee. After Lin Mimi left, I pointed at Yu Tao. Mr. Yu, I said, you really don't trust me. And it seems my good intentions have been completely misunderstood. Yu Tao frowned slightly. What do you mean? I know Lin Mimi is important to you, but I think your family harmony matters more than that. Yu Tao stroked his chin. I'm getting more and more confused about what you're trying to say. What exactly are you getting at? I snapped my fingers. Enough with the small talk. I'll get straight to the point. Do you really think it's a good idea for Lin Mimi to stay here? Spending all day with Lin Mimi, some people might not be too comfortable with that, right? Even though Yang 1AI knows there's nothing else between you and Lin Mimi. But with a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs staying by her husband's side, what woman wouldn't be suspicious? I said this with a smile, but Yu Tao started muttering to himself. It shouldn't be a problem. We've always managed just fine before, haven't we? I patted Yu Tao on the shoulder. How could before compare to now? Back then, you and Yang 1AI were just boyfriend and girlfriend. Can it be the same now? I wasn't giving him any leeway. I just started blabbering away. At first, Yu Tao was skeptical of what I said, but the more he thought about it, the more off it felt. After a long silence, Yu Tao suddenly turned to look at me. Honestly, I think what you're saying makes sense, bro. So should I send Lin Mimi to your company now? I pursed my lips. At times like this, you gotta be a little more subtle. Whether she joins my company or not is secondary. I genuinely want Wei Gu. As for Deputy Director Lin, it depends on whether she's willing to come. After all, she used to be my superior, and now suddenly she's my deputy director. Chapter 242, Poaching Talent in the Open. Honestly, I just wanted to be polite to Yu Tao. But who knew the guy would flip out the second he heard my words? Hey, that won't do. How could that be acceptable? While what you're saying makes sense, if you don't let Lin Mimi join your company, wouldn't that effectively leave her jobless? Yu Tao's expression turned stern. That absolutely won't fly. If you can convince Lin Mimi to join you, I have no problem with it. Let the girl go to your company. Not just Lin Mimi, but the other two as well. If you can convince them, I won't say a word. Yu Tao delivered this sentence with deliberate emphasis, and I couldn't have been happier. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I nodded emphatically. You can count on me for that. I'll talk to them. Just then, Lin Mimi walked in, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Yu Tao rubbed the tip of his nose. Mimi, I need to discuss something with you. Lin Mimi seemed to already know what Yu Tao wanted to say. Mr. Yu, I am still your employee, after all. How can you just hand me over to someone else like this? Lin Mimi's simple statement left Yu Tao speechless. Well, you know Zhang Yu's in a tough spot right now. Why not go help him out for a while? You can always come back later. Anyway, rest assured my door is always open for you. If you truly don't want to, then let this guy figure it out on his own. After all, Yu Tao was the boss. With just a few simple words, she made the situation crystal clear. And in the end, she even came out looking like the good guy.
Lin Nini looked at me. Alright then, since Mr. Yu has spoken, I'll reluctantly help you out.
Lin Nini said this with a smile.
My heart instantly felt at ease.
As long as this girl agreed, nothing else mattered.
After leaving Yu Tao's office, I hurried back to my old department. Holy crap, manager, you're back.
Wei Gu looked at me with excitement, while Lin Ro slowly stood up.
You two come with me. I have something to tell you and need your approval. Wei Gu and Lin Ro exchanged a glance.
Though neither had a clue what was going on, they obediently followed me out.
What's going on? I'm short-handed over there. I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining my team first.
Of course, if you have other ideas, feel free to tell me directly.
As for compensation, I can guarantee it won't be any less than what you're getting here.
I delivered each word deliberately. Truthfully, their salaries weren't particularly high after all, they were in sales, where commissions were the main source of income.
Lin Ro didn't even hesitate, she just nodded at me. Of course she'd want to stick with me. Wei Gu looked a bit stunned. Bro, this is poaching, you know? Even if my corner isn't expensive, how are we going to explain this to Mr. Yu? I've already briefed him. 3 of us are going this time, you two and Lin Nini. Head over together.
I'm short-handed, and even more so on trustworthy hands.
At my words, Lin Ro and Wei Gu exchanged a glance. Wei Gu nodded happily. Of course I'm in. You have no idea, boss. Ever since you left, I felt like I'd lost my soul in this company. Hearing him start to ramble, I grew irritated and waved him off. Enough already. Every time I hear you spout that bull, it gives me a headache. Fine, fine. Just agree to it. Nothing more to say here. Pack up today and report to the new company. You can officially start work tomorrow. Wei made an okay gesture. This was hands down the fastest and most comfortable job switch I'd ever made. Wei said this with a big grin. After he finished speaking, I gave him an okay gesture in return. No problem. You two go get ready.
A few minutes later, the 4 of us walked out of the company.
In that instant, the sunlight outside seemed to shine a little brighter. How does the saying go? The future looks bright. And in this matter, the person I owe the most gratitude to is Yu Tao. He truly went above and beyond for me. But I'm not the type to forget a favor, I'll just have to repay him in kind later. But the moment I stepped outside, I realized with a sinking feeling that I didn't even have a car. The others lived nearby and hadn't driven either. Left with no other choice, I had to hail a cab. The moment I got in, the driver spotted the folders in the back seat and grinned, saying, "What's up? Did your company go under, or is there a big layoff?" Hearing that, I felt my cheeks burn fiercely. The sheer awkwardness left me speechless. You could say that. This was absolutely one of the most embarrassing moments of my entire life. The moment I stepped out of the taxi, I clenched my fists. Once this project payment comes through, I'm not doing a damn thing, I'm buying a few cars straight up. We absolutely have to get company vehicles sorted out. I spat out the words in a rage. The people beside me all burst out laughing. I have to admit, the atmosphere was actually pretty relaxed. And just looking at the environment, my company wasn't much worse than Yu Tao's. It just wasn't as spacious as his. Before returning to the office, I had already called Xiao Wu in advance. All the employees were gathered in the conference room. I walked in first, with the others following behind me. Everyone stood up and gave me a slight bow. Good morning, Chairman. I must admit, in that moment, I felt like I had regained that familiar sense of purpose. It truly felt good. Moreover, having gone through so much during this period, I cherish my current life even more, because I know it didn't come easily. Let me introduce everyone. First, this is Xiao Wu. He's also my department manager, primarily overseeing business operations. Xiao Wu greeted everyone with his usual easygoing manner. After Lu Guangbei left, he took many core positions with him, leaving several key roles unfilled in our company. Consequently, I've brought in 3 temporary hires from outside. They'll be your new colleagues, so let me introduce them. This is Lin Nini, who will serve as our company's Vice President of Administration. This is Lin Ro, who oversees our company's financial statistics and serves as my secretary. I pointed at Wei Gu. For a moment, I didn't know how to introduce him. Chapter 243, The Most Trusted Person. Wei Gu was already the top guy in my team before, but now that he's here, Xiao Wu is the leader of the business team. I couldn't just make Wei Gu an ordinary employee, that would be too unfair to him. Pondering this, I stroked my chin. I usually call him Wei Gu. The moment I uttered his name, everyone below burst into laughter. At first, I didn't catch on. But when I saw Wei Ji's face flush red, and thought about it a bit more, I suddenly slapped my forehead. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. How could I have forgotten that? Wei Ji's expression was beyond awkward, he just waved his hand at me lightly. Everyone, just take it as a joke. Wei Gu, the position I gave you is assistant to the chairman. When I actually said that, everyone turned to look at each other. Everyone found it rather strange. The reason was simple. After all, I already had Lin Ro my personal secretary, and now I was adding a chairman's assistant to the mix. The title sounded a bit like overkill.
Even Wei Gu found it a bit odd. I scratched my nose. Wei Gu holds this exact position in our company. His authority is on par with Manager Wu. In short, all three of them are top-notch professionals. I gathered you all here today to ensure you handle your responsibilities properly. Rest assured, the company will provide every benefit you deserve. I delivered this statement with deliberate emphasis. As soon as I finished, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic shouts. Long live the chairman! Hearing their cheers made me genuinely happy. Moreover, our company currently focuses on two main projects, one of which is already quite mature. Given Alice and my relationship, plus the fact we've collaborated several times before, there's absolutely no issue. So all we need to do now is focus on executing it well. However, I still need to continue with the investment project, since it belongs to Yu Tao's company. Besides, I'd already promised Yu Tao, and personally, I'd like to help him out. Deep down, I still feel quite guilty toward him. After everything was settled, I headed straight to the chairman's office. Of course, I brought those three alone. The moment we entered the office, Wei closed the door behind us. Chairman, I said, isn't this a bit inappropriate? How did I suddenly become your assistant? Lin Nini shot him a look. What other position could I possibly hold? If you were assigned directly to operations, it would mean Manager Wu is overseeing you from above. Wei Gu froze. Clearly, he hadn't considered this possibility initially. I nodded slightly. That's exactly what I mean. I want you in my company, not under someone else's thumb. This should be the best option. Though you can still get involved in operations, and Manager Wu will oversee those tasks. But here's the thing, Manager Wu can't control you. You'll report directly to me, and I want you to be happy here. As I spoke these words, my expression was utterly sincere. Wei Ji's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't hard to see that he was somewhat touched by my words. Oh my goodness, Chairman. You've caught me completely off guard. I'm at a loss for words to express my gratitude. I quickly waved my hands. No need to thank me, but don't blame me for not warning you. You'd better get this done right. Lin Nini, you're primarily responsible for our company's personnel matters. This is a major issue. Also, find ways to strengthen our corporate culture. Lin Nini nodded. As the saying goes, before repelling external threats, one must first secure the interior. That's spot on. The reason I placed Lin Nini in this position is precisely to have her handle the internal affairs. Neither of them had any issues. Soon after, they both stepped out to handle their respective tasks. After all, my company had only just taken over. Everything needed to align with my vision, and that would take considerable time. Fortunately, Alice's project provides regular funding, so at least I don't have to worry about capital. But while the other two had left, Lin Ro showed no sign of leaving. Her hands kept fidgeting nervously in front of her. What's wrong? You seem like you have something to say. Lin Ro nodded. The thing is, I originally studied to be an assistant or something like that. Now they suddenly want me to handle the finances, and I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. After she said that, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, it's because of that? Don't worry, I can teach you basic financial reconciliation later. Then you can learn from Yangwen AI. But? Lin Ro tried to say more? I cut her off. Step by step, I walked up to Lin Ro and pulled her into my arms. Lin Ro looked visibly worried. Hey, what are you doing? I gave a faint smile. You're not scared, are you? You should know this, in a company, the most crucial thing is financial matters, and you absolutely need someone you can trust completely. Do you think I have any other choice besides asking you to handle it? Lin Ro froze. Especially when I said the person I trust most. Do you really trust me? I nodded softly. Even if one day you ran off with all my money, I'd still believe you had your reasons. I trust you with my money. I have no worries. Lin Ro's face was filled with emotion. Then the girl clenched her little fist, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. All right. Since you've said it, I swear right here, no matter what, I won't let you down. Starting now, I'll study everything about finance. I smiled and nodded. Then it's all yours. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin Ro prepared to leave, though we were the only two people left in the office. Plus, I hadn't had a proper release in days. After all, with Zhou Qiao living at home, I admit I've been walking on eggshells every day. Just as Lin Ro reached the doorway, I lunged forward in a single stride, wrapping my arms around her slender waist from behind. Lin Ro really had an amazing figure, not an ounce of extra flesh around her waist. She froze instantly, turning to look at me just as my lips drew close to hers. At most, 2 or 3 centimeters separated us. We could feel the warmth of each other's breath in our nostrils. Lin Ro's lips twitched slightly. After locking eyes with me for a few seconds, she looked away, her gaze shifting nervously. Chapter 244, Unconventional Methods. What are you doing? We're still at the office. I just love the soft way this girl talks. I swept Lin Ro onto the nearby sofa in one swift motion. I sat down directly, and at this point, Lin Ro really had no choice. In the end, she could only obediently sit on my lap. What are you doing? What if someone sees us? Why don't we go to my place today? I bought some spare ribs, just waiting to cook them for you. Though I really wanted to go to Lin Ro's place, I managed to restrain myself.
The reason was simple, Li Hui wasn't the same person she used to be.
Before, it didn't matter if I stayed out all night. But now that Li Hui is pregnant, even though she never says it,
I can sense it. Right now, Li Hui really needs me. I'm sorry. I can't come over right now.
Lin Ro shook her head quickly.
It's fine. If you can't make it, then don't.
I was thinking of upgrading my meals anyway.
I'll cook for you next time you come over.
Seeing how considerate this girl is actually makes me feel pretty bad inside.
What have I ever done to deserve such a wonderful girl?
The next second, I pressed my lips directly against hers. The sensation was like jelly, so soft and bouncy. And it felt like it would melt away the moment I held it in my mouth. A faint fragrance lingered around Lin Ro's lips, probably from her lipstick, and it reminded me of the red bean paste I used to eat.
This incredibly pleasant taste memory made me lose myself in the sensation.
Lin Ro resisted at first, but her strength gradually faded until she finally went limp in my arms.
We kissed, oblivious to anyone around us.
After what felt like an eternity, I suddenly exerted force, lifting Lin Ro and carrying her to the other side. Seeing we were about to hit the doorframe, I quickly locked it from the inside and moved us into the adjacent side room.
After all, this was where I'd always slept. I laid Lin Ro on the bed.
She tried to say something more, but her body was too limp, even her throat seemed unable to make a sound. I knew Lin Ro loved this kind of thrilling excitement too.
I really love you.
Just as I was about to proceed, she suddenly blurted out those words.
My body felt like it had been electrocuted. I froze solid.
Or rather, I didn't know what to do, because I couldn't offer this girl a bright future.
Lin Ro seemed to sense something too, wrapping her arms around my neck.
Before I could react, she leaned in and kissed me.
As long as I can be with you, anything is fine.
Her words were muffled against my skin.
At that moment, I felt like I was going mad. Who had time to think about anything else?
Suddenly, I surged forward with all my strength.
Like a starving wolf pouncing on its prey.
Half an hour later, Lin Ro finally emerged, adjusting her clothes as she walked out. Sitting in the executive chair, this feeling was genuinely quite satisfying. That very night, I bought Zhou Qiao some intimate apparel, top-notch stuff, no less, and I bought several pieces at once. It cost me a 4-digit sum. Zhou Qiao seemed satisfied with my attitude and let me off the hook for now. The moment Zhou Qiao said she'd let me off, I seriously wanted to drop to my knees and kowtow to that woman.
Several days passed.
But over the past couple of days, Xiao Wu started venting to me. Chairman, I said, every investment move we make now is a pitfall. As soon as word gets out it's our company,
no one wants to partner with us. I frowned. Could it be because of Chen Dalong? I suspected that might be part of it. That guy has practically reached the industry's ceiling.
Anyway, every time we go out, we run into obstacles from all sides.
I pondered for a moment. If that's the case, we need to figure out how to deal with Chen Dalong first. Xiao Wu nodded. You're absolutely right. Alright, you go ahead and get back to work.
But get me a file on Chen Dalong, the more detailed the better.
Preferably, find out how many people are in his household.
I said it in a matter-of-fact tone. But just those words were enough to throw Xiao Wu off balance. He stared at me like I was some kind of monster, taking ages to snap out of it.
Ha!
I thought he'd already left, but out of nowhere, Xiao Wu blurted this out.
I looked up at him. What's with you? You're acting all weird. I told you. Go get me his personal file. Not the chairman's.
The way you just spoke, you sound like you're from the Matrix.
You're not planning to do something illegal, are you? I was completely dumbfounded. What kind of twisted logic is that?
I just want a detailed personal file on him to see if I can break through from another angle.
Why are you making it sound so terrifying?
Only then did Xiao Wu's face light up with understanding.
Oh, so that's what this is about.
Anyway, Chairman, you absolutely mustn't break the law.
Otherwise, our whole family wouldn't know how to survive. I waved my hand impatiently. Can't this guy ever expect anything good from me?
I have to admit, Xiao Wu was remarkably efficient.
That very afternoon, he delivered Chen Dalong's personal file to me.